You, a mere street punk, actually want to marry the daughter of a military district leader. Your father-in-law, wanting to get rid of you, found ways to trick you into the army. You brat, with no ambition and no respect for your elders. Do you think you can just eat swan meat like a toad? From today on, you must take turns wearing big shoes and small shoes until I'm comfortable. However, not long after, the situation took a dramatic turn. During your first shooting, you were comparable to a sharpshooter, hitting every target. In the physical fitness test, you treated the 10,000-meter run like a 100-meter dash, showing no decrease in speed. In the Special Forces selection, you single-handedly captured a fierce tiger instructor. A year later, a mysterious team that played by its own rules emerged, making every elite Special Forces unit cry for help. 2 years later, your father-in-law, counting the remarkable military achievements you made, was in tears. You being interested in my daughter is like smoke rising from our ancestral grave. I'm determined to have this precious son-in-law. However, just then, a special message notification shattered your sweet dream. You need to find a place to hide quickly. My dad is looking for you. It was a message from your girlfriend, Xiao Ran. After graduating from high school, she got into university, and during her sophomore year, she was accepted into a military academy, with a bright future waiting for her. Meanwhile, you failed to get into college and became a thug on the streets, gathering a group of unruly friends and spending your days drinking. Fortunately, your girlfriend stood by you, and several times she almost jeopardized her future to help you. Ultimately, there was one time she sacrificed herself during a mission to protect you. Since then, you have been living in guilt, drowning your days in alcohol, and every night in your dreams, you relive the scene of her father forcing you to break up. Her father is the commander of the military district, and he only found out this weekend that you two are dating. After inquiring about your behavior, the old man was almost furious enough to burst a lung. As the commander of the military district, my daughter is actually hanging out with a street punk. What kind of situation is this? Is this reasonable? Sure enough, a few minutes later, just as you got out of bed, the front door was kicked open, and a burly middle-aged man stormed in. You are Yi Chen, right? Get away from my daughter Xiao Ran immediately. Xiao Zhangguo's furious roar came at you. However, this scene was already within your expectations. Faced with such a strong old man, you had no intention of backing down. Instead, you smiled and confronted him head-on. Oh, I say, old Xiao, just put your heart in your pelvis. Even if I die, I will absolutely not break up with Xiao Ran. Xiao Zhangguo's eyes were filled with anger. This kid was disrespectful and unruly. What sin had he committed to have his daughter encounter such a scoundrel? You stood up and patted Xiao Zhangguo's shoulder. I know what you want to say. Right now, I am not worthy of being your daughter's boyfriend. But one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a pint. Since Xiao Ran sacrificed while on a mission, I will enlist in the army after graduating from high school. I will protect Xiao Ran by her side. And by the way, becoming a company commander or battalion commander is not out of the question. Hearing your serious nonsense, Xiao Zhangguo's nose almost crinkled in anger, but then he smiled and squinted his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. You can't be dealt with outside, right? But in the army, you won't have a say. Alright, Xiao Li, give him my phone number. As long as he passes the physical exam, I will definitely let him enlist. I want to see what kind of reputation you can make in the army. After saying that, he left without looking back, slamming the door. You were no longer sure how many times this scene had repeated in your dreams. Anyway, waking up was still an empty experience. However, when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself standing inside a military camp, and it was the site of a new recruit mobilization meeting. A dream with a sequel. Startled awake, you thought it was just another big dream, but the real scene made you a bit nervous. However, at that moment, a new recruit beside you poked your arm and said, Hey, being a soldier is a good thing. Why do you look so worried? The real sensation of being touched made you feel increasingly uneasy. Pinch me, the more it hurts, the better. As soon as the words left your mouth, you felt a sharp pain sweep through your body, and it dawned on you that after a summer, you had been reborn. The date was just right. The year you graduated from high school, when Xiao Ran was still alive. The opportunity has come. In this life, I will use all my body and mind to protect my loved one. However, just then, a familiar voice on stage broke your thoughts. It was Xiao Zhangguo. The military district commander personally attended the new recruit mobilization meeting. Especially the moment when Xiao Zhangguo's gaze met yours, you felt a sense of despair. When you and Xiao Ran were dating, Xiao Zhangguo had used many tactics, and now that you were in the army, his methods would only become more intense. You walked back to the dormitory in a daze, and along the way, the squad leader couldn't help but complain. Why is the commander personally coming to our tiger brigade this time? And why does it feel like the commander's speech has some personal emotions? I also feel like the commander keeps looking our way. They say that once you become a soldier, you shouldn't be disrespectful to your superiors and should speak according to the rules. Since you've stepped into the army, you have to make a name for yourself in it. Yi Chen's head buzzed with every word the squad leader said. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy for him from now on. But just then, suddenly, a voice rang violently in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully enrolling in the military and awakening the system. The system will automatically issue a newbie gift pack. Please pay attention to check. Seeing these 3 lines that flashed in his mind, Yi Chen directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sound was like thunder. Squad leaders, platoon commanders, company commanders, almost all of them heard this foul language that Yi Chen exploded. Yi Chen also reacted violently to the fact that he had lost his temper a bit. Before anyone else noticed who was shouting, Yi Chen quietly slipped away and hurried back to the dormitory. The squad leader's face went black. What the hell is this Yi Chen kid doing? Foul-mouthed in front of so many people, thanks to the fact that no one else caught him in the act. Otherwise, for the next 3 months of new training and beyond, Yi Chen would have to be treated as a typical. But today was the first day of the new recruit's arrival, after all, and the squad leader had no intention of disciplining him. He'd have plenty of ways to clean him up over the next 3 months. Upon returning to the dormitory, the class president and vice president went out for another meeting. In the dormitory, Yi Chen's roommates were all curious as they went up to Yi Chen and asked him, "What just happened? Why did you suddenly yell that?" "Yeah, that scared me." "Scared the class president enough? I guess you'll have enough to deal with tomorrow. I've heard that class presidents are always nice to you on the first day and then just flip out on the second day." "Really? I feel like the class president and vice president are quite warm to us, so how bad could it be? Can that even be a fake?" I heard this from a veteran. "As fake as it gets." The crowd began to chatter so much as you and I talked. They are all new recruits from the south and north of the sky, and they are all of a similar age. And the people have long since thrown away why Yi Chen just shouted. Yi Chen, on the other hand, took advantage of the gap and operated the system in his mind to open up the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the newbie gift pack, obtaining physical training gain, learning gain. Seeing this newbie gift bag, Yi Chen was filled with questions. He is also a senior-old bookworm. Other people have the system or this skill that skill. He is not even a skill. Only 2 gain buff? Yi Chen tapped on the gain effects of the 2 buffs to carefully check them out. Physical training gain, each time the host breaks out of physical fitness, the host's physical fitness can be immediately restored to its peak state. Learning gain, the host's learning efficiency will be twice as effective with half the effort. Note, both gain buffs are permanent. These 2 buffs don't look that amazing, but they're not bad if you look closely. They are permanent gain statuses after all. The day passed quickly. After laboring all day and nagging their new roommates for so long in the afternoon, everyone was pretty drained. The crowd of recruits went to bed early that night and slept well. Unsurprisingly, it was also going to go down as the best night's sleep they'd had since they'd arrived on the force. Early the next morning, 5 in the morning, the class president's roar resounded through the dormitories. "Get up! One by one and like a pig still sleeping there. What do you think you are? As a soldier, it's unseemly to be so bedraggled and lazy. You have 3 minutes. If you don't come down to the bed, there will be consequences." Under the roar of the squad leaders, the recruits were one by one awakened from their dreams and forced open those hazy sleeping eyes. Sure, some of the recruits with bigger hearts actually fell back to sleep. These big-hearted recruits also included Yi Chen. After all, the squad leader had given 3 minutes, and it wasn't out of the question to squint for 2 more and get up and down at the last minute. But with this squinting, Yi Chen felt both his eyes faint and squinted directly. The whole class of 8 recruits, only Yi Chen is the only one who sleeps like that. Yi Chen! Chen Bing's face was red with anger. No matter how much he shouted, Yi Chen just looked like he had slept and died in the past, not even taking care of it. Until the end, Chen Bing directly ripped off Yi Chen's quilt. But even then, Yi Chen just mumbled and rolled over and went back to sleep. Seeing this, the roommates were secretly giving Yi Chen a thumbs up. That's awesome. Not even waking up after yelling like that. Is he really awake or is he pretending to be asleep? Should be in a real sleep. Pretending to be asleep would tell you that. Yesterday, the class leaders were not still good? Now how to be so fierce? As if I owe him 2 million. I told you I was right, didn't I? I heard it all from a veteran. Like it's true. Vice Squad Leader Li Yongjun turned his head and glared at them, saying, "What's dripping there? Stand still." The crowd of recruits looked at me and I looked at you, not even daring to fart. Now the squad leader Chen Bing is angry. They are looking for death if they stab a mess at this time. At a time when none of them were focusing on Yi Chen. Suddenly, A scream came from the dormitory. Ah! Who plucked my leg hair? Seeing Yi Chen so grumpy, Chen Bing's eyes rounded with anger. He had seen so many soldiers, but he had never seen a soldier as incomprehensible as Yi Chen. I plucked it. Do you have a problem with that? Get your ass down here. Seeing the situation, Yi Chen gave a sharp jolt. He has not practiced anything else for so many years, but he has practiced sleeping so well that he can't wake up from a thunderstorm. Stay in bed any time during the day. Damn, today this new training began the first day of bed. Yi Chen heart instantly cool half. Others stand and listen. Yi Chen, sit and squat up while listening. Good. Okay. Oh. Hearing the crowd of recruits answer one sentence after another, Chen Bing's fire grew even greater and he roared. Who taught you guys to answer like that? Did I not tell you how to answer? It looks like you don't want to stand and listen either. So all of you squat up while you listen. When you answer in the future, just say, yes. Do you understand? The crowd of recruits were filled with bitter comparison. Damn, Chen Bing didn't even talk to them. However, they all knew that Chen Bing was now angry, and whoever retorted back would be in bad luck. Yes, the crowd of recruits said timidly. Are all of you pig brains? Speak up. Understood. The crowd was full of aggravation. They were just told to say yes, and now they're being told to say yes to understanding. Isn't that intentionally making things difficult for them? After just one night, is the squad leader possessed? Yesterday he was so approachable. Today he's like a living hell. Yi Chen, on the other hand, felt that this was that old thing Xiao Zhanhua deliberately arranging people to target him. Froze for what? Get down. The crowd of recruits, full of bitter comparison, began to squat. Chen Bing began. Starting from today, every morning you have to get up an hour earlier for housekeeping practice, and when you're done practicing, you'll get up normally. Let's start with the basics. Folding tofu blocks. I'll finish folding them once, and you guys will practice on your own. Got it? Understood. How many times has it been said? Answer yes. Looks like you guys still haven't been punished enough. Chapter 3 named and targeted by the army chief. The words fell. The crowd erupted on the spot. What the hell is this supposed to make know how to say it? Answering yes to understanding is not good enough. Answering yes is still not good enough. It's a bear to the death. Yi Chen was also filled with helplessness. While the crowd gasped and did squats, Chen Bing said, stacking tofu blocks is easy. It's not that difficult. Watching Chen Bing's operation, the crowd felt as if it wasn't that difficult, but only Yi Chen saw something different in it. They only saw the surface, but not Chen Bing's hand that was constantly being corrected. In fact, Chen Bing casually took a quilt and folded it out was not particularly regular. Most of them were repaired by Chen Bing. Besides, Yi Chen also noticed that Chen Bing had been pressing hard on the quilt all the time. Once Chen Bing finished folding, Chen Bing turned to the crowd of recruits and asked, have you learned? Folding tofu blocks isn't that hard. The process is simple enough to look at and pretty much keep in your head. There was a flurry of chest-thumping assurances from the crowd. Learned. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He always felt that Chen Bing wasn't holding any good farts in this mouth. Now that you've learned it, fold it properly for me, and if you can't fold it well, you'll have a choice between 30 push-ups and 3 push-ups. Got it. Words. The crowd couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. 30 and 3? That little cutie. It's all 3. They've all just seen what they can do. And besides, even if they don't stack well, 3 push-ups won't be too much effort. Yi Chen panicked in his heart. Although he had never been a soldier, he knew that Chen Bing definitely didn't have good intentions. The vice squad leader also stepped forward and said, stack it well. If you guys practice early you will not have to get up early in the morning. Understand? Yes. Make it clear. Inside the crowd of recruits, I and at hashtag, asterisk and, at asterisk 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 you at and hashtag, asterisk. But on the surface, no one dared to say much. Now they had just done squats and their legs were a little weak. This was not a crime to be punished again. After returning to their bunks, the crowd began to practice on their own. But the moment they actually got their hands on it, their heads suddenly went blank. The squad leader just did that obviously. Why does it feel a little wrong when I fold it out? Old Wang, do you remember how to fold it? I can't quite remember. Holy, what's next? But thinking about it, their hearts weren't particularly panicked. The big deal is a fine. Can 3 push-ups still tire them out? While everyone was thinking on their own, Yi Chen's folded tofu block had already taken some shape. Chen Bing carefully sized up Yi Chen. Apparently, Yi Chen had now mastered the skill of stacking tofu blocks. All of these skills were completely teachable by Chen Bing, and after teaching them, they would also improve greatly. But this was the first day. Chen Bing definitely had to do this to give them a head start. Deputy Squad Leader Li Yongjun sidled up to Chen Bing and whispered, this kid is good. He's self-taught. Although Chen Bing didn't say anything, The corners of his mouth were also upturned. As evidenced by Yi Chen's observation, Yi Chen was definitely a good soldier, and would definitely not be bad in the future. While everyone was there in a daze, Yi Chen had already folded a somewhat presentable block of tofu. When all of them had finished folding, after Yi Chen's constant corrections, his tofu block looked good enough at first glance. Look at the tofu blocks that other Yi Chen folded, and then look at what you guys folded. All new recruits. What's the difference between you and Yi Chen? You have 2 eggs under your eyebrows, and you can only blink but not look. Are you all pigs? Even if you put a pig here, it's better than all of you. Can't you guys see that you're not folding well? The others folded tofu cubes. You guys folded steamed buns. You're folding steamed buns. The crowd of recruits were admonished to hold their heads up. It was at this moment that Yi Chen also reacted violently, because Yi Chen definitely couldn't talk about being intelligent, and was even still rather stupid. But today he was uncharacteristically attentive to details that no one else had noticed. Except for Yi Chen. Use 7 push-ups at the ready. 30, or 3, take your pick. It's such a simple question that any person would pick 3. But think carefully. Since these words came out of Chen Bing's mouth, he could never pick 3. Fruity. The push-ups had just finished shouting 2 and were ready to shout to the 3rd. Chen Bing suddenly shouted, 1. Crowd of recruits? Seeing the crowd bracing themselves to raise their heads to look at him, Chen Bing's brows furrowed as he droned. What are you freezing for? Didn't you hear the slogan? Keep doing push-ups. The crowd had no choice but to keep doing it. After shouting 1, Chen Bing continued to shout 2, but not until shout 3. Chen Bing shouted back another fierce 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. At this point, they also completely realized that there was no such number as 3 for this damn push-up. The hallways rattled with the slogans and roars of squad leaders. While Chen Bing was drilling the new recruits, there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Stop. As the words fell, the recruits breathed a long sigh of relief. Opened the dormitory door. Standing at the door was no other than the head of the group, Zhou Changjiang. Chen Bing was a bit puzzled. What was Captain Zhou looking for himself for this early in the morning? Headmaster Zhou beckoned to Chen Bing and whispered some more into his ear. Words. Chen Bing was instantly confused. He turned his head to look at Ji Chen, and then turned his head to look at the headmaster. Chief, are you serious? The army chief targeted the kid by name? Zhou Changjiang looked towards Yi Chen, who was continuing to practice stacking tofu blocks on his bed, and pondered in his heart. Their mighty Tiger Regiment was not ranked in the entire Northern Theater of Operations, but their mighty Tiger Regiment had a company that was a notorious company in their Northern Theater of Operations. Seeing the tofu block stacked very good Yi Chen, an associate the military commander to name target Yi Chen. This Yi Chen was afraid that he wasn't someone that the military chief had deliberately arranged to come in, right? In order to avoid people saying that he was a relation. So the military chief arranged for them to target Yi Chen, so that they could also exercise Yi Chen better. Although the two of them, Chen Bing and Zhou Changjiang, did not say a few words, but in their eyes, they had already exchanged everything. Since it's an order straight from the army chief, the only thing we have to do is obey. Have the confidence to finish the mission. Promise to finish the job. Having said that, Chen Bing, who had just looked at Yi Chen so happily, immediately looked like a different person, looking at Yi Chen as if he wanted to eat him. The others continued to do 10 more push-ups to rest. Yi Chen, do 100 push-ups. Even if you're better than everyone else, you can't get alternative. You must always remember that the troop is a collective. If one makes a mistake, all are punished. Yi Chen instantly sprayed. 1 minute he's fine. The next he's here with the chief and his attitude immediately reverses. What's this about? Don't even have to think about it. That's the damn Xiao Zhanhua. Chapter 4, Challenging the Company Commander in Public. This time, Yi Chen did push-ups, and Yi Chen hardened himself and did 30 straight. Since childhood, Yi Chen has been a idle little yellow hair. Fighting and so on is normal, which also makes his physical ability will be stronger than normal people. Push-ups this time Yi Chen did 30 directly, and, after these 30 push-ups were done, Yi Chen did not pause for a second. 31. While counting the number of push-ups, Chen Bing marveled in his heart. Worthy of being named by the military chief to be targeted. His strength was just quite a bit stronger than the norm. Tofu blocks, physical fitness, all much better than the norm. But then again Yi Chen was an untrained one, and there was no way he could do that many push-ups at once. By the time he reached 40, Yi Chen's arms were already visibly shaking, and it took a long time to get up each time. Seeing Yi Chen gradually failing to hold on, Chen Bing frowned slightly and asked, "Forget it if it doesn't work." At those words, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Dignity? Dignity is bull asterisk. It's just something that belongs to the strong. It's like fighting outside. If you can't beat someone, Do you still want to fight them hard for that little bit of dignity? Keep fighting. What's the consequence of that? He goes to jail. You're hospitalized. And you could end up on disability yourself. A man is a man who can give and take. Yi Chen directly paralyzed on the ground and said, "Squad leader, I can't do it anymore." Chen Bing. He had to think at first that Yi Chen would continue to make a few more when he heard this. After all, what man can voluntarily admit that he can't? But it was Yi Chen who was a different kind of person. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Bing slowly said again, "I thought you could make a name for yourself in the army in the future like this, but now it seems that it's just like that." Words. Yi Chen was instantly in a ing hurry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen cursed angrily in his heart. Just based on Chen Bing's words, he completely concluded that old thing Xiao Zhanghua definitely wanted to target him to death. Yi Chen also had this bullishness. The more Xiao Zhanghua wanted him to mix it up, the more he had to mix it up. What's more, he didn't enter the army for the sake of others, but for the sake of Xiaola. How can he protect Xiaola in the future if he is not strong? Reporting to the squad leader, "If I don't finish these 100 push-ups today, I'm not a ing man." Squad leader, keep counting. I'm not missing you for any of these 100 push-ups. Chen Bing laughed, also feeling strange. Yi Chen seemed to be very sensitive to this word, and the more he talked about him, the more energized he became, as if he had to make a name for himself in the army. Until almost 50 push-ups, Yi Chen's arm had been shaking like a butterfly vibrating its wings. On the sidelines, the roommates were getting confused. "You guys say that old Yi is stimulated by what? As soon as we talk about this, how to come to such a big bull, doing so many push-ups in one breath. Whatever, that's awesome strength too. If I were old Yi, I wouldn't bring it with me even if it gave me a thrill to death." Just as they were whispering and dripping, suddenly, Yi Chen, who was doing push-ups, looked as if he had suddenly gotten his strength back. "I was just there with butterflies on my wings, but now I'm as steady as an old dog as I was when I first started doing it." Chen Bing had led soldiers for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen a soldier like Yi Chen. Everyone else is getting more and more tired. But what the hell is this Yi Chen? The more he did it, the more he came to it, which was the first time he'd seen it. Moreover, Yi Chen's coming strength is not like the kind of coming strength that breaks through the limit. His kind of coming strength is the real strength. While everyone was puzzled, Yi Chen's eyes had already sprouted a brilliant light. Congratulations to the host for gaining 0.1 physique, current body mass 1.3. After this prompting tone appeared in his mind, a warm current appeared in his body, and in just less than 3 seconds, Yi Chen's physical fitness was restored to its peak state, and Yi Chen could clearly feel that his physique was now much stronger than just now, even though it was a 0.1 boost. This 0.1 boost felt very huge to Yi Chen. Doing the latter, although Yi Chen was also visibly labored, he froze and persevered with these 100. The Chen Bing people were looking dumbfounded. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. There is never a shortage of strong men in the army, and there is never a shortage of extremely talented and physically strong recruits. Yi Chen's physical ability and talent definitely wasn't the top of the line, but this could definitely be considered the weirdest. These 100 push-ups were done, so Chen Bing couldn't target anything even if he wanted to. Tofu block. Yi Chen practiced well. Physical fitness also directly froze dry down 100 push-ups. Want to be difficult? You have to find another opportunity later. At 6 o'clock sharp, it was time for morning exercises. The first 3 months are pretty plain and simple for them new recruits. Most of the day was housekeeping, formation, physical fitness, and the rest was live fire, mind throwing, etc. For the first month, most of the time, the 3 main focuses were housekeeping, formation, and physical fitness. Just as the crowd was about to begin their first physical training session, suddenly, a beep sounded in Yi Chen's head. Ding! Mission detected. Challenge the company commander in public for 3 kilometers. Mission success reward. Retain all physical rewards during the mission. Mission failure reward. Physical fitness minus 0.5. Penalty for refusing a mission. Physical fitness minus 1. Pust! Yi Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood directly. Challenging the company commander in public. Is the system crazy or is he crazy? And this mission showed that it was damn well going to let Yi Chen force his way through the challenge? Physique minus 1. Then I'm afraid he's not even as good as a dog with this physical ability. If he failed, he would have to spend a long time recovering his physique, which was all secondary. If he fails, the company commander will have to punish him. But in the end, Yi Chen still gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Xiao Zhanghua had wanted to target him in all sorts of ways. Instead of letting them target themselves, they should take the initiative themselves. As he was about to get ready to start running, Yi Chen violently shouted out a report. Report! Wu Yonghao, the commander of the first company of recruits, furrowed his eyebrows slightly and placed his gaze on Yi Chen. There might not be many recruits from the 3 boot camps who knew about Yi Chen, but there were almost no officers up and down the ranks of the mighty Tiger Regiment who didn't know about Yi Chen. After all, this was the person that the military chief had named for them to target. It would be hard for them to not remember Yi Chen's name. Wu Yonghao had thought of targeting Yi Chen more in training, but he didn't expect Yi Chen himself to take the initiative to call out the report first. Seeing that look in Yi Chen's eyes, Wu Yonghao knew that Yi Chen must have something in mind. "Speak, company commander. I want to challenge you." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Chen Bing? Li Yangjun? Roommates? Brother, what's wrong with you? Yesterday shouted in public. Today in public to challenge the company commander? Chapter 5 Nonsense. This is nonsense. Yi Chen had just shouted so loudly that all the recruits noticed him. On the scene, there was a lot of talk. Asterisk. This man is so bold that he dares to challenge the company commander in public. Do you guys think this guy seems a little familiar? I also feel a bit familiar. Yesterday is not there a person shouted a thief loud. You guys say that the one who shouted is not him? It's kinda like that. Seeing that Yi Chen wanted to challenge himself in public, Wu Yonghao was directly all pissed off and laughed. No wonder the army chief was targeting him by name. He's such a prick. Who do we target if not him? A new recruit. First day of training, and he's going to challenge the company commander straight away? Even if he could outrun the company commander. But to challenge him in front of everyone was a bit too much to look down on the company commander. Not giving him any face, Wu Yonghao's gaze was placed straight on Yi Chen, and that aura alone made Yi Chen feel a little flustered. Challenge me? Yes, and I'm always open to anyone to challenge me. I'm your company commander, and I'd like more than anyone else to see the soldiers I brought up in such excellent physical conditioning. So fierce, but there are no rules. Before you challenge me, you also have to pad yourselves a few pounds and 2 tails. Win me and everything will be fine. But if you lose. When he said this, Wu Yonghao's gaze turned vicious as he said, take the consequences. Chen Bing's entire body was on the verge of breaking. What the kind of soldier is he leading? Yi Chen is here to commit crimes and make mistakes. And he, as the class president, can't escape the responsibility. As a squad leader, he failed to discipline the soldiers he led, allowing his own soldiers to say such arrogant and disrespectful words to their superiors. Now I'm going to give you one more chance. Now that you give up and apologize in front of everyone, I can spare you from mouthing off this time. Although Yi Chen was flustered in his heart, he could not lose his momentum even if he lost. This pitiful system was clearly trying to make Yi Chen have to accept this mission. Moreover, one's words had been put out. Wouldn't it be humiliating to take them back now? Once this news has been transmitted to Xiao Zhanghua. In the future, not to mention the mixing of what reputation. I'm afraid that in the future, Xiao Zhanghua will not even look at him a glance. Just based on Yi Chen's initiative to admit his mistake and give up the challenge, Xiao Zhanghua would dismiss Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart. I'm not giving up. Yes, then let's run a race between the two of us alone in front of everyone. I'll invite the battalion commander himself to be our witness. Chen Bing's face turned green. Could he not know what Wu Yonghao meant by doing this? This is to take Yi Chen to ing said a typical From now on, as long as anyone got involved with this matter, Yi Chen would have to be taken out and flogged all over again. It was all too late until the battalion commander arrived. The battalion commander found it interesting to hear that someone had to be a public company commander on the first day of new training, but knowing that it was Yi Chen who had come to challenge him, the battalion commander found it understandable. The early morning sun shone on the crowd and a light breeze blew through. Although it was now September, the morning was not hot at all. Feeling the breeze, the crowd even felt a little cool. However, Yi Chen's back was covered in sweat. Chen Bing also noticed this. With a dark face, he said, Yi Chen, what kind of madness are you smoking in the morning? Obviously scared to death but insisting on challenging the company commander in public. What are you trying to do? Yi Chen was also filled with helplessness. Squad leader, would you believe me when I say I have a reason why I have to challenge him? Unbelievable. With everyone watching, Yi Chen walked towards the runway and stood in a row with Wu Yonghao. Despite the fact that the scene was managed by squad leaders, company commanders, many of them couldn't help but murmur. The battalion commander walked up to the duo and said, use my place as a starting point, and when you hear the whistle, the race will begin instantly. Yes, the two men get ready. During this time, Yi Chen was also rapidly pondering countermeasures in his mind. This race is nothing but a win for him. He has no other choice. The moment the whistle sounded, Yi Chen ran forward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Even though Wu Yonghao was a company commander with very strong physical abilities, at the beginning he was snatched by Yi Chen and ran out a very long distance. It wasn't that Wu Yonghao couldn't run past Yi Chen, But which normal person would just go straight to full strength at the beginning of a 3-kilometer run? Chen Bing did a double take. He had thought that Yi Chen could challenge the company commander in public because Yi Chen might have some strength. After all, anyone who can do such a thing is either really good or really too armed. Originally, Chen Bing was still more biased towards Yi Chen being truly awesome. But who would have thought that Yi Chen was the real second arm? The battalion commander was also full of black lines. No wonder the army chief named this kid to be targeted. Just this kid, challenging the company commander in public, and without a single bit of experience in running 3 kilometers. This is complete nonsense. Yi Chen's speed was gradually decreasing despite the fact that he was pulling away from Wu Yanghao. After another while, Yi Chen was already tired and couldn't catch his breath, while Wu Yanghao was already fast and gradually catching up with Yi Chen. Muddling. What nonsense! Yi Chen was running up and down, while Chen Bing was pissed off. The roommates also sighed longingly. Even if they hadn't practiced 3 kilometers, they knew that 3 kilometers certainly couldn't be bursting into full strength right at the beginning. Running like Yi Chen did, it was estimated that it wouldn't take 500 meters before he would be exhausted. The corners of Wu Yanghao's mouth rose slightly. Winning against Yi Chen wasn't exactly honorable, but at least it was a breath of fresh air. He had been a company commander for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen a recruit as arrogant as Yi Chen. Just as Wu Yanghao was thinking about how he was going to punish Yi Chen in a while, suddenly, Yi Chen, who was already close by, suddenly accelerated violently. Wu Yanghao frowned. Just now he could clearly feel that Yi Chen's pace was heavy and he was tired of not being able to catch his breath. But how come all of a sudden Yi Chen had physical strength again? Chen Bing, Li Yangjun, and his roommates all noticed this immediately as well. It was thought that Yi Chen was beyond redemption, but now it seemed that perhaps Yi Chen seemed to still have a chance. This morning each of them was thinking that it was impossible for Yi Chen to complete 100 push-ups, but in the end Yi Chen did. Every time Yi Chen's power bottomed out to the limit, Yi Chen would violently gain a surge of power, and it was as if he was back to his normal state again. Yi Chen murmured in his heart, "I didn't expect to be elevated so quickly." It also reinforces the fact that there is absolutely nothing wrong with his running style. The reason why he would run so hard, was precisely because of that prompt that popped up in the system before the run started. The rate of progress in physical training is enhanced during the course of the mission. Wu Yanghao, who was about to chase after Yi Chen, couldn't help but frown. Where did he get this strength from? Chapter 6, Pulling a Blast Company Commander. Wu Yanghao couldn't see how it looked right. Just now Yi Chen, that look is not like pretending, but if his look is not pretending, this is a little too outrageous. Originally, there was little strength to run, and it looked like it had reached its limit, but Yi Chen suddenly accelerated fiercely as if he had just begun to run. It's simply not in line with normal human anatomy, but Wu Yanghao didn't have that much to think about. Instead he kept a good pace and continued to run. Yi Chen ran again as if he had just started that 100-meter sprint. Wang Hongho, on the other hand, was indifferent. Even if Yi Chen had another surge of strength from nowhere, that surge of strength would only last for a short period of time. It didn't take long before Yi Chen was again like he was at the beginning. Yi Chen's speed gradually slowed down, and his legs were like lead again. Behind him, Wu Yanghao's pace was still so light. Wu Yanghao snorted coldly. Today this was Yi Chen's own initiative to challenge himself, and besides, Wu Yanghao had all but given Yi Chen a chance, so Wu Yanghao didn't intend to give Yi Chen much face. If Yi Chen was running normally, Wu Yanghao intended to start accelerating again in the last 700 meters or so, but Yi Chen wasn't running normally now. Solemnly, Wu Yanghao was now planning to start accelerating to throw Yi Chen off by a large distance. Once he surpassed Yi Chen, with Yi Chen's nature it was estimated that he would fiercely accelerate to chase himself again, but by then he would have long since run out of stamina. In the end, Yi Chen no longer had the strength to run. Van Ho, on the other hand, won the race by a huge margin and didn't have to run all 3 kilometers at all. He adjusted his breathing and immediately began to accelerate. The recruits were all whispering in admiration when they saw Wu Yanghao running for so long and still accelerating so hard. A company commander is a company commander. Running really hard. I'm exhausted after a kilometer. At first glance the company commander is the kind of man who can run with a light pace, and I feel like I'm dying when I run up to it. This Yi Chen also can't think straight, challenging anyone but the company commander. Guess there's good things to come for that kid down the road. With everyone watching, Wu Yanghao was about to overtake Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen's breathing was already extremely unstable, and he was running very staggeringly, as if he might fall with every step forward. Right now, he's hanging on by a thread. Yi Chen's mind was filled with nothing but running. When Wu Yanghao was less than a meter away from Yi Chen, the system's voice, once again, sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the limit and gaining 0.1 physique. From the start of the run until now, Yi Chen had gotten 0.2 body mass. The current Yi Chen's physique had already reached 1.5, which was already equivalent to a trained soldier's physique, reaching 1.5 times that of a normal person. Along with this warmth that surged through his entire body after his physique was upgraded, Yi Chen's physical ability once again returned to its peak. Just like that, Yi Chen once again fiercely accelerated. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Bing and the others were completely dumbfounded. This morning, it was already the third time such a thing had happened in Yi Chen's body. It was as if Yi Chen's physical energy felt like it would never run out. Every time he reached his limit, a force came out of nowhere to restore Yi Chen to his peak state. Chen Bing didn't think much of it. But then again, this was already the third time. Chen Bing couldn't even be suspicious if he didn't want to be. A normal human body is built in such a way that it could never be. Well, that leaves only one possibility. Yi Chen is all damned pretentious. What kind of physique could do such a thing if it wasn't faked? Every time it reaches its limit it somehow gains a surge of power again and can repeat it back and forth. Wu Yonghao, who was following Yi Chen, also sprayed. This acceleration by Yi Chen also directly straightened out Wu Yonghao's stubbornness. I don't believe that you brat can come like this a few more times. Wu Yonghao also fiercely accelerated up, biting Yi Chen to death and not letting go. At first, everyone thought it was a mediocre grinder of an inning. But who would have thought that an ordinary recruit would be able to run neck and neck with a very senior veteran company commander? Wu Yonghao's heart now bit down on Yi Chen's absolute inability to have a third such situation. He didn't have the slightest bit of physical strength to reserve right now. And right now, the only thing Wu Yonghao wanted to do was just one thing. That is to catch up with Yi Chen. As a company commander, you were led around by someone else's new recruits. Is that even remotely decent? But it turns out, Yi Chen was still around for the third time. Every time Wu Yonghao was about to catch up with Yi Chen violently increased his speed. Yi Chen's physique had also upgraded from 1.5 to the final 1.6. After arriving at 1.6 physique, Yi Chen felt that he was able to handle these 3 kilometers with ease. Behind him, Wu Yonghao was a completely different story. The reason why Yi Chen dared to run like this was because he had bitten the bullet that every time he upgraded his physique his body would instantly recover to its peak state. Even if Yi Chen's throat was smoking from running and he couldn't catch his breath, he would immediately recover as soon as he broke through his physique. Behind him, Wu Yonghao was a completely different story. In order to chase Yi Chen, his own rhythm had been completely messed up. By the end of the day, Wu Yonghao had run red-eyed, his eyes filled with blood, because his mind had come to the conclusion. This asshole Yi Chen is just pretending. Every time he did, he was creating the illusion that he could catch up with him. But every time Wu Yonghao was close to catching up, Yi Chen would fiercely accelerate to pull away from him. Until the end of the last 3 kilometers, Yi Chen crossed the finish line with a lead of 300 meters. Behind him, Wu Yonghao was there as a big mouth breathing heavily. Breathing, pace, has all messed up. At this point, the battalion commander had turned blue. As a company commander, he couldn't even outrun a new recruit. How is he going to stand up to these recruits in the future? Yi Chen, the new recruit, was also not giving Wu Yonghao any face. The news also quickly reached the chief's office. Hearing this news, Zhou Changjiang did not feel surprised at all. If Yi Chen didn't have some strength, how could he be so valued by the military chief? Before lunchtime, the phone rang inside the regimental commander's office, and this call was from Xiao Zhanghua. He had specifically instructed that on the first day he should target Yi Chen ruthlessly, and now, he wanted to hurry over and ask that Yi Chen kid about his situation. After the call was connected, Xiao Zhanghua went straight to the point. It was expected that Yi Chen would be targeted and aggrieved, even aggrieved to the point of crying. But after hearing Zhou Changjiang report on Yi Chen's situation this morning, the mouthful of tea that Xiao Zhanghua had just drank into his mouth was directly spat out by him on the spot. Pust! You say this brat challenged the company commander in public and won? Chapter 7, Xiao Zhanghua, it's impossible. What background does he have that I can investigate? He has no history of training at all. Just like this, an asshole kid whose physique is only that much better than an ordinary person has run past a company commander. Is it because I asked to target him by name that you all let him off the hook? Did you all think that kid was deliberately placed in here by me and had something to do with me? It's true that I stuffed in to get to you guys, but I don't expect any special treatment from you. I just want you to target him as much as you can, to the death. The reason why I was put into your regiment, as the head of the regiment, don't you have any idea in your heart? Zhou Changjiang, you're the most iron-faced and selfless one. You already hated those relations, but what the hell is going on now? Is it just because I'm a military commander? Explain yourself to me, Zhou Changjiang? It was only after the two spoke again that Zhou Changjiang completely understood the cause of the matter. Xiao Zhanghua didn't say anything about Yi Chen and his daughter. but Zhou Changjiang now understood that Xiao Zhanguo was simply trying to target him. And this Yi Chen, too, was truly not a relation. He simply pissed off Xiao Zhanguo. Zhou Changjiang was filled with helplessness and said, "Chief, I really didn't lie to you. This stinky, asshole kid you're talking about, that's a first-class soldier." He dared to challenge the company commander in front of everyone. Arrogant as he was, he did succeed in his challenge and the company commander didn't give in. And by folding the same blocks of tofu, he's going to be able to progress a lot faster than the other recruits. And he's going to have to practice for an hour what the other recruits would have to practice for a week. I guess. I have a view of their training ground from my office here. And Yi Chen has been the best one all morning. Hearing this, Xiao Zhanguo was completely unable to sit still. Is this Yi Chen kid really as powerful as they say? Xiao Zhanguo was silent for a moment and said, "I'll personally visit the scene to see him when I have time." Having said that, the phone hung up. Time passed quickly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhanguo woke up early and took a military vehicle to the Mighty Tiger Regiment. Upon arriving at the Mighty Tiger Regiment and facing Zhou Changjiang's reception, Xiao Zhanguo directly waved his hand and refused. "I'm here to see how that asshole kid I've been talking about turned out to be that good seed you've been talking about." Along the way, Xiao Zhanguo couldn't believe how he thought about it. In Zhou Changjiang's report, Yi Chen didn't have a single bad habit. Before Xiao Zhanguo had investigated that Yi Chen had a great addiction to smoking before, as well as an addiction to alcohol. The troops banned smoking and alcohol. Yi Chen should be hard to itch, but Yi Chen was not only not like this. On the contrary, he was very hardworking and progressive, completely without the previous appearance in the society. After Zhou Changjiang's description, Yi Chen was a supremely good seedling who had progressed very quickly. The company commander who had previously been pulled apart by Yi Chen also did not hold a grudge against Yi Chen at all now. On the contrary, he was still very optimistic about Yi Chen. On the way to the training ground, Xiao Zhanguo's heart grew more and more curious. More than a week ago he was a delinquent youth in the society. And since joining the army, in just a week's time he was able to be looked upon so favorably by Zhou Changjiang. Arrive at the training ground. The crowd of new recruits were now barely a bit of a soldier. 7 days is enough time for them to change a lot. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had undergone an even greater change. Hitting his eyes, Xiao Zhanguo directly noticed Yi Chen who was in the crowd. Yi Chen's military posture stood very upright and extremely standard, forming a very strong contrast with those other recruits. Zhou Changjiang said smilingly, "Everyone else trains for a while and rests for a while, interspersed, but this kid Yi Chen acts like he doesn't know how to get tired. I heard their battalion commander say that Yi Chen didn't even take a break today. Ever since he started standing in military posture, Yi Chen has just been standing there, not moving a muscle." Xiao Zhanguo sized up Yi Chen from a distance. This pawing went on for the entire morning. Xiao Zhanguo had been trying to find Yi Chen's shortcomings, deficiencies, but throughout the morning Yi Chen had performed as the best one. Even when Xiao Zhanguo sang the military song before the noon meal started, he had gone to survey it. Singing the military song, Yi Chen singing all may not be the best, but his voice and momentum is the most adequate. Entering inside the cafeteria, the rules of eating Yi Chen also mastered them very well. When others were halfway through their meal, Yi Chen had already eaten all of it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Zhanguo knew Yi Chen, otherwise he would have had to think that Yi Chen was some veteran soldier who had mixed into the ranks of the new recruits. Lunch break. All the other recruits went straight back to their dormitories, while Yi Chen walked straight towards the training ground. Seeing that Yi Chen had been practicing hard for a week straight, his roommates were on the verge of breaking down. "I said old Yi. No, brother Yi, you're my own brother alright? It's been a week straight, aren't you tired? If you're not tired, we're all tired. If you keep practicing, the squad leader will have to tell us to get the hell out of the dormitory and practice with you again." "Big brother, it's okay to take a day off." Without waiting for Yi Chen to speak, Chen Bing directly said, "All of you get your asses to the training ground and train. Yi Chen is so much better than you guys and he's training hard. How can you guys still have the nerve to rest? Don't come back until you've practiced for an hour." The crowd screamed in agony. They looked at Yi Chen pitifully. "I'm not here on vacation." Leaving behind these words, Yi Chen jogged over towards the training ground. The reason why Yi Chen worked so hard, so desperately, was for no other reason than for 4 years later, Shiara was sacrificed the year after she joined the army. Even though she was a female soldier, she acted nothing like a woman and trained no harder than any of those male soldiers. Anything those male soldiers could do, Shola could do. What the male soldiers couldn't do, Shola could do. Eventually, in less than 2 years, Shaola managed to get into a women's special forces unit. The two met during that short vacation after passing the special forces test. It is also this time, Yi Chen drank too much wine to cause trouble. Shaola, in order to help Yi Chen, arms suffered some injuries, and that injury was the trigger that cost her her life. 10 of the squad went out. 9 came back. If Xiao Lei's body is all normal, she can come back safely, but it is because the arm is injured for a moment not to use the power, which also led to the accident. Seeing Yi Chen who ran off to train, Xiao Zhanguo was also thinking in his heart, if it was just so that he could be with Xiao La, Yi Chen would not have to fight so hard. He could clearly feel the obsession in Yi Chen's heart that had been supporting his training, but he didn't know exactly what had been supporting him. Yi Chen's roommates were also filled with bitterness. Alas! You say Lao Yi, this in the end is a figure of what ah. Chapter 8 Monthly Quiz. Maybe people have different ideals than we do. We come to the army, the probability is to mix 2 years retired. But Yi Chen is different. With his strength is estimated to enter the special forces are casual. His military career is likely to be a lifetime. And ours is likely to be that 2 years. 4 years at the end of the day. Seeing Yi Chen, who was desperately training, Xiao Zhanguo's opinion of Yi Chen had more or less changed. But even so, Xiao Zhanguo didn't approve of his romance with Xiao La. Xiao Zhanguo knew too many families that were in the right place. And a soldier as ordinary as Yi Chen was really not in the right place with their family. Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, Xiao Zhanguo felt as if he had seen his younger self, in the blink of an eye. Time, coming to almost a month. Over this period of time, these new recruits have undergone a radical change in their bodies. They are no longer the new recruits that first arrived. They already have the essence of a soldier in their bodies. The changes in Yi Chen's body were even more outrageous. In just a month's time, Yi Chen's physique had already reached 2.5. It wasn't that the physique could progress very quickly, but Yi Chen had been training constantly every day for the past month, getting up earlier than anyone else and going to bed later than anyone else. Yi Chen was training while others were sleeping. Yi Chen was training while others were resting. Slowly, others grew to sit back. At first Yi Chen was just one person strong, but later on it was Yi Chen's entire class that was a cut above the rest. The other squad leaders were naturally not happy to see their squad's recruits being surpassed by others by so much. In time, these recruits began to gradually involute themselves under the compulsion of their squad leaders. Even though it was completely dark, the training ground was still very crowded. In the usual time Yi Chen and his whole class were training on time without fail, but today there was no figure of them on the training ground. At this point in time, they were lying down honestly in their quarters, relaxing. Chen Bing said, "Tomorrow is the first month's small test. All relax and unwind today. This is something that can't be sharpened in a clinical manner. All adjust your bodies well today, and strive to be in the best shape tomorrow. I've seen how hard you've worked over the past month, and as long as you play normally, you're guaranteed to get a good grade tomorrow. Promise to bring back a good grade for the class president." The crowd clapped their chests in response. At first they were mournful, because Yi Chen trained. The squad leader let them go out to train as well, but then in the back they start to appreciate it again. If it weren't for Yi Chen and the class president, then their physical abilities would definitely be much weaker than they were now. Looking at the entire recruit company, or even the recruit battalion, their class's physical fitness could be ranked in the first echelon. Chen Bing placed his gaze on Yi Chen again and said, "Yi Chen, you can't slack off either. There's a prize for first place in the annual new training test." Hearing talk of a reward, the roommates gathered around in curiosity. "Reward? What reward? Class president, tell us about it," the crowd asked, one after the other. Chen Bing didn't dilly-dally and said directly, "Every year, the first place in the new training assessment will be rewarded with a third-class merit. And a third-class merit isn't very eye-catching to you new recruits who just entered the army, but in reality it's very difficult for you to get to a commendation. You can't beat a third-class opportunity." Hearing that there was a third-class merit reward for the first place, Yi Chen couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. He was in the army to do whatever awards and credits he could to take as much as possible for himself. In order to do so, it was to directly block Xiao Zhanguo's mouth in the future. And that's when it happened. The system mission popped up in Yi Chen's mind once again. Mission detected, to obtain the first place in the new training test. Note, if you get the first place in the monthly quiz, you can get the skill reward on the spot and storm the first reward of the new training test. Hearing that there was a skill reward, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but get excited. Other people were gaining this skill and that skill after having the system. The most substantial thing he saw now after gaining the system was the physique. Other than that, nothing. If he plays everything right tomorrow, this first place is basically a must-take for him. Early the next morning, after yesterday's adjustments, Yi Chen's body was already at its peak. Before the monthly examination was about to begin, Wu Yonghao stood in front of the crowd and said loudly, "After a month of training, today is the time to test the results of your training. Although this is just an ordinary monthly exam, I also hope that you guys are on guard and don't let yourselves down for all the effort and hard work you've put in over the past month. Bring out your strength, play your best, don't apologize to yourselves, and don't apologize to me. If you don't do well, you can afford to lose face." but I can't afford to lose face. Do you hear me? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Today's monthly test is simple. Only physical fitness. We, as Company 1 of the Recruit Battalion, are going to be the first on the field in a while. Given that you've only been training for a month, physical fitness may not be able to keep up, but don't blame me if any of you do particularly poorly. Ridiculously poorly. All get ready to warm up. Yes, Yi Chen and the others were the first platoon of the first company of the 1st Battalion of Recruits, and they were straight out of the gate. Seeing Yi Chen, who walked forward, Chen Bing was so pleased in his heart. Having led a soldier like Yi Chen, Chen Bing could brag about it for the rest of his life after he retired from the army in the future. Warming up stage. The roommates have come forward, whispering and muttering, "Old Yi, a moment to take us to run a small section of it? This test is all a piece of cake for you. Who can influence you to take first place?" Yi Chen gave them a blank look. With this power they have now, getting a good ranking is simple. If they didn't have a good ranking, it would be a shame for them to have trained with them for so long. After the examination begins, Yi Chen was again running furiously towards the front at a speed that was almost a 100-meter sprint. At first, when they saw Yi Chen running like that, everyone questioned it. Now that they saw him running like that, Wu Yonghao and the others had gotten used to it. Even though Yi Chen's running style wasn't very pretty and he didn't have much experience to speak of, Yi Chen's running times were just fast. After practicing physical fitness for a whole month, Yi Chen didn't really test what he could run to in 3 kilometers now. Taking advantage of this examination, it was the right time to test where one's current limits could be. Ever since his physique passed above 2, Yi Chen felt that his physical ability had changed qualitatively compared to before. After that, with every 0.1 boost, Yi Chen could feel a great change. Now with this 2.5 physique, he just felt like he had inexhaustible power. How long is this kid going to sprint? Chapter 9, breaking the army record on the spot. In a different situation, Yi Chen's speed would have slowed down long ago. But this time, Yi Chen surprisingly didn't drop his speed at all. And despite his ugly running style, his speed was indeed fast. When Yi Chen finished his lap, conservatively speaking, this was all within 4 minutes. Saying it louder, this score could have come to 3.5 points. 1 lap, 1.5 laps, 2 laps. Yi Chen's speed had barely decayed, and had always maintained that speed constantly. Putting Yi Chen's roommates in any other class, they would have been better beings. But nay, they were in the same dormitory as Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's comparison, they ran like a snail. Zhou Changjian was also silently sizing up Yi Chen in his office. He'd been in the military for so long, he'd seen too many bulls. However, there were only a handful of people like Yi Chen who could run so well. This kid, Zhou Changjian laughed and sighed. If Yi Chen's marksmanship happened to be good as well, and his talent was all high, it was estimated that Yi Chen's time in the Mighty Tiger Regiment had all gone into a countdown. This was the person that Xiao Zhanhua personally said he wanted to target. But targeting half a day, not only did not target Yi Chen Hao, but also made Yi Chen stronger and stronger. Xiao Zhanhua was notorious for cherishing talent. It didn't matter how Yi Chen had messed with Xiao Zhanhua before. As long as Yi Chen had that strength, he would most likely be taken away by Xiao Zhanhua. At that time, don't say that the special forces chose Yi Chen. Then it was probably Yi Chen who chose the special forces. There was simply too much potential in Yi Chen that could be explored. Not long after the second lap had just been run out, Yi Chen once again fiercely accelerated. Chen Bing was again surprised and felt justified. After all, he could never guess how outrageous and powerful this Yi Chen kid was. Other people's sprint speed, his starting speed. This kid, Old Li, how long do you think he can stay in the Mighty Tiger Regiment? Li Yongjun looked at Chen Bing and then at Yi Chen and said, at this rate of development, it is estimated that it won't take more than a year. From the beginning until now, they had all watched Yi Chen's performance. Yi Chen wasn't gifted in one area. He was gifted in all of them. No matter which one he studied, he progressed at a very fast rate. Even the housekeeping regulations that everyone least wants to memorize, Yi Chen can recite backwards in a short time. While the two of them were talking, Yi Chen's speed actually increased violently again. The more he got to the end, the faster Yi Chen ran. This time, Wu Yonghao was the one who personally timed the race. And when he saw that Yi Chen was almost at the finish line, Wu Yonghao couldn't believe his eyes. Because it's only 9 minutes out of the ING clock. Wu Yonghao thought back to the previous day when Yi Chen had challenged himself in public. Now that he thought about it, it would be strange if he hadn't lost to Yi Chen. His best 3 kilometers was 10.5 minutes, and Yi Chen was about to reach the finish line, and his score was just 9 minutes out. No wonder I lost to this brat before. Yi Chen's figure quickly zoomed in front of Wu Yonghao's pupils, until Yi Chen crossed the finish line. Time, as of 9.33.76. Even the always steady Wu Yonghao couldn't hold back his foul mouth when he saw this achievement. After seeing the results, Wu Yanghao pressed on, not caring about other people's results. When he saw Chen Bing, he directly gave the stopwatch to Chen Bing's hand and said, "You help me time it." After saying that, Wu Yanghao ran straight out of sight. What's wrong with the company, Commander?" Li Yangjun said suspiciously. Chen Bing was also filled with confusion. After receiving the stopwatch, Chen Bing subconsciously looked at the results on the stopwatch. The score, just now, was set at 9.33.76. It was fine if he didn't finish reading the results, but when he read the results, Chen Bing also looked like Wu Yanghao just now. Both eyes glazed over and a big mouth opened. That mouth was open like you could fit a chicken bomb in it, as outrageous as it gets. After calming down for a moment, Chen Bing turned his head to ask Li Yangjun, "Old Li, do you know how long the army record is for 3 kilometers? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Li Yangjun thought about it and said, "It seems to be 9 minutes and 34 seconds. When he said this, Li Yangjun was still a bit puzzled as to why Chen Bing asked this question. But after saying this, something snapped into his mind. Van Ho ran straight away after reading the results. Chen Bing's mouth was able to stuff an egg after reading the results in shock. Now, Chen Bing asked himself what the all-army record was. "You mean Yi Chen?" Halfway through speaking, Li Yangjun felt a little hesitant. However, Chen Bing gave him a firm look and said, "His time is 9 minutes and 33 seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Yangjun also exploded directly. Seeing Yi Chen, who was there as if nothing had happened, their hearts became more and more shocked. Until the end. Wu Yanghao returned to the scene in person with Zhou Changjiang. Seeing the results on the stopwatch, Zhou Changjiang's eyes also rounded. They had no shortage of physically strong soldiers in the Tiger Regiment, but they really didn't have any physically strong to outrageous ones like Yi Chen. How many troops up and down the country? How easy is it to break an army record? Those who can break the army record are the best of the best. But what about today? The army record of 3 kilometers was broken by a new recruit who was still in training. Yes. Zhou Changjiang said 3 good things in a row. Seeing that they were all so excited, Yi Chen was shown to be somewhat puzzled. It's true that he has a better record, but it's not enough to get them this excited, is it? Zhou Changjiang walked over to Yi Chen and patted his shoulder, saying, "You kid, do you know what you just did?" Seeing Zhou Changjiang's suppressed mouth, Yi Chen knew that it was definitely not something bad. But what exactly he had done, he didn't really know. Reporting to the chief, "I just finished running 3 kilometers. Not a bad score." Seeing the situation, Zhou Changjiang laughed out loud and said, "Your achievement is more than good? You kid, just now, broke the entire army record." Hearing these words from Zhou Changjiang, Yi Chen was also a little confused. All army records? Zhou Changjiang's voice was very loud, and this voice immediately stirred the entire boot camp. This news is spreading as fast as a cancer cell spreads. Even Xiao Zhanguo was the first to learn of the news. Hear the news. This old face of Xiao Zhanguo's was filled with question marks. Really? Even if this asshole kid has some talent, he can't break the army record, can he? Is there something wrong with your stopwatch? Zhou Changjiang patted his chest and packed his ticket, saying, "Chief, it's definitely not fake. The most important thing is that he didn't rest for a while after running 3 kilometers before he had the strength to run 3 kilometers again. And this time when we timed 5 stopwatches at the same time, Yi Chen's time even came directly to 9 minutes and 30 seconds, which was even faster than just now." Chapter 10, Gun Ceremony. "Chief, your mailbox should be getting mail by now, right?" Xiao Zhanguo looked at the computer display in front of him, and there was indeed an email from Zhou Changjiang on it. When I clicked on it, I found that the email came with a video. The person in the middle of the video was no other than Yi Chen. The evidence had all been laid out on Xiao Zhanguo's face. And even if Xiao Zhanguo didn't want to believe it, Yi Chen had indeed broken the record of the entire army. Before Yi Chen had even enlisted in the army, Xiao Zhanguo thought that the things Yi Chen said were just big words, but now it seems, Yi Chen didn't seem to be blowing smoke. Xiao Zhanguo was silent for a moment and said, "I guess the time should be almost up to the live firing, right?" Zhou Changjiang returned, "Yes. Their northern theater was recently about to build a new special forces unit. If Yi Chen really had that strength, Xiao Zhanguo really wanted Yi Chen to try there. Notify me directly if his initial live fire score is over 90 rings." Yes. This time, Yi Chen was the undisputed number 1 in the monthly exam. The system gives rewards with it. Detecting the host gaining access. Reward, all firearms proficiency skills. Since obtaining the system, this was the first skill that Yi Chen had obtained. Yi Chen immediately tapped on the skill introduction. Mastery of all firearms skill, mastery of any firearm in the world. The skill descriptions are short. Almost as short as not even being as long as the skill name. It's a short batch of introductions, but I have to admit it's really spot on. In one short sentence, It directly summarizes all the guns in the world. This also meant that Yi Chen could pick up a random gun and use it to his advantage. The roommates didn't ask much when they saw Yi Chen's beaming face. The news that Yi Chen had broken the entire army record had quickly spread throughout the mighty Tiger Regiment. If they were Yi Chen, it was estimated that they would all have to be laughing even more evilly than Yi Chen right now. That night, after washing up and returning to the dormitory, the crowd of recruits lay down on their beds, sighing in their hearts. Although they have made a lot of progress in this month, but every day is repetitive, boring training, it is really a bit meaningless after a long time. A roommate couldn't help but ask Chen Bing, squad leader, when will we be able to touch a gun? Others came forward to ask questions. Seeing these new recruits, Chen Bing was like seeing himself back then. After all, what man can say no to a gun? In the new training, I would say that there is nothing that I look forward to more than the awarding of the gun. Chen Bing didn't intend to get sloppy with them either, and directly laughed. You'll be able to touch it tomorrow. Ha! The crowd of recruits were wide-eyed. They thought it would be quite a while before they could touch a gun, and they didn't realize they'd get to do it tomorrow? Physical fitness, formation, housekeeping, basically everything you should be practicing. If this doesn't give you a gun grant, do we need you here to practice hard? Every recruit was cheering in their quarters. Of course, Yi Chen was the only one. Yi Chen was also quite looking forward to the matter of granting the gun, only that he didn't show it that much. Treating Yi Chen's reaction, Chen Bing didn't feel strange. The best of the best like Yi Chen usually had some personality of their own. Learning of the news that the presentation of arms would take place tomorrow, every recruit was too excited to sleep. Everyone wants to sleep more on weekdays, but on the next day, they were all up before the chickens. Seeing the crowd of recruits who had packed up their housekeeping early, Chen Bing laughed and scolded. Look at you all bears. How exciting it is now, and in the future, how hard it will be. But they were totally unimpressed. What's so hard about firing a gun? They'd be happy even if they had to practice target shooting all day. On the training ground, the crowd of recruits stood in formation early and waited up. During this 1-month period, they all accomplished a great metamorphosis. Since taking this class of recruits, no squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, or battalion commander has ever said anything like you're the worst class of recruits I've ever taken. Because of Yi Chen's presence, this recruit role was terrifying. Their overall strength was much stronger than the recruits from previous years, and a month of practicing for them could top a month and a half, or even longer, of practicing for those recruits. Wu Yonghao scanned over the crowd of recruits with a solemn expression and said, I believe that your squad leaders have all told you what day today is yesterday. The crowd of recruits had excitement written all over their faces. Let me ask you, what does a gun mean to you? As the words fell, the excited faces of the crowd of recruits were suddenly stunned. Everyone is thinking about it. Guns, what do they really mean to them? Wu Yonghao continued, say whatever comes to mind. You are free to speak. Of course, no one would come to shake things up on such a serious occasion. Guns mean responsibility. Guns mean missions. The crowd was talking about you and me. Wu Yonghao nodded. What you all said is correct. The gun means mission, responsibility, honor, dignity. The gun is even our loyal companion. On the battlefield, the gun is the embodiment of our fighting strength. It is our second life. For a soldier, the gun is of utmost importance. Losing a gun is no different from losing your life. There was excitement among the crowd of recruits, but they all turned solemn as well. The gun presentation ceremony is sacred. What they received was not a gun, but a deeper responsibility and mission. Those whose names are called below, come up and get your guns. Wang Xin. Here, one by one, the crowd of recruits received their guns, but after all, they had just gotten their guns, and many of the new recruits didn't know how to hold them properly, and everyone had a strange way of holding their guns. As they led their guns, Wian Hanho talked to them about the do's and don'ts. On the way to the range, the squad leaders continued to give the recruits some details. One of the things that Chen Bing had talked about the most, and had emphasized with them many times, was that the muzzle of the gun should never be pointed at a teammate. Upon arrival at the range, the crowd of recruits were all excited to think that they would finally be able to show off their skills. But the truth is, shooting? Think twice. How dare we let you shoot when you don't even understand guns? The crowd of recruits were full of bitter comparison. Chen Bing stood in front of the table and continued, if you want to use a gun well, the first thing you have to use is to skillfully understand the gun. Only by understanding it can you bring out its true strength. Just like that, before Yi Chen and the rest of them could even react, the gun that had just been in Chen Bing's hands had already become a pile of parts. Crowd of recruits? Everyone was wide-eyed and full of confusion. Sure, except for Yi Chen. Chen Bing also felt that in Yi Chen's eyes this operation didn't seem to be very difficult, and it was quite simple as if. Chapter 11 Amazing Talent. Is this still human? It's all secondary. Chen Bing even saw a lack of seriousness in Yi Chen's eyes. Although Yi Chen was a very talented person, this attitude of Yi Chen was really bad. As the squad leader, Chen Bing had this responsibility to bring Yi Chen over. Moreover, he still had the military commander's order on him now, which was to target Yi Chen as much as he could, and it was best to target him to death. The best way to understand a gun is to take it apart. Disassembly is a must for all of us before live fire. Yi Chen, I see that you just looked at it as if you were quite serious, so you try it. Yes. After saying that, Yi Chen came to the desktop and directly dismantled the gun into parts in 3 or 2 strokes. From start to finish, the whole thing probably didn't even take 20 seconds. Chen Bing, Li Yangjun? He had wanted to strike a blow against Yi Chen's arrogance. After all, he was Yi Chen's class president, and Chen Bing was looking out for Yi Chen no matter what. Pride grows over time, and that can't be a good thing. They were all ordinary soldiers in ordinary units, who would probably never go to war in their lives, and at most, they would carry out an ordinary small mission. And Yi Chen was different. With his strength, Yi Chen's probability is that he is going to go to the special forces, and the tasks that the special forces have to carry out are going to be much more numerous and difficult. At this rate, his pride will destroy him sooner or later. But damn it now, it seems that this is completely Chen Bing overthinking. Yi Chen was arrogant because he completely had the capital to be arrogant. Chen Bing forced himself to calm down and said, "Can you still put it back together?" Yi Chen didn't say much and directly started to make his move. The assembly process. Yi Chen restored the gun back again as if by magic. Chen Bing could clearly see that Yi Chen was obviously more skillful when restoring, and his speed was much faster than when he had just dismantled it. Seeing that Yi Chen had such strength, Chen Bing had run out of things to say. Chen Bing shook his head, followed by a bitter laugh. You kid. After a moment of silence, Chen Bing asked, "Can you be any faster?" Yi Chen nodded. "I don't really have experience with disassembly and assembly. It was just my first time doing it. I should have room for improvement if I'm allowed to do it again." "Then you try again." "Yes." After saying that, Yi Chen then started disassembling and assembling again. Just now Yi Chen had used more than 20 seconds in dismantling it, and on the second one, it only took about 20 seconds to disassemble, assemble, and put it all together. In Yi Chen's hands, the gun was as magical as a magic prop. Chen Bing could no longer hold back his direct foul mouth. Asterisk. You kid. After saying that, Chen Bing turned his head to Li Yangjun and said, "You keep an eye on it for a while. I'll go find the company commander." When Yi Chen turned his head to look at his roommates looked at themselves as if they were looking at their first love. "Brother Tatsu, your brain and hands are evolved, aren't they? They were simply awesome just now. I haven't even seen how the squad leader disassembled the gun. And you've already seen it and learned it? Tatsu, how the hell did you do that?" The crowd was talking about you and me. This time, Li Yangjun rarely cared much about them. Not to mention the new recruits were surprised. Even he, a veteran, was damn surprised. To say that this Yi Chen kid hasn't practiced, who would believe it? After reporting with Wu Yonghao's eyes almost didn't glaze over. "Chen Bing, you didn't lie to me? You're saying Yi Chen can disassemble and finish assembling a gun in about 20 seconds? This kid's information army chief have investigated before. Very transparent. He absolutely did not touch the gun before the possibility. Just by watching you take it apart once, he was able to reproduce it immediately and quickly?" Chen Bing spread his hands and said, "Company commander, don't say you don't believe it. I don't believe it either. But the truth is that Yi Chen dismantled it in front of me. The group. And he dismantled the group the second time not much faster than the first time." That being said, they also became more and more determined that Yi Chen was definitely the one that the military commander had arranged to come in for training, and had probably already received professional training before he had joined the army. What other grudge could make a military commander target an ordinary recruit like this? Eventually, the news came down to Zhou Changjiang. Zhou Changjiang was similarly shocked, but he didn't feel that this matter was false. Yi Chen the kid had been ruthless. There was no need for any of them to lie. Since this had reached him, that proved that Yi Chen was definitely a top good seedling. It had been more or less condescending to allow Yi Chen to continue practicing with the large group. During the lunch break, under Chen Bing's relay, Yi Chen came to the door of the headmaster's office. Knock knock. Enter. Yi Chen opened the door to the room. Seeing Yi Chen who walked in, Zhou Changjiang's heart was filled with sighs. He had thought that Yi Chen would leave the mighty Tiger Regiment sooner or later, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to leave so quickly. According to Yi Chen's rate of progress, which was already horrifyingly talented, not to mention staying in their mighty Tiger Regiment for a year, I'm afraid that half a year would be enough. Zhou Changjiang wasn't the only one in the office. Besides Zhou Changjiang, Yi Chen also saw a veteran sitting on the sofa. At first glance, Yi Chen knew that this veteran was unusual and very strong. "Hello, squad leader." "Hello, chief." Yi Chen greeted the two men one by one. Zhou Changjiang didn't talk off-topic with Yi Chen either, and directly said, "With your talent, strength, continuing to train with the recruits already serves little purpose. This veteran you may not recognize now, but if you've been with the Tigers for any length of time, you'll know his name for sure. Zhang Jianjun, in our fierce Tiger regiment says second, then no one dares to say first, all-around soldier king, multiple record holders within the fierce Tiger regiment. From today onwards, you'll be learning from him." "Yes," Yi Chen directly agreed. Yi Chen was not surprised by Zhou Changjiang's arrangement. With his strength, it was indeed a bit of a waste of talent if he practiced with the recruits. After a brief acquaintance, Zhang Jianjun led Yi Chen out of the office. Zhang Jianjun didn't have much teaching experience and didn't know where to start for a while. He had just heard about Yi Chen's breaking of the 3-kilometer all-army record, so physical fitness was out of the scope of his teaching. While in the office, Zhou Changjiang gave the word that there would be an unlimited number of bullets for training shootings, as many as they wanted. Since Yi Chen was very talented, he wanted to see how strong Yi Chen's initial live fire performance was. Before teaching, Zhang Jianjun also had to go back to take care of things, so he said, "Go wait for me at the shooting range first." Chapter 12 Live Fire. After going to the armory to pick up his gun, Yi Chen walked straight to the shooting range. It's a big sun at noon. The wind that was blowing head-on, that was all hot. Just walking a few steps outside would make you hot and sweaty. And now that it was lunch break, hardly anyone would be outside. However, when Yi Chen was almost to the range, in the range, there was a whole company there for shooting training. This company is none other than the 7th Company of the 1st Battalion of the Tigers. In the Tiger Regiment, the 7th Company of the 1st Battalion is known as the 7 Companies of Sharpshooters, and there are countless sharpshooters out of these 7 companies, and the awards related to shooting in the Tiger Regiment are basically all wrapped up by the 7th Company. Shooting competitions like this are also prioritized from within the 7th Company. They had special permission from Zhou Changjiang to allow them to conduct live-fire training here during their lunch break. Seeing Yi Chen, who was walking straight towards the target range, the people of the 7th Company couldn't help but feel a little strange. The dogs aren't happy to be outside in the middle of the day. Who else would be happy to go out at this hour? Except those on guard duty, and the few who have something to do? The commander of the 7th Company also noticed Yi Chen, who was coming their way. At the first opportunity, inside the team, the veterans were talking too. Who's that guy? Looks a little familiar. Don't recognize it. Isn't there something wrong with the rank on him? It looks to me as if he's got the rank of a private. A new recruit? Are my eyes blurry this early? It shouldn't be. Will you guys help me see what rank he has on his shoulder? As soon as it was said that the rank was private, the crowd immediately came over to look at it together. Look closely. He hadn't been wrong. What came toward them was indeed a new recruit. The crowd of veterans were getting curious. What's this new recruit doing at the old range in the middle of the day? If it weren't for the rank on him, I wouldn't really dare to recognize him as a new recruit. He doesn't have that aura that new recruits exude at all. How long is new training now? Like a month? To have such an aura in a month, it looks like he shouldn't be an ordinary person either. Did he come here to practice his gun? The crowd talked about it as you and I talked about it. Seeing these veterans of the 7th Company, Yi Chen politely saluted and greeted them. "Hello, veterans." After this month of grinding, Yi Chen's body was completely devoid of the previous social kind of gangster atmosphere. His whole body was radiating the military's competence, and he couldn't tell that Yi Chen was a new recruit without looking closely. He had learned a lot about how to handle people in the army, and some of the rules. Just by looking at it, one could tell that Yi Chen's strength was definitely not bad, and that he was a good soldier. People like this are also more popular in the military, and first eye contact is usually better. At first, the 7th Company commander thought that Yi Chen who had been sent to deliver a letter to them and give them notice, but now it seemed as if Yi Chen was just an ordinary recruit. The 7th Company commander walked up and asked, "You're a new recruit, aren't you?" Yi Chen nodded. The commander of the 7th Company smiled with concern. "Training during new training is hard, and we just finished firing the guns today, so you should have yourselves to suffer in the afternoon. I'm here to practice shooting." This statement was made. The commander of the 7th Company, and the soldiers of the 7th Company were stunned for a moment. They just heard today that the recruits were issued guns. It's not the first thing you shoot after firing a gun. Before shooting, the recruits had to learn the theory of firearms, disassemble them, assemble them, maintain them, and practice holding the gun for a long time so that after that they could start shooting. Seeing Yi Chen in front of him, the 7th Company commander was interested. Seeing that the 7th Company commander and the others were a bit disbelieving, Yi Chen didn't explain too much. Under the gaze of everyone's curious eyes, Yi Chen walked over to a table and lowered the rifle in his hand. It's also the moment of letting go. Yi Chen's hand was like magic, and the gun in his hand changed into pieces in the blink of an eye. 7th Company Commander? Crowd of veterans? There was a faint gurgle of foul language from the ranks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha! Holy! Before the crowd could slow down, the pile of parts turned back into a full rifle. Once this operation was performed, Yi Chen didn't need to say anything at all. His actions are the best proof. As the commander of the 7th Company of Sharpshooters, he had seen too many talented and good soldiers and too many sharpshooters. Likewise, he had seen soldiers who disassembled and reassembled their firearms at a ridiculously fast rate. However, it was the first time he had seen one like Yi Chen today. It was also because of this outrageous speed of Yi Chen's dismantling of the group that the 7th Company commander, after being surprised, came to a realization. What kind of ING recruit is this? It's totally veterans dressed as newbies coming to make trouble. And it wasn't even a veteran of their unit. What regiment are you in, brother? Hearing the 7th Company commander's words, the other veterans also reacted violently. What is in front of their eyes is not a new recruit. It is completely another troop to make trouble. Yi Chen helplessly laughed. Which other regiment can I be from? Me, Mighty Tiger Regiment Recruit 1st Battalion 1st Company 1st Platoon 1st Class. Yi Chen. The 7th Company commander gave Yi Chen a blank look. Making it up isn't even making it up properly. Then I'd say I'm a recruit from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion of Recruits of the Manticore Regiment. Just then, Zhang Jianjun also came over this way after handling things. Seeing Zhang Jianjun, the 7th Company commander didn't bother to talk much nonsense with Yi Chen. Zhang Jianjun had participated in many shooting competitions and knew more people. Maybe this person in front of him, Zhang Jianjun, could even recognize him. The 7th Company commander stepped forward to greet Zhang Jianjun, and pointed at Yi Chen, saying, Old Zhang, do you recognize this man? Recognize. Hearing Zhang Jianjun say that he knew, the 7th Company commander revealed a sideways smile of triumph. That smile seemed as if it was saying to Yi Chen, I'll see how long you kid can still pretend here. So what unit was he in? Which troop? He's a new recruit in our regiment. This statement was made. The scene, for a moment, was quiet. The smiles on those veterans' faces froze. New recruits? Is this kid really a new recruit? Old Chang. You're not kidding? Zhang Jianjun blankly glanced at the 7th Company commander and said, I'm not kidding you. I'm bringing him here today to practice live firing. I'm taking up a target position for you guys. This is the order from the regimental commander himself. After saying that, Zhang Jianjun turned his head to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen, follow me to the target position. Yes. In front of everyone, the two just walked towards the front of target number 1. The commander of the 7th Company, and the whole of the 7th Company, were disorganized in the hot wind that was roasting their faces. Yi Chen, Company Commander, you just told us that a new recruit broke the army record for 3 kilometers, and that person's name is Yi something? What else could it be called? That person, just Yi Chen. Chapter 13 First Shot. Full ring. That guy just now was the recruit who broke the army record? Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder it looks so powerful. The Yangtze River waves push the front wave. This back wave directly pump us with a pump to the front wave to pump dry. Not a bit of life left. Seeing the two people at the number 1 target position, their minds were filled with confusion. During their recruiting period, a month or so in, they were still constantly practicing physical fitness, doing housekeeping, and practicing formation, all of which were practicing those that were so basic that they couldn't be any more basic. And Yi Chen? Recruits straight up broke the army record in their first month. Just as they were talking about it, in the distance, there were several consecutive gunshots. Bang, 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 bang. The shot lasted 10 times. The 7 Company crowd subconsciously looked that way. The initial shooting will directly hit so fast, with such a dense shooting frequency to hit. It is estimated that each 10 rounds of bullets can be on 1 or 2 targets even if it is great. At first, Zhang Jianjun thought the same thing, but when Zhang Jianjun looked at the target, Zhang Jianjun also looked like the crowd of the 7th Company that had just stood in disarray under this hot sun. His eyes were very good, and Zhang Jianjun could see clearly from a distance of 100 meters. The center point of the target is very densely populated with bullet holes. It's obvious when you hit the eye. Yi Chen had just fired these 10 rounds, all hitting the bull's eye. 10 rings on the gun. Although Zhang Jianjun didn't believe what he saw, he had to admit that the 10 shots Yi Chen had just fired were accurate hits on the bullseye. He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and said, You are touching a gun for the first time, right? Exactly. So you just played seriously and not all by luck. After asking this sentence, Zhang Jianjun himself felt that this sentence was superfluous to ask. 1 or 2 rounds hitting the bullseye might still be luck, but if all 10 rounds hit the bullseye in 2 seconds, can you even call that ing luck? It's called absolute strength. Yi Chen didn't explain much, but reloaded the bullets. Then he took aim at target number 2. Target number 2 had just finished changing the target paper and there wasn't a single bullet hole in it. Yi Chen's shooting speed this time was even faster than just now. Normally when practicing it was a semi-automatic mode, but Yi Chen froze and turned this semi-automatic mode into a fully automatic mode. 10 rounds fired. There was no movement on the target for target number 1. Zhang Jianjun also felt puzzled. Just now Yi Chen's 10 shots were definitely not luck. But why Yi Chen fired 10 shots in a row, but not a single bullet on the first target? Before Zhang Jianjun could react, Yi Chen loaded the bullet once again. Bang! 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 Yi Chen's firing speed was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that it almost seemed like he wasn't aiming much. This time Yi Chen loaded 30 rounds directly into the magazine. And those 30 rounds in total didn't even take more than 10 seconds. Target 3, Target 4, Target 5. The center point on each target is horribly dense. All those veterans who were preparing to train in front of those target positions were confused. I just changed the target paper and in the blink of an eye I got a full ring from someone. Zhang Jianjun should have reacted even if he was stupid. Yi Chen had not just aimed at target number 1, but target number 2. The next thing Yi Chen did was to hit target number 3 to target number 5. You boy. If I hadn't read all your information, I'd really think you were some special forces trooper here to cause trouble. How about trying a 200-meter target? Yes, Yi Chen nodded. Although he was calm on the surface, he was already excited to the core. Yi Chen knew that this skill was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. When he received the gun at the gun awarding ceremony, Yi Chen felt that the gun was like an old comrade who had accompanied him for I don't know how many years, and he was very familiar with the gun. But he didn't realize he was so outrageously familiar with the gun. This 100-meter target Yi Chen didn't even aim at it. For Yi Chen who possessed this skill, hitting a full ring of 100 meters was as simple and effortless as breathing. Zhang Jianjun quickly adjusted the target to 200 meters. It was thought that by 200 meters Yi Chen's performance would have slipped a lot, but it turns out that Zhang Jianjun thought too much. Elevate 100 meters and the difficulty will skyrocket. But for Yi Chen, the difficulty seemed to be the same as ever. He simply aimed and then fired again with a bang. 10 rounds, another accurate hit. All of this scene was watched by everyone in the 7th Company. They see it in their eyes and it hurts in their hearts. They spend so much time training every day. But in the end they're no match for a new recruit who's just touched a gun. If it wasn't for Zhang Jianjun saying that Yi Chen was a new recruit, they would have killed themselves not to believe that Yi Chen was a new recruit. After all, what new recruit could be this tough? The first time I touched a gun. The first time I shot it. I shot a full ring right off the bat. 5 targets. All full rings. Even with the 200-meter target, Yi Chen still hit a full ring. It wasn't hard for some of the soldiers in their 7th Company. However, if they wanted them to complete it at Yi Chen's shooting speed, then this was simply a nightmare level of difficulty. Inhuman. Simply inhuman. Before enlisting in the army I heard that there are people outside the people. There is a sky outside the sky. And there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the army. I thought that those sharpshooters I had recognized before were already fierce. But I didn't expect No, I'm just wondering. What kind of body build is this dude? This is a ing alien disguised as an earthling. The crowd talked about it with you and me. At this point, Zhang Jianjun also walked towards their 7th Company. 7 Company Commander, can you lend us a? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the commander of the 7th Company simply said, come on, knock it off. As long as we have what the 7th Company has, feel free to take whatever you want to borrow. I've lived half of my life. Today I've completely and utterly seen what it means to be a super genius. If I hadn't lent you guys a gun here, then I'd be a sinner for slacking off on the path of development of the top sharpshooters. We'll bring snipers today. I'll dedicate a few more soldiers to getting you targets. I'll adjust a few hundred meters for you if you want to shoot a few hundred meters. Thanks. When the sniper rifle fell onto his hand, Yi Chen underestimated the weight of the sniper rifle and his hand visibly sank downward. The commander of the 7th Company noticed this as well. From this unintentional action Yi Chen had just taken, it was clear that Yi Chen was indeed a new recruit. After adjusting to the weight of the sniper rifle, that familiar feeling struck again. The 7th Company just had to practice sniper training. So 400 meters target, 500 meters target, the 600-meter targets have all been set up. It was meant to be practice for myself, but now it looks like the target is going to be given away. Ready? Chapter 14, Natural-Born Marksman. Aha! Yi Chen nodded slightly. It was the first time he had ever touched a sniper rifle, but with the skill boost, This was all like the 10,000th time he had touched a sniper rifle, so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar. Don't say 400 meters. Yi Chen felt that he was sure of himself even if it was 400 meters. This was not Yi Chen's arrogance, but the confidence that the system gave Yi Chen. Didn't even adjust his breathing. After aiming for a moment, Yi Chen fired directly, 400 meters away on a target. The center point, followed by the bullet hole. In the binoculars, Zhang Jianjun, the commander of the 7th Company, was able to see what was happening. This intrigued the other veterans on the sidelines. Rifles and sniper rifles are two completely different concepts. Sniper rifles seem to have doubling scopes, better hit, but sniper rifles to consider more factors, which is not like a rifle is at 200 meters away from where to hit. Almost do not consider other factors. Just because you can shoot a rifle well doesn't mean you can shoot a sniper rifle well. If any individual could make a good sniper shot, snipers would be all over the place. Company commander, did he hit it? The soldiers came forward and asked. Didn't wait for the 7th Company commander to speak. The soldiers who came up then immediately knew the outcome. The 7th Company commander was notorious for his donkey face. You could hardly see any other expression on his face. But today, they saw shock on the face of the 7th Company commander. Hit? Asterisk. Seriously, then how could I lie to you? Do you see the look on our company commander's face? 400 meters, 600 meters, eventually, 1000 meters. Zhang Jianjun was damn near confused. Are you sure you want to hit 1000 meters? Okay. With the performance of this gun, hitting 400 meters and 600 meters might be okay, but if it's 1000 meters this is something that's simply impossible. Even if you have the strength to hit 1000 meters, you won't be able to hit 1000 meters with this gun. Its effective range is only 800 meters, and once it passes 800 meters, the bullet becomes more unpredictable and uncontrollable. So how hard is it to hit a target 1000 meters away? Within 800 meters you have to consider a lot of factors. 1000 meters, you have to consider a lot more. And you're now interested in the performance of this gun. But without waiting for Zhang Jianjun to finish his sentence, Yi Chen directly said, after firing a few shots just now I feel that I know enough about this gun's performance. I'll try it first. The corner of Zhang Jianjun's mouth twitched. A few rounds and you know what this gun can do. Who do you think you are? Are you a human supercomputer? If Yi Chen had hit the 800-meter target, Zhang Jianjun wouldn't have said anything. This 1000-meter target. What the? Beyond the effective range of 200 meters. As long as the target, Zhang Jianjun have to worship on the spot. Okay, I'll send someone to set up a target. The soldier setting up the target was also confused after hearing the request. This field of theirs is a combination field, and it's only 800 meters at its longest. If you want to get 1000 meters, where can I get you 200 more? Over the intercom, the soldier said helplessly. The longest we have a range for is 800 meters. It can't be any farther. Words. Yi Chen frowned and looked around again. It wasn't that Yi Chen had a lot of things to do, or that he was arrogant enough to want to challenge the 1000-meter target. But Yi Chen felt that 800 meters or less was not at all difficult for him. Only the 1000-meter target was considered somewhat of a challenge for him. Yi Chen, why don't we just hit the 800 meters and try it first? Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, in this case, I'll just back out 200 meters. Having said that, Yi Chen directly ran all the way to the back with his gun. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Who the hell is a good guy who goes straight to 1000 meters on his first sniper shot? Moreover, Yi Chen was holding a sniper rifle with an effective range of only 800 meters, not to mention hitting the center point. As long as Yi Chen can get on target, this is a huge success. This also meant that Yi Chen was truly the sharpshooter of sharpshooters, and God was chasing after him to feed him, and feeding him a full meal. The soldier who put up the target was also filled with helplessness. After placing the target at 800 meters, Yi Chen also ran to 200 meters away. Yi Chen wasn't sure of the exact distance, so the actual distance is set to be much further than 200 meters. Seeing the already prone Yi Chen, the eyes of the veterans of the 7th Company almost didn't give out. What's this kid up to? How many meters is he going to hit the target again? That target over there got to 800 meters and he's running backwards. Our Type 88 has an effective range of 800. Am I remembering correctly? New recruit, first time touching a gun. Sniper rifle, 1000 meters. I have a hard time associating those words together. The only thing I can associate it with is a recruit running 1000 meters with a sniper rifle the first time he touches it. Is there any justice if this hits? Yi Chen made a slight adjustment before placing his finger on the trigger. It's 1000 meters. After all, even Yi Chen, who possessed the skill, wasn't particularly sure. While adjusting, Zhang Jianjun also passed on his sniper rifle experience to Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen all felt that with his current strength, it was more than enough for him to teach Zhang Jianjun in turn. With everyone watching, after about half a minute or so of adjustments, a gunshot slammed into the air, accompanied by a flash of fire. Bullets burst violently from the barrel of the gun. More than a second after the gunshot, on the target, a bullet hole appeared. Zhang Jianjun, who was observing with his binoculars, the commander of the 7th Company, and the soldier who was right near the target, were instantly dumbfounded. It's a miracle the bullet made it to the target. But what about Yi Chen? It wasn't even just bullets on target, but the bullets hit right in the center. Next, Yi Chen fired a few more shots, except for one shot that was a little off. All of the other rounds were perfectly centered. These bullets were fired at long intervals though, more than 10 seconds. But that's a ridiculously fast firing rate for them. After all, this was a kilometer target, and there was simply too much to calculate. If it were up to them, they wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they gave their heads a smoky count. The lunch break hasn't passed yet. This piece of news then immediately reached Xiao Zhangguo's ears. Even if Xiao Zhangguo was no matter how steady and serious he was on weekdays, he could no longer hold back at this time. Asterisk. Right now, there were no words that could express what he was feeling other than those two words. Zhou Changjiang didn't have a single reason to lie to himself. And along with this phone call from Chao Chiwa came testifying emails with videos. Li, bring the military vehicle. I need to go to the Mighty Tiger Regiment now. Chapter 15, Xiao Zhanghua, want to try out for the Special Forces? That afternoon, Xiao Zhanghua immediately rushed to the scene. This was also the first time Yi Chen had come into face-to-face contact with Xiao Zhanghua since he joined the army. Thinking about those disrespectful words he had said to Xiao Zhanghua before, Yi Chen was still a little panicked in his heart when he first joined the army. But by now, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Good day, Chief. Yi Chen gave a standard military salute. However, Yi Chen's eyes that looked at Xiao Zhanghua were clearly filled with provocation, and at the same time, there was also an intention to show off. Yi Chen, what is he training so hard for? That's for Shaira. One is to protect Zora in the future from being sacrificed in the mission. The second was to impress Xiao Zhanghua. Yi Chen didn't have a particularly clear idea of his own strength right now. However, Yi Chen also knew that it was already astonishing for him to reach such an achievement during his new training. After the salute, Yi Chen asked smilingly, Chief, do I count this as making a name for myself in the army? Xiao Zhanggua's face darkened. He didn't make things difficult for Yi Chen first, but Yi Chen instead fooled around with him first. You're not even close to being my son-in-law. No need to bull **** me here. You know in your heart what I'm here for. Go to the range now. If you don't have the strength in the video, there will be consequences. Yes, the words fell. Seeing Zhou Changjiang and the others on the side, Xiao Zhanghua reacted violently. Blabbed it out myself. Zhou Changjiang and the others were also confused. Daughter, son-in-law, Yi Chen? That one sentence almost burned all the KFC of everyone in the room. After thinking carefully, Zhou Changjiang immediately straightened everything out. Yi Chen got the army chief's daughter. For this reason, the military chief had specifically asked them to target Yi Chen to the death. And Yi Chen came to the army to prove to himself that he could be worthy of the army chief's daughter, and that he could make a name for himself in the army. All the way, Xiao Zhanghua had been pondering in his mind. Zhou Changjiang can guarantee that he won't spread this news around. But what about the others? There is no impervious wall under the sky. It wasn't that he didn't want people to know his daughter had a boyfriend. Rather, the Yi Chen before entering the army is really unable to take the hand. Not worthy of his daughter. He'd be disgraced if this got out. But if Yi Chen was really as powerful as he was in the mail, and had broken the entire military record, then it didn't matter if this matter got out to him as a father. At the very least, Yi Chen was still able to hold his hand. Natural-born marksman, holder of all army records, came to the range. Yi Chen put the sniper rifle to all that should be displayed all over, except for fixed targets. This time Yi Chen also tried the moving target, and the gun hit the bullseye. After the shooting test, it was physical fitness. After all the tests are done, Xiao Zhanghua was calm on the surface, but in his heart, there were already 10,000 grass mud horses racing past. Yi Chen's strength, not to mention being placed in an ordinary troop, even if he was placed in the special forces he could rank in the top few. And somehow, after seeing the strength Yi Chen had just displayed, Xiao Zhanghua felt that Yi Chen's entire person had become a lot smoother. After calming down for a while, inside the regimental commander's office, Xiao Zhanghua didn't sit on the chair either, but with his hands behind his back, he directly opened the door and asked, Do you want to come to the special forces to try? Hearing that he was going to the special forces, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Special forces places can be a lot more abrasive than regular forces. But, if you go to a place like the special forces, Xiao Zhanhua, this old man will not intensify his efforts and torture himself in every way possible, but if he wanted to get stronger, the special forces was the place he had to go through. Although Yi Chen had little expression on his face, his eyes were extremely complicated. Seeing the expression on Yi Chen's face, Xiao Zhanhua, who was good at observing words and colors, was also a bit confused. What's going on in this brat's mind? Just as Xiao Zhanhua was wondering in his mind, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned firm. Even if Xiao Zhanhua targeted him to death, he would still recognize it. He had only one goal since he was reborn. That is to make the regret of that year no longer happen. And he himself can get the recognition of Xiao Zhanhua. The two of them are bright and righteous. Greatly together. Could be. Right at the moment Yi Chen agreed, the system's voice once again sounded in Yi Chen's ears. Ding! Detected the host participating in the Special Forces selection, automatically reinforcing the gain buff. This effect will take effect after arriving at the training base. Although Xiao Zhanhua didn't know what Yi Chen was just thinking. But in the end, Yi Chen's expression was so firm that Xiao Zhanhua did not think much about it in his heart. Yi Chen is an absolute gem. He's like a carrier shell. In the regular force, he'd just be a fishing boat. In special forces, then he could be a carrier. Xiao Zhanhua's initial impression of Yi Chen was certainly bad, but he also had to admit that Yi Chen was indeed a good soldier that was rare to see in 1,000 years, plus a month or so of grinding in the tigers. Yi Chen's body no longer had the kind of punk air that he had at the beginning. Any more than that, he knew that this kid was a soldier, not a yellow-haired punk. Fine, then pack up your things and come with me. Yes. After saying that, Yi Chen saluted Xiao Zhanhua and Zhou Changjiang and they went back to pack their things. Seeing the far-away Yi Chen, Zhou Changjiang's heart was filled with sighs. With Yi Chen's strength, it would be hard for him not to pass the Special Forces examination. Shooting, physical fitness. In these two items Yi Chen had fully reached the standard of Special Forces level. Other projects without any big accident. Yi Chen will basically directly stay in the Special Forces. This stay in the Special Forces, it also means that Yi Chen is no longer a soldier of their fierce tiger regiment. He knew that Yi Chen would leave sooner or later. And he also knew that Yi Chen would leave very soon. But how could he have imagined that Yi Chen was going to leave without even finishing his new training? Yi Chen didn't really take anything either, and simply packed up and was able to leave. After returning to Zhou Changjiang's office again, Xiao Zhanhua said directly, the selection of the Special Forces has already begun for some time, so without delay, set off immediately. Yes, Yi Chen immediately responded. When he got downstairs, Li scampered right off with a kick of the gas. Seeing the two of them, Yi Chen and Xiao Zhanhua, riding away in a military vehicle, Zhou Changjiang wiped a heartfelt tear. It's not easy to get a good soldier, but before it's warmed up in the hand, it's taken away by others. Military vehicles. Yi Chen was still more or less a little nervous in his heart, but more than that, he was looking forward to it. Despite having the system himself, he had only had it for how long now, and it wasn't particularly strong yet. He wasn't sure how strong he could really be in the Special Forces. After all, those who could get into the Special Forces selection were the best of the best, the elite of the elite in each unit. Chapter 16. The instructor was confused. New recruits to select Special Forces? While Yi Chen was thinking, Xiao Zhanhua just happened to be talking about it. This is a newly established special force in our northern theater, and the secrecy level of this special force is quite a bit higher than that of ordinary special forces. Those who can get in here are the best of the best, and in each unit, one man from each company will be selected, and after that, these men will be allowed to form a company. At the end of the day, we'll select 3 more men from that company, and if the strength isn't up to par, we won't select anyone from here. They've been selecting for a week now, and from 200 at the beginning, they've decayed to 100 now, and the ones who have lasted this long have had to go through training you can't even imagine. At first, Yi Chen listened quite normally, but after Yi Chen heard that half of the people were eliminated in a week, Yi Chen was instantly confused. There is a 50% elimination rate straight out of the gate in just 7 days. This also means that 1 out of every 2 people will have to be eliminated. How long does the selection take in total? 3 months. Pust. Yi Chen sprayed on the spot. The selection period is 3 months in total, but it's only been a week. Half of them were eliminated in 1 week. If this 3 months passes, then what's left? So is this still special forces? Seeing Yi Chen in such a surprised state, Xiao Zhanhua smiled and shook his head. If no one could persevere, then this special force would not have been established. If they don't stick around, even letting them stay won't help. It's tantamount to being irresponsible in disguise. If your strength is not up to par, going to the battlefield is a death sentence. Hearing these words from Xiao Zhanhua, Yi Chen also suddenly understood why the selection had to be so strict. Special forces have to perform completely different tasks than ordinary soldiers. They have to face all the vicious bandits. Their lives are in danger at any time. In order to protect themselves, in order to live, in order to be able to successfully complete the mission, their selection has to be so strict. When he was in the car, Xiao Zhanghua had already notified that selection base messages are cascaded. When it reached that instructor's ears, Su Ying's brows immediately furrowed into a Chuan character. The tryouts have been going on for a week, and you're telling me a new guy is going to cut in halfway through in a little while? Either I die here, or there's absolutely no way he can get into us. The person on the other end of the phone was also filled with helplessness. Su Ying's nature is such that he never gives a single good look to these people who go through the back door and utilize their connections. Old Sua, if it was normal this call I wouldn't even call you over. But not this time. Even if the King of Heaven lets him in, I will never let him enter this gate. This is the man the army chief personally arranged. Words. Even no matter how stubborn Su Ying was, he froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. The army chief of army specially arranged for the person who came in? What kind of relationship is this to get to the commander? He knows the military commander's temperament. It's completely impossible to rely on him to make connections. Why don't you stop practicing for a while, just so you can give those poor bastards a break too? And go back to the message room and check the email I sent you. Okay. Su Ying hung up the phone and yelled at the soldiers who were doing push-ups with tires on their backs in the mud puddle. Push-ups, just do it until I come back. And whoever can't hold on to it, just get the hell out of here and leave. It's always the best of the best that stays here, not the losers who can't even last this long. Old Ray, keep an eye on them. Yes. Auxiliary instructor Lei Jiming answered. Lei greeted up the other auxiliary instructors again and stared at them dead in the face here. The crowd of soldiers suffered. I thought that I would be liberated from that company, and that the training could be as hard as it was, but now it seems that they thought too much. A week's training here can be worth a year's training in the old army. On the way back to the information room, Su Ying had been thinking about this soldier who had been personally arranged in by Xiao Zhanghua. Just how fierce is this soldier that he can make the army chief give a personal placement in? Since it was directly arranged by Xiao Zhanghua to come in, it was natural that there was Xiao Zhanggua's reasoning that this person was definitely not relying on the back door, but relying on absolute strength. Sitting in front of the computer, Su Ying opened the email that had been sent. There was no content in the email, just an attached document. The document is Yi Chen's profile. This person's profile is so different from the others' uniformly formatted profiles that it looks like it was put together on the fly. Su Ying looked at the information and subconsciously muttered along with it in his mouth. Yi Chen. Columns, columns, soldiers, columns, whom, private? Seeing that the rank was private, Su Ying's slightly squinted eyes snapped wide open and his head stretched directly towards the screen to take a closer look. It's not true that the personal information was put together on an ad hoc basis, but that can never be wrong. How sharp the people under Xiao Zhanghua are, Su Ying knows. This also means that Xiao Zhanghua is going to arrange for a new recruit to come in here? Just as Su Ying was thinking about just how heavily this kid had the means to make Xiao Zhanghua place him here, he came to a realization when he saw the following introduction. The first month of new training to break the 3-kilometer army record. The first trial of 100 shots. Rifle 100 meters. 200 meters. Fixed target moving target gun full ring. Sniper rifle 400 meters. 600 meters. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. Fixed target. Moving target gunshot right in the center of the bullseye. Asterisk. Su Ying directly exploded. Even if he had seen more and more, he could no longer hold back when he saw someone with such a resume. He's seen more people who run faster than the army record in 3 kilometers, and he's seen more marksmen who hit 100 shots. But what the hell are those people? Those guys are the special forces of special forces. And Yi Chen? He's just a new recruit. While Su Ying was surprised, outside the selection base, a military vehicle also slowly stopped. Seeing Yi Chen, he saw the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder. Su Ying's entire body was messed up. Xiao Zhanghua smiled and patted Su Ying's shoulder, saying, Xiao Su, this new recruit is in your hands. Having said that, Xiao Zhanghua turned his head to Yi Chen again and said, just now, he has already read your information, and this person in front of you is your chief instructor. Su Ying, good day, chief instructor. Yi Chen stood at attention and saluted. Su Ying nodded. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Su Ying had the feeling of looking at his son. His son is 18 and still in college. And Yi Chen's 18 years old are coming to participate in the selection of special forces. Xiao Su, there's no need to treat him with any favoritism. Practice to the death. Chapter 17, Xiao Zhanghua, target him to death. Yi Chen? Asterisk. In the ordinary army targeting him even if, damn to this time also target him. Xiao Zhanghua, this old thing is wanting his old life Even if Yi Chen was, no matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't help it completely at this time. Old Xiao, no matter what, I'm still considered your future son-in-law, right? What kind of man treats his son-in-law like that? This time, it was Su Ying's turn to be filled with questions. What is the relationship between these two people in front of you? A recruit, a military commander. This new recruit in front of him had gotten the daughter of the ING army chief? The corners of Xiao Zhanguo's mouth twitched and his face was filled with black lines. Su Ying, if I see Yi Chen living comfortably in your place, I'll take you to task. Holy, you don't bring that. I'll go back and tell Xiao off. But Xiao Zhanguo simply didn't bother with Yi Chen, and directly droned at Su Ying. Don't take the person away from me yet. Yes, Su Ying answered loudly. Just like that, Yi Chen was stiffly racked towards the inside by Su Ying. Before leaving, Xiao Zhanguo left his last words. If you can't even hold on to this, there's no way in hell that you and Xiaoera will ever be able to make it in this life. Having said that, Xiao Zhanguo directly got into the military vehicle, just as Su Ying looked Yi Chen up and down. Yi Chen, who was being racked, suddenly exerted his strength and directly broke Su Ying's bonds. Su Ying did not use all his strength to frame Yi Chen, but feeling the force that Yi Chen had just used, Su Ying could not stop being shocked in his heart. The recruit in front of him was definitely not an ordinary recruit, not to mention that he hadn't used his full strength just now. Even if he had, it was estimated that Yi Chen would have been able to break free from his bonds. It wasn't that he, as an instructor, was not strong enough, but the way he had just bound it was simple. Plus Yi Chen's strength was really big enough for Yi Chen, and that's why Yi Chen was able to break his bonds free. Seeing Yi Chen, who was walking aside, Su Ying said, "Breaking me away so hard, aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate against you in training?" Yi Chen was now full of indifference. All like a dead pig. Retaliation? Ha! Retaliate however you please. That old thing Xiao Zhanguo is determined to target me to death. I've been targeted enough in the tigers to get used to it. Su Ying had to have fun instead. Have a backbone. Su Ying patted Yi Chen's shoulder and continued. It's physical training in a while. Others are 20 kilograms of weight bearing. You 30 kilograms. Yes. Yi Chen didn't hesitate for a second with this promise. There is no exposure to weight training during new training. For weight training Yi Chen hadn't had a basic concept. Not to mention carrying 20 kilograms, even carrying 10 kilograms would have a great impact on their physical ability. Seeing Su Ying return, Lei shouted to the soldiers, "All of you, gather." Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. Even though these soldiers had just done an unknown number of push-ups, they still immediately gathered and stood in formation as fast as they could. This is not a place for them to play house. They are but a tiny bit slow and they are immediately eliminated. Despite the fact that they were close to the limit of their physical abilities, each of them stood incredibly erect, staring straight ahead. But they also all saw Yi Chen, who was walking beside Su Ying. Yi Chen did not look like an instructor, especially with the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder. He was actually a private. Find yourself a random place to stand. Yes. Yi Chen came to the back of the group. Everyone was filled with confusion when they saw the new Yi Chen. Here, in addition to the instructor, is to come to the selection. Yi Chen, this is not the instructor kind of. Does he come over to the selection of the not? But how the hell does a recruit come over for selection? Or is this some new trick by the instructor? Rest in place for 10 minutes. After that, extreme cross-country preparation. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. For them, a 10-minute break would have been hard one. Everyone was instantly paralyzed on the ground, thinking about regaining their strength as fast as possible. 7 days here, and the last thing they'd heard was extreme off-roading. Once the word is uttered, it means they never know when they will have to run for a break. Of all the people, only Yi Chen was the most abrupt. All of the others were immediately paralyzed on the ground to recover their stamina, while Yi Chen was full of stamina. Many people were more or less hostile in their hearts the moment they saw Yi Chen arrive at their team. It took everything they had to get through those 7 days. It's 7 days. The will to be broken all the time. The emergency assembly that takes place I don't know how many times a night. Never having enough to eat, either in training or on the way to training. Every day, they were on the verge of collapse. This tests not only their physical ability, but also their will. They privately are not saying that this is in the selection of special forces. This is clearly in the selection of an Iron Man. They themselves do not know how they actually adhere to over these 7 days. And they have 8 more days like this. Others are Devil's Week. They're the ING Devil half the month. But what about Yi Chen? They all had to hold out for 15 days, while Yi Chen only had to hold out for 8 days to get here. Anyone else would feel unbalanced. But they all just looked at Yi Chen and didn't say anything. This was something Yi Chen also found strange. When Yi Chen wanted to ask the other soldier beside him, that soldier made a shushing gesture to Yi Chen. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed when Su Ying and the others had all left, It was only then that this soldier dared to sneakily wave at Yi Chen and whispered, "Talking is not allowed here no matter what time it is. If you violate the no talking rule, though it's not elimination, you'll be penalized if you should be. And it's a pretty harsh penalty." Yi Chen had a picture of how it was. "My name is Monkey. What's yours?" "My name is Yi Chen." Looking at the monkey, Yi Chen thought that his name was quite fitting for him. The monkey wasn't particularly tall, around 1.7 meters by the looks of it, very thin, dark-skinned, and just by looking at his eyes you could tell the man was very resourceful. "Yi Chen, let's not talk about it for now. In a moment if those old devils find us we'll be in deep trouble. While we're still resting you should adjust your strength. I see by the looks of it you're a newbie. Extreme off-roading. That's got to be able to kill you alright, I reckon." Yi Chen did not continue to speak after giving a slight nod. 10 minutes passed quickly. With a whistle. Even if those soldiers were tired and spent, they all got up as violently as if they were lightning. "All hands. Extreme cross-country preparation. 20 kilos of weight. Yi Chen, carry 30 kilograms of weight alone." Chapter 18, Is this kid sure he's a new recruit? Words. Everyone subconsciously looked around. So many of them had trained together for a whole week. But because they couldn't talk, most of them didn't know each other's names. They were normal all day today and no one was eliminated for any reason. But how did this one called Yi Chen get on the instructor's nerves? They don't have professional weighted sandbags here. And the weights are all bricks left over from construction, each weighing about 5 pounds. When loading the weights, everyone was keeping an eye out for just who was loading the extra weights. 30 kilograms is also 60 pounds. A brick weighs 5 pounds, and that 30 kilogram load has to hold a full 12. Now, only the monkey knows who has to carry 30 kilograms. Even though Suing and the others were right in front of him, the monkey couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Why are you carrying 30 kilograms of weight?" Yi Chen shook his head and laughed softly. "It's a good thing I wasn't asked to carry 40 kilograms. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen filled his backpack with a full 12 bricks. Seeing that this new negative weight is heavier than them, these soldiers' heart more or less good less. Only they were all curious too. How in the world did this newbie operate to work his way into the Special Forces selection process at their level? This isn't your average Special Forces selection for them. Ordinary Special Forces selections don't have nearly as perverse standards as they do. To get in, you can't rely on connections alone. But looking at Yi Chen, that private rank, Yi Chen didn't look like he had that strength either. As Suing blew the whistle on his chest, the crowd immediately ran. The run. Yi Chen didn't say a word. After running for about 2 kilometers, even if the monkey could hold it in no matter how much, by this time he was somewhat unable to hold it in. They were at the end of the line, so they could have a quiet word. "I say Yi Chen, are you really a new recruit?" Speaking of which, Monkey's heart suddenly stuttered. Subsequently, Monkey looked at Yi Chen with a face full of panic and said, "Tell me the truth. Are you the instructor they arranged to come in and supervise us?" Yi Chen, what have they been through? In just 1 week, the shadow had already risen on those instructors. "I'm simply coming over for the selection. That's all. Don't tease me, little brother. You have the rank of private. Are you sure you simply came over for selection? Don't you tell me you're a new recruit. I'm really new to this." Monkey, when Yi Chen spoke like this, it was obvious that he didn't want to take care of himself, and the monkey wasn't going to make a fool of himself. But in truth, every word Yi Chen had just said was true. These days, no one believes you when you say you're a new recruit. Suing had also been sizing up Yi Chen. Even though they had only run 2 kilometers, the other soldiers were already visibly tired and their speed plummeted. Granted, they trained non-stop all day long, but Suing also knew that even if those soldiers were in their peak state they might not be as powerful as Yi Chen. This was because Yi Chen had now carried a 30-kilogram load on his back and ran more than 2 kilometers without blushing. Running outdoors in the mountains is completely different than running on a track. Cross-country running is much more physically demanding than regular running, and with the added weight, it can be an extremely demanding test of fitness. But to Yi Chen, it didn't seem like it was difficult for him to do anything. Lei Jiming had also been watching Yi Chen. Seeing how strong Yi Chen's physical ability was, he asked curiously, "Chief Instructor, is this kid sure he's really a new recruit?" Suing only told them that Yi Chen was a new recruit, but he didn't say anything else about the information. He broke the army record for 3 kilometers in his first month of new training, and he was breaking the army record twice in a row that day. The first time he ran it in a test and the second time he ran it in a rerun of a 3-mile run. The words fell. Lei was all a bit unturned around for a moment. New recruits? Broken record? Old Su, you're not lying to me. Suing told Lei about Yi Chen's other deeds. On weekdays, Suing hardly even joked much, let alone lied and cheated, especially after hearing that this kid was someone personally sent by the military commander. Lei Jiming was even more convinced in his heart that this recruit was definitely not an ordinary recruit. That run took them from dawn to dusk. Those soldiers' physical abilities had been squeezed to the limit, and by the end of the day, they were all running by sheer force of will. Yi Chen was carrying a load of 30 kilograms, but he was not as tired as the other soldiers and still had a lot of energy left to run. Even Su Ying was a bit startled. He knew that Yi Chen's physical ability would be fierce, but he didn't expect Yi Chen's physical ability to be so fierce. By now there are people running until they pass out hard, but Yi Chen resisted the 30 kilograms of weight and ran until now, without the slightest intention to rest. Normally by this point physical training should be over. Everyone's physical abilities had already reached their limits, and at this point in time, there was no longer the slightest point in continuing to practice. Continuing to practice will only cause irreversible damage to their bodies. But on the contrary, this kid Yi Chen was an anomaly. If he was allowed to rest like this today, then Yi Chen's training just didn't reach its effect. But if he wasn't allowed to rest, Yi Chen would delay the training tonight again. After thinking for a moment, Su Ying said loudly to the crowd, after returning to the base, rest in place for half an hour. Except for Yi Chen. I'll train you myself for the next half hour. Words. Yi Chen didn't feel surprised in the slightest, and the monkey beside him was astonished. Yi Chen was not anxious, but the monkey was anxious first. He immediately whispered to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, if I were you, I'd hurry up and give in to the chief instructor right now. Those who were pulled out to train individually by the chief instructor, not many of them came back normally, and all of them were so damn tired that they couldn't get up for half a day. But Yi Chen didn't say anything. It's no use for the monkey to be in a hurry here. Lei had already organized his team to lead them in the direction of the base. The two of them, Yi Chen and Su Ying, stayed where they were and continued to prepare for the training. Keep running. If the distance between you and me widens beyond 10 meters, you'll have to get your ass back to your old unit even if the army chief comes today. Yes, Eagle Su. He had thought of using this method to set up a fight with Yi Chen. Any normal person would subconsciously retort when they hear such unreasonable assessment criteria. They were all soldiers who had come to be tested, and he was the instructor. They carry 20 kilograms of weight. The instructor is all relaxed. It would be strange if this is not pulled away from the distance if they run. But who could have thought that this brat Yi Chen would not refute it at all, but would still agree so painfully? Chapter 19 Running the chief instructor into a coma? This for a while all made Su Ying do not know what to say. At the end of the day, if Yi Chen really pulled away from him by a certain distance, it wouldn't be good for him to pull this face and eliminate Yi Chen. If this really eliminated Yi Chen with such a bull reason, it was estimated that Xiao Zhangguo would have to personally come over and pull out a layer of his skin. Yi Chen was extremely talented. The reason why Xiao Zhangguo was able to make an exception and send Yi Chen here was proof that he was extremely optimistic about Yi Chen, and wanted to let Yi Chen hone his skills here. If he were to send Yi Chen back to his old unit, the consequences, unimaginable. Even Su Ying himself was very eager for such a good soldier like Yi Chen to stay. But who could have known that Yi Chen simply didn't follow the rules? In the beginning, Su Ying started very fast. He was thinking of giving Yi Chen a run for his money in the run. But again, Su Ying was overthinking it. Even though the road under his feet was a gravel road, and even though Yi Chen was carrying 30 kilograms of weight on his back, Yi Chen didn't slow down at all, and was always dead set on Su Ying. Su Ying couldn't stop marveling in his heart, secretly saying, where the hell is this new recruit's physical ability? He could tell that Yi Chen was tired now. But he could also tell that if he wanted Yi Chen to reach his limit, this half hour was still far from it. If he wanted to wear Yi Chen down in half an hour, Su Ying would have to use some extraordinary means. They would have run down the hill. But Su Ying, who was leading the race in front, suddenly made a turn and plunged into the jungle with a jerk. Running on a gravel road and running in the jungle are two more levels. Running in the jungle does not only require physical fitness, but also requires a certain degree of observation and judgment. If you choose a bad route, it will have a great impact on your speed of action. It was expected that Yi Chen's speed would be slower here. But again, Su Ying is double overthinking it. Yi Chen's speed remained unchanged, as if being in the jungle didn't affect him in the slightest. Not only was Su Ying shocked, but this was something that Yi Chen also felt a little shocked by. Now that his physical gain and learning gain had been strengthened, he must have been able to run so fast in the jungle precisely because of the effect of the strengthened learning gain. And that's when it happened. Yi Chen's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice again. Detecting the host formally participating in the Special Forces selection, the system automatically considers the host to have passed the new training test. Congratulations to the host for receiving the new training assessment reward. The reward is automatically considered a 2x blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eagle Eye skill, Radar detection skill, Camouflage skill, Climbing skill, Fighting skill proficiency, Physical strengthening liquid *1. Seeing that there were so many skills, Yi Chen's eyes instantly widened. I always thought the system was stingy before. But he didn't expect the system to give him 5 skills at once this time. In addition to these 5 skills, there was also a physical strengthening fluid. What exactly was this thing Yi Chen didn't know, but he knew that taking it would definitely help his physique. Other skills Yi Chen didn't have the time to understand right now. While running, Yi Chen operated the system in his mind and used the physique strengthening liquid. Congratulations to the host for taking it successfully. Physique increase, 0.5, remaining 0.5 not fused. Host's current physical condition, 3. Shasta. Yi Chen's body was repaired to its peak state at an extremely fast speed. But this time, Yi Chen didn't feel so happy about upgrading his physique. On the contrary, it was a bit of a pity. Since having the system for this month, Yi Chen deeply knew that physique enhancement was a hard thing to do. Just now, if he insisted on holding on again, he estimated that he would be able to enhance his physique to 2.6 again. Add that 0.5 and he's a 3.1 physique. This 0.1 may seem insignificant, but the later it gets, the harder it is to improve this 0.1 physique. While Yi Chen was thinking, Suing was completely confused. He had wanted to turn his head to see Yi Chen's state, but this half an hour had almost passed. Yi Chen not only didn't become more tired, but the current Yi Chen also looked damn glowing. What's this? Give Yi Chen a run for his money? When Yi Chen came back from his mind, Yi Chen also immediately noticed the biggest change after gaining the skill. His eyesight wasn't bad to begin with, but with the eagle eye skill, his eyesight had even reached an extremely terrifying level. The sun was now completely down and there was only a faint moonlight in the jungle. This jungle was almost uninhabited, and the branches were so dense that most of the moonlight was blocked by the foliage. Before he had the skill, Yi Chen's vision was extremely bad, but after having skills, Yi Chen realized that he could see any corner within his field of vision clearly. And Yi Chen's field of vision was many times stronger than before. The body is restored to its peak and vision is enhanced. One time, Yi Chen was running faster than Suing in this jungle. Suing, who was leading the race in front, was directly sweating. It had been a full day of training that he had pretty much directed and supervised, so it hadn't taken much physical effort. Just took them on an extreme trail run. He also ran the whole thing in light gear. All in all, Suing still had a lot of stamina left when it came to taking Yi Chen for a run. But now, Suing vaguely even has a feeling that he can't run away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen could naturally see that Su Ying's speed was gradually decreasing. Chief Instructor, why don't we run slower? The corners of Su Ying's mouth twitched and his face was filled with black lines. As the chief instructor of this special forces selection, he was never the only one who disliked the soldiers for running slowly. Not the soldiers who disliked him for running slowly. Suing didn't wait. No. Yi Chen 30 kilograms weight. For Suing, this is a great shame. If he couldn't run past Yi Chen today, he would probably have to live with the shame of being pulled off by a new recruit for the rest of his life. On the training side, Suing had not wanted to at all. Today his only goal that was to run down Yi Chen. He just couldn't believe that the inexperienced recruit in front of him could outrun himself while carrying 30 kilograms of weight. And with this run, the two of them, Suing and Yi Chen, ran for more than an hour. Physique after reaching 3.0. Yi Chen's greatest feeling was that jogging like this had become senseless to him. If he ran at this speed, not to mention 1 hour, even if Yi Chen was allowed to run for a day, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to get tired. The reinforcement he received was all-encompassing. Recovery speed, stamina, again all within the enhanced range. On the contrary, Suing is already going to fail. On Lei Jiming's side, he was also waiting anxiously. It was supposed to be back in half an hour, but now it had been more than an hour, and Suing and Yi Chen hadn't returned. Lei muttered, "Where is old Su running off to?" Just as Lei was wondering, two blurry silhouettes gradually appeared at the entrance of the base. One man, resisting another who had passed out. Chapter 20, Crazy Targeting by the Chief Instructor. Lei shook his head and cursed with a laugh. This old thing old Su is still training so hard. The other auxiliary instructors also laughed bitterly at the situation. They had all just gone to the information room to read Yi Chen's profile as well. What kind of grudge is this that you have to practice on a new recruit until he passes out? Lei clapped his hands together and said, "Go over there and pick it up, and settle that new recruit down." The other auxiliary instructors nodded and followed suit. But just a few steps forward, Lei Jiming, as well as the other auxiliary instructors, then violently sensed that something was wrong. They hadn't seen it just now because it was just too dark and they were far away with extremely poor visibility. But getting a little closer to the two blurred figures, they realized with a jolt. The one resisting the person was not Suing. The one being resisted is the one who was ing Suing. They had been with Suing for so many years. They could tell at a glance Su Ying's appearance and what kind of physique he walked in. Although they couldn't believe it, they had to admit that the one being resisted was indeed Suing. Lei and the others rushed forward to check the situation. Yi Chen was also relieved to see the auxiliary instructors arrive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a better memory now that he had the learning gain enhancement, he would have had to find his way back to the base. This is despite the fact that he has a 3.1 physique. But Yi Chen was also tired from this journey. After all, Yi Chen was carrying a 60-pound load, as well as a 130-pound swing, and they were still walking on a mountain road. The chief instructor just passed out from exhaustion. I've seen that there are always soldiers passing out from exhaustion, so you should have a way to deal with that as well. Words. Lei and the others were instantly confused. They had thought that Suing had been in some kind of accident, but I did not expect that he passed out from exhaustion? Eagle Sui, Thunder Halo? Are these two words that can be combined together? After Lei calmed down for a moment, he immediately turned serious and said, "You and I truthfully explained the situation. How could he faint from exhaustion?" Yi Chen had already known that they wouldn't believe it. He didn't want to explain too much to these auxiliary instructors either. Won't you all know when the chief instructor wakes up and you ask? Raise crowd. This kid has a temper. Just then, Suing, who had been resisted on his shoulder, made a little movement. Yi Chen laughed. This is a good time to wake up. After putting Suing down, because he had just fainted from exhaustion, he was still a little unsteady on the road. See yourself back at the base. Seeing Lei Jiming and the others looking like this again, as well as Yi Chen who was a bit tired by his side, Suing straight away rationalized what had just happened. He was about to speak, but the sharp stinging sensation in his throat made him hold his words back. Suing had already forgotten what he remembered moments before he fainted. He only vaguely remembers that his mouth was so dry by the end of the day that his throat felt like it was smoking and he couldn't catch his breath. At that time, Su Ying's mind was full of running down, and he absolutely could not lose to Yi Chen. But now it seems, one still loses, and loses completely. Lei handed Suing the cup of water he had brought with him. Only after drinking a mouthful of water did Suing slowly say in that hoarse voice, "It was me who just fainted from exhaustion, so don't think too much about it." The words fell. Lei and the others were frozen in place. Since they had known Suing until now, they had never seen Suing serve anyone. Now, Suing can say this sentence. This also means that Suing is really completely and thoroughly convinced of Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't lie either. In terms of physical fitness, it was true that Suing hadn't run past Yi Chen. How much time has passed now? Over an hour. So have they started training on it yet? Not yet. Su Ying's face immediately darkened. Regarding Yi Chen's physical ability, Suing was considered completely convinced. But take it for the sake of taking it, and gas for the sake of gas. Being had just enlisted more than a month of new recruits to pull the explosion of physical fitness, but also in the case of new recruits weight 30 kilograms run for so long to be pulled burst, has always been so proud of Suing to say not to sulk strange. Practice what they practice. You guys practice what you want. What? Can't I go on without being here for the selection? If I die in battle, you won't be able to fight? At the end of today's training, everyone, fully armed, cross-country 20 kilometers, 10,000 grass mud horses flew through Lei Jiming and the others' hearts, thanks to them being so worried about Suing just now. Now that's good. Suing didn't run past Yi Chen and took it out on them. The auxiliary instructors. Yi Chen, you returned to the team as well. Yes. Yi Chen went straight back to the group after answering. The soldiers were farther away, so none of them knew what had just happened. Back in line. Seeing Yi Chen seemed like he didn't have a damn thing to do. The eyes of the soldiers looking at Yi Chen changed. Monkey also immediately came up and asked in a low voice, "Brother, how was it just now?" "Just a little more running. That's all." Hell no. They have all seen many vivid examples firsthand. Every single practice out by Suing, at least, have to lie down for half a day to continue to resume training. But Yi Chen didn't just come back from his single practice without being paralyzed with exhaustion. Instead he was able to join their training team straight away. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't want to say more, the monkey laughed again. "But that's good. Because you were dragged off to train, we rested for more than an hour. Otherwise our break will only be half an hour." Yi Chen just smiled. Yi Chen didn't want to say anything about what had just happened, because even if he did, no one would believe him. This time, the other soldiers in the group looked at Yi Chen in a different light. At first there was hostility in their eyes. Now, it seemed that Yi Chen hadn't been able to come in without a reason. The same goes for Suing. At first, Suing felt that he would be humiliated if he didn't outrun Yi Chen. But when he thought about it, it was justifiable that he hadn't run past Yi Chen, and it wasn't even embarrassing at all. If Yi Chen's strength was just the same as these soldiers present, or only that much stronger than them, Xiao Zhanguo would never have shoved someone straight in here. Since he was able to enter this selection midway, it proved that Yi Chen definitely had abilities beyond the ordinary. Suing wasn't someone who held grudges. It was his own problem if he couldn't run away from Yi Chen. Flip tire drill ready. Yi Chen. The others take the tires. You take the log and flip it vertically. Yi Chen, is asterisk and at hashtag you, and hashtag asterisk at. The tires are heavy enough. That's asking him to carry logs. Isn't that a clear attempt to tire him out? Looking at the logs, on the side which are dipped on water, the weight is estimated to be less than 250 kilograms. Others flip tires, he flips logs. Is he treating his arm like a hydraulic machine? Chapter 21, Disobedience? Hold it in. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't say anything, Su Ying's face suddenly darkened as he bellowed. What? Have an opinion? Yi Chen's face was filled with black lines. Opinions? Does he dare to make a comment? If he dared to give his opinion, this Su Ying would dare to make him double his training. Report Chief Instructor. No comment. Then get your ass to training. Yes. Just listening to this training made the monkey on the side shiver. He naturally knew in his heart how heavy that log was. Even if two people wanted to straighten that log up, it would take a lot of effort, let alone Yi Chen being alone. The remaining 100 or so people were grouped in groups of 10, and in the end, Yi Chen and Monkey were assigned to a group. For each group, there will be an auxiliary instructor dedicated to watching over them. Grab your equipment and head to the corresponding area. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, after which they all picked up their tires and headed for the training area. 10 teams, 10 training areas. It was only a temporary selection base, with a small venue and rudimentary facilities, so they could only practice in such groups. Su Ying was in charge of Yi Chen and their last group. Just as Su Ying was about to lead his team to the training area for training, suddenly, he violently realized the large round log soaked with water that Yi Chen was resisting on his shoulder. Normally this log is trained in groups of 3, but Yi Chen this surprisingly carried it straight up all by himself. Yi Chen didn't know how many pounds the round wood was, but Su Ying knew. This log? Not 500 pounds, that's damn fast. Although he was letting Yi Chen train with the logs alone, the logs were relatively small and weighed just over 100 kilograms. In fact, Yi Chen himself felt a bit surprised. He had thought that he would not be able to pick up this log, but he realized that after he had exerted so much force, this log was heavy, but he was really able to move it. Ever since obtaining those skills that the system had just rewarded him with, Yi Chen clearly felt that he had changed quite a bit. In the aspect of controlling one's muscles, the force, Yi Chen clearly felt 100 times stronger than before. Otherwise, even if Yi Chen was empty of strength, he would still have enough to be able to fight off this 500-pound log. Su Ying gulped and said calmly, "Go to the target training area." Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Aside, Monkey and the other soldiers' eyes were glazed over. Seeing this scene, they also all strengthened an idea in their hearts. That is to never mess with Yi Chen. If they pissed Yi Chen off, I'm afraid that they would have to break their bones directly with a straight punch from Yi Chen. The force of resisting a 500-pound log hard can be imagined. This selection base they were in was a temporary cleared site with no concrete floor at all. It had just rained yesterday night, and by now the ground was still a bit muddy, and every time Yi Chen took a step on the pavement his feet would leave a deep large footprint. Arrive at the starting point. The log was heaved down. The moment the log fell and came into contact with the ground sank quite a bit, and a small half of the log had to be sunk into the muddy ground. Same old rules. 100 meters repeated 5 times. Ready! With a whistle, the crowd of soldiers immediately began to push forward. Everyone was pushing forward as hard as they could for fear of being left behind if they slowed down a tiny bit. Yi Chen also felt a little strange. This 100 meters repeated 5 times means not 5 100 meters, but 5 100-meter round trips. With such a long distance they are fighting so hard from the start. What about the stamina at the back? Only Yi Chen didn't think about it that much. The most important thing in the immediate future now is to finish the training first. Xiao Zhanhua personally ordered Name Su Ying to target himself, and just now he was in the training of Su Eagle to run confused to go. Even if Su Eagle's own skills are not as good as the others, he has to think of ways to target themselves. If he doesn't finish this workout particularly well, or even poorly, imagine the consequences. The moment Yi Chen began to turn up the round log, it was like the ground shook, one after the other. Several hundred pounds of heavy logs were violently lifted by Yi Chen and violently fell to the ground. This kind of sound was to be as big as it was. That good several hundred pounds of weight fell into Yi Chen's hands like a large toy, flipping it over one by one. One by one, the crowd of veterans squirted on the spot. Is this still a person? Recruits? You call this a ING recruit? Even if Su Ying tried to keep them from talking and emphasize discipline, they really couldn't help it. That big log they had personally used for training. How heavy that thing was they knew in their hearts better than anyone else. Because the logs were much longer than the tires that other people used for training, Yi Chen had to top other people's tires several times for each log flip. When half of the others hadn't even arrived yet, Yi Chen had already started flipping the log back. Eagle Su. Seeing this, Su Ying didn't know what to practice on Yi Chen next for a moment. He has very deep experience as an instructor. Being an instructor for so many years, he's seen all kinds of soldiers. However, when facing Yi Chen, he had a sense of powerlessness, because before he trained soldiers who were not strong enough. But what about Yi Chen? Yi Chen, this is not at all like coming to the selection, but rather like a top special forces soldier coming to this novice village to relive. These physical exercises are extremely difficult for other soldiers, but to Yi Chen, it was like ordinary training, not to mention refining Yi Chen's heart. Even his physical abilities might not be particularly well honed. Until after those 5 round trips are over, Yi Chen was just panting for a while, and after resting in place for a few minutes, he was like nothing. It was already completely dark, but those soldiers could barely make out Yi Chen's figure through the moonlight. Yi Chen stuck the log deep into the ground, while he himself stood against it to rest, and at that point, the soldiers had only just begun their 3rd round trip, and the fastest was only on their 4th. Su Ying, on the other hand, was long gone and instead leaned against a tree like he was pondering something. Lei Jining walked to Su Ying's side and patted Su Ying's shoulder. Joke Su Ying, when so many years as an instructor or the first time to see a soldier like Yi Chen, right? Su Ying let out a long sigh. It wasn't as if he didn't have a way to train when he came across this kind of soldier. But if Yi Chen was trained alone, then what would these soldiers do? Without waiting for Su Ying to speak, Lei Jining continued. I have a plan. Seeing Lei Jining's sly eyes, Su Ying knew that he didn't have any good intentions. Su Ying blankly glanced at him and said, he is the person that the military chief personally favors, the future son-in-law of the military chief, and he is indeed a good seedling that is rare in 1,000 years as well. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with him. Chapter 22 Hunter Training. Lei hemmed and hawed and said, what are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Besides, with my intelligence, I can still trap him? You've already said that he's the future son-in-law of the military commander, a good seedling that comes along once in 1,000 years. Do you think it's us who's counting on him or him who's counting on us? I was seriously trying to come up with a way for you to sidetrack him, and he'll be able to train at a higher level while you don't hold up their selection. Ha! Su Ying raised an eyebrow. He didn't even think of a way to do it himself, but Lei thought of a way to do it first? Louis pretended to be mysterious. Only after half a day of silence did Lei utter 4 words in a single word. Hunter intensive. Words. Su Ying immediately dismissed this idea of Lei Jining's. You want a recruit to go to hunter intensive? When it comes to large-scale special forces training sets, hunters probably don't come close. But to say the most brutal special forces intensive training, hunters say second. No one dares to say first. Hunter training once every 3 years, and the use of the invitation system, only invited countries can send soldiers to participate in training. What the set will consist of is unknown to anyone until the set officially begins. Everything is unknown. Soldiers involved in intensive training can never know in advance what kind of devilish training is scheduled for hunter intensive training this year. Every Special Forces soldier who participates in the intensive training is a Special Forces soldier among Special Forces soldiers, but even then, the casualty rate of the hunter intensive was horribly high. Seeing blood is the norm, being maimed is trivial, and death is even seen. Su Ying re-emphasized, there are already too many comrades who have fallen there. Sending Yi Chen, an inexperienced recruit, is simply sending him to his death? But Lei was a departure from the norm. If it was before, Lei would not have said anything more. But now, he asked in return, then do you think Yi Chen is an ordinary recruit? Su Ying was silent. As a new recruit, he broke the whole army record straight away when he was a month into the army. Today he even ran you into a faint. A few 100 pounds of logs he said he could resist. And in the profile he's a natural marksman. Add all that together and is he really just a recruit? Let those special forces come over and compete with Yi Chen. I guess they all have to be no match for this Yi Chen kid. When he finished speaking, Lei also paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, Lei said seriously, I also know that it is dangerous there. But, it is the most suitable for him. If Lei Jining knew, how could Su Ying not know? He had studied Yi Chen's data, and he was indeed an extremely talented genius. Hunter set training is brutal, this is indeed true, but as long as Yi Chen could hold on, this was definitely an excellent opportunity for Yi Chen to transform. Yi Chen's military career would become bright as a result. After a moment of silence, Su Ying returned to the information room and took out his cell phone to contact Xiao Zhanghua. Seeing that it was Su Ying's caller, Xiao Zhanghua frowned. How long has Yi Chen just sent them there? Su Ying called himself on the same day. It couldn't be that Yi Chen had caused something there, right? Xiao Zhanghua got up from the bed and lit the table lamp. Once the phone was connected, Su Ying's voice came from inside. Chief, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Words. Xiao Zhanghua was even more certain in his heart that Yi Chen had caused trouble there, or was unqualified somewhere. Due to Xiao Zhanghua's face, Su Ying couldn't afford to eliminate Yi Chen directly. Xiao Zhanhua said seriously. If he is not strong enough, let him return from where he came from. Don't spoil him for my sake. Maybe on the phone. Instead, a bitter laugh came from Suing. Army commander. You're mistaken. Yi Chen strength enough. Very enough. Our devil training in this first half month is like child's play for him. All the physical training is difficult to defeat him. Also not afraid of military commander, you joke. Today I take Yi Chen this kid training. The result is that I was tired of Yi Chen running to pass out. Hearing this, Xiao Zhanhua was even more puzzled. Yi Chen was so strong, then shouldn't this be a good thing? What's the point of asking for permission to continue to stay there and, after that, officially enter that mysterious Special Forces unit as a Special Forces soldier? He's so strong that I don't think he'll learn anything from us. With our training it won't be much of a workout for him at all. And unlike the hunter intensive, I believe that for him the hunters are a chance to transform. Xiao Zhanhua went from lying on his side at the beginning to sitting and leaning on the bed now. The expression that had just been full of sleepiness grew serious. You have to realize that he's nothing more than an 18-year-old now. And he's probably not even that mentally mature. Have you thought about the consequences of letting a child whose mind may not even be that mature go to an intensive hunter training program? How many of our comrades before us have fallen there, never to return? Why wouldn't Suing know? One of those Special Forces soldiers who fell there was none other than his own comrade. Since your training here is no longer particularly useful to him, I'll speak to him myself tomorrow. The phone hung up. That night Suing and the others did not engage in an emergency assembly, but after 7 whole days of torture, they were too slow to go to sleep, and even if they did, it wasn't such a peaceful sleep. Sure, except for Yi Chen. They didn't have beds or a house, so they just slept outside for the night's rest. Despite having no quilt and no bed, Yi Chen still slept soundly. At 5 o'clock the next morning, along with a whistle, today's physical training began. 8 o'clock. Yi Chen, who was training, was greeted out by Suing. Seeing the faraway Yi Chen, the monkey was again thinking that Yi Chen was going to be pulled into training alone by Suing. What is it you want from me, instructor? The army chief wants to see you. Ah, that old East is not right. Why does the chief want to see me? You'll know when you meet. Yi Chen was filled with confusion. Outside the information room, Xiao Zhanhua's military vehicle was already parked outside, while Xiao Zhanhua was already sitting inside waiting. Walking into the information room, Yi Chen gave a standard military salute. Hello, chief. Xiao Zhanhua waved his hand and said, there's no need to pull those useless things with me. He wasn't much of a grinder either. When he saw Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanhua directly opened the door. Have you heard of the Hunter Intensive? Hunter Intensive? Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, Xiao Zhanhua knew that Yi Chen had not heard of this intensive training. It is an international special forces intensive training, known for its extremely strict, brutal training methods, but he didn't wait for Xiao Zhanhua to finish his sentence. Yi Chen, however, then directly spoke first. I'll go. The words fell. Xiao Zhanhua, Suing, and Xiao Li all froze in place. Yi Chen's appearance was not casual, but very serious and determined. Chapter 23, Xiao Zhanhua's recognition. Xiao Zhanhua's brows were furrowed and he was obviously a bit anxious as he said, do you know what that place is and you're going? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't know exactly what place it is, but that place will definitely be more brutal than this place, and the training methods will be many times better than here. It will be more honed there, where I will meet the best special forces from all over the globe. Now that you have asked me, it proves that I meet the criteria for attending this hunter intensive, and I myself have my reasons for having to go. So, ask the chief for permission. Xiao Zhanhua was fixed. At this point, he was brooding. Xiao Zhanhua wondered if he had pushed Yi Chen too hard, because of that cruel word he had put down earlier. Dead set on stopping Yi Chen and Xiao La's romance. This had led to Yi Chen wanting to prove himself as if he was crazy. During the new training period, Yi Chen was obviously already so good, but he still worked his ass off to train every day. To prove myself. Yi Chen did not hesitate and came directly to the Special Forces selection. To prove myself. No matter what kind of place it is, he just cuts right to the chase without even trying to find out about it. Yi Chen's eyes were so firm and serious. The one who hesitated now was not Yi Chen, but Xiao Zhanhua. With Yi Chen's strength being his son-in-law, that was completely enough. As long as he continued to develop normally in the army, Yi Chen's future was unlimited, and there would definitely be a strong writing for Yi Chen in the future military history. From Yi Chen's efforts during this period of time, Xiao Zhanhua could see his sincerity toward Xiao La. Such Yi Chen could already be fully worthy of his daughter. But if you throw Yi Chen to the hunter set training, he didn't want anything to happen to Yi Chen, a good seedling, nor did he want his daughter to lose a boyfriend who loved her so much. Even top special forces from all over the globe suffer casualties there. It's brutal as you can imagine. Are you sure you really want to go? Your talent, your effort, I've seen it all, And even if you don't go to the hunter intensive now, I won't meddle in your relationship with my daughter again in the future. However, Yi Chen remained firm, saying, I'm very clear about my own choice. Forget about the chief's approval. Xiao Zhanhua saw only determination in Yi Chen's eyes. There was no hesitation in his eyes. Even if Yi Chen chose not to participate in the hunter training, Xiao Zhanhua wouldn't say anything. But despite this, Yi Chen still went to the hunter training. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Yi Chen was not only responsible for his relationship with Xiao La, he was a good soldier. Xiao Zhanhua stood up and heavily patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Eyes full of lookalikes. Yes, good boy. I knew my daughter couldn't be wrong. She wasn't wrong about you, and you didn't let me down. The hunter intensive training is in a month's time, before the official departure. You need to learn some common English to use as a communication. There are a total of 4 slots for each country this time, and the other 3 slots have already been confirmed. You're the last spot. Come with me straight away now, and when I get back, Li will drop you off at the classroom to learn and work hard. Don't disgrace me on the international stage. Yes, Yi Chen exclaimed. Just then, Yi Chen's mind once again resounded with the system's voice once more. Detected the host participating in the hunter intensive training. For the host to better complete the intensive training, the system automatically rewards full language proficiency. So sweet? Yi Chen marveled in his mind. In the car, there were no words all the way. Xiao Zhanhua wanted to say a few words, but Yi Chen had no intention of speaking at all. He, who was the army chief, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. And besides, the man in front of him was not only a soldier, he was his future son-in-law. Taking the initiative to go up and strike up a conversation is more or less face-saving. Yi Chen spent most of his time in the car studying the skills given by the system. Now he has a lot of skills. Counting this new skill given to him by the system, he now had a full 7 on him. After carefully studying them, Yi Chen realized that each of these skills was very practical. Eagle Eye provides him with extremely perverse vision and can see very clearly at night. The radar is even more perverse. It has a radius of 500 meters, and the diameter counts as 1,000 meters. Within the range of the skill, nothing can escape the eyes of the radar. Even if the enemy is hiding behind the wall, Yi Chen can see clearly. Just like the game has opened the perspective plugin. Camouflage, climbing, both of these skills are also far more than literal. The camouflage skill can do a near instantaneous disappearance, and the climbing skill even allows him to climb on a 90-degree wall. Even this full language proficiency wasn't literally like that. Yi Chen, he was now not only proficient in the languages spoken by humans, even dog language, cat language, he could come up with a few sentences. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhanhua being over here, Yi Chen would have wanted to try screaming a few times right now. Noon that day, after first sending Xiao Zhanhua back, Xiaoli sent Yi Chen to the outside of a house. This place in addition to the house is nothing. Where exactly Yi Chen is not clear, but the only thing Yi Chen could be sure of was that they were now very, very far from the city, because he hadn't seen a human figure for a very long time, let alone a human figure. He couldn't even see a trace of human activity. The only evidence of human activity here is the fact that there is a finished simple house, except for the house. And, a helipad? What the hell is this place? Yi Chen muttered in a low voice. Li smiled back. He got out of the car and opened the door for Yi Chen and said to him, mysterious. Yi Chen nodded. Li continued, this place was just built not long ago, and I don't know exactly what it's for, but I'm guessing you guys would be the first to use it. You're the first one here now, and the teacher, as well as the other 3 special agents involved in the Hunter Intensive, will be arriving in the afternoon. I've got things to do, so I'll go back. Aha. After waving goodbye, Yi Chen walked straight into the classroom. Sitting in the car for such a long time, even though Yi Chen had a system and such a good physique, he was still very tired. Now that nothing could be done here, so Yi Chen just collapsed on the table and slept so much. Originally, Yi Chen was dead from sleeping, and now he was sleeping even more dead from sleeping here. There would probably be no one here for 100 miles around, and anyone who could come here would be absolutely safe. This sleep, Yi Chen slept for more than an hour. When Yi Chen woke up again, he was awakened by a shriek. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Recruits? Chapter 24. The others were confused. New recruits in hunter training? Yi Chen jerked his head up. Inside the classroom, the first person had come in. This person was almost close to 2 meters tall, extremely stout, and I'm afraid that this one person of his would be able to top 2 people of Yi Chen. But the big, tall guy quickly responded, and then he added, dude, not that I'm talking about you, but where are you going to get a recruit's outfit? You can call me Tank, of the Northern War Zone, Cthulhu. After introducing himself as Cthulhu's, Tank was visibly much more pleased with himself. However, Yi Chen was bashful. It wasn't because of anything else. But Yi Chen simply didn't know what level that Song Wolf was. Yi Chen also got up and said, "Just call me Yi Chen, of the mighty tiger." Words. Tank couldn't help but be a little confused. He had learned about those top special forces in the country's 5 war zones, but he had never really heard of the name Mighty Tiger. "What war zone are you from?" "North." Hearing that it was from the Northern Theater, Tank was even more confused. The fiercest special forces in the Northern Theater of Operations are now their Song Wolves, and none of the rest of the special forces are called Mighty Tigers. This kid in front of him couldn't be playing a trick on him, could he? The entire Northern Theater of War? To say that there is a famous name called the Mighty Tiger, that is not the Mighty Tiger Regiment? Tigers, new recruits, come for hunter training? That's pure bull ********. Man, you're not making any sense when you say that. In the Northern Theater of Operations, all the special forces are not called tigers, of which this also includes the commandos under the name of special forces, and the only one that can be associated with tigers is the Tigers Regiment. You're not supposed to tell me later that you're a new recruit for the Tigers, are you? Yi Chen helplessly spread his hands and said, "Love it or hate it." Tank was full of black lines. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't even want to say anything more to himself, there was no need for him to put a hot face on a cold ass. Tank casually took a seat and didn't bother with Yi Chen anymore. But when you think about it, it's actually not unreasonable. What if Yi Chen might have come from a higher level special force? So, he claimed to the outside world that he was a new recruit, giving himself a sloppy identity. A little while later, 2 other people came into the classroom as well. Central War Zone, Excalibur Special Forces, Song Feng. Southern War Zone, Night Wolf Special Forces, Zhuang Yong. Both of these special forces are also the most capable special forces in those 2 theaters. Among them, what made Yi Chen a little surprised was that this special forces soldier from the Central Theater was actually a female soldier. This female soldier was nearly 1.7 meters in height, valiant, and her body was unexpectedly very hot. Staying in the special forces for many years, but her skin was not particularly tanned, and she looked like a normal skin color. Placed in the society, Song Feng's face was considered to be of moderate value. Compared to Xiao La, Song Feng's face value is naturally inferior. Seeing Song Feng, should 99% of the men will not have any non-desired thoughts. She had eyes that looked like they could see through anything, like they could read anyone's mind. But if he thought about it that much more, Yi Chen could feel that the next second Song Feng would directly kick him hard in the waist with a whip leg. Standing on Song Feng's side, Zhuang Yong and Song Feng are just very different. Song Feng's eyes were capable of piercing through everything, while Zhuang Yong's eyes were sinister and cunning, which also revealed a murderous aura. Zhuang Yong was short in height. Standing beside Song Feng was not as tall as Song Feng, and should be about 1.6 meters, although Yi Chen had never been to war. But substitute, if he is in the battlefield encountered Zhuang Yong, such an enemy, estimated that he even have to sleep badly, because he will always feel that Zhuang Yong will appear violently in his own nest and then give himself a knife. As for the tanks, it goes without saying, Yi Chen's impression of him was just 5 words, a force of 10. It was just that Yi Chen wasn't particularly good in the eyes of any of the 3 of them. All are going to participate in the hunter training people. This special forces confidentiality level, even how high, is not so bull ***** to say that they are new recruits, right? Ghosts don't believe it. After a short while, the classroom door was opened again. This time, the one who came in was the teacher, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, full of seriousness and not angry. The scars on his face, and on his hands, are written all over his figure on the battlefield. Without him introducing himself, they all knew that this teacher would be extremely strict, similar to those instructors they had, and it would be even harder to get compliments from such a person. The first moment they entered the classroom, this teacher looked over the 4 of them. Tank and the others weren't stupid. They could tell at first glance that this teacher was looking for someone with a purpose. Eventually, this teacher placed his gaze on Yi Chen, and, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, Tank and the 3 of them looked at me, and I looked at you with surprise in their eyes. Heroes come out of the woodwork. After saying one such comment to Yi Chen, this teacher walked to the podium and introduced himself. My last name is Gu. You can call me Mr. Gu. Hello, Mr. Ku. The 4 rose from their seats and saluted in unison in greeting. Mr. Ku nodded. The next thing he did was to step right into the thick of things. Over the course of the next month, I'll be taking you to enhance your spoken language, as well as some common tactical phrases. Yi Chen, apart from you, the other 3 people in this scene are all elites in the special forces, and each of them was already proficient in various tactical terms, as well as spoken English before they came here. I'm not going to slow down the progress of the 3 of them just because you won't. You're this year's top high school student. I believe in your ability to learn. Now, start stepping straight into the course. In just 4 short sentences, Tank and the 3 of them had their CPUs dry burned straight away. Since Mr. Ku said so, Yi-chun, is it hard to believe that he is really a new recruit? From every aspect, Yi-chen did seem to fit the characteristics of a new recruit. Looks don't lie. None of them are bad at disguising themselves, but their disguises are limited to their age, and they can't possibly manage to make themselves look that young, especially since Mr. Gu added that Yi-chen was this year's top student in the college entrance exam. This also means that Yi-chen came to join the army directly after high school. It was also after Teacher Gu finished these few words that the way they even looked at Yi-chen changed. They spent the entire afternoon studying. At first, Mr. Gu thought that Yi-chen might not be able to keep up, but after teaching on it he knew he was completely overthinking it. It wasn't even that Yi-chen couldn't keep up with the other three. It was that the other three couldn't keep up with Yi-chen. It's almost time for class to end. Teacher Gu's face wasn't looking particularly good, and seeing Tank and the three of them, Teacher Gu was getting more and more angry. And they have the nerve to call themselves the elite of various special forces. Every one of them doesn't speak English as well as the other recruits. Chapter 25, Ye Old Brother. Let's practice, every day after school in the future. Yi-chen, teach the three of them more English. Yes, Yi-chan answered loudly. The expressions on the faces of Song Fong and the three of them were as complicated as they could be. No one would have guessed. They were all first-class top special forces in their own units. But now they have to come to a new recruit for advice. Teacher Gu continued. Because Yi-chen was a new recruit, he didn't have the time to learn to fight, and fighting is an unavoidable part of hunter-intensive training. During this 1-month period, all three of you will bring out your skills to instruct Yi-chen. Do you hear me? Yes, the three responded in unison. Now, Yi-chen's title as a new recruit was considered to be completely settled. There's also a makeshift improvised cafeteria here, but it's frankly just a little shack with a pot inside. On the way to the cafeteria, for the first little while, the four didn't talk the whole way. At the end of the day, it was the Tank that opened up first. Little brother Yi-chen, sorry, just started to misunderstand you. With Tank opening his mouth first, Zhuangyong followed suit and said, yes at first we did misunderstand you. Yi-chen wasn't the kind of person who was careful. If he were to switch places, he'd probably have to wonder about himself too. Among these three, Song Fong was the only one who hadn't said anything, and Yi-chen felt that it was normal. A quick glance told me that Song Fong was not the talkative type. Yi-chen smiled and said, it's okay, I wouldn't believe it if I were you guys. I'll ask for your attention when practicing fighting in the future. Seeing that Yi-chen didn't take this matter to heart at all, Tank and the others put their hearts down. Tank laughed out loud and said, I may not be particularly good at anything else, but when it comes to fighting, you've come to the right person when it comes to me. Why don't we practice after dinner? Okay. Yi-chen's heart was also filled with anticipation. Seeing this big man in front of him who was more than 1 meter 9 in height, full of tendon meat, and whose weight was estimated to be close to 200, Yi-chen was not particularly panicked right now. It wasn't because of anything else. It was precisely because Yi-chen had a physique and fighting skill boost. During the meal, Zhuangyong, Tank and the others chatted openly with Yi-chen, along with being quite a bit older. But there wasn't much of a generation gap when it came to talking. They'd both been in the military for a long time and weren't really aware of all the new stuff that was going on in society. Yi-chen was a new recruit who had just joined the army this year and knew quite a lot of things they didn't know. As for Song Fong, she appeared to be out of place in the crowd and didn't say a few words till the end. Today was their first day here, and they could just rest after dinner. There isn't much of a venue, a classroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In the end they were the ones who found themselves a similar field for resting, training, and teaching Yi-chen fighting. After that meal just now, Yi-chen's relationship with Tank and Zhuangyong were much better. Tank even directly addressed Yi-chen as Elder Brother Yi. He patted Yi-chen's shoulder and said, Elder Brother Yi, you shouldn't have too much psychological pressure during this period of time. There aren't really that many fighting techniques that our special forces have to practice, and not all of them are that capable of fighting. Oh, Yi-chen was a little curious. In his previous life, he spent all day muddling through and idling around, with little knowledge base at all. In his eyes, every special forces soldier should be that kind of all-round existence. Pick any special forces soldier out of the ring, and they'd be able to beat the hell out of those professional fighters. Zhuangyong also saw what Yi-chen had in mind, but without waiting for Zhuangyong to speak, Song Fong, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Because on the battlefield when you can take a gun, you take a gun, and no one uses their fists. Even when it does come to the point where we need to physically fight, the first thing we have to think about is not how to fight, but how to find a more lethal weapon or how to find a new gun. Song Feng's tone was calm, but it was straight to the point. After hearing Song Feng speak, Yi-chen also directly came to a realization. Zhuangyong also hemmed and hawed. A new recruit like you, especially one who just graduated from high school, definitely doesn't know anything special about special forces. Life and death are fleeting on the battlefield. And a life lost is a life lost. Especially those of us who are special forces. The enemies we encounter are not ordinary people. So we use guns if we can, knives if we don't have guns, and only use our fists if we really don't have it this time. Special forces is no tomorrow's soldiers. We are either fighting behind enemy lines or on the way to fight behind enemy lines. Even if we die, I'm afraid we can't set up a monument. Your kid is also not able to think straight. What, not good? Have to want to run to the special forces? Maybe one day you'll be accounted for on the battlefield. When they said this, although the three of them didn't show it, they were all looking forward to Yi Chen's answer. Zhuang Yong spoke in a cloudy manner. But in fact, this was also to test Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was just a youngster. Not even 20 years old. His mind was not even mature. Want to be a good special forces not only need to be excellent physical quality, but also need to be excellent psychological quality. Otherwise, even if you let Yi Chen become a special forces, that is also not responsible for him. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, I have people I want to protect. This was the reason Yi Chen had always wanted to become insanely strong. The belief. Yi Chen thought of himself as a very selfish person. Those feelings of family and country. Serving the motherland. For the country and the people, Yi Chen also have the same. Only in comparison, Yi Chen had more in mind to protect Xiaola, so that she would survive that mission and not suffer a single bit of harm anymore. Tank laughed out loud and said, You kid, that's quite an unexpected answer. Since you have someone you want to protect, then practice hard. The fights practiced by our special forces are not ordinary fights. They are all killing moves. Let's just say that if we were to face our last normal enemy, I could have him dead in less than 10 seconds. Yi Chen's pupils contracted slightly. With your bare hands, in 10 seconds, you can just take care of a life? He had fighting skills, but he hadn't studied them closely enough to know much about them at all. Anymore, it was a fresh human life. But in their hands, such a human life, not even 10 seconds to live? Elder brother Yi, come, let's practice. Just take charge of the offense. I'll see how strong you are. And by the way, I'll show you how big the gap is between a special forces soldier and an ordinary person. Okay. Yi Chen jumped at the chance. Yi Chen hadn't fought at all since acquiring the fighting skill, and his physique is now at 3.1. It had been an itchy hand for so long. Chapter 26. What do you call this? Not practicing fighting? If Yi Chen didn't have a system, if he were to ask what he was most proficient in, then he would be most proficient in fighting. People like him, growing up, loitering, either hitting others or being hit by others, and by the words of the army had fought a lot of real battles. Street fighting never cares if you have rules or not, martial arts or not, strike first and suffer later. But now, after all, it's in the army. Wunderkind is something that he should still talk a little bit about. On the side, Song Feng, Zhuang Yang both had their hands clasped in front of their chests as they watched the action. Before formally doing so, Yi Chen asked, So are there any restrictions or anything like that? At that, Tank laughed. There won't be any restrictions on the battlefield. As long as you can win, who cares what tactics you use? Not to mention you've never practiced fighting. You can fight all you want. But before Tank could finish his sentence, suddenly, Yi Chen then violently rushed towards the tank. But the punch is halfway through. Yi Chen suddenly tripped his left leg over his right leg and fell directly to the ground. The fall was a solid one on the ground. If it had been placed on a concrete floor, it would have taken a nasty fall. Seeing the situation, Tank was confused. Zhuang Yong was confused. Song Feng, on the other hand, held some doubts. Since Yi Chen was able to come here, then Yi Chen would not make such a low-level mistake. The facts also proved that Yi Chen was by no means an accidental fall. Right at the moment of the fall, Yi Chen fiercely reached out and made his palm into a claw form, preparing to strike the dragon directly. Tank went cold under his stall. The boy. Although Yi Chen was a bit shady and trapped, he had to say that he did surprise the tank. Just as he started practicing on it, Yi Chen went straight to the path. On the battlefield, who cares what process you use? Even if I run you over with my ass, that's still a loss for you and a win for me. But tanks are no slouches. All of them were already preparing to go abroad for hunter training. And this strength of his could be imagined. Don't look at his size, but the tank's movements are extremely sensitive. Yi Chen obviously didn't expect the tank to be able to dodge it. When he fought with other punks before, he used this trick 100 times and no one could react. At that time, Yi Chen also had a nickname, called the Egg Demolition Expert. Is this the difference between us ordinary people and special forces? Yi Chen muttered in his heart. Since ordinary means are useless here, Yi Chen didn't hesitate, and when it was time to use a skill, he simply had to use it. This fighting skill was by default the state that was always activated. Every move, every style, all kinds of martial arts were engraved in Yi Chen's mind. It was also in this moment. The aura on Yi Chen's body changed violently. Tank also instantly felt bad. From the aura emanating from Yi Chen's body, one could tell that Yi Chen didn't seem to be simple. Tank was born into a martial arts family and has been in the military for 3 generations. Until he enlisted in the military, Tank had already fought a number of high-profile people. After arriving at the army, especially at the current Kangwolf Special Forces, he had crossed paths with countless experts. The aura is very strong on everyone who gets to cross paths with a Tank, and the aura that Yi Chen was emitting right now was in no way inferior to those people. Tank also shifted from that relaxed mindset at the beginning to seriousness. Yi Chen's figure moved quickly. It took less than a second to even get up from the ground and then close enough to get to the Tank. Zhuang Yang marveled. So fast. Song Fang's feet moved slightly, and his eyes straightened as he sized up Yi Chen. At this speed, I'm afraid it's a match for Song Fang's instructor. Just the next second. Or rather, not even a second. Yi Chen bent down and violently picked up the Tank. That's nearly 200 pounds of strong man, and a strong man with defenses. But in front of Yi Chen, the Tank was picked up very easily as if it was 100 pounds. Tank panicked in his mind. He could clearly tell that Yi Chen's power was very strong. Terrifyingly strong. The fact that he could explode such a high level of strength from such a small body. Tank immediately felt that there was a possibility that he was not Yi Chen's opponent, but by the time he realized it was too late, his vision blurred fast. Then, the whole person fell directly and heavily to the ground. Yi Chen froze and gave Tank a direct backdrop. A sharp pain immediately spread throughout the Tank's entire body. Tank could clearly feel that if Yi Chen had just tried to kill him, his neck would have been smashed now. And at this point, Zhuang Yon, Song Feng, and Teacher Gu, who was silently observing from the shadows, were all confused. How can you call this a recruit? You call that not having practiced fighting? Who's a new recruit who can just backdrop a nearly 200-pound Special Forces soldier? Special Forces generally don't want anyone too tall or too heavy. After all, they're Special Forces, and the missions they have to perform are extremely difficult. Every Special Forces soldier has to be highly mobile, flexible, and agile. Things like being too fat, too tall, can have an impact on their mission. The reason why the Tank can stay in the Special Forces is because the Tank is really overpowering. Although he is terribly tall, terribly strong, but he is to most of the Special Forces more flexible. Don't look at him for such a big guy. He's even at the forefront of camouflage. This is the #1 person who has a fine mind and absolute power, and is extremely flexible. In front of Yi Chen, it was a direct backdrop. After dropping the Tank, Yi Chen bent down and helped the Tank up. While assisting, Yi Chen said with some embarrassment, "That, brother Tank, sorry haha, I didn't think you were so, no, I didn't think I was so, well, it seems not either." Tank's mouth twitched. He waved his hand repeatedly and laughed bitterly. "It's me who should be embarrassed. Thanks to me or being born in a martial arts family since I was a child. I did take it seriously just now, but even if I did I couldn't defeat you. With your strength, it shouldn't be you learning from us. It should all be us learning from you." Yi Chen scratched his head and laughed. Brother Tank is flattered. In fact, Yi Chen really didn't realize that he could be that strong himself just now. Well, at least he ended up charging out. Otherwise, in less than 5 seconds, Yi Chen had instead gotten the Tank directly killed here. Song Feng, who had always spoken very little, also suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said, "Let's both try." Oh, Yi Chen looked towards Song Feng. Since she took the initiative to want to come over and ask for her advice, Yi Chen couldn't afford to refuse. Anymore, Song Feng was a girl, and it was still a bit bad for him, a big old man, to hit a girl. But just as Yi Chen hesitated, suddenly, Song Feng then attacked directly. A leg shadow zoomed larger and larger in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 27 Departure for Hunter Intensive Training. If this kick had hit his body, it was estimated that Yi Chen would have to be directly kicked out several meters. Now that the pale wind has struck, Yi Chen didn't think much about it and immediately made a countermeasure. Since Song Feng came with such a fierce force, then Yi Chen also came with a borrowed power. The moment the leg was about to kick Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen quickly dodged, and directly grabbed Song Feng's incoming leg with both hands. The moment he was grabbed by Yi Chen, Song Feng instantly felt as if he had been caught in a vice, without a single bit of room to break free. Song Feng's speed was already fast enough, but Yi Chen's speed was even faster than Song Feng's. It was not even on the same level. After grabbing it, Yi Chen directly turned Song Feng's entire body in the direction that Song Feng had attacked. After spinning on the spot, Yi Chen concentrated all the force of his entire body into his arms. After reaching the apex, Yi Chen violently loosened his hands. Since being born until now, this was the first time that Song Feng had experienced what it meant to fly close to the ground. After being flung out several meters away, Song Fong fell heavily to the ground. Obviously, Cthulhu isn't much better than Tank. Seeing that Song Fong had also come and challenged himself, Yi Chen set his eyes on Zhuang Yang again. Zhuang Yang immediately shivered in fear. No, don't look at me. I don't want to challenge you. Mr. Gu also silently turned around and took out the cell phone he was carrying. This cell phone is all encrypted, so it's safe to take this phone directly and make calls. In the meantime, a bell rang inside Xiao Zhangguo's office. The phone call given at this time, and it was still his private number. Without even thinking about it, it should be that there was news from Yi Chen's side. How's Yi Chen? Teacher Gu shook his head and laughed, then reported. You know the strength of those 3 special forces chiefs, especially that tank from your northern combat zone. Today, I asked those 3 to teach Yi Chen to fight, but Yi Chen was the one who directly gave the tank a backdrop, and just now Yi Chen threw Song Fong directly out several meters away. Chief, you found a good son-in-law. Hearing Teacher Gu's report, Xiao Zhangguo's entire body almost froze in place. Yi Chen, this kid is so fierce? Tank, Song Fong, what level are these two? When you look at the whole army, they are in the first tier of fighting. These 2 people were all born in martial arts families, and although Song Fong was a female, she was going to be more fierce than the vast majority of male soldiers by an unknown number of levels. But what level is this Yi Chen? Since he was a child, Yi Chen has been idle all day, doing nothing, fighting and brawling. However, it was such a number one person who had dumbfounded the 2 who had been born in a martial arts family since childhood. For the next month, although Yi Chen was the youngest, the 3 of them hadn't rarely asked Yi Chen to teach them things. Whether it was English or fighting, Yi Chen was able to instruct them on a lot. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it will be time to depart. It wasn't until Yi Chen and the others boarded the airplane, but they still didn't know where their destination was either. They didn't know how many times they had changed planes along the way. Yi Chen and the others also slept and slept. Even if they weren't sleepy, they had to force themselves to sleep, because Yi Chen and the 4 of them weren't stupid, who all knew that when they got to the place they wouldn't be able to sleep whenever they wanted like now. Sleeping a little more now will make you suffer a little less when you get to the place. After I don't know how long, the helicopter was gradually going to land as the vibrations in the cabin grew louder and louder. The place where they landed was a jungle. At this time, there were already quite a few special forces waiting here on this ground. Zhuang Yang swept a glance at the ground and said, looks like we didn't arrive too early. 30 countries were invited, each sending 4 people, totaling 120 people. The scene was now filled with nearly 100 people. A number of these 100 or so people have also begun to sign up for tours. The biggest head of them all is dominated by Eagle Jam Nation. There are also 8 very hard-working lapdogs down in Eagle Jam country, the land of the small-time footless chickens, and the land of the sticks. After the 4 of Yi Chen got out of the helicopter, there was a hint of coolness that hit them. It's a little late in the day now. Just now on the way here Yi Chen had observed the shape of the ground in this neighborhood. Here, the temperature difference between day and night will be extreme. One weather on the mountain, one weather off the mountain. A very hostile environment. After getting out of the helicopter, many people then set their eyes on Yi Chen's side. The receptionist came up and spoke to them in heavily accented, very stifled English. After saying this, the person in charge of reception left. It was said, but Tank and the others were completely all over the place. There are very few words that can be understood. Tank spat straight out. What the is this guy yakking about? Can't understand a word of it. Zhuang Yang, Song Fong and the 2 of them were also frowning. Yi Chen was the exception. After all, with skills, even if he woofed a few times there Yi Chen understood what he was trying to express. Yi Chen also acted as an interpreter and said, that person said for us to wait here first, and wait for everyone to arrive before starting the set. So it is. The 3 responded while their hearts were filled with admiration for Yi Chen. It wasn't true that Yi Chen was younger than them, but it was also true that they had learned from someone younger than them. Over the past month, each of their fighting skills had been greatly improved, and their foreign language proficiency had also improved quite a bit. Now, Yi Chen was able to act as a direct interpreter again. Otherwise, with the man's accent, they must have been dead set on not being able to hear what he was saying. When the 4 of them got off the airplane, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Most people subconsciously glance at the newly disembarked Special Forces soldier, sizing him up, but usually the gaze doesn't linger for long. But it was different when it came to Yi Chen and the others. After most people had taken a glance, their gazes didn't move away directly, but continued to stare at Yi Chen and Song Fong who was beside him. Looking at so many people on the scene, Yi Chen and his group of 4 was the strangest. Usually to be able to come here are the veteran special forces who have been through hundreds of battles. They can represent not only themselves, but all behind the motherland. Everyone is the strongest of the strong. However, the combination of Yi Chen and the 4 of them was extremely strange. A giant tall, giant strong man, a giant short man, a small young man, a woman. Inside an office somewhere, Vader's brow was furrowed and his face was extremely hard to see. Next to him, another auxiliary instructor cursed angrily. This year's Donghua Kingdom is really too much of a disregard for this hunter-intensive training. What crooked people are these sent here? Chapter 28, Provoked? The original purpose of our hunter-intensive training is to produce all-around single-soldier warriors, fearless iron-blooded hunters. But what is all this they sent? How is someone that tall and that strong fit for concealment? How is he fit for fighting behind enemy lines? What are the chances of someone that short in height winning in close-quarters combat against those who are quite a bit taller than him? That's fine. The two of them have an okay resume. But what the hell is that Song Fong? My goodness. They even sent a woman. This is simply the biggest disgrace in the history of hunters. Besides this woman, there's that new recruit. A recruit who is only 18 years old. Vader, I suggest we let them return home where they are now. Since they don't respect us, we don't have to give them back the most basic respect. Vader was silent for a long time. Though he didn't say anything, anyone who knew it was Vader who was the most upset by this. Hunter training is the global scope of all the special forces in the Holy Land. Despite knowing that the hunter training is incredibly difficult, hard, but every time the hunter training will be held, a lot of special forces will be squeezed through the head wanna come in. As long as you can insist on passing the hunter training, not to mention taking the first place from here. As long as you insist on coming down from here, that is the supreme honor. But it's such a set. Today, it was treated like this by the Donghua Kingdom. Vader let out a long sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "We won't have a good time if we piss off the East China Kingdom. You guys are the ones who just came here not too long ago, and as the chief instructor of the 5 hunter intensive training, I have witnessed those special soldiers sent by the Eastern China country. Their strength may not be the strongest, but their willpower is the strongest. And almost every time, someone from the East China country will fall to us, preferring death over giving up. Those special forces are the best in the East China country, but here, they can only be considered ordinary, cannot get any good rankings, and there is a great possibility that they will be sacrificed. So they should just send some random people this year to mean something. Since they don't want to be taken seriously, there's no need for us to take them seriously. Just weed them out during the next training session, and do it sharply, understand?" Upon hearing Vader snapping like that, Reacher's eyes burst out with a brilliant light. Vader is the chief instructor. Reacher was an auxiliary instructor. Except that of the auxiliary instructors, Reacher was the largest, the equivalent of second in command. Understood. Upon answering Vader's orders, Reacher went right ahead and opened up his staff and intended to go into battle himself. Waiting for the scene, the rumor mill is growing. At first those people just whispered behind their backs, but by now, those people were all starting to talk loudly about Yi Chen and the others in public. Those special forces soldiers from the Footpot Chicken country were all barking loudly in dog language, thinking that Yi Chen and the 4 of them didn't understand, and the Stick country next to them was similarly doing the same. Is this year's Donghua Kingdom serious? Sending these people here is just like sending them to their deaths. You can't say that. I think that chick is really good looking. I've heard for a long time that there are very few rules in the hunter set. Hey, those people sized up Song Fong and were just so relieved to be talking in public. As it turned out, Song Fong and the others really couldn't understand. Except for Yi Chen. With the skill, he could understand dog language just as well, not to mention human language. Although Song Fong and the others couldn't understand, they could feel that what they were saying wasn't anything good. Those 4 people from the Eagle Sauce country found a big rock to sit on and had been looking down at Yi Chen and the 4 of them. The 2 lapdogs, the Footpot Chicken and the Stick country, say something in their native tongue one moment, and then hug the Eagle Sauce country in English the next. Each of the 4 GI sent out by Eagle Sauce Nation this time around is first-rate strong. The heights were all 5'8" as a starting point, and everyone was bursting with tendon flesh, as if they could kill a cow with one punch. Tank was inherently upset in their minds, only that they didn't show it either. If they came up and went to the trouble of others, it would show that they didn't have manners and would be easily talked about by others. They represent not themselves, but the motherland behind them. But just then, Yi Chen suddenly asked, "Tank, do you have strong hands?" This statement was made. Tank and the 3 of them all turned their heads to look at Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen said that, it proved that he must have some kind of ghost idea. Tank patted his chest and said, "I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to power, you know me, elder brother Yi. I can't beat you in a fight, but I'm definitely above you in strength. And with the strength of my hands, it's a piece of cake to break someone's bones in my grip. That's what it takes." Yi Chen heatedly laughed, a flash of cunning in his eyes. After saying this, Yi Chen walked directly towards the special forces of the Footpad Chicken country that had been living a pretty good little life. Seeing the 4 of them, Yi Chen greeted them in a fluent dog language. "Hello seniors, my name is Yi-chen, please take care of me in the future." Seeing that Yi-chen knew dog language, those few special forces from the footpad chicken country were obviously a bit surprised, only they weren't the least bit embarrassed, and didn't feel the slightest bit of shame for the outburst they had just made. This was just what Yi-chen wanted. If they weren't all bad to the end, Yi-chen and the others wouldn't be able to use their full strength. Yi-chen extended his hand with a smile on his face. At the same time, Yi-chen also gave a sign to the tank, and the tank immediately understood Yi-chen's meaning. Tank also came forward and extended his hand as a sign of friendship. The leader of this four-man squad was named Yamamoto. With him at the head, he stepped forward and similarly extended his hand to shake Yi-chen's. Yamamoto had already prepared himself long ago, and Yi-chen and the others were clearly coming from a bad place, but it turns out, even if he was prepared, he simply couldn't resist Yi-chen's force. At the same time, Tank shook hands with a special forces soldier from the country of Footpad's Chicken. The moment Yamamoto shook Yi-chen's hand, Yamamoto immediately felt as if his hand was being pressed to death by a hydraulic press. The speed of Yi-chen's grip was slow, but Yamamoto could clearly feel that Yi-chen's force was nearly unstoppable. He tried to pull his hand out, but he knew it was too late now. It's almost impossible to pull your hand out. The only thing Yamamoto could do was to keep his face calm and, again, use all the power in his entire body to fight Yi-chen. But it was all in vain in the end. Not long after he had powered up, not even 5 seconds out, a crisp ringing sound came slamming out. Yamamoto's face turned blue. Tank and the others had become too familiar with the voice. It's the sound of bones breaking. Chapter 29. He didn't say a word even when his hand was broken. This also meant that, just now, Yi-chen had hardened and Ed Yamamoto's bones through a handshake. Tank had thought that Yi-chen just wanted to teach them some lessons, but now it seemed that Yi-chen was not just trying to teach them a lesson, because the tank could clearly see that this Yi-chen kid was actually still exerting himself. It wasn't long after that again. A trace of blood actually flowed out of Yamamoto and Yi-chen's palms. Although Yi-chen was not old enough to have seen much of the world, but after all, he had the system now, and he was now facing the outspoken special forces of the Footless Chicken Nation. Facing Yamamoto, Yi-chen didn't have an ounce of fear. The spikes from the broken bones froze and pierced right through Yamamoto's palm. And Yamamoto is kind of a samurai spirit. Until now, he froze without saying a word. Yi-chen had a smile on his face. Seeing that this was already the case, Yi-chen did not continue to make things difficult. I look forward to the next match with Senior. After saying that, Yi-chen directly turned around and walked away. As for the special forces guy shaking hands with the tank one, he wasn't much better. After walking away from them for a certain distance, Tank couldn't help but laugh and pat Yi-chen's shoulder. "I say, old brother Yi, didn't you just go a little overboard? How can you shake hands with someone and break their bones and make them bleed? Aren't you afraid they'll come after us?" Yi-chen gave Tank a blank look and said, "Don't think I don't know that you've shattered his hand into a comminuted fracture." Tank scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. "I didn't expect Yi-chen to be so carefully observant." Tank sighed. "I didn't realize those two footpad chickens who had been living a good little life were so good that they didn't utter a word. I should have known to use a little more force." Song Feng, on the other hand, walked up to look at the two special forces soldiers from the Footbath Chicken Country, and then turned his head to whisper to Yi-chen, "Yi-chen." But before Song Feng could get his words out, Yi-chen simply waved his hand and said, "If you're saying that I'm being too heavy-handed, then there's no need for that. That's what they deserve." Song Feng smiled and shook his head. "You're not hitting hard. You're hitting too soft. Yi-chen, he's almost ruined Yamamoto's hand here. And that's still light?" Song Feng continued, holding his hand while rubbing it vigorously. "So it won't break a bone and will cause great damage to him. And it is estimated that he won't be able to use his hand for this period of time during the hunter-intensive training in the future." "Yi-chen, it's true. You can't mess with women at any time." Yi-chen was just taking revenge unilaterally, not thinking much about the consequences. And Song Feng was a brilliant tactic. Their hands, i.e., they can no longer use them, and there is no obvious trauma. So even if they are pursued, they may not be able to tell the truth well because of face saving. Ever since the two of them, Yi-chen and Tank, had struck out, the scene had been quiet for quite some time. Yamamoto, as well as his teammates, didn't look at Yi-chen and the others much after this either. They're like rabid dogs on the side of the road almost. If you're afraid, this dog will bite you every time it sees you, and the more you run, the more it bites. On the contrary, if you just see this crazy dog and directly beat this crazy dog half dead, then this crazy dog will see you all the time and the future will be tight-tail gray escape. Another hour or so probably passed. 120 special forces from 30 countries were all present. Vader arrived in person with a crowd of auxiliary instructors. After getting off the military vehicle, Vader yelled out directly, "All hands on deck." The crowd of special forces immediately assembled. Though they were strangers, assembled they had pretty much the same understanding. After standing in line, Vader stood with a loudspeaker and began to shout, "And now, you will begin the first mission of your visit to the Hunter Intensive. Next, I will send each of you a locator. You are now about 20 kilometers away from the target location, and those who reach the end of the line will be able to successfully enter the Hunter Intensive training. Otherwise, go back where you came from." The crowd of Special Forces soldiers responded in unison afterward. Vader continued again. "I don't care how strong you are, how high your rank is, which country you come from, which Special Forces are the top Special Forces. Here, you have no rank, only code names. But now, you're not even qualified to have a code name. You may think that this is too strict, that I would ask you to traverse 20 kilometers in an hour in a completely unfamiliar environment. But what I want to tell you is that the 20 kilometers are covered with minefields. These mines are specially designed mines, and if you look carefully you'll be able to spot them. But if you make the slightest mistake, the good result is that you become disabled. The bad result is that you will stay here forever. Accompanying you are not only the ubiquitous landmines, but also the ubiquitous bullets that come from the shadows. There is never a training ground in hunter training, only a battlefield. At any time, you may lose your lives because of any mistake. If you feel that you can't accept this, or that your own lives are more important than the motherland behind you, you can roll back to where you came from now. I'll give you 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, you will have no choice to quit. Either stick it out or die here." The words fell. Vader hit the timer. The 30-second countdown has officially begun. There was also a cacophony of chatter coming from the scene. Even the battle-hardened tanks, they were all a little worried. They had heard that the casualty rate of the Hunter Intensive training was extremely high, but they hadn't expected it to be this high and that it would be this strict. Want to officially step through this door of the Hunter Intensive? They then have to go through 20 kilometers of death. They have to face mines everywhere. They have to face bullets everywhere. But if there was the slightest mistake, they could be buried here. It is impossible to say that there is no worry in your heart. But if they were to say that they were retreating, none of the four of them, Yi Chen, had ever ventured a single thought. Tank joked about Yi Chen. "Yi, old brother, you're so young. Aren't you afraid you'll be accounted for here? Times are changing, technology is advancing. There are so many things you can enjoy in the future." Yi Chen gave the tank a blank look. If not for them, where would the times be going on and technology advancing? If anyone thinks like that, then this country is considered to be completely finished. Asterisk 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 Q. Tank chuckled. Half a minute is almost a blink of an eye in normal times. But by now, the half minute had seemed so long. There were quite a few Special Forces soldiers who heard the rules and backed off. Chapter 30. A human being is killed. In the eyes of some Special Forces in other countries, they didn't join the military to defend their country, or have any sense of family or country in their hearts, etc. In the eyes of these people, being a soldier is like a job, but just a way to make money. When it comes time to actually go to war, I guess these people don't really even dare to go to war, because for them, going to war is like dancing on the tip of a knife, and a single mistake will cost them their lives on the spot. Now it's here. In the face of such a terrifying rule, it was impossible for them not to beat a retreat. The Special Forces who came here are the elite of the elite in each country, but different national Special Forces also have different strengths. There are Special Forces soldiers who are great in their own country, but put him in another country and he's likely to be worse than an ordinary soldier. The scene was noisy, though, and many people beat a retreat. But in the end, not a single person here opted out. All of them have gone to great lengths to get here. Wouldn't it be a shame if they just quit without practicing much? Besides, who knows if Vader is telling the truth or not? Wouldn't it be a big loss if Vader was lying to them? Not everyone thinks like that, and at the end of the day, it's actually a large percentage of people who wanted to quit but didn't get around to it, because Vader had called time out. The time was up, and they had no chance to quit even if they wanted to. Distribute locators. One per team. Yes, the auxiliary instructors responded in unison, handing out the 30 locators that had been prepared in advance to the groups. After issuance, Vader gave the order and bellowed, "Action!" The moment the words fell, the crowd of Special Forces began to run violently. It's all about Special Forces at this level, and most people know that this time thing is a race against the clock. A second sooner is a minute sooner possible. Through the locator they simply discerned the direction before they started sprinting straight up. Tank and the others wanted to follow and rush out, but they were stopped by Yi Chen. "Crazy? Do you think that crazy instructor is bluffing you guys?" Words. The trio immediately stopped in their tracks. After Vader finished speaking, Yi Chen immediately started scanning with his radar skill. "I didn't know until I swiped it, but I was shocked." At first Yi Chen also thought that this was Vader scaring them, but after scanning it Yi Chen knew that this idea of his was completely wrong. There are very few mines in the neighborhood, but they are all real minds. If anyone was unlucky or didn't observe, they'd probably have to be accounted for on the spot. People like those running frantically in front of them should be able to survive to the end if they were more lucky. And if they were unlucky, they would most likely die here in less than 1,000 meters. You mean he didn't lie to us? Aha! Yi Chen nodded and pointed a finger in a direction. Looking carefully over in that direction, they could spot a rather obvious tripwire. Seeing the situation, Song Feng and the others' expressions immediately became serious. If what that instructor said is true, then this is an almost impossible task. In 1 hour, we need to cross 20 kilometers in a minefield, which is almost a dream. As they speak, behind the 4 of them, a bullet was then attacked. The bullets almost brushed against them, but any slight deviation would hit them. At the same time, these bullets were also reminding them that if they didn't run forward, all that awaited them was death. There are a lot of people who go right out at the beginning, but that doesn't mean all of them. There were some other people at the scene besides Yi Chen and the others who also stayed put. None of these people looked particularly strong, and the national power of the country behind them should not be particularly developed either. In such a scene, they were conspicuously confined, not speaking the language, not knowing what's going on here, seeing the people who keep running in front of them, feeling the bullets coming from behind. Even though they didn't speak the language, they knew that if they didn't run they would most likely die here. They pulled their legs out and ran forward. See this scene. Yi Chen's heart also seized violently. Not far in front of these men was a buried mine. From the time they started running to the time they finished they didn't make it out of 30 seconds. A loud explosion came violently. Smoke fell in the darkness. What followed were limbs, broken arms, and chunks of flesh that were blown in all directions. After the first explosion hit, the special forces on the scene exploded. Damn, that instructor actually said it was true. Then these bullets should be real too. What should we do? These sons of ES, they're just not taking their lives seriously. I'm quitting. Instructor, where is the instructor? I want to quit. This intensive training is happy for whoever comes. I won't serve anymore. I was only informed that I'm here to participate in intensive training. I wasn't informed that I'm here to get killed. Arm? Whose arm is this that flew at me? Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Run. Run. The scene is starting to panic. Landmines are also detonating with increasing frequency. It didn't take long for a second mine to detonate, and another special forces soldier was blown to bits on the spot. See this scene. Yi Chen's eyes instantly widened. He had lived 2 lifetimes, but when had he ever seen this scene? Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, Yi Chen could barely control himself and began to dry heave continuously in place. Vomit. Vomit. Yi Chen held on to the tree, saying that he couldn't even run anymore. In the dark, Reacher snickered at Yi Chen as he fired his gun. Thoroughly new recruits. It's really confusing that the hallowed Donghua Kingdom would send such a number 1 to participate in the hunter intensive training. The special forces who were blown up also appeared beside Reacher at this time. It's not uncommon for hunter sets to have casualties, but as the organizers, they will surely keep the casualties within a still acceptable range. Otherwise, if several, or even a dozen people die straight away at the start, what other country would send special forces to them? The death of such a large scale as the beginning is just to test the psychological quality of those special forces. If really in the first round on the death of so many people, the organizers cannot be responsible for these special forces, no matter how to say that this is also a live human life, the country behind them to piss off their organizers will not have any good fruit to eat. Tank patted Yi Chen's back, and his face was heavy. That's their own destiny. We have our business and our duties. Chapter 31 Run by a new recruit leading the way? The next thing you know, Tank didn't go on much longer. Yi Chen was strong. One could even say that he was ridiculously strong. With this top-notch talent of Yi Chen, his heights in the future would definitely be beyond their reach. But even if he's strong now, he's still just a new recruit. He hadn't seen any big scenes, even with 2 lifetimes combined. His insights were low, very low. Letting Yi Chen come here right now was indeed a bit difficult for Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen had still experienced too little, but only after 10 seconds or so. Yi Chen's eyes then turned firm once again. I'm fine. You guys don't have to worry. Traversing 20 kilometers in an hour and a half to eventually find the finish line. And in the meantime avoiding so many minefields, and bullets everywhere. I guess it will be hard to accomplish this mission if we rely only on you guys. Words. The 3 men's mouths twitched. Although Yi Chen's words were a bit hard to hear, he had to admit that Yi Chen was right. I'm more observant than you guys, and you'll run how I run in a minute. We can't avoid bullets and all that stuff. And those guys shouldn't be stupid enough to actually shoot us with bullets. So we just need to think of him as a 20-kilometer cross-country run. Run with me. Okay, the 3 responded in unison. After spending this month together, they realized that Yi Chen was indeed better than them in everything, not to mention the physical fitness aspect. Even for meals Yi Chen ate a lot more than them. Unlike the others, Yi Chen and the four of them didn't run with the crowd, but opened up another new path to run. When those four special forces soldiers from Bagua saw Yi Chen and the others change their direction and run, after hesitating for a moment, they also immediately followed Yi Chen and the four of them. Boss, can we really run after them? These four people sent by the Donghua kingdom this year are really a bit untrustworthy. There was actually some hesitation in Ali's mind. As captain, he had to be responsible for his players. But Ali just had an intuition for some reason that following Yi Chen and the four of them would be the right thing to do. Because of the radar skill in place, Yi Chen also immediately noticed the four Ali people who were at the back. Stop. Yi Chen extended his hand in a gesture. The three tanks stopped immediately, looking in the direction Yi Chen was looking. The four of them and the four of Ali were right on top of each other. Seeing the looks of the four Ali men, Yi Chen greeted them in their native Baiath language. Hello? The four Alis were shocked. If Yi Chen's looks weren't different from theirs, otherwise, listening to this voice of Yi Chen's, they would definitely think that Yi Chen was a native Bagua man. You speak our language? Seeing that they were really people from Ba, Yi Chen let go of his heart. After all, they are all brotherly countries. It's not easy out there, so if you can give a hand, give a hand. Yi Chen then beckoned to the four of them. Run after us. As long as you run after us, I'll make sure you're absolutely safe, but only if you have enough stamina to be able to keep up with us. Understand? Understood. Seeing Yi Chen communicating so smoothly with Ali and the four of them, Tank and the three of them were once again confused. They knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but they didn't know that Yi Chen was this powerful. From this fluent conversation, one could tell that Yi Chen was definitely proficient in Urdu. Zhuang Yong came over and asked curiously, "What did you just say to them?" The summary is that the four of them want to be with us. It's not too late to run. After saying that, Yi Chen started running with his team. With a drone hovering in the sky, Vader was able to get a general view of the scene from inside the surveillance room. Time passes by. It was now completely dark. Trying to observe a path in such an environment is hard enough. Because of the rush, even those seasoned veteran special forces may lose their footing and fall as a result. As for landmines, at first they were afraid, but later they became numb. Scared? What's the use of being afraid? Bullets await them if they don't move forward. It's no joke when bullets hit people. They kill or maim. They can't move forward if they're observing. Bullets can travel far faster than they can run. Inside the surveillance room, Vader frowned. Bunch of idiots. If those were real landmines on the ground, they would have died countless times already. Vader had thought that Yi Chen and the four of them would also be among the large group, but when he carefully checked the number of people in the large troop, Vader violently realized that the figures of Yi Chen and the four of them had long since disappeared. At the same time, the four special forces from Ba'ath disappeared. Technician. See where Yi Chen and the others are. Yes, the technician immediately operated the drone. Because the overall direction was fixed and the drone had a night vision system, the technician quickly spotted Yi Chen and the 8 of them. On the screen, the team of 8 ran in a straight and orderly line toward the front. Pull it closer. The technician operated again as Vader had said. Seeing the figure at the forefront, Vader's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a closer look. This quartet of Yi Chen's and theirs was very distinctive and could be remembered almost at a glance. A tall one, a short one, a woman and a young one, and the one leading at the front, obviously. As long as Vader wasn't blind, he knew that person was Yi Chen. Vader muttered, "New recruits, leading, a bit of fun." It seems that the East China Kingdom didn't send 4 crooked people. Following up, Vader maneuvered the drone himself to speculate on the route they had taken. No speculation, okay. With this speculation, Vader violently realized that Yi Chen and the others had taken the completely optimal route. In the middle of such a dense minefield, Yi Chen led the other 7 people to perfectly bypass the minefield. Although on the surface the path Yi Chen and the others took was remote, in reality, Yi Chen and their path was the closest. Seeing that it was about time, Vader pinched the intercom in front of his collar and commanded, "Prepare to move." Vader's voice rang out among the intercoms of the various auxiliary instructors. Reacher squeezed the jackpot machine and said excitedly, "Yes, sir." He had waited a long time for this moment. Departure. I'm going to personally eliminate those 4 rookies from Donghua Kingdom. The other auxiliary instructors heard the words and began to move as well. This time they'll have to deal with more than just the apparent minefield of bullets. Near the end of the line, Vader and the others would send auxiliary instructors as well as other soldiers to block them and beat them up. Reacher personally led a group of 20 people, scurrying to the road that Yi Chen had to pass in front of them with a kick of the gas. Chapter 32, Ambush. It wasn't long after that. Reacher then saw Yi Chen and the 8 of them. Prepare to strike. Yes. Sir! More than 20 men hid in the darkness, clubs in hand, ready for an ambush. Sure, Yi Chen and the others weren't vegetarians either. Not to mention that Yi Chen had the added benefit of his skills. They thought they were being stealthy, but in reality Yi Chen had been observing them the entire time. When he was almost close to the 20 or so people, Yi Chen suddenly slowed down. After the queue became denser, without waiting for Tank and the others to question, Yi Chen directly said, "There are people from the hunter intensive training ambushing us ahead. They all have clubs in their hands. About 20 people." After saying this, Yi Chen repeated it in Urdu to Ali and the four of them. Ha! The 7 people's faces suddenly turned grave. Obviously, they're coming from a bad place. They knew that the hunter intensive training would be very cruel and strict, but how could they not expect it to be so outrageous? Minefields, random bullets they put up with. They're almost at the finish line, and suddenly 20 people show up ready to sneak up on them? At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Chen's strength. Moreover, now that it was so dark, the road that could be seen clearly was a difficult one. How did Yi Chen find someone ahead of him? There is moonlight now, but it is very dark, and since they had been moving in the middle of the jungle, most of the moonlight had been blocked by the foliage, making it especially difficult to see what was in front of them. Yi Chen whispered, "Look along my right front. There's a tree with a distinct silhouette." Looking in the direction Yi Chen was pointing, they did see the man in the tree. With their formation, they should be trying to surround us, so when we pass them at the beginning, they won't be the first to do anything, and we strike first. Saying that, Yi Chen turned his radar skill to maximum again and observed, the rest of the special forces will be watched, but in comparison, there are far fewer people to deal with other special forces. Even the little cutie could all see that the hunter intensive training was clearly targeting their eastern China country. Since they were not polite, Yi Chen had no intention of being polite. They obviously didn't come with good intentions. After all, they're official. Just don't lay a finger on them. After saying that, Yi Chen began to pace his feet again. When he was about to enter into their encirclement, Yi Chen had already arranged the division of labor in advance. Seeing Yi Chen and the others gradually walking into the encirclement, at this time, Reacher had already given Yi Chen and the 8 of them a notice of elimination in advance in his mind. But the moment they were just about to enter the center of the encirclement, suddenly, Yi Chen shouted violently, "Do it!" The moment the words fell, Yi Chen and the 8 of them immediately spread out, each one charging straight towards a target. The soldiers who were hiding in the shadows were confused. They were in the dark. Yi Chen and the others were in the light. And Yi Chen and the others didn't look much to their side until the beginning. Reacher's head buzzed momentarily. When they were officially on the move, Vader had made it a point to warn them about how Yi Chen and the 4 of them didn't seem to be simple. But Reacher didn't even think about it. Now it seems that Vader was right. To the tanks, these soldiers camouflaged in the jungle were like little chicken s on the ground. The soldier who was lying on the ground was directly picked up by the tank as a whole, without the slightest ability to resist. In the face of absolute power, what skill or not, he didn't have a chance to struggle. The whole person was thrown out several meters away with a whoosh, and smashed heavily on the tree to fall down. Even though Pale Wind was a girl, she hit harder than anyone else. The foot that breaks the child's legs, the sand that is raised, the poke in the eye, almost all the dirty tricks are all used. Apart from Yi Chen, everyone was a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier, and their hands were extremely decisive and swift. Seeing this, Reacher was in a hurry. According to this fight, not to mention that they eliminated Yi Chen, it was Yi Chen who beat them half to death. Reacher yelled, "Go!" The remaining dozen or so people in the shadows violently scurried out. They copied their sticks and the first thing they did was attack Yi Chen. Among these 8 people, Yi Chen was the one who looked the best to fight. Yi Chen was young and thin, and looked completely inexperienced. Reacher was also the first to aim at Yi Chen. His big 6'9" frame wasn't that far off from a tank, and he looked even stronger than a tank. Moving at high speed in the dark, Reacher looked like a bear. Not to mention fighting against Reacher, just looking at him would probably scare the hell out of him. Yi Chen did exactly that. Having the system, he had some backbone, but he still had a batch of panic in his heart. He's fought countless street fights, but street fights run into whoever this runs into. Reacher's physique alone could top 2 or 3 of those punks, and Reacher on behalf of the momentum and those punks is completely 2 levels. Let Reacher to that station. It is estimated that those punks have to be scared to pee their pants. As Reacher charged towards Yi Chen, Reacher also locked eyes with Tank. He saw panic in Yi Chen's eyes, but he didn't see a hint of worry in Tank's eyes. Although Reacher was the first year to come to the hunter training as an instructor, but he had also seen a lot of special forces of the East China country before. The legend of the special forces of the East China country he even heard countless. What impressed him the most was the stupidity of the special forces of the Eastern China country. For them, the lives of their comrades are far more important than their own. And if they are faced with an emergency situation and have to choose, they will not hesitate to choose to sacrifice themselves to protect their comrades. Before, he had always thought that this was true, but now it seemed that not all of them in the Eastern China kingdom were like that. Yi Chen's small physique. If Reacher really had a killing intent, in less than 10 seconds, he would have killed Yi Chen in seconds. But just in the last second after Reacher locked eyes with Tank, sympathy actually showed in Tank's eyes. Didn't wait for Reacher to react. Yi Chen's figure violently changed. Despite the fear revealed in Yi Chen's eyes, Yi Chen knew that if he didn't make the first move then he would only be beaten. During these few steps towards Reacher, Yi Chen could clearly feel the adrenaline in his body spiking wildly. Excitement, fear, panic, even some excitement. All sorts of emotions gathered in Yi Chen's mind. And Yi Chen couldn't even control his hands from shaking a little. Even though this fear was immense, Yi Chen would always have that strongest belief in his heart. He didn't know exactly what Xiao La had sacrificed, what mission he had carried out, and how strong the enemies he would face in the future Yi Chen didn't know either. So before that day came, the only thing Yi Chen had to do was to become stronger, constantly stronger. Me, grass, Yi Chen roared. His hands became claws, and he used all the strength in his body to grab Reacher. Chapter 33. The auxiliary instructor was dumbfounded. This is a new recruit? Reacher immediately let out a heartbreaking scream. His waist was held in Yi Chen's death grip, and each of Yi Chen's fingers was like a shrunken hydraulic press, as if the next second Yi Chen would grab Reacher's skin. Without waiting for him to resist, Reacher's vision blurred rapidly. Reacher's entire body was given a direct backward slam by Yi Chen, and if there was no block, Reacher's head would have hit the ground hard. Tank, Pale Wind, Zhuangyong, ********. The three also exploded almost simultaneously. Yi Chen, how did this kid lay down the gauntlet? If this doesn't go well, Reacher's life is going to end right here. With Yi Chen's force as well as Reacher's own weight, it would be difficult for this neck to break. Reacher panicked too. In the moments before he landed, he immediately made a block with his arm. Bang! Reacher was slammed to the ground hard. It was good that there was no stone on the ground, but if there was a stone, it was estimated that this blow would have to see blood, or even break bones. Although Reacher was using his entire body's strength to use to block, his arm was still very numb from the smash. And in this moment Reacher couldn't even feel his arm. That's when Reacher also became acutely aware of that last sympathetic look from Tank. Tank wasn't worried about Yi Chen. And that was because Yi Chen was 800 times more fierce than him. Reacher had also heard that the special forces of the East China country were very measured and on point. Just when Reacher thought Yi Chen would stop, a fist shadow violently zoomed in front of Reacher's eyes. My law, you stupid ass is crazy. Without waiting for Reacher to finish his sentence, Yi Chen's fist slammed into Reacher's face. 1 punch. 2 punches, 3 punches. Yi Chen swung his arm round and his fists came at Reacher like a raging storm. Towards the end of the fight, Yi Chen even lifted Reacher's entire body up and slammed it madly on the ground. Reacher wants to beg for mercy, but with this attack from Yi Chen, he didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. In Yi Chen's hands, he was like a small child with no ability to fight back. To the end, everyone else on the scene stopped. Everyone was placing their eyes on Yi Chen and Reacher. They've seen fights that are fierce, and they've seen fights that are crazy, but it was the first time they had seen a fierce and crazy one like Yi Chen. It's hard not to die when you fight someone like that. Tank and the others were too stunned to speak. Having spent more than a month with Yi Chen, in their eyes Yi Chen had always been a very good talker with a very good temper. But what's with Yi Chen today? If this were to encounter this kind of enemy on the battlefield, the tanks and the others would probably have to take a detour. He's just a crazy batch. Just this crazy batch aura on Yi Chen's body could let people know that this kid could never be messed with. Or else he would you up in minutes. Help! Add hashtag. Help! 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 Ooh! Help! Surrender! I surrender! By the end of the day, Yi Chen froze and beat Reacher until he uttered a few stifled sentences of Chinese. But where did Yi Chen, who had already gone crazy from killing, listen to this? He still did not slow down his hands in the slightest, and with the surge of adrenaline, coupled with his unbelievable physique that had been strengthened by the system, Yi Chen could not feel tired at all. If it wasn't for the tank pulling Yi Chen and Reacher apart, it was estimated that Reacher would have to explain himself here today. Elder Brother Yi, it's not polite to fight any longer. Ah, that big fool is getting confused by you. Song Feng, Zhuangyong and the two of them also parted forward to persuade. It was only after he calmed down that Yi Chen felt a bit of exhaustion. Seeing the beaten Lei Che on the ground, Yi Chen reacted violently to the fact that he seemed to be a bit on top just now. They were targeting themselves. But then again, targeting themselves was not their intention. If you want to blame it, you have to blame the people who set them up. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He walked to Reacher's front and said somewhat apologetically, sorry, I didn't think that much. You say you are also, just now I beat you so hard. You do not say a word? You but a word I will stop otherwise it is not as bad as beating you like this. Words. Reacher barely managed to spit a mouthful of blood on the spot. You have to listen to what I have to say. How many times have I said surrender? Help. And did you hear it once or twice? But in order to avoid pissing Yi Chen off again, Reacher forced himself to hold up a smile and said, we're here to test your fighting ability. And those who don't pass the fighting ability will be eliminated on the spot here. Congratulations, you guys, you passed the test. The crowd's mouths twitched. Just now, how ruthless Yi Chen's hand was, and how much it hurt when he hit his body. It was probably only Reacher who knew best. In less than a minute, Reacher was completely out of the shadows. Seeing that Reacher had been beaten into this, the others and Yi Chen were all scared to death when they locked eyes with Yi Chen. Just then, not far away, a few Negroes were fleeing frantically this way. Behind them were a full 7 or 8 soldiers who chased them furiously all the way with clubs in their hands. Because those black special forces didn't know the shape of the ground here, 2 of them both fell to the ground on the spot. The moment they fell to the ground, the men were beating on them furiously with sticks. Yi Chen and Reacher both noticed this scene at the same time. Reacher immediately turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's eyes, Reacher felt bad. Reacher endured the intense pain in his entire body and shouted to the 7 or 8 men in the local language here. Run! Don't even look back. Run! And when they saw that it was Reacher calling out to them, they all responded to Reacher with great excitement. Sir, what are you talking about? Are you telling us to run? Sir, are you kidding me? I've already broken his leg. This Special Forces soldier from South Africa has the nerve to call himself a Special Forces soldier. Let's see me break his other leg again. There's still a kid who dares to come up here to die. Brothers, go! Reacher held his forehead with one hand. He had persuaded. The rest was up to them. Yi Chen obviously wanted to mind this idle business. The overall quality of those black Special Forces soldiers was obviously that bad, but they treated those blacks like that. Isn't that clearly bullying? Tank, they look at me and I look at you. Eventually, less than 3 minutes, of the 8 soldiers at the scene, 3 had broken arms, 2 had shattered palms, and 3 had their thighs broken by Yi Chen in a hard way. And all of this was in Vader's eyes. The size of Yi Chen's and their team had also changed from 8 at the beginning to 10 at the back. Only after seeing Yi Chen's 10 people walk away did Reacher dare to take out his walkie-talkie to report. Chief Instructor, why don't we just eliminate the Donghua Kingdom soldier? He's downright violent. Chapter 34, a bunch of losers. Can't even beat the new recruits. Vader grunted. Just now Yi Chen and their tactics Vader all watched through the drone. Yi Chen's reaction was like a new recruit, but his methods were definitely not like a new recruit. This was why Yi Chen was able to come to their hunter intensive training as a new recruit. Every hunter training session, the East China country was treated with a very serious attitude, and the special forces sent out were all the best of the best. I had thought that this year's East Vale State was going to be self-defeating, but I didn't expect that this year. The ones they sent were quite a bit stronger than the ones from previous years. Vader had simply scanned their profiles at first, not looking at them in great detail. It was only after seeing Yi Chen's body that Vader scrutinized Yi Chen's information. By the standards of the Eastern China country, Yi Chen hadn't even passed the new training period, but it is such a new recruit is to break the East China's 3 kilometers of the army record, and gun law and is 100 shots, rifle, sniper rifle all proficiency, is a natural marksman. Other people still don't have much of a soldier, but Yi Chen has already run off to the special forces for selection. Seeing the Reacher and the others were getting beat up, Vader was furious. Thanks to you being almost 2 meters tall and full of tendons, to be beaten by a new recruit. And you have the nerve to ask me to eliminate them? Hearing Vader's flurry of abuse, Reacher was filled with aggravation. Vader was getting angrier and angrier. Then cursed, do you realize that they are currently the fastest in this test? And it's all because of that recruit's leadership. Instead of saying that he's a violent maniac, it's more like you guys are blind and didn't realize that Yi Chen and the others are not very strong. How dare you still have the face to say something like that? What use do I have for you auxiliary instructors if I can't even clean up the new recruits? It's better to tell Yi Chen to get lost than to tell you to get lost. Reacher, and, not a shred of comfort and a big scolding from Vader. But when you think about it, it's not wrong for him to be called out. He brought so many people to crouch and they ended up getting their asses kicked in turn. If this were on the battlefield, they won't even be alive for a second. Reacher carefully reviewed the situation. They had been watching Yi Chen from start to finish, but Yi Chen hadn't been watching their side much at all. However, it was in such a situation that Yi Chen had accurately discovered their position. But if Yi Chen had a gun in their hands, next thing you know, their own heads will have to explode. Vader grimaced. Medic, go pull Reacher and them punk things back. If you can resume your instructor duties within a day, I'll let it go. If you can't, pack up your own things and leave. Yes, time passes by. Yi Chen's physical strength was like unlimited that way. He couldn't get tired of running anyhow. It was also the first time that Tank and the others had seen this such terrifying endurance of Yi Chen. They all prided themselves on being the special soldiers of special soldiers, and if they were placed in an ordinary army, they would all be the existence of the king of soldiers. But now that they saw Yi Chen, who was leading the way in front of them and opening the way for them, their hearts were as ashamed as they could be. Tank and the three of them were all panting with exhaustion, but Yi Chen, who was running in front of him, was not red in the face or jumping in the heart, as if he was in an ordinary jog. Moreover, the scene was now a total of 10 people, except for Tank, Zhuan Yun, and Song Feng. The other 6 are also ridiculously fit. The 4 Special Forces soldiers from Ba were extremely durable, and the 2 Special Forces soldiers from South Africa didn't look like they had much overall strength, but their physical fitness was off the charts. Running up to now, their state was surprisingly not much different from Yi Chen's. These people are also fierce enough. Zhuang Yang silently sighed in his heart. It's actually pretty easy to figure out why if you think about it. There were definitely more actual combat situations over in Ba than in Donghua, and the gold content of the special forces that could stand out in Ba must be extremely high. As for those 2 special forces in South Africa, having grown up in that environment, it would be hard for their physical abilities to get worse. An hour and 20 minutes later, Yi Chen, who was running at the front, vaguely saw the end. We're almost at the finish line. Hearing Yi Chen's tone, Song Feng and the others couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It's almost the end of the line. It's almost the end of the line. Isn't this supposed to be fun? But why wasn't Yi Chen's tone dinky and happy? There's a river we need to cross before the finish line. The river looks like it's close to 10 meters wide. I'm not sure if it's exactly how deep it is, but it should be able to go past our heads. Words. The crowd couldn't help but slow down a few points in their steps. The temperature difference here is extreme. Even though they had been running the whole time, they could clearly feel the cold wind constantly taking away the heat from their bodies. Sweat gradually dries up and stains skin and clothes. If they continue to run like this, they're going to catch a cold sooner or later. And if this goes down again, it's going to be hard for them not to get sick. This time, without waiting for anyone else to speak, Ali asked first, in thievishly accented English, is there any way we can get around it? We should never cross the river unless we have to. And being sick right now could have a big impact on the rest of our set. Tank and the others also set their eyes on Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was shaking his head. No, this is a river we have to swim. A river of this size would take us a long time to get around. But time is the most precious thing to us now. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. In fact, the answer has already appeared in the minds of the people. Yi Chen said these words who understood in their hearts that they did not understand this river. Where the river was deep, where it was shallow, where it was narrow, where it was good to go around. They had to spend time probing. It is also very likely that the final results of the probe will be both time-consuming and without finding a good crossing location. Yi Chen didn't speak, but ran straight ahead. Since the finish line is set on the opposite side of the river, that means this is a river they have to swim or not. It was good that Yi Chen's water was good since he was a child. Otherwise he would really have to stare dryly if he ran into the river. At this point, Vader had also been waiting up before the finish line. He wasn't at all surprised to see Yi Chen and the others arrive here first. Ali and the 4 of them, as well as the 2 South African special forces, were considered lucky. But they can rely on luck for a while. After all, they can't rely on luck for a lifetime. With Yi Chen taking the lead, the group of people had zipped their jerks into the river. The moment you enter the river, Yi Chen had never felt so cold before. Even if he had been a good waterman since he was a child, he was a little alarmed when he entered this kind of water. Cold. It's too damn cold. That's even so. The moment Yi Chen and the others entered the water, suddenly, the sound of machines running reached their ears. When Yi Chen fixed his eyes again, on the bank, several high-pressure currents came violently. Chapter 35 arriving at the finish line. Ein yet. Yi Chen cursed out of his mouth. Isn't this a ing joke? Making them run for so long and sweat so much, and then, finally, making them jump into the water and swim through it on a cold day like this. If you don't get it right, someone is going to get a ing cramp in the water and drown on the spot. Facts. The 2 South African boys in the back just about drowned. The 2 of them were already struggling frantically in the water when Yi Chen discovered them. It was at this moment that Yi Chen suddenly remembered. They were all from South Africa, and fighting there was hardly 8 to 1 with water. Besides, Yi Chen could tell from their shortness of breath where they were that strong. The best fate for them here is to be eliminated. Otherwise, with the way those instructors treated them just now, it would be considered good if they didn't die here. It was a good thing that Yi Chen was able to meddle in this favor. Otherwise, how could they possibly see the end of the line? Yi Chen sighed and cursed. His grandmother, help someone to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Having said that, Yi Chen greeted Tank and the others again. If any of you are watery, give them a hand. If you don't, I guess they'll all die here. I can pull one at a time if I have to. But all three of the tanks were less than willing to move forward when they saw it. After all, they were here for the hunter intensive, not here to be charitable and rotten. Even if some people with good water skills go to save a drowning person, it can be very dangerous. A drowning person is, to put it bluntly, like a water ghost almost. Out of the most primitive human instinct to survive, they will do everything in their power to grab whatever they can and drag you down one by one. They didn't mean to pull you down. They didn't know what they were doing themselves at the time. Everything is done out of survival instinct. Didn't wait for Tank to open his mouth for persuasion. Ali and the others acted first. If it wasn't for you guys along the way, I guess we probably wouldn't have made it to the finish line. The four of us will take care of saving the two of them while you run ahead. Having said that, they then started pulling up the two South African special forces. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen then let go of his heart. Vader grunted, his eyes very disdainful. Increase the volume of water and just charge at the kid. Yes, sir. The moment the words fell, Yi Chen instantly felt like he was drowning in water. A high-pressure water gun is already enough for him to suffer. Now feel the impact of this less than 3 high-pressure water guns. The expression on Vader's face didn't change in the slightest. From all of Yi Chen's behavior, Vader was able to determine that Yi Chen was a new recruit. With his talent as well as his strength, I'm afraid that Yi Chen's future heights were all beyond Vader's imagination. But Yi Chen had one big disadvantage. That's a lot of sympathy. A terrible lot of sympathy. If Yi Chen went there himself personally, then he would most likely be dragged down by those two South African special forces. To put it in a more serious way, if this favor was done, Yi Chen would all likely die here. Faced with such a violent high-pressure water gun, Yi Chen choked on several mouthfuls of river water. In the end, Yi Chen submerged himself before escaping the high-pressure water gun. Vader grunted. Still got some brains. After a few more minutes, the figures on the other side of the river were gradually increasing in number. At the head of the group were 4 Special Forces soldiers from the Eagle Sauce country, all of whom possessed very rich experience in real-world combat, as well as an extremely strong physique as well as intelligence. Almost all of the remaining so many Special Forces are also crossing the river by touching Eagle Sauce. The 4 men from Eagle Jam Nation ran ahead of them and they chased after them. Those who can catch up are lucky, and those who can't are almost certainly doomed. Placed among the 100 or so of them, the 4 Special Forces soldiers from the Eagle Sauce country were the first echelon that deserved to be the center of gravity in the large group of more than 100 people. Looking at the locator information, after crossing this river, they'll be able to reach the end of the line directly. Jack, the leader of the 4-man squad from Eagle Land, quickly greeted. Cross the river. Yes, sir. The 3 members of the team responded in unison. Although the 4 of them had been followed by 2 gangs of lapdogs, to the end, Jack had not given them a second thought. But even then, Yamamoto doesn't forget to come up and blow as a lickspittle. Thanks to Captain Jack, or we wouldn't have made it to the finish line anyhow. The Stick Country's Money Positive also trotted along and chimed in. This first place must belong to you guys. Just as the two were boasting, suddenly, Jack's expression went cold. There was no light on the other side of the river, but it was good to have a glimmer of moonlight. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the figures of Yi Chen and the 10 of them were able to be seen clearly by Jack even though they were a bit hazy. 10 people reached the finish line early. This also means that the highest they can be ranked is 4th. Jack's face sank. Fark, what the hell did they use to get ahead of us? Seeing Jack's sudden outburst of anger, Yamamoto and Money and the others immediately shut their mouths obediently. This was going to piss off Jack and the others, and they were definitely not going to do well in the rest of the set. Yamamoto and Money they were both confused. He was fine before, now why is he suddenly so hot? Look ahead more carefully. Yamamoto saw the figure that was too familiar for him to recognize. That recruit from the East China country? Nani? How did he get in front of us? Did they buy off the instructors here? Xian Zhang was also filled with confusion when he saw Yi Chen and the others appear at the finish line. I thought that by following Big Brother, they could at least make it to the top 3. Now it seems not to mention the top 3. With the number of people on the other side of the border, even Eagle Jam country would have to be 4th. Just as Jack and the others were still amazed. Behind them, various special forces from other countries began to surge forward. Keep going at this pace, let alone 4th. They're not even good enough to get in the top 10. Fark, let's go. Those special forces jumped down towards the river like dumplings. Sure, although Yi Chen and the others were resting, they didn't stop exercising for a moment. This bitter cold wind is getting more and more harsh. If they don't move around, they're really going to be frozen and smoked right here. Time waits for no one. No one can stop the flow of time. No one can stop the elimination of Vader. 1 hour and 30 minutes exactly. Vader pinched the stopwatch on time. Instead of setting an automatic pause at 1 hour and 30 minutes, he simply manually manipulated the stopwatch to pause at the time. The time, not a minute too soon, stood at January 30th, 2000. Just the moment it was pressed, Yamamoto crawled out of the middle of the river with severe pain, but he was just about to disembark when, suddenly, a foot shadow zoomed rapidly in front of his eyes. Chapter 36, The Shocking Elimination Rate. That kick landed solidly in Yamamoto's face. Pust. Because of the pressure, Yamamoto choked on several mouthfuls of river water. The rest of the men tried to disembark and were also kicked angrily by the auxiliary instructors. There was no line drawn before the finish. When you go ashore, the shore is the end of the line. But what's with these auxiliary instructors who won't let them go ashore when the ing end is in sight? Especially Yamamoto, who had been kicked in the face, and who, after keeping his balance in the water, immediately took to the loose English and loudly questioned, "What are you doing? Why did you kick me off when I was already on shore?" The rest of the group began to question loudly. Now they are neither in nor out. They won't make it to the finish line if they go back, and they'll get kicked if they go in, and they won't make it to the finish line either. Vader walked up to the crowd and bellowed, "All those in the river, get out where you came from." Hearing about being eliminated, everyone in the river's head buzzed. They went through all the trouble to get here and all they got in return was elimination? They have no complaints if they're a long way from the finish line, but the end was already in front of them. 10 meters, 5 meters, some not even a meter. But what? And Vader announces in public that they're all out? Yamamoto was immediately anxious. He shouted angrily at Vader, "That's not fair. You clearly saw me get kicked into the river by a paraprofessional. I reached the finish line 1 hour and 30 minutes ago." The rest of them followed with loud cries. "How can you eliminate us when we're all nearing the finish line? You but gave us 1 more minute, we could have gotten to the finish line. That's not fair. We would have been at the finish line a long time ago if it hadn't been for the high-pressure water cannons." The crowd was talking about you and me. Among them, there were those who tried to sneak ashore to take advantage of the crowd at the finish line. But all of these men were undoubtedly caught red-handed by the auxiliary instructor and given another kick into the middle of the river. Seeing this, Vader didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He picked up his rifle and fired a volley of shots into the water. Yamamoto could clearly feel that one of the bullets had just been less than 10 centimeters away from him, or even less than 5 centimeters. Magazine empty. The scene turned quiet. Vader stowed his rifle and took out the stopwatch that was in his hand. On the stopwatch, it was exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. As I said, you have a total of 1 hour and 30 minutes. If you do not arrive within this time, all are automatically considered eliminated. I don't want to repeat this sentence a second time. If you insist on trying to get ashore, let's try to see if you're the best, or if our auxiliary instructors have the best legs. The helicopters that brought you here are in place and not leaving, so go back the way you came and get the hell back to your own country. Hearing this, Yamamoto immediately became anxious. He had spent a lot of money and dragged a lot of connections to get here. His mother even went out to eat with other people for I don't know how many meals for this opportunity. But now what? He hadn't even stepped through the door of the Hunter Intensive before he was directly kicked back by the chief instructor. "Baka, and you have the nerve to say it's the greatest set in the world. But that's it. This kind of intensive training old me won't participate in the future. The people who come to this intensive training are all wrong in the head. I quit. It's all been eliminated anyway. And the dozens of people in the river are completely open to cursing." Sure. In response, they were beaten extremely violently by the auxiliary instructors. If they walked normally, it wouldn't take them long, 20 kilometers to get back, but it's not up to them if they have to curse before they leave. After being beaten up, they kept their mouths shut and returned obediently the way they came. When the queue was assembled again, the scene had gone from 120 people to 60 or so now. In the first round alone, close to half were eliminated. It was only now that Yi Chen and the others had thoroughly realized just how difficult the Hunter Intensive training was. It's been very hard to get here. Each one is the most capable Special Forces soldier in their country. But put them here. They are the ones who are not even qualified to enter the door of the Hunter set. Vader walked up to the group with his hands behind his back and swept his gaze solemnly over each of the Special Forces. Despite standing in the middle of such a biting cold wind, each of them was standing straight. Vader shouted, "Lead the way." "Yes, sir." The crowd of auxiliary instructors began to lead. After running for a while, the gate of the base of the hunter-intensive training appeared in front of their eyes. The first place they reached was a very large room which was dark and out of reach. Of course, this had no effect on Yi Chen. Yi Chen could clearly see everything inside. In the midst of this darkness stood one simple tombstone after another, which bore the names of people from various countries. Snap! The lights were turned on. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded by this sight before them. Vader came to the crowd, his face extremely serious, and said solemnly, "As you can see, every tombstone, every name, is a warrior who slept here in the past. In the midst of the hunter intensive, death is always with you. Your names may appear here at any time. Starting now, you all officially have the qualifications to enter the door of the hunter intensive training. But I think you guys should know that this is just a starting point, never the end. Training of this difficulty like this will be carried out every day for the rest of the time. If you can't stick it out and are afraid of death, I can now give you the chance to get the hell out of hunter intensive training. Next, everyone will be handed out paper, pens, a tombstone, and a certificate of life and death. In training, none of us can guarantee where and under what circumstances you will die. Write your last words with a pen on a piece of paper. Erect a tombstone for yourself with your own hands. When you die, I will personally deliver your last words to your families. During the process of writing the last words and erecting the tombstone, if any of you want to quit, get out of this room on your own. We hunter set training never want cowards. Keeping a coward in our hunter gathering is a disgrace to our hunter gathering." Having said that, the various auxiliary instructors then began to distribute pens and paper, as well as tombstones, to the special agents present. The vast majority of the scene was hesitant, and a few were writing. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had no intention of moving his pen at all. He stood straight up, and Zhuang Yang didn't know what he was thinking. Zhuang Yang asked in a low voice, "Why don't you write?" He had thought that Yi Chen was afraid. After all, Yi Chen was still so young. But Yi Chen was staring ahead and said softly, "Because I won't die." Chapter 37, Making a Suicide Note for Yourself. Yi Chen paused and laughed softly again. At least it's not death now. Even though Yi Chen's tone was so bland. However, Zhuang Yan was able to feel the firmness in Yi Chen's heart. Seeing that Yi Chen was not even writing, Zhuang Yan, who had wanted to write something, also put down his pen. Also, death is an unlucky word. Who's a good person who has nothing better to do than make a suicide note to himself? Tank and the others put down their pens when they saw this. Originally, they had no intention of writing, and seeing that Yi Chen had taken the lead in not writing, it was even more unlikely that they would write. But there weren't many people on the scene who were as candid as they were. All but the 4 men from the Eagle Sauce country were silent. Some hold the pen in their hands for half a day without being able to land on a few words. Some people's eyes get red as they write. Some had empty eyes, as if they were contemplating something. Less than half a minute, a Special Forces soldier was the first to step out of the line. "I didn't come here to get killed. I'm going back to my country." Vader nodded to the Special Forces soldier and said, "I celebrate your intelligence, but equally, I fear for your country. If such people are the strongest single combatants in their country, then the country should mostly just be hopeless." When one left, the rest became more shaken, especially after seeing the life and death certificates handed out. Seeing all the clauses above, this undoubtedly does not all point to the fact that it is a total bully. Again, while everyone hesitated, Yi Chen didn't even look at it, picked up a pen and signed his name. Tank and the others were once again surprised by Yi Chen. It's not at all like an 18-year-old to show decisiveness. Bravery. Even Ali couldn't resist asking about it. "Yi Chen, don't you want to see what clauses are in the treaty?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Even if you read it, what can you do? If you don't sign it, you can't continue with the Hunter Intensive." Ali was also silent when he heard this. Although Yi Chen was young, he could see quite a bit more thoroughly than them. After asking Yi Chen, Ali turned his head to look at the 2 Special Forces soldiers from South Africa. The names of these 2 are longer than one another. Even if you let them repeat it immediately after hearing it, Ali, they would never be able to repeat it. That's why Yi Chen and the others had only memorized part of one of the 2 of them. One is named Gaka and the other Bablu. During the chat, we learned that they all came from very poor countries. The whole country has few decent soldiers and almost zero fighting ability. The difference between them and the average person is probably that they have guns and the average person doesn't. For the rest, there is no difference anymore. Sometimes after this gun has been shot, they can't even find bullets that come with this gun. Ali turned to the Gaka duo and asked, "Gaka, Bablu, are you sure you want to sign this too? I don't mean to be malicious, but it's really likely that your strength won't last here, and you may even take your own little life." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and listened to the conversation between them. Gaka isn't intellectually sound adult anymore. They naturally know in their hearts whether their own strength is good or not. Put in their country, they are in the upper echelon. But here, Their strength is the existence of the bottom. I want to protect my country, my family, my friends. Even though we've seen less, we both know that this is the most abrasive place to be. And as long as we can hold our own here, I'm sure I can protect absolutely everything I want to protect on my own. What Gaka said was very naive in Tanks in their eyes. His heart is good. Can their strength? Here, is almost a dead end. Yi-Chen walked in front of Gaka and patted Gaka, saying, I believe you guys can do it. Aha! Both Gaka and Bablu had hope in their eyes. In the mind, there are infinite visions of the future. With time, there was a growing commotion among the special forces on the scene. Seeing that more and more people were choosing to quit, those special forces who had been faltering slowly and completely lost their desire to stay here. They have their families, they have their friends. If they continued to hold out here, they would most likely just die. At the beginning, they went straight back to their country, even if it doesn't sound good to say it out loud. But then again, back in their own country they are still soldier king level existences. They have a very high status and they have the best treatment. I quit. I'm retiring in less than a year. I'm here to sell my life. My wife and kids are at home waiting for my safe return. Go back home for a few more turns, and then go back in a few days with a more honorable mouth. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were talking to each other. Despite suffering from the contemptuous stares of Vader and all the auxiliary instructors, none of them felt the slightest bit uncomfortable either, but rather had the feeling of being reborn. Vader looked at the clock and said, "You have the last half minute." As the words fell, a few more Special Forces soldiers chose to quit on the spot. Half a minute was like a blink of an eye. While some were still hesitant, Vader had blown the whistle hanging from his chest. 2 hours ago, there were 120 people here. Now, there were just 50 people on the scene. Vader brought the crowd out onto the playground and once again scrutinized each of the special forces. Vader was not at all surprised by this elimination of Green, and even felt that a lot of people stayed this year. In the history of hunter intensive training, there have even been cases where more than 20 instructors trained a dozen people. It was good enough to have so many people Vader now. The first training they get here actually allows them to make the maximum screening. The people who have made it this far are the ones who won't be taken lightly. The elimination rate will be much lower after today. Vader's gaze was serious with his hands behind his back as he scanned the scene for every Special Forces soldier. You will be able to opt out at any time during this time each day for the next week, and I will also randomly give you the opportunity to do so at any time other than this one, or you will not be able to do so by any means. Reacher, lead the training. Yes. After Reacher responded, he led the group in a trot toward a field. Seeing that miserable state of Reacher, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed in his heart. He came down very hard indeed. Even though Reacher had painted his camouflage very, very thickly, Yi-Chen could see very clearly the miserable way Reacher had been beaten. Ran for about a couple minutes. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd's vision. Chapter 38, The Path of Death. The moonlight was dim, but even then they could still see flashes. Yi-Chen immediately activated his eagle eye skill to take a closer look, while the others were still in a daze. Yi-Chen had then clearly seen what it was that was emitting the flash. Those flashes are made of broken metal, broken shrapnel. An ominous premonition immediately rose in Yi-Chen's heart. Reacher turned to the group and bellowed, "In front of you is the most basic part that every hunter has to pass." This training didn't have a name, but over time, it gained a common name amongst the hunters, the Road of Death. The words fell. Reacher clapped his hands. The scene, then, lit up. In the light of the lamp, everyone saw the field. This ground seems to be a site for practicing prostration. Only this ground is compared with the ordinary site. This ground actually has so many sharp metal fragments. The crowd again briefly eyeballed the height of the men as they crept forward. That's a height of just about 30 centimeters. Reacher continued in a loud voice. The death path is 50 meters long, and the entire journey is conducted by crawling. At the beginning of the training, we will evacuate the barbed wire fence above. It is up to you to make your own judgment. Once any part of your body is more than 30 centimeters from the ground, the next second, bullets will hit your bodies. What? The crowd of Special Forces were in an uproar. At that moment, Vader's figure also appeared at the finish line. There was a heavy machine gun in front of the finish line, and Vader was tuning it up. More than a dozen medics also walked on the scene, ready to respond to any contingency. As I'm sure you saw, the bullet came at the end of the line. At the beginning of the training, the chief instructor will cover your eyes and shoot based on your marksmanship as well as muscle memory. So the actual distance you can move is not limited to a dead 30 centimeters. The crowd's mouths twitched. That's not a limit, is it? With a little luck, the bullet might be on the upside. If you're unlucky, then the bullet will damn well be deflected. But where it veered down more, what Vader didn't have were bullets, and what they didn't have were lives. Reacher clapped his hands again. Soon, one of the auxiliary instructors brought up a large rooster. This paraprofessional walked to the edge of the training field and threw the rooster high into the air. The rooster was in mid-air for a moment. A gunshot rang out violently in the distance. The rooster that had just been in mid-air was instantly blown up by the bullet, scattering its feathers all over the place. This bullet is hitting the chicken. If it hit a person, wherever it hit, it would probably be unloaded on the spot. Live? Couldn't live a bit at all. This drill is the last drill of the day, and after you pass it, you may return to your dormitories early to rest. For the next week, you will sleep less than 4 hours a day. If you complete your training now, then you will be able to sleep until dawn. Yi Chen, you led them to the finish line with your own strength. Only you know the hardships of the journey, so to give you an early night's rest, it's up to the 4 of you to start. Pust. Yi Chen sprayed on the spot. He didn't just hit him a little too hard. Reacher is at least a big man. Why would he be so vindictive? Why is his heart so small? Having them be the first to go up for training is, quite frankly, making an example of them. You guys have half a minute to get ready. If you're not on the field in half a minute, it's considered that you've automatically abandoned the training. Today, you can also follow those people and roll back. Good. You play it that way, don't you? Yi Chun cursed lowly, but after all, this is someone else's territory, and they can practice whatever they want. Just then, the system that had been silent for so long also sounded again. Long-term mission detected, Hunter training, mission, to remain number 1 in all training exercises at the Hunter Training Center. Note, the host can apply to the system for records during training, and if he breaks the Hunter intensive training record, the rewards for mission success can be stormed. For each record broken, the reward will be blitzed once. After each blast, the host can choose to keep the blast or continue the challenge. If the host fails, all previous blitz rewards will automatically disappear. Mission reward, depending on the host's own situation. Extremely generous. Holy. Upon seeing this introduction, Yi Chen's eyes instantly sprang to life. To Yi Chen, this system was still considered conscientious. The extremely generous rewards in the system's mouth. That must be even better than Yi Chen had imagined. If Yi Chen breaks the record in every event, this reward, Yi Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Quest failure penalty, remove all skills. Physical fitness -1. Yi Chen. Ha? No. Man. After having the system for so long, it was the first time Yi Chen had seen a mission with a penalty. So it seems that he can't even get the first place if he doesn't want to get it this time in the Hunter training. It would be worse than killing him if he failed in this mission. Until that day comes. To Yi Chen, every second of time was precious. After a few moments of silence, Yi Chen shouted, ****** him. Having said that, Yi Chen didn't think about anything and directly just sprinted towards the field full of debris. Seeing that Yi Chen had also charged, Tank and the 3 of them also charged forward violently. The moment you enter the grounds, Vader, waiting at the finish line, jerked the trigger in his hand. In an instant, the bullets passed over their heads as if they were a raging storm. Any bullet that landed on them would either kill or cripple them. Just looking at it from the outside made him feel scared and his heart rate skyrocketed. Not to mention Yi Chen and the others in the middle of the training ground. There are a total of 4 lines on the training grounds. Tank and the 4 of them all subconsciously followed the line. As it turned out, they also followed the line at least as well. Not 3 seconds after Vader's shot, a rushing fire sprang up in the training ground. The fire, a wall of fire. The flames were more than a meter high, and Yi Chen's 4 people instantly disappeared into the wall of fire. The special forces waiting outside the training ground were confused. I thought that there was no time limit for this training, but now it seems that not only do they have a time limit, but it has to be quite short. There is about a meter or so in width between the wall of fire and the wall of fire. Translated, they were only about 30 centimeters from the wall of fire, and their body temperatures were so high that they exploded. But it wasn't long before the wall of fire had just ignited. Suddenly, next to the finish line, a figure slowly appeared. Chief Instructor, am I done here? Hearing a sudden voice in his ear, Vader, who was shooting in earnest, almost lost his soul. My law? Chapter 39, Shutting up the Chief Instructor with Strength. One is usually not afraid of what is within perception. The fear is all outside of perception. And for Yi Chen to be able to appear here at this present time would be something outside of Vader's perception. He knew that Yi Chen would be very good, and that he was likely to get a good score in this training as well. But he could never have imagined that Yi Chen could be so powerful. Seeing Yi Chen, who had suddenly appeared by his side, Vader almost shot the bullet askew with a shaky hand. But if this round is crooked, Tank, any one of the 3 of them, could have been the unlucky one. Vader stopped firing for a moment and removed the visor covering his eyes. He looked Yi Chen up and down. Everyone who persevered from the death row training was covered in scars. But how come Yi Chen here is even clean and dry? If Yi Chen wasn't radiating the heat from the firewall he had just passed through, Vader would definitely think that Yi Chen had run over from the side of the training ground. But the truth was that Yi Chen had definitely come from the training ground. Although Vader didn't believe that Yi Chen could creep here in such a short period of time. But Vader was even less convinced that Yi Chen, who was a new recruit, had the guts to get up and run outside in the middle of a hail of bullets. The bullets he used weren't blanks. Every single one, all of them, were live rounds. If this thing hit someone, life or death is a matter of moments. Besides, the height of the firewall was all set by them on purpose, so they could see whoever did stand up first. And that means, Yi Chen had really just completed this 50-meter path of death in about 10 seconds. After a few moments of composure, Vader nodded and said, "You may rest." With so many editions of the Hunter Intensive in operation, there are probably a few ridiculously strong perverts in each edition. Yi Chen alone could not be allowed to delay the training of the remaining three. But Vader tried to start shooting again. Tank and the three of them were almost at the finish line as well. Vader also subconsciously looked at Tank and the three of them. Compared to Yi Chen, their speed was much slower. But compared to the other special forces in the past, Tank their speed was definitely in the first echelon. Vader mused. They're the ones who look like they came out of the death road instead. Yi Chen also looked toward the tank trio. There was just too much debris on the ground. Even if they tried to avoid it, they wouldn't be able to avoid much. Injuries were unavoidable, and the most they could do was make themselves less vulnerable, because the height was restricted to a very low level. Not to mention the hands, even the chest, stomach, and thighs were scratched to varying degrees. The blood coming out in some places even stained the clothes red. The rest of those special forces soldiers were also filled with confusion. What is all this and what? When they saw Yi Chen come out, they all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if the training wasn't that difficult again. But when they saw Tank and the three of them come out, their lowered hearts lifted up again. Regardless of the reasoning, Yi Chen had completed the mission according to the rules, but Vader was still curious. Yi Chen also saw the curiosity in Vader's eyes. He was too lazy to explain, so he simply ran right down to the training ground and repeated it again. At first Yi Chen was actually a bit scared and confused, but only later did he violently remember that he had another skill that he hadn't been able to use much, and that was the climbing skill. The climbing skill could not only be used to climb walls, but on flat surfaces Yi Chen could just as easily use this skill. After using this skill, even with the 30-centimeter height restriction Yi Chen was able to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Yi Chen's speed in these 50 meters of creeping forward was probably faster than even some people running. Crawl from the end to the beginning, and from the beginning to the end again. Yi Chen was like a reptile, crawling on the ground that was natural, comfortable, and extremely fast. WTF. It's practically a reptile. Vader couldn't stop marveling in his mind. He had seen fierce ones, but he had never seen one as fierce as Yi Chen. None of this maneuvering seems like something a human could do, more like something a reptile could do. Vader also had a close look during Yi Chen's crawl. The reason why he wasn't injured was because everyone else was crawling while Yi Chen was crawling. There were individual places where Yi Chen even used only 1 or 2 fingers to support himself. This was also sideways proof of just how terrifying Yi Chen's strength was. Seeing Yi Chen, who had once again returned to the finish line, Vader was already dumbfounded. Now you can go back to your dormitories and rest. They are right behind me. The warehouse? There are only 4 beds in the warehouse, and the beds are for whoever finishes training first. There are disinfectant supplies in the dormitory, so disinfect the wound yourself when you return. Yi Chen nodded his head and waved to Tank and the three of them. And Tank and the others hadn't seen any warehouses to speak of behind Vader's back to begin with. It wasn't until they had been walking for a while that a large warehouse came into view. Zhuangyong still couldn't help but ask curiously, "No, I know you have good eyesight, but how can you see so well? This is more or less an exaggeration. If we met on the battlefield, you would have seen me half a day before I saw you." Song Feng, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head. After spending more than a month with Yi Chen, Song Feng was thinking that it was not strange for any strange and weird things to appear on Yi Chen. Go back to the dormitory and disinfect the wound quickly. There are just 4 beds in this dormitory. It's obvious that it's for us people to fight within ourselves. Get some rest and adjust your strength. You'll have a fight on your hands in a while. Aha! The 4 made their way back to the dormitory. Having just entered the warehouse, neither of them saw where the beds were at first. It was only after a brief decontamination and a careful search around that they saw the bed that didn't look like a bed at all. To put it nicely, it's called a bunk. To put it badly, this is 4 broken boards with bedding on them, and the bedding is all old. Seeing Yi Chen's disgusted expression, Zhuangyong smiled and joked, "I've slept in worse ones than this. This is even better. Be content." Zhuangyong hemmed and hawed, and went straight under the covers. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and bitterly, and eventually got under the covers to rest as well. they all know it deeply. After today, it will be almost impossible to sleep as comfortably as now. About half an hour or so later, in their drowsiness, Yi Chen's four were awakened by a sound of footsteps. When he opened his eyes again, the four of them had been surrounded by 10 people in front of them. Leading the way, naturally, were the 4 GIs from the Eagle Sauce Nation, and the rest were the Footpad Chicken Nation, which still had 2 men left, and the Stick Nation. Yi Chen opened his sleeping eyes. Even though he was quite a bit more physically fit than the norm, he had to get proper rest. Seeing that the 10 of them were coming from a bad place, Yi Chen didn't dilly-dally. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel here for half an hour and I can let you go. Chapter 40 Dormitory Riot. Words. Jack laughed in exasperation. Give us a chance? Kid, now I'll give you a chance too. If you get down on your knees right now and apologize to me, maybe I'll. But not before Jack had finished. Yi Chen then violently lifted the quilt up. He acted without warning. And even Jack, despite his experience in the field, didn't even have time to react. The moment his vision was obscured, Jack felt a sudden chill under his gear. By the time he responded, the intense pain even made it impossible for him to breathe for a short time. A Jack of that size was suddenly paralyzed. Seeing Yi Chen directly start to work, the 3 tanks who had long since woken up didn't hesitate in the slightest. Tank was scary enough just getting up from under the covers. That height was several heads taller than the 2 Special Forces soldiers from the script chicken country. The tank was even stronger than Jack and the others by quite a bit. Yi Chen's area on their side instantly became the center of attention in the dormitory. There are also monitors in this large warehouse. Vader had already been watching in front of the monitor for a long time. If Yi Chen's information was true, he should not know how to fight. He definitely couldn't learn to fight within that small period of time as a recruit. But now it seems that the reason why Yi Chen can participate in the Hunter Intensive Training as a new recruit, that is precisely because he is definitely not a simple new recruit. It was estimated that before entering the army, Yi Chen would have been able to reach the level of a Special Forces soldier, or even higher than that of a Special Forces soldier. It was supposed to be 10 men surrounding 4, but in the blink of an eye, it was the 4 who in turn surrounded the 10. The Footpod Chicken Nation as well as the Stick Nation, they are but just the list. Jack, they dare to be like that. If Jack and the 4 of them hadn't been there, they wouldn't have dared to provoke Yi Chen's few people even in death. Especially those 2 Special Forces from the Footbath Chicken Country. They had seen Yi Chen shatter Yamamoto's hand in a hard grip in that bout. Coming alone to provoke Yi Chen and the others was simply looking for death. Now it seems that hugging and provoking, damn well, is just as much of a death wish. Jack and their 4 donkey-tall Special Forces soldiers were chased by Yi Chen alone. Recovering, Jack would have been furious. But after taking a few solid punches from Yi Chen, his anger seemed to be much worse. Fark, what the hell is this kid made of? Is he a ING boxing kangaroo? Seeing the players so badly beaten, as captain, Jack naturally couldn't just watch and not care. But if they fought with just these people, they would never be able to beat them. But if there are a lot of people, Jack took advantage of the lull and immediately scrambled up and ran toward the crowd. While running, Jack said, "Whoever helps us today, leave your contact information, and I'll directly give you 5,000 knives for anyone who participates. If anyone knocks out any one of Yi Chen and the others, I'll give that person 50,000 knives afterward." The words fell. Even those who don't speak English very well can hear the meaning. Almost all crimes in this world are caused by money. Money makes the world go round. If you've got money, you've got a lot of money. The 5,000 slashes were a scratch to Jack, and even 50,000 slashes would have been just as effortless. But to the other Special Forces on the scene, even 5,000 knives would be a sizable sum. Not all countries are developed. The $5,000 might even be a couple of months' worth for some people, and a year's worth for some countries. 50,000 knives is even more. Someone was soon impressed by Jack's allure. "Are you telling the truth? What if you lie to us? How are we supposed to trust you? None of us are cuties. It's probably against the rules to get into a fight here," the crowd asked, one after the other. Jack rummaged through his coat pocket. Eventually, a small handful of bills turned up in one of the pockets. It was supposed to stay on the road for spending money. And now, he didn't have time to think about that much. He spilled the soaked bills right out. Whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. For us, these small sums of money are nothing. But for you they may all top your income for a few months. There was an uproar. Tank violently hammered the seals while shouting to Yi Chen, "Ye old man, be careful. That girl is trying to bribe people with money to beat us up. I'm not stupid. Come on a few. Let's hit a few. Damn him." Speaking of which, Yi Chen's hand came down even harder. Seeing the impending riot in the warehouse, Vader got up from his seat as well. Reacher and the others immediately understood. In the meantime, the warehouse was in complete disarray. Some are trying to mix it up to come up and see if they can get their hands on 5,000 knives. Some people really want to fight. If what Jack says is true, they might actually get 50,000 knives? Jack was right. It was indeed a very significant amount of money for them. A few of Vader's men were the first to head to the warehouse though, but they weren't in any particular hurry to get to the warehouse on the way here either. Yi Chen, this kid's strength was indeed a bit too strong, so it wasn't wrong to let them suffer. But the moment Vader opened the warehouse door, Vader, and none of the auxiliary instructors behind him, froze in place. It was thought to be Yi Chen being chased by 20 to 30 people together, but it was only when I got to the scene that I realized. This was damn well not Yi Chen being beaten by 20 or 30 people, but 20 or 30 people being beaten by Yi Chen and the others. In the middle of the warehouse, there were already more than 20 people piled into a small mountain. The vast majority of these people were pretending to be dead, and a few of them didn't dare to move a muscle. The rest of those people fled around desperately. See this scene. Vader's fire sprang to life. Just as Vader was about to speak, suddenly a Special Forces soldier rushed to his side. Chief Instructor, those people are out of their minds. They were downright violent. Several of them were beaten straight to the point of breaking bones. Vader's face darkened, but anytime he was an innocent Vader would help him. But the first person who just went up to grab the money was this kid. Realizing that he couldn't beat them, the kid came over to sell his misery again. The response they expected to get was Vader being on their side, but the actual response they got was a square stomp from Vader. Bang! After the Special Forces soldier was kicked out, the scene went quiet. Vader grimaced and shouted angrily, "It seems that the training of our Hunter Intensive is still light enough to allow you guys to still have time to gather and fight here. I don't even want to say anything about this strength of yours. Only a few minutes have passed since we started? More than 30 people, all top Special Forces from various countries. But what's the result? Less than 5 minutes, more than 30 people, all defeated. Even 30 or so stupid pigs can't be caught in 5 minutes. Chapter 41. More than 30 people were beaten up by a few people? Vader split his sides and lectured the Special Forces for a good 10 minutes or so. Finally, Vader turned his head to look at Yi Chen and the others again and bellowed, "I see that you guys also have quite a bit of power left. Especially you, Yi Chen." To other Special Forces soldiers, the intensity of these trainings are extremely high, but to you these are like scratching an itch. In the future, you'll add 20 kilograms of weight training alone to all your training. Yi Chen? Chief Instructor, I'm the victim here. Vader's mouth twitched, looking at Yi Chen, who didn't have a single scratch on his body, and then looking at those Special Forces who had been beaten up. They're the ones who look like victims to me. Yi Chen, Tank and the others didn't dare to BB much at this point, for fear that Vader would implicate them as well. Since you guys are so energized, stay up tonight, fully armed and loaded with 20 kilograms. Wait until whenever I'm in a good mood to run and then go to sleep. Reacher, lead the way. Yes. Reacher walked up to the crowd of Special Forces and shouted, "All in, meet in front of the warehouse door in 1 minute. Pust." The crowd of Special Forces soldiers sprayed on the spot. Those 4 Special Forces soldiers from the Eagle Sauce country immediately felt the gazes of the crowd of Special Forces on the scene who wanted to eat them. If they had just messed with 1 or 2 people, that 1 or 2 people wouldn't have had the guts to have that look in their eyes, because they couldn't beat those 4 GIs. But it's very different when there are more people. If you can't beat a pervert like Yi Chen, you still can't beat these 4 big soldiers? If they hadn't led the charge, they'd probably have finished a few of their dreams by now, after the path of death we just took. Besides Yi Chen, who doesn't carry some wounds on his body? Not to mention the fact that the injuries on their bodies now were quite a bit worse than just now. Yi Chen's fights were completely deadly, and every move and every style went straight for the wounds. A punch that hurts like hell. Another 10 kilometers with this frame there and now. That's a lot for anyone to handle. In this minute's time, those Special Forces soldiers wanted to knife those 4 GIs. After going out to gather and running for who knows how long and how many kilometers, they were let back into the dormitory. Having carried 40 kilograms of weight this time, even Yi Chen had already felt obvious exhaustion. Back at the warehouse, this time there was no one else who wanted to come and fight for the 4 beds. After today, Yi Chen's strength was something they were thoroughly cognizant of. Going to find Yi Chen's trouble was simply looking for death. Before falling asleep, Yi Chen seemed to be confused and heard Zhuang Yong say something to himself. But what exactly was said Yi Chen had long since become inaudible. When Yi Chen opened his eyes again, it was Zhuang Yong fiercely shaking Yi Chen's body. Tank was also beside him and hurriedly said to Yi Chen, "Yi old brother, wake up. It's time for the emergency rally. How can you be so sleepy? What is this odor? Cough. Why is it so pungent? What else could it smell like?" The chief instructor and the others threw tear gas canisters into our dormitory. "Run outside. Holy." This time Yi Chen was not going to be able to go mental. Yi Chen's strength was indeed stronger than some of the special forces, but his seniority was still too shallow. Facing this kind of emergency assembly, Yi Chen was not experienced at all. When Yi Chen got up and surveyed the warehouse, there was almost no one left in the warehouse. You're finally awake. I say, ye old brother, what kind of sleep quality are you having? I shook you for half a day and froze but didn't wake up. Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly. In his last life, he hadn't practiced much else, but he had practiced sleeping. So are we late? Tank covered his nose as he said, don't worry about that. It's all too late, even for us. After saying this, the tank gripped Yi Chen and ran wildly outside. Now is not the time to be chatting in a warehouse. It's hard as hell to take an extra breath in here. Seeing the group assembled outside, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. With so many people on the scene, almost everyone was in a state of confusion. At the same time, they were all coughing constantly, sniffling, and tearing up. Obviously these people were hit. They had trained far too much today, and everyone had slept very hard. Zhuang Yang sighed and said, if it were in normal times, I would be able to detect even the slightest breeze. Alas. Song Feng gave Zhuang Yang a blank look. And you know it's the usual. Usually it's usually, now it's now. Vader's face was full of iron. At this moment, it was as if the temperature of the scene had dropped a few degrees following Vader's outburst. Just by glancing at Vader, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt in his back. Bunch of losers. And they have the nerve to call themselves elite special forces from various countries. If it were wartime, you'd be dead even if you were supermen of various nations. We didn't disguise our footsteps in the slightest, and you didn't hear a thing when the tear gas landed. If you were on the battlefield, it would mean that the enemy was bouncing on your heads and you didn't even realize it. By the time you react, the grass will be growing in your graves. The crowd of special forces were cursed. The three tanks also lowered their heads. They had a lot of training in emergency assemblies on weekdays. But who would have thought that it would go wrong today, damn it. All of you go back and keep sleeping. I'd like to see how dead you so-called elite special forces can sleep. Anyone who takes more than a minute in the next assembly, pack up your own stuff and get the hell out of here. Yes. The special forces responded in unison. After being lectured for so half a day, their sleepiness had long disappeared, especially when you hear that if you go over a minute, you are simply eliminated on the spot. By the time they got inside the warehouse, everyone was long gone. As Vader's experience over the years has shown, there are hardly many people who have made it this far who want to quit of their own accord, although some people are afraid of death. Once they have gone through that training, after having strong enough courage and determination inside, they wouldn't quit even if you asked them to. Some of them were still afraid of death, but thought that they had stuck it out until now, and it would be a bit of a shame to quit again, and their previous efforts would be followed by nothing. Based on the way things were going, it was estimated that by the end of the day there would all be a dozen or 2 dozen people left, if not more. Everyone hates to sleep with one eye and stand guard with the other. With what they know of these Vader people for the time being, it probably won't be long before they have another emergency rally. Anyone who had it in their mind couldn't resist the intense drowsiness. Elder brother Yi, you guys go to sleep first. I'll give you an hour's whistle. It's our first day here now, so I guess they'll have to do 3 or 4 emergency assemblies. Chapter 42, Crazy. 8 emergency gatherings in one night. I think when I was in the Special Forces selection, there were times when I had 5 or 6 emergency rallies in one night, and they're only going to be tougher than that. Aha! The two of them, Song Feng and Zhuang Yang, squinted their eyes after responding. If they want to stick it out in the Hunter Intensive, then they have to cherish all the breaks to regain their strength. However, Yi Chen had never closed his eyes. He turned to Tank and said, Tank, you go ahead and sleep. I'm not that sleepy right now, and you guys are a little better at waking up than I am. Tank wanted to say something. After being in contact with Yi Chen for such a long time, Yi Chen's sleep was dead, but his sleep was quite little. It was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy every day, and he didn't need much sleep to be refreshed for the whole day. Success, elder brother Yi. Then I'll go to sleep first. Yi Chen nodded. Not 10 seconds after Tank finished speaking, Tank let out a guttural, slight grunt directly afterward. Ali, Gaka and the rest of them also slept beside Yi Chen, and the 4 of them. Yi Chen used their native language and also told them to sleep first. But Gaka was unable to sleep in any way and was worried in her mind. You seem to have something on your mind? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gaka also slowly spoke his heart. I have reasons why I must stick around. Babalu as well. So I don't dare go to sleep. You said you wanted to protect your family. I don't know much about your area, but from what I've heard it seems like you have a lot of chaos there. Aha! Gaka nodded heavily. The thought of his hometown weighed heavily on Gaka's mind. As you would expect, my hometown is poor, backward, full of crime, like an abyss of sin, robbery, violence, abduction, smuggling deals, too numerous to count. listening to these words from Gaka. Yi-chan could sense that Gaka was very different. If he had grown up in such an environment, Gaka would not have thought and talked like this. I assume your family was well off when you were a kid? Gaka was a little surprised. When I was a kid I had a pretty good family. This night, Gaka and Yi-chan talked a lot. In the town they were from, Gaka and his family were pretty well off. His father owned a small factory in the area, and from a young age, Gaka enjoyed things that other children could never dream of realizing. That's going to school. School attendance in their part of the world is a difficult task, and those tuition fees alone have been a deterrent to many families. When you can't go to school, your mind is slowly restricted and confined. They will only think about how to survive in this current situation, not how to change the moment. Gaka was also a passionate young man before. His mind is full of fantasies, thinking about the future of their own good education, return to the town elected mayor, change the days of the local residents. But fantasies are only fantasies after all. This fantasy dissipated the moment their family's factory was razed. His father was mercilessly murdered by the gangs in an attempt to reclaim his factory. Numb for a long time. Eventually, this fantasy picked up again after he joined the army. He's going to get stronger. Only by becoming stronger himself would he be able to eliminate the tumors. All the more reason to sleep since you want to stick around. I have more energy than you guys, so you guys go to sleep first and I'll come back afterward. Didn't wait for that to be said. Yi-chan's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Emergency assembly." This voice instantly woke up more than 30 people. The tankers were very alert this time. They woke up the moment Yi-chan uttered the words, and ran wildly outward at an extremely fast speed. Those remaining special forces inside the warehouse were also awakened by the special forces running. This assembly was very fast. Before half a minute had passed, they were all assembled in a group. After assembling according to the time limit, Vader didn't give them a hard time. But, this night, Vader and the others didn't let up. Come here and practice not only comprehensive combat quality, but also psychological quality. After 7 full emergency assemblies, Yi-chan could even see the faint daylight in the sky through some gaps. Hearing footsteps outside, Yi-chan let out a long yawn and called up Tank and the others. This is the 8th time. Aside from Yi-chan, anyone else could feel an extremely noticeable change in temperature. The temperature difference between day and night here was extremely large, except that it wasn't particularly extreme for Yi-chan, whose physique had been strengthened to 3.1. Cold is cold, but this cold is also in the acceptable range of Yi-chan. Wow! Without waiting for anyone to react, the top of the warehouse suddenly sprayed water downward. Holy! Then some of Yi-chan was directly spirited. No wonder there was a delay in seeing the tear gas after hearing footsteps this time. Feelings are harder than tear gas this time. Tear gas is just a little more unpleasant. It won't kill you, but water is different. Even for Yi-chan he was extremely reluctant to get wet on such a cold day. When this water hit a person, even Yi-chan felt a piercing coldness. Tanks they are not to mention. Everyone was cold and shivering as they frantically ran toward the warehouse doors. Let's grab and run too! Yi-chan shouted and ran straight to the door. Their beds were in the innermost part of the warehouse, but Yi-chan and the others ran faster than anyone else. The moment the warehouse door opened, the first thing that caught Yi-chan's eye was a dark, high-pressure water pipe. Yi-chan immediately wailed in fear. "I'll you up. Run!" But even though Yi-chan's reaction speed was so fast, and his physical quality was 3 times that of a normal person, he still hadn't dodged the unexpected. So much for sneaking a shower in the warehouse roof. We're about to open the door for an emergency assembly, and you're here with a high-pressure water gun? I wouldn't say anything if it was a few nuisances during the day, but what the hell kind of weather is it now? It's not a pretty morning. The sun hadn't risen much yet, and the cold wind kept blowing on them. The body is wet, and in such an environment, stay a little longer to freeze not to die but to freeze past. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were on the verge of cursing Vader's ancestors in their hearts. Sure, their bodies were honest enough to run outside and stand in formation. As for the squirt gun, Vader pressed on with no intention of stopping it. 6 water cannons at the door. One of the water guns was like it had its self-target on, and since Yi-chan had run out until now, this water gun had never stopped. Wherever Yi-chan ran, this water gun nourished him. In the entire queue, Yi-chan was the most beautiful scenery line. Others get doused from time to time. Yi-chan that was getting poured on from time to time. At first the crowd didn't notice the flavor of the water because of the panic gathering. The strange odor of this water was coming up now that he was standing still. I'm Ting. Why does this water still smell? Oh, vomit. Asterisk. What a stink. Why are there still golden needle mushrooms here? Vomit. Chapter 43, Why does this water smell bad? They all knew what kind of water it was without Vader having to tell them much. The stench, the smell of urine mixed together. It's a complete ing turd. Stinks. Reacher frowned and covered his nose. The crowd of special forces had already cursed their ancestors in their hearts. Thanks to them they have the nerve to say stinking death. All hands, prepare for extreme armed cross-country. 5 minutes to add bricks to your backpack on your own. 20 kilograms of load per person. 40 kilograms of load for Yi Chen. Yes, sir. Yi Chen's face was full of bitter comparison. He did want to be strong before that day came, but it didn't have to be forced on him in such a way as to make him so strong. 40 kilograms of dead weight and there's no telling how long it will take to run. As the crowd added bricks, Reacher went over the rules beside them. Extreme armed cross-country. 20 kilometers in length. This will be the training you must go through every morning and evening during the hunter intensive training. When we reach the finish line, I will check each of you for your load. Once we check which one is underweight or cheating in some other way, we will take measures such as eliminating them, as well as permanently blackening that country's qualifications to participate in the hunter intensive. Hiss. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The first one is not a serious consequence, but the latter one is something that no one can afford. It's fine to eliminate yourself, but it's no small thing to get the motherland behind you involved just because of your own elimination. Tank and the others had wanted to help Yi Chen share a few bricks and give them back to Yi Chen at the end afterwards. Now it seems that the risk of this idea is just too great and too great. Elder brother Yi, it's up to you next. I know you're in way better shape than any of us, but after all, this is about carrying 40 kilograms of weight. Translated, you're doing the equivalent of carrying a skinnier little girl for 20 kilometers. Yi Chen patted his chest with confidence written all over his face. In other words, Yi Chen might feel a bit flustered, but put it in today, Yi Chen wasn't really that afraid, because he could clearly feel that his physique should get another breakthrough during this training, and once he broke through his physique, his body would once again return to its peak state. In contrast, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled by the tasks released by the system. As soon as he breaks the record for a hunter set, the rewards should skyrocket once, but last night's Yi Chen surprisingly did not receive the record-breaking message. It could also mean that there may be a fiercer presence than him in the history of the hunter set. Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, Reacher said loudly once again, "Next, you will start the 7-day Hell Week. Only by persevering through the Hell Week will you be officially recognized by the hunter training. You will officially become a part of the hunter training. For the next 7 days, you will undergo 20 hours of intense physical training each day. The daily food supply is only 35 servings. Whoever gets to the finish line first gets the food. This also means that once you fall behind you won't have any food. Without food, the gap between you and the others will grow wider and wider. So it's all up to you to gauge how you're going to run for the rest of the training." It was only after hearing these words from Reacher that Yi Chen reacted. Now the reason why it didn't count as a broken record was because he still hadn't really been judged by the system that he was officially in the hunter set. Every special forces soldier on the scene had a grave expression. They now have more than 50 people. According to this food distribution, I am afraid that more than 10 people will definitely be eliminated within this week. Nothing is fine, but with such extreme training, no food is the deadliest of all. Not eating for a day or two can stick, but what if it's 3 or 4 days? Once one meal falls off the table, they are destined to have less stamina than other special forces who have eaten. But where there is a dinky gap, that gap will rapidly magnify geometrically. I've just been doused with cold fecal water, and now there's such a cold wind outside. In the remaining 2 to 3 minutes, Yi Chen and the others spent every second doing warm-up activities. 5 whole minutes. Reacher and the others then began to lead the run. Of course, Reacher and the others were in carriers. At the forefront was Reacher on a motorcycle leading the way, followed by Vader and the other auxiliary instructors in their SUVs. From the beginning they kept the carriers fast. At the beginning some of the special forces wanted to slow down and run to save their energy, so they could sprint to the back and grab breakfast. Now it seems that they can't save a bit of their stamina. Running at this speed, their stamina will be depleted at a very fast rate. They don't know exactly how long they've been running, but the crowd of special forces soldiers knew that they had run from darkness to dawn. The fecal water on the body has gradually dried up and the stench has changed from a wet wine to a dry wine. The huge physical exertion left them only breathing out air in big gulps. At first they all just couldn't stand it, but by the end of the day, they were numb. Stink, then stink. It's better than being shot to death here. The machine gun Vader took this time wasn't as fierce as the one he had last night, but this one had to be good for a round that was probably not going to go anywhere. Not to mention that Vader had covered his eyes this time as well. The mountains are rough, and a bump or a jolt can cause a bullet to miss. If they were slower than the SUV behind them, they'd have to be shotted with anything less than luck. At first, Reacher was leading the way, but lead Reacher was gone. They were all running down the main road, and since Vader and the others hadn't corrected it, it proved that they were running the right way. But again, after running close to a kilometer, It was obvious to the crowd that the slope was gradually rising. After running a little longer, they realized that there was no more road ahead of them. They ran to the edge of the cliff. The sun was in its early days, but they felt warm even as the sun shone on them. But their hearts were cold. There was no more road ahead, and behind, Vader and the others were gradually closing in on themselves. If they want to live, they'll have to jump off the cliff. But this cliff, at a glance, it must be at least 20 meters high. Let them be special forces from various countries. As long as they looked down, they were all uncontrollably dizzy. Although there is a rather large lake below this cliff, but a little common sense goes a long way. If you are not a professional, diving from a height of more than 20 meters, the impact of entering the water is so great that the probability is that you are going to be seriously injured. Broken bones, broken internal organs, even life-threatening, just when everyone is anxious here. Yi Chen's figure had already disappeared from the crowd's view. Elder brother Yi. Where is elder brother Yi? Chapter 44, Buns? It's a stone. Right. Tank was filled with confusion. Just now they hadn't observed carefully, but as a qualified special forces soldier, their observation power was online all the time. But in just one moment of inattention, Yi Chen was directly out of sight. Anymore, Yi Chen was a big living person. Such an adult disappeared from their field of vision, and disappeared without a single movement. Is this not a little too mysterious? If Yi Chen was running to the sides they could see it if they hit their eyes, but there was clearly no sign of Yi Chen on either side. If Yi Chen had come straight to a high dive, then this wasn't really scientific. If it had been a dive they would have heard the dive a long time ago. Just as the crowd was wondering, a voice suddenly reached their ears. Tom Tom. The sound was obviously from diving. Tank and the others looked down the cliff again. By this time, Yi Chen was already floating in the water. Ha! What's wrong with this kid? The crowd was full of confusion. Climb down a bit before jumping. People like us who have no diving experience at all are just looking for death by jumping directly from such a height. Hold on tight. The finish line is just ahead. After saying that, Yi Chen directly swam towards the finish line. It was only when they heard these words from Yi Chen that they came to a realization. Tank and the others all came down this way, and the rest followed suit. Not so stupid. Vader chuckled softly. On the cliff, Vader looked at Yi Chen, who was flying towards the finish line. They actually used a play on words when they said the rules. They only said that the food was provided for 35 people, but they did not specify that each person could only receive one serving. Propped up and starved to death. Whoever gets to the finish line first gets to eat more, and whoever gets to the finish line late gets to eat less. Actually, Yi Chen was still a bit worried about Ali and the others, especially the two of them. Gawka. With so much physical exertion already, it was highly likely that they would cramp up again if they suddenly went under such icy cold water. But Yi Chen also understood in his heart at this time, this is not the place to send the Buddha to the west. Everything has to be about them first. Upon arriving at the finish line, the first thing Yi Chen noticed was the two large iron barrels. One of the iron buckets held 35 steamed buns, and the other held a large bucket of soup. Without waiting for Reacher to speak, Yi Chen directly went up to the bucket and took out 2 steamed buns. Reacher did find it interesting. There's only 35 people here and you just took 2? You only said there were 35 servings. You didn't say each person could only take a maximum of 1. You're kind of resourceful. Other than the fact that food can't be taken off site, I won't bother you with the food piece as long as it's not particularly excessive. In the hunter-gathering, might makes right. Yi Chen didn't continue to speak, but instead, his brows furrowed tightly. At first when he took out these 2 buns he felt that they were very wrong. Normal buns are fluffy. Even if the steaming is no longer good, the buns should be able to be pinched. But take the bun in his hand. Even with such a horrible hand strength as Yi Chen's, he could just barely pinch the steamed buns. Instead of a bun, this thing is a rock. Reacher sneered. This steamed bread. They specially instructed the kitchen with cold water flour, and yeast with very little, and do not have to melt open. Not open a good direct start kneading. After getting the buns, do not wake up, do not hair, directly on the pot to open cooking. After cooking, they threw the buns in the freezer again to freeze overnight. This steamed bun had just been taken out not long ago, and the cold air was bubbling outward from that iron bucket. Now this bun not to mention can eat. Critical moment can be used as a weapon. To be as hard as hard. It's hard enough to finish one, let alone 2. Even if you give this bun to a dog, the dog probably can't even bite it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen's face twitched. Even though the buns are made in such a way that dogs don't eat them. Dogs don't eat them. People eat them. During the training just now, Yi Chen managed to raise his physique to 3.2. The body was restored to its peak, and Yi Chen still felt hungry when he was in the middle of the run. But this feeling was gone after his physique had been upgraded. However, After his physique had been strengthened, Yi Chen's meal size was much larger than normal. Even though he wasn't that hungry right now, Yi Chen would eat more if he could. This bun is ridiculously hard. However, in Yi Chen's mouth, the bun was still swallowed in a few mouthfuls. Reacher. The eyes of the other auxiliary instructors went wide. The purpose of them making these buns was not for them to eat at all, but to mess with their minds. The only thing they had been able to replenish this morning was the soup that had gotten cold in the metal bucket next to them, and it wasn't something they'd cooked for them on purpose, but something from a slop bucket that had been given to them to make into a soup. Again, all of these soups were refrigerated overnight. But even so, Yi Chen still took a spoon and pulled out something he could swallow amongst all this garbage and ate some of it, and then drank several large mouthfuls of it in a row. WTF? According to the words of the Donghua Kingdom, this is simply the reincarnation of a starving ghost, and he doesn't even mind it at all? You don't mind? It's all bull asterisk if you don't mind. Yi Chen was all but holding back the feeling of nausea and wanting to vomit as he swallowed. When Tank and the others rushed over here, Yi Chen took out 3 steamed buns from the bucket and threw them over. Catch! Got it! Zhuang Yang answered loudly. Seeing the steamed bun in Yi Chen's hand, Zhuang Yang had already drooled. This food has been very good for him. Where did he get anything to eat before when he was involved in the Special Forces selection process? Even if there was something, it was the stuff from the slop bucket. Here's a ready-cooked bun. Plus there's soup. Should I say no? It's still a good deal. The two of them, Tank and Song Feng, also had glints coming out of their eyes. But the moment they reached out and received the buns in their hands, they were instantly confused. The huge impact of the buns hit their hands with deadly pain. Holding it in their hands, they didn't feel a hint of heat. They had thought they would get a hot bun and a hot soup after their run. But the truth is, my nigga, this is called a steamed bun? Ah, it's a brick, I think. Holy. They quickened their pace and ran toward the other barrel. They squirted on the spot when they saw the so-called soup in that bucket. Is this something for people to drink? The first group of special forces who were right behind Tank and the others came to the scene at this time. Seeing that there are no rules for eating, everyone is scrambling forward. Most of the people were rushing straight for the steel bucket that contained the buns, because the run was just too exhausting and tiring, as well as the stomach was already hungry. No one thought about it that much. After picking up the steamed bun, they just took a fierce bite. There was a wail on the scene. Ah, my teeth. Chapter 45, Physical and Psychological Double Torture. Fark. This ghost bun is made of something. A hothead hurts. This can't even be called a bun. Suck a don't list. Zhuang Yang looked at the steamed buns in his hands, and then looked at Yi Chen, who was nibbling on the steamed buns there. He was already full of confusion. Not that Zhuang Yang was picky, he had eaten worse than this. But the problem arises when they can't bite into the bun at all. The bun totally looks like a brick. On the scene, there was a Special Forces soldier who bit his teeth off directly because of biting this steamed bun. You can imagine how deadly the buns really are. Those Special Forces soldiers running behind had been a bit unbalanced, but seeing this steamed bun looking like this, there was no more unbalance in their hearts, because the buns are not made for people to eat. You only have 5 minutes to eat. Whoever gets there first gets it first. Food may not be taken out of the dining area. Listening to what Reacher said, the crowd of Special Forces on the scene had their mouths agape. You're taking this out of the dining area? Can you call this food when you can't even take a bite without giving your teeth away? They turned their heads again to the soup in the other bucket. Everyone who walked to the front was nearly passed by the smell of the soup. Vomit. Vomit. Can you even call this food? Vomit. This is just soup. We came all the way here for intensive training and this is what you give me to eat? We can accept a bit of bitter training, but we can't accept food that doesn't work. All this food is better than letting us go out and hunt for ourselves. What's the difference between that and making us eat? The crowd of Special Forces fought back in unison. No one wants to eat this ridiculously hard bun. The better quality ones were thrown into the bucket, while some just threw the buns right on the ground. From start to finish, it was only Yi Chen who had eaten a steamed bun, drank a large bowl of soup, as well as fished out some of the barely edible things in the soup. Reacher and the other auxiliary instructors were long gone from the scene. Left to their own devices, they protested to no avail in the end. Yi Chen went back up to the iron bucket and took out 10 steamed buns. Each of these 10 steamed buns was ridiculously hard, and seeing that the tanks couldn't bite them, Yi Chen could only think of a way. You can't bite into a big chunk of bun, but you can always bite into a smaller one. Yi Chen found a large rock nearby, which was where Reacher had just sat and rested. After placing the 10 steamed buns on the stone, Yi Chen found another stone. This rock has to be the size of a backpack, but in Yi Chen's hands, it was as if the stone was made of plastic. Yi Chen raised the stone up high, and then, violently slammed it down towards those 10 steamed buns. Bang! The scene fell silent with that one violent crash. Everyone had their eyes on Yi Chen. All 10 buns were broken to varying degrees. And the stone that was just used to smash the buns was surprisingly all cracked. The stone below that for the base is also all slightly cracked. Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How hard does this have to be? Tank, Zhuan Yon, Song Feng, come over and have some. Under normal circumstances you certainly wouldn't be able to eat it, but now that it's broken up you should be able to chew it a bit, and I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out back there if we don't eat. Ali, Gawka, you guys come too. 10 people gathered around and picked up some crumbled buns on a boulder and chewed them hard. Just started. The angry Special Forces guys are still reluctant to eat, but by the end of the day, the constantly growling stomachs and their previous combat experience were telling them, if they don't eat a little bit of it the hard way, they won't be able to replenish their stamina. Many people were thinking of hitting Yi Chen and the others with crooked ideas, but after last night's riot in the warehouse, they're just thinking about it. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Yi Chen. At first, Yi Chen wanted to be kind and give some to those people as well, but after thinking about it Yi Chen took back his kind heart. No matter what, they are all top special forces from various countries, and no matter what, they won't let themselves be starved to death. Not a moment after Reacher and the others disappeared, there was a sudden wafting aroma from the scene. A few steps following the wafting scent and they could see Vader and the others setting up the grill in the distance. A line of auxiliary instructors were there grilling kebabs. There is a huge difference in temperature between day and night, so it doesn't take long for it to get very hot after the morning sun rises. So next to the grill there was a box of ice, boxes of cold drinks, beer. See this scene. Many of the special forces were subconsciously drooling. Seeing that a lot of people had already come here, Reacher took a handful of meat glaciers in his hand and walked over to the crowd, saying, 5 minutes is about time. Since you're here, let's start physical training here. Pust. The crowd of special forces soldiers sprayed on the spot. I thought Reacher would take the kebab as a reward, and I would get it after achieving whatever goal. But now it seems that these instructors are simply trying to gluttonize themselves. This Hell Week is as the name implies. Every day is nothing but training on the road. And all of that training is physical, because it has been a long time without eating. In the end there has been just a little special forces body involuntarily trembling. The most important thing about physical training is focus. But with this intense hunger and the temptation of kebabs on the side, it was hard for them to focus. Here, but any kind of training can't keep up with the big boys. Then there are only 2 words that await them, and that is elimination. This whole morning can only be described as physical and mental torture. And torments like these lasted well into the night. They had thought they would be fed at noon, but they had been naive after all. When they thought they had a lower lunch in the afternoon, they still didn't have anything in the afternoon either. Until the end. When the crowd of Special Forces soldiers were on the verge of passing out from hunger, a wafting smell of steamed buns broke into their nostrils. Vader exclaimed, "Dinner!" When they heard the word dinner, the eyes of everyone on the scene were almost on the verge of lighting up. Even Yi Chen and his party who had eaten were all starving. They who already had not a shred of stamina, now suddenly had it again. Reach the iron barrel. They could all see the heat the buns were emitting. Now it seems that those cooks can still steam buns, but just as they wanted to go and get it, Reacher was suddenly in the way. This time, the special forces were in a hurry. Didn't we say dinner was on? The chief instructor has spoken. Who are you to stop us? But Reacher grunted coldly. The rice in this iron bucket can only be eaten by Yi Chen and the others. Chapter 46 officially recognized by the hunter set. This time it was Yi Chen's turn to be confused. The first thing Yi Chen and his party felt was not happiness, but suspicion. These people would never be nice to people for no reason. Only they were allowed to eat these hot buns while the others were not allowed to eat them. And behind this Vader and the others had made something of themselves that only they knew. Reacher then said, "You guys can eat these buns if you want to, as long as you finish the buns inside that iron bucket. Didn't I only limit you to 35 servings before? Now, buns are enough. As long as you guys finish the ones in the bucket this meal, the next meal, you'll be able to eat the same steamed buns as Yi Chen and the 10 of them." But by this point, Yi Chen and the others were relieved, while others sprayed on the spot. Client, regret, just very regretful right now. But where they ate so many mouthfuls of buns in the morning, are they not now eating these big, soft-smelling buns? In addition to the steamed buns, they all came with a bowl of egg soup. It's a pretty insignificant thing to put in any modern society, but put here, they're definitely the best treats. Seeing the steamed buns that Yi Chen and the others were eating, Jack and the others could only hate their hearts. But if they could beat those people from Yi Chen, they would have already made a move to rob them. Fark, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Jack took a sharp bite of this bun. Ah, it hurts. Don't eat the sour radish. The rest of the special forces could only eat it with a hard-on. If you really can't eat it, It's good to hit it with a rock and harden it down to a few small crumbs. After eating, they went back to their training. Devil's Hell Week lives up to its name. There are only 24 hours in a day, and they spend 20 of them in training. Each additional day is a great test of their physical and mental fitness. Besides, 4 hours of rest a day is not all theirs. Just in that 4-hour period, they had to assemble 4 or 5 times less, under constant physical and mental destruction. 7 days is finally getting over it. Early morning on the 8th day, by the time they assembled on the training ground again, there were only 35 people left on the field. Compared to 7 days ago, everyone was a degree darker and thinner. Just 7 days, the aura on each of them changed drastically. Seeing that there were still 35 people left, Vader was also a little surprised in his heart. Compared to previous sessions, it's extremely rare to have this many people left now. The staff is almost considered set if they can last from Devil's Week. The latter training is difficult but almost impossible to eliminate if you work hard and stick with it. Vader walked up to the group, his gaze sweeping over each Special Forces soldier with a serious, solemn look. Starting today, you will be officially recognized by the Hunter Collective, whether you guys stick it out or not. Your names will be left on the Hunter Intensive Training list forever. Today you will officially enter into the Special Skills Training. In the next period of time, you will receive the most professional single combat training. Once you officially enter Special Skills Training, you will get a minimum of 7 hours of sleep per day, with a reduced number of emergency callouts during that time, and you will be guaranteed 3 meals per day. The words fell. The crowd of Special Forces on the scene couldn't help but let out cheers. Hearing these things that were so basic that they couldn't be any more basic, the crowd of Special Forces soldiers were moved to the point of shedding tears. During Devil's Week, even these more basic things are a luxury for them. During this time they don't even crave rest, they just crave their normal 3 meals a day. You have 10 minutes to eat. No food shall go to waste. Meet here and collect your guns in 10 minutes for squad shooting practice. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Everyone was sighing as they sat in the cafeteria and ate their hot meals. Turns out these people are capable of making such delicious food. Talking was forbidden during the meal, and by the time they had finished eating it was 10 minutes time. It's not that they're slow eaters. Rather, they ate far too much, as if they wanted this one meal to give them back all they hadn't gotten in the past 7 days. After eating, it was time to gather on the training ground again. Vader had already been waiting on the playground. With Vader leading the way, the group made their way to the range where the hunters were set to train. The range at the Hunter Intensive isn't the biggest, but it's definitely the most configured. Vader had a very large number of weapons placed beside him, various types of rifles, sniper rifles, etc. A ridiculously mixed bag of gun types. In the next 2 months, you will be skilled in camouflage, shooting, infiltration and a series of other special skills. In the eyes of a qualified hunter, there is no such word as desperation in his dictionary. On the battlefield, we are always the prey's nightmare. We have no supplies, no logistics, so we need to be able to skillfully use all types of weapons. Picking up a random one is a state of proficiency. In any situation, being known as the Hunter toward Special Forces represents the highest single combat power. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. They know all these things, but is it a little too much of a stretch to get to the point where Vader is talking about? Let's not talk about other aspects, just the weapons. It took a while to become proficient in one weapon. How long would it take to become proficient in all of them? During the mission they face a variety of enemies with a variety of weapons. They can't just do that with a random gun and just know how to use it, can they? And it has to be in a proficient state? Is this a choice of Hunter or Superman? Just as the crowd marveled at the difficulty, Vader picked up a random rifle on the ground and shot it at a distant target. Vader didn't pick a 100-meter target, but a straight-up 300-meter target. Bang! The bullet landed precisely in the center of the target. After finishing a round with the one he had in his hand, Vader picked up one of the other guns from the ground. From start to finish, Vader fired 10 rounds. These 10 rounds were fired from various different types of guns. 10 rounds, each of which landed precisely at the center. Actions are the best proof. Seeing Vader's strength, there was only one thought in their minds. That is to never run into an enemy as sick as Vader on the battlefield. But it was only half an hour later. That thought in their minds was just straight up refreshed. A new thought raced through their minds. That is to never mess with Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen hit the target paper again, even Vader, who was the chief instructor, was confused. This was the first time in his life that he felt unsure of his own strength. Chapter 47, also here for training. Why did you become an instructor? All other things aside, just the gunplay. Vader has a strong intuition. That would be a head-on clash with Yi Chen than marksmanship. And the first one to get shot would definitely be Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't come up proficient with all the guns. At first Yi Chen had to familiarize himself with it, but compared to the others, Yi Chen only had to familiarize himself with it. After familiarizing himself with it for a bit, the gun immediately looked as if it had been felt through by Yi Chen. It's still Yi Chen's collection to come. He wouldn't be able to explain later without a bit of theater. After all, he'd never touched one of these guns. No matter what, he couldn't tell anyone that he had the skills to use any gun. Could he? After Hell Week, Yi Chen was also recognized by the system. After he finished shooting, the system prompted came the sound of breaking the Hunter set record. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the Hunter training shooting record. May I ask if the host will continue to blitz? Must storm. Yi Chen didn't even hesitate. The records of the Hunter intensive training are very much, and if every one of them Yi Chen can break it, in the end he can get to the rewards he himself does not even dare to think about. Current bonus strike multiplier, 2x. At this point, Vader waved Yi Chen over and said, "Come over here with me for a moment." "Yes, sir." With Vader leading the way, the duo stepped out into the middle of the crowd's field of vision. About half an hour or so passed. In this half hour, Yi Chen's mind was constantly ringing with system beeps. Within a short period of half an hour, Yi Chen once again broke the historical records of 3 kilometers, 400 meters obstacles, dynamic shooting, and proficiency in common battlefield equipment inside the Hunter training. The storm multiplier also goes from 2x at the beginning to 32x later on. It was during this half hour that Yi Chen completely strengthened his resolve. Every time a record is broken, the multiplier for bonus blasts goes straight *2. The starting multiplier was 2 times, or 1 power of 2, and now a total of 5 records have been broken, or 5 powers of 2. The Hunter intensive training had been established for so many years. Records in all aspects must be numerous. And when the time came, not to mention hundreds of times, even if it was thousands of times, tens of thousands of times of the storm was not impossible. After all, 2 to the 17th power comes to 131,072W. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yi Chen became. On the way back, Yi Chen couldn't help but inquire from Vader, "Chief Instructor, how many training exercises are there in our Hunter intensive training? And what kind of achievements do the record holders of these exercises have? What are you asking for?" "I want to break all the records for training in the Hunter intensive." Vader's mouth twitched. Did this kid come here to train or to break records? From the beginning of his training until now, Vader felt that he had only practiced some of Yi Chen's psychology. As for Yi Chen's physical fitness as well as the shooting aspect, Vader felt that with his strength there was no set training in the world that could accommodate him. There are more than 20 records, big and small, in the Hunter intensive. Are you sure you can break them all? Really? Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes directly sprang out. 2's 20-something times square. Even if there were only 20 records, then the multiplier of this rewarding blitz would be enough to reach 1,000,000 times. Seeing Yi Chen so excited, Vader's face was full of black lines. Other people came to Hunter intensive training like they were here for intensive training, while Yi Chen came to Hunter intensive training like he was here on vacation. On the way back to the range, Yi Chen was already fantasizing in his head. At that time, not to mention rewarding Yi Chen with a skill, he wouldn't be surprised even if it was a galaxy rewarded to Yi Chen. That's 1,000,000 times the bonus blitz. When Yi Chen came back again, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Vader walked to the very front, pausing everyone's training, and said loudly, "Next in the shooting training, Yi Chen is responsible for acting as an auxiliary instructor." Words. Tank and the others almost sprayed. "Nice guy. Both are also here to train. But what's going on with Yi Chen? You're practicing and you've become an instructor?" Reacher and the others were confused as well. How could Vader let a violent maniac be an auxiliary instructor? It would be fine if it was just a violent maniac. There was a good chance that they would need this kind of instructor for their Hunter intensive training. But then again, Yi Chen's identity is here. A guy who came for intensive training, and now he's transformed into an auxiliary instructor for shooting training? Reacher walked up and tried to say something, but Vader was holding out his hand in a gesture to shut him up. "I'll make up my own mind about that." Reacher. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. To have a trainee to be the auxiliary instructor of the shooting training, and this trainee is also a new recruit. Reacher and the other auxiliary instructors' hearts are really a bit unacceptable. Although the name of auxiliary instructor didn't sound particularly good, it was a great honor for Reacher and the others to be the auxiliary instructor of the Hunter intensive training. Even for paraprofessionals, they have to go through layers of screening. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are 1 in 1,000, if not 1 in 10,000, auxiliary instructors who can come here. As for Chief Instructor Vader, his strength was even more terrifying as it was, and there was no problem at all in saying that he was the king of single soldiers. But in the midst of such a group of top special forces soldiers suddenly drilled in a new recruit, who else would be able to take it? But after a few more training sessions, they realized that they did get over it. Yi Chen acted as if he was indeed a new recruit, and he was unfamiliar with the training of many other special skills. But what terrified them the most was Yi Chen's learning ability. No matter what he was learning, Yi Chen could casually learn it in a few clicks, and it didn't take long for him to become proficient. Within the next 2 months, to say that the one who had changed the most was none other than Yi Chen. For Yi Chen, this couldn't even be described as a change, but rather a metamorphosis. He had completely and utterly transformed from a new recruit to a full-fledged special forces soldier, or turned into the king of the one-man army. Vader was also constantly speculating about Yi Chen in his mind. From the beginning, he felt that he could defeat Yi Chen, and then now he feels that Yi Chen is unbeatable. More than 2 months have passed, and the Hunter Intensive is nearing its end here. From 120, it has shifted to 24 now. The crowd of special forces stood in formation. Behind them, a transport helicopter was parked, the sound of propellers humming. The crowd stood across the spot, their eyes filled with wariness. With a serious expression, Vader exclaimed to the crowd, "This will be the last training that you will conduct in the Hunter Intensive. It is also your graduation test, and here, I hope that each of you will treat it with a 12% spirit. The entirety of the assessment will be completed by yourselves. Afterwards, we will make a grade determination based on the overall situation to determine the final national ranking." Chapter 48. The graduation test is here. There are a total of 2 rows in the Hunter set. One is an individual ranking and one is a national ranking. If the individual rankings are concerned, those special forces don't even want to compete, because the first place was no longer in doubt. There was no need to even think about it. As far as the foot thought was concerned, one could know that the individual first place this time was Yi Chen, but the same cannot be said for country rankings. Whoever plays well is at the front of the rankings. Even if those special forces soldiers were as bad as they were on weekdays, as long as they played well in the graduation test, then the country behind him would be at the front of the rankings. During training, Jack and the others had always been overwhelmed by Yi Chen and the others. After all these years, Eagle Jam Nation nearly wrapped up first place in the Hunter set. Whether in training or in the final practical test, they were deservedly number 1. But this year they are outclassed from start to finish by East China. Even though Jack and the others had obeyed Yi Chen on the surface, behind their backs, they wanted to fight for this first place more than anyone else. This operation was handled by special forces throughout though. Still, Vader brought 5 strong auxiliary instructors with him. This was an old tradition of the Hunter Intensive training. And if there was really any extreme situation, Vader and the rest of them who were instructors would step in time. After boarding the transportation helicopter, the crowd of special forces began to sleep straight through. Although Vader didn't say what this graduation test was about, even if he didn't say it, the crowd of special forces at the scene had it in their hearts. Because the graduation test for Hunter Intensive training is always a practical test. This real combat cannot be Hunter training official find some actors to play, but let them really real guns on the battlefield. Compared to other international special forces intensives, the Hunter Intensive doesn't hold a candle to it, because Hunter Collective is just a private company behind it. But even so, every time a Hunter Intensive is held, there are many countries that send their special forces here. The big countries send their special forces here purely for exercise, and small countries are different. Another aspect of the small countries sending the special forces here is that they want to seek out the help of the Hunter set. This private company behind the Hunter Intensive is the largest private security company in the world. All of these small countries can turn to the company for help. Those armed organizations that have done a lot of evil will become the target of the Hunter's actual combat. After a long turnaround voyage, there was a shudder from the helicopter. The special forces slowly opened their hazel eyes, looking out the window again. The outside had changed from a green color at the beginning to a yellow color now, and the scene could only be described as a broken wall. This part of South Africa is hot all year round, with distinct wet and dry seasons. Dry season, rainy season. Apparently it's the dry season here now. From the helicopter, Yi Chen could see that some of the ground was cracked from overheating. Even the air in the distance was distorted. See this scene. Gawka. Bablu's heart was full of emotions, and the surroundings were becoming more familiar to the two of them. Chief Instructor, where is our destination this time? As soon as Gawka asked, the rest of the group set their eyes on the Chief Instructor. Now that we're all at our destination, it's a bit of a stretch not to find out what's going on. Vader nodded to Reacher. Reacher took over 24 profiles out of his backpack as well as over 24 satellite phones. As he and the other auxiliary instructors handed these out to each, Vader began to speak as well. Location of this quest, the town of Penist. Mission objective, ISIS armed organization. Size number, about 50. Exact number unknown. Combat requirement, total annihilation. Hearing that the town's name was Penist, a touch went through Gawka's mind. Back in the day, It was this organization called ISIS that took over their family's factory and killed his father. After that incident, he moved away from the town. After so many years, the ISIS organization has continued to grow, and I'm afraid that the actual size of this organization should have even surpassed the number 50 by now. Even if we say it's 100, they control all kinds of trade in the town all year round and do no evil. And the residents of the town are all being squeezed by them, and the local economy is becoming more and more regressive. After recounting the general situation of this organization, Vader continued, "The satellite phones you're holding have only one function on them: emergency distress. We won't intervene during the entire assessment process, but if you encounter an emergency or life-threatening situation, you can immediately choose to use this function. We will arrive at the location within 10 minutes and ensure your safety to the best of our ability. But there is a price for using this feature. Those who use this feature will be eliminated outright." The crowd's mouths twitched. The ING call might as well not have been sent to them. After holding out here for so long, and now that they were looking at the graduation test, they would have to die here even if they had to. "Prepare for rope drop." "Yes." The special forces responded in unison. The moment they landed on the ground, the crowd instantly felt like they had fallen into the middle of an oven. Gawka laughed and joked with Yi Chen. "It's hot in here, isn't it?" Yi Chen laughed bitterly. To Yi Chen, this damn place was indeed quite hot. The enhanced body is resistant to cold, but doesn't seem to be very heat resistant. "I haven't been in a place this hot since I was a kid. If it's long enough, you'll get used to it." While Yi Chen was chatting with Gawka, suddenly, a few figures began to run wildly. To beat a dead horse, it was Jack 4. Behind them followed 6 people, and without even thinking about it, they must be those doglegs. The reason for running straight after landing is also simple. That's the fight for a good name. It didn't matter how it was before. Now was the main event. Whoever got a good score was number 1, and this was the only chance they had to surpass Yi Chen. Besides, the reason why they ran so fast and weren't afraid at all was precisely because they knew very clearly what kind of people they were facing. Not to mention the fact that they weren't facing any professional special forces, but rather the stinking fish and chips of armed organizations. One side is a special forces soldier who has received top professional training, and the other side is an ordinary person who can only use a gun. Which side will have a better chance of winning? It's a completely lopsided situation. Seeing this, Yi Chen was also directly unable to sit still. "Damn these s. Let's hurry and run as well. We can't let them take the credit. No, it's absolutely impossible to let them snatch it away." When he said these 2 words, Yi Chen was as firm as he wanted to be. Zhuang Yang and the others thought that Yi Chen was so adamant about taking first place because Donghua country hadn't had any good rankings in recent years. But actually, what a multiplier I have. 1,600,000 times more rewarding blasts. I can't lose it even if it takes my life. Chapter 49, Sudden Accident, Intelligence Error. The graduation test for the Hunter Intensive is similarly documented. If Yi Chen didn't break the record this time, it would mean that the duck in hand, or even the duck that was already in the belly, would simply grow wings and fly away. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't wait to grow 2 more legs and run away. After a while, Vader and the others also landed at a pre-planned location that would be used to set up a temporary base. This temporary base is not particularly far from the town, relatively hidden. If you ride a motorcycle, it does not take 10 minutes to immediately arrive in the town to support. It took about 50 minutes or so before all the equipment for the temporary base was set up and commissioned. Tents, water, electricity and motorcycles are available. Inside the tent, Vader checked up on the positioning of the crowd of special forces while blowing on an electric fan. This didn't look okay. Oh look, the sip of water he was just about to drink went straight out of Vader's mouth. Pust. What happened to you, Chief Instructor? Reacher and the others immediately came up. Instead of speaking, Vader pointed his finger toward the screen. Take a closer look. The 5 Reacher men also sprayed on the spot. WTF? What the hell kind of special forces is this? Is this a motorcycle? They're also a good 20 kilometers from that town. And it's only been what? An hour? How did he get inside that town? Does he want to be alone? From the positioning, the special forces soldier had pulled away from the larger group by a long distance. Send a drone to see what this is all about. Yes. Reacher responded and then operated the drone. The drones didn't fly out, but they probably already had an answer in mind. The only person who could have such physical ability was probably Yi Chen. The drones are so small and fly so high that they're hard to spot if you're not looking closely. This is a drone specifically designed for videography, equipped with a periscope camera that transmits back a very clear image. This positioning is very precise. Following the location, the drone quickly found the neighborhood, but hit the eye. There was absolutely no sign of Yi Chen in this area. Vader frowned slightly. The positioning is still moving. based on the movement of the positioning and then paired with the picture. In the end, it took a few people from Vader to determine which one was Yi Chen. If there wasn't a corresponding number, they would have died not knowing that this person was actually Yi Chen. They also didn't know where Yi Chen had gotten this outfit, and they didn't know exactly how Yi Chen had gotten himself so black in a short period of time. To the eye, Yi Chen was practically identical to those locals. The rifle he was carrying was also packed by Yi Chen into the not-so-big backpack behind him. With Yi Chen's strength, he could assemble the gun in 10 seconds. On the screen, they could even see Yi Chen greeting and chatting with other locals. Vader's mouth twitched. Yi Chen's camouflage strength was truly terrifying as hell. Since he's disguised himself, he shouldn't make a move anytime soon. Let's see how the others are doing. Yes, the drones were moving fast in the sky. It was still Jack and the others who led the way in the large group. Tank, on the other hand, they weren't running that fast. Before Yi Chen ran off on his own, he cleared the air with Tank and the others. Yi Chen's stamina was strong, so he was perfectly capable of running there first to find out what was going on, while they jogged behind to conserve their stamina. Jack and others are completely different. In order to get a good ranking in the graduation examination, they hated to open up 2 more legs, but the physical strength could not keep up with Yi Chen, and in the end, they could only look at Yi Chen far away from their own dry eyes here. Seeing that they were about to reach the town, Jack and the others went fast, itching for a flash to rush straight inside the town. Just as Vader and the others were still watching the hordes, Yi Chen's positioning changed again. It is normal for his positioning to change, but if his positioning changes directly to the enemy's lair, this is a little bit less normal. How did this kid run straight inside the enemy's lair? The drone returned over Yi Chen again. It was only after careful observation that he realized that Yi Chen had already sneaked silently to the lair of the ISIS organization. Walking in the enemy's lair, Yi Chen is like breaking into no man's land. Every step Yi Chen took was in the middle of everyone's dead center. After about a few minutes, Yi Chen retreated in one piece. By this time Jack and the others had also entered the town. Yi Chen walked outside to greet Tank and the 9 of them. As for the others, Yi Chen did not intend to bother. With their strength, it was easy for the 9 of them to deal with the 50 or so people. Inside the abandoned house, Yi Chen's 10 men gathered here. Gawka was the first to ask, "Yi Chen, how's the investigation going?" Before they arrived, Yi Chen had already drawn out a rough topographical map. The crowd went up and took a closer look. The drawing wasn't particularly refined, but the information that should be there as well as the structure were all labeled by Yi Chen. From here, it could be seen that Yi Chen had observed the ISIS organization's base extremely thoroughly. Seeing the topographical map, Gawka was familiar as could be. He clenched his fists and said, "The factory has barely changed." The rest of the group looked at Gawka sympathetically. Yi Chen continued, "The factory has now been transformed into a den by them. The defense level is not very high. There are about 50 people, which basically matches the intelligence." But at that point, Gawka was reaching out to stop. "These can't be the only people here. You guys wait for me to go out for a bit and come right back. And remember, make sure you don't do anything rash." Aha! Since Gawka said that, it proved that Gawka must know something. Probably after a few minutes, Gawka rushed back, looking extremely nervous. Seeing the situation, the people all felt bad. "I heard this rumor before I came to Hunter Intensive, and I just asked a friend of mine for more information." Here, before Gawka could finish, there was heavy gunfire from outside. "Crap!" Gawka tapped his head straight. "The intelligence is wrong. The latest situation is that they will send more than 100 reinforcements today, and the strength of these more than 100 reinforcements is quite impressive. Those people of theirs will definitely be no match in the past. The way things are going, I'm afraid they're in a bad way." "What?" As the words fell, Yi Chen and the others' expressions instantly became serious. It's okay to let them deal with more than 50 people, but if there are more than 150 people, among them and more than 100 of them with fierce strength, then their winning rate will plummet. And that's when it happened. A sharp siren came from Vader's side. What the hell? Chapter 50, Yi Chen strikes. Nearly a dozen people all pressed the emergency button at the same time? At this point Vader and the others are outside continuing to debug other things. I didn't think they'd progress so quickly, but who would have thought they'd fight so quickly and not be able to fight? Just as Vader was getting angry, seeing that scene at the scene, even the battle-hardened Vader was taken aback. At some point, there were more than a dozen cars on the scene. The men who got out of the car were all loaded, and it was clear that they had been professionally trained. "Fark, they gave us the wrong intel. Do those people want all of our warriors to die here?" Immediate support. The difficulty of this is far beyond that of a graduation test. Stop the casualties as much as possible. They're already in a surrounded position. They won't last long. Inside the room, calls for help kept coming from the walkie-talkies on Yi Chen and the others. In response, Yi Chen made a quick choice. As fast as he could, He drew the general shape of the ground next to that factory and labeled it with code names. I will be the commander-in-chief. The remaining 9 people. 1 group of 2. Zhuan Yon, you're more capable on your own. 1 group of individuals. Yes, the crowd responded loudly. Even though this was Yi Chen's first time fighting in a real battle, the more it came to moments like this, the more calm Yi Chen found himself to be. With Yi Chen as the chief commander, they didn't have a single opinion. This was because amongst the 20 or so people, only Yi Chen had such strength. The town wasn't particularly large, plus they all ran as fast as they could. Yi Chen and the others arrived at the scene at the first opportunity. By now, Jack had been shot in one arm. The rest of the special forces weren't doing much better, and through radar skill sensing, there were now a full 5 special forces on hand, but thankfully there were no deaths. Yi Chen pinched the walkie-talkie hanging on his chest and said loudly on all channels, "Those who don't want to die listen to my command." Hearing that it was Yi Chen's voice, hope flared up in the hearts of the special forces. Jack, you've got 3 enemies on your 4 o'clock. In a moment they'll feel their way out from behind that wall one by one. Prepare to fire. Money positive. 6 o'clock. Tank, you and Songfeng both head to A1 Heights. Yes, Zhuan Yon, your operation is under my sole command. Always be ready. Yes, Ali, Gawka, you lead your team in preparation for a breakthrough. Keep the engagement to 100 meters. Yes, Zhuan Yon, go as fast as you can to the back of that house on your left front to rescue the wounded. There's already an enemy feeling toward the wounded. Yes, Yi Chen's mouth was like a Gatling frantically commanding. Every word is 100% correct. Saying that there was someone wherever there was someone was as if Yi Chen was like having full map perspective on. While commanding, Yi Chen also searched his mind for the enemy leader. If these 100 trained men didn't have a leader, then I'm afraid this place would be a mess. Since so many people could be arranged to come here at the same time, it proved that there must be something important here. Soon, Yi Chen found a white man who appeared to be 1 meter 8 with a thin body inside the factory. That should be you. Boy. Yi Chen moved forward on the roof at an extremely fast speed. Camouflage skills, climbing skills, almost every skill that could be used was utilized by Yi Chen. Faced with such a situation, the residents here acted as if they were all used to it. Duck to the houses, close the doors tightly and wait for the mess to end. Inside the factory, seeing the arrival of this thin white man, a chiefly looking man flopped to his knees. Boss, I swear, I really didn't reveal the news about the gold mine. There are only 5 people here who know this news. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be able to catch the person who revealed the news. Boss, give me another chance. But the white man was full of indifference. The message didn't get out. Look at the way that group is dressed. And the skin, they're from the Hunter set. Hunter intensive? Anyway, you people can't beat those people just right. If we hadn't arrived today, with their strength you would have been dead by now. You've done so much evil for so many years. You're probably all in hell by now. But didn't wait for the white man to finish his sentence. Suddenly, a bullet hole slammed into his head. The old boss? Not good. Hurry. Bang. Another round and both men just fell to the ground in unison. It'll give you 2 some company on the way back to hell. The 2 chiefs, in less than 2 seconds, all fell to the ground. No more command. Those people outside then just went their own way, with no discipline at all. With Tank's strength and theirs, it was just too simple to take care of these people. Seeing the 2 chiefs directly fall to the ground, the factory's interior was in direct chaos. Those workers should flee and run. The militants were like headless flies constantly searching for who had killed their leader. But all that awaits them is a bullet. Each pull of the trigger represents a life completely lost to this world. Even though Yi Chen's gun was out of bullets, having the skills to pick up a random gun on the ground he can use it with great skill. Following Yi Chen's command, Zhuan Yong touched another high ground to observe the situation from above. With this situation, Zhuan Yong didn't think he needed to strike again either. Even if Yi Chen was the only one sent over for this graduation examination, Yi Chen would be able to complete the task perfectly. Yi Chen was like he was open. Fighting, commanding, camouflaging. It's all so smooth, to the beginning and to the end. Those enemies had never seen Yi Chen's figure. When Vader arrived in town with the 5 Reacher men, inside the town, there was dead silence. Why is it so quiet here? Vader's brow furrowed in quick thought. He naturally understood Yi Chen and their strength. Those who had stayed until now were all the elite of the elite, and there was no way they could have been killed so quickly by those armed men. But what the hell is going on here? Just when Vader was clueless, suddenly, a loud, unmistakable vomiting sound reached his ears. Vomit. Vomit. Vader and the others immediately blasted their foot on the gas to where the sound was coming from. More than 20 special forces, all of them, were injured but none of them died. Yi Chen's appearance was even more frightening. He was covered in blood, holding the wall weakly with one hand and vomiting continuously against it. Vader thought something had happened to Yi Chen, but when he got closer, he realized that there didn't seem to be a single wound on Yi Chen's body. You don't have a single wound, what are you throwing up in here for? Chapter 51, 1 against 100. Speaking of this, Yi Chen vomited even more intensely. The others came forward to greet Vader and the others when they saw them arrive. Tank and the others were also filled with bitter smiles. Chief Instructor, he is killing too many people to kill vomit. In one short sentence, it's a straight-up dry burn of Vader's CPU. Shouldn't they be the underdog? 20-odd people fighting 150-odd people is the equivalent of dealing with 7 people each. What the hell is going on here? The special forces on the scene were talking to each other as they retold what they had just seen to Vader. Didn't hear them all right. Listen to the end. Vader and the others were even more confused. They knew that Yi Chen was strong. So strong that it was terrifying. But they didn't know that Yi Chen could be so strong. Even if you let Vader, who was the chief instructor, beat him up, he couldn't hit him that hard. After Vader calmed his emotions, he said with a forced calmness, "You're saying that just now, in a time of danger, Yi Chen saved all of you, and it was only by Yi Chen's command that you were able to get away and live. Even where Yi Chen couldn't see, Yi Chen was able to command out at the first time and know all about the enemy. And while commanding, Yi Chen also took care of the 99 by himself alone. Am I right? And all of this in less than 7 minutes? Aha!" The crowd of special forces responded in unison. Zhuan Yang was also full of bitter smiles as he walked up and patted Vader's shoulder, saying, "Chief Instructor, if you don't believe me, you can go and look for the bodies of those people. The people who were killed by Yi Chen were basically hit squarely in the head by bullets, or the back of the head, and a few of the few were killed by Yi Chen with a saber. So after splattering him with blood, vomit, Yi Chen spat violently again. By now, he was throwing up not food but ing bile. It was true that he had a system, and it was also true that he was strong. He was a punk who hadn't seen much of the world. Again, no lie. From birth until now he was a corpse he had never seen. Even the remains of Shaola he had never seen. Seeing so many corpses all at once today, and all of them were also solved by his own hands, Yi Chen's stomach just flipped. This was out of his inner physiological instincts, and he couldn't control it at all. Vader and the other auxiliary instructors searched the neighborhood. As expected, the vast majority of the bodies had been shot squarely in the head or in the back of the head. Once again, they returned to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen just barely managed to slow down. It wasn't that he didn't want to throw up, but there really wasn't anything left in his stomach to throw up. Vader is extremely senior. He had been an international mercenary, fighting on the battlefield all year round, living every day at the point of a knife. Because his strength was too strong, he was seen by the Hunter set and was asked to become the chief instructor of the Hunter set. He'd seen too much, but this was really the first time he had seen something like Yi Chen. He was hard to imagine that a person who had turned the battle with his own strength and solved 99 enemies in 10 minutes would vomit madly because of physiological discomfort after the battle. See Vader back again. Yi Chen forced himself to calm down and walked over to Vader. "Chief Instructor, I've kind of broken the graduation test record for Hunter intensive training, haven't I?" Vader. He was full of black lines. I thought Yi Chen would ask something, but I didn't expect him to be asking about his record breaking again. "You asshole kid. Other people come to the Hunter set to train here. You come here like you're breaking our Hunter set record." Yi Chen heatedly smiled and said, "Then, Chief Instructor, did I break this record or not?" Vader's mouth twitched. After so many sessions of Hunter intensive, everyone is thinking about how not to be eliminated. Only Yi Chen, the kid, had been thinking about breaking records of all kinds. What do you think of yourself? Are you thinking that any of the previous Hunter sets could do what you did? Breaking all of the usual records, and taking care of nearly 100 enemies by himself during the graduation test. The difficulty of this graduation test is going to be far more difficult than any Hunter intensive. Beautiful. A brilliant light emerged from Yi Chen's eyes. If this record was broken, the system's reward would have to be a full-blown million times. The moment it was affirmed by Vader, the system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking the graduation test record. There are no more records to break. This Hunter training mission has ended successfully. Current bonus strike multiplier, 16. 777. 216 times. Seeing Yi Chen suddenly so excited, the rest of the people's mouths twitched. Taking care of so many people by himself, he wasn't excited. Hearing that he had broken the record of the Hunter set, but was more excited than winning $1 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving the blast reward. The host's current physique has been revised to 6. The moment this voice of the system fell, another stream of that familiar warmth surged into Yi Chen's body. The more this thing called physique, the harder it was to raise it. Yi Chen deeply knew the gold content of Physique 6, which was much better than rewarding some skills. With this current physique of Yi Chen's, killing a cow with one punch shouldn't be much of a problem. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 shots, sailfish swimming skill, full driving proficiency, full engineering skill, domain of command skill. Congratulations to the host's radar skills have been strengthened. Congratulations to the host's physical training gain buff and learning gain buff to gain top level gain. That's gone? Seeing that there was only this reward, Yi Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. That's a millionfold blast, but at the end of the day, this millionfold blitz reward only gave 5 skills? But when Yi Chen carefully checked up on the skills, Yi Chen's eyes gradually widened. There was no need to say 100 shots, no matter what weapon was used, or even if it wasn't a weapon. Yi Chen was able to achieve 100 shots. The sailfish swimming skill, on the other hand, gives a qualitative increase in one's swimming speed, and also allows one to do underwater breathing, which one chooses to go home when one enters the water. Those would be fierce enough, but compared to the skills behind them, these first two are a complete baby brother. All-around engineering skills may seem simple, but in reality this skill is the fiercest of the lot, bar none. Even hand-rubbing carriers and hand-rubbing fighters is a matter of minutes. Seeing the introduction inside the omnipotent engineering skill and what he could do, Yi Chen even became short of breath. As Yi Chen fumed, Tank greeted him with his hand, which was about the size of his face. In front of him, Elder Brother Yi. Elder Brother Yi? Chapter 52, Millionfold Blitz Reward. Thinking about what? It looks like you're looking a little worse for wear. It was only when he saw the tank in front of him that Yi Chen pulled himself out of his consciousness. Ah, it's okay. Just thought of something. It's fine. The two of them chatted as they did the aftermath. It wasn't long after Yi Chen and the others withdrew from the town. Inside the town, 6 more people came. Like Yi Chen, they all disguised themselves to look like locals. Upon entering the interior of the town, everyone was completely at one with the town. But it was also the moment they entered the town that Li Zhong, the squad leader with years of combat experience, immediately sensed that something was wrong. There's a smell of blood in this air. There are signs of fighting inside this town. Search the entire town. Find the target quickly. Never let him get away. Yes, the members of the squad immediately traveled between the ruins of the town. Their eyes were cold, like cheetahs searching for their prey. Not more than a few minutes passed before the team found a number of dead armed men. At the same time, they all examined the body's wounds. The vast majority of the corpses basically have one incredulous fact about them. All the bullet holes show the same feature, a single shot that kills without any extra firing. This is impossible, a member of the team muttered. He was a seasoned veteran, but even he had never seen such precise shooting. Li Zhong also crouched down to scrutinize the wounds of a corpse. With the signs shown by the bodies, almost all of these people died within 10 minutes of each other. He knew what it meant to have such shooting skills. This is simply not something that ordinary armed gangs can do, and even if they were allowed to do so, they would not be able to achieve such a record. According to intelligence, these 100 men are professionally trained. It was searched for about another half hour or so. Li Zhong came to the body of the skinny white man. That was the goal of their mission this time. Would have liked to take a live one, but now it seems impossible to catch him alive. And the target of his mission is now sleeping peacefully. Captain, what should we do? The gazes of the team members were focused on Li Zhong, waiting for his orders. Li Zhong was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Report back to the Brigadier. The mission targets have all been cleared, but the situation has changed and we need further instructions. Evacuate first." Yes, the 6 quickly evacuated the town. The mission objective is ING. What are they still staying here for? After leaving the town, Li Zhong took out his satellite phone and contacted the brigade leader. Seeing that it was Li Zhong's satellite phone, the first captain frowned. On weekdays on missions Li Zhong basically does not give a call. Only at the end of the mission he will call the satellite phone to report to himself. Li Zhong, how's it going? Reporting to Team Kong. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished is a good thing. Why this tone of voice? And didn't you guys just get to the target area? How did you accomplish your mission so quickly? After calming his emotions, Li Zhong took the matter to Kong Jun one by one. Listen to the end. Kong Jun's eyes instantly widened. Li Zhong is the kind of person who never jokes. Since this matter was said by Li Zhong, it is 100% fidelity. Soon, this news reached the ears of Xiao Zhanghua. What did you say? Xiao Zhanghua on the other end of the phone almost didn't spit out a mouthful of water directly. He obviously didn't anticipate such an outcome, and only after a moment did he slowly speak. You mean that the mission is already accomplished before our people even arrive? Yes, Chief. There wasn't a single fluctuation in Kong Jun's voice. Traces at the scene indicate that it was a precise and swift strike. with the vast majority of people at the scene killed by one person, all shot in the head, in the back of the head. Presumably, from the scene, all of these people died within 10 minutes of each other. Xiao Zhanhua sucked in a breath of cool air. How did such a strong person appear in that hellhole? Could it be that team? But it can't be. How could that team be on such a mission? But the facts are in front of us, and the mission target has indeed been cleared. Kong Jun's report could never be false. Xiao Zhanhua was silent on the other end of the phone for a long time, and finally only said, "Have them return immediately. I need a detailed report from you." After hanging up the phone, Kong Jun gave the order to retreat. Li Zhong and the others disappeared from the land as if they had never appeared. And on the other side of the distant world, Yi Chen and his team were on their way back. When it was time to return to the Hunter Intensive Training Base, it was 2 days later at this point. At this time, Yi Chen also didn't realize just how outrageous a task he himself had accomplished. Hunter Training Playground, the morning light, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the venue of the upcoming graduation ceremony. Sure, to put it nicely, this is the venue. To put it poorly, it's actually the training ground with a few decorations added. Hunters' graduations don't need to be so fancy. There are no complicated ceremonies, no flashy decorations, only the recognition of the strength and courage of the hunters. The flags around them fluttered and rattled in the wind. Some of the flags were lowered early, and only the flags of the countries behind the Special Forces soldiers who have lasted until now can be raised here. Chief Instructor Vader stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over each cadet. When he landed on Yi Chen, Vader's eyes revealed a trace of undetectable satisfaction. Every trainee on the site has been through the toughest training, and every one of them has proven their ability and will. Yi Chen was even more so. The hunters who stuck it out to the end this time were lucky. The vast majority of the targets were solved by Yi Chen alone. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, it would be one thing if he could live, not to mention passing the examination, because Yi Chen's results this time were extremely outrageous. On the podium, the chief director of the Hunter Intensive Training had personally come to the scene. And that company behind the Hunter Intensive Training had also sent someone here specifically to come here to present Yi Chen with an award. On the playground, the special forces were neatly lined up. With his hands behind his back, Vader said solemnly, "In these 2 months or so, I have been here to witness the growth and transformation of the hunters. You have gone through the toughest training, the test of life and death, and you are worthy of the title of hunter. Next, the hunters who hear their names come forward, receive the hunter's medal." One by one, the Special Forces soldiers stepped forward to receive the hunter's medal. Until the end, within the team, only Yi Chen remained. Yi Chen. When Vader read Yi Chen's name, all the eyes on the scene were focused on him. Chapter 53, The Highest Honor of the Hunters Gathering. Here, Yi Chen walked to Vader with a firm step. While other people's 18 years old were still playing games in the dormitory all day, his 18 years old was about to receive the highest honor of Hunter Intensive Training. The chief hunter setter, who had been in his seat, and Jason, who had been sent by the company, both rose. Unlike the others, this time, it was the chief of the Hunter Intensive who personally came forward with a shining hunter's medal. Besides, this medal is very different from the others. While the others' medals were just made of ordinary materials, this one of Yi Chen's was glittering with golden light. It's the highest badge of honor in the Hunters Gathering. The medal is made of pure gold throughout, representing honor, status, eternity and immortality. Your name will forever remain in the history of Hunter Intensive Training, and the flag of the Donghua country will forever fly over the Hunter Intensive Training Base. The medals inside the Hunter Intensive are unlike any other in the world. Normal medals are pinned to clothing, and the Hunter set medals, all of them hit solidly in the flesh. The back of the medallion has roughly 1.5 centimeters of spines. In exchange for before, Yi Chen might have panicked and been scared, but put it in the present. There was not a trace of fear in Yi Chen's eyes, only endless determination. He gave Jason a military salute. Jason picked up the medallion himself and slammed it down on Yi Chen's body. No one's touch is gentle when it comes to playing this medal. Those were solid straight punches. Yi Chen roared, as if he was venting the emotions that had suppressed him for so many years. Ever since he was reborn until now, Yi Chen had been working desperately hard. Nowadays, Yi Chen finally felt like he could stop for that period of time. After the graduation ceremony, Yi Chen had never felt such a sense of relief. After getting high all morning at the base, it was time to part ways. It would be impossible to say that there hadn't been feelings between them over this period of time. They all came from different countries and spoke different languages, but they had experienced life and death together. If we do leave them on the battlefield, they will not hesitate to give their backs to their comrades. At the entrance of the base, everyone left their contact information with each other, and many people came specifically to find Yi Chen to say goodbye. It's all big old men. Even the parting wasn't that sad. Yi Chen, I'll see you again. He, Ever since I came into contact with you, I've only had one thought in my mind, and that is that in the future, I should never run into a monster like you on the battlefield. Safe travels. In the future, I will definitely come to East China country to play after I retire from the military. When that time comes, you must keep this cell phone number of yours, otherwise I won't be able to contact you. The crowd was talking about you and me. Yi Chen also turned to look at Vader and Reacher and the others who were looking at them from the entrance of the base. Vader and Yi Chen looked at each other, but just by looking at it, the two of them felt like they had said 1,000 words. Reacher, on the other hand, laughed and scolded. Bastard boy, hurry up and get the hell back to your East China country. Although you are strong, I still have to say that you are indeed a violent maniac. I wouldn't dare to continue spending time with you anymore. Yi Chen also laughed out loud. He clenched his fists. Reacher subconsciously shivered. Although this was said to Yi Chen in a joking manner, the psychological shadow Yi Chen gave him was also real. After laughing out loud, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned sinister. Everyone was at the door before they could leave. After training for so long, they were either destroyed or on their way to being destroyed every day. Definitely a love/hate relationship for these instructors. In that case, brothers, it's a bit too much of a loss to just leave. Hearing Yi Chen suddenly shout out such a voice, Reacher and the others immediately felt a chill down their backs. What's this kid up to? Next, Yi Chen swung his fist and attacked straight at Reacher. The rest of them immediately reacted to the situation and cheered to join the battlefield. Reacher and the others are really good fighters, but even if they were any stronger, they were still too damn strong for so many people. Not to mention the fact that there was a Yi Chen in these people's ranks. The fight went on for 10 minutes. The anger that had been suppressed for nearly 3 months was completely and utterly spilled out at this moment. Having had their fill of fighting, they bailed right out to the outside. Vader was angry and amused. According to the words of the East China country, it should be, these little brats. Returning home is by going to the airport on your own and taking a flight home. Yi Chen and the four of them all had to be going back to their respective places as well. Only with Tank, by the way. Get on the plane. Yi Chen didn't care to look at the scenery either. The heart that had been tense finally loosened up, and all he wanted now was a good night's sleep. Their results, as well as the rankings of each country, were also notified to the countries at the first opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had been enlisted in the army for some time as well. It is now winter. Xiaola also returned home from her winter vacation. Xiao Zhanguo also had the rare time to return home and rest for a few days. The moment she saw her old man enter the house, Xiaola ran directly to Xiao Zhanguo and inquired angrily. Xiaola crossed her arms and snapped. What exactly did you do to Yi Chen? He wasn't good before, but that doesn't mean he won't be good in the future. He's only spoken to me on the first day since he entered the army. Don't think I don't know what it's like in the army. He's long past his new training period. Why? He can't even talk to the outer sessions now. Seeing his daughter so angry, if it was placed before, Xiao Zhanguo might very well be even more angry than him. But put into the present, Xiao Zhanguo was all smiles. Little girl, your father and I are now more worried than you about Yi Chen having something happen to him. Xiao La's fire was held back by her own old man's words. Didn't his old man hate Yi Chen to the core before? Now why did his attitude towards Yi Chen suddenly change so drastically? There were all sorts of questions in Shara's mind. Xiao Zhanguo also told Xiao La about Yi Chen's deeds. At first, Shara was happy, but when she heard the latter saying that Yi Chen went to the hunter intensive training, Xiao La's face directly darkened. Dad, what the hell do you want from him? Yi Chen is already good enough, isn't he? Is he not qualified enough? What exactly do you want from him? Are you letting go there because you want him to die? Xiao Zhanguo was also filled with helplessness. If this was something that Xiao Zhanguo had to force him to go to, then he had nothing to say. But this was Yi Chen's own initiative to ask to go. Just then, Xiao Zhanguo's phone suddenly rang. If there was no more urgent matter, his cell phone would not ring this ringtone. He immediately took out his phone and connected it. Army Commander, Yi Chen. Yi Chen him. Chapter 54 Crazy, letting a private into the aces? Without waiting for Xiao Zhanguo to speak, Xiao La directly became anxious. What's wrong with him? Tell me, champion. He led the squad to win the Hunter Rally Championship, and he himself personally won the highest honor in Hunter Intensive Training. He set so many records in Hunter training that I can't talk about them on the phone. You check your cell phone for emails. The phone hung up. Xiao Zhanguo immediately received an encrypted email on his cell phone. The content of the email was an attachment sent by Hunter Intensive Training, and Xiao Zhanguo immediately clicked on it to view it. Xiao La was also confused. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Yi Chen was. This is what gene was activated in Yi Chen when he went into the army. Didn't enter the army before all day loitering, now suddenly ridiculously strong, and also in the hunter training to get this kind of honor. Was this Yi Chen still the same Yi Chen she remembered from before? Within the mail, there was a detailed record of Yi Chen's various deeds in the hunter-intensive training. Xiao La and Xiao Zhanguo were so excited to watch that they couldn't wait to dislike their faces directly inside the cell phone. The email clearly recorded every record that was broken by Yi Chen. All the records up and down the entire hunter training set that could be broken were basically broken by Yi Chen. Ever since going to the set, the title of number 1 had been with Yi Chen until the end. Sudden accident during the final graduation test. Yi Chen even used his own strength to save the day. Defeating. Alone. Wait. This mission site. Xiao Zhangguo's eyes gradually widened. The corners of his mouth that had been grinning gradually solidified. Shiera. I'll go back first. Your father. I'll have Li send you this email later if you want to see it. I agree with you and Yi Chen. I'll give that kid a few days off when he returns home. Ha! Seeing Xiao Zhangguo's faraway figure, Xiao La was surprised and happy. For her, the surprise couldn't have come at a worse time. The reason why Xiao Zhangguo was in such a hurry to go back was not because of anything else. It was precisely because of this email sent by Hunter Intensive Training. Earlier, he had wondered why the mission targets suddenly all died violently. Now it seems that this query should be answered. After returning to his office, Xiao Zhanguo found the information that Kong Jun had reported up to him. Following the information and comparing it with the graduation assessment information sent by the Hunter Intensive Training Institute, this doubt had been completely solved. Same number of kills, same modus operandi, same location. Good boy. Well. The corners of Xiao Zhanguo's mouth were grinning to the sky. The Special Forces selection that Yi Chen had participated in before had already ended long ago, and that selection had been organized by none other than Song Wolf, the same Special Forces that Tank was a part of. The new Special Forces that went in formed a separate squadron, and the position of squadron leader is currently vacant. Before Xiao Zhanguo was planning to let Yi Chen come here directly to be the middle captain, but now it seemed that the ordinary Special Forces could no longer accommodate him. Xiao Zhanguo made a direct call to Kong Jun. After picking up the phone, Xiao Zhanguo directly said, I will arrange an individual into your ace troop after a while. Words. Kong Jun was directly confused. Did he hear wrong? Xiao Zhanguo was a bit short-tempered, but ever since he had known Xiao Zhanguo until now, iron face and selflessness had always been his label. What kind of unit are they? That's an ace troop. Take out any person and throw them into the ordinary special forces. It was almost like an existence that could fight 10, or even wipe out the entire force. It's not because of anything else. Rather, the difference in strength between them was simply too great. A special agent, an ace special agent. It's a difference of 2 words, but it's actually a world of difference. The secrecy of this special forces unit is so high that most people don't even know about it at all. And even the special forces don't know much about the unit's existence. I know what you're going to ask, and I'm not going to let a commoner into your place. I'll send you a file in a minute and you'll understand. Well, Kong Jun pulled in a long tone. For the average person, you can still be a special forces soldier if you work hard, but for ordinary people, ace special forces that is destined at birth. If you weren't born with that qualification, then you won't have that qualification in this life. The members of the ace special forces are cultivated from a young age, and it's not like anyone's child can just go and cultivate them, because the level of secrecy of the ace forces is extremely high, so the family of every ace special forces soldier has to be of a certain political background, and it has to be repeatedly and strictly verified before they can do so. Once the family qualifies, the child has to qualify as well, and if the child doesn't work it ends up being a pass. It's hard as hell to be an ace special forces soldier. Since the establishment of the ace force, there hasn't been a single person who has grown up and entered the ace force, even if you showed extreme talent after enlisting. So what? Every ace special forces man is extremely talented. Talent is almost the same time. People can be enough to lead you 10 or 20 years of experience. This is the hard power gap. The latter day simply cannot make up. The email was quickly sent to Kong Jun's cell phone. This email is the personal information of Yi Chen that Shaoli rearranged. With extremely strong curiosity, Kong Jun opened the mail. Yi Chen, private. Private? Isn't all the new training over? Why is there still a private? Breaking the record of the whole army, participating in the selection of special forces, taking part in the hunter training, graduation test outstanding performance, with one's own strength to extinguish the... This kid shouldn't be. Reading this, Kong Jun quickly rummaged through the information he had recorded. 3 minutes passed. Kong Jun's eyes also looked like Xiao Zhangguo's when he saw the mail, glaring with hatred. No wonder the chief wanted to put him in. I guess those guys are the only ones who can accomplish such a battle. Speaking of this, Kong Jun's eyes were yearning, helpless, and lost. But that's all in the past. Since we can't get into that more aspirational place, we need to look forward. Because of the extremely strict selection method of the Ace Force, fewer and fewer people entered the Ace Force. Fewer people, more tasks, and an increasing casualty rate. The new ones coming in are nowhere near as numerous as the ones sacrificed each year. Understanding Yi Chan's strength, coupled with the fact that this was someone that Xiao Zhanghua personally wanted to arrange to come in, Kong Jun had already fantasized about Yi Chan's arrival. When he arrives, it is estimated that the casualty rate of their Northern Theater Ace unit will plummet. After I don't know how long, Yi Chen finally opened those hazy sleeping eyes. Chapter 55, received by the army chief himself. The tank sitting next to him had slept for I don't know how many hours. Yi Chen is since the plane, all the way to sleep until now. If not, the tank saw Yi Chen has breathing, and the face is also very normal. Otherwise the tank have to think that Yi Chen into a vegetable. You're a real sleeper, too, kid. Hey, thanks, Yi Chen said smilingly. After getting off the airplane and standing on the motherland's earth once again, Yi Chen sighed endlessly in his heart. There is a saying, no matter how good it is out there, it's not as good as home. Not to mention that it's not so great out here, and that comparison makes the home look better. Neither had a cell phone on them, but neither of them were worried either. After all, Hunter Collective had long ago sent their itinerary to their own up, and surely someone would come to pick them up as all. Otherwise without a penny on them or a cell phone. It was a matter of how they were going to get back to their unit. They had all expected someone to pick them up, but neither of them expected that the person who came to pick them up would be, Sarge, I'll go. Tank's eyes widened momentarily as well. Yi Chen was also a bit surprised. In the distance, Xiao Zhanghua was there smilingly waving his hand at the two of them. Compared to before he left, the tank hadn't changed particularly much, while Yi Chen had changed so much that he almost seemed like a different person. Walk out after. Xiao Zhanghua then greeted him with a fart, the corners of his mouth grinning so much that he was about to stab the airplanes in the sky down. Hello Chief, Tank said before he could finish his sentence. Xiao Zhanghua then ran directly in front of Yi Chen and patted Yi Chen's shoulder repeatedly. Good boy. Good boy. I knew my Shaola hadn't made a mistake. This time you've brought honor to our northern war region. Seeing such a passionate Xiao Zhanghua, Yi Chen was suddenly still a bit uncomfortable. As for the tanks on the side, they were completely ignored. Put in the first few months, when Xiao Zhanghua saw himself, it was all with an expression of wanting to kill himself. Now when Xiao Zhanghua saw himself, it was as if he had seen his own son, as close as he wanted to be. Shoulda done it. Shoulda done it. Come on. What are you waiting for? Go on. Get back in the car. As he spoke, Xiao Zhanghua caged Yi Chen over towards the outside. How many days do you want to take off this time back? I'll give you as many days off as you want. Father-in-law. Ah. What? You still don't want me, the army chief, to be your father-in-law? Yes. Seeing the backs of the two gradually walking away, Tank stood there alone and messed up alone. What is all this and what? He had thought that the military chief had come to greet the two of them, but now it seemed that the military chief had only unilaterally come to greet Yi Chen. And, what exactly is the relationship between the army chief and Yi Chen? Xiao Zhanghua is Yi Chen's father-in-law? Yi Chen got Xiao Zhanghua's daughter? Just as Tank was messing up, a man came forward and laughed and scolded. Still really think people are picking you up? The army chief is here to pick up someone's future son-in-law. What kind of a thing are you to deserve to be picked up by the army chief? Hearing this familiar voice, Tank subconsciously turned his head. In the back, a thin man in civilian clothes stood. This man was a Tank's comrade in arms, codenamed Crawler. These two are a perfect match for the title. I think I haven't punched you in a while and you're getting itchy. The two jostled and left the airport. On the way, Tank couldn't help but ask curiously, Hey, I say, what the hell is going on here? Yi Chen is the son-in-law of the military commander? I've been with Yi Chen for so long, how come I didn't know? It's been rumored in Art Song Wolves. Suing saw it with his own eyes before. There's no fake. Crawler laughed. I'll go. Then I'll be considered to have a relationship with the military commander from now on. My relationship with Yi Chen is ironclad. Iron? If you two had an iron relationship, how could you not know that Yi Chen is the son-in-law of the military commander? I'll you up. Evening. The military vehicle slowly stopped at a single house in the center of the city. The surrounding environment was extremely elegant, a rare peaceful place in this downtown. It was snowing heavily outside, highlighting the villa in a different kind of beauty. Everything was so nice and peaceful, except for Yi Chen. Of course, it wasn't ominous to him, it was full of shock. What else could a car parked here mean? This is Xiao La's ing home? Xiao La had said that her family had a little bit of money, but looking at this big villa, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was half a small goal. This was right in the center of the city. Yi Chen had passed by this place countless times, and had imagined many times exactly what kind of people lived here. Now, Yi Chen was thoroughly aware of it. But Yi Chen was also a bit puzzled. Shouldn't people of Xiao Zhanguo's level and theirs live a very simple life? And even if you're rich, you're not rich enough to do that, are you? Seeing how surprised Yi Chen looked, Xiao Zhanguo did not feel surprised, but introduced himself with a smile. Your father-in-law, I have a little money, but not much. It's your mother-in-law who has the money. I want to live clean. She doesn't. Ha! At this point, there was a great engine roar from behind. Xiao Zhanguo couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Yi Chen turned his head to look. Behind it was an extremely racy supercar. Something that Yi Chen had never seen in reality before. That's your mother-in-law in that car. A handful of years old and still acting like a child. The car door opens. From the drawn scissor doors, a beautiful figure slowly stepped out. At first glance, who would have thought this was the mom of a college student? You, mother-in-law is quite young. Hearing this manic engine sound, Xiaola knew that it was her own mom coming back. Xiaola put down her cell phone and walked out to greet her on her ass. Every time mom comes home she brings her goodies, never an exception. But the moment the door opened, the first thing she saw was not her old mom, but the military vehicle. Inside a military vehicle, there was a figure she knew all too well. Yi Chen, Shaira exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Zhanguo also laughed. Say hello to your mother-in-law, then go catch up with Xiaola. There is no greater satisfaction in a relationship than the approval of the parents of the person you are in love with. Yi Chen stepped out of the military vehicle and wanted to politely greet his mother-in-law first. Wang Qin but smiled and waved his hand. Said, and I do not need to be polite. Xiaola, her father recognized you, I will be the same recognized you. You young people so long time not seen properly, go to catch up with the old days. Thank you, mother-in-law. Having said that, Xiaola then made a direct flying leap into Yi Chen's arms, completely disregarding the fact that her parents were still present. By the way, little Tatsu, give me your parents' cell phone number later. Cell phone number? Call your parents too and discuss your future marriage. Chapter 56, Father Yi, my son has a girlfriend? Ghosts believe it. Marriage? Before Xiaola could be moved, she was thunderstruck by her own mom's statement. How old is she? It was true that she liked Yi Chen, and it was equally true that Yi Chen liked her as well. But isn't it a little crazy to be discussing marriage so soon? Not to mention they're not even of legal age. Our family is willing. Your family should be willing too, right? If both families are willing, then marriage is just a matter of time. It's not like settling down early means getting married early. It's not too late to tie the knot in the future when you're of age. Shaira held her forehead with one hand. His own pops and mom seem to be completely polar opposites. Yet there are some aspects that are similar to both of them. That's thunder and lightning. A few months ago he was disgusted to death. And now he's rushing up to talk about settling the marriage thing. Come on. It's cold outside. Let's go back inside and talk first. Go inside the villa. Yi Chen couldn't help but look around. Growing up, scenes like this one he had only seen on his cell phone. Yi Chen whispered to Xiaola who was beside him. Didn't you say that your family only has a little bit of money? Xiaola heatedly laughed and made fun of Yi Chen. Is it stressful? Can it not be big? Your family could buy hundreds of ours. How's your life in the army? Did my old man hold it against you? It's okay. The two of them are here talking about you and me. Wang Qin and Xiao Zhanguo's side also called Yi Chen's dad and mom. Seeing that it was a raw number, Yi Guojun frowned and asked Li, who was in the kitchen. Kid's mom, come over and see if you recognize this number? Are you waiting for the couch to grow legs? Why don't you come over yourself and wait for me to come over? Well, come on. Look at you being grumpy all day. What the hell? Then you'll cook this meal. Daughter-in-law cooks the best. Yi Guojun smiled and took the cell phone over. Seeing the number, Li also shook her head. Never mind. Since it's a local number, what if it's someone who wants to see you about something? Yi Guojun couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's just me. What could anyone want from me? To borrow money. You're always poor. You're to blame for most of our son's behavior. Yi Guojun hemmed and hawed. The call was connected and Yi Guojun pressed the speakerphone. Li also made the fire smaller, so as not to be too noisy to hear. On the phone, Xiao Zhanguo's voice came out. Hello? Is this Yi Chen's house? The moment the words fell, Yi Guojun was confused. The spoon in Li's hand also fell to the ground at once. Ever since Yi Chen enlisted in the army, they had always been able to brush up on videos about the troops every day, and they were also able to brush up on videos of some of the soldiers who had died heroically. Xiao Zhanguo spoke more seriously in order to establish a better image. This made Yi Guojun and Li sound as if the troops had called the family to confirm and inform them after Yi Chen's heroic death. Hello? Can you hear me? After a long period of silence, Yi Guojun slowly spoke. I am Yi Chen's father. Having said that, Yi Guojun was all ready to accept Yi Chen's sacrifice. But in the very next second, Xiao Zhanghua said smilingly. I am your son's girlfriend's father, Xiao Zhanghua, and your son's topmost superior, the military commander of the Northern War Zone. Xiao Chen has just returned from foreign participation in external training, is now in my home. I think Xiao Chen all aspects are very good. We are also more recognized. Do you have the time to come to our home for a casual dinner? And then talk about the child's future? 2 short sentences. Yi Guojun, Li Li's 2 CPUs burned directly. Not only is your own son not dead, but he's screwing the daughter of a military commander? It's not that they themselves looked down on their sons. Rather, they knew too well what kind of child Yi Chen was. How can Yi Chen screw the army chief's daughter in his condition? It's a shame they were just half nervous. Yi Guojun waved his hand and said, engage in fraud, you're the wrong person. On what level my son and the father cannot know? He can be a soldier is already burnt incense. And screwing the army chief's daughter? I could go to heaven if he could screw the army chief's daughter, do you believe? Li Li's eyebrows were wrinkled into a Chuan character, and she said in a bad mood, the dishes are all mushy. This fraudster is also unprofessional enough. Hurry up and arrest him. Xiao Zhanghua, Yi Chen. In a way, this dad of theirs knows himself really well, and they're strong on anti-fraud. Another call was made. Seeing that it was still this number, Yi Guojun was filled with black lines. Is there no end to this scammer? After answering the phone, Yi Guojun was about to start cursing on the spot. You, father, it's me, little Tatsu. Ha, anyhow, he is also a father. This eldest son of his own raised so many years, is not his own son's voice he can hear at once. Just when Yi Chen thought that his old man had finally believed it. Unexpectedly. Poof, little Tatsu? I'm small your grandma's leg. And you scammer got my son's voice? Don't think we old folks are cuties. I've seen quite a few cases of this kind of voice mimicking fraud. I'll call the police if you keep calling and scamming. And let me tell you, my son is a soldier. Yi Chen's face was filled with a bitter smile as he said, Father, I'm really your son. Yi Guojun still didn't believe it at all. It's not like he doesn't know what his own son is like. When he heard Yi Chen say he had a girlfriend before, he and Li Li didn't believe it at all. Now that he said that not only did he have a girlfriend, but that this girlfriend's father was also an army commander, it was even more unlikely that they would believe him. Yi Chen had just finished saying this. Within 3 seconds, the phone was hung up again. Inside the living room, the atmosphere gradually became subtle. There was a little awkwardness in the air. Wang Qin laughed dryly a few times. Tatsu's parents' awareness of fraud prevention is really quite good. Yi Chen was also filled with helplessness. A moment of contemplation. In the end, Yi Chen said seriously, it seems that I can only use my surefire technique. Xiaola came over to Yi Chen's side and asked curiously, what must have technique? Yi Chen had a mysterious look on his face. The phone dialed again. Only this time, instead of hitting his own dad's number, he hit his own mom's number. Seeing his cell phone ringing inside his coat pocket as well, Li Li pressed the gas stove off, took out her cell phone, turned on the speakerphone, and pulled out her voice to start cursing, but didn't wait for Lily to get the dirty word out. Yi Chen then hurriedly shouted out, Mom, my dad hid money in the lamp in our living room. Not only that, but there's also secret money in our toilet tank. Chapter 57, Murder in the Mall. The moment the words fell, Yi Guojun, who was sitting on the living room sofa, immediately turned green in the face. Voices can be imitated, but memories can't. Previously, since Yi Chen this brat found out that he had hidden his private money, when something happens, he likes to go to his private money to draw 100 or 200. In order not to be discovered by Li Li, Yi Guojun has been holding back, but the back of the Yi Chen take is not particularly much, and it is true that they have been keeping secrets for themselves. Yi Guojun also gradually get used to it. Think of it as more pocket money for the kids. Just when he thought that this matter would be kept under wraps, but who would have thought that Yi Chen, this brat, would directly sell himself today? Yi Guojun's brain thought rapidly. On the phone, Yi Guojun's urgent voice came. Daughter-in-law, you don't have to listen to him. It's all a scammer's scam. Cheating? Lie or not, I won't know if I look at it. The phone didn't hang up, and it sounded like it had been put somewhere. After about a couple minutes, over the phone, there was an angry roar from Li Li. Good. You old thing has dared to hide private money behind my back. I'll count you as tough if I don't kick you to death today. Oops. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. On Yi Chen's side, the atmosphere was once again subtle. In order to let their parents recognize themselves, Yi Chen, this is also considered to be a spell, directly to their old dad's old bottom to lift out. Don't worry about cleaning me up. Our kids are calling us, you should answer first. Is this a vacation or something? Go ask. After talking about Yi Chen, Li Li's anger was even more unbearable. Yi Guojun was at fault for hiding his personal money. Yi Chen found out and didn't report it. The crime was compounded. Yi Chen, When did you find out about your father's stash of personal money? Where are you now? What girlfriend? What army commander? You'd better be honest with me, or I'll beat you to death when you come back from the army. Yi-chun. He thought about the way he would get his old mom to believe him, but he hadn't thought about the consequences of using it that way. His own mother's temper that is famously irascible. Some of this operation down. His own father and mother were offended by their own one all over. Xiaola walked up at this time and greeted politely. Hello auntie, I am Xiao Chen's high school classmate. Xiaola. Xiaoera? Hearing this name, Lili suddenly felt something familiar. Yi Guojun, on the other hand, directly clapped his hands and said, that's right, it's called Xiaola. Xiao Chen said before that his girlfriend was called this name. Xiao Chen, where are you now? Are you on vacation? If it's a vacation then why haven't you gone home? After all the words have been nagged out of my mouth. The hearts of both Yi Guojun and Lili stuttered. The other parent called himself for the first time and was so messed up. To lose his old nose face. Disgrace is a small thing now. This was Yi Chen's life event. If Yi Chen's life event was delayed because of the two of them that would be a big loss. The drive to Zora's house was unexpectedly smooth, with few red lights. Yi Guojun, who usually drives and always likes to speed, drove extraordinarily steadily this time. Limit it to 60 and he's all set to fire 30. Seeing that he was about to arrive at that single-family house, Yi Guojun hated that he was about to go at idle speed. Yi Chen's parents were just ordinary people who had never seen anything big in their lives, much less come into contact with any big shots. This cold contact is directly to the level of the military commander. Who wouldn't be nervous about that? Not to mention that this military commander level figure could be his future in-laws. Calm down, my son's father. When did our child become so outstanding? He's a soldier, and he's even got the army chief's daughter. You don't think it's that our kids are going to make it into the military? Yi Guojun frowned and waved his hand and said, oops, think of these what to do. A moment to think of how to properly explain to people to apologize or something. Just now our set of big old man is also too impolite. Even with all the grinding this is almost at the end of the line. Seeing Yi Chen as well as Xiao Zhanghua and the rest of them walk out to the door, Yi Guojun had no choice but to come to the door with a kick of the gas. It's a single family home. No worries about parking at all. Find a spot and park. Yi Guojun opened the trunk and took out a trunk full of stuff. All of these things were bought with Yi Guojun's personal money. After buying so many things, he didn't have a few dimes left in this private money. With this level of Xiao Zhanghua, in the eyes of Yi Guojun and their ordinary people in general things have to look at. This way that is all kinds of pick good to buy. Xiao Zhanghua and Wang Qin both walked up to welcome them. Oops, I forgot to tell you not to let you buy anything before I came. We're all out of stuff at home. Why did you buy so many expensive things? We don't have anyone in our family who can use it. Both parents were polite to each other. The two of them, Yi Chen and Xiao La, stood in place, their hearts still a little slowed down, because Xiao La's family did have a little bit of money. Xiao Zhanghua as well as Wang Qin were not worried about the material problems that would arise in their lives after marriage. As for how Yi Chen was as a person, Xiao Zhanghua's heart was set. If he was that kind of a jerk he wouldn't be where he is today. Yi Chen and Xiaola finished their meal early. They who are parents aren't all that rotten. They talk about them and the kids can go out and play if they want to. This was also the first proper date in Yi Chen and Xiao La's life. It's like the two of them can't stop talking. Even though it was doing nothing but strolling down the street, Yi Chen felt that it was such happiness. In the middle of this winter, Xiao La's smile was like warm spring sunshine shining into Yi Chen's heart. In his last life, because of his own, Xiao La had an accident. This life, Yi Chen will never allow Xiao La to suffer a little bit of harm. In the mall, Yi Chen and Xiao La had just managed to catch a doll. Xiao La held the doll in one hand and took Yi Chen's arm with the other. Just as Xiao La finished talking to Yi Chen about those interesting things she had done in school, Yi Chen suddenly changed the topic. Kara, what are your future plans? Well, my dad was in the military. My grandfather was in the military. You're in the military. And I plan to be in the military. Only why are you suddenly asking me this? Yi Chen was silent for a moment. However, a smile soon appeared on Yi Chen's face once again. In the beginning, Yi Chen simply tried to persuade Xiao La not to let her become a soldier. But when he thought about it, he could actually protect Xiao La better if he let her be in the army. Just as Yi Chen was trying to find a random excuse to put it off, a woman's scream suddenly came from inside the mall. Murder! Chapter 58, Lend me a toy gun. The moment this voice came out, the pedestrians on the various floors of the mall almost all looked toward the mall at the same time. It was just in time for the weekend and the mall was quite a bit more crowded than usual. In about less than 10 seconds, the first floor was a mess. Yi Chen subconsciously covered the entire mall with his radar skill. The enhanced radar skill and the previous radar skill can almost always be described as two different things. In the entire mall, Even if the ground falls with the hair, Yi Chen can sense clearly. Yi Chen immediately locked onto the cause on the first floor. What happened? Shiera covered her mouth, her eyes several times wider. There's a murder in progress on the first floor. A man held up a woman at knife point for reasons that aren't clear, except that the man seemed to be out of his mind. Not like he'd been drinking, more like, Kara, come with me. Yi Chen immediately pulled Xiao Lei's hand and ran wildly downstairs. They were only on the second floor, and through his radar skill, Yi Chen found the fastest path to get downstairs. Just now, Yi Chen was planning to let Xiao Lai stay upstairs, but on second thought it's still necessary to take Shiera with you. Even if he had the system, he never knew when the danger would come. The woman who was abducted didn't know she was going to be abducted today. 1 second she was there leisurely strolling through the mall, and the next, she was being held hostage by that not-so-normal person with a knife. And it was a matter of life and death. Yi Chen also used his radar skill to carefully scan over during this time. He could tell exactly what this male looked like and how many millimeters of hair he had on his body. The man was withered and thin. His eyes were lifeless, with extremely dark circles under his eyes. His skin was dry and his face was gray. Almost every bad word can be used to describe this person. Anyone who can reach that level, plus the fact that he can act like that, is probably more or less stoned. Zora asked hurriedly, "Where are we going?" "Save the girl." "Ha, can you do it?" In the next second, as Xiao La uttered these words, Xiao La herself felt a little ridiculous. Yi Chen had only just finished talking to her about all the things he had done in the army, and then about those things in the Hunter Intensive and in South Africa. How much did she herself have to distrust Yi Chen in order to think that Yi Chen couldn't do it? "Don't worry about me for now. Go ahead and hurry up and save that woman. On my side, you just put your heart inside your stomach. Since I was a child I learned a lot from my father. Only I hit others, not others hit me." Yi Chen nodded heavily. Xiao La grew up in such a family. To say that she does not know a little bit of half of the style is a bit unscientific. After leaving Xiao La, Yi Chen's figure was like a black lightning bolt quickly running through the crowd of the mall. While everyone was running outward, only Yi Chen was running against the direction. He didn't have anything in his hand either. After being in the military for so long and learning so much, Yi Chen's subconscious was telling Yi Chen to find a gun. What empty-handed fighting is not fighting, that's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who would go empty-handed fighting if they don't have to? If you can find a gun, find a gun. If you can find a weapon, find a weapon. Just when Yi Chen felt that looking for a gun outside was so ridiculous, suddenly, a mother and son suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. The little boy was holding the new toy gun his mother had bought for him. Guns, guns, guns? Toy guns count as guns, right? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly ran to the little boy and snatched the toy gun right out of his hand. The little boy was confused. The parents were also confused. What the is all this? Is the mall so messy today? A knife-wielding murderer over there, and a big boy robbing a kid of his new toy? What are you doing, this person? The mother exclaimed. Seeing his beloved toy snatched away, the little boy stood still and cried out. There were many who fled and many who watched. Some were more daring, recording with their cell phones at close range. There were also people recording with their cell phones upstairs in the mall, and this scene of Yi Chen was seen by many people. Hey, what about you, little brat? Gaha. You're still a human being for robbing a kid while you're in the middle of a mess. We all saw it with our own eyes. I have the video on my phone. You give it back. What kind of character is this kid? Yuck. That's all you'll get in this life. Don't be afraid. Son, I'll buy you a new one later. Yi Chen was helpless in the face of the crowd's scorn. As he dismantled this brand new big 98K, he said to the little boy, Brother is just borrowing your gun for a while. After a while this gun will be given to you when you're done with it. And brother will buy you a new AU extra. Hearing that the gun would be returned to him later, and that he would buy himself a new one, the little boy held back his tears again. After all, they're kids. Anymore, that's all better than a woman. The moment Yi Chen took this toy gun into his hands, a lot of data about the gun surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. Fruity, toy guns count as guns. With everyone watching, Yi Chen just picked up the toy gun and set it up. See this scene. The passers-by erupted. At first, he thought Yi Chen was taking advantage of the chaos to try to rob things. But now it seems that Yi Chen is trying to save that woman with this kid's toy gun? Is this some kind of joke? What's the point of a toy gun? And what's the accuracy of this toy gun? Even Xiao La was confused. She knows that Yi Chen's shooting talent is excellent. But can this toy gun really work? And surely this won't provoke the murderer? A number of people in the neighborhood began to advise. Little brother, can I apologize to you? Just now it was my brother who spoke loudly, and I didn't think you were doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Can you really hit it with a toy gun? My kids have a toy gun like that, and this thing doesn't hit people with any power at all. You can. Even the woman who was abducted by the murderer was completely devastated at this moment. There were a lot of people around, but none of them wanted to save her. It's not easy for someone to pop up and still end up having to save her with a toy gun. It was supposed to be a bit of a loss lately, but it's not easy to be promoted to a position that's being filled directly by a relative of the boss. Newly purchased car just went out the door without waiting for the license plate and was rear-ended. A ring you've worn for many years accidentally falls down the toilet and gets flushed. The phone just broke. The boyfriend also broke up because he cheated on his best friend. Might as well have washed the garlic. Relying on anyone is better than relying on yourself. Not wanting to live anyway. The moment the woman just wanted to fight this murderer. Suddenly, behind her the murderer screamed miserably. Ah, my eyes. Chapter 59. A toy gun is also a gun. Before anyone could react, Yi Chen raised the toy gun high and threw it out with all the strength in his body. That's what makes the 100-shot skill so sick, regardless of what the target was and what was in his hand. As long as it was in line with a bit of science and logic, then Yi Chen would be able to make 100 shots. With Yi Chen's force, the speed at which this toy gun flew could barely allow for a reaction. When they saw the toy gun again, it had smashed heavily into the man's head. Moment. The man then felt a sharp sense of dizziness and the knife in his hand fell out as a result. It was also in this instant that Yi Chen rushed towards the man at an extremely fast speed. It was all so quick and flowing. The moment he grabbed this man, Yi Chen subconsciously had to use his killing technique. It was a habit he had practiced during his hunter training. Either don't make a move, or a move is a killing technique. That fist was on the verge of smashing into this man's throat, if Yi Chen hadn't withdrawn his force. Otherwise this man would have died here on the spot. Yi Chen's movements were crisp and clean, immediately yanking down the rope tied to the gun to tie up the man's hands. Seeing the man still reacting, Yi Chen tied and aimed 2 punches at the man. He never moved again after that, like a little baby sleeping peacefully. On the scene, there was silence. Seeing the woman whose eyes were glaring out, Yi Chen said in a very relaxed manner, "He's fine. He just fainted for the time being. In the future you should be more careful when you go out on your own." Seeing the toy gun that was in pieces on the floor, Yi Chen walked to the little boy's parent with some embarrassment and said, "Sis, I'm sorry. No, it's fine." Seeing Yi Chen in front of her, who didn't even gasp for air, this mother subconsciously asked, "You're a soldier?" Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but nod his head in some shame. As a soldier himself, he had just grabbed the little boy's toy gun, and hadn't offered much of an explanation at first. It was an emergency, but it was still a little bad. Seeing Yi Chen as a soldier, that little boy's eyes lit up. Wow, brother turned out to be a soldier. I want to be a soldier too. I want to fight bad guys too. Yi Chen squatted down and touched this little boy's head with a smile, saying, "Then, is it okay for your brother to wait for you in the army?" "Yes," the little boy replied with gusto. Seeing that Yi Chen was a soldier, the passers-by who had just cursed Yi Chen couldn't help but blush in their old faces. "Little brother, I was blind just now. Here's the deal. Sis, how much for our kid's toy gun? I'll pay for it. Can't let you pay alone. I also out a little." People's comrades of the People's Liberation Army heroically save people but scolded them. This heart is too much. For a while, Yi Chen had surrounded himself with less than a few dozen people. In the face of the crowd's enthusiasm, Yi Chen rebuffed them all. Xiaola at this time also came to this mother's body want to transfer the money directly to her. Yi Chen went out only to take some cash money, did not take a cell phone. Xiaola hands can now have a few $1,000s, but at the end of the day, the mother said she didn't want any money for this little boy. The scene Yi Chen had just taken was far more valuable than this toy gun, and a seed of soldiering was planted in this little boy's heart. When the police arrived at the scene, Yi Chen had already been surrounded by a number of children. After getting a general idea of what's going on, the police officers who came to the scene were confused. "You're saying you just shot the guy in the eye with a toy gun, then threw it at the guy's head, and then knocked him out with 2 punches afterward?" There was no waiting for Yi Chen to speak in person. The crowd that had just been watching the scene enthusiastically ran up and explained it to the police officers. One guy just pulled out his cell phone and said to the police, "Officer, please watch the VCR. This guy was just shooting down from the 3rd floor." Yi Chen's entire process was recorded by him from a god's perspective, coupled with the testimony of a number of people in the surrounding area, as well as the video. Even though they felt it was a bit too much of a stretch, they had to admit that this was the truth of what had just happened. "Okay, then go back and briefly take a statement with us." Good, because he had to go back to make a statement. Yi Chen then detached himself from the child. In the eyes of the children, like Yi Chen, the person who can beat the toy gun so powerful that is simply a godlike existence. If not with the police to go, Yi Chen is estimated to still have to accompany those children here to play for a while. Xiaola and Yi Chen boarded a police car and headed to the police station. The video of Yi Chen subduing the robbers with a toy gun also immediately went viral among groups of local citizens. After the leisure meal, Yi Guojun and Xiao Zhanghua and their two families had already chatted very cordially. Both parties are fine with it. And there's no financial strain. So that's no surprise. Now Mr. and Mrs. Yi Guojun were just waiting for Yi Chen to come back. Just when they felt that Yi Chen and Xiao La had gone off for too long, Lily subconsciously glanced at the cell phone group. The homeowners group in their neighborhood was chatting away. On weekdays this owners group almost no one chat. Out of curiosity, Lily clicked in to see Tatsu and Kara. They went to that Sky River mall of some sort, didn't they? What's wrong? There was just a sudden terrorist attack at that mall, and a man had a knife to a woman's neck. What? It wasn't a big deal. I saw them chatting about a soldier on leave who subdued the thug, and with what looked like a toy gun. All four members of both families gathered around. Scrolling down the chat, Lily clicked on a video. Didn't look okay. This closer look. The soldier. In the population of those people seems to be Yi Chen, right? Tatsu? Kara? Just as they were marveling, Xiao La's call came back. Xiao Zhanghua immediately picked up the phone. Hello? Father, Xiao Chen and I will go back later. We are at the Public Security Bureau to make a statement. Well, just now little Tatsu's mom has seen your deeds in the group. Good job. Hey, that doesn't depend on whose boyfriend it is. Then call us when you're almost done with the statement. We'll drive to pick you up. And it's time for Yi Chen's mom and dad to go home. Good drop. At first when he heard that the toy gun subdued the thugs, Xiao Zhanghua was still a little disbelieving. But seeing that this person who subdued the thugs was Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanghua also felt that it was normal. After making a statement, Yi Chen and Xiao La both waited in the hall. The captain of the 1st Brigade exclaimed, "We've been arresting for so long. And in the end, someone still jumped out voluntarily after knocking too much. 60, assistance to the anti-narcotics detachment." One of the team members also shook his head and laughed. Yi Chen took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Arresting what? Those poisonous insects?" "Aha," the first captain said. "Recently our city has suddenly been flowing in a lot of goods, and the anti-drug detachment has been investigating for a long time, but there haven't been many clues." Yi Chen nodded. This time, without waiting for Yi Chen to speak, Xiao La patted her chest first and said, "Then my boyfriend should be able to help you guys. He's awesome." Captain I casually laughed a few times, not trying to pay attention. Yi Chen is powerful, but the anti-drug detachment is no slouch. On the degree of professionalism in investigating these, how could Yi Chen, a soldier, compare to those professional narcotics police? Yi Chen also volunteered. "Well, I really should be able to help you guys. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility." Yi Chen was well aware of the danger of these things, and behind one junkie meant a broken family. With this enhanced radar skill that Yi Chen had now, it was faster than those narcotics police officers slowly searching anymore. He only needed one skill to cover the entire area they were going to investigate. Just as Captain I was trying to find some excuse to get rid of Yi Chen, Director Zhou Lin walked down the hall. "Sure, if you don't mind. The narcotics detachment has a mission tonight." Captain I was a little confused. What's going on with the chief that he can let an outsider come in and assist the narcotics detachment in an operation? Even if he's a soldier, he's no more professional than a narc, is he? Just then, 4 men slowly walked in the doorway. Xiao Zhanghua walked at the front. Zhou Lin smiled and walked forward to welcome him. After that, Zhou Lin introduced the first captain behind him. "This is the military commander of our northern war zone, Xiao Zhanghua." Captain I's eyes barely glazed over. He immediately stood up straight, stood at attention and saluted. "Good day, Chief." The rest of the officers stood up straight immediately in shock. Xiao Zhanghua smiled and waved his hand. He had just heard what Yi Chen had said. If anyone else had said that I might have stopped it, but since Tatsu said that, then let him accompany your anti-drug detachment on a case. He just came back from Hunter Intensive. He can't be bad at investigating, so he can more or less help you guys out. The corners of Zhou Lin's mouth were grinning up to the sky. With this kind of people can help. It is like a tiger with wings. The efficiency has to be directly a few times. The first captain's side was filled with confusion, because he didn't even know what a hunter set was. But since the army chief personally opened his mouth, Yi Chen's strength shouldn't be too bad. Then it's not too late. I'll leave now. Finish early and go home to bed early. Chief, can you give me the general area where the target is located? In a moment I can just have my dad take me directly to the place. If it's quick, maybe I'll be able to escort those people straight to the police station. Zhou Lin was a bit confused. What did Yi Chen mean by that? He's leaving now? Him? Just one? And arrogant enough to say that if you're quick, you'll just escort those people to the police station? This is a case, not a house. This is the city council they're talking about. Those anti-narcotics police of the anti-narcotics detachment have been busy for so long but they couldn't catch it. Yi Chen came up here and was able to catch it? What kind of bull is this? Xiao Zhanhua also laughed. Young people are just crazy. Young and exuberant. It wouldn't be young if it wasn't. Xiao Zhanhua still had absolute trust in Yi Chen's strength, and he said to Zhou Lin, with his strength, it's enough to talk to him about the general area of a target. Ha! Zhou Lin was still full of incredulity. A guy who's never touched this area before. Just tell him a target area and he'll solve the case? But since it was the army chief himself who opened his mouth, Zhou Lin was also in the mindset of giving it a try. According to the platoon, the probability of the target area this time is in Haijinhen KTV. Okay, chief, you leave me a number and I'll call you if I need you then. Good. Zhou Lin said his cell phone number, but Yi Chen didn't take out his cell phone, and he didn't really have one right now. With his current memory, he could immediately replicate what Zhou Lin said after he finished speaking once. As for cell phones, it was naturally on those suspects. Dad, let's go then. Yi Guojun naturally had no opinion. When the son gives the word, then they say go. After saying goodbye to Xiao Zhanhua's family, Yi Guojun went straight to Haijinhen with a kick of the gas. See the two cars go away. Zhou Lin was also uncertain in his mind. A captain walked up to Zhou Lin and couldn't help but ask, Director, do you think that kid is really reliable? Say hunter intensive training in the end is a what east as if going to the hunter intensive training is very powerful look, but then powerful, should also have a degree of it. This is not a little outrageous? Hearing the first captain say the words hunter intensive training, Zhou Lin put his heart at ease again. At least he wasn't as worried as he had just been. Yeah, hunter set. If this kid is from the hunter set, maybe he can actually do it. Captain 1, why is this still hanging around? To be brief with you, there should only be a few people in the entire army who are eligible for this intensive training. Ha! The words fell. The first captain and the other officers' jaws barely dropped to the floor. This little young man in front of them who looked like he wasn't even 20 years old yet was so fierce? Black Jinhan KTV parking lot. Before Yi Chen even stepped out of the car, he had already used his radar skill to cover the entire Black Jinhan, locking down all the suspicious people. Dad, Mom, you guys go home first. I should almost be home in another hour or so. Well, if it's such a short time your mom and I will wait a while for you. That's okay. Having said that, Yi Chen then went straight inside the KTV. It was impossible for the narcotics police to do a sweep of everyone in the KTV. But Yi Chen was different. He can completely line up everyone inside the entire KTV. Of course, it's just more or less the same thing when it comes to troubleshooting. Why don't you let them come and sweep up the yellow again by the way? Yi Chen spat out. Once inside the KTV, he went straight to the most suspicious target. This man is carrying the most cargo in the area. Even if he wasn't the source, he could still know more or less. Outside box 310. Yi Chen knocked up the door politely. A few of the big men inside frowned at once. Didn't I tell the waiter not to disturb? What kind of dying person is out there knocking on the door? Chapter 61, arresting a few suspects in the meantime. Never mind. Don't pay attention. Probably knocked on the wrong door. Come on, keep sucking. Keep singing. With the four of them lusting after each other in the box and the raucous music, the knocking on the door was conspicuously small. Ordinary knocking on the door they didn't respond. Yi Chen had ways to make them react. After pausing for a moment, Yi Chen clenched his 5 fingers and violently slammed them towards the door. Bang bang bang. Those 3 knocks on the door nearly knocked the souls out of those 4 people inside the house. Knocking? No. Smashed the door. All 3 of those loud bangs nearly snapped them out of it mentally. Yi Chen ripped out his voice and cursed angrily into the room. Hashtag and asterisk at. You at hashtag and asterisk. Don't sing if you can't sing. Tadaya sings so hard. I at hashtag and y, asterisk grass and at hashtag asterisk. At first, the head honcho thought he was coming to check it out. Now it seems he was completely overthinking it. Lao Si, get him in here. Old Four immediately slammed his bottle. I thought it was a cop, but I didn't realize it was just a simple guy out there who came to make trouble. Hearing the footsteps that gradually walked in, Yi Chen clenched his fists in advance ready to attack. Finally, the door was jerked open. A cross-faced man appeared in the doorway, anger burning in his eyes. You stepped on the horse looking for death. Before the words fell, Yi Chen had already moved. His figure flashed by like a ghost, and a swift straight punch blasted directly at Old Four's chest. In front of Yi Chen, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Old Four's head jerked back and his entire body flew straight out as if he had been hit by a truck. The 3, who had been somewhat confused, were instantly energized by the shock. The oldest 4 heavily smashed on the ground. The intense pain for a while all made him gasp for breath. Can only struggle in place, mouth constantly whimpering sound. Obviously, The coma is not good. The headman shouted. Asterisk 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 him. The three of them jumped up from the sofa and roared as they lunged at Yi Chen. One of them waved an already broken beer bottle in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Chen. But apparently, he was the one who thought about it too much. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't possibly be as fast as Yi Chen. Not to mention that they were so drunk and stoned. Where would someone who struggled to walk a straight line be able to fight? As Yi Chen sidestepped the attack, an elbow strike viciously struck his opponent's abdomen. My stomach hurts. It hurts me. The man immediately fell softly to the ground like a balloon emptied of air. Seeing the other two attackers coming up, Yi Chen merely hit a square stomp, and another person experienced flying close to the ground. Seeing the situation, that leader immediately drew out a folding knife he carried from his waist and swung it at Yi Chen. But in Yi Chen's eyes, his movements were hardly any different from slow motion. Not 3 minutes. Inside the box, the four men were constantly wailing and rolling all over the ground as they were beaten by Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't say anything and just focused on beating them. That head honcho broke down at the end of the day. The big man with a face full of crossmeat was wailing as Yi Chen beat him. Big brother, I'm begging you, okay? Don't hit me. What the hell do you want? You just say it. We sing a little bit, but we won't sing anymore, okay? I'll stay away from you and never mess with you, okay? Ouch. Big brother, don't hit it. My butt. Seeing that the packing was almost done, Yi Chen stopped. After sweeping over with the radar skill, Yi Chen leaned down and took out a sealed package of goods in the pants pocket of this man at the head. Where did this come from? I stammered the head. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you. Talk to the police. Yi Chen took his cell phone out of his coat pocket. Seeing that the phone had a fingerprint unlock, Yi Chen stepped on his hand with one hand and tested which finger recorded the fingerprint. Zhou Lin's phone number Yi Chen remembered clearly. Inside the office, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought when he saw the unfamiliar number calling on his cell phone. According to the time, Yi Chen should have just arrived in Black Jinhan not long ago. Thinking about how confident Yi Chen had just looked, he shouldn't have called for help so soon, right? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin still picked up the phone. Hello, chief? Send a police car. I just caught 4 guys. This is a heavy weight in their hands. It must have been like a little over half a pound. Ha! Zhou Lin's eyes almost didn't glaze over. How long has it been? And he's caught 4 people straight away? Yi Chen was sure that he wasn't just finding 4 random people and saying that there was something wrong with these 4 people, right? After Zhou Lin calmed his emotions, he said, describe to me what these people look like, and I'll see if there are any that I can match. Yi Chen sized up this head who was being trampled under his feet. This leader is a big bald head, about 1 meter 8 or so tall, a junkie but fat in physique, wears a gold chain around his neck, has a knife scar on his face, and his teeth are quite old and yellow. Hearing Yi Chen's description, Zhou Lin's eyes went wide. Isn't this the guy they've been looking for in the narcotics detachment? Although this person has obvious features, I don't know why the anti-drug detachment can't find him. Zhou Lin's tone turned agitated. Good. 10 minutes. Hold on 10 minutes. Okay, then I'll see if there are any other relevant people in this KTV. By the way, do you have the business of sweeping pornography? Zhou Lin, this kid has found quite a lot. In the end, Zhou Lin sent 5 police cars to the scene. 2 are from the narcotics detachment, and 3 are there to fight pornography. Yi Chen didn't intend to be idle during this period either. He walked to the door of the room and turned to the 4. You 4 had better stay inside honestly. I'll go out for a while and come back. If I catch you trying to escape, I don't mind breaking your legs. Understand? Words. All 4 were confused. The man in front of me is treating them all like little cuties. What? Since Yi Chen is gone, if they don't run they're still here waiting for the police to catch them? Understood. Understood. The 4 of them responded in a hurry. Yi Chen also looked relieved, and directly opened the door to go outside. After about half a minute, Lao Si went to the door and peeked in to observe the situation. Boss, there's no one in the hallway. Let's run. Lao Si immediately opened the door to the room. The 3 people in the room also wanted to follow the oldest's lead. Just when they thought they were about to succeed, just after passing a corner, Yi Chen's figure violently appeared. Bang, bang, bang. 4 feet, 4 screams. The 4 men slammed heavily on the ground, wailing continuously. What do you want? Yi Chen asked with a frown. We want to go to the bathroom. Chapter 62, there's a mole in the police station. You go to the ING bathroom. Get back in there if you don't want to die. And don't think I don't know there's a bathroom inside the box. The 4 men shivered with fear. At this point, Yi Chen's mind was once again filled with the system's beeps. Ding! Assist the narcotics detachment in arresting the remaining 3 suspects. Time limit, 8 minutes. Reward, hound tracking skill. Yi Chen frowned and said in his heart, there really are other people here. At first, Yi Chen only suspected that there should be more here, but now that the system's mission is out, there must be other suspects here. Yi Chen quickly searched his mind for suspicious targets. Soon, Yi Chen locked onto 3 people. In the entire KTV, everyone was there singing and drinking. Just these 3 people were the complete opposite of everyone else. Instead of singing and drinking, they were panicking and hiding things. Yi Chen once again amplified his radar skill. A careful comparison through radar skills showed that those men were hiding exactly the same things that those 4 men were carrying. After driving those 4 people back to the box and tying them up, Yi Chen rushed towards the 3 people's box as fast as he could. Road. Yi Chen pondered as he ran. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. Now Yi Chen's memory could be considered quite terrifying, and he had already memorized almost everything in all the boxes before he entered Black Jinhan. That box was 410, and just as he was arresting 310, the 410 upstairs was still drinking from your bottle and my bottle. But now, all of a sudden, they're stopping and packing up for a run. The 310's Yi Chen had been keeping an eye on them with his radar skill, and they didn't have a chance to tip off the 410's. The reason for their decisive escape is a bit fishy. Counting the hours, the anti-drug detachment should just be leaving now, and the anti-drug detachment had just departed, and there was a response on their end. It shouldn't be that I'm overthinking it, Yi Chen muttered. Box 410. After some maneuvering, the man at the head of the group said, same old rules, run in 3 directions, wear gloves, and when you get outside hide the stuff immediately or throw it away. Even if you get caught, you can't suffer your brothers. Understand? If you guys are tight-lipped in there, the boss will know in minutes. Aha! The other 2 responded. After hanging out with Scar for so long, they must have known how fierce the people above Scar really were. Every time a narc goes out, they get the first text alert on their end. Obviously, the people at the top have been bought and paid for inside the DEA. The moment the door to the room was opened, Scar, who was at the front, was like a kite with broken strings. The whole person first flew out and then fell hard to the ground. Scar breathed hard, but he realized that he even seemed a little out of breath right now. The intense pain caused him to twist and roll on the ground. Yi Chen said to himself, I really didn't guess wrong. The 2 men in the house saw this and immediately had to plunge in. In other words, a few months ago, seeing these fierce and vicious people, Yi Chen might still be afraid. But when one is strong to a certain level, seeing this image is as inadequate as seeing a small ant coming at you. 3 or 2. The other 2 were also lying on the ground wailing continuously. From within their coat pockets, Yi Chen turned over the cell phones of the 3 of them and examined them one by one. Since the message had just been sent to them not too long ago, the text message hadn't had time to be deleted. And Yi Chen quickly flipped to a rather suspicious text message. There was nothing else inside the text message. Just a period. See the time of the text message and compare it briefly with the time the drug detachment came out. Yi Chen took his cell phone and asked the one in the lead, Scar, what does this text message mean? Is it telling you to evacuate quickly? Scarface crossed his arms and said, I don't know, alas. Yi Chen sighed. Then, Yi Chen found a toothpick in this house. He slowly walked over to Scar with a toothpick in his hand. I'd hurry up and tell all I know if I were you. Scar still had his face crossed, looking like he would never say anything if he was dead. Yi Chen is not just bringing a toothpick over. What threat could a broken toothpick be to him? Bang! Yi Chen threw a straight punch that landed hard on Scar's head. Then came a light blow to his jaw. With Yi Chen's current force, if he were to deliver a full force blow to Scar's jaw, I'm afraid he would have to die directly here on the spot. The reason for the glancing blow was just to give him a brief moment of dizziness. In this regard, Yi Chen's grasp of force was still very good. Next, Yi Chen stomped on his palm with one foot, holding a toothpick for one song and slowly leaning towards the cracks of his fingernails. See this scene. Scar, who was still a bit dizzy, was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. What are you doing? The remaining 2 were also shocked by the scene. It's scarier than just taking a knife to their hand. Yi Chen didn't answer Scar, but pushed the toothpick to himself. The wrist was slightly that hard. The toothpick was slowly inserted into his fingernail. Scar's forehead was so bruised and sore that he was on the verge of breaking his back teeth. It would be fine if it was simply that. Yi Chen also turned the toothpick while pushing it. Psychological, physical, double torture. I just heard your conversation outside the door. I'm not a cop. You honestly give me all you know now, and your crime will be that much lighter when the police arrive. A few more words now could potentially be a few less years in jail in the future. When he saw that Scar seemed to be about to open his mouth, Yi Chen gave Scar another violent punch, the toothpick sticking deeper, until the end. It took Scar a moment to snap out of it. The man in front of him wasn't even here to try to ask questions, but simply wanted to get him killed. Every time he tried to open his mouth, Yi Chen would increase his strength. When Yi Chen sensed that there were 5 police cars parked outside the KTV, by now, a few of Scar's incisors were all loose and his mouth was full of blood. Almost all 10 fingernail caps were also lifted. Those 10 minutes were the dimmest 10 minutes he had ever experienced in his life. Their group's methods were terrifying, but Yi Chen's methods were countless times more terrifying than their extreme methods. After arriving at the location, Li Qiushui, the head of the narcotics detachment, called Yi Chen. Less than 3 minutes, Li Qiushui came to the door of box 410 with the police officer. He, who had avoided the police all his life, was now, however, crawling eagerly toward the police, looking as wretched as he could. I confess all. You guys hurry up and arrest me. Chapter 63, the stall where you shoot balloons to win cell phones. Come on, get the cuffs, take me to the station. I will tell you all I know. Hurry up and take me away. I'll confess to all the crimes. We have a mole inside your police station. We know every time you guys go out on a mission. That's why we're able to escape ahead of time every time. There's someone else on top of us. It's Scar wah 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 wah. But Yi Chen wasn't interested in that. The system mission had been completed, and this should be considered him helping the police to catch a more crucial character. The police will be responsible for what happens next. As for what he should do now, that's catching the inside man. When Scar said the sentence about having an insider, a police officer behind Li Qiushui clearly had a strange expression on his face. In the Hunter Training Center, Yi Chen had learned about interrogation psychology, and he had learned it very well. The first reaction of all the others when they heard that they had an inside man in the police station was shock. He was the only one, and panic appeared on his face. Although this expression quickly disappeared down, how could he escape Yi Chen's eyes? Yi Chen didn't want to reveal it to his face either. Yi Chen had already memorized the man's appearance, and it would be good to give the director a call when he returned. There are 4 more in box 310. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Well, good. Li Qiushui nodded and responded. The current Yi Chen looked so easygoing. Seeing Scar's fingers, and the chattering teeth, it was hard for him to imagine what had just happened here. After returning to the car, Lily couldn't help but ask, "Eldest son, are you done so soon?" "It's done. I'll just call the chief later." "Okay, then you can play with the chief first." Yi Chen just wanted to look for his cell phone. He then reacted to the fact that his cell phone was not in his hand. In the end, Yi Chen took his old man's cell phone and called the director. "There's a mole in your narcotics detachment. Wears an eye, has a mole on his ear, double eyelids, looks to be in his mid-30s. How you couldn't catch those guys before was because someone tipped them off." "A mole?" Joe Lin sighed in shock. "You'll find out when the narcotics detachment gets back, except that the man doesn't know which one is the mole, only that you have a mole in the narcotics detachment." There was obvious panic on the face of the man I described to you just now when he said there was a mole, but he quickly calmed down. And there's no mistaking it when you investigate this man closely. "Okay, do as you say." Hearing that there was a mole within the police department, Joe Lin's face turned blue. "Tonight, I guess someone will have a hard time sleeping." Xiao Zhanghua didn't sleep much this night either. Each theater had an ace unit, and the ace units were under the jurisdiction of that theater of his. But if there are any major events, they all have to ask for instructions from the headquarters, especially like this kind of behavior to arrange an outsider to the ace troop. Xiao Zhanghua absolutely can't make decisions without authorization. Waiting for the approval process. Xiao Zhanghua's heart is like rising ants. On the contrary, Yi Chen's side was sleeping as soundly as he could. Since graduating completely from Hunter intensive training, tonight was the best night's sleep Yi Chen had ever had. And the moment his head was just dipped into the pillow, Yi Chen went straight into dreamland. In the army it was fine, but in the Hunter intensive that dormitory was not meant for people at all. Feeling this big bed at home again, Yi Chen couldn't wait to sleep straight through before he died. As for cell phones, not touching a single cell phone for such a long time, his dependence on cell phones had plummeted. What's more, Yi Chen was still thinking about going to bed early and going to find Shaola early the next morning to go out on a date. Although Yi Chen had experienced so many things, big and small, but at the end of the day, he's just a kid who hasn't reached his 20s. Even if he counted the extra years he had lived in his last life, Yi Chen was still young at heart now. Early the next morning, before the chicken woke up, Yi Chen was already awake. 4:30 in the morning. During the time that he had spent in the Hunter intensive training, Yi Chen no longer needed to sleep much to have a great deal of energy. Sleeping until 4:30 a.m. was already sleeping for Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Chen's movements outside, Yi Guojun and Lili opened their eyes almost simultaneously. The two men lay motionless, still pretending to sleep, but in reality they had conferred in low voices. "What's the commotion outside?" "Kids, Dad, we don't have a burglar in the house, do we? I've heard lately that we're not at peace here." and it seems that several homes have been burglarized. I've heard about it recently too, Yi Guojun muttered. Just as the two were thinking of countermeasures, Yi Chen's voice suddenly came from the living room. Dad, Mom, awake so early? What are talking about? Yi Guojun, Lily, big, son, if they hadn't heard Yi Chen's voice, or else they would have forgotten that there was someone like Yi Chen at home. Yi Chen held his forehead and smiled bitterly. With his hearing, he knew exactly what his mom and dad had just said. This own son returned home. The result of their own old mom and dad still think that the two of them at home, and even get up in the morning as a thief. You screwed up kid, not sleeping early in the morning sneaking around outside ga? I woke up early in the army. Lily muttered a few times before continuing to fall asleep with Yi Guojun. Because his cell phone was still in the army, Yi Chen took out his old cell phone at home to try to get a cell phone card. After all, it's the modern world and not having a cell phone is very inconvenient. However, when he walked onto the street, Yi Chen had the feeling of drawing his sword and looking around. There were barely a few stores open outside this early in the morning, so he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. But before meeting Xiao La, Yi Chen still finished the card, and the two of them re-added a contact. Meet and greet. The two also came to their first stop, the mall. This mall had everything to eat and drink, and when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the mall, there were quite a few people outside who were gathering around a small stall. Xiao La pulled Yi Chen's hand and farted over to the crowd. The vendor clapped his hands and yelled, Come, shooting challenge, take fruit 15 Pro, max it out, only $30 to sign up. This money can't be eaten, can't be fooled. As long as the continuous breaking of 30 balloons, cell phone you directly take away on the spot. Even if you can't break 30, it doesn't matter. As long as you break 5 in a row you'll get a small gift. You can't miss this opportunity. A handsome young man has just won a cell phone, and now there are only 4 left. Yi Chen was worried that this cell phone of his was a bit stuck. Seeing that there was a cell phone to be taken for hitting 30 balloons in a row, Yi Chen laughed somewhat unkindly. Kara, why don't I buy you a new cell phone to use? Chapter 64, The Boss is Clueless. Is this professional? Xiao La was a bit surprised and asked, where did you get so much money? I'm using this cell phone quite well now, and it's not broken. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. Aren't you a 14? I'll give you a whole 15 Pro. Max, where are you going to get the whole thing? Halfway through her sentence, Xiao La then reacted violently and said, You mean you're going to win that cell phone down? Really? These are toy guns, certainly not the same as the real ones you used in the army. Yi Chen shook his head triumphantly. Any gun is the same to Yi Chen. 100-shot skill, firearms proficiency skill, even a water pistol Yi Chen can play at 100 shots. When Yi Chen and Xiao La squeezed their way to the front of the crowd, there were already quite a few people lined up in front of them. The passers-by were there to talk about it. At first a lot of people thought it was fake and at first the guy was a trustee. But it wasn't until after another chap won the phone away. The crowd then found the event somewhat credible. Besides, even if you don't hit them all, you'll get a small gift. It's only $30, so just come here and have fun. The owner counted the balance of change and his mouth was aglow with laughter. Seeing Yi Chen and Xiao La both lined up in front of the stall, the boss asked smilingly, Older brother, older sister, how much for the cum? $30 for a chance to play as many times as you want as long as you have the money. Even if you are spending $1,000 to win this phone, it's still a bloody good deal. You can't lose or be fooled. Yi Chen thought for a moment, and then he directly brought out $300 bills to the boss. Seeing the situation, the passers-by hilariously watched even more. The people behind Yi Chen were all a bit anxious as well. This kid calls 10 times at a time. It sure looks like he's going to have to take a cell phone away today. Like the owner said, the phone is over $10,000. You'd still make a bloody fortune even if you paid $1,000 to win it away from you. No more. I'll line up to go too. What if I win away too? Wait for me. I'll row too. Seeing Yi Chen make such a generous offer, the corners of the boss's mouth were grinning to the sky. None of the people who came here before to try it had much to hit a few times. Most of them paid 30 to try it, and a small percentage paid 60, 90. Xiao La poked Yi Chen and asked, 10 times? Isn't it a bit too expensive? With this money we can do something else. Yi Chen laughed and scraped Xiao La's nose, whispering in her ear, It's not that I'm a spendthrift, but I feel a little guilty. Shiara was a little confused. The boss smiled and handed Yi Chen a toy gun. Compared to other toy guns, this one is surprisingly delicate. Just for the pleasure of it, old boy, come on, take this gun. This gun is stronger and more accurate. I wouldn't give it to a normal person. Seeing that the boss still had a good gun, the guys with the broken guns just now were not happy. They have yelled, Boss, you're not a good businessman. Give us broken guns and give others good ones. Yeah, that's no way to do business. The boss greeted him with a smiling face and said with a laugh, Be at peace, be at peace. As long as you guys come back in a while, I'll get you this great gun straight away. All other bosses spend 100 or more at once and I'll put this great gun on for all of you too. The words fell. This line at the site got a lot longer again. Use a good gun and hit a balloon that big and that close. It's almost like giving away a cell phone in plain sight. The boss was still smiling and said, "Come on, old man." Yi Chen nodded. The moment you received the gun aimed up, anyone who wasn't stupid could clearly feel the aura on Yi Chen's body change violently. Hiss. This little brother is playing so big all of a sudden. It seems that it's not without reason. What's the reason? He's obviously in the military. Same with aiming. He doesn't even aim the same way we do. Seems like that dry refining energy in him is only found in soldiers. The crowd was talking about you and me. The owner is not the least bit flustered by this. What soldier or not? Even if the world champion comes here, he won't be able to win this cell phone away. On the surface this gun is better than other toy guns, but in reality this gun is tampered with. Everything was fine up front, but in the back all his people had to do was sneak up and flick a switch and something small would change inside the gun. The bullets have to be as deflected as possible, and you only need to miss once to fail this challenge. Want to win? Dreaming. After familiarizing himself with the gun, Yi Chen violently pulled the trigger. Bang! Snap! The first balloon should explode. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth balloons were popped one after the other and were popped extremely fast. The passersby gathered around looked dumbfounded, momentarily unable to distinguish whether the gun or the person's marksmanship was good. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Chen had directly popped 20 balloons. Passersby are looking straight. Professional is different. Holy, how did he hit so many balloons in the time it took me to read a message? My god, he bought 10 chances. He's not going to win all 3 of the remaining tables if we play like this, is he? It's possible. Seeing the passerby say that, the boss didn't frown a bit and even led the applause. Good shooting, old brother. 10 balloons to go. This Fruit 15 Pro Max will be owned by this little brother. Go for it. Hit the back. Yi Chen was the one who also noticed the cattiness of this stall. The balloons in front of you are fine. They blow up easily. But the back of the balloon was intentionally deflated a little bit. So if the hit wasn't particularly accurate, the balloon didn't eat enough force. The balloon would never explode. Sure, for the average person the back is very difficult, almost to the point of saying it's impossible. But to Yi Chen, it was simply too easy. 5 shots were fired in quick succession. 5 more balloons were popped. Soon the target was down to the last 2 balloons. The owner still didn't look worried and still had a smile on his face. Even he took a brand new cell phone directly into his hands and started yelling again. Just the last 2 left. Let's all cheer for my oldest brother. Everyone, this cell phone is absolutely new. So new that it can't be any newer. If you don't believe me, there's a Fruit cell phone store right next to it. I just ordered the phone this morning. Just as the owner yells, another balloon was popped. In the next second of being busted, a passerby in the crowd pulled out something and pressed it. Yi Chen also clearly felt that the toy gun could have a subtle change. Yi Chen faintly laughed lightly at this kind of small tactic. Trigger pull. The last balloon exploded in response. Chapter 65, Winning 3 Cell Phones. The passersby celebrated Yi Chen. There were even quite a few passersby who directly shouted there. Little brother, are you selling this cell phone? I'll pay 5,000 for it. 5,000? People can get 8,000 or 9,000 for a used one, can't they? I'll give you 6,000. I'll give you 7,000. The crowd was talking about you and me. Aside, the owner was filled with confusion. The expression on his face froze, followed by a very short burst of anger. The owner locked eyes with one of his own in the crowd. The man was also full of innocence. He did press the button, but why did he still hit it with one shot? But in order to attract more people. The owner gritted his teeth and squeezed a smile that was more embarrassing than a cry. Congratulations to the old man who won the Fruit 15 Pro Max. Yi Chen took the phone with a smile and handed it directly to Xiaola, saying, let's see how the new phone is. Yes, Xiaola responded excitedly. In front of everyone, Xiaola opened the cell phone case and managed to turn the phone on. This is indeed a brand new unactivated Fruit 15 Pro Max. Xiaola's family is not short of money. Even if she let her mom buy him 100 of this phone, her mom can do it. But this cell phone was won for her by Yi Chen himself, and its value was completely different from the one bought with money. Seeing the situation, the people in line behind them got even more anxious. This cell phone is indeed real. These 2 young people look even less like a trust. Xiaola's expression is indeed real. Flow out. Cannot fool people. For a little more money you can use a great gun like this. Their success rate in popping balloons will also skyrocket. Even if the talent is bad enough, wouldn't it be possible to spend a couple thousand on a hard hit? The owner also brought out the pre-prepared balloons. After 30 more had been posted on it, the boss brought out a rather ordinary toy gun. Or, a very broken one. This gun has little power and poor accuracy. The boss laughed dryly a few times and said, "Old man, this gun can only be used once. If I could use a good gun like that every time, then I'd have to lose my pants in this small business." Aha! Yi Chen didn't dilly-dally with him much. After receiving the toy gun, Yi Chen's data of the gun appeared in his mind once again. The 100-shot skill was always active. Yi Chen only needed to follow the scenario given by the system and hit it as it was. Compared to the nice toy gun that just went full auto, this gun is a product of a previous era. Pull the leash on a single-shot broken toy gun. But when it came to Yi Chen's hands, even if he only gave Yi Chen toy gun bullets and let him throw them with his hands, he could throw 100 shots. Balloon after balloon exploded. The 30 balloons hanging slowly above were down to 5 more by the end of the day. At this point, the owner's face was turning green. In the beginning, the reason why he was able to laugh all the way to the end that was because he had the backbone and the confidence that no one could win the phone. But now it seems, the man in front of me is about to win a second cell phone. Snap, 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 snap. The balloon is once again down to its last one. The owner could no longer laugh at this point. The boss's heart thumped as Yi Chen pulled the final trigger. Snap! The balloon exploded again in response. They didn't tamper with the gun because it was too broken. Now, the owner's gut is in his hands. But there are so many people watching and so many people lining up at the scene. If he doesn't give his cell phone to Yi Chen, he won't be able to do business. He forced out a smile and said to Yi Chen, "Congratulations to old brother for winning the second Fruit 15 Pro Max." The audience on the floor got even more anxious. After winning away 2 cell phones in a row, the phone is now down to 1. If Yi Chen continued to play, I'm afraid the last cell phone would have to be won by him. Yi Chen took the cell phone and gave it to Xiaola once again. Just as he was about to play a third time, the boss's side was slow to swing the balloon upwards again. To the end. The boss simply walked to Yi Chen and said with some difficulty, "Old brother, you are obviously a professional, or I will return the money to you. You find another stall." The rest of the passers-by also tried to support Yi Chen away when they saw this. If Yi Chen didn't leave, I'm afraid they wouldn't have this cell phone to take today. "So you're saying the pros can't play this? You didn't specify that before you played, did you? You had fun taking it when I gave you $300, didn't you? You're a bit of a dishonest business owner." The owner's mouth twitched. It wasn't even enough to take 2 of his cell phones. Now it's turned around and he's being dishonest. 2 cell phones, over $20, 000, and you don't know what you're talking about? If this person was a normal businessman, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't have pitched them a little more money. But things are different now. The man can't even be described as a businessman. He's basically a fraud. With his design, it would be impossible for anyone but Tor to get the phone. If he didn't have the system, who wouldn't have fumbled the last bit? Yi Chen took a toy gun that was on the tabletop and waved it in front of the boss, then whispered in the boss's ear, "Shall I tell the audience what's here?" The words fell. The owner's face instantly changed. He'll pay for 3 cell phones if all 3 are given to him today. If Yi Chen told this bit of his secret to the passers-by, he wouldn't be able to make any money from this press in the future. His stall costs almost nothing. Passers-by spend 30, he hates to net 27. And that $3 is still after booth fees and alls. The boss gritted his teeth and said, "Coming out to do business. I'm all about integrity. You have 7 more chances, but if you get the phone I'll refund you for the remaining 6 chances. I'll refund you 200 whole straight away. If you want to play again later, I'm sorry we can't really accommodate you in our little booth." Hearing the boss say that he would let Yi Chen continue, the others were all a little disappointed. But the boss went on to say, "When this old brother leaves, I'll go next door to the cell phone store on the spot and order a cell phone. First come, first served. Don't be in a hurry, everyone." When these words came out, it was as if the audience had taken a tranquilizer. This time Yi Chen did not drag his feet. Less than half a minute, another Fruit 15 Pro Max to hand. "See these 3 cell phones in your hand." Yi Chen was at peace with himself, but Xiaola, who was on the side, was a little burned. "Xiao Chen, how about we just return the cell phone? This one to you, the other 2 to that boss. I also bought this cell phone new not long ago. Use a few years no problem. I see that boss some too." Yi Chen laughed softly and said, "Too what? Too pathetic?" Chapter 66 Revenge by the Black-Hearted Boss. To make a living? None of it easy? Shira nodded. Although this was something Yi Chen had won with his own skills, she always felt that her heart was too much. "Do you see anyone other than me winning the cell phone? Didn't 2 of them win away then?" Yi Chen didn't talk much, but brought Xiaola to another place. This place is far from the mall. Just as Xiaola wanted to ask Yi Chen pointed a finger in a direction. looking in the direction that Yi Chen was pointing. He was referring to a small store. Inside the small store, the two men who had just won the cell phone actually sat down to eat together. Get it now? They're surprisingly in cahoots, Xiao La muttered. Without waiting for Xiao La to stay longer, Yi Chen directly pulled Xiao La away. Xiaora was again confused. This time they went farther away from the mall and were in a little bit of a remote location. It was far away, but to Yi Chen it was the most suitable place to strike. It's the closest crappy building to the mall, and there's hardly anyone around. The three big men following Yi Chen snorted. Just what we wanted. I heard old son say that this kid seems to be a soldier, and just like him, he's still a soldier? Didn't even notice it the whole way with him. What troop could want such a piece of crap thing? Just as they finished the sentence, Yi Chen, who had just been in front of them, suddenly lost his figure. When she saw Yi Chen pulled herself into a small corner, Xiao La's face turned red. She hadn't heard much about this place before. Just as the two of them hid in this corner, Xiao La fortunately coincidentally ran into a young couple that had just walked out of here. Little Tatsu, even though we've all met our parents, would this be possible? Didn't wait for Xiaora to finish her sentence. Beside her, Yi Chen's aura changed violently. Shasta. It was as if Yi Chen had flashed forward, rushing out at an extremely fast speed. It was followed by a man's scream. Ah, aha, my balls. I'll kill you. Lao Air, Lao San, give it to me. Seeing Yi Chen being so fierce, the second and third behind him hesitated for a moment. From that move just now they could tell that the Yi Chen in front of them definitely had a bit of a claim. People with such a claim make a ing dirty trick. Even if they were allowed to come they were a little freaked out. His grandma, two losers. The man in charge rose violently. Yi Chen hadn't used that much force just now. If you make it harder, it is good that this man has a child, but if he does not have a child, I am afraid that he will not have a child in the future. Since he hadn't exerted much force, he had eased out of the pain quickly as well. All men, or rather males, share this Achilles heel, but once he recovers from his weakness, then you'll be faced with a 200% increase in combat power. The terrifying upright ape of rage. Only to Yi Chen, he was facing nothing more than a raging little wild dog. Although the man in front of him was donkey tall and full of crossflesh, it was clear from his means of attack that he hadn't practiced at all. He hated to bring his whole body out with this straight punch. Yi Chen also happened to be following this force of his and directly gave him a solid backdrop. Oh, me. He lay on the ground and let out a constant groan, his whole body feeling like it was about to shatter after the fall he had just taken. The boss who was usually as powerful as hell, putting it in the present, but it was resolved by this little skinny guy in front of him in 3 or 2 moves. Xiaora peeked out quietly to observe. Although she was very unsupportive of Yi Chen's fighting and brawling, Yi Chen this was not considered fighting and brawling, and it looked like those people should have followed them all the way. If you do the math, they call it legitimate defense. Xiaola probed in the small corner and whispered to Yi Chen, "Go for it." Yi Chen gave Xiaola a look and told Xiaola to hide behind him. The boss who was at the head of the group didn't have the slightest bit of fighting strength now. Looking at the two who stood there a bit frozen, Yi Chen asked in a deep voice, "Say, what do you want to do?" The two men broke into a cold sweat. If they don't say it right, I'm afraid they'll have to be spared a beating. But if the phone hadn't been brought back, I guess they'd still have gotten a beating, just from different people. That, little brother. Look, didn't you just win 3 cell phones? It's not easy for us to do business. It's all about supporting our family. We have an old man and a young man, and the whole family is watching to make money. You've won 3 cell phones here. They all have to be ours. Cut the crap. What exactly do you want to say? Yi Chen clenched his fist slightly and took a step forward. The two are also hanging out. Not too smart, but they're not stupid either. They could never beat someone like Yi Chen, even if they got on the guy. 1 cell phone for you and your girlfriend should be enough. Or, the one left over you return to us. Seeing Yi Chen was a bit off-putting, Lao San quickly said, "We'll pay for it. Definitely can't let little brother spend money for nothing. How about this? I'll offer you 1,000. How about that?" Yi Chen remained unmoved. The two men were in a bit of a quandary. So, 2,000? 3,000? Little brother. It really can't be more. This money has to be advanced by both of our brothers. Seeing that Yi Chen was still unimpressed, the two of them had already become disillusioned. If they go back, they will only be beaten and scolded, and their head can't kill them. After all, they still have to count on them to make money. But if they pissed off Yi Chen, it was estimated that they would have to lie down for a while. The two men looked at me and I looked at you. Despite not speaking, they had communicated everything with their eyes. "Run!" The oldest was the first to utter a cry. Without the slightest hesitation, the two men turned their heads and pulled out their legs. The boss, who was behind him, had his heart completely and utterly cold at this time. On the surface, they say they are some kind of brothers in life and death, and they worship and this and that, but in the end, when something goes wrong, they are the first to run. Only they couldn't get very far running. Eventually, after one person received a positive stomp from Yi Chen, the three of them were controlled by Yi Chen in unison, hands holding their heads and crouching on the ground not daring to move. Yi Chen didn't want to rub it in with them either. After taking out the phone, he dialed the director directly. Again, I saw an unfamiliar local number. Zhou Lin didn't think much about it this time and knew straight away that it was Yi Chen calling him. Tatsu? It's me, Chief. Please send 2 or 3 police cars to that rotten building next to Xingdao Mall. There's a fraudulent, gang-related gang here, and 3 of them are currently under my control. Chapter 67 Delivering Results to the Police Department. Yi Chen definitely didn't have to make a special phone call to lie to himself. Since he called him, Zhou Lin didn't hesitate for a second and said, "Okay, be there within 10 minutes. The phone hung up. Zhou Lin immediately sent a large team to the scene. 3 police cars roared through the middle of the city, heading straight for the rotten building. When the captain of the 1st Brigade arrived at the scene, the 2 of them, Yi Chen and Xiaola, were waving at them. The captain of the 1st Brigade walked up and took the initiative to greet Yi Chen. I saw it again after one night. My name is Zhang Yuan. From now on you can just address me directly as Lao Jiang. What's the situation with these 3? Yi Chen briefly explained it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "It's quite rampant." Led by both Yi Chen and Xiaola, the group arrived in front of Xingda Plaza. Instead of being less crowded, that booth became more crowded, and many people were lined up there wanting to try their luck. Zhang Yuan blew the whistle hanging on his chest and shouted loudly to the crowd, "This vendor is a fraud. Attention everyone. Crowds who have already been cheated gather here with me. I'll be responsible for recovering the cheated amount for everyone." Hearing someone yell out that he was a liar, the owner's face sank. I was already upset about being won away with 3 cell phones, but now someone else has taken it upon themselves to come up and pick a fight. He shouted violently, "Liar? Your whole family looks like liars to me." "Who shouted that? Come out here." I shouted. Zhang Yuan shouted. The moment the words fell, the boss was frozen in place. Seeing the police uniform on Zhang Yuan, as well as the pile of police officers behind him, the boss's face instantly turned green. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but murmur, "What the hell? This man is a liar? I can't. I see 3 people have already won away. And just now a little brother won 3 cell phones outright. It doesn't look fake." The crowd murmured as you and I talked. Yi Chen walked out with his cell phone at this time and said to the crowd, "The cell phone isn't fake, and not wanting you to get it isn't fake either. If his gun really hasn't moved at all, then he's not here to make money. He's here for charity." "Ha!" The passersby looked at the boss in shock. Yi Chen pointed again to the 3 burly men being escorted by the officers. Seeing these 3 people, the boss's face was green to the point where it couldn't be any greener, and that expression was as unpleasant as if he had been constipated for a month. "Those 3 are this boss's accomplices. Just now I directly take a cell phone to leave if I think the boss will not call someone, but see me take 3 cell phones. Then anxious. This boss is not only a fraud, but also possibly involved in gangs. If I hadn't practiced, this phone would probably have been taken back by them." The first 2 people are trustees. They will still give the phone to the boss after they take it, but then again he has already lost 3 phones today. If either of you in a moment, in case you do win away with a cell phone, do you think you can take that cell phone home with you? The crowd subconsciously looked at the 3 big men, thinking differently. If it was they themselves who ran into those 3 people, they themselves would have no choice but to admit defeat. "How can you believe what you're saying? Buddy, I gave you those 3 cell phones just now, and I don't even recognize who those 3 people really are. I admit I tampered with this gun." The words fell. The owner instantly felt the angry stares of the surrounding crowd, especially the passers-by who had just consumed it. Their hearts were immediately tensed by his sentence. Damn, they were so naive to think they might get a cell phone. Now it seems that I was too naive after all. No. Oops. I just want to make more money. Well, it's all about living. I was wrong about this today. So how about this? I'll give you all a half refund for those who have spent money. How about that? Zhang Yuan clasped his hands in front of his chest and just silently watched as this boss weaseled around and tried to figure out what to do. The crowd obviously won't buy a half refund, because this is a scam through and through. And since we all know it's a scam now, who wouldn't want to get back exactly what they've been cheated out of? If that money is a possibility to get a cell phone, so be it if they spend it. But that money is never going to get you a cell phone. So who's going to spend it? $30 for a broken keychain? Or a broken doll? Charlatan. Refund your money. Well, you. Just now I spent 300 in your place. Today if you do not give the money back we are not finished. Dead liar. Beat him. Don't hit anyone. The boss was scared and backed away. Seeing this gang of fierce passers-by, and he himself was at a disadvantage, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. Although the police were on the scene, but he was beaten that he can only recognize the bad luck. Faced with such a situation, he could only go from person to give the money back the way it was. Zhang Yuan waved to the other officers before walking towards that boss with a handcuff in one hand. Seeing Zhang Yuan trying to arrest himself, the boss felt quite aggrieved. I admit I was wrong to cheat people, but you're not going to arrest me, are you? And I've already returned all the money. This is considered a merit. You returned the money to the victim as you were supposed to do. How is that meritorious? Besides, you're not just cheating anymore. You're suspected of being involved in gangs, so go back and walk with us. Seeing that this boss had no intention of cooperating voluntarily, Zhang Yuan could only play hardball. After arresting this boss, Zhang Yuan turned his head and saluted Yi Chen. Yi Chen likewise returned a standard military salute. Xiao Lei's eyes on the side were filled with little stars. The two of them, Yi Chen and Xiao La, were not idle on this day today. Many of the stall owners had almost been taught a lesson by Yi Chen and the two of them, whether it was hitting balloons, lassoing, or various challenges. Yi Chen had all of them at his fingertips. Evening. When she saw Xiao La who came home, Wang Qin was confused. She had even lost sight of Shola's body, and instead of Shola walking toward her home, it was a tower of human-sized dolls. Kara? Mom, help me with this. There are too many dolls. Where have you all been? Why did you buy so many dolls? And they're all so big? Xiao Chen and I won at the stall today. We also won away 3 cell phones today. And after winning the cell phones we also arrested a gang involved in crime on the way. Xiao Chen is awesome. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Zhanhua could not help but shake his head and laugh. Yi Chen, this kid is unkind. With the strength of his, others going was a challenge. Yi Chen going was a direct take. As for those who were arrested, they could only recognize their own bad luck. I'm back home and my ass isn't even warm yet. Cholin once again a phone call to himself. Chief, what is it? So, that, Tatsu, if it's convenient for you, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 68 Undercover Agent Exposed. The Director's Request. Sure, last night and counting today, Yi Chen had helped them catch 2 groups of people. Today this caught up with another matter. Zhou Lin himself was a bit embarrassed to bother Yi Chen. But if this matter does not trouble Yi Chen, I am afraid that it will be a big problem tonight. Zhou Lin hardened his heart and said, we have a comrade in the anti-narcotics detachment who has been discovered undercover and his life is in danger. We have now lost his contact, but there is still a locator for now. If you can, I hope you can assist us for a bit. I think you should also know what happens when an undercover agent is discovered. Those people can do anything. Besides, according to the undercover agent we sent over there, we found out that that gang also has a private stash of homemade guns, which is extremely dangerous. Speaking of this, Zhou Lin was also a bit heavy. Yi Chen was also the son-in-law of the military commander no matter what. Yi Chen was invited by himself to help. It was fine if he helped, but if he didn't, he couldn't afford the responsibility. With Yi Chen's strength, his future military career was unlimited. If anything really happened to Yi Chen during this operation, Yi Chen's future military career would most likely be ruined. If you're going to help, I think you know how treacherous this operation is going to be, and you can refrain from helping because it's not your place and you don't have to. I know you are extremely talented. If anything happens to you during this operation, hearing that a comrade police officer had been discovered undercover, Yi Chen was instantly anxious. And accidental or not, if he can get into an accident, I'm afraid those guys will only be able to fight through with tanks. If I were a glutton for punishment, I would never have lasted from the Hunter Intensive. When did he lose contact? Where was the last place he appeared? Sensing this firm attitude of Yi Chen, Zhou Lin also immediately said, that undercover agent has been very successful, and today was supposed to be the closing operation of the anti-drug detachment, wanting to eliminate the 2 gangs at the time of the transaction. But just when the anti-drug detachment was about to close the net, our undercover agent was suddenly discovered, and the transaction between the 2 sides stopped. Where exactly? Hongjia village. Good. Yi Chen immediately got up and said to his mom, who was cooking in the kitchen, Mom, I'm going out, so you don't have to bring me dishes in a while. You be safe out there. Yes. Li Li's mind was filled with worry. Almost an hour had already passed when Yi Chen quickly arrived at Hongjia village. After all, it was winter now, and there was still a bit of sunset in that bout, and now it was completely dark outside. After getting out of the car, Yi Chen directly threw the cab $100. Seeing that Yi Chen was so rich, the cab driver couldn't help but brighten up, and immediately said, It's not that I'm saying little brother, but I've been driving for a full hour, and 100 of such a long way simply can't get down. Originally Yi Chen was in a hurry. Now that the driver had come up with this, Yi Chen's fire came straight up. Driving a new energy car, the journey is only $70 to $80. 100 still can't get rid of him? Don't give your face away. Get out. Hey, I said who are you talking to, you little brat? Seeing that the money was not pitched and was also scolded a sentence, the driver was instantly irritated. He just wanted to pull open the car door and walk down to argue with Yi Chen, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to directly drag the cab driver down hard. Talking to you? Why? Seeing Yi Chen with such a strong aura, he also looked like a practiced fighter. The driver immediately wimped out. One man in the car. One man out of the car. Yi Chen was most annoyed by this kind of person as well. Without waiting for Yi Chen to continue speaking, his cell phone was suddenly ringing. This is a call from Cho Lin. He didn't think much of it and just picked up. Zhou Lin didn't dawdle and quickly talked to Yi Chen on the phone about the latest situation. The positioning has moved again. The latest location is now in Zhangjia village, not far from Hongjia village. The anti-narcotics detachment has rushed to the scene and is now circling those people. Yes. After the phone hung up, Yi Chen directly turned around and got in the car, saying to that cab driver, "Not coming here, go to the nearby Zhangjia village. I'll open the navigation for you, and, add money?" Yi Chen was almost on the verge of laughing at this cab driver, but the situation was urgent and he wasn't that far behind the driver in terms of money. Yi Chen directly dumped a red ticket on his car. Cab drivers are also money-minded. In the driver's eyes, Yi Chen's temper was violent, and he himself was at risk of being beaten at any time. But pulling Yi Chen does make money. Another $100 in hand in the blink of an eye. After bothering to arrive at the location, Yi Chen immediately unfolded his radar skill. The moment after the radar skill unfolded, Yi Chen immediately spotted Li Qiushui and the others. Those hitmen had no intention of letting the undercover agent go. But how could they not have anticipated that the undercover agent had a hidden locator on him? Facing Li Qiushui's group of police officers outside. Inside the house, the oldest broke down in anger. "I told you I should have just buried him when I found him just now. Now it's good. No burial. Another hidden locator on him after all. What are we going to do now? All of us have been victimized by you, and you're still the boss? I'll screw you to death. Penis, I think you're tired of living. How do you talk to me? I'm tired of living. I think it's you who's incompetent as a boss. Now you say how to deal with it. If we get caught, it's a dead end." The officer didn't get particularly beaten up because he was in a hurry to bring him here. Of the undercover officers found, the injuries on this officer were minor, or not even considered injuries at all. Now we can only use this undercover agent as a threat. As long as he's still in our hands, those people won't dare to act rashly. Let's just stay with them. Okay. There's also a den for them in Zhangjia village. This lair was dedicated to the thugs, and it was cleaned up pretty well inside. Not too cold. I don't believe these cops can stay with us all night and freeze to death. Go up to the house and take out the guns. We'll wait a little longer for their hands to freeze and then we'll go out. What this says is indeed true. Although Li Qiushui and the others who were gathered around outside were wearing cotton clothes, they should still be cold. Winter in the north is no joke. It's an exaggeration to say that the south is freezing to death, but it's a fact that the north is freezing to death. Now that their team members were being held hostage inside the house, none of them dared to do anything rash. What should we do? A team member asked Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui was also full of sorrow and could not come up with a solution for a while. Just then, a voice suddenly said quietly from beside them, "Shoot them all. Leave no one alive." Chapter 69, One Punch, One Little Friend. Pust. The officers outside sprayed on the spot. Killed on the spot? Those people are all hiding in the house, one by one, and they're smart as hell. They had trouble trying to see the people inside from the outside, let alone shoot them on sight. These men, though their sins are likely to have killed them, have a greater use in them, and by capturing them alive, more information can be warped out of them. Just now Li Qiushui had emphasized many times that at least one living person must be captured. What kind of earless team member is this that can fall off the wagon at such a critical time? But look in the direction of the voice. The person who had just spoken was no other than Yi Chen, who had suddenly appeared beside them. Li Qiushui's soul almost didn't come out from Yi Chen. "How come you walk without a sound? Shoo, don't let them know I'm coming." Li Qiushui hurriedly lowered her voice and said, "I know you're a good shot, but these people have to be left alive. They're still useful." "Okay, then I'll stay alive. You give me the gun." "Ha?" Li Qiushui was startled for a moment. Guns are something that can't be loaned out easily, but it's an emergency situation and, don't dilly-dally, the chief sent me. What are you guys good enough for? I could wipe out your entire anti-drug detachment with one finger. Give me the gun. Don't dilly-dally. The members of the team couldn't help but have their mouths twitch, and everyone had a feeling of being offended. Although they might not be as strong as Yi Chen, but no matter how weak they were, they wouldn't be killed in seconds by Yi Chen himself, right? It's still hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Li Qiushui looked serious and said, "Don't act rashly. We've contacted all the police forces in the vicinity, and this place will be blocked off immediately. It's just too risky to go up against them on your own, and if your gun falls into their hands, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yi Chen listened with some feeling that Li Qiushui was abrasive, but after thinking about it, Li Qiushui's concern was not without reason. He didn't know much about his own strength, and if the gun dropped and those people took him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The police car didn't have its siren on, but there were a lot of onlookers at the scene. Li Qiushui's head was big. "Old 3, old 4, go maintain order on the scene." Yes, the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 immediately blocked up the onlookers. Because of the rush to get here, they didn't have anything to fence off the scene. Just then, the door to the house was suddenly opened. The undercover agent, Old Yellow, was set up by one of the men as a human shield and walked to the front. To facilitate the operation, the men had gagged the undercover agent and beaten him to death. "Old Huang," Li Qiushui shouted hurriedly, "if you don't want him to die, all of you get the hell away from me. Stay 100 meters away from us, or I'll take his life right now." The man was already holding a clay gun to Old Yellow's head. "Back up, back up," Li Qiushui immediately shouted out to the team. These people were outlaws. Li Qiushui, who had so many years of anti-drug experience, knew them best. In this situation they would do anything to stay alive. Just as everyone was retreating backwards, Li Qiushui violently realized that Yi Chen, who had just been here, had disappeared. When Li Qiushui sought out Yi Chen again, suddenly, Li Qiushui met Yi Chen's figure on the roof. The rest of the police officers also noticed Yi Chen, but the look of surprise on their faces immediately disappeared down. Inside the house, 5 men stepped out one after the other with their guys. 3 of them had clay guns, and 2 of them were holding a piece of iron plate as a shield. The crowd watching from the periphery was growing. For them, they had no idea how dangerous this place was now. The oldest 3 and the oldest 4 have been helpless. In order to let the villagers rush to evacuate the scene to avoid disturbing the order of the scene, they have all directly pulled out chilly water. But even so, there are still quite a few villagers here at the scene. The sound of police cars came again in the distance once more. Seeing his comrades from the nearby police station come to support him, the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 finally let out a long sigh. On the other side, the situation has become more and more tense. Although the 5 had walked out of the room, their backs were always pressed against the wall. Even Yi Chen could not do anything about it. Gives you guys some face, doesn't it? You don't want him to live. I'm talking about telling you to back off 100 meters. Tramp! Lao Er directly put the knife on Lao Huang's neck. A bloodstain soon appeared on Old Yellow's neck. Seeing this, Li Qiushui could only shout, "Keep backing up." At the same time, Li Qiushui gestured behind her back. He originally wanted to leave his mouth alive, but seeing the current condition of these people, "I'm afraid it's difficult to leave them alive." The 5 of them moved slowly, but they can't keep their backs to the wall forever. Yi Chen had been stuck on the roof looking for an opportunity to strike in the blind spots of the 5 men's vision. But just then, a village woman was shrieking, "Oops, there's actually someone on the roof." This statement was made. The whole room was silent. Li Qiushui was on the verge of crunching his back teeth. If anything happened to Yi Chen, then the village woman and the murderer were almost indistinguishable. The oldest 3, who maintains order, is even more angry and directly curses. "Just shows you have a mouth, does it? First warning, if you don't move away from the scene, you will be suspected of obstructing public law enforcement. In serious cases, you'll be detained. In light cases, and in heavy cases, you'll be sentenced to criminal detention." Hearing this, the village woman immediately became anxious and said, I'll go. Why don't I go? I was afraid that he was in danger before I kindly reminded him. It really chills the hearts of good people." The oldest was so exasperated that he didn't know what to say for a moment. The 5 people over there also subconsciously looked towards the roof in an attempt to find Yi Chen's figure. But just then, Li Qiushui again violently realized that Yi Chen's figure had once again disappeared. And judging from the reactions of those 5 people, none of them had realized at all that Yi Chen, who had just been on the roof, had disappeared. When Li Qiushui was also looking for Yi Chen, suddenly, a figure that descended from the sky appeared behind the 5. This person was no other than Yi Chen. The sound of Yi Chen's actions was almost zero, and in the perspective of the 5 of them, Yi Chen was no different from a ghost. Didn't wait for them to react. Yi Chen had then swung out 2 straight punches, which went straight for the throat. 2 people, killed on the spot. The other gun-wielding man was also hardened by Yi Chen, who snapped his throat and used him as a weapon to slam directly at the other man. In the blink of an eye, 3 were killed and 1 was incapacitated. The man who was holding old Huang was completely confused. In just a blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 of them were seconded? He hurriedly yelled, "Don't you mess around. Be careful, I'll take." With 1 shot. Didn't wait for the words to finish. Another straight punch came down and shattered his brow bone. Chapter 70, assisting the police in eliminating a large number of people. Not 15 seconds before or after, 5 men neatly collapsed on the ground. Li Qiushui and the other police officers had looked dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Chen had just said that he could kill their entire anti-drug detachment in seconds just by moving a single finger. With Yi Chen's strength, not to mention one of their anti-narcotics detachment, even if there were 10 more anti-narcotics detachment people, they would not be enough for him to fight alone. Seeing Li Qiushui and the others frozen in place, Yi Chen frowned and droned. "What are you freezing for? Do I look like a doctor to you guys? Hurry up and call 120. Good. Lao San, hurry up and call 120. Yes. Li Qiushui and the other officers came quickly to the scene. Seeing the 5 people who had fallen to the ground, they were all too surprised to speak. 3 are dead. That one isn't. Not hurt much, but he won't get up for a while. The other brow bone should be broken by me. But not fatal. What? Dead? Li Qiushui's eyes almost didn't glaze over. The rest of the officers' mouths were open enough to fit a whole egg. That big of a man couldn't even survive 3 seconds under Yi Chen's hands? Told you guys, you're way out of your league compared to me, but I've also left you with 2 live ones, both of which look like they could know quite a bit, and those 3 are nothing more than muckrakers. Just now I took a brief look at old Huang's injuries. They're not serious. They're all soft tissues that have suffered damage. They're not critical to the bones. They just need to recuperate for a while. Hurry up and deal with the scene. Good. Li Qiushui nodded and responded. The rest of the police officers looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Just now, they had thought that Yi Chen could be even stronger. Now it seems that he was indeed just strong, so ridiculously strong that he couldn't even be described in words. It also made them completely recognize the gap between themselves and professional special forces. During the time that the others were processing the scene, Yi Chen walked up to the heads of these 5 people and asked, "Where is your lair? Speak now and you can still fight for leniency. Dream on." Of these men only the head was the least injured. Yi Chen didn't want to dicker with him much. He turned his head to greet Li Qiushui and said, "I'll go interrogate this person. You guys deal with it first." "Okay." Li Qiushui nodded in agreement. Although Yi Chen was so small and young, he was indeed the backbone at the scene. Yi Chen pulled this head straight into the room. This head wanted to try and fight back, but in Yi Chen's hands he didn't have the slightest bit of power to fight back. Unlike these officers, Yi Chen was trained to interrogate in a less polite manner. In a critical situation like that on the battlefield, getting the information as fast as possible is the most important thing. "What are you doing? Now you tell me honestly, and I'll go out and put in a good word for you later. I can't help it if you're toast. I have many ways to make you talk. You should know I'm not a cop." Hearing Yi Chen say this headman could not help but feel some panic in his heart. Then he thought of the image of Yi Chen just punching an accomplice to death. Even if he betrayed his superiors, what can he do? No matter how powerful they are, no matter how much power they have, can they expand inside the prison? The big deal is that he'll languish in prison for the rest of his life. It's better to live than to die here and now. I say, now that I've told you the truth, you should be able to count me as guilty as charged, right? I told you, I'm not a cop, Yi Chen said with a frown. I get it. Even though I'm just a hitter, I'm one of the more upper echelon hitters in the gang and have access to a lot of things and affairs. I'll turn myself in and plead guilty to all the crimes I've committed. I will also take the initiative to actively help you find my superiors, and strive for you to get all of them. Well, say it nicely. Yi Chen only took him into the house not 3 minutes before taking him out of the house. This time, Yi Chen didn't tackle him, but let him walk behind him. With Yi Chen here, he didn't dare make a move. Li Qiushui hurriedly walked up and asked, "Did you interrogate anything?" Yi Chen nodded. The officers were also still in shock until they were on their way back to the city hall. Li Qiushui, who had learned of the news of the interrogation, was even more eye-open. "You're saying that the guy who owns Black Jinhan has nothing to do with these people either? Well, you'll be able to interrogate them more when you get back. And if you need my help, feel free to have the chief call me. You got that bought and paid for goon on your team, too?" "Caught," Li Qiushui answered. It was very complicated in his mind when he said those 3 words. He knows best what's going on in the family of the player who was bought and paid off, and he knows best what his character is like. That guy looks like he should be in some kind of distress. Being threatened? Well, those people threatened his family. On the way back, Yi Chen just said a few words to Li Qiushui and then didn't continue, but slept. It's not because of anything else. Yi Chen always felt that all these people he had recently caught could possibly conspire. Once the strings are tied together, then he'll have his hands full behind the scenes. The ones we caught at Haijinhan, the ones we caught at Qingda Plaza, and now these ones. If it does get strung out, then this crime syndicate behind them is pretty big. Help to the end. Send the Buddha to the West. The difficulty might be great for the police officers, but for Yi Chen, solving some of these things might be simple. Help out if you can. After all, it's not like you're doing anything bad. After returning to the police station and making a brief statement, and after waiting for some time, Zhou Lin personally called Yi Chen to his office. Without waiting for Zhou Lin to open his mouth, Yi Chen directly asked, "Those people are all in the same gang, right?" Zhou Lin was a bit shocked. When he was just about to ask Yi Chen how he knew, Zhou Lin couldn't help but be laughing again. It would be a strange thing if Yi Chen didn't know. It's in this area that Yi Chen should be more specialized. Do you have some better configured computers at your station? I should be able to check them out for you tonight and just go straight to the arrests tomorrow with hard evidence. Ha! Zhou Lin raised his eyebrows. Since Yi Chen dared to say that, then he must be confident. Put on the battlefield if this computer proficiency skill role may not be particularly large. Even if large, will not account for the main core. But in the middle of solving crimes his skill is very useful, especially in the face of such a crime syndicate. Modern times are the information age. As long as there is a cell phone and a computer, then he will avoid leaving messages. Chapter 71 Rumored Troops. To Yi Chen, trying to find information about those people was like a treasure hunt. The horror of computer proficiency skills horrors here. As long as Yi Chen himself wanted to, there was no system he couldn't hack into. Unless, of course, the opposite side is a physical hacker. Yi Chen was busy until the middle of the night, and all the key evidence was dug out by Yi Chen. When he left, it was Zhou Lin who personally drove Yi Chen to his home. Right now Zhou Lin was looking at Yi Chen how he saw him. If all the officers in their city council were like Yi Chen, I'm afraid that no criminal gang in their entire city would dare to come here again. Little Tatsu, it's been really hard on you these past 2 days. It should be done. Yi Chen responded politely. Day 2. Yi Chen then saw the information on the news about the arrest of the people behind Black Jinhan. At the same time, he had also seen reports about himself on the news. Only Yi Chen didn't care much about it. In the next period of time, besides accompanying his parents in Shaola every day, Yi Chen had one more thing to be busy with. That is to study the all-around engineering skills that you gain to after graduating from the Hunter Intensive. This skill is like playing a game and unlocking all the drawings. As long as there were enough materials, then everything in this world could be rubbed out by Yi Chen. 7 days is a short vacation. But in the meantime, Yi Chen was the one who had done so much. Xiao Zhanghua also added stroke after stroke to Yi Chen's profile. As for military achievements, Xiao Zhanghua could no longer think of how many Yi Chen had set up by the time he arrived. The smallest thing is assisting the police. The largest thing is fighting for our country. Just 2 days before the end of the vacation, the headquarters agreed to Yi Chen's exceptional entry into the Ace Force. Except that just because he went in didn't mean he could stay here all the time in the future, but rather there was a probationary period. And when he got into the Ace Force, he had to sign a non-disclosure agreement and he couldn't know too much about most of the stuff while he was in there, just in case it leaked out. At the end of the vacation, Yi Chen and Xiao Zhanghua boarded the same military vehicle to embark on their return journey. Xiao Zhanghua and Yi Chen also talked about the Ace Force. Ever heard of the Aces? What kind of troop is this? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. In Yi Chen's cognition, the most powerful in the army should be the kind of Kangwolf like the one where the tank was located. And people at that level should all be the special forces of special forces. Very powerful. Listening to this ace troop that suddenly popped out of Xiao Zhanghua's mouth, Yi Chen was unfamiliar. Xiao Zhanghua took out a file bag and handed him over to Yi Chen. Check it out. After receiving the dossier bag, Yi Chen carefully inspected it. After reading it, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Xiao Zhanghua also spread his hands and said, "Given the secrecy standards of this unit, this is not an inquiry to you, but a notification. With your strength, it's just too much of a waste of talent to be in a normal special forces unit." The dossier contains a rough description of the Ace Force. As for what exactly it was like, Yi Chen didn't know. After reading the dossier bag, Yi Chen only knew 3 things. First, the Ace Force has a high level of secrecy. Second, he couldn't say no to going to the Aces. Thirdly, even with his strength when he got there he could be returned by someone at any time. It was hard for him to imagine that with his current strength he would still have to face the risk of being eliminated at any time. Thought he was kind of playing through this, but I didn't expect that with this strength he is now afraid that it is only an introduction. He had thought about people outside of people, but he hadn't realized that this person outside of people was so fierce. Can everyone in the Ace Force be as strong as me? Xiao Zhanghua nodded. Although he knew a lot, What he could say to Yi Chen was too little and too little. Xiao Zhanhua thought for a moment and said, "Your strength there isn't too weak, but it's not too strong either." The words fell. Yi Chen couldn't stop his shock. Originally, Yi Chen felt that it was already outrageous enough for him to be so strong right now, but now it seems that there are more outrageous people in the world than yourself. He relied on the system to get to where he is, and those guys in the aces? They didn't have a system, and all by themselves they had hardened themselves to reach the heights that Yi Chen could only reach if he had a system. And some individuals were even more powerful than Yi Chen who had the system. It didn't take long to marvel before Yi Chen's expression regained its calmness once again. This time, it was Xiao Zhanhua who was unsettled. That's gone? You enlisted in the army all the way up to now. There was hardly a time when you weren't number one, and now you're suddenly seeing so many people who are better than you. Do you have no pressure? There is. Yi Chen nodded happily. Pust. Xiao Zhanhua almost sprayed. Yes? Does this look like Yi Chen is under pressure? Except I'm not under as much pressure. After all, I'm only as old as they are, and with a few more years of practice I might be able to surpass them. With these words, Xiao Zhanhua was completely speechless. In exchange for his own Yi Chen, I am afraid that Xiao Zhanhua himself has to be a little bit of pressure. How long has Yi Chen been enlisted? After more than a month and the Tigers ran to the Special Forces selection. Not a moment later this ran to the Hunter set training. Even if Yi Chen was given more time to count, that would only be 5 months. Not even close. In just less than 5 months, Yi Chen had almost arrived at the ceiling level of the entire army. It would be strange if he could be that stressed. After a few moments of silence, Yi Chen suddenly started a new topic and asked, "Army Commander, is there any place in the Ace Force where I can conduct research? I want to study research things recently." Xiao Zhanhua? What he said was human, but grouped together how he kind of didn't get it. What kind of place do you think the Aces are? It's doubtful you'll be able to stay when you get there. And now you have the heart to ask if there's a place there for people to study. From what he could tell, Yi Chen really didn't have much to shine before enlisting. It's already amazing that he's done so well since joining the army. Does he want to do more research? Does he think he's a god? What are you asking for? I wanted to take the time to study the aircraft carrier before, but it's too much of a drawing to try to get that thing, even with computer assistance. So I thought I'd start with guns, drones, and stuff like that. Xiao Zhanhua was completely speechless. If Yi Chen hadn't performed so well and so prominently, Xiao Zhanhua would have broken into a rage. Let's not even talk about researching aircraft carriers, but let's take guns and drones for a moment. How easy does he think it is to work on guns and drones and all this stuff? Not to mention building a gun. Just trying to improve one would be a very large investment of time. And it's not as if he wouldn't end up with a noticeable improvement. Chapter 72, You're a scientist, aren't you? Seeing Xiao Zhangguo's face muscles constantly twitching as he tried his best to control himself from cursing, Yi Chen was also filled with helplessness. But he had anticipated this situation. Yi Chen also took out a few stacks of random designs from the backpack he had with him. This time when he returned to the army, Yi Chen didn't want to bring a single thing. The new cell phone he won couldn't be brought in the army because of the system. And for the rest of the stuff, the army could accommodate food, clothing, and shelter. If it wasn't for the sake of bringing this design, Yi Chen would have planned to travel light. Yi Chen pointed at the design and spoke to Xiao Zhanhua. Here, this is a gun that I have improved, or rather redesigned, based on our current gun model, because I don't have a computer at home, and I was afraid of leaking files or something if I went to an internet cafe, so I got the drawings with my bare hands. There are 3 stacks of these drawings and they are very weighty. I thought that Yi Chen was blowing awesome there, but I didn't expect that Yi Chen seemed to actually come for real, although Xiao Zhanhua didn't understand this. But looking at the various detailed data labeled on top of these drawings, he was surprisingly a bit unable to get his attention. Are you sure you made all of these? Xiao Zhanhua asked Yi Chen. It could be felt from Xiao Zhanhua's tone. Now his attitude was the complete opposite of what it had just been. At first when he heard himself getting drawings, Xiao Zhanhua was forcibly holding himself back from cursing. Now that he saw himself taking out the real thing, Xiao Zhanhua's expression gradually became serious. Although Xiao Zhanhua didn't understand these detailed things, yet he was able to read the description of the gun at the very beginning, and in every way it was far superior to the rifles in service. Seeing Xiao Zhanhua's surprised expression, Yi Chen was also a little surprised in his heart. It's a gun he'd rather keep tucked away. If he really had those materials and such, Yi Chen could totally design a more powerful rifle. The reason why he made it so restrained first was precisely because he was afraid that Xiao Zhanhua would reject it directly. Xiao Zhanhua wasn't the type of person who was abrasive. He immediately took out his cell phone and called someone. Hello? Lao Wei. I'll send you a few photos of the drawings in a while. You take the time to. No. How about you take a look at this drawing now? Okay. Wei Gongxuan, although I do not know what Xiao Zhanhua this and what muffs, but since Xiao Zhanghua said so that there must be his reasons. Xiao Zhanghua took out his cell phone and took a few pictures and sent them over with an encrypted email. Old Wei. Who called you? Deputy Director Lin Parkhua asked curiously. It's that old guy Xiao Zhanghua. I don't know what kind of madness he's smoking today, saying that he sent a few pictures of drawings to me in my mailbox, so that I can take a look at how that one looks right now. Where did he get the drawings to show you? Who says it isn't? Speaking of which, Wei Gongxuan's cell phone rang. Upon opening this encrypted email, several images followed. The picture is of a sheet of A4 paper. These drawings are all hand-drawn. Look closely. Wei Gongxuan's eyes directly rounded. Where did that old thing Xiao Zhanghua get the drawings? Isn't this the latest improved model from our institute? At a glance, it was indeed the drawing of one of their institute's latest improved guns. But look closely. Some of the parameters on the drawings and their existing parameters, however, have some discrepancies. Wei, look at these numbers. Some of what he labeled is the same as what we're studying at the institute, and some of it is different. Where on earth did Xiao Zhanghua get the drawings? Seeing the difference in the drawings, Wei Gongxuan took a long breath of relief. The drawings are classified stuff. In the event of a leak, the consequences are unimaginable. It's good that it's not a leak. Phew. Take these drawings and scrutinize them first to see what's going on. The two men skipped their meals and stayed to look at the only 4 drawings available. The more they looked, the wider the eyes of the two men became. It's like solving a problem you haven't been able to solve for years, and now you've suddenly got a partial answer. Old Xiao, where the hell did this drawing come from? This old thing is still playing mysterious with me. He didn't give me all the good stuff, but only gave me a few, to whet my appetite. I'll call him back and ask him what's going on. It didn't take more than 5 minutes from the time the email was sent to the time the call was given back. Xiao Zhanghua snorted coldly. If the drawing was really something good, how could Wei Gongxuan have called back so quickly? Just when Xiao Zhanghua wanted to educate Yi Chen after answering the phone. On the other side of the phone, Wei Gongxuan's voice was one of excitement. Old Xiao, I'd say you're too unorthodox. Where did you get the drawings from? Why don't you send me all the good stuff? Xiao Zhanghua? What is all this and what? Shouldn't it be Yi Chen's drawings that are sparse? How did Wei Gongxuan become a good thing? At first when I saw these drawings I thought they were leaks from our institute's drawings, but after a closer look I realized that there were still some discrepancies, and that this one was quite a bit better than our institute's drawings. Strange to say, where did you get these drawings? Did you steal the drawings from the other institutes? This is not a good idea to steal. The corner of Xiao Zhanghua's mouth twitched. Does he look like that kind of guy? But listening to Wei Gongxuan's tone of voice, this drawing of Yi Chen seems to be really something? You say this drawing is better than yours? How much better? Exactly. Can you describe it? I say you this person, this is no fun. You have such a good drawing, you still make a mystery with us. You hurry up and send me all the drawings. We will return to you after we all study it. I don't know exactly how much better, but it's certainly better than what's available. Xiao Zhanghua was messed up, did not wait for him to speak. Wei Gongxuan and suddenly reacted. Said, no, this drawing is hand-drawn. You send as if it is not good to send it? Tell you what, I'll have someone drive me to the door of your office right now. I won't see you there. I'll be there in an hour or so. The phone hung up. Xiao Zhanghua looked towards Yi Chen, who was at the side. Now, the clueless ones weren't even Xiao Zhanghua alone anymore. Even Yi Chen was a bit confused. He thought he was being conservative with these drawings, but now it seemed like they weren't as conservative as he thought. If he were to get out the drawings of those really powerful things in his skills, then that old Wei in Xiao Zhanghua's mouth mustn't go crazy? Xiao Zhanghua slowed down for a long time before finally asking Yi Chen, you kid, where did you get these drawings from? How come I didn't realize you had a study on these before? I don't think they're taught in the Hunter Intensive as I recall. Chapter 73, Alarming the Director of the Institute. Yi Chen laughed. It's true that going to Hunter Intensive doesn't teach these things, but it's something he can't really straighten out if he doesn't go to Hunter Intensive. Father-in-law, let's leave those for now. This thing should be okay, right? Say, is there a research institute or something at that Ace Force place or what? It would be fine if you gave me a higher performance computer. Right now I don't feel like I'm getting a particularly big boost in my overall strength as a single soldier. So I'd like to do some research and work on that. The corner of Xiao Zhangua's mouth twitched. Just now Yi Chen was completely not listening to his own words. How is it possible that he won't get a particularly big boost in his solo strength? Now how long has he been in the army? Not even 6 months. Yi Chen had a long road ahead of him. For him, the aces were only possibly even his starting point. As for researching things and all that stuff, Xiao Zhanghua had thought that Yi Chen was just talking big. But now it seemed that what Yi Chen had said wasn't just big talk. He really did have something. Wait until we get to my office. Okay. An hour or so later, the military vehicle slowly stopped downstairs at Xiao Zhangua's office. There was another car parked downstairs in this office as well, and it looked very understated. This car Xiao Zhanghua naturally recognized. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "This old boy, he moves pretty fast." Yi Chen also scanned with his radar skill. Although he didn't know where Xiao Zhanggua's office was, he reasoned it out with a simple deduction. After all, there were 2 other people waiting there in front of that office. Before going up the stairs, Xiao Zhanghua urged, "The identity of the 2 people you see next are not simple, and how I can come privately, and people have to be respectful. Hear me? Good." Yi Chen nodded his head and responded. Their private communication now was no longer like that of superior and subordinate. It was like that of an old father-in-law and a son-in-law. The 2 walked to the office one after the other. Wei Gongxuan and the 2 of them also saw the figures of Xiao Zhanghua and Yi Chen long ago. Gu, waiting for so long is finally good enough for you. Come on, come on, come on. Give me a few glimpses of the drawings. Where did you put them? Xiao Zhanghua gestured to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen took the drawings out of his backpack and gave them to Wei Gongxuan, he saluted the 2 again. The 2 just nodded and didn't say anything, because they had all focused on this thick pile of drawings. Guns. This thing construction is not particularly complex, but if you get something particularly detailed, drawings are also less. The 2 people one after another to look through. Xiao Zhanghua shook his head and laughed, saying, "Go into the office first." Done. Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua were like 2 old children, holding the stack of drawings as if they had discovered some great treasure. The more they looked, the more shocked the expressions on their faces became. Until the end, Wei Gongxuan directly asked, "Old Xiao, don't make fun of us 2 old things. Where exactly did you get this drawing from?" Lin Parkhua added, "Just don't tell me you drew it." Xiao Zhanghua blankly glanced at the 2 Wei Gongsuns. "The man has been brought to you. Ask him what you have to say." "Not me." "People? Where is anyone?" The 2 subconsciously ignored Yi Chen and looked outside the office, but there were only 4 of them inside and out. At this point, in a corner, Yi Chen's ghostly voice reached the ears of the duo. "I'm human." Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua looked Yi Chen up and down. Of course they knew that Yi Chen was human. But Yi Chen was definitely not someone who could make drawings. Yi Chen was so young, and by the looks of it, he should be the newest follower of Xiao Zhanggua's followers. None of them thought that much about it. This drawing is what they came up with. What are you guys looking at out there? Ask anything quickly. I've got to get this kid out of here. Words. The 2 of them, Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua, barely stumbled and fell straight to the ground. The drawings were made by the youngster in front of you? Has this child been learning this since he was born? Are you sure you made this? Lin Parkhua asked directly. Yi Chen nodded. The 2 men looked Yi Chen up and down carefully. From his appearance, Yi Chen was obviously still a youngster, and should only be around 20 years old. Technically speaking, he didn't even look 20. However, from the aura emanating from Yi Chen's body, they felt that Yi Chen was like an old special forces soldier who had been through a lot of battles. Wei Gongxuan also directly questioned, "How do you prove you got this?" Yi Chen could also understand them. He himself was so young that he was able to come up with something better than what so many of them plus together had researched, and no one else would believe it. Yi Chen didn't rub it in either. After that, it was time to start repeating it briefly to both of them. After repeating it, Yi Chen briefly mentioned a few more mouthfuls of higher performance rifles, sniper rifles, and so on. This time Yi Chen spoke for nearly more than half an hour. Xiao Zhanghua sounded like he was listening to a heavenly book, while Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua were about to take off from listening. Until the end, Wei Gongxuan said, "Don't say anything, old Xiao. Based on our friendship for so many years, you can directly hand this person over to the first research institute of the Northern Theater of Operations, and I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll definitely give him the highest treatment. In our institute, I haven't asked you for so long. What's your name? I don't seem to know what your name is." Reporting to the director, "My name is Yi Chen." "Good, Xiao Tatsu. I'll call you Xiao Tatsu from now on. If you can, you'll go straight back with us in a while. Right now, what our institute lacks the most is a talent like you." Xiao Zhanghua was filled with black lines. You really dare to ask for someone without knowing more about it. If what Yi Chen was going to go to next was just an ordinary special forces unit, maybe Wei Gongxuan could really ask someone to go. In the long run, being at the institute is actually the best option. The treatment is good and safe. He, as a father, didn't want anything to happen to his daughter's boyfriend. But what Yi Chen was going to go to next was the Ace Force. It wasn't up to Xiao Zhanghua to decide whether the Ace Troop would stay or go. Xiao Zhanghua said casually, "If you can have this person, I'll give it to you directly." Wei Gongxuan and Lin Powa's eyes both sprang up. "Tatsu, don't say anything. As long as you come to our institute, I will definitely give you the top treatment of our institute. Besides, our institute is not even wanted by the general public, so you can't be fooled." Yi Chen let out a bitter smile and said, Father-in-law, don't tease the two directors. This statement was made. Xiao Zhanghua didn't say anything. Wei Gongxuan and the two of them were confused. Ha? What did you call him? Chapter 74 Reporting to the Aces. Father-in-law? This man is your son-in-law? The eyes of Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua both almost didn't glaze over. That's strong enough news. Being at the institute all year round, there was hardly any gossip to be had. But the gossip that came out of this to hear, that was heavyweight gossip. Let me show you his profile. You'll see what's going on afterward. Having said that, Xiao Zhanghua took Yi Chen's personal information to Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua. Seeing that Yi Chen's age was only 18, they were all almost dumbfounded. 18? Is this a height you can reach at 18? The first month of new training to break the 3 kilometers of the army record. To go to the Special Forces selection after not long to participate in the hunter training. Hunter training in the hunter training to break all the records of hunter training, and in the graduation assessment to save the day. Won the hunter training the highest honors. Home on leave in the shopping mall with a toy gun to subdue the robbers, and to assist the police to solve a number of cases, and ultimately arrested a large criminal syndicate. I go to. After reading Yi Chen's profile, Wei Gongxuan was almost confused. He had a hard time imagining that this was something that had been accomplished by one person in 6 months, especially seeing the last sentence in the profile. Currently a probationary member of the Ace Force. Pust. Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua both sprayed on the spot. Damn, Xiao Zhanghua, this old thing is playing with the two of them. Right? The Aces? How do they warp? But, probationary members. What does that mean? It's the first time I've heard that the Aces have probationary members. After Xiao Zhanghua briefly spoke to them, they came to a realization. C looked at Yi Chen in front of him. The two men could not help but feel a little lost in their hearts. Yi Chen was relatively open-minded, not to mention that he wasn't really willing to go to the institute even if he was allowed to. His ideal still wants to fight on the front lines. As for this aspect, Yi Chen thought that he could be a side business. Wouldn't it be better for me to get the drawings while I'm in the Ace Force? I'll actually be contributing to contribute drawings to you guys when I get there. Saying this, Yi Chen laughed again and said, not to mention that I'm not sure if I can stay in the Ace Force. Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua both nodded. That's about as good as it gets. However, before leaving, they still chatted a lot with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, after all, has a system, and the things inside the system can casually lead modern technology for decades. And Yi Chen chatted during this time. The duo also gained a lot. That afternoon, escorted by a special car, Yi Chen made his way to the Ace Special Forces base. For the sake of secrecy, Yi Chen hadn't seen the outside scenery on this journey. But for Yi Chen, the problem of covering his eyes or not was not particularly big. With the radar skill, he could sense everything around him even with his eyes closed. Only Yi Chen didn't want to memorize it. I don't know how long it took before Yi Chen finally almost arrived at the entrance of the Ace Force base. Inside the base, hearing that a newcomer was coming, Li Zhong and the others were confused. A new person is coming? What time of day is it that there's a newcomer? This person was inserted by the headquarters. Kong Jun said bluntly. Ha? Headquarters gave it a direct insertion? If this guy is really that strong, then he shouldn't have been placed in. Without waiting for the team to finish their sentence, Kong Jun reached out and interrupted. The man who came this time was not from the military academy. The moment the words fell, the eyes of the players were glazed over. Not from the military academy, but from the army? Whether or not he stays here depends on whether he passes or fails the general. And if he does, he stays here. And right now he's kind of on probation. So in the meantime, all but a small portion of it can be told to him. All of it is to be kept secret, with a little bit in mind as to what can and can't be said. Pust. The crowd of players instantly sprayed. It's amazing that this is still true. The Ace Force. It's even got outsiders in it? And from the army? How good did this guy have to be to jump straight from the army to the Aces? Although it was true that the Ace Force was now short of men, how could those who came out of the army be compared to them who came out of the military academy? So what if the people inside the force are great? They started training at a young age, while they started training after joining the military, and the difference is not a small one. Remember that mission in the South African township? Remember, Captain. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Know why those people died? Those people were taken care of by this guy who's about to come in. Ha? I didn't talk to Kong Jun for 3 minutes and was shocked numerous times. What kind of a character is this guy who's about to enter the Aces? Again with you guys, people are only 18. Asterisk. At this point, all the players couldn't sit still. Not even 18 years old, and you can damn well get mixed up in their ace troop. This is too outrageous. The always calm Li Zhong couldn't even calm down at this time. While the crowd was shocked, an engine roared from outside. What surprised Yi Chen was that this so-called ace troop base didn't seem to be that good, and even looked a little broken. And there were less than 20 people inside the entire base. After getting out of the car, Yi Chen didn't take much stock of the base. After all, Yi Chen had already finished surveying with his radar skill when he was in the car. Seeing how calm Yi Chen was, Kong Jun felt that Yi Chen was a bit of an interesting kid. Kong Jun walked to the base door and waved to Yi Chen. "I'm the first captain here. Kong Jun. Good day, Grand Captain." Yi Chen stood at attention and saluted. Isn't it a surprise? A king's troop with such a shabby base. Yi Chen carefully searched again with his radar skill. From the outside this base does seem to be a bit shabby, but the inside of this base is very fierce. No surprise, Kong Jun. In just 2 short sentences, Kong Jun talked Yi Chen to death. After a few moments of silence, Kong Jun said to Yi Chen, "You're only in the trial stage here now. If your comprehensive strength doesn't reach the standard of our ace force, you'll go back from wherever you came from. I don't think I should have to tell you much about the non-disclosure agreement either." Aha! Yi Chen nodded his head. The crowd of players in the base were all curiously sizing up Yi Chen, especially Li Zhong and the others who were on a mission in that small town in South Africa last time. It was hard for them to believe that this seemingly harmless little kid in front of them was the mysterious man who killed without blinking an eye and had ridiculously strong gun skills. "You've come at just the right time. Just in time for our ace troops' daily physical training. Fully armed, 25 kilograms of extra weight, 20 kilometers cross-country," Yi Chen subconsciously said. "That simple?" Kong Jun's facial muscles kept twitching. "While this is their daily routine, you can't say it's easy, right?" Chapter 75, Yi Chen, Ace Special Forces, and this is it? Fully armed alone must be 50 pounds, plus 25 pounds of weight. They were the equivalent of running 20 kilometers with 100 pounds of weight. This would be an ordinary person, not to mention running 20 kilometers in a frenzy. Let them carry a weight of 100 pounds. They have to be tired until they can't catch their breath. And it's a miracle if they can run out 1,000 meters. Kong Jun looked Yi Chen up and down. Yi Chen looked very dry. But thinking about the results Yi Chen had gotten in the hunter-intensive training, Kong Jun had to rethink Yi Chen's strength. "It's a mule or a horse. Pull it out. Go." "Yes." Yi Chen immediately answered loudly. He really wanted to get off the ground and get moving after such a long ride. Not to mention that he hadn't really tested where his physique limit was since his physique was raised to 6. Without using anyone to say anything, Yi Chen went straight to the equipment room. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Although Yi Chen had come here for the first time, but looking at Yi Chen's appearance, how did he look like he had returned home? It seemed like Yi Chen was familiar with all the things inside their base. Right now, there were a total of 18 people in the Northern Warzone Ace Force base where Yi Chen was located. And counting the newcomer Yi Chen as well as Kong Jun, there were only 20 people. There was also a 10-man squad on a mission outside the base. Now counting, their Northern Warzone Ace Special Forces can have a total of 130 people. In response, Yi Chen didn't feel much shock. After all, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's 1 in a million, or even 1 in a million, people who get to be here. It is not true that there are people outside of people, but at Yi Chen's level of strength, it would be strange if those who could be stronger than Yi Chen were still like cattle. While organizing the gear, Kong Jun walked up and said to Yi Chen, "You'll be in the first squad for the time being while you're in the Ace Force." "Yes." After saying that, Kong Jun waved his hand to Li Zhong again, asking him to come over and lead the people. Li Zhong's expression was fine, but the expressions of the others in the first squad were already subdued. Yi Chen was also surprised. He didn't know these people at all before, but why did these people give him the feeling that they were familiar with him? However, Yi Chen still greeted the crowd out of politeness. "Hello, First Captain. Hello, veterans." The crowd nodded. Without waiting for Li Zhong to briefly instruct Yi Chen, the team members under Li Zhong were already too late. Which troop did you come up from anyway? We've never heard of the Ace troop still having ordinary people before." Yeah, tell us what's going on out there with the troops now," the crowd asked, one after the other. Being in the Ace Force all year round, the news they learned was so closed that anything random from the outside world would be new to them. "How the hell did you do it that day? Did you really kill those people all by yourself?" Until the question was asked, Yi Chen was completely confused. "The other day? No, that day? What day was it? I killed those people?" One of the team members said directly. "It was that day in South Africa. Remember? The time you took care of nearly 100 people by yourself in the town of Penist. Those people were still hot when we arrived at the scene." The rest of the team members also came forward to look at Yi Chen with a series of curiosity. Speaking of the name of this town, Yi Chen immediately remembered that operation. "Ah, that time, that was my graduation test at Hunter Intensive." You guys to the scene?" Yi Chen was filled with confusion. He hadn't scanned for them in combat. Falcon laughed and said, "No need to be so shocked. We arrived not long after you left. The ones you shot down that time just happened to be the target of our mission. We were trying to catch some alive, but we didn't expect you to shoot them all down. My real name is Wang Jun. You can call me Falcon. It's usually called a codename here in our area. You can also give yourself a codename. The rest of them also introduced themselves to Yi Chen. There were only 6 of them in their squad, so it was quite convenient to keep track. Captain Li Zhong. The other 5 are Falcon, Swift Wolf, Coyote, Thunder Falcon and Dark Tiger. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, let's come up with a code name in the future when I can stay here completely. Speaking period. Kong Jun ordered. And Yi Chen began his first training in the Ace Force. When he hadn't come to the Ace Force before, Yi Chen felt that the Ace Force was an extremely serious place. But after staying here for a while, Yi Chen realized that this place was not as he had imagined it to be. On the contrary, everyone here was very nice and harmonious. This was actually not because of anything else. It was precisely Yi Chen's strength. Stronger men are honored in the army, and even more so in the king's troop. They had all heard Kong Jun talk about Yi Chen's profile, so they didn't have any animosity towards him, and everyone welcomed Yi Chen's arrival. Full armor plus 25 kilograms of cross-country was a daily training routine for them in the morning and evening. But that doesn't mean they all finish lightly. They weren't idle during the periods when they didn't have a mission to perform, and had very little time off each day, spending the vast majority of their time training. So every time they get to the evening run they are extra tired, especially since the Kong army has recently stepped it up again, and everyone is suffering. Before the morning and evening they were heavily armed plus 10 kilograms of weight, and now this next addition of 15 kilograms. It is strange not to be tired. Today's daytime training is already enough to kill them, and then this kind of training at night. Just running 10 kilometers they are already a bit breathless. While running, Kong Jun paid attention to Yi Chen, completely different from the others. Yi Chen had run until now without even blushing or jumping. Falcon and Yi Chen were closest. From the beginning until now Falcon had been observing Yi Chen's physical strength. This 10 kilometers down, Yi Chen is like in jogging, like a little bit of physical strength did not cost. At first when Kong Jun heard Yi Chen say that the training was so simple he thought that Yi Chen was talking big. But now it seemed as if Yi Chen wasn't talking big words. But the truth, to Yi Chen, this training did seem to be overly simple. Normally talking is not allowed during training. However, Falcon was how he couldn't help but ask Yi Chen, aren't you boys tired? We're running cross-country with 100 pounds of weight on our backs right now. Yi Chen blinked and looked very doubtfully at Falcon who was at his side. After looking at the Falcon, Yi Chen turned his head to look at the rest of the Ace Force. There was a long silence. It was only then that Yi Chen said, did you guys train too much during the day? Falcon, Li Zhong, other team members, it's a different way of saying they're not strong enough. Chapter 76, Sudden Mission, make sure Yi Chen is safe? Well, at least it's Ace Special Forces. Looking at the whole army, they are also just below that mysterious unit. No unit other than that one was a match for them. But now, they were being mocked in a highly emotional way by someone who had come up from an ordinary army. Who else could have taken it? Although the rest of the Ace Special Forces didn't speak to Yi Chen, but feeling the puzzled gaze Yi Chen just had, it was as if they all read a sentence from Yi Chen's gaze. Ace Special Forces, that's it? Every Ace Special Forces soldier cursed in his heart, then shouted, fight! No matter what, they can't be driven over by a newcomer, can they? Yi Chen could clearly feel that everyone was accelerating, and Kong Jun, who was leading the race in front, had all brought his speed up a notch. But after running for a while, when Kong Jun turned around to observe Yi Chen still had that expression of not giving a damn about anything. Everyone is trying to move forward with all their might, but even if they charged forward any further, they were still no match for Yi Chen. Everyone else's pace was starting to become a little heavy. Yi Chen was still as light as a swallow. This time, the ones who were surprised were not only the special forces of the Ace Force, but also Yi Chen himself. Even Yi Chen himself didn't think that his current physical ability could be fierce to this extent. After carrying 100 kilograms of weight for more than 10 kilometers cross-country, I was surprised that I didn't have a damn thing to do. Until the end of this training. When they returned to the base again, the others tried to subconsciously slump to the ground. However, when they saw Yi Chen, who was not red in the face but only slightly panting a little bit, they forced themselves to support their bodies again, trying to act as relaxed as possible. They fooled themselves, but they couldn't fool Yi Chen. In the system, the domain of command skill was already showing activation. After the skill was turned on, a panel appeared on everyone's body. The panel has these people's physiques, ratings, and other information. The ratings are simple, with the highest being in S grade and the lowest in E grade. E, D, C, B, A, S. In the beginning Yi Chen thought that all the people in the Ace Troop had to be so powerful that their physique must not have a 7 or 8 at least. But now it seems that the highest physique of the people inside the Ace Troop is but 5. It's Kong Jun, the first captain. Most of the rest were at 4, with the stronger ones at 4.5. At first Yi Chen thought he had passed, but then Yi Chen thought he hadn't. But now it seems that when you look at the whole army, there really don't seem to be many people who can compare themselves to you. Except that all of these people were indeed very fierce compared to everyone else. And everyone in the Ace Force was rated cleanly at S rank. In addition to these, the panel has some ratings for various aspects of their abilities. Falcon. Physical, 4.4. Marksmanship, 9. Fighting, 9. Special skills, 9. Intelligence, 9. Combined talent, 9. These ratings are all 10s out of 10. So you can imagine how scary all 9s really are. In addition to the values on these panels, Yi Chen could also view their current status. Just now, in order to catch up with themselves, these people through and through had exerted all their strength, and everyone's stamina was now below 10%. Yi Chen patted the falcon and said, "There's no need to tough it out. Sit down and rest for a while after your heart rate returns to steady. As Ace Special Forces soldiers, I think we should be facing all kinds of missions all the time, right? Training is necessary, but so is retaining physical strength to be able to fight at all times." Falcon. Li Zhong. Damn them. These veteran old Ace Special Forces soldiers. Today they were actually taught a lesson by a new kid who came to the Ace Troop. Just as Falcon was about to say something, suddenly, alarms went off inside the base. "Ha? It's really going to be a mission?" The crowd was dumbfounded. "Damn it, this Yi Chen kid got it right," Kong Jun immediately said loudly. "First squad, gather at the tarmac." "Yes," Li Zhong responded loudly. After saying that, Li Zhong waved his hand and directly ran towards the tarmac with his team members. Yi Chen also hurriedly ran after him when he saw this. But just before he ran out not even 2 steps, Kong Jun directly stopped Yi Chen. "Stop, what are you going to do?" "Yi Chen? What's he going to do? Isn't he on the first squad now? What am I not going to do? Wasn't it you who just placed me in the first squad?" Yi Chen asked directly in return. This time the Kong Jun also got no words. What Yi Chen said was also true. He was indeed assigned to the first squad by himself now. "I know you're worried about my safety, but I'm stronger than all of you here." Without waiting for Kong Jun to speak again, Yi Chen continued to run towards the tarmac. The rest of the team was confused as well. Is this kid that cocky? A new guy? Still going, or someone who came up from the regular army? And now he's saying he's stronger than all of them on the scene? You don't even know how to brag about it? Li Zhong didn't say anything after seeing Yi Chen get on the plane as well. Since Yi Chen had come here, then he would carry out his mission if he carried it out, and he would go to war if he was supposed to. What else would we get out of this trial period, without even going to the battlefield? Who could know what kind of strength Yi Chen really had? Seeing that Kong Jun was still a bit worried, Li Zhong radioed to Kong Jun, "Captain, I can't guarantee anything else, but Yi Chen's marksmanship is still top-notch. I will never forget that scene in Penis Town in my life. Even if I were to go, I wouldn't be able to do that." "Aha," Kong Jun nodded, thinking that Yi Chen could break into the Ace Special Forces. That proved that Yi Chen's strength was definitely not any weaker than any of the Ace Special Forces on the scene. After getting on the plane, Kong Jun radioed Li Zhong with the details. After filtering out some information, Li Zhong then relayed it to Yi Chen once again. "This time we are going to support our third squad, who encountered danger during their mission and are now being pursued by the enemy." "Aha," Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen didn't want to ask about other aspects of information. Knowing this was enough for him. About another half hour or so passed. Kong Jun called over again. Li Zhong was a bit puzzled. The mission had just been made very clear. Could it be that there had been some change in the mission? After picking up the phone, Kong Jun's side said directly, "Make sure to ensure Yi Chen's personal safety." Li Zhong frowned. "He's not only good at single combat, even if he's accomplished in research, I think you should know how valuable researchers are." Chapter 77, You Let Researchers Go to War? Pust. Li Zhong sprayed on the spot. What is all this and what? All accomplished in some way in this area? What's the point of having him in the Ace Force when he's accomplished something in that area? What the hell kind of researchers can work on the front lines of a battlefield? Others have weapons in their hands, and he holds the power of science in his hands? Anyway, no matter what anyone else does, the safety of his life is the most important thing to focus on. Understand? Understood, Li Zhong responded. Though all are equal. But as anyone knows, people have different values. Similarly, to calculate, Yi Chen's strength might really be stronger than them, and he would also engage in scientific research while being stronger than them. Kong Jun personally notified him, so that proves that the superiors had notified Kong Jun beforehand. Since he was able to get a notification from his superiors, Yi Chen must be a big shot in this aspect of scientific research. About an undetermined amount of time passed. The helicopter shuddered. The hatch opened, and accompanied by Li Zhong's call, the crowd immediately roped down to the ground. At first, Li Zhong was worried about whether Yi Chen would rope drop, but in the back, Li Zhong knew it was his own overthinking. all the way up to the aces if they still can't rope drop, then that's more or less a no-brainer. Yi Chen didn't know where he was right now, and he didn't need to think that much. After landing and assembling, Li Zhong quickly said, shortly before we landed, the third squad. Didn't wait for Li Zhong to finish his sentence. Yi Chen then directly reached out and said, over there, Li Zhong, Falcon, other team members, you know where it is before Li Zhong even finishes? And it wasn't broad daylight with plenty of light. It was night. Follow me. After saying that, Yi Chen ran straight in a direction. Crowd? Li Zhong was confused. Is he the captain or is Yi Chen the captain? Down on the ground he didn't even finish his sentence and Yi Chen started commanding on it? Now that it was pitch black here, it was a struggle to observe the surroundings. So how did Yi Chen find the traces? But since Yi Chen had already started running, even if Yi Chen was running in the wrong direction they had to catch up with Yi Chen to bring him back. After running for a short while, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. Li Zhong's temper. Even if it was no longer good now he was no better. What kind of behavior is this Yi Chen? No discipline. No obedience. But when they came to Yi Chen's side they violently realized that there was a corpse beside Yi Chen. See the camouflage on this body. Li Zhong, as well as the other 5 people all froze in place. Now is not the time to think about that. Come with me. My powers of observation are much better than yours. Aha! The 6 nodded in unison. If at first Yi Chen had said this they might have thought that Yi Chen was bragging. But none of them felt that way when Yi Chen said this now. It was a little over 200 meters from where their helicopter had just landed. In such an environment, it was impossible to even see, let alone observe things. But Yi Chen was different. The moment he landed Yi Chen realized the situation straight away. The other side. Somewhere in a cave. The ground was covered in blood. Fizzle. Camouflage uniforms were ripped off and used as improvised gauze. Vaguely seeing the light outside. Inside the cave, the 6 men gasped for air. A man who looked to be in his 30s leaned against the wall of the cave and said in a hoarse voice, Captain, take the information and go first. The third captain's fists clenched. Originally, the action went well. But when we were about to escape the enemy suddenly added a lot of new troops. And the strength of the battle was extraordinary. They're still flesh and blood even if they're good. They're not Superman. Facing the bullets that rained down on them, they had no place to hide. Besides, if it was just ordinary bullets, those people even took out RPGs in the end. This time, they are fierce. The whole mountain had been surrounded. And the enemy had the tracking of the hounds. So even if they wanted to escape this time, it would be a struggle. It might be hard for you to escape alone, but with us covering you, with your abilities Captain you can definitely escape. Yeah, Captain, this whole team of us owes you more lives than we know what to do with. I don't know how many times we would have died before without you. They all laughed bitterly as they said this. We've been damned for a long time. We've got 4 brothers gone, and we'll have company on the road. Ha ha, I'm going to die anyway, so I'll just tell you guys a dark story. Black Bear this guy before has not let me say. You do not see him so big. He most just saw the dead people when the fastest to see the pants are almost pissed. Ha? Seriously? Black Bear so you have moments like this. You old thing. You're dying and you're still telling me what I did before. The crowd cracked a final joke. As Black Bear tried to reach out and hit it, another sharp pain shot through his arm. This pain also brought everyone back to reality. In their current situation, everyone needed to be prepared for certain death. It's best if you survive. And if you don't, then you pull the plug. Each one of them stood up with great difficulty, trying to use the last of their strength to attract the attention of the enemy. The more times like these, the more the need for the most extreme sanity. The third captain could not bear to see the sacrifice of these comrades with whom he had been born and died, but he had to do it in order to safely escort the information back home. The Black Bear walked towards the cave entrance and was the first to say, I'll go out first to attract their attention, and you guys will see what you can do afterward. I'll go first, don't miss me too much. You might see me in the Yellow Springs in a while. On a normal day they would laugh when he made jokes like that, but at moments like this, they can't really laugh. See the Black Bear's back. Everyone's eyes turned red. How could it be otherwise in the eyes of a black bear? But the moment he was about to walk out of the cave, his eyes had changed to determination. He didn't want to die, but he would never fear death. As an ace Special Forces soldier, he had only 2 standards for missions. One is to complete the task. The second is to do whatever it takes to get the job done. The Black Bear has long been ready to die. So what if he sacrifices himself in order to fulfill his mission? Dying on the battlefield is the destiny of most ace Special Forces. Just as the Black Bear wanted to rush out of the cave, suddenly, the entrance to the cave looked as if an extra person had appeared out of nowhere. The Black Bear nearly exploded in shock. He subconsciously pulled out his gun and took aim, but as soon as he did, his gun was taken away from him by the man in front of him. just as Black Bear wanted to shout out for the others to hurry and run. Yi Chen, however, suddenly covered his mouth and whispered, "What are you shouting about? One of our own." Chapter 78, Yi Chen's True Strength. Singling out 30 people. The moment the words fell, the Black Bear, as well as the people inside the cave, were confused. From one of our own? Yi Chen directly kicked the Black Bear inside the cave and said, "You guys wait here first. I'll come back to save you after I go out and slaughter all those people." Ha! The others were all confused. It wasn't just the big words Yi Chen had said that were clueless. It was this voice of Yi Chen's. The ace troop is all these people in total, and they know each other. Who knows who they are? But looking at this strange figure in front of me, and this strange voice, without waiting for them to question, Yi Chen directly put charged out. Scanned by Yi Chen, there were a total of 33 people who had come after them, and the people who had come after the third squad were not simple. The worst talent among these people is a B, most A's, and a few S's. Their combined strength wouldn't be anywhere near that of the ace squad. Yi Chen sighed as he moved around. These people are all very strong. With such strong strength to do what, not good to have to do this kind of thing in the dark? Who was that man just now? Black Bear asked, looking into the cave. Everyone else in the cave was shaking their heads. This is a man none of them have ever seen. But from what Yi Chen had just shown, Yi Chen was definitely not an enemy. If Yi Chen was an enemy, then they would have already died inside this cave. Didn't wait for them to say another word after. There was a hail of gunfire just outside. Shasta. Nearly 24 more bodies were added to the scene. This dark night was meant to be out of reach. But this dark night was different for Yi Chen. The jungle, the darkness of the night. For Yi Chen this was his paradise in combat. While others could not see the situation at all, Yi Chen could see it clearly. Seeing so many people suddenly die, Gabbins immediately squeezed the intercom and shouted, "Rally! Rally! Damn it! They were in such a sorry state just now. How did they suddenly become so strong now? Split into 3 groups of 5 and continue the search." Yes, just now there were 33 people, but there were only 15 left on the spot, and after the 50-50 gathering they were divided into 3 squads. Gabbins grimaced. Those 18 people had just died almost next to his eyes. He could even see the fire coming out of the muzzle of the gun, but after looking over there carefully, there was not a single trace of anything over there. Even the hound that came with him didn't react to this in the slightest. Hounds have completely different senses than people, and what people can't spot, hounds are often the first to spot, but this time even the hounds didn't notice. It can be imagined how horrible the strength of the opposite side is. The ones that Yi Chen had shot down were all stragglers, and were not particularly strong. Although Yi Chen had the radar skill as well as the eagle eye skill, it was impossible for him to solve whoever he wanted to. For the enemy, he only has perspective, but no bullets through walls. Those stragglers basically didn't stay next to cover all the way through the action, so Yi Chen was able to take care of them with ease. The remaining of these stronger ones are a different story. Even though they were chasing a bloodied third squad, still, the men remained pumped up, camouflaging themselves every step of the way and making sure they were behind cover. The remaining 15 had obviously undergone specialized training. No matter which direction Yi Chen sneaked up on them from, they would be able to discover Yi Chen's location in the first place. In the jungle, Li Zhong barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Chen, and he said that he first went over to scout. But who would have thought that this just went over to scout not long before the gun was fired over there? Li Zhong immediately pinched the intercom to call Yi Chen. Calling Yi Chen, calling Yi Chen, come in, come in, come in. Hearing Li Zhong's call, Yi Chen didn't hide it in the slightest either, and responded directly as such. "It's okay, just give me a few more minutes." Having said that, Yi Chen then continued to act. So what if his voice revealed himself? For others, they are really strong. But to Yi Chen, trying to settle them was nothing more than a bit of a grind. After Yi Chen finished speaking, one of the small group of hounds started barking furiously. There it is. Didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. He was greeted with a bullet straight to the head. The remaining 4 reacted immediately. Their first reaction was not to panic, but to simply pull out their guns and shoot in the direction of the incoming bullets. Shooting, shooting, requesting backup. But when they finished that, 5 more rounds came in. Military dogs. The remaining 4, killed on the spot. The 3 squads are relatively close to each other. Within 15 seconds, Gabbins and the others had all arrived at the place where Yi Chen had just opened fire. Just now Yi Chen fired the firelight they saw clearly. The place is definitely in this place. There is no fake. Yi Chen was in the dark. They were in the light. They didn't need to worry about exposing themselves with the noise they made, so they could safely and boldly hurry at full speed. Normally speaking, Yi Chen's running speed should be much slower than theirs, but when they arrived at the scene, they found that there was not even a hair on the ground, and it was as if there were no traces of human activity here at all. A sense of foreboding slowly rose in Gavin's mind. He had just fought with everyone in the third squad, and those people were all heavily injured. None of them could have the stature they had now. 10 people go together. Where there is abnormality, direct fire suppression. Yes. Bang 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 bang. Another intense barrage of bullets struck. Gavin subconsciously hid behind a tree, and the enemies whose talents were A-ranked fell under Yi Chen's gun again without paying any attention. Fighting these people was like fighting NPCs to Yi Chen, without a single bit of pressure. With his perspective and self-aim, he could easily take care of these people. Fire! Gavin shouted. The bullets were like rain towards the place where Yi Chen had just fired, but at this time, Yi Chen was long gone. Even firing more shots won't help. As Gavins and the others perceived this, not far away, there came another shot from the netherworld. After resolving one person, Yi Chen immediately unfolded his camouflage skill to blend into the jungle. Watching the neighborhood dwindle, panic was also growing in Gavin's mind. It hadn't even been 5 minutes before or after, and they'd gone from over 30 to 3 now. 2, 1 person. Gavins could no longer resist the pressure. Since his birth until now, he had never felt this kind of powerlessness in his heart. Facing this unknown enemy, he didn't even have the qualifications to fight back, and to the end, he only saw the faint light of the fire. As the last of his teammates fell, so did his proud heart. He raised his rifle gun and aimed it at his head. Chapter 79, You Call This a Newcomer? As a child, Gavins was picked up by a strange man. As far as he knew, he didn't have parents. From a young age he had been raised by the man, who was a mercenary, and slowly he had gotten his ear to the ground and had shown amazing talent. He had hardly met any opponents along the way who could go through more than a few moves with him, but this time, he met Yi Chen. Despair, suffocation, gripped Gavin's mind. Seeing Gavins trying to commit suicide, Yi Chen couldn't help but subconsciously curse. Why is his grandmother so mentally challenged? Can't I really kill you? The moment Gavins was about to kill himself, Yi Chen violently pulled the trigger, knocking the gun out of his hand. The reason why Yi Chen had kept Gavins until now was precisely because Gavins seemed to be the boss of these people, and he should be able to learn some information from him. If Yi Chen really wanted to finish him off, Gavins definitely wouldn't have survived until now. Gavin sneered. The sparks from the bullets and the gun were the last fireworks he'd ever seen in his life. He lit the cigar he had in his coat pocket and took a final drag. Seeing Yi Chen who was walking towards him, Gavins didn't panic in the slightest. Ever since the time he'd gone down this road, he'd known he'd have this day sooner or later. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. You are the strongest opponent I have ever seen, Gavins said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen also carried his gun over. The Gavins in front of him was no longer the slightest threat to speak of. You're still coming together. 2. Tell me honestly, who hired you guys? Hearing that Yi Chen could understand what he was saying, and that he was also fluent enough to converse with himself, Gavins was obviously startled for a moment. Account? I have nothing to answer to you. He took one last deep drag on the cigarette and then was about to bite through something. But how could Yi Chen not know that there was something in his mouth? The moment he was about to bite through the capsule, Yi Chen slammed his fist directly into Gavin's face. Because of the huge impact, this capsule in Gavin's mouth was directly thrown off on the ground. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his face, Gavins was a little embarrassed in his confusion. Would have liked to play it cool before I died. Even if you die, you have to die with a sense of urgency. Now it seems, he didn't get this pussy and he didn't get to die. Still pulling this crap, treating me like a cutie. No, honestly explain that you will suffer less in a while, but not to engage in these useless. Yi Chen's tone was filled with indifference. At this moment, Gavins had the feeling that his bottom pants had been seen through by Yi Chen. Gavin stammered. It's not a good idea to run. It's not a good idea to fight. Seeing that there was no more movement, Li Zhong and the others also walked towards Yi Chen's side. Along the way, they found an unknown number of bodies fallen on the ground. The bodies were dead in almost exactly the same condition as the deaths they had seen earlier in the small town of Pinoist. After the Black Bear, several people heard no movement outside. They also all came out of the cave. Just now they were almost exhausted. Now they have recovered a lot of energy. Seeing that Gavins didn't want to say anything for a short time, Yi Chen headed over to the cave to see how their injury situation was now. In the hunter training, Yi Chen learned some knowledge of battlefield first aid. Now more or less should be able to help some. Upon seeing Black Bear and the others, Yi Chen realized that they had all been simply taken care of on their own. That's also true. It would be interesting to not know some battlefield first aid at this level. Yi Chen laughed softly. Black Bear and the others also saw Yi Chen, on top of Yi Chen's body, carrying a well-controlled Gavins. Third squad leader Tian Rui's eyes almost didn't glaze over. Gavins? How did you capture him? And alive? Just grabbed it that way. Yi Chen responded calmly. So scratch? So what's the catch? Speaking of which, Tian Rui, as well as the rest of the team, reacted violently. There should be no one outside except Yi Chen, who could manage to defeat so many people with his own strength, and so quickly, with no injuries on his body. I'm afraid, is this person in front of them? Without waiting for Tian Rui to open his mouth, he heard a voice from not far away. Old Tian. Old Li? Tian Rui responded. Li Zhong brought his team members quickly this way. Seeing that there were only 6 people left in the third squad, Li Zhong patted Tian Rui's shoulder and said, "My condolences." Tian Rui didn't have any particularly big reaction. Not that he didn't have a heart, but after so many years, his heart had long been numb. Comrades who were joking and laughing together one day were likely to fall on the battlefield the next. This kind of thing was far too common for their ace special forces. Tian Rui sighed before looking at Yi Chen on the side. Just now he had thought that Yi Chen was from that mysterious troop, but now it seemed as if Yi Chen wasn't from that mysterious troop. But these were the only people up and down their ace troop who knew each other. And Yi Chen was a complete stranger's face. Li Zhong was naturally aware of Tian Rui's, and the others, curiosity. New guy. Under our first squad. Yi Chen, this is the captain of the third squad. Hello captain. Hello veterans. Yi Chen stood at attention and saluted. Seeing the situation, Tian Rui barely stumbled in shock. A figure of Yi Chen's caliber saluting himself. He couldn't damn well afford it. You call this new? Compared to Yi Chen, he himself, the third squad leader, looked like a newcomer. Black Bear and the others were also filled with confusion. After the shock, Tian Rui also reacted. According to this month now, the military academy shouldn't be assigning talents to their ace troops. Li Zhong, of course, again knew what Tian Rui was thinking, because the first time he saw Yi Chen come, his thought journey was the same as Tian Rui's. He's on probation right now and it's not certain that he'll be able to stay here. Ha? Tian Rui was confused. The black bear at the back couldn't help but ask directly. When did our ace troops have the word trial? Aren't we all not strong enough to be? Captain 1, what are you doing covering my mouth? Li Zhong's face turned serious as he said, pay attention to confidentiality. Crowd? Confidentiality? Wasn't the man in front of them out of military school? He's a soldier who came up from the general army. And as to why he got up here, you'll see when you go back and look at his profile. Ordinary troops coming up? The crowd's perceptions were hit by 1,000,000 tons in this instant. Tian Rui was the first to say, no, what's the point of putting him on trial with this strength? Does this even need to be tried? If he doesn't get into the ace force, who will? Chapter 80. As long as he can stay, I'll captain him. If he makes it into the ace force, I'll even let him be the captain of this third squad straight away. Although there was some exaggeration in what Tian Rui said, but Li Zhong felt as if there really wasn't anything wrong with what he said. If he could, Li Zhong also wanted to let Yi Chen be his captain. Yi Chen's efficiency was just too high. This time they were all prepared for casualties to occur, but as it turned out, it hadn't even been 10 minutes since he arrived here, and Yi Chen had directly ended the battle by himself, and he had also directly captured Gavins alive. Gavins is their toughest opponent at this stage, bar none. It's such a tough opponent, and the result? In less than 10 minutes. He was captured alive by Yi Chen, not to mention the ace special forces that looked at their northern theater. Even if one looked at the ace special forces of the east, west, south, central, and the various war zones, it was impossible for any one of them to achieve such a record as Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a little unsure of how to answer. The guys in the aces were more than a little overzealous, but you can also see from this that the aces have had a really heavy casualty rate in recent years. The crowd chatted for a few moments before setting their sights on Gavins, who was on the sidelines. Gavins wasn't stupid either. In the hands of Yi Chen and the others, even if they didn't want to talk, they would have 1,000 ways to make themselves talk. Instead of suffering that kind of torture, it's better to just come clean now. I say, I'll tell you all I know. On the surface I'm your greatest enemy, but in reality there are others behind me and I'm only being instructed. Tian Rui and the others furrowed their brows. The next thing, Li Zhong glanced at Yi Chen, and Yi Chen knew that there were some things that he couldn't listen to. Yi Chen simply slipped into the forest. During Gavin's account, Yi Chen caught a few rabbits. It's the same thing you learn in Hunter Intensive. Not catching rabbits, of course, but the technique of roasting them. After Li Zhong and the others finished interrogating Gavins, Yi Chen had already finished roasting 4 rabbits. Seeing the situation, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but water from the corners of their mouths. The black bear grabbed a roasted rabbit straight away and chomped down on it. During the time they were being chased they hardly ate or drank. On the surface it looked like nothing was wrong with the black bear, but after calming down he was on the verge of shivering with hunger. Where did you get the rabbit? A few randomly caught and roasted especially for you, Yi Chen said truthfully. From now on in the ace force, you're my biggest big brother. After that, the black bear wailed and began to show off. The others scrambled to eat it as well. As for that Gavins, he now remained where he was sitting there, his eyes dull, and he didn't know what he was thinking. How does he arrange it? Yi Chen asked Li Zhong. Gavins has said all he needed to say and there really isn't much value in it now. Li Zhong is also pondering what to do with Gavins. At this point, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Why don't we let him figure out how to go to South Africa on his own?" The words fell. Li Zhong's brows furrowed. Gavins has done so much evil that the odds should be just to execute him here. Putting him in a place like South Africa, is this waiting for him to make a comeback? Although I don't know what happened just now. I think he should have said everything he knew. He said what he should have said and what he shouldn't have said. So the organization behind him shouldn't be able to let him off the hook. That point Yi Chen made was indeed valid. But Li Zhong still didn't get why he was sent to South Africa. We can get him to set up an intelligence network on his own. And with all his years of experience as a mercenary, it shouldn't be too hard to get him to set one up. I know a friend over in South Africa. Hunter set out. Can't be too bad. To control Gavins he still has quite a lot of means. And if it's possible, in the future that side will be an intelligence network for us. After thinking about it, Li Zhong said, "Well, I'll report back to the first captain." About 3 minutes or so have passed. Li Zhong nodded to Yi Chen. Although Gavins had no idea what they were talking about, Gavins had about the meaning in his mind. They are talking about executing themselves. Yi Chen walked over to Gavins and leaned down. "You can go now." "Go?" Gavins laughed bitterly. "Take a few steps and then shoot me in the face, is that it?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Whether you live or not depends on your own life. Right now you're still being hunted down by the organization behind you even if you go out. But right now the news of you leaking hasn't reached the organization behind you yet. So right now you've got more than enough time to escape. Go to South Africa. To the town of Pinoist. There is a friend of mine in that town. His name is Gawka. You can go there and join him and do some good." Yi Chen patted his shoulder before leaving. The reason why Yi Chen was so relieved was because this was the only way for him to live now. During the time that Yi Chen and the others had returned to China, Kong Jun hadn't been idle either. Though the men have not returned, the fruits of war have returned first. Kong Jun immediately reported the information to Xiao Zhanhua. Xiao Zhanhua also immediately reported Yi Chen's recent battle results to the headquarters, applying for Yi Chen to be directly converted. Once again, it was time to return to the Ace Force base. Tian Rui's heart was heavy for each of them, going on a mission together, but not coming back together alive. The remains of 4 comrades were fought off. Yi Chen's mood was also complicated. Kong Jun walked up and patted Yi Chen's shoulder, saying, "When we are alive, we are not known by outsiders. The battle achievements made will not be recorded. There are only a handful of comparisons on the personal data. When we die, we won't be known by anyone but our families. It's not too late if you regret it." Yi Chen shook his head. Ever since embarking on this path, Yi Chen had absolutely no regrets. Kong Jun nodded in relief. He pointed his finger towards the dormitory and gave a bitter smile, saying, "Coming to our Ace Force isn't without its benefits. The dormitories are all relatively nice. You can stay with the others if you want, or in a single room. I'd rather have a single room. If I'm going to be busy I might disturb the others." "You mean that computer you had sent to you?" Kong Jun had heard that Yi Chen would engage in scientific research, but he didn't really know exactly what kind of scientific research. After this battle, Yi Chen also became more certain that he wanted to vigorously develop technology first, and order a little bit of the technology tree. People, non-renewable, but not so with machines. "Well, First Sergeant, I'm going to go ahead and get busy." Having said that, Yi Chen then went straight into the dormitory headfirst. For the next whole week, except for meals, Yi Chen almost never left the dormitory. In the end, Yi Chen simply bothered Swift Wolf to bring him a bit of food. "I say, Tatsu, what exactly have you been up to all this time?" Chapter 81, Internal Exercises of the Ace Force. Yi Chen left the keyboard with both hands and stood up for a long stretch. Looking towards the Swift Wolf, Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. "Of course it's for busy big things. For saving your lives." "Ha, that good?" Swift Wolf walked over to Yi Chen's side to look at his computer. But all this stuff on the computer was like heavenly books to Swift Wolf. Completely unintelligible. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "To put it in layman's terms, it means upgrading your equipment. And I believe that after a while you'll be able to use better equipment. With better equipment, the survival rate on the battlefield will be greater and the sacrifice will be relatively small. Why don't I give you a rough look first?" Of course, Swift Wolf was instantly interested. The equipment used by their ace troopers was originally the top of the line batch. Something that ordinary soldiers would never be able to come into contact with in their lifetime. What on earth could Yi Chen have gotten out that would have upgraded all of their equipment? Moreover, listening to Yi Chen's description, it seemed as if the new weapon he had gotten out was even powerful. "Let's just say that in the time that has passed I have armed you all from head to toe, almost to the teeth. So awesome? Yi Chen didn't say anything, but instead clicked on a file which had a more concise general design diagram. The interface is a heavily armed soldier. There weren't any of those specialized data on it, on which only the function of the equipment was labeled, as well as the simple data of the equipment and so on. Next to the soldier, there are several more gun presentations. In addition to guns, there are even robotic dogs, drones, bionic birds and other equipment. Swiftwolf's face was full of questions. The gear looks too damn sci-fi too. Yi Chen pointed to the helmet of the soldier in the picture and proudly introduced it. What's really good is that helmet. What's the deal with this helmet? In the helmet, you can receive data coming back from robotic dogs, drones, bionic birds, and various other devices, which amounts to a disguised expansion of your field of vision. That fierce? This introduction with the swift wolf, Yi Chen was introduced for more than half an hour. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it was as if Swift Wolf had all seen his future fully armed self. That doesn't even qualify as a soldier. Wearing Yi Chen's equipment, it was simply a future warrior. After briefly introducing himself to the Swift Wolf, Yi Chen continued to delve into it. And of course, it could be said that he copied it. All he had to do was simply copy out everything in his head. At first Yi Chen thought that this was just a very simple thing, but actually trying to copy this out was no easy task. These things that Yi Chen moved out of his mind required a lot of software stuff. And once software was involved, things started to get complicated. Just a drone's flight control system, as well as the AI system for enemy identification was already enough for Yi Chen to copy for a while. Yi Chen and the ace forces of this month, with the computer to get out of the drawings, as well as the relevant hardware and software technology, etc. must be several dozen G. During this period, Yi Chen's identity had also successfully and officially changed to that of an ace special forces soldier. However, when Kong Jun informed Yi Chen's mood swings were actually not that great. After just responding, he continued to start drilling away. In this month, Yi Chen almost only slept 4 hours a day. Even after loading everything inside the encrypted hard disk, Yi Chen didn't carry it. It wasn't until he had successfully transported the item to the research institute and personally handed it over to Wei Gongxuan's hands that Yi Chen felt relieved. After simply using a few minutes, Yi Chen gave Wei Gongxuan an overview of things. Wei Gongxuan's heart rate was on the verge of spiking to 180. Seeing these drawings was like a scumbag who could only score 0 points seeing the answers in a college entrance exam. If all the things on the drawings could be successfully researched, and the technology decentralized over time, this would be a great boost to the war power of the entire army. Good boy. I'll build these as fast as I can. However, Yi Chen asked, Director Wei, are the people in our institute sure that they are all trustworthy? Speaking of which, Wei Gongxuan laughed out loud. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, Put 100 hearts into your stomach. Everyone who can come to us here is itching to dig their hearts out to contribute to the motherland. Those who were too poorly paid to resist the temptation would have long ago run abroad to contribute to the gringos. Only then did Yi Chen nod his head. After that, the work was all left to Wei Gongxuan. Yi Chen is only responsible for providing drawings. Technology. They, on the other hand, were in charge of finding people, finding military factories, and realizing what Yi Chen had provided to them. The next half dozen or so, Yi Chen had stayed at the institute to teach them the techniques. With this skill of the domain of command, new knowledge came into their minds like running water. That's what makes this skill so sick. As long as they were willing to learn, Yi Chen would be able to teach them everything he knew. When Yi Chen and the others returned to the ace force again, it was already late at night. But even late at night, on the training ground, Li Zhong and the others were all training non-stop as well. Seeing Yi Chen return once again, Kong Jun sighed in his heart. Yi Chen hadn't trained much in the ace force since he had entered it. With Yi Chen's strength, it was estimated that they wouldn't have much effect on him even with the training of the ace force. Seeing Yi Chen standing on the training ground again, Kong Jun felt a little strange. First Captain. Yi Chen stood upright and saluted. Kong Jun nodded slightly. When he saw Yi Chen come back, it was time for him to talk to Yi Chen about business. Because of the arrival of Yi Chen in the ace force, the headquarters also decided on a new policy. That would be to drop the level of secrecy in the ace force a little bit and allow more fresh blood into the ace force. Now even the average special forces soldier will qualify for the ace unit. It was not because of anything else, but precisely because of Yi Chen's outstanding performance. Because of Yi Chen, the headquarters saw the possibility of ordinary people entering the ace force, rather than a direct stick. Granted, a person like Yi Chen might only come out of 1 in 10 million, or even hundreds of millions of people. But even if only one person from the outside comes into the ace force, this is still a great help to the ace force. After all, the casualty rate of the ace force is just too big right now. 20 are sacrificed each year, but the fresh blood is likely to be 10 or less. If we continue like this, not to mention the 5 kingpin units in the east, west, south, north and center. In the end, I am afraid that these 5 kingpin units will have to be merged into one kingpin unit. There will be a drill in a month, so behave yourself then. Chapter 82, New Equipment. Drills? Well, it's an internal maneuver within our ace force. Oh, Kong Jun didn't sell the story and directly told Yi-Chen about it. After the internal drills, the winning team will travel to the National Special Forces competition. Hearing this, Yi-Chen was filled with questions. They are, for better or for worse, ace special forces. Going to the National Special Forces competition to fight ordinary special forces that is not bullying people to go? Seeing Yi-Chen's strange expression, Kong Jun smiled and said, the winning team is not going there to compete, but to select people. The winning ace troop will get the qualification to go to the National Special Forces competition to select people. After picking out some good seedlings, we will bring them to the ace troop for training. Those people will be like you, first on trial, and later on, based on the performance to decide whether they can stay or not. You also know the current situation of our ace troops, not just our northern theater, but every ace troop in the upper and lower 5 war zones is in a state of extreme shortage, so every ace troop will attach great importance to the exercise in a month's time. What Kong Jun said was true. Given the current state of the ace units in the various war zones, they'd have to be able to recruit as many people as they could. After all, the ace units were just too few and far between now. At the very beginning, each ace troop had dozens of people at least, and the number of people going out on each mission was very abundant. But it's different now, not to mention the abundance of people. Sometimes no one even goes on missions that are clearly in their own homes, but at the end of the day, it's in the hands of someone else to execute it. It's not that the mission gives any perks, it's a matter of dignity at the very least. In the meantime, the captains of all 3 squads have been practicing like crazy with their players. Sure, except for Yi-Chen, because their training was all too simple for Yi-Chen. Practicing or not practicing was basically ineffective. With this time Yi-Chen might as well move some other drawings out of the system, such as low-cost, high-performance rifles, and more effective body armor, as well as the army's new shoes, because Yi-Chen had captured Gavins alive and extracted a considerable amount of information. All of the missions were now very easy to carry out, and there were almost no missions to speak of now. The team members at the base do little more than eat, drink, and sleep every day in preparation for the maneuvers. Just the day before the maneuvers began, Yi-Chen received a call from Wei Gongxuan. Looking at the entire base, other than Kong Jun, only Yi-Chen had a phone that could be used for him to contact. Phone call connected. Wei Gongxuan did not say anything, and his old face became a little red, not because of anything else, but it was too embarrassing. After Kong Jun and Yi-Chen finished talking about this matter of the exercise, Yi-Chen called Wei Gongxuan to tell them to hurry up and rush the work, and try to develop his set of equipment and send it here before the exercise. No matter what, Yi-Chen was also a part of the Northern Theater Ace Special Forces, and he definitely had to do something for his unit. Yi-Chen had already given them everything, they just needed to do what was on it, which was equivalent to putting the answers in front of him, and he would still have to copy for a long time. Are things done? Yi-Chen asked directly. Well, did it? Somehow. At this moment, Wei Gongxuan suddenly had the feeling of facing a teacher. Although there was a big difference in their ages, Wei Gongxuan didn't care about that at all. In terms of professionalism, Wei Gongxuan and all the members of the institute could call Yi-Chen a teacher. The stuff will be at the base soon. Okay, it was one of your guys who delivered the stuff, right? Yes. I'll just happen to give him the hard drive directly in a moment. Go back and keep busy. It's all basic stuff, shouldn't need me to teach you guys anything special. After saying that, Yi-Chen directly hung up the phone. Wei Gongxuan and Lin Parkhua both held their faces red. Copying homework for such a long time. It's really thanks to the fact that one of them is the director and the other is the deputy director. They didn't even copy it much to understand it. Yi-Chen's side then got out another hard disk for them. At this point, the word shame was written all over their faces. Not 10 minutes after the phone hung up, several military vehicles stopped outside the Ace Force base. Yi-Chen came to the entrance of the base first. Kong Jun, on the other hand, appeared at the door afterward, and it was obvious that Kong Jun was notified afterward. When he saw that Kong Jun had also come, Yi-Chen said to Kong Jun, "Big Captain, let them all gather here and try out the new equipment directly here. We'll have just the thing for tomorrow's maneuvers." Okay, Kong Jun nodded. Although Yi-Chen's mouth was to call Kong Jun a brigadier, Kong Jun always felt that Yi-Chen was the one who was more like the brigadier of their ace troop. After everything was unloaded, without much stopping, they hoofed it back towards the first research institute with Yi-Chen's newly given hard disk. In less than 3 minutes, 3 squads assembled at the base entrance. They subconsciously looked at Kong Jun, but Kong Jun had his eyes on Yi-Chen. "It's something I don't understand. so tell them about it. Yes. After Yi Chen answered, he turned to the crowd and said, "First squad, come forward to receive your equipment." Seeing that there was new equipment, Swift Wolf's eyes were as bright as a 1000W light bulb. Yes. The first squad responded in unison. Li Zhong trotted to Yi Chen with the crowd, and Yi Chen began to distribute the equipment for them. In this month's time, Wei Gongxuan's crowd rushed to rush out 30 sets of equipment, like those unmanned equipment that Yi Chen had them focus on making. Reconnaissance drones, attack drones, swarm drones, suicide drones, flying grenades, robot dogs, bionic birds. Make sure every team is equipped. These things aren't particularly hard to build. The hard part is getting a production line for them. See, the first squad received their gear. The second squad, and the third squad were confused. After Yi Chen had commanded them to load all of their equipment, the people of the first squad and them were completely like people from two eras. In order to better test the effect, Yi Chen simply didn't continue to give out equipment to the second, third squad, but instead asked Kong Jun directly, "Captain, we should have maneuver rounds in our base, right? There, what are you going to do? Let the first squad cut a deal with the second and third squads." Oh, Yi Chen's words directly attracted Kong Jun's interest. He would like to see just how strong these new equipment Yi Chen had gotten out was. Among the 5 war zones, their northern war zone's ace unit was the most glorious existence before. But as time went on, the casualty rate became higher and higher, and they gradually fell from the peak to the bottom. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, they were afraid that they would roll over 9 times out of 10 in this maneuver. After Kong Jun paused for a moment, he directly said to the second and third squads, 3 minutes of preparation time. Chapter 83, The Power of Science. Pust. The second and third squads squirted on the spot. The new equipment arrives without them even touching it, and they have to be used as a living target. As they left, Yi Chen waved to Li Zhong and the others. After arriving at an open space, Yi Chen began teaching. "I don't need to tell you that you should have noticed some of the information displayed in your helmets." The crowd nodded. From the moment they put on the helmet, they noticed the various data items on it. Yi Chen was also fully armed with all his new equipment. After all, it was something that had been moved out of the system, and even though it was Yi Chen's first time using it, he was also very familiar with the equipment. After a few simple operations, the data displayed on the helmets of the crowd changed. Their squad of 7 had gotten on the same channel. "This is our squad?" Li Zhong asked. "Exactly." Having said that, Yi Chen took out all those drones, and he introduced them in turn. Reconnaissance drones, as the name suggests, can transmit information back. Just when the crowd was thinking what flowers this message could transmit, suddenly, in the helmet, a real-time image from the drone was displayed. The drone is controlled by and the footage from control can be shared with each of you. After the drone had flown for less than half a minute, in the helmet, a simple map was actually displayed directly. "See this scene?" The crowd responded immediately. Swift Wolf directly did not hold back, burst foul mouth, said, "*********. This ing is also too ruthless. Right, the medium is the power of technology?" Yi Chen smiled. After all, they were all ace special forces, and their brains were first-rate. It didn't take 10 minutes for Yi Chen to have taught them all. Everyone has everyone's division of labor, with a command from Kong Jun. The maneuver. Officially, the exercise was not particularly extensive. Being confined to the midst of this hill, facing the first squad with high-tech equipment, Black Bear couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Captain, do you think the 7 of them would really exterminate the 18 of us? They've got drones and robot dogs again." Tian Rui shook his head. For the average special forces unit, this kind of all might all be very useful, but to them, all of this is just fancy. To the extent of the ace special forces, for them science and technology is not considered particularly important. The most important thing is their own hard power. The missions they carry out tend to be very covert. If you use something like a drone, you might expose yourself. Too much reliance on technology. So what happens when something they use malfunctions? Will they become dependent on technology in their operational thinking after using it for a long time? If once they run out of tech, won't they flee? Ideas are likely to go awry. On the battlefield they were on, their own hard power was the key. If they send out a drone, we shoot the drone. If they send out a robot dog, we shoot the robot dog. It's that simple. To us, their drones and robotic dogs are no different from targets. And even if we shoot and expose our position, we can still move at the first opportunity. Even if they lock into position, as soon as they fire the first shot, we'll be able to instantly lock onto them for a counterattack. 7 against 18. There's no way they can win. Tian Rui had just finished the sentence. In the distance, there was then suddenly the sound of densely packed drones. The crowd subconsciously looked up into the sky. They were going to shoot all these drones with their guns. But imagining is always beautiful. 1 or 2 drones they can still knock out. But what if there were dozens of drones in the sky, and these drones still suddenly appeared above their heads? As far as the eye could see, the sky was already covered with densely packed small drones, each carrying explosives on top, ready to carry out suicide attacks. In addition to these small drones, there were 3 attack drones hovering above them, each with 3 rockets on top. Jungle. A drone that was flying low was coming at them as well. In just the blink of an eye, they were then instantly surrounded by countless drones. Seeing this scene, Tianrui and the captain of the second squad directly lowered the guns in their hands. What the hell is this? They hadn't even noticed the first squad's hair before the first squad's drones had ed them in the face. To the end, they didn't know how they were exposed. In front of the screen, Kong Jun saw it all. At this point, he had long been dumbfounded, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Otherwise he would never have believed that the bird that had just flown over their heads was a reconnaissance drone. The first squad of swarm drones, the attack drones, then moved out after the rookie birds found the enemy coordinates. Flying grenades were also then thrown out by Yi Chen and the others. These flying grenades didn't require them to aim at all. All they had to do was throw the grenade, which would automatically fly to the coordinate point to seek the enemy. From the beginning to the end, Yi Chen and the others didn't even move. At this point, even Li Zhong couldn't help but burst out directly. With this equipment from Yi Chen, it was as if they had opened the eyes of heaven. As soon as they know where the enemy is located, the drones will be the first to fly towards the enemy to employ a suicide attack, and even manpower will be saved. This type of combat is a direct reversal of traditional combat. What a man does, a machine can do. What a man can't do, a machine can still do. Birds of uncertainty can hover over the forest with honor, searching for enemies, while humans cannot. And this seeming bird is also equipped with a thermal imaging system. Trying to search the jungle for camouflaged enemies was a breeze. Once discovered, it's dozens of suicide drones attacking en masse. Li Zhong let out a long sigh. If we had this equipment earlier, our base would have been quite a bit more lively than it is now. He looked to Yi Chen who was on the side, and said to Yi Chen with a bitter smile, there were originally 60 people within our base as well, and at that time, we also had a total of 4 squads, and each squad was 15 people. After returning to the base again, the second and third squads completely lost the childish thoughts they had just had. What self-strengthening or not? Any harder? You're not as hard as technology. You can dodge the first day, but can you dodge the 15th? You can hide from 1 drone, but can you hide from a dozen, or even 100? At first, Kong Jun was a little worried about tomorrow's maneuvers, but now, Kong Jun can't wait. Chapter 84, a grenade that can be thrown more than 10 kilometers? The day of the exercise, Kong Jun temporarily notified the director's department to import all the data of these equipments of theirs. The people in the director's department were also confused when they saw all this new equipment that Kong Jun and the others had. What kind of equipment is all this? Why haven't I heard of it before? A grenade that can be thrown a dozen kilometers? Ha? You call that a grenade? Grenade. Sniper? Can those two go together? Ha? What is all this and what? As time went on, the bigwigs of the war zones arrived on the scene. Pan Rongjuan, the bigwig of the northern war zone, and Xiao Zhanhua arrived at the scene in a military vehicle. Along the way, he also asked Xiao Zhanhua about Yi Chen. If he wasn't too busy during this period of time, Pan Rongjuan would have long wanted to meet this Yi Chen figure in person. He had already heard too many things about Yi Chen from Xiao Zhanhua's mouth a long time ago. Don't open your mouth, or it'll be Yi Chen when you do. It wasn't as if Xiao Zhanhua could be blamed for always blowing up Yi Chen. Yi Chen did indeed have that strength. It was because of Yi Chen that today's internal maneuvers of the Ace Force were possible. Xiao Zhanhua laughed heartily and said, when they arrive at the scene in a while, I'll personally call Xiao Chen here for you to meet him. This kid, even in the Ace Troop, is first rate, and he also recently contributed a batch of new equipment to our Northern Theater's Ace unit, which according to the brigade commander's report performs extremely well, and the strength will be greatly improved. Hearing that there was new equipment, Pan Rongjuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had also read Yi Chen's profile long ago, but Yi Chen's information was updated too fast. Pan Rongjuan knew that Yi Chen would engage in scientific research, but specifically Pan Rongjuan did not know if Yi Chen develops something that can make the Ace Special Forces are greatly improved. Yi Chen this future can be said to be unlimited. While Xiao Zhanhua blah 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 was talking, Pan Rongjuan had already made a calculation in his mind. Yi Chen this kid is absolutely very human. His own daughter is looking at the age. Wouldn't it be great if we could find a good match for our daughter in advance? Xiao Zhanhua was also completely unaware that his top boss was now hitting on his future son-in-law. After Yi Chen and the others arrived at the scene, Kong Jun was directly running to the director's department to compare the weapon data. Yi Chen was also directly pulled by Xiao Zhanghua on his way to meet Pan Rongjuan. Xiao Zhanghua said as he pulled Yi Chen along, "Xiao Chen, the person you're going to see in a while is not an ordinary person. That's the topmost person in our northern war zone. Behave yourself at the meeting later, okay? Holy, so powerful?" Yi Chen's eyes went wide. He would never have dreamed that he would come into contact with someone so powerful in his life. The first time he saw Pan Rongjuan, Yi Chen was surprised by Pan Rongjuan's aura. At this moment, there were only two words in Yi Chen's mind. That's majesty. This was even more of a rush of feeling than when Yi Chen first met Xiao Zhanghua. Majestic, decisive, leadership, and great wisdom. He was dressed in a straight military uniform, his eyes firm and deep, as if he could penetrate everything, even at the age of nearly 60. But if he didn't say anything, Yi Chen only thought that he was a man in his 40s or 50s and had a very good essence. "Good day, Chief." Yi Chen stood upright and saluted. Pan Rongjuan nodded. Every move exuded endless majesty, but just the next second. Instead, he suddenly digressed and asked, "Are you single?" Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanghua. The ing panjandrams are just as dignified as they look on the surface. What kind of Xiao Zhanghua is in his private life is best understood, and that is a complete joke. "Ha, I have a girlfriend." "Oh no, now that would be a fiancé." Hearing that Yi Chen had a fiancé, Pan Rongjuan was also a bit surprised. "Only 18 and you have a fiancé? It's not scientific, is it? Having a girlfriend is normal, but having a fiancé is not." Hearing Pan Rongjuan's words, Yi Chen also knew what Pan Rongjuan meant. Without waiting for Pan Rongjuan to continue speaking, Yi Chen said, "The military commander is my father-in-law." "Ha?" Pan Rongjuan had the question mark written directly on his face. He looked at Xiao Zhanghua in surprise, shocked, disdainful, vile. Even though Pan Rongjuan didn't say anything, his eyes had said thousands of words. Xiao Zhanghua is still the same Xiao Zhanghua. When you come across a good one, you just scoop it up. This time it wasn't even a dig. It was a straight-up warping of someone into their home as a son-in-law. How can you do something like that? It's so unorthodox. A flash of smugness flashed in Xiao Zhanggua's eyes. After so many years of friendship he still didn't know what Pan Rongjuan was thinking? Pan Rongjuan's daughter is a little older than Xiao Zhanghua, but not much older. And now his daughter is not married, not even a boyfriend. If Yi Chen was still single now, I'm afraid that Pan Rongjuan could really find a way to bring the two of them together. Oh, Tatsu and Maikara have known each other since high school. When they first started out together I knew that this kid Yi Chen would definitely have a future. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. You knew he'd be a good man when we first got together? Hell no. If it wasn't a legal society now. Yi Chen was afraid that he would have been dismantled by Xiao Zhanghua. Inside this temporary base there was a large tent for each of their theater's ace troops. It's the middle of winter and it's still snowing outside. Seeing that Swift Wolf and the others were all hiding inside their tents to keep warm, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Aren't you all ace special forces? Still afraid of the cold? Swift Wolf. Crowd. It's not true that they're ace special forces, but they're people, too. Black Bear blankly glanced at Yi Chen without a good mood and said, We are ace special forces, but we are also human beings. Which grapefruit people are not afraid of the cold? Those who are not afraid of the cold are still human beings? A little more warmth is a little more. We won't have such a good place to warm up when the maneuvers start. When they finished, they all gathered together again for warmth. It was now more than 10 degrees below zero outside, and even though they were wearing thick clothes, this wind blowing on them was able to freeze them enough. But these were accepted for Yi Chen. After his physique was strengthened to 6.0, Yi Chen's resistance to heat as well as cold was much stronger than before. Before the exercise officially began, the ace special forces of the 5 war zones were not seen above. No one knows how long this maneuver will last, and it's time to get as much stamina as we can. This time, in order to get more fresh blood into their units, the special soldiers of the 5 ace units would bring out their top fighting strength to fight. There was also a gradual fireworks in the Obi room. The bigwigs of the war zones are rattling their swords. Old Pan, if I were you, I wouldn't come this time. Chapter 85, Exercise Rules Change? The big man of the central war zone laughingly joked about Pan Rongjuan. The other war zone bigwigs chimed in. In the beginning, the ace unit of the northern theater was the most brilliant existence among the 5 war zones. But as time went on, the sacrifices grew. The northern theater of war is gradually declining. The central war zone used to be the second best in the world. And every time, the northern war zone was given a head start. This time the northern war zone cannot be easy, strength is weak. The central war zone big brother naturally complacent. Pan Rongjuan's face was full of black lines, but he still pretended to be calm. If we in the northern war zone don't come, won't your central war zone's 10,000-year-old title be gone? You old thing. You guys were just lucky to get first place before. A fluke? We were just a fluke getting first place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times? I shucks. Seeing this scene in the broadcasting room, Xiao Zhanhua shook his head and smiled. There are 2 battlefields in every exercise. One is a drill hall and the other is an obi room. Those of them who were military commanders were not very good at interrupting, compared to the 5 old men arguing with red faces inside the house. Outside, Xiao Zhanhua and the 5 of them were as harmonious as they could be. The 5 people of Xiao Zhanhua crouched by the tent to hide from the snow. With the wind at their backs here, the 5 men were leisurely smoking cigarettes outside. Qiao Sheng, the military commander of the Central Theater, chatted. Old Xiao, what are your chances of winning the Northern Theater this time? I'm afraid you're going to lose your title of 10,000 year boss this year. Other theater commanders chimed in. Yes, after so many years of being number 1 also with give and take, this year let our Southern war zone. If you can be in the South, we can be in the West. And this time we're prepared. The crowd was talking about you and me. In recent years, the Northern Theater aces have had the highest casualty rate of the 5 theaters. This time, even if they were as rich as they were ultimately a two-fisted enemy. Xiao Zhanhua's expression didn't change much, and he didn't look flustered at all. Xiao Zhanhua did not have the slightest worry about this ranking. Without Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanhua would definitely have had concerns this time, but now they had Yi Chen. Panic? It doesn't exist. From rescuing the 3rd squad on that mission, Yi Chen's strength didn't need to be mentioned. The entire 3rd squad couldn't do much with Gavins, but when Yi Chen got there, he was able to exterminate more than 30 people and capture Gavins alive in less than 10 minutes by himself. Not to mention the fact that they now have new equipment now listed in the Northern Theater of Operations. It's not hard to keep holding on to the number 1 spot. Small sample. No matter how strong you guys are, you're not strong enough to arm wrestle with us in the Northern War Zone. So without further ado, we'll see what happens. How the crowd pulled in long notes. Now there weren't many people left in the Northern War Zone, and those elites were all wounded and sacrificed, and their overall strength was weakened by a large margin. It would be nearly impossible to continue to retain the number 1 spot. Xiao Zhanhua just smiled and did not continue to pay attention to them. The whole day during the day was reserved for the 5 ace units to make preparations, and each unit had the most ample time to make the appropriate tactical strategies. It was getting dark, but the snow had no intention of stopping. Even with the electric heater on inside the tent, they could all noticeably feel the cooling. The snow has been falling more and more. When the time for discussion was over, the snow outside was half a calf deep. The moment you open the tent, the cold wind is blowing. The air was gray and heavy clouds hung low, as if they might press down on the ground at any moment. The atmosphere of the scene followed the sky and turned grave. Each snowflake drifted onto his face as if it were tiny silver needles, bringing a stinging pain. Each breath exhaled instantly condensed into a white mist, which was then carried away by the wind. In the silent snowy plains, the special soldiers of the 5 units stood silently, their snowy camouflage uniforms on their bodies looking like they were trying to blend in with the surrounding snow. Despite the cold, as the top special forces, they can fight in any situation, in any environment. That's why they're called ace. Any time, any place, any circumstance, they can be the first to respond and absolutely win. The Kong army also took an attitude towards this maneuver. That's absolute victory with no defeat to speak of. Utilizing the equipment they had available, the Kong army made a straightforward plan to end the exercise before dawn. Each team was a full day of planning. No matter what happens, they are able to respond as quickly as possible. But it's all based on a foundation. That's team play. Xiao Sheng swept over the faces of each ace special forces soldier and carried his hands behind his back. Take off all your gear and lighten up. Ha! The words fell. Kong Jun almost didn't squirt out on the spot. Take off your gear and go light? Where's the hullabaloo? Their biggest advantage is their equipment. If they don't bring their equipment, how can they fight here? Yi Chen was certainly strong, but he wasn't so strong that he could fight against 4 ace special forces. Was he? Temporary rule change. Everyone will be blindfolded and taken to a random location, alone. After careful planning, you will never meet your teammates within a 5-kilometer radius, and during the pre-combat phase, you may only hold one saber in your hand. In 3 days, the hot weapons phase will begin. Helicopter gunships will drop weapons crates at random locations. The hot weapons phase lasts 4 days. During the exercise, your range of movement will be reduced in real time until the end of the exercise. There are no rules for this maneuver. Sticking to the end is considered victory. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Xiao Sheng's meaning was simple. Within 7 days the maneuvers will be decided, and at the end of the day if they never fight, they will all likely be ranged to force a face-off. That last sentence is also one of the key messages. That is, There are no rules in this maneuver, which means that the two ace forces can team up together. All remain silent. The director's office will issue you with satellite phones to receive your location, as well as blindfolds to cover your vision. After being blindfolded, the crowd was led up to the transport helicopter. Where they were was a proper patch of snow-covered mountains, with not a trace of human activity around them, and the car couldn't get in at all. Trying to bring them to the designated location would not have worked at all without the armed forces. After arriving at the designated location, the crowd of special forces had to wait until all of them had landed before they could move too. The moment Yi Chen took off the blindfold, Yi Chen had his decision. Not one iota of thought. Yi Chen immediately began to run wildly. Chapter 86, This Kid Made Himself a Bed? OB Room. The bigwigs of the war zones watched in real time as the crowd of special forces were positioned. Dozens of reconnaissance drones also hovered in the sky, relaying back to the crowd of special forces in real time. Apart from Yi Chen, the rest of the special forces were all making pretty much the same decision as him, which was to rush ahead first. The satellite phone they have in their hands can point them in the direction of the right center. The range of activities was shrinking every day, and if they didn't hurry in time, they were afraid that they would be directly eliminated by the rules before they even saw anyone. But compared to the others, Yi Chen was clearly more eye-catching. The other special forces are moving forward slowly and are always observing their surroundings. Yi Chen was completely different. While the others were still slowly catching up, Yi Chen had already sped out a kilometer. The corners of Pan Rongjuan's mouth twitched. Even though it was night and still out of reach, wouldn't doing so be exposing yourself? Seeing this scene, Chao Sheng smilingly walked over and patted Pan Rongjuan's shoulder, saying, "It's still your special forces from the Northern Theater of Operations. The insight is really unique." Pan Rongjuan was filled with black lines, although he couldn't figure out why Yi Chen was doing this. But no matter what, Yi Chen was also a soldier of their northern war zone. Pan Rongjuan said stiffly, "What do you know? There are no guns in the front. So what if he is found? Can the others catch up with Yi Chen? His physical fitness is number one in our Northern Theater Ace Special Forces." Yes, Chao Sheng responded in a conspiratorial manner. Pan Rongjuan blankly glanced at Chao Sheng. Looking at such a furtive Yi Chen, he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. He had never seen Yi Chen in actual combat, and all he knew about Yi Chen was those resumes on his profile. Yi Chen's strength. It couldn't have been portrayed in an exaggerated manner, right? However, seeing Xiao Zhangguo's calm and collected appearance, Pan Rongjuan subdued his suspicions again. Xiao Zhangguo wouldn't be so bored that he would unite all the ace special forces to lie to himself. There wasn't much to see on the first night at first. Even if someone meets, they aren't stupid enough to fight on the first day. And there's a good chance they'll even team up together. After a few brief glances, and then tossing words with the other Warzone bigwigs to each other, they all went to rest early. After all, you're too old to stay up as late as a young person. The director's team, relevant technicians, and Xiao Zhanghua also went back to rest early. They can't command. They can only watch from here. It would be fine if they were fighting right in the thick of it, but odds are they won't be able to fight in the early going, so there's not much point in them watching. The area of this exercise was as large as 100 miles in circumference, and just catching up would catch them up for a while. Not to mention the fact that they had to simply settle their stomachs during the rush. They had nothing on them now but warm clothes, and a saber. Everything has to be acquired by them. Yi Chen also realized exactly this point. Instead of going to fight the others, it would be better to find a place to stay near the center point first, and to take care of the food problem. This night, Yi Chen was either in a hurry or on his way to search for food. Early the next morning, when the bigwigs of the warzone woke up, Yi Chen's positioning had already come to a place that was relatively close to the center point. Upon seeing Yi Chen's positioning, the eyes of the bigwigs, which had been a little hazy, cleared up instantly. At first they were all assigned to the edge. From the center point, that can be all of 50 kilometers away. Yi Chen now appears at the center point. Which means, this kid ran 50 kilometers yesterday night? Chao Sheng directly exclaimed in shock. Even for Ace Special Forces this is a bit outrageous. During this night's time, did Yi Chen not do anything? Nothing but running? Don't you have any energy to spare? What's more, it wasn't certain that the weapon box would fall near the center point. He was consuming so much stamina right now, and if the weapon box was far away from him, Yi Chen would have to consume a lot of stamina to grab the weapon box again. No matter which way one looked at it, this behavior of Yi Chen's was incomparably stupid. Weapon cases are distributed after 3 days. Not surprisingly, almost everyone will have a team at that point. Yi Chen did this entirely because he wanted to act alone. Pan Rongjuan frowned slightly and said to the technician, "Fly the drone over and see what he's doing right now." Yes, the technician maneuvered the drone. The drone flew at a fast speed, and it didn't take long for it to fly over Yi Chen's location. Didn't look okay. At this look, In the OB room, everyone's jaw dropped. Bed. Bed? He made himself a bed in this one night? Ha! There's a fire next to it? Is he building himself a cabin? What's that thing next to the fire? Bones? Technician. Zoom in on the picture. Inside the OB room, everyone was nonplussed. Yi Chen's heart is too big. The others are here for exercises. And he's here on vacation? If this is really on the battlefield, Yi Chen died without knowing how to die. Making fire on the battlefield, that is a big taboo. The image is zoomed in. Looking toward the fire, a small pile of bones presented itself to the crowd. Next to the bones was a blackened helmet with remaining soup in it. Based on the scene, the unfortunate death in Yi Chen's hands would have been a hair. Pan Rongjuan was completely nonplussed, saying that Yi Chen's strength was poor. He was able to run 50 kilometers in one night and build himself a wooden hut, and still be able to drink hot soup and eat meat. Say Yi Chen is strong. Right. He can raise a fire on the battlefield and consume so much physical strength that is not necessary to consume it all in one night. Even though Yi Chen was now catching up on his sleep, he was able to realize the drone that was observing him. He opened those hazel eyes and looked toward the camera. Drone lens images are placed all over the screen. Everyone saw that Yi Chen was gazing at the drone. An ominous premonition suddenly rose in the hearts of the bigwigs. Phew! Wild drones. Yi Chen took a long stretch and reached his hand to his waist to feel for his saber. Before anyone could react, Yi Chen violently flew out the saber in his hand. In order to see the situation around Yi Chen more clearly, the drone was closer to the ground, only about a dozen meters. With Yi Chen's current physique, coupled with the 100-shot skill, hitting a drone a dozen meters away is a breeze. OB room. After a moment of chaos on the screen, Yi Chen's big face directly spread over the entire big screen in the broadcasting room. Thanks to the concern of the chiefs, I'm doing fine now. Chapter 87. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. Pust. Inside the OB room, the crowd sputtered right out. What the does this kid think they're here to care about him? If Pan Rongjuan was there, Pan Rongjuan couldn't wait to have to go straight up and kick. What do you call this? Ace Special Forces? Even if it's a maneuvering ground, you have to treat him like a battlefield. But what is this kid doing? Built myself a hut over there. Got myself a crib. Got rabbit meat on the side. And broth. The director's department sends a drone over to check on Yi Chen's situation, and is also thrown a flying dagger by Yi Chen in turn. With a murmur, the drone was quickly disassembled by Yi Chen. The reason why he shot the drone down wasn't because the drone was of any particular use, but rather Yi Chen was idly bored. The drone shell is removed and can be used as a dish as well. Phew! Yi Chen stood up again and took a long breath. Feeling the surroundings, Yi Chen was still satisfied in his heart. It was much better than the place he had stayed at the Hunter Intensive. Although the cave was broken, it was barely livable after Yi Chen's one night's modification, and it also blocked the wind. Moreover, Yi Chen also had the radar skill, so it was easy to capture small living things in the neighborhood. The drone can't fly, but its OB module isn't broken. The bigwigs of the war zones just watched Yi Chen's personal live broadcast in the broadcast room. Pan Rongjuan's face turned green. Ridiculous. Xiao Zhanhua. Is this what you call a good soldier? No brains at all. Even if a soldier from an ordinary army were to come over, he couldn't do something as stupid as start a fire on the battlefield. Xiao Zhanhua was scolded with an aggrieved face. This brat Yi Chen usually had his combat power online all the time, and his IQ was also online. But what's going on today? How did he make a fool of himself on such an important occasion? Xiao Zhanhua could only explain stiffly. That, chief, this may be his strategy. Pust. The military commanders of the other war zones laughed outright. Strategy? What kind of strategy is that? Asterisk off. Strategy my ass. I don't want to see this man in the ace force after this maneuver. Get the hell out of here where you came from. Xiao Zhanhua was scolded. Although his relationship with Pan Rongjuan was good, what he did this time was too unorthodox in Pan Rongjuan's eyes. One kept talking about how great and strong Yi Chen was there. But in the end Yi Chen was just a dumbass who made fires on the battlefield and only knew how to enjoy himself. Chao Shang laughingly walked to Pan Rongjuan's side and said, I say old Pan you can't talk about people like that. What if this is really Yi Chen's strategy? Maybe people's strategies are above you. An old man. They are young people. You are all old. I'll you up. Pan Rongjuan blew his nose and cursed back. Seeing the furious Pan Rongjun, the corner of Chao Shang's mouth was like AK that was hard to suppress. Yi Chen's figure gradually disappeared. There had been little action on the maneuvering ground all morning. The odds are that the first 3 days will be relatively peaceful, because whoever it is doesn't want to be eliminated in the first 3 days. You've got this idea, I've got this idea, and when they meet they won't just not fight, they'll team up. Except, of course, meeting your own teammates. If any of the Warzone aces in the early stages reached a size of 5, I guess they'd have to meet and fight. Yi Chen wasn't idle this morning either. He hunted 3 more hares and cut down a number of dead trees to enhance the warmth of his cave hut. After a whole day. Evening. Most people have already assembled their teams. One of the largest contingents is led by the Central Theater of Operations. Guo Feng, the captain of the first squad in the Central War Zone, managed to find 5 teammates and befriended 3 more from the Eastern War Zone and 2 from the Western War Zone on his way to search for them. Pulling them together, Guo Feng led a squad of 10 people, moving forward at even speed towards the main center. They also ran in a straight line towards the center point just like Yi Chen's route at the beginning. After all, now that they had the advantage of numbers, they didn't panic at all when they encountered the enemy. What a coincidence! The odds were that this route they were taking was going to run into Yi Chen. Xiao Zhanguo's heart also turned a little uneasy. He only knew that Yi Chen was strong in the area of marksmanship. He really didn't know and never understood in the area of fighting. From the time Yi Chen smashed a little kid to death with 1 punch earlier, Xiao Zhanguo knew that he must have some fighting skills in him. However, the difference in strength was too great, and Xiao Zhanguo could not see from amongst them just how strong Yi Chen's stance was. Today he was not facing any ordinary people, but actual ace special forces. Not to mention that the one leading the charge this time was Guo Feng from the first squad of the ace unit of the Central War Zone. Almost everyone in the ace force was a hexagonal warrior, and Shen Feng was more like the hexagonal warrior of hexagonal warriors. 1 person, facing 10 people. Even if Yi Chen was no longer strong, it was estimated that he would have to be planted here today. Pan Rongjuan's face was blue, and his heart was full of fire. Xiao Shang didn't forget to come over and add fuel to the fire. Oh, according to this, they should meet tonight. I say you don't have to worry so much, old Pan. In case this is someone else's Yi Chen's tactics, what can we old farts know? Pan Rongjuan was silent. Seeing this, Xiao Shang only dared to come over and commit a cheap shot. If this old thing, Pan Rongjuan, was pissed off, he would be able to take action against him on the spot in front of so many people. The rest of the bigwigs from the 3 war zones also laughed. At the same time, they were also all more certain of an idea in their minds. That is, it's still not so reliable to let ordinary people into the ace force. Yi Chen was now a solid example. It's being blown out of proportion. But in reality, this kind of stupidity is all but 1,000 years old. It was getting dark. After a long day of work, the evening was the leisure time Yi Chen had left for himself. For Yi Chen, these 3 days were almost no different from a vacation. There was no need to worry about any enemies. And even if there were enemies coming, it was a matter of a few punches to settle the matter. The snow kept falling and the cold wind kept blowing. Even though the place Yi Chen was in was leeward, it was still cold when it should be. Yi Chen had already piled up a fire with stones and was adding firewood to it continuously to keep warm. After today's transformation, the temperature in this small cave that Yi Chen was currently in was not bad. At the very least it was quite a bit warmer than outside. A mouthful of broth. Yi Chen took a long breath. Yes, it's late at night again tonight when you can't reach for the stars. The light was most conspicuous in such a dark night. As long as the vision conditions are good, even if it is a few hills away, that can be seen clearly. Captain, do you see someone making a fire in the distance? Hearing the words of this team member, Guo Feng droned in a bad mood. Who would be stupid enough to build a fire here? Looking for death? Chapter 88. Which cutie? Building a fire on the battlefield? But Captain, he just seems to be looking for death. Guo Feng frowned. He had thought it was the player who was being stubborn with himself, but when he looked in the direction the player was pointing, Fruity, not far away, in the middle of a mesa, there was a very visible fire. Guo Feng has excellent eyesight. Even in the darkness of the night when he couldn't see out of his hand, he could barely see around him and lead the way. Look carefully toward the firelight. Guo Feng could even see Yi Chen moving around. The rest of the group had also noticed the fire. Which war zone is this? Looking for death. He was even adding wood to the fire. No, look closely. It looks like he's still cooking, and now he's eating. Captain, should we go over there and clean him up a bit? The crowd was talking about you and me. Although nothing was said in words, everyone's heart was very envious. They starve and suffer holes here. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had simply built a hut there by himself using the terrain of the cave, and had built a fire there to keep warm and eat. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. There wasn't a single one of the 10 of them whose hands weren't stiff right now. However, Guo Feng was the one who felt that things were not that simple anymore. They were all ace special forces now, and no one would be stupid enough to openly expose themselves. Guo Feng said in a deep voice, there's a possibility that it's a trap. No one would be stupid enough to build a fire to attract the enemy in the darkness of a battlefield. So that means that since he did that, it proves that he must have prepared beforehand. Ah, the players were a little disappointed. If they had managed to fight their way through, the least they could have done was to roast the fire for a while and have a few more hot bites. The snow has been falling without even stopping, and everyone is in a very bad way. When everyone thought that Guofeng was going to shift, Guofeng, however, suddenly said, "Fight through." Ha! The moment Guofeng finished his sentence, the players' eyes obviously lit up. There are 10 of us. We should have the advantage in numbers. It's the cold weapon stage. It doesn't matter if you can't beat them, just run. No one is going to fight the enemy to the death at this stage. And it's not going to be good for either group if both sides are using up a lot of stamina. Guofeng had no problem saying that. They and Yi Chen weren't the only ones on the maneuvering field. If the two groups of them fought to a standstill, the others in the shadows would pounce. Under Guofeng's leadership, the 10 people quickly raided over to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen was in the light. They were in the dark, separated by such a distance. And it was still a dark night with no fingers to be seen. Yi Chen couldn't possibly discover them even if he was more powerful. But when they had just run out not too far, the team member said again, "Captain, do you feel as if that person has been watching us?" This statement was made. The remaining 8 had a feeling in their hearts. That is, he asked the question that was on all of their minds. Seeing the others reacting this way, the team member confirmed the suspicion in his heart. He always felt that Yi Chen had been looking their way. And he even felt as if Yi Chen had locked eyes with himself. But that's almost impossible to do under normal circumstances. They were far away from Yi Chen. And in Yi Chen's perspective, this place they were in should have been dark. Yi Chen shouldn't be able to see this far even if his eyesight is good? Even if you can see this far, it's not like you can see people from this far away, right? Seeing that the players felt that Yi Chen was looking this way, Guofeng's heart tightened. Not because of anything else, but because Guofeng felt the same way. He met Yi Chen's gaze on more than one occasion. But Guofeng kept comforting himself in his mind that this could be purely accidental. But if everyone feels that way, then it's probably not an accident. Guofeng's expression grew serious. That person's strength is not simple, and his powers of observation are far above ours. No wonder they dared to make a fire so openly to warm themselves, and after entering within 500 meters of him, they worked in groups of 2, gradually encircling towards the mountainside. Yes, as he moved forward, Guofeng's mind had been puzzled. What are they doing this for? What's the point of attracting some people up front even if you can do it that way? Even if they attract people, can they be confident that they can weed them out? The best option is that you should hold out past 3 days and start looking for hot weapons. OB room. Chao Sheng's mouth was on the verge of grinning. Sensei Yi Chen's strength. Their central warzone was considered to have opened up with the northern warzone today, just when Chao Sheng wanted to go up to Pan Rongjuan again to get. Suddenly, a whisper from Yi Chen came from the broadcast room. "Are these people coming or not?" So abrasive. This statement was made. Everyone in the broadcasting room looked like they were frozen in time. Next, they look at me and I look at you. Everyone was recalling the words Yi Chen had just said in their minds. Are these people coming or not? Seeing how shocked everyone looked, they all settled on one idea in their minds. That was when Yi Chen seemed to have spotted the 10 Guofeng people who were a kilometer away. Xiao Zhanghua had long heard that Yi Chen was extremely observant. Earlier he thought about how strong observation could be, but now it seems Yi Chen's power of observation had materialized. Just as the crowd was surprised, Yi Chen's voice came again. "Tisk, trying to come over here looking for work even when you're freezing like this, and worrying about having something to make a poncho out of." Phew. After saying that, Yi Chen got up and simply started warming up. Who says you can't find material in the wild? 10 men's clothes would be able to make him a poncho anyhow. At that time he would be better kept warm in this cave. See this scene. Everyone thoroughly realized that Yi Chen had indeed discovered those 10 people. In the beginning everyone thought that Yi Chen was an absolute fool, but now it seemed as if Yi Chen was doing this not because he was stupid, but because he was simply too strong. Somehow, an extremely strong sense of crisis rose in Chao Sheng's heart. They had all been sleepy, but at the sight of this scene, the sleepiness was instantly gone. Yi Chen had thought of letting them send themselves to the door, but seeing how fast they were moving, Yi Chen simply planned to strike out on his own. With the crowd in the OB room watching, Yi Chen was like a ghost, instantly disappearing from their vision. Guofeng and the others had been paying attention to Yi Chen's figure, but only for a blink of an eye. Yi Chen, who had just been there, instantly vaporized in place. All 10 of them didn't hold back a cold shiver. Guofeng immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Having spent years running around on the battlefield, his sense of crisis was extremely strong. He might be coming for us. Chapter 89, Meeting a Ghost? Guofeng had faced countless strong enemies, but Yi Chen was the first one who couldn't figure it out even a tiny bit like now. Although Yi Chen was in the clear, for some reason, Guofeng could always feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. In Guofeng's eyes, Yi Chen was by no means stupid for doing so, but precisely because he had absolute strength. Who would do such a stupid thing if they didn't have a certain bottom line? As captain, he has to be responsible for his players. Guofeng didn't want to take any risks before the hot weapons phase arrived. He also wanted to go to the hot fire to get warm, to relieve their hands, their feet, which were freezing. But his instincts told him that he should never take the risk. After a short pause of a moment, Guofeng immediately ordered, "Withdraw." Although the team felt pity, they all obeyed Guofeng's order immediately. Anything about roasting or not roasting the fire is trivial. If they were eliminated before the hot weapons stage, I'm afraid their first sergeant would have to roast them straight away when they got back. Yes, the team responded and retreated backward. Chao Sheng took a long breath. Seeing Yi Chen's performance just now, he always felt that this kid Yi Chen was by no means as stupid as he looked. On the contrary, his strength may be extremely deep. To get a better look at the scene, the technician maneuvered 2 scouting drones to the site. The night vision lens was responsible for looking at Guofeng's 10 people, and the thermal imaging lens was responsible for finding Yi Chen. Guofeng's 10 people were easily spotted, but the only exception was Yi Chen. Even with the thermal imaging mode on, the technician couldn't find Yi Chen. The whole mountain couldn't find any trace of Yi Chen. Pan Rongjuan's impression of Yi Chen was also gradually starting to change. At first everyone thought Yi Chen was stupid, but now everyone felt as if Yi Chen was doing this with renewed vigor. It wasn't because of anything else. It was precisely because Yi Chen could manage to disappear under the eyes of a drone, and that too under the eyes of a thermal imaging drone. Hiss! Where did this kid go? Not a trace. Not even a body temperature? Just as the crowd was wondering, the technician who was in charge of watching Guofeng's 10 people suddenly shrieked. Ah! How did he appear? He's in the snow. The crowd subconsciously looked toward the screen. Yi Chen fused perfectly with the snow. After finding the right moment, Yi Chen appeared as if he had appeared out of thin air in front of the eyes of this special forces soldier. It was supposed to be a pitch-black snowy night when you couldn't see your fingers. Everyone was on tenterhooks for fear of the enemy coming after them. It's just so tightly wound. Yi Chen popped noiselessly into his face. The special forces soldier was directly stunned and screamed hysterically at the top of his voice. Ghosts! Without waiting for him to react, white smoke from his elimination had risen from him. OB room. The scoreboard shows the first elimination broadcast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure, once again, disappeared. Guofeng and the other team members subconsciously looked this way, but there wasn't even a ghostly shadow around this team member who had been eliminated. Not even a trace of Yi Chen could be found. Treadmill. How did he find us? Alert! Ah! Ghosts! Another member of the team shrieked. Inside the OB room, another elimination broadcast. Guofeng and the others subconsciously looked toward the eliminated one again. The scene, still, was all by himself. Even the people who were eliminated didn't know how they were eliminated. All he knew was that an adult face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. And then, there was no more. The elimination device triggered and was gone in an instant. And just as he was surprised, Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. Not to mention the parties involved. Even the crowd of Warzone bigwigs from God's view were confused. Because the ING God's perspective crowd couldn't even see Yi Chen's figure. Even with thermal imaging they couldn't find Yi Chen. Chao Sheng's face turned green. What kind of soldiers are you looking for in the Northern Theater? It's a ghost, isn't it? Is the body temperature even there? Is this scientific? Does this make sense? While Chao Sheng was surprised, another player was eliminated by Yi Chen. Guofeng was completely confused. To the end, they didn't even see a single person. Guofeng subconsciously asked the eliminated trio, "Did you guys see where they ran off to? With so many of them, it's impossible for them to do it silently." After the shock, they recovered quickly. Yi Chen wasn't some kind of god. He was able to achieve this level of skill, and the environment was missing. Now that this was supposed to be a dark night with no fingers to be seen, and the snow was extremely thick, Yi Chen could completely use his climbing skill to creep under the snow. Because it had been in the snow, it was impossible to tell even with the thermal imaging drone hovering overhead. The eliminated special forces reacted by quickly surveying the perimeter. As long as there is action, then there must be traces. The first thing they realized was that Yi Chen was moving under the snow, and one of them hurriedly shouted, "Watch out under the snow." He was operating under the snow. I've never seen this type of combat before. He drilled a passage under the snow. Is this something a man can do? He's practically a snake. Pust. Yi Chen, who was hiding in the snow, directly sprayed. Yi Chen violently stood up and cursed at the special forces soldier. I say you have no morals at all. Can a dead man still talk? Can a dead man still stand? But it shows you guys have mouths. Ha, crowd. I couldn't find Yi Chen after all this effort. For committing a foul, Yi Chen popped out on his own. That special forces soldier scratched his head in embarrassment, momentarily forgetting about his elimination because it was so sudden. OB room. The corners of the bigwigs' mouths twitched. Although they couldn't hear it, They could vaguely guess that Yi Chen was cursing right now when they saw the way he was pointing his hand wildly at the eliminated Special Forces soldier. Yi Chen was filled with resentment. That Special Forces soldier immediately felt a chill on his back. "What are you doing?" Without waiting for him to react, it was as if Yi Chen had instantly moved in front of his eyes. A huge fist shadow quickly zoomed in front of his eyes. The punches fell on him, the eliminated corpse, like rain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I'm dead. What are you hitting me for? Dead? How come I didn't know you were dead? Dead and still talking there? Still passing on information? That's not. Don't hit. It hurts. Come on, man." Since he had already been exposed, Yi Chen didn't pretend anymore. Simply sweep over with the domain of command skill. None of these people have a physique that is more than 5. This thing of physique, even if it is 0.5 difference, that has to be hung. Not to mention Yi Chen now has a full 6 physique. Disguise skill activated. Yi Chen merged into the darkness once again. Guofeng hurriedly yelled, "Gather! Assemble! Chapter 90, all of you, take off your clothes." After the words fell, the remaining 7 quickly gathered together. Guofeng's brain worked quickly. If there were really a lot of enemy people, then they wouldn't be idle enough to eliminate them in this way. All signs could only indicate that Yi Chen was alone, especially after Guofeng had seen this such a strange way of combat. He was then certain of one thing. This person in front of him was definitely not someone who came out of the military school, but that new kid from the Northern War Zone. "Yi Chen! He's that new guy from the Northern War Zone!" Guofeng exclaimed loudly. The words fell. Everyone on the scene was confused. New? That's the same Yi Chen who entered from the outside forces? Are all the troops out there training this hard now? After training for just less than a year, they could directly outperform the ace special forces they had trained for more than 20 years? Guess right. Bring it on you. Bang! Another loud, dull sound came. An ace force member was once again knocked out of the device by a hit from Yi Chen. In Guofeng's and their eyes, Yi Chen was almost indistinguishable from a ghost. Each time it appeared, it only appeared for a few seconds, and then immediately disappeared again after it appeared. Looking for it? Even when the 7 of them were gathered together, Yi Chen was hardened enough to make a move under their noses. Until the end. Seeing the surrounding team members lying on the ground, Guofeng stood in place, drawing his sword and looking around with a bewildered heart. He could see Yi Chen, but every time, he had just chased out a few steps before Yi Chen instantly disappeared into the darkness. "You're their captain, right?" Yi Chen asked Guofeng. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, a chill ran down Guofeng's back. When did he get behind himself? OB room. Pan Rongjuan's mouth had grinned. "I thought that Yi Chen was a clown, but I didn't expect that he did have that strength." He laughed while patting Xiao Zhangguo's shoulder and said smilingly, "Old Xiao, I was the one who misjudged you before. You too. With such a good son-in-law, why didn't you pull him into the ace troop earlier? What's the point of being in an ordinary troop? Isn't that a waste of talent?" After saying that, Pan Rongjuan looked at Chao Sheng again with a smile. At this point, Chao Sheng's face had completely turned green. Just now how happy he was when he mocked Pan Rongjuan. Now how much he damn well wanted to find a crack in the ground. Facts. Yi Chen was definitely not the idiot they thought he was. Rather, Yi Chen knew the rules and had the absolute strength to utilize them. "I say, old Chao, your comrades in the Central Theater of Operations have to be strengthened as well. Even though Xiao Chen has just entered our ace unit, he's still a new recruit no matter what. Your combat power in the Central War Zone is so weak. Will that work in the battlefield in the future?" Chao Sheng said nothing with a dark face. As time goes on, more and more people will come to the center point over the course of the 3 days. Once they come to the center point, if they run into Yi Chen, as many as come, as many as don't. Even if hundreds of people came, they would still have a hard enough time catching Yi Chen. Scene. Guofeng froze in place. Seeing Yi Chen who was behind him, the hairs on Guofeng's body stood up in sweat. As long as Yi Chen wanted to, Guofeng would have been eliminated by him by now. Yi Chen's camouflage sneaking ability had reached an extremely terrifying realm. It was estimated that the only one who could compete with Yi Chen for a few moves was that mysterious troop. "I concede, but before I'm out of your league, I have a question for you." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you or are you not from that troop pretending? How could an ordinary troop out there produce someone like you? There are troops above the aces?" The words fell. Guofeng's entire body was about to shatter. If Yi Chen was really from that mysterious troop, then it was normal for him to lose. It would be strange for him to win. But if Yi Chen is just an ordinary force up, for the first time, Guofeng felt such a strong sense of disparity. "You practice fighting with me. Ha! It's just practicing fighting with me. If I can beat you, I can beat you. If I lose, I lose. How about a white-knuckle fight? A fair and square head-on fight?" Exactly. Guofeng's eyes instantly lit up. If Yi Chen had been sneaking around in all sorts of disguises, he just wouldn't have been able to deal with it at all. However, if he wanted to fight a frontal battle, Guofeng was not weak at all. Seeing that Yi Chen had already said so, Guofeng also said, "If you win, I'm eliminated. If I win, I'll let you go. Today is my..." Whoosh! Without waiting for Guofeng to finish his words, he dodged in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen received a solid square stomp from Guofeng on his abdomen. Pust! Yi Chen sprayed on the spot. "You call this an ace special forces? That's not very martial, is it?" If Yi Chen hadn't dodged quickly, I'm afraid that the elimination device on his body would have been triggered. Yi Chen was directly kicked out by Guofeng by a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Before Yi Chen could land fast, Guofeng's attack came straight at him. See this scene. Chao Sheng, who had just been filled with black lines, regained his glory. He immediately came over to Pan Rongjuan's side and gloomed. A newcomer is a newcomer after all. But he didn't wait for Chao Sheng to finish his sentence. Guofeng, who was attacking Yi Chen, was like a kite with broken strings, and was directly kicked out by Yi Chen for a full 6 or 7 meters. Inside the Obi room, there was silence. After a few seconds, Pan Rongjuan's expression that had just stiffened instantly became wonderful. Next to him, Chao Sheng's words that were just about to go out in mockery were also stifled. Pan Rongjuan asked smilingly, "A newcomer is a newcomer after all." To what? Chao Sheng hardened his head. It took half a day to finally get a few words out. Too strong. Pust. Xiao Zhanghua couldn't help but laugh out loud from the side, and then quickly turned his head away again. At the beginning even Xiao Zhanghua was afraid that Yi Chen would roll over, but now it seemed that his worries were completely superfluous. There was no waiting for Yi Chen to catch up again. Guofeng has then voluntarily chosen to be eliminated. Fight? Beat the out of it. His and Yi Chen's strength was completely a he didn't go up, and an underground. Even 10 of themselves might not be able to beat Yi Chen alone. It's like a kid facing the upper boxer. What's a kid got to beat a boxing champion with without a gun? Seeing this, Yi Chen gently shook his head inside again, looking disappointed. The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. Tang Guofeng, the first squad leader of the Central War Zone. Guofeng, this you think is not enough to fight? So what kind of person do you want as your opponent? Yi Chen looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. On the path of invincibility it seems like this infinite darkness with no boundaries. Ugh, so this is what it feels like to be invincible? Can be really boring. Pust. The crowd instantly erupted. Damn, this is too narcissistic. All of you, take off your clothes. Chapter 91, Let the Ace Special Forces Work. Ha! The crowd was full of confusion. Strip? What does this kid want? They may be dead people, but they are dead people with principles, alright. Look at you all like that. I'm going to use your clothes to make myself a better shed. Now that you're all dead, cooperate with me. Pust. The crowd erupted on the spot. Cooperate? They can definitely work with it if they are really ga. But the thing is, they're not really dead right now. If we let them undress in such a cold day, wouldn't they have to freeze to death here? Don't worry, it won't freeze you. Come back to the cave with me first to roast the fire. With your clothes as a shed, the inside of the cave shouldn't be too cold. The faces of the crowd went straight to black. Shame. Great shame. It was all but eliminated by a man from the outside forces. After being eliminated, you are still being herded by people, and you have to be robbed of all your clothes to make a shed for them. After seeing that the crowd didn't react, Yi Chen didn't want to dicker with them much. If you don't want to move, then wait here. After saying that, Yi Chen caught a person and started to take off his clothes. The moment the cotton suit was removed, even though he was an ace special forces soldier, he couldn't carry it all the same. They can hold their own in such an environment, and they can fight in such an environment. But the thing is, they don't have to take this freeze right now. What's the point of continuing to fight the freeze when you're already dead? Yi Chen's maneuver was very crisp and clean. Coupled with Yi Chen's current 6.0 physique, the power was so strong that they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen then had taken on 10 pieces of cotton clothing. A cold wind blew through. They couldn't hold out even if they were hard. Seeing the crowd get up one by one, Yi Chen turned around and snickered. What? Swindled? Guofeng and the others were filled with bitter smiles as they said, "Don't make fun of us. If we keep waiting here, we're going to freeze to death." Yi Chen smiled. While going back, Yi Chen also turned on his radar skill and scanned. More food is always good. What's more, Yi Chen had now taken their clothes, and out of guilt, Yi Chen also intended to give them some compensation. The location they were in wasn't far from that cave, but they had been walking for a long time. Most of the time Yi Chen was making detours, looking for dry wood, as well as catching some living things. After they followed Yi Chen back to the cave, they had completely and utterly convinced Yi Chen. In their place, they wouldn't be able to do what Yi Chen did even if they died. In the middle of a snowy night where you can't see your fingers and it's pitch black, Yi Chen was able to spot a living thing and stab it to death with his saber flying straight out. Their powers of observation and Yi Chen's were not at all above the same level. Seeing the cave where Yi Chen was, Guofeng's 10 people were all frozen in place, and at this moment, it was as if they had all forgotten the cold, compared to the snowy plains outside. The cold wind. This place is heaven. The wind can't blow, and there's a bed, and food, and a fire. It was hard for them to imagine that Yi Chen was already enjoying himself here while he was freezing there. Don't get in a hurry to roast the fire yet. Go and help me get the job done. Cover all your clothes to make a shed, and pack up this hair, and roast it for yourselves afterward. Really? Hearing that there was this kind of treatment, the eyes of Guofeng's team members immediately lit up. Since they are now eliminated, there is nothing they can do. You'll be scolded if you go back anyway, so you might as well enjoy yourself here now. Would I lie to you guys? With food as well as the lure of the fire, they worked as fast as they could. OB room. Aside from Pan Rongjuan, Chao Sheng, the other 3 bigwigs of the war zone were dumbfounded. While the others were still there carefully thinking of countermeasures, Yi Chen was already here letting others give him the upper hand. What is all this and what? The wrinkles on Chao Sheng's face were on the verge of wrinkling together. The leader of the first squad of the ace troop of the central war zone was here to give someone else a job. After Yi Chen's command, the cave was once again transformed. After all, having 10 people working for you, and 10 ace special forces working for you, was first-rate efficiency. The bigwigs of the war zones didn't even look at the other special forces. They were all here looking at Yi Chen's construction site. Just when the crowd was feeling sleepy, suddenly, Yi Chen's voice once again came from the broadcasting room. Someone else? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The words fell. Guofeng and the rest of the team subconsciously looked toward Yi Chen. It was dark here now, and they couldn't possibly do night vision even with the best observation skills. Seeing that the expressions of the crowd were all so surprised, Yi Chen smoothly pointed in a direction and said, "Right there are a total of 5 people. Except that none of you should recognize them, and those people are wearing clothes that are different from yours." Guofeng and the others didn't even look at it. Even if you gave them a telescope they would be just as blind. In their eyes, the direction Yi Chen pointed was only darkness. Yi Chen's words also gave a wake-up call to the bigwigs of the war zones. Just now, they had all been paying attention to Yi Chen without looking at the surrounding positioning. Now after a closer look at the positioning, the face of the big man in the southern war zone turned green. These 5 people, all of them were from the southern war zone, and one of them was a brigadier general of the southern war zone's ace special forces. With the strength that Yi Chen had just displayed, the southern battlefield big brother could tell very clearly. Even the 5 of them together definitely couldn't beat Yi Chen alone. Zhongfeng Tian led the team to slowly move closer to Yi Chen's side. A member of the team asked with some concern, "Boss, are we really going to fight? There are 11 of them." Zhongfeng Tian's brows furrowed and he stunk. "You're questioning my strength?" The player dutifully kept his mouth shut. Not everyone in the ace troop was of equal strength. Just like their grand captain Zhongfeng Tian, whose strength was far beyond that of an ordinary ace special forces soldier. Zhongfeng Tian said in a deep voice full of arrogance, "There are no other war zone brigade captains in that team, and to beat those ordinary ace special forces, even 10 more would not be enough to qualify." Little by little, the crowd approached Yi Chen. Seeing them arrive, Yi Chen said to Guofeng and the others, "To be reasonable, you guys are dead now. You guys find a place to lie down for a while first." "Okay." A member of the team responded directly. Guofeng's facial muscles continued to twitch. Today this old face of his was completely lost. But since he had already been eliminated, although Guofeng was reluctant in his heart, his body was still honest enough to lie down. It's a great treat to be able to lie on a fire in the middle of this snowy plain for so long. The 4 members of the team were surprised to see Yi Chen and their side make such a move. "Ha! Why are they all lying down?" Chapter 92 Hanging the Grand Captain of the Southern Theater of Operations. Which ace unit are these people in the end? So unprofessional. And roasting fire. And so many people sleeping together. Can one man on sentry duty put up a good fight? The crowd was talking about you and me. For his part, Zhongfeng Tian didn't think about it as much as his teammates did. It wasn't that he was gullible, but he was confident in his own strength. All of them are from the military school. Who is strong and who is not strong, he naturally has a number in his heart. And none of these people is his opponent. Zhongfeng Tian shushed and said, "They haven't discovered us yet. Prepare for a surprise attack on my command." "Yes." The crowd quickly surrounded the place where Yi Chen was. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, until the end. Without waiting for Zhongfeng Tian to speak, Yi Chen opened his mouth first. "Don't be afraid of 10 of them. These are the ones I eliminated. I'm the only one here. If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. If you don't want to fight, hurry up and leave. I still want to sleep." Words. Zhongfeng Tian's 5 people were all frozen in place. They had thought it was because they were well disguised. Yi Chen did not notice, but now it seemed that people had spotted the 5 of them early? Not to mention, what did he mean by that? Is he the only one here? That would also mean that it was Mr. These 10's fire. And then Yi Chen came over and eliminated all 10 of them? Still thinking about getting some sleep? Who gave him the courage to say such things? Having already been discovered, Zhong Fengtian had no intention of hiding. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Go! At Zhong Fengtian's command, the 5 of them quickly surrounded the cave. The big man of the southern war zone held his forehead in succession. After seeing Yi Chen's true strength, he was truly aware that even how many people came to deal with Yi Chen at the cold weapon stage now would be for nothing. It was during the period when the big men of the southern theater of war were holding their foreheads and fretting. The 4 were put down on the spot by Yi Chen, and the elimination devices on their bodies were triggered. Zhong Fengtian wasn't knocked out, but he wasn't much better. Seeing Zhong Fengtian, who was able to catch his kick, Yi Chen was interested. Oh, kind of interesting. Surprisingly, he was able to catch one of my kicks. Yi Chen opened the domain of command to check up on Zhong Fengtian's body panel. Hit the eye. This Zhong Fengtian was also a solid 6-sided warrior, and his physique was much higher than most ace special forces. It's only people like Kong Jun's level who have reached a physique of 5. Zhong Fengtian's physique, on the other hand, was a full 5.5. Hearing these 2 words from Yi Chen, Zhong Fengtian's face turned green. Equally green are the big boys of the southern theater of war. Stupid. Stupid. Don't you understand that you can't beat them after taking a kick from them? 4 were eliminated in the blink of an eye. What are you waiting for if you don't run now? I can. Pan Rongjuan smilingly walked up and comforted. Aya, victory and defeat is a common thing in the military. Don't be angry. Look down. Look down. The bigwigs of the war zones all gave Pan Rongjuan a blank look. Now it's giving him a taste of his own medicine. The big man of the southern war zone was furious and said, now you don't have to be proud of yourself. I don't believe that he, the newcomer, is all-powerful as well, and when we wait for the hot weapon stage, the first one to be eliminated will be him. What kind of leader makes a good soldier? Actual battles see character. Winning and taunting people, that's the kind of soldiers you teach. Slightly, Pan Rongjuan was full of indifference. For him now, any words were impeccable. No way. This kid Yi Chen was just too strong and too powerful. Without waiting for Zhong Fengtian to have more time to think, Yi Chen attacked with another swinging punch. Zhong Fengtian subconsciously blocked with both hands. Bang! Yi Chen's fist slammed heavily on Zhong Fengtian's small arm. Instantly, Zhong Fengtian felt that his little arm was briefly unconscious, as if his entire arm had been numbed by Yi Chen at once. But before Zhong Fengtian said anything, Yi Chen, who was beating Zhong Fengtian, shrieked. Hiss. Ah! Why are your arms so stiff? Loaded with iron plates? It hurts. Zhong Fengtian? The players? Guo Feng and the others who were lying on the side watching the battle were also confused. You hit him first, and you think he has a stiff arm? Are you being reasonable? So you're gonna blame him if he fights back later? In the moment after Yi Chen screamed in shock, Zhong Fengtian immediately found the right moment to attack Yi Chen with a punch. Yi Chen was similarly too late to dodge and used his small arm to block the attack. With this punch, Zhong Fengtian used a mixed bag of tricks. All the muscles in his entire body were driving the fists he swung out. But just at the moment Zhong Fengtian smashed into Yi Chen's small arm, Zhong Fengtian felt violently. It was only then that Yi Chen's arm really looked like it was loaded with iron plates. In this aspect of fighting, he had met countless opponents and encountered countless strong foes, but like Yi Chen, Zhong Fengtian had seen it for the first time since he was a child. If Zhong Fengtian hadn't removed the force in an emergency, I'm afraid his hand would have been broken by now. Asterisk. You have the nerve to talk about me and what your arms are made of. Yi Chen also felt a bit surprised. As his physique improved, so did his muscle density, and his muscles seemed to harden just a bit. Of course my arms are made of meat. You're pretty good compared to the others. Come fight me more and I won't eliminate you. Pust. Zhong Fengtian spurted. He was a grand captain of the ace special forces of the southern war zone, but now he was being evaluated by an ordinary special forces soldier from another war zone as counting for 2 things. In a fit of rage, Zhong Fengtian raged a bit. A man can shrink and stretch. In this aspect of fighting alone, Zhong Fengtian had the extremely strong feeling that he could not beat Yi Chen no matter what. The 36th running is the best plan. When it's time to slip away, Zhong Fengtian will definitely not have the slightest hesitation and will just slip away. Seeing Zhong Fengtian turn around and run, Yi Chen exclaimed, Ha! What are you running for? Come fight with me. This was the first time he had seen someone with such a strong strength, and compared to the others, at the very least, Zhong Fengtian could go through so many more moves with himself. Before Zhong Fengtian could run out far, Yi Chen arrived in front of Zhong Fengtian's eyes as if he had instantly moved. See Yi Chen, Zhong Fengtian then knew that he was definitely going to fight this fight today. Or, this beating today. He is bound to take it. Without a hint of dilly-dallying, Yi Chen swung up with one fist. Far things. Guo Feng and the others squatted into a row to watch the show. The newly arrived four also started chatting with Guo Feng and the others. Brothers, were you eliminated by him too? He looks so young. What army is he from? Don't you guys know yet? That person is Yi Chun from the Northern War Zone. The new one in. Ha! Without waiting for the crowd to chat for a few moments, in the distance, there came Zhong Fengtian's heart-rending screams. Ah! Chapter 93, Thermal Weapons Phase unfolds. I'll fight you tooth and nail. If the tiger doesn't give out, you think I'm a sick cat. You don't have to bully people like this. Bang! After taking another solid punch from Yi Chen, Zhong Fengtian was completely and utterly honest. Couldn't beat it at all. Run? Can't even ing run. Fighting is not, running is not. Today ran into Yi Chen summarized in 2 words. Taking a beating. Until the end. Zhong Fengtian was unable to hold back any longer. With a puff of smoke coming out of his body, Yi Chen stopped the fist he was about to swing out. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. I thought how much I could fight, but I didn't expect to be beaten into a straight-up surrender after a few fights. The cave couldn't hold many people, and now that there were 5 more, Yi Chen had to bring over the broken drone. Hello? Can you hear me? Director's department, come and get the people. There are too many people here for me to manage. OB crowd. And he demanded to be on it. Until the 3rd day when the sun was all the way down, Yi Chen had already sent 35 people away by himself. He also had a full 35 sets of cotton clothes in this cave. After Yi Chen's flurry of remodeling, now Yi Chen didn't even want to wear cotton clothes in this cave. To ordinary people the temperature here was definitely still very cold, but to Yi Chen this temperature was already very suitable. Except for the Panjandrams. Everyone is looking forward to the 4th day. If there had been no gun, I'm afraid that even if 100 people came to surround Yi Chen, they wouldn't be able to do so. Before going to sleep, Yi Chen was also thinking about the 4th day of the hot weapons phase. After a long time of leisure, Yi Chen also felt a little bored. As long as it was sleeping the radar skill had been turned on by Yi Chen, but wherever there was a tiny bit of wind Yi Chen could detect it. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about how he hadn't run into his comrades yet. In the distance, a familiar figure appeared in Yi Chen's radar range. Swift Wolf? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and stood up to look out. Swift Wolf also noticed Yi Chen who had built a fire here. Seeing this familiar figure, Swift Wolf was surprised. The surprise was that he finally met his first teammate on the 3rd night. Unexpectedly Yi Chen. This kid was also too formidable and dared to build a fire directly on the battlefield. Yi Chen waved at the Swift Wolf. After about only 10 minutes, the Swift Wolf quickly ran to the perimeter of Yi Chen's cave. After seeing the environment that Yi Chen lived in, Swift Wolf was so shocked that he could no longer even close his mouth. Egu my ass. You kid, are you here on vacation? Where did you get all these clothes? And meat? Soup? Holy, what a life I've led. While saying that, Swift Wolf nonchalantly picked up the meat and ate it. Yi Chen laughed softly and asked, where else do you think I can bring these clothes? It's hard to believe that those people themselves are willing to give it to me voluntarily. Speaking of which, Swift Wolf's mouth stopped halfway through chewing. It was then that he reacted violently that every piece of clothing in here was Yi Chen's loot. At a cursory glance, there would have to be 30 or more cotton suits, to say the least, if it wasn't for the fact that Swift Wolf was so hungry right now. Otherwise he would have literally spewed the contents of his mouth in one go. After Swift Wolf quickly chewed a few times and swallowed the plain rabbit meat that didn't have any flavor at all, he directly exclaimed, you eliminated more than 30 people by yourself? Seriously? Believe it or not, I definitely believe it. You, kid, are too much of a disgrace to our Northern War Zone. Right now, Yi Chen's body all shone like there was an angelic halo. This cave is almost complete with all kinds of things inside. Even the floor had a few cotton suits being used as carpets. What with quilts, mattresses, door curtains, etc. This is already standard. If Yi Chen could have been given more time, Yi Chen would have wanted to get a 2-room apartment here. With the Swift Wolf coming here, Yi Chen could sleep better. When Yi Chen woke up from another sleep, the black bear also came here by mistake. Early morning on the 4th day, Yi Chen had gone from a lone wolf to a 3-man squad. Early in the morning, news forecasts also came in on all 3 men's satellite phones. Weapon crates are scattered randomly throughout the locations, and while the density of weapon crates is high, there are fewer crates with good weapons. In addition to the weapons boxes, supply boxes will be dropped into the exercise site today, which will contain drinking water as well as compressed cookies. In order for each Special Forces soldier to grab the case they want, the coordinates of the weapon cases started to be notified 3 hours in advance. Through the satellite phone, An ethnic wolf and a black bear immediately searched for the nearest and better weapon box. There's one near us that looks good. Old Tatsu. Which one are you going to grab? Now that we've reached the 4th day, I guess there have to be quite a few people who have formed a team. We shouldn't be able to handle it very well with just 3 people. Once they get the guns, we're dead for sure. Black Bear nodded his head as well. Even if the 3 of them can fight no matter how much they can, it's useless. The big deal was that people sent out 3 or 4 people to hug Yi-chen's thighs, and no matter what, they could still trap Yi-chen for a while. Once people took guns, the 3 of them would only be eliminated. Every Ace Special Forces soldier is almost always a hexagonal warrior. Fighting was something they practiced, just not a lot of it, and on the battlefield they hardly ever showed up empty-handed. Even if their hands are empty, they will do everything they can to find a gun. Almost everyone inside the Ace troop could be called a sharpshooter. 7 paces away, the gun was fast, and within 7 paces, the gun was fast and accurate. Empty hands against a gun with bullets, then they are certain death. Black Bear said, "Why don't we just find a not-so-good weapons case first? There's one about 500 meters from us. If we ran into a squad with a lot of people, I guess we'd have to be directly beaten into the sun. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for us." Old Tatsu, do you have any plans? Swift Wolf felt the same way. What Yi-chen and the 2 of them thought was completely different. Let's bring back all the weapon cases in the neighborhood. None of them. Ha! The 2 nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. This is Yi-chen's plan? I want it all? All of them must be able to move here. 3 hours later, it was accompanied by the guttural roar of a helicopter. Yi-chen forcefully pulled Black Bear, Swift Wolf and the 2 of them to one of the best weapon box drop locations. This weapons case has been targeted by 2 squads. 3 people lurking in the dark. Black Bear, Swift Wolf. 2 people are panicked. Compared to Yi-chen, the 2 of them were rather new recruits who had just entered the Ace Force. Everyone's attention was focused on the helicopter overhead. With everyone watching, the hatch opened. Weapons chests dropped in response. Chapter 94, Shala wants to be a soldier? Weapon cases don't have parachutes. They're just thrown straight down hard. In contrast to those not-so-good weapon cases, this one was all about the same size, but it contained guns that were quite a bit better than those. Landing moment. On the scene, there was an immediate shout from both groups. On! Grab the weapons case. Stop them. Never let them get it. Seeing how fierce those people's aura was, Swift Wolf and Black Bear had already developed a sense of retreat. It's not that they're wimps. It's because they have a normal IQ and aren't stupid. 3 men against 20 or so. What's the fight? Old Tatsu, why don't we just forget about it? These 2 teams are more than 20 people. Can we rob them? Old Tatsu. Old Tatsu? The 2 men looked at me and I looked at you. In a blink of an eye Yi-chen suddenly disappeared again. When you look more closely, Yi-chen rushed to the weapon box like a big black rat. The scene was very chaotic, with both groups pushing me. Whoever wanted to get to the weapon case first. Yi-chen also drilled this hole. While everyone else was fighting, Yi-chen violently lifted the weapon case with a swift movement. When they realized it, Yi-chen had already run out more than 10 meters away with the weapon case. Not good. Someone stole the weapons case. Holy, go after him. We mustn't let him get the weapon or we'll be ruined. It's all your fault. If you didn't insist on robbing us, could someone take advantage of the situation? If he's the first to get a gun, it's not going to go well for any of us. How dare you rob with him? We are running away. Retreat. 2 groups of people. One group continued to chase Yi-chen, and one group directly pulled their legs and ran. Instead of risking your life here, you should be looking for the weapon crates that don't have much to offer. Broken may be a little broken, but it's not unusable. The 2 of them, Swift Wolf and Black Bear, were instantly confused. They had seen Yi-chen run very fast, but they had also never seen Yi-chen run surprisingly fast. While others were running, Yi-chen was like flying close to the ground. Besides, Yi-chen wasn't on the runway yet. In such deep snow, Yi-chen was walking as if he was walking on the ground. Moreover, Yi-chen was now opening the weapon box while running. OB room. The big man in the Western theater of war hated it. Chase. Just chase. Can you catch up or what? I don't know what's going on in their heads. I'll skin them when I get back. I count them as having thick skin if they can't get a layer of skin off from practicing. This chase ended the moment Yi-chen took out his gun. More than a dozen people, all eliminated within 5 seconds of each other. Yi-chen didn't stop either. He resisted the weapon case greeting Swift Wolf and Black Bear. Following the positioning, they ran again towards the nearest weapons crate. In just an hour's time, Yi-chen directly pushed up from the 35 elimination count at the beginning to 62 elimination count. All the way. Swift Wolf, Black Bear and the 2 of them hadn't fired a single shot, and hadn't even observed a single enemy. From the beginning until now they could only see the enemy when they were eliminated. Otherwise, They didn't even see the person before that person had already been eliminated by Yi Chen with a single shot. After half a day, Yi Chen had already managed to collect most of the surrounding weapon cases all by himself. And at this time, Yi Chen's elimination count was already close to 100. The weapon boxes that Yi Chen had fought back had almost been able to pile up into a wall at this point. Swift Wolf, Black Bear, and Yi Chen were back here together with 3 more weapon cases. The moment you put the weapons case down, Swift Wolf and Black Bear both sat straight down in a big-ass crouch. Even though it was a winter's day, Swift Wolf and Black Bear and the two of them were sweating profusely. Their physical strength was very strong, but they couldn't stand Yi Chen tossing them around like this. It was almost completely dark now. They hadn't stopped since the moment the weapon crates started dropping, either to take them or on their way to take them. Swift Wolf panted heavily. Lao Chun, weapons are useful, but we shouldn't take so many, right? Black Bear, a big body, was holding out a bit at this point. Hanging out with Yi Chen, this was much more tiring than training, and that's not even the worst of it. The most frightening thing was that Yi Chen had never gotten tired from the beginning until now, and every time Yi Chen was able to spot someone approaching the perimeter of their cave with pinpoint accuracy, that's 1,000 meters away. A snipe is a person. By now they had no idea what the point of the maneuver was. The biggest significance should damn well be for Yi Chen to have a good time killing here. Seeing the weapon cases all over the ground, Yi Chen also took a long breath of relief. Phew, it's really quite tiring. Swift Wolf, Black Bear, what the hell does Yi Chen call that tired look? How can they be tired when they don't blush? They're really tired. You two just rest and relax today. I'll keep watch. The words fell. Both Swift Wolf and Black Bear lit up. Swift Wolf casually picked up the roasted meat next to the fire and said, "Oh, your kid suddenly has a big conscience? Didn't you have the two of us take turns keeping an eye on it all night before?" Yi Chen gave Swift Wolf a blank look. "If we let you two keep an eye on us, we'll die without even knowing how. Most people pretty much have guns these days, and with us roasting here in the middle of a pitch-black night, we're a living target for others. With the way you two are observant, you can get by if it's daytime, but at night it's purely for nothing." The Black Bear's mouth twitched. "I don't care about Wolf. I'm not going to hurt him too." But what Yi Chen said wasn't false. At night, Yi Chen's observation was much better than theirs. As time went on, less and less was left for the crowd to move around. The bigwigs of the war zones were also getting nervous. It's not about who's fighting for first, it's about who's fighting for second. Besides, this second place isn't up for grabs by strength, it's up for grabs by luck. This afternoon, everyone had thoroughly seen Yi Chen's marksmanship. Bumping into Yi Chen and the rest of them was almost nothing but death. The fourth day and night was quite peaceful. In fact, there were quite a few people who had seen the cave that Yi Chen's trio was perched in, but after carefully observing it in general, none of them dared to go forward again. The clothes that were being used for a shed outside, and the boxes of weapons that were stacked up so high were indicating one thing. That means mess with no one. Not the people here. Toward the back, Xiao Zhanghua barely looked at it. With Yi Chen's strength, this maneuver was almost a sure win for them in the northern war zone. Buzz. Feeling the vibration inside his coat pocket, Xiao Zhanghua walked out of the broadcasting room and answered the phone. "Daughter-in-law, I'm maneuvering over here, it's not convenient to answer the phone." "What's the matter?" What? You're saying Kara's going to be a soldier?" Chapter 95 The Special Forces competition begins. "Yeah, can't be persuaded to do anything about it. When you're done with your work over there and have time, you have to persuade Xiaola. What's a little girl doing in the army? It's tiring to go there. Our Xiaoera is delicate and tender." "Absolutely not." But he didn't wait for Wang Qin to finish his sentence. Xiao Zhangua's side came straight to life. "A tiger's father has no son. A tiger's father has no son. It's the first half of the draft soon, so I'll take care of the enrollment." "Pust." Wang Qin sprayed on the spot and cursed. "I go, you heartless old thing. I called you to persuade Xiaola, not to help Xiaola. Hey, the kid's old enough to do whatever she wants. You can't stop her." "How do you know you can't stop it if you haven't? You old thing." I have a bad signal here. Hello? Hang up Toodaloo." Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Wang Qin's face almost went askew with anger. "I wanted to let Xiao Zhanghua persuade. Now that's good. Xiao Zhanghua, this arrangement. Xiao Lai is not want to be a soldier, have to be sent to the army." Xiao Zhanghua didn't really continue to watch the next maneuver, but was busy with Xiao La there. In the blink of an eye, the maneuvers reached the 7th day. The place where Yi Chen was located was very close to the center point, so the area around Yi Chen was one that barely had many people. Before the hot weapons phase came, most people wanted to take the center point. After all, the center point was about the same distance from where it was, making it easy to find weapons. But the weapons are basically there now, so most people fight around the edges. Anyone with a weapon now, running towards the center point is a pure death wish. At the very least they don't have to worry about having someone on their back if they're on the perimeter. But if you're in the center, then there are people on almost every ING side. If there was a fight, those at the center point didn't even have to think about it. They would definitely be the first to die. So from the beginning until now, Yi Chen and the three of them had never seen any other teammates from the Northern War Zone either. Seeing Yi Chen begin to make a move, Swift Wolf and Black Bear subconsciously wanted to go up and follow Yi Chen as well. However, Yi Chen waved his hand at them and said, "You guys can just wait here. There's no need to go out with me." What do you want to go out for? I'll go out and win the maneuver. It shouldn't take long. If I run into our teammates later, I'll have them come here and you guys can just stand guard here. Without waiting for the Swift Wolf and Black Bear to speak again, Yi Chen's figure disappeared from their view. Win a little maneuver? Are you trying to take care of all of them by yourself? You think drills are that simple? Even if you're as good as you can be, they're in the center point now, and there might be a cold shot from behind at some point. It was now the last day, and the range left for them to engage was getting smaller and smaller. For Yi Chen, this current range is sufficient. If the range was any smaller, I'm afraid that his enhanced radar skill would be able to sweep out all the enemies within the range. The reason why Yi Chen was in such a hurry was also because Yi Chen had his own arrangement. It was only a matter of time before Shayera joined the army. If one wanted to get closer to Shayera more easily, it would undoubtedly be to improve one's ability to practice. With Xiao La's ability, it was only a matter of time before she entered the Special Forces. And what Yi Chen wanted to do was to be her instructor when she wanted to be a Special Forces soldier. With him personally by Xiao La's side, even if he himself had an accident, Xiao La could never have an accident. So what Yi Chen wanted most right now was to win the maneuver and take first place, so that the Northern War Zone could recruit a group of Special Forces first. At that time, Yi Chen could then look for Kong Jun, or for Xiao Zhanhua to let him practice these soldiers. With the skill of domain of command, the efficiency of his practicing troops was only faster. Seeing Yi Chen make a move, the hearts of the bigwigs of the war zones were in their throats. Yi Chen came to the highest point in the neighborhood. The eagle-eye skill unfolded, and everything within the field of view was in Yi Chen's eyes. Beside the Central Theater Brigade Captain, an observer with binoculars said to Shui Yunfeng, "Captain, do you see a man on that hill across the way?" Shui Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Look closely. There was a reflection of a sniper scope on a hilltop a bit further away from them. Shui Yunfeng didn't feel anything, but Chao Shang, the big man of the Central War Zone, had his heart in his throat. Although everyone was disorganized at first, Shui Yunfeng eventually gathered most of the players with his experience. Counting the casualties from the beginning to the present, there were now fully 34 men left in the Central War Zone. Even though the Central War Zone had suffered more casualties, the number of people they had left was now very high, and the most important thing was that 27 of those 34 people were all assembled together. The combat power formed by so many people gathered together was extremely terrifying. Sure, this kind of terror, Yi Chen could not feel it in the slightest. To Yi Chen they were nothing more than living targets. Seconds if you show your head. Shui Yunfeng waved his hand and said, "Don't pay any attention to that person. All we have to do is to hold out until the end and not shoot unless it's necessary. The range is getting smaller now, and if a shot is fired we risk exposing our position. If we engage either team in a firefight, it could result in a lose-lose situation, and once that happens, we could be exploited by the other team." Bang! Shui Yunfeng immediately felt a great impact coming from his head. Immediately afterward, it was to see a cloud of smoke drifting out in front of his eyes. What? The eyes of the players went straight to round. The spotter immediately exclaimed, "Quickly hide! It's the sniper from that hill across the way." Ha! The players were even more confused. They had to be at least 2,000 meters away from the hill where Yi Chen was. How the hell did he call from such a distance? But just the next second, white smoke likewise rose from the observer's body. Besides, he likewise took a straight hit to the head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brothers run! Which war zone is this from? How come I don't remember anyone in our ace troop shooting so hard? Yeah, more than 2,000 meters to say you're going to fight? That's too much of a stretch. The crowd cried out in alarm. In the blink of an eye, at the scene, white smoke came out of 5 more people. The crowds of ace special forces from the Central War Zone found cover as fast as they could. On a battlefield like this, the deterrent effect of a sniper was terrifying. Not to mention the fact that they were now facing a sniper who could hit targets 2,000 meters away. In the meantime, also emitting white smoke was Chao Shang, who was sitting outside. Others had white smoke coming out of the trigger device. He had white smoke coming out of his mouth. The same white smoke was coming out of a rainforest. The first shots have also been fired in the Special Forces competition. Chapter 96, Exercise Victory. Departure. In order to test the Special Forces' single combat ability even more, The model of this special forces competition was similar to Yi Chen and his group this time. After all, this time it was trying to pick someone among the special forces to train towards ace special forces. That's why the rules in the special forces competition are a bit more focused on single combat. At the level of an ace special forces soldier, solo combat has to be a bit more adept than team combat to be able to do so, because no one knows when something unexpected will happen. Once you've fallen off the wagon yourself, you also have to make sure you're on task. The biggest difference between the special forces competition and theirs this time was that the special forces competition skipped the cold weapons phase and went straight to the hot weapons phase. As the special forces competition enters its white hot phase, on the Swift Wolf's side, he was suddenly notified that the maneuver was over. Inside the cave, Swift Wolf and Black Bear were both filled with confusion. The two men looked at me and I looked at you. The end? Is the fight so fierce out there? Speaking of this, they couldn't help but think of Yi Chen together. This damn thing hadn't even gathered its own people yet. And Yi Chen had already destroyed all the enemies? What's this about him? What about Superman in the army? Just as the two of them were wondering, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside. Swift Wolf's observation was actually very strong as well. It was only that he was shown to be weaker in Yi Chen's setting. Someone. Swift Wolf immediately took out his gun. The Black Bears were also quick to get ready, but when they went out with their guns, there was a shout from outside. The cry was that of a coyote. Swift Wolf, Black Bear, are you guys still in there? Hearing that it was his teammates, Swift Wolf immediately greeted them out loud. Black Bear and I are here. Look outside. Outside had come the vast majority of the Northern Warzone crew. Kong Jun, Li Zhong, Tian Rue, the captain of the 2nd squad, and others all came here. Seeing this cave where Yi Chen was, Kong Jun couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said, "You guys started enjoying yourselves on while we were still struggling to get by. Is this the result of your work together?" The two of them, Swift Wolf and Black Bear, spread their hands, a picture of total irrelevance. Once this matter, if it was related to himself, when he went back, Kong Jun was afraid that he would not be able to practice a few layers of skin off the two of them. This is all Yi Chen's doing. It doesn't have anything to do with the two of us. He would have built a house the first day he got here, and by the time we found him he was living comfortably. Yeah, it's got beds, mattresses, quilts, tables and benches and all kinds of stuff. Pretty much everything. Kong Jun and the others did not know what to say when they saw the scene. Let's say Yi Chen was awesome. He could manage to build a fire and cook at the exact center point of the battlefield. But let's say Yi Chen wasn't great. He managed to build a fire and cook at the exact center point of the war while not being eliminated. Seeing the clothes all over the place, as well as the weapon cases, I'm afraid that there must be dozens of people who were eliminated by Yi Chen. To say the least, the eyes of the players were even more round than balls. It was only now that they also completely realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts had been. Since Yi Chen was able to come up, he was definitely relying on his own strength. Without a terribly strong comprehensive combat quality, how could Yi Chen have been exceptionally promoted to the ace troop? Just in this exercise alone, the strength that Yi Chen displayed that were all presenting a crushing stance to the ace special forces. Until the end of the maneuvers, when everyone returned to the temporary base again, the crowd was constantly surrounding Yi Chen and asking questions. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhanghua calling himself away, Yi Chen was afraid that his ears would be calloused. "Father-in-law, what is it you want to see me about?" Xiao Zhanghua was already used to Yi Chen's bluntness, so he said directly to Yi Chen, "Xiao Lai is also coming to be a soldier." The words fell. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly shrunk. How is this not following the script? Normally Xiao Lai should be a sophomore in college to be a soldier. How come she's going to be one in her freshman year? I don't know if Xiaowera is good in the army or not. If she is, then it's the best. If not, then I'll wait for her to be discharged after her military service. Yi Chen nodded slightly, but he still didn't understand what Xiao Zhanghua had called him here for. Although Xiaowera is a daughter, it's naturally better if she can make something of herself in the army than go home and inherit that whatever business. So I'm thinking if she sticks around, maybe we can get her into the special forces to see what it's like, too. And you, right now, need to work on that. I make an effort? Yi Chen questioned. That's right. You performed extremely well in the maneuvers this time, and our Northern Theater of Operations took first place without a doubt. That's why our ace unit in the Northern Theater of Operations is also qualified to go to the Special Forces competition to select people. And after selecting them, I'm going to give these people to you to practice. If someone does hold out, at that time, the ace unit of our Northern Theater will also form a new squad. And at that time, you will be the captain of your squad. In the future, if you have experience in leading soldiers, and if Xiaowera is also competitive, I will strive to hand Xiaowera over to you. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him was his own father-in-law. Yi Chen almost shouted out with a mouthful of water. Damn Xiao Zhanghua, this thought and his own thought is almost exactly the same. Moreover, Xiao Zhanghua knew his daughter very well. Xiao La's future development in the army can be said to be very rapid. The Northern War Zone set up in the 1st Women's Special Forces, she is one of them. And in this, Shara's performance can be considered extremely outstanding. It was estimated that using the domain of command skill to check on Xiaoera, with Ziora's talent, it would have to be a rank at least. Good, Yi Chen nodded and answered. Speaking of which, Xiao Zhanghua couldn't help as knocking Yi Chen's head with his hand and said, if everything goes well, you kid will at least be a squad leader in an ace troop by then. How come you haven't cared a bit about this aspect of your rank in all this time? Yi Chen laughed softly. Rank was something he didn't really care much about. He especially didn't care when he got into the ace special forces. The next best thing to being in the aces is the rank of major. Hearing that everyone in the ace force had the rank of major at the minimum, Yi Chen seemed to suddenly care about rank again. It damn well seemed like he was thinking too low of the ace force level. Swift Wolf, they all look relatively young. You're so young and you have the rank of major? Xiao Zhanghua smilingly patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, your situation is special. I'll inform you when I go back to confer with the chief. The most important situation at hand right now is to go to the Special Forces competition and pick someone. If you are so strong, your vision will naturally be more poisonous as well. So without further delay, let's set off now. Chapter 97. Does the selection have a death quota? You don't need to go to a particularly large number of people to pick someone this time. After all, they were all from the ace force. And while there were fewer missions now, they didn't know when they would come. So as many people as you can keep in the base are ready to respond to unexpected tasks. The Special Forces brigade commanders were also notified in advance. Of course, except that they didn't realize that Kong Jun and Yi Chen were from the ace force. They were informed that their superiors would form a tougher, higher secrecy Special Forces unit. And that's it. When they saw Kong Jun and Yi Chen arrive, everyone was extremely respectful. Especially when they saw Yi Chen at this age, everyone couldn't stop the shock in their hearts. Young enough to come here and pick someone. It must be that the strength of these two people in front of them was definitely not simple. The drills for the Special Forces competition were going to be quite a bit better than the drills for their aces. In this broadcast studio, they get to see a first look at the Special Forces, as well as intra-team exchanges and more. Yi Chen surveyed the list of names on the side. Soon enough, he was able to find the names of those numbers on the list. Each of the Special Forces brigade leaders also brought out information on their own Special Forces for their direct reference. Seeing that Yi Chen had already picked, Kong Jun raised his eyebrows and asked, you have a suitable candidate so soon? Yi Chen nodded. Even though I haven't spent time in Special Forces, I've been in the selection process and I know 3 Special Forces soldiers from when I went to Hunter Intensive. They're all pretty good. Hearing Yi Chen's words like this, the eyes of all the Special Forces captains brightened up. Anyone who wants a good soldier from their family unit. Among these profiles, Yi Chen quickly turned out a few familiar people. Zhuang Yon, Song Feng, Tank, and Monkey, who had just recently entered Song Wolf. The strength of the first 3 naturally do not need to say much. Can go to the hunter training people are all top good seedling. As for the monkey words, Yi Chen before did not much to measure. But to Yi Chen it was pretty much the same no matter what. After all, now he has the existence of the domain of command skills. As long as they are physically in place, like marksmanship, special skills in this area are all trivial. Big Captain. I'll take these 4 first. Aha, Kong Jun directly nodded in agreement. Yi Chen's strength was not shallow, and he would not question Yi Chen's vision. For the rest of the Special Forces competition, Kong Jun and Yi Chen had been observing. While the aces have lowered their requirements to recruit down the line, even the lowered requirements are difficult for many to meet. Eventually, after the Special Forces competition, only 30 people barely met the standards of the Kong army. As for Yi Chen's words, even if Yi Chen was given an ordinary person, he would be able to use the domain of command skill to train him into a Special Forces soldier. Kong Jun was chosen according to the comprehensive strength of the examination as well as the ranking. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was going to pick it at their awards ceremony. No amount of watching in the broadcast studio is as good as just checking out their talent in person with the domain of command skill. As long as it's an A or an S, it's all considered across the board. After the awards ceremony, instead of disbanding, the crowd of Special Forces soldiers continued to be told to stay where they were. Not leaving after the drill? Yes, still continue to stay here. What to do? I'm afraid to go back to be practiced down a layer of skin again. This time to play a mistake. Really miserable me. I wasn't much better. My point was so bad that I was eliminated right after I got up there. The crowd was talking about you and me. After a while, the Special Forces brigade leaders informed the Special Forces. Hearing that another wave of people would continue to be chosen here, many people were energized again. I thought they were picking people based on rankings. I didn't realize there would be a picking session like this after the game. What kind of troop do you guys think this is? Choosing between our special forces. So this must be much stronger than the special forces? If I could get into a troop like that, my god, how awesome it would be. The two, Monkey and Tank, were now in a squad. Seeing the need to set up such a special force, both Tank and Monkey subconsciously thought of Yi Chen. Ever since Tank and Monkey realized that they both knew Yi Chen, the two of them had a lot more to talk about then. One of the things that made Tank wonder the most was that Yi Chen had participated in the Special Forces selection with Monkey. At the end of the hunter training, Yi Chen should be selected without having to select directly into the Special Forces. But why Yi Chen returned to the country after no news at all? Monkey asked curiously. Tank, where exactly do you think Yi Chen went? Tank spread his hands. Who knows where this kid has run off to? If he did not go to the hunter intensive training, it is estimated that now he is also in the Kangwolf. Well, *******. Halfway through the sentence, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The first silhouette Tank didn't recognize at all, but the second silhouette Tank was familiar to the point of no return. The monkey on the side also exclaimed. At the same time, Song Feng, Zhuan Yon, both of them were also wide-eyed. Yi Chen, who hadn't been heard from since returning to China, had now appeared in front of their eyes in such a way? Yi Chen quickly found the four of them in the crowd and greeted them with a slight nod. The eyes of the four men were balled up. Tank directly marveled. No wonder I can't see this kid. So he's run off to a higher level to hang out. Yi Chen carried his hands behind his back as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The domain of dominion unfolds. Everyone's talent was presented before Yi Chen's eyes. Tank, Zhuan Yon, and Monkey, all clear A-rank talents. The only exception was Song Feng. When you look around the room, basically everyone is a B or an A. But Song Feng's head was showing a clear S. After briefly scanning a few glances and analyzing them, Yi Chen went down to the team and counted up the people. Yi Chen's search for someone was simple. Kong Jun was analyzing all sorts of things, but Yi Chen was acting like he was pointing to someone. To the end, the two of them, Kong Jun and Yi Chen, searched for a total of 60 Special Forces soldiers to participate in the selection of the Ace Force. The first squad is in charge of this selection. Li Zhong was the chief instructor, and Yi Chen and the rest of the team were the auxiliary instructors. Li Zhong had relatively rich experience in leading troops. Learning more from Li Zhong would also allow Yi Chen to gain experience in practicing troops. During the Special Forces competition, Xiao Zhanhua had already arranged for a temporary training base. It wasn't certain if those Special Forces could stay in the Ace Force, so they weren't qualified to enter the Ace Force's base right now. The selected Special Forces didn't even go back. As long as they were selected, they were driven directly to the temporary training base on the spot. On the way back, Yi Chen also asked Kong Jun, who was at the side, "Captain, is there a death quota for our ace troop selection?" Chapter 98. Yi Chen, this kid didn't have a good heart. Kong Jun raised an eyebrow and said, "The death quota will definitely be available. Even regular special forces have death quotas, let alone our ace troops. Why are you asking?" Yi Chen said smilingly, "Nothing, just asking." But looking at Yi Chen's bird-like appearance, Kong Jun always felt that he didn't have any good intentions. When Yi Chen arrived at the selection base, Li Zhong and the others had already been waiting here. Swift Wolf and the others came together in an excited discussion. Before it was all about them being practiced, now it's finally time for them to practice someone else. They couldn't help but get a little excited at the thought of having special forces for them to practice on tonight. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, they quickly greeted him. Yi Chen, come over here. We've been waiting for you for half a day. Do you have any good ideas? Give us some ideas. How about we tentatively plan to give them 8 emergency rallies tonight? The crowd murmured as you and I talked. Everyone was excited. While Li Zhong was there, he repeatedly consulted the training program. Leading troops he is very experienced, but practicing troops he is almost inexperienced. Because every soldier that comes to the ace unit no longer needs to practice, he just needs to lead. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Li Zhong asked, "Yi Chen, do you have any proposals?" If it was Swift Wolf and the others talking to themselves, they might just deal with it casually. But if it was Li Zhong asking himself, Yi Chen would have to ponder over it. Yi Chen was able to return here directly. After all, Yi Chen was now a member of the Ace Force, but the others were different. So even coming to this temporary base they needed to take a long detour to get there. "Captain, are we pulling them straight inside the base?" "Aha," Li Zhong nodded. "They're all special forces now. What else do they have to ride in?" This statement was made. Li Zhong, as well as the rest of the team, raised their eyebrows. "Spread them out. Let them run here on their own. If they can, they have to. If they can't, they just get the hell out. Even though our ace force is expanding downward, we can't recruit some that aren't very good. Tell you what, Captain, I suggest parking 20 kilometers away from our temporary base for an hour and a half. How about if you're not here in an hour and a half beyond that? Just go back where you came from? At the beginning Li Zhong was still thinking about how he was going to add intensity to his training. After all, they had been practicing since they were young, so their training in the military academy was completely different from their training outside. Li Zhong was afraid that moving those training methods from the military academy would not be very applicable outside. This proposal of Yi Chen's, Li Zhong straightened up and clapped his hands. Okay, just listen to you. Having said that, Li Zhong then directly picked up the phone to contact the driver. This time 3 military trucks came, each loaded with 20 men. To prevent leaks, every special forces soldier in the car was blindfolded. Even though their eyes were covered, they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the crowd of special forces. Those who could participate in the special forces competition alone were already the best of the best among the special forces, and those who appeared here now were the best of the best. Thinking about the upcoming selection to that mysterious troop, a little pride was inevitable in everyone's heart. The crowd was chattering away at you and me. The vehicle is getting slower and slower. The crowd also grew colder and colder. Because they were holding this special forces competition in the south, they were wearing less clothing. After a long journey, they are now drying directly from the south to the north. The north is now full of snow and the temperature is extremely cold. The crowd of special forces soldiers were getting closer to each other, hugging each other for warmth. But even then, the enthusiasm in the hearts of the crowd of special forces was not quenched by the cold. What soldier doesn't have some blood in his veins? Not to mention that all of them are still in the special forces. This cold is totally trivial. By the end of the day, the truck was parked in place. It was only then that the crowd was finally able to remove the blindfolds that they had been wearing over their eyes. Step out of the car. They had expected to see an extremely mysterious base, but the truth appeared before their eyes was the deep forest. The special forces were instantly confused. Aren't we here for the selection? Hello, driver, where are you taking us? We're wearing so little. We're going to have to freeze and smoke through if we stay out there much longer. The crowd was talking about you and me. The drivers of the 3 vehicles stepped out and said to the crowd, "Now, you are still 20 kilometers away from the selection base." The words fell. A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the special forces. You have 1.5 hours to get to the selection base. If you don't get to the selection base within 1.5 hours, since you are considered eliminated. Pust. The crowd of special forces almost cursed. An hour and a half to run 20 kilometers they could do. But running 20 kilometers in such an environment, is that a ING test for normal humans? And they didn't even know exactly where the selection base was. They didn't even know the way. How were they going to run there? Each of the 20 men inside the military trucks is a squadron, and a squadron will be equipped with a satellite phone. The satellite phone will have the location of the selection base on it. If you can't hold on halfway, you can use the satellite phone to ask for help. And asking for help will mean automatically giving up the selection. In the meantime, we'll use a drone to transport warm clothes and food and lead you to the selection base. Now, you have 1 hour and 29 minutes left. The clock starts the moment I speak. The words fell. The crowd of special forces soldiers just threw up. Insidious, Devious, Song Feng, Monkey, Tank, Zhuan Yun, all 4 of them were in the first military truck, which was the first squadron. The pilot handed the satellite phone directly into Song Feng's hands. Of all the people on the scene, Song Feng was also the only female soldier. After the driver handed over the satellite phone to Song Feng, the driver called Tank, Zhuan Yun, and Monkey over. You 3 come over here too. The 3 of us? The 3 stepped forward in unison. See, all 4 are here. The pilot said to the 4, you come with me and I will add 10 kilograms of weight to your packs. The words fell. The heads of the 4 instantly buzzed. It's not enough to run 20 kilometers in an hour and a half, but now you have to add weights? And naming the 4 of them to add when no one else does? Without even having to think about it, this must be Yi Chen's doing. Yi Chen, I'll you up. Damn acquaintance. Not a single benefit. And you're still targeting me. Chapter 99, Pitting Old Comrades to Death. Hearing Zhuang Yun directly start spraying, the driver couldn't help but secretly marvel at Yi Chen's foresight. As expected, it was predicted correctly by Yi Chen. It's a good thing they kept some bricks in the car or they wouldn't even have weights for them right now. The driver threw a brick at the ground and said, 10 extra kilograms of weight. Ha? Why? Zhuang Yun shouted. The instructor said that you guys are sure to scold him, so whoever scolds him will have 10 kilograms of weight added. By the way, there's no cap. Zhuang Yun's face turned green. It was damn well like something Yi Chen could do. The instructor also said that if you could compliment him, he could let me come in and lighten your load a bit depending on the situation. Zhuang Yun's face muscles kept twitching. After holding back a few words, he said, handsome, awesome, good shot, And good person. Well, it's not bad, so I'll spare you the 10 kilograms of weight, and I'll relay it to the instructor as such when the time comes. Monkey, Tank, and Pale Wind were all thankful that they had just been good enough not to complain. The rest of the special forces were a bit confused by the situation. While the four were loading their loads, the rest of the group remained still standing and waiting. The driver looked somewhat strangely at the crowd of special forces soldiers and said, "I'm just adding weight to the four of them individually on the instructor's orders. It's not like I'm adding it to you guys. The clock hasn't stopped, and you guys are frozen here not running, waiting to be eliminated?" The special forces were green in the face, but no one here has the guts to open their mouths and spit. Zhuang Yong opened his mouth to spit, directly added 10 kilograms of weight. If you want to subtract it, you still have to praise the instructor a few times. It's all about the little things. Wasting time is the big thing. How long has it been now? How much of a loss are they going to have to be if they do come up short by a minute or two at the end of the day? The driver watched the wildly running special forces with interest. Song Fong and the special forces of their first squadron didn't care about Song Fong. They directly ran forward to follow the other teams. As time ticked by, Song Fong also shouted, "Let's run as fast as we can, or else it will be too late." Aha! The sun was almost down when they got off the bus just now, so I guess it won't be long before it gets completely dark here. And the temperature here will get colder and colder. Swiftwheel's side had also sent a drone to check them out from a distance. Seeing Yi Chen targeting the four of them so much, Swift Wolf couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is your kid having a grudge against the four of them? I heard the captain say that these four were the ones you named to be let in." "There's no grudge. So who are they to you? You know them?" "3 of them were with me at Hunter Intensive, and one was a teammate I met earlier at Special Forces Selection." Words. Inside the Obi room, there was silence. By looking at it that way, Yi Chen's relationship with all 4 of them was pretty good. This kid, he's playing the familiarization game. People you don't know don't target. People you do know are going to be targeted to death. Time passes by. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were taking frantic steps forward. "How slow you are now. Before the finish line, you have to regret it." Song Fong, Tank, Zhuang Yong and their physical strength naturally needed no introduction. Monkey, as a Special Forces soldier who had just been selected not long ago, would have less physical strength compared to the 3 of them. Just when Tank was having some difficulty whether to wait for the monkey or not, Monkey, who had been running at the end of the group, said first, "You don't need to worry about me. You should run yourselves. This is the time to fight for time. But if you are a second late, you may all be eliminated. If anything happens to me, you must not care about me. Waste a minute on me, and you risk elimination." The 3 nodded deeply to the monkey. The remaining 3 also glanced at each other. After all, having spent so much time together in the Hunter Intensive, there had long been a tacit understanding between them. They can't save whoever has the accident. Saved if you get eliminated. The guilt of the rescued, and the heart of the rescuer, is just as remorseful. Just then, a Special Forces soldier fell straight into a pit because he didn't see his way through the snow on the ground. The rest of the group was thinking of pulling the plug if they could, except for the 4 Kangfangs. When they saw the Special Forces soldier who had fallen to the ground, they just shrugged them off as if they hadn't even seen this person. The 4 men of Song Fong, who were originally running at the back, soon stepped into the forefront. Seeing the 4 who ran away, those Special Forces behind them couldn't help but whisper a few grumbles. "If you don't help others now, they won't help you in the future. We're in a position where we have to be helping each other, and if we don't help each other, how are we ever going to get to the finish line? Forget it, he doesn't help others now, and others won't help them if they have an accident in the future." The crowd was talking about you and me, obviously. Song Fong and the 4 of them didn't leave much of a good impression on the others, but any time the 4 of them had glanced over toward the fallen Special Forces soldier it would have been fine, but they hadn't even looked at them to begin with. OB room. The crowd of players, however, were in awe. No wonder. These 4 picked by Yi Chen are all serious understanders. Yeah, they helped others, and they themselves were left so far behind. Once or twice is fine, but if the number of times is too many they will have nothing to do with this selection. It was getting dark and the wind was getting extra cold. They don't wear a lot of clothes. Every breath he exhaled was filled with white mist, and with every inhalation he could feel a sharp stinging pain coming from his entire nasal passages. In such cold weather, each of their hands were nearly insensible, and each of them was almost always running on a full breath. The time soon came to an hour. Although there was still half an hour to go before the selection was over, they could actually tell who would make it to the finish line and who wouldn't already. Those who have been helping each other out in the background. "You help me out a little bit. I'll help you out a little bit." By doing so they do reach the finish line without any problems and have each other's backs. But accordingly, it would be a waste of time to do so. Getting to the finish line is getting to the finish line, but passing the test is not. To get to the finish line in less than 2 hours at this pace they were going would have been a great achievement. Coyote couldn't help but propose. Captain, why don't we just relax the conditions? If things go on like this, half, if not more, of these 60 people will have been eliminated before they even see the base. The rest of the group also offered. With this kind of practice, how can they still get people into the ace force? These 60 people to the end don't even 10 people. Even say, one is not left. Without waiting for Li Zhong to speak, Yi Chen said directly, you think everyone in the ordinary army is as strong as me? Chapter 100, the most useless thing on the battlefield is sympathy. The words fell. All 5 froze in reaction for a moment. How can there be that many powerful people in an ordinary troop? Even if only 10 of those 60 people arrive, or even 6, that's normal. Although our ace troop can somewhat lower their requirements to let them in, we can't lower our requirements too much, right? It can't be that we'll form a new squad, and then all of the people in that squad together won't even be able to defeat one of you. The missions they carry out are completely different from the ones we carry out, and if we let people whose strength is still not up to par at all into our ace troop, it would be a disguised way of letting them go to their deaths. In the silence, Li Zhong slowly applauded. Yi Chen is completely right. It's better to not have any of them than to let them go to the battlefield and get killed for nothing. What we're facing is not at all on the same level as what they're facing, and besides, this is just a test. That's all. If someone manages to stick around and get into the ace force, that's naturally good, but in the end, if no one comes in, that's normal. The 5 nodded. They actually had the best for the ace force in mind. Now the number of ace troops was getting smaller and smaller, not only in their northern theater, but the casualty rate of the ace troops in the other 4 theaters was also gradually increasing, and the number of people was likewise small. If this method really worked, not only the ace units in the northern theater, but also the ace units in the remaining 4 theaters would be able to get a very good relief. But when you think about it, they can actually react. What Yi Chen said did make sense. The missions that their ace troopers carried out weren't like those carried out by ordinary special forces. They are facing the best of enemies, the best of opponents. Those people weren't just any ordinary people, or else the casualty rate of the ace force wouldn't have been so high. To let those people rush in would be irresponsible. Eyes on the half-hour left. Yi Chen greeted the 5 swift wolves and prepared the special forces who were about to reach the finish line. Originally, Li Zhong wanted to arrange for them all to go inside the dormitory, but this idea was directly passed off by Yi Chen. Although this is a temporary selection base, but this base has everything that should be there. There is electricity, water, dormitories, and each dormitory is equipped with heating facilities such as air conditioning, and each dormitory is equipped with a private bathroom and 24-hour hot water. Only now they don't deserve to be treated so well. Yi Chen asked Li Zhong to arrange all of these special forces that could arrive on the scene into one of the smaller warehouses. Of these 60 people, it was estimated that half or even more would have to be eliminated at the first hurdle. So in this small warehouse these special forces can sleep more than enough. This warehouse is leaking on all sides, but add another vertical air conditioner in this warehouse, and the temperature in the dormitory won't be that bad. 5 people came to the warehouse, prepared the cotton clothes, quilts, and also turned on the floor air conditioner. The temperature in the warehouse is gradually rising. When it was about to reach almost 1 hour and 30 minutes, 4 silhouettes appeared in front of the selection base's main gate, not surprisingly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, dressed in his winter combat uniform, waved his hand to them smilingly in front of the gate. I knew you guys would be first. Zhuang Yong directly blanked Yi Chen and said, I'm going to go to your big brother. After running continuously for such a long time, Zhuang Yong's voice was already on the verge of freezing, and his voice was extremely hoarse when he spoke. The other 3 didn't fare so well either. Yi Chen looked at Zhuang Yong with a smile. I was going to let you all go in first and roast the fire, but now it seems, alas, that you will not be allowed to do so. Insulting the instructor is an additional offense, and all are punished if one does wrong. You 4, Bob will jump in place until all the others are here. Feeling the almost murderous gazes of the 3 people around him, Zhuang Yong shivered in fear. Get your mouth shut, Tank cursed lowly. But no matter what, now their identity with Yi Chen had changed. Now Yi Chen is the instructor. If they don't listen to Yi Chen, I'm afraid Yi Chen will have to play them to death. Not to mention that they can't actually just stop now. It's already so cold that if they don't exercise and move, their body heat will be lost at a faster rate. The clock was about to reach 1 hour and 30 minutes. Very few people arrived on site as well. Coyote said somewhat worriedly from the side. It won't be just these dozen or so people at the scene in the end. Li Zhong's face has also been sinking. Although he couldn't see any mood swings, Li Zhong actually wished that more people would come. At 1 hour and 29 minutes, there were more special forces outside the selection base. Each of these 10 or so special forces in the front who had arrived first were not with the larger group, so they would run faster. Those remaining special forces were following the main group, so the people coming out the back are just coming out in droves. Seeing the gate of the selection base in front of them, the special forces soldiers who were already about to run until they fainted came back to life. Everyone was running frantically with the last of their strength. The scene is also getting crowded, with the last 3 seconds left on the clock. At the scene, a total of 33 special forces were left behind. Li Zhong nodded to Yi Chen and the others. The 6 men walked quickly to the outside of the selection base, blocking the doorway. The hearts of those special forces soldiers who hadn't yet arrived at the base stuttered. Some were less than 10 meters from the door. Seeing Yi Chen who was in front of him, he subconsciously tried to head for the base, but what greeted him was Yi Chen's welcoming kick. Bang! He was kicked hard to the ground. That guy just went in. Why didn't I go in? We're both just back and forth. Speaking period. The rest of the special forces were also running this way as fast as they could, trying to muddle in a moment later. Li Zhong raised his stopwatch high and waved it in front of the special forces outside the base. 1 hour and 30 minutes. Anyone who doesn't reach the finish line within the allotted time is considered eliminated. That guy just now did go back and forth with you. He reached the finish line at the last second. And you've exceeded the allotted time. Ha! Hearing that he was going to be turned away, the special forces soldiers simply broke down. If he had been a few hundred meters from the finish he would have said absolutely nothing, but he was just under 10 meters from the finish line, if not less. Instructor, I was delayed because I helped the others on the way. If I hadn't helped them I'd be at the finish line by now. Put away that bull ***** sympathy of yours. Chapter 101, Zhuang Yong, I know the instructor best. On the battlefield, the last thing you need is your sympathy. There's a good chance that because of one sympathetic thought on your part, the whole mission will fail. On the way to a mission you see a very poor child and you help out in passing. But in the end you will probably fail the whole mission just because you helped this child. On the battlefield, everything is a race against time. And you don't have a single moment to waste. Yi Chen, take these people back to their dormitories. And when the military vehicles arrive they'll go back from wherever they came from. Yes. Yi Chen led the crowd back to the dormitory. Everyone looks like a frosted eggplant. By the time Yi Chen came out again, the crowd of special forces soldiers were standing in formation in unison. It was already so late in the day and none of the special forces had thick clothing. After being frozen for so long, everyone is thinking that there should be no more training today. Facts. They did indeed run out of training today as well. When he saw Yi Chen arrive, Li Zhong directly handed over all the people to Yi Chen. Yi Chen faced the crowd and said smilingly, "Let's go and take you guys for a bath. Take a shower and get a good night's sleep. Today should be the best sleep you've had here. And you'll be continuing your training at this time tomorrow." The crowd of special forces soldiers took a long breath of relief. Seeing Yi Chen like this, Zhuang Yong always felt that Yi Chen was not pretending to have any good intentions. Is this really the end of training for today? Even if it's over, will they be able to take a smooth shower? After the shower, can they really go back to their dorms and get a good night's sleep? Zhuang Yong again scrutinized Swift Wolf and the others who were there with a bad smile on their faces. He poked the tank beside him and whispered, "What do you guys think Yi Chen is up to again? He always feels like he doesn't have good intentions. Do you even need to tell me that? He's definitely up to no good. But we're here. So what can we do if we know he's up to no good? Knowing that this is a tiger's den, we have to go inside." The four thought something would go wrong. However, following the steps of Yi Chen 6, they had actually walked to a bathroom. The bathroom was heated and the temperature was fairly normal. At least they didn't feel cold in these clothes they were wearing now. Song Feng, come with me. I'll arrange a single room for you later. The rest of you get ready in place for a shower. The rest of the special forces cheered. Having just frozen like that, it would be a great treat to have a hot bath here now. At this point, even Zhuang Yong wondered if he had thought too badly of Yi Chen. So far, so good, but that thought soon vanished when they turned on the shower. There's no warm water in there at all, just cool water. Swift Wolf said smilingly on the side, "Today this bath you are also to wash. Do not wash also have to wash. Who if you do not want a wash or hot water bath can also." The initiative to choose to withdraw on the line. The crowd of special forces soldiers squirted straight away. They're gonna have to take a bath today. It was warmer in this house, but the water was freezing cold. Zhuang Yong's face was as hard as if he had been constipated for a month. I had thought that Yi Chen still had some conscience in him, but now it seemed that Yi Chen not only had no conscience, he was also damn inhuman. One time, the bathroom was nothing but the sound of water being poured on the floor and the sound of hissing and hissing. They didn't really do it for no reason. These special forces soldiers had frozen very stiff during that hour or so just now. It would be a disservice to them to let them come into direct contact with hot water at a time like this. When a person freezes, blood vessels constrict and blood flow is reduced. If you wash directly with hot water at this point it will result in too much of a temperature difference. In mild cases, frostbite forms, and in severe cases, tissue necrosis results. After the shower, everyone was doe-eyed and dressed. Even Song Fong Yichen, who was a female soldier, was not spared. Sometimes, the more female soldiers have to be targeted and practiced to death. The most a male soldier can expect to die if he is captured on the battlefield is death. But if a female soldier is captured on the battlefield, imagine the consequences. In Yi Chen's eyes, women were for pampering, while female soldiers were for abuse. The special forces thought that after taking this cool shower everything would all be over. But this naive thought vanished completely when they saw the broken warehouse. Get inside this so-called dormitory. Despite the fact that there was an air conditioner on in the warehouse, their hearts went cold. The air conditioner is on and the temperature is really high. But that temperature is just enough to ensure that they don't freeze to death. That's all. With the understanding that the Zhuangyong trio had of Yi Chen, before going to bed, Zhuangyong directly assembled all the special forces. People, you may not know the instructor, but I do. Knowing what I know about him, we won't have to get a good night's sleep tonight. The crowd of special forces soldiers gave Zhuangyong a blank look. What do they have to say about that? Who hasn't gone through this phase? It was not uncommon for them to be mustered several times a night during normal special forces selection. Zhuangyong smiled mysteriously and said, I wouldn't have called you all here if it was an ordinary emergency assembly. As I told you, I know the instructor. His methods should be different from all you have seen before. Your emergency muster is a whistle muster or a bell-ringing muster, whereas their emergency muster has no sign. Ha! The special forces were puzzled. What kind of emergency rally is an emergency rally without warning? They won't have any warning. It might be a tear gas canister thrown in at some point, and by the time you react it will be too late. Holy? The eyes of the crowd of special forces soldiers widened slightly. Emergency assembly with tear gas? Is this a ing way for a human being to think? That's too bad. So in order for everyone to get a good night's sleep, let's just split up into groups to take turns on sentry duty now that we're 30-30. This way we can all sleep well and be ready for incoming tear gas. With a few brief words, Zhuangyong began to summarize the special forces in groups for sentry duty. In front of a computer screen, Yi Chen and the others watched the play with a smile on their faces as they kowtowed to their melons. Zhuangyong and the others understood Yi Chen, and Yi Chen likewise understood Zhuangyong and the others. They made countermeasures. Yi Chen had the same countermeasures. There was a man on sentry duty, so the special forces slept soundly, with more people physically warmer, and with the air conditioning, it was even a little warmer inside the comforter when covered with a large quilt. The first round of sentry is Zhuangyong, the tank. The two leaned against the warehouse doorway, silently listening to all the commotion outside. Suddenly, Zhuangyong, tank both looked at each other. There are footsteps. Chapter 102. This instructor is just crazy. Soon, the duo then heard that familiar sound of pulling on the ring. Zhuangyong immediately yelled, tear gas! Wake up! Emergency assembly! The moment he finished shouting, inside the warehouse, there was a sound of metal clashing. Tear gas fell to the ground, and everyone subconsciously held their breath and squinted their eyes. The two of them, Zhuangyong and Tank, also immediately wanted to open the warehouse door, but when he tried to open it, he realized that the warehouse door had been locked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's ghostly voice came from outside the door. Oh, I didn't expect Zhuangyong that you still know me quite well. 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly through Zhuangyong's heart at once. Listening to this meaning of Yi Chen, it was estimated that what he said in the warehouse that bout had to be heard clearly by Yi Chen. Inside the warehouse, the crowd of special forces soldiers couldn't withstand the destruction of the tear gas even if they could hold it in any longer. This warehouse is not some old-fashioned warehouse. The whole warehouse, just this one gate. If Yi Chen didn't open the door, I'm afraid they would all have to suffocate here today. After an estimated half a minute, Yi Chen signaled to the 5 swift wolves. Ready? Aha! The 5 nodded heavily. The moment the door was opened, the crowd of special forces inside the house rushed out like a bunch of zombies. Everyone was choking on a handful of snot and couldn't keep their eyes open. They didn't even get dressed much because they got up in too much of a hurry and there was tear gas in the house. But not before they took 3 steps outward. What greeted them were the 6 Yi Chen's fists that rained down like a storm. Those special forces soldiers in the lead were instantly dumbfounded. For better or worse they were all good soldiers from various special forces, and their strength was first class. However, when faced with these fists in front of them, they didn't even have the power to fight back. The ones that landed didn't even seem to be fists, but swung hammers. Ah, ouch. What are you hitting us for? Didn't we come out? Why are you hitting us? Cough, 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 cough. At this point, a voice came from behind Yi Chen's 6. Come out? Just come out? Are you going to go to war with the enemy dressed like this? The words fell. Li Zhong's figure appeared in front of the crowd of special forces. Seeing the bear-like appearance of these special forces soldiers, Li Zhong's face darkened. Maybe recruiting in regular special forces is fundamentally a bad decision. Is this the level of the good soldiers of the various special forces? When you encounter a crisis situation, you don't even pack up your clothes before running directly outside. How is this a bit of special forces? If this had been during wartime, Li Zhong felt that it was highly likely that these men would have dropped their guns and run. In case of emergency, they are definitely the group that will be caught off guard by the enemy. The more Li Zhong thought about it, the angrier he got and cursed. What a bunch of ing things. How can you be called sharp soldiers at your level? With the exception of a few individuals, look at the state you yourselves are in. If I see you a second time, everyone, just get out. We want the best of the best here, not a waste shelter. The crowd of special forces were cursed. Get dressed and get out again in 1 minute. No sleeping until you've done 300 push-ups. The special forces subconsciously turned back to the warehouse. By now, the warehouse had been filled with gas from tear gas. Wouldn't you choke to death if you went back? But seeing Li Zhong's smelly face, they have to go back even if they go back or not. Strongly resisting the excitement, a minute later, 33 special agents assembled at the warehouse door. Just as Li Zhong wanted to announce the start of the push-ups, Yi Chen, who was on the side, said once again, "Captain, oh no, Chief Instructor, how about we don't let them do so many push-ups? It's a big night, don't let them get too tired." This statement was made. The crowd of special forces on the scene immediately felt bad. None of these instructors is a savior, especially Yi Chen. If he could be thrown off his stomach, it would be absolutely full of bad water. Seeing the wryness that flashed through Yi Chen's eyes, Li Zhong's anger subsided a bit, because Li Zhong knew that Yi Chen had already figured out how to torture these special forces. Let's replace the 300 push-ups with 100, so they do it faster and we can get back to resting. Hearing that they would only do 100 push-ups, the special forces men let out a long breath. Even if Yi Chen was as resourceful as he was able to pit them, these 100 push-ups would be easy for them. Li Zhong nodded and said, "Then they're all yours." Yi Chen flashed a bad smile. He came to the front of the crowd and shouted to them, "Adjust your push-up distance." The 33 special forces quickly adjusted their distance. "Take out your sabers and bury the handles of your sabers in the ground. Don't blame me for not warning you. Bury it as deep as you can." Ha! Hearing this, the crowd of special forces felt bad. Take the saber and bury it in the ground. What's he up to? But they could only do what Yi Chen said. Even Li Zhong and the others were curious. After everyone had buried their sabers, Yi Chen shouted, "Get ready for push-ups. Everyone, take your saber as the standard and hang your neck over it." Just now they were wondering what the hell this saber was for. Now it seems, this saber, it could be used to take their lives. Li Zhong and Swift Wolf and the others were also shocked. Yi Chen, this kid is also too damn extreme, right? It's not their physical fitness that's being tested, but their mental fitness. But that's not all. Yi Chen continued, "During the time you guys are doing push-ups, I will be shooting at 60 centimeters from the ground. Don't worry guys, my training is safe. As long as you guys are within normal limits I'll make sure you'll be absolutely fine." Pust. The crowd of special forces soldiers sprayed straight away. Safe? This training special may seem unsafe, but it's not safe at all. That's not even close to the word safe. In order to prove that it was live ammunition, Yi Chen picked up the gun and fired a shot directly at Zhuang Yong. Bang! Bullets accompanied by hosts of fire swept out. The hearts of the crowd of special forces soldiers went straight to their throats. At the moment the bullet struck, it was as if Zhuang Yong could see the bullet getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. With a huge impact, Zhuang Yong could clearly feel that the bullet was deeply embedded on top of Zhuang Yong's helmet. When the crowd saw this scene, cold sweat broke out on all of them. How can they call this man in front of them an instructor? He's completely insane. Just now this shot, the bullet but any downward deviation so a little. Zhuang Yong will have to be killed on the spot here. You're no instructor. You're just crazy. A gun should never be pointed at a teammate. As an instructor, don't you even know that? Chapter 103, Singling Out 33 Men. They are elite special forces from various units though. But it's true that they've never seen a scene like this one. They practiced trust shots, but can that be the same situation as now? What kind of instructor was this one in front of them? How is he even remotely like an instructor? Stick the saber in the ground and let your neck hang over the saber doing push-ups. Doing push-ups while there will be live fire on top. This also means that they should never straighten their arms during push-ups. They can't be too high and they can't be too low, so they just have to be pushing all the time. It's trying to play them alive. Yi Chen looked towards the Special Forces soldier who had loudly protested. The moment he met Yi Chen's gaze, the Special Forces soldier instantly felt a chill run down his back. Not waiting for him to react, Yi Chen quickly raised his gun and shot. Bang! 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 All 3 rounds hit his helmet. The first shot hit the helmet, the second, and the third, all hit the ass of the previous bullet. Now do you think I have a gun pointed at you? It's not you I'm aiming my gun at. It's the helmet on your head. As long as you do your push-ups within safe limits, you'll be absolutely fine. This Special Forces soldier instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This instructor in front of me is absolutely nuts. He removed the helmet from his head. Look closely. The 3 bullets that were just fired were all stacked on top of each other? What kind of horrible marksmanship is this? Yi Chen swept over the crowd of Special Forces and laughed lightly. If you want me to say it, why don't you all just get the hell out of here right now? Before, I thought that recruiting you ordinary Special Forces soldiers would definitely not work. And now it seems that my guess was correct. Being a Special Forces soldier, it's amazing that you can interpret fear of death so well. Simply stay wherever you are. Alas, and sadly, it's true that any kind of goods can be a Special Forces soldier nowadays. Chief Instructor, why don't we just send them all away later? And if we recruit them inside in the future, we'll still have to feed them well. Look at what they all look like. These 30-odd people, together, probably aren't enough for me to fight alone. Trash is still trash no matter how much they practice. Trash will always be trash. The words fell. Yi Chen instantly felt the angry gazes of the crowd of Special Forces. Not to mention them, even those Special Forces that didn't get in here were the elite of the Special Forces. Can't the National Special Forces competition be entered by just any Special Forces soldier? What's more, every one of them here had a good performance in the Special Forces competition, and in the whole army. Saying that they were the first echelon of Special Forces, they definitely afforded it. Everyone has their pride. But when it came to this, they were looked at so flatly by Yi Chen and the others. It was as if they were no better than recruits in the eyes of the instructors. Who are you to talk about us like that? You look younger than us. Who are you to lecture us? I think you're only a little bit better at marksmanship. But in terms of fighting, I can clean you up on my own. What are we? And what are you? Milky. Swiftwolf and the others laughed and watched the show from the sidelines. By the looks of it, these Special Forces guys probably won't be spared a beating. Don't say let Yi Chen go. Even if Swiftwolf and the others went, they could all manage to single-handedly take on all of them by themselves. Since you guys are not convinced, how about we have a competition? One of me, beating all of you. Hear this. The Special Forces almost didn't laugh outright. A Special Forces soldier with a height of 1 meter 8 and a body full of tendon flesh directly exclaimed, "With this small physique of yours, I can beat you alone." Yi Chen ignored him and continued, "If you guys win, the push-ups will be cancelled outright tonight, and I won't give you a whole lot to do in future training. But if you guys lose, how about you yell out I'm a loser for every push-up you do tonight?" The words fell. Many of the Special Forces were filled with contempt. Sure, except for the 4 tanks. Monkey most Yi Chen's perception of strength might not be particularly clear, but Tank and the 3 of them were different. Yi Chen what means they knew better than anyone else. Not to mention one beating 30. With Yi Chen's strength and stamina, even if he were to beat 300, it would be no problem at all. Do you mean what you say? It's not like you're going to lie to us again in a little while. All kinds of denials when you can't beat us. I don't have to lie to you guys. Besides, even if I deny it, won't I lose face? You have half a minute. If you're not on in half a minute, you're automatically considered to have failed. Speaking of which, there was a moment's pause before the scene began to murmur. A lot of the Special Forces guys are starting to jump on the bandwagon. If it was a 1-2 punch they might have panicked a bit, but now it's 33-1. Even if Yi Chen was made of iron he would have to be beaten down by them. They're not just kids. Each of them is a top soldier in various Special Forces. While everyone was talking about how they were going to fight in a while, Tank and the 4 of them stood still, not even having the slightest idea of fighting. A Special Forces soldier in the neighborhood couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you 4 going to fight? We are now 33 against 1, and each of us can spray him to death with a mouthful of spittle." "Yeah, what are you afraid of? If it's a big deal, we'll be punished together. So what are you afraid of?" The 4 tanks laughed without saying a word. The penalty is definitely a penalty, and the 4 of them are bound to be collateral damage. The reason they didn't go on was because they didn't want to take that beating from Yi Chen. "I'm afraid that if I took a punch from Yi Chen, I would have to be in pain for a full night," Tank said bluntly. "If you want to get on yourselves, but don't blame me for not warning you. You people really might not be able to beat him. So if you don't want to get beat up, stand here and behave yourselves." Seeing the attitude of the 4 tanks, the crowd of Special Forces were all a picture of contempt. Well, they're all elite Special Forces from various units. More than 30 people to fight one person, and they are still so wimpy. It's unbelievable. Time passes by. The crowd of Special Forces were already warming up. Yi Chen shouted, "Last 10 seconds. The moment the words fell, the 6'8" Special Forces soldier just rushed straight up with both fists waving. Because of the reason of wearing cotton clothes, his physique was shown to be bigger, and the whole person ran like a flying bear. In hell. On. I don't believe he can still beat more than 30 of us by himself. The rest of the Special Forces soldiers also shouted and rushed towards Yi Chen. Seeing the Special Forces soldiers who were running wildly towards Yi Chen, the four tanks had sympathy written all over their faces. Alas. Still too naive. Chapter 104 Waste is waste. Not a second after Tank said that, the Special Forces soldier at the front just flew straight across the room. In mid-air, his eyes barely glazed over. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that Yi Chen could explode with such power for such a small physique. Just taking a kick in the pants. He then felt like he had been hit by a big truck. The kick Yi Chen had just given was very plain and unadorned. Without any skill. Only speed and brute force. When strong enough, any technique is just fancy. This Special Forces soldier was already big. Now it was kicked out horizontally, directly knocking several of the Special Forces behind him to the ground with it. It hurts. It hurts me. Just after the official fight, 5 people from their team were directly and instantly incapacitated. The rest of them were scared for a moment at the sight, but within 3 seconds, one of them yelled again. What are you afraid of? He's all by himself. 2 arms and 2 legs. We can beat them even if we play shamelessly. If not, we'll hug his hands and legs. Yeah, what are we afraid of? Brothers go. Even if we were any worse, it's not your turn to mock. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers shouted before charging forward violently. Seeing the raging crowd, Yi Chen's expression remained so flat. For Yi Chen, these people couldn't pose a threat to him at all. Even if they had guns in their hands and none in his own, he was sure to get rid of them all. The 3 Special Forces soldiers who rushed ahead were all very good. These 3 people Yi Chen was personally selected by himself after the end of the Special Forces competition. He was more impressed with these 3 people, and it was precisely because of their good hands that Yi Chen selected them. The 3 of them were in an encircling position surrounding Yi Chen. Facing the crowd's siege, Yi Chen still stood in place with his hands behind his back. The Special Forces soldier grunted coldly. In their eyes, Yi Chen was now giving up resistance. Because there were just too many breaks in Yi Chen, they had 100 ways to capture Yi Chen alive. But the moment they were about to touch Yi Chen instantly lost sight of him. Everyone who could stand here was the top Special Forces soldier in each unit, but even they couldn't see exactly how Yi Chen had just disappeared. When they saw Yi Chen again, Yi Chen's fists were already smashing into their chests. Bang! A loud dull sound came. Even with the heavy cotton suit as a cushion, this Special Forces soldier who was hit instantly felt like he couldn't breathe from the pain. The remaining 2 Special Forces soldiers were grabbed one by Yi Chen with one hand. In Yi Chen's hands, they were completely like 2 little puppies that had just turned 1 month old. Facing Yi Chen, they didn't have a tiny bit of room to fight back. The 2 were heavily hit by Yi Chen. Seeing the situation, the rest of the Special Forces felt bad. At first they thought that Yi Chen was not good, but now it seemed that if Yi Chen didn't have some strength, I'm afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't have said the big words he just did. Aside from Tank and the 4 of them, they also had a full 29 Special Forces on site. They weren't particularly afraid of the penalty for losing. As long as they do push-ups within range, they're safe. What they feared most was the face on their own face, and the pride of being a Special Forces soldier. 29 Special Forces together. As a result, they couldn't beat even one person. They also had to do push-ups afterwards while yelling I'm a loser. If word of this got out, they'd all be nagged for the rest of their lives, and they'd all have to hate being discharged in place. Grass. If we can't beat him head-on, we'll play rogue. Hug his legs. Whoever is bigger goes up and hugs. I'll hold his left leg. I'll hold his right leg. The crowd of Special Forces made a quick decision, but all of this was based on Yi Chen being a normal person. After the system transformation, how could Yi Chen be called a normal person now? He's in the army now. If he was out there, maybe he'd have to be sliced up for research by some mysterious organization. Facing the incoming crowd of Special Forces, Yi Chen did not stop them. They could hug their thighs if they wanted to, and hug their arms if they wanted to. To Yi Chen all of this was completely indifferent. Seeing Yi Chen looking like this, everyone felt that in the face of their rogue beating Yi Chen had finally given up resisting. But just as one of the Special Forces soldiers was about to slam over against Yi Chen's abdomen, suddenly, the 160-pound Special Forces soldier who was holding Yi Chen instantly felt the sensation of taking off. After a blur of vision, he then felt a huge impact. Those Special Forces soldiers watching from behind were instantly confused. This damn thing is a monster. He's not even human. How strong does he have to be to bring someone right up? Are you guys still fighting? I won't fight. Dead or alive. Just lose. We're not ashamed to lose to such a top big man. They looked backward as they spoke. Seeing the 4 tanks who had been standing in a military stance at the back, they finally understood what the 4 tanks had just said. These special forces soldiers honestly returned to the line to stand beside the 4 tanks. It was just us brothers who couldn't hear the good and bad words. Say, does this instructor seem to know you guys well? Or do you know this instructor well? Tank smiled and said, we once went to Hunter's Rally together, and he captured the Hunter's Rally's highest medal of honor. Do you guys look at him and think he's young? Well, a few people nodded. He's not even 6 months into his enlistment now, if you go by time. The words fell. The jaws of these few special forces soldiers beside them almost didn't drop to the ground in shock. The highest honor in the Hunter set is outrageous enough. What's even more outrageous is that it hasn't even been 6 months since the instructor enlisted? No wonder he just had the nerve to talk to them like that. The Yi Chin in front of their eyes, that was simply a Superman conversation. On the scene, there were no longer any special forces with the courage to go forward. In the face of Yi Chen's humiliation just now, although they were angry, they were not cuties. Don't say 29 to fight 1. Even if 299 of them fought 1, Yi Chen would still be able to beat them all. From start to finish, Yi Chen didn't even take a breath. Seeing the hooting and hollering crowd of special forces, Yi Chen gave a light laugh, contempt written in his eyes. I've already given you a chance. Trash is trash. Now, who else is not convinced? Yi Chen's scolding was a bit unpleasant though, but this time, none of the special forces on the scene went to choke Yi Chen back. Chapter 105, Training with Your Life. Being special forces at their level, they're not just tough in combat, they're tough mentally. What kind of special forces are they if they can't even take this hit? The 4 tanks were the first to get ready for push-ups. They hung their necks over the tips of their knives, their arms bent. The rest of the special forces also successively all did push-ups in preparation. Before the official start, Yi Chen again suddenly took out a black eye mask from his coat pocket. He held the blindfold in front of the crowd of special forces and said, as you can see, this thing in my hand is an eye mask, and it's very good at blocking out light. Even if you wear this blindfold during the day, all you can feel is darkness. The special forces were stunned. Do push-ups? This is still have to wear a mask? If all of them can't be seen. The push-ups were a little too dangerous to do, weren't they? Sabers below, bullets whizzing by above. Put on the blindfold. Got it. Swift Wolf's few people took out their eye patches with a smile. At first they were a bit surprised when Yi Chen said he wanted to prepare some blindfolds. After all, who's a good guy training to use a blindfold? Now it seemed that everything Yi Chen had to prepare had his uses. With the assistance of Swift Wolf and the others, all the special forces put on blindfolds. Don't worry, as your auxiliary instructor, I'm still more than sympathetic. If you wear blindfolds, so do I. The corners of the mouths of the special forces soldiers twitched. Say that. The instructor doesn't have to be punished, so what's the point of him wearing a blindfold? What's with that? Thinking about this, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of the special forces soldiers. I think the instructor just said he'd be shooting live rounds while they were doing push-ups. Shooting at them with your eyes closed? He wouldn't have the guts even to bring in the best marksman in the world, would he? If something happens, who's responsible? Who can afford it? Without waiting for the crowd of special forces soldiers to protest, Li Zhong's voice reached their ears. Push-ups at the ready. 1. Seeing Li Zhong giving the order, the special forces had to start doing push-ups even if they were in a panic. In order not to be stabbed by the saber, everyone did push-ups downward at an extremely slow speed so that they would not be injured even if they touched the saber. Although Yi Chen only asked them to do 100 push-ups, but those 100 push-ups can be more tiring than if they did 300. The slower they do push-ups, the more energy they expend. The 5 swift wolves snickered at the back, each of them giving Yi Chen a quiet thumbs up. Yi Chen's move is too damn damaging. I thought those instructors when we were in the military academy were damaging enough, but now it seems that all of our old instructors need to take lessons from Yi Chen. Don't say ow. It's the youngsters who know how to play. Where do you guys think Yi Chen all came up with the method? Hell knows. But then again, people have lived out there and seen more than us for sure. The 5 of them chattered away at each other. They had thought that Yi Chen was scaring these special forces with the eye patch, but the moment he saw Yi Chen himself put on the blindfold as well, the 5 instantly panicked. Holy, Yi Chen, what are you doing? You're really wearing an eye patch. You don't want to die. You could be court-martialed. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if you scared them a little? Yi Chen waved his hand and said, are you still not assured of my marksmanship? Don't worry, no lives will be lost. I'll shoot as high as I can. The words fell. The special forces soldiers who hadn't even finished their first push-ups panicked. Listen to their conversation. At first, the instructor was probably scaring them. He wouldn't actually wear the blindfold. But now it seems, coupled with conversation analysis, that the instructor is likely to have suddenly put the blindfold me on again, while all the special forces were concentrating on their thoughts. Suddenly, a gunshot slammed into the air. Bang! Bullets struck over the heads of a platoon of special forces soldiers. They could clearly feel that the bullet had just been no more than 10 centimeters away from them. Yi Chen violently burst out. What? Are they all mute? Or are all of them too brain dead to realize what they just bet with me? Hear this. The old faces of the Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but blush. It was a bet they all remembered. Only no one wanted to be the first to shout it out loud. Li Zhong also sank his face. Swift Wolf and the others followed at the side and chimed in. Even if your strength is trash, you're still not honest. TSK, after all, Special Forces, filter strength not character. Fair enough. I really don't know who gave them the confidence to stay on. If I were them I would have opted out a long time ago. A moment of silence. One of the Special Forces soldiers led the way by shouting, I'm trash. Anyway, now that they were all wearing blindfolds and everyone was from various Special Forces, most of them didn't recognize themselves. How far can we go to lose face? With the first, there is a second. The 30 or so Special Forces soldiers shouted unevenly. Li Zhong remained sullen and unresponsive. At this point, even a little cutie. All knew that they had just been the ones who hadn't shouted in unison and loudly enough. Li Zhong bellowed, if you can't even speak well, you don't have to do anything else tonight, just shout here. Whenever you can shout and understand, you can continue again. If you can't shout well at the end, just roll up and leave. After the crowd of Special Forces shouted over and over again, it was only then that they started on the second push-up. Although Yi Chen was wearing an eye patch, he could actually see more clearly than anyone else. With the radar skill in place, as well as coupled with Yi Chen's marksmanship, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to hit any of them. Yi Chen deliberately fired his gun very slowly, making the crowd of Special Forces think that he was aiming blindfolded. Bang! 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 Bullet after bullet came over their heads. With every sound of the gun, the hearts of the Special Forces soldiers fluttered. But if Yi Chen missed a little bit, they were afraid that they would directly plant themselves here on the spot. They would have absolutely no problem if they were sacrificed on the battlefield. But if you die here, that's a hell of a way to go, isn't it? To die on the battlefield they are martyrs. But to die on the training ground is a ing accident. Everyone among the crowd of Special Forces was panicking. Sure, tanks 4 accepted. They all knew Yi Chen's nature. And since Yi Chen was doing this then he must be sure. Not to mention taking a normal rifle. Even if they were to take a heavy machine gun and strafe the place they could do push-ups with confidence and boldness. But just as the 4 were thinking so, a bullet that directly grazed Zhuang Yong's sleeve. The bullet didn't hit Zhuang Yong, but it was as good as hitting him. Chapter 106 No withdrawal in the middle of training. His flesh was not harmed, but his mind was knotted. Luckily, he still believed in Yi Chen's marksmanship so much. But now what? Believe? He believes. The promised bullet was flying overhead. But what does this bullet mean? The bullets are coming straight for his cuffs. That's off by more than a point or two. But if the bullet had been more deflected, he would have had to lose this arm outright. Didn't wait for Zhuang Yong's heartbeat to settle down a bit. The second round came again. This time the bullet didn't deflect downward particularly much, but instead grazed directly against his helmet. Swift Wolf and the others could even see the sparks from the collision between the bullet and the helmet. Holy, Yi Chen, are you trying to beat me to death? One shot on my cuffs, one shot on my helmet. Will you take off the blindfold? Hearing Zhuang Yong crumble and yell, the hearts of the rest of the Special Forces soldiers stuttered. What they had been dreading had finally come. Would have thought the instructor would have taken it a bit, but now it looks like he's not even holding? He's just totally messing around with the fight. A bullet can't be deflected to the cuff, can it? Even Li Zhong was a bit unable to look away. Training is suspended. Rest in place for 1 minute. The hands and feet of the crowd of Special Forces had gone limp. It wasn't exhausting. It was scary. Well, at least it's all Special Forces. If it were an ordinary soldier, I'm afraid he would have been scared to the point of peeing his pants by now. But even then, they all stood up quickly and removed their blindfolds. Everyone wanted to find out whether Yi Chen was acting or really scaring them. The moment the blindfold was removed, they were all seeing Yi Chen slowly removing his eye patch as well. With a serious expression, Li Zhong beckoned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, come over here for a moment. Yes. Yi Chen followed Li Zhong. After taking a few steps into the distance, Li Zhong asked seriously, Yi Chen, are you sure or not? This is training, not child's play. We have a death target, but it's better to have no death target than no death target. Understand? They may not be very strong, but they're no longer the elite of the various units, and they definitely can't have an accident here with us. Yi Chen wasn't a grinder either. He simply took Li Zhong's hand and placed it over his eyes. Then, Yi Chen said, Captain, if you cover my eyes with your hand, this time you should be able to believe that I am indeed blind, right? Aha, Li Zhong hummed. But he didn't know why Yi Chen was doing this. Next, Yi Chen raised his gun and fired 3 shots directly behind him with a bang. The 5 swift wolves instantly trembled so 3 times in fear, not because of anything else, but because the bullets were coming at them. After the shooting, Yi Chen directly said to Li Zhong, "One bullet hit the sole of Coyote's shoe, one bullet hit Swift Wolf's shoulder, and the other hit Dark Tiger's cuff." Li Zhong's brows furrowed as he quickly stepped in front of the 5 people. He went to check it over as Yi Chen had said. Fruity. What Yi Chen said was exactly right. Said to hit everywhere? He did. Seeing Yi Chen behind him again, Li Zhong's eyes even changed a little when he looked at him. Damn Yi Chen, what the hell is this kid made of? With no vision, he still managed to hit wherever he pointed. It would have been fine if Swift Wolf and the 5 of them hadn't moved, but the problem was that they were all living, breathing human beings, so how could they not have moved? If they moved, how did Yi Chen remember the point? Yi Chen smilingly walked to Li Zhong and patted his chest and whispered, "Captain, don't worry, you can question all of me, but you can never question my marksmanship, and if I were to hit any of them, you could just cripple my legs." Li Zhong gave Yi Chen a blank look. "Don't do that useless thing. Since you're such a good shot, put some good pressure on them in a minute. Make the bullets brush against them more often. Understand? Got it." Training recovery. Since Li Zhong said he wanted intensity, then Yi Chen would give him intensity to see. At first Yi Chen was thinking of playing slowly to apply pressure. Now it seems like a good idea to apply pressure for a change. Push-ups just started. Yi Chen violently snapped the trigger, and the gesture was like trying to empty the magazine with a flurry of shots. Compared to just now, this time, every Special Forces soldier could clearly feel the bullets flying over their heads at breakneck speed. On the surface, all these bullets Yi Chen had shot were haphazard, but in reality, each round was delicately controlled by Yi Chen, ensuring that all of these bullets could exert the maximum deterrent effect. Bullets flew all over the sky, hitting their cuffs one moment, cutting across their cheeks the next. Each round, with precision, grazed them. This magazine of bullets was quickly emptied by Yi Chen. Only during Yi Chen's bullet change could they feel a hint of respite. No matter how much they were Special Forces soldiers with extremely strong mental qualities, at this moment, their psyches were gradually collapsing, because each of them at this time realized one thing. Yi Chen didn't lie to them, but if the bullets don't deflect by a tiny bit, they're likely to have an accident. Just the first day here. The pride, the arrogance, it's just shattered to pieces. Perhaps, they might not really fit in here. About 30 push-ups in, a Special Forces soldier couldn't hold out any longer. Because of his panic, he touched the cold tip of the knife countless times. Bullets whizzed by him, and I don't know how many times they hit next to his fingers. A touch to the side and he could even feel the bullet embedded in the ground. I'm quitting. Did I come here to be selected or to die? I really don't know who vetted your training program. Shooting at soldiers with live ammunition is playing with our lives. I'd rather not come to such a troop. Grass. Cease fire. I want out. But Yi Chen still didn't cease fire. He fought as he should, as if he hadn't heard what the man had just said. Li Zhong said with a cold face and a deep voice, "Once the training has begun, you may not quit in the middle of it. If you think you have a hard life, you can just get up and run outside. Either that or you can honestly hold on to me until the end. I'll give you a minute to think about it after training." The Special Forces soldier's face instantly turned green. What the hell kind of sense is that? Once you start, you can't stop? Isn't it up to you to say whether or not you can stop? In order to prevent a gap in changing bullets, Yi Chen and the 5 Swift Wolves directly played a match. The amount of bullets, several times more than just now. Standing up in such a situation is a death wish. Chapter 107, we're here to select, not to get killed. When this Special Forces soldier shouted just now, many people on the scene had a feeling of retreat. After all, he was right. They're here for training, not to die. If you die here it's really not worth it. However, when they heard Li Zhong's words, the retreat that was born in them was beaten back. Even though they hadn't even been here a day, they had gotten a pretty good idea of the instructor team. That is that these people are simply as crazy as they come. There's a very strong intuition in the mind of every Special Forces soldier. That is, if they dared to stand up now, the instructors would literally dare to shoot at them. That's 100 push-ups. That's 100 yells of "I'm a loser." It was completely over in 15 minutes. When the Special Forces stood up again and removed their masks, everyone, they had the feeling that they had picked up a life. Li Zhong's voice followed. "Now you have 1 minute to think about whether or not to stay." After saying that, Li Zhongzhong directly took out a stopwatch to start the 1-minute countdown. The moment the words fell, a Special Forces soldier just stepped right up and shouted, "Report! I quit!" Yi Chen glanced at the Special Forces soldier. Unlike the other Special Forces, he was already relatively old. Even if he wanted to hold on, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on at the back. One led the way and stepped forward to quit, and the rest of the Special Forces stepped forward. "Report! I quit too! I quit!" Soon enough, 3 people opted out. The Special Forces soldier who had just yelled at the beginning of the training that he wanted to quit didn't step forward now. His withdrawal was strong at that time, but by the end of the training, he wasn't so particular about quitting. The reason why he wanted to quit was because he didn't think he could last. But now it seems, he should seemingly still be able to hold his own. They don't realize how good they are until they push themselves. Many people are torn between quitting and staying. Quit, or stay. If they stayed, they would most likely face this kind of training that could kill them at any time in the future. But if they quit, they probably won't have a chance to come here again. Each of them is an elite member of the Special Forces. Anyone who wants to go further upwards. Anyone who wants to become stronger. Most of the Special Forces were hesitant at the time. The 4 tanks stood still for a moment, not wanting to quit this idea at all. Since Yi Chen had chosen them here, it proved that the 4 of them would definitely have the ability to persevere here. Seeing that there were many Special Forces on the scene who were hesitant, Swift Wolf and the others were arching a fire on the side. If this doesn't hold up today, I'd say you guys should just roll up and leave. This isn't the place for you. What's the point of continuing to stay here? Looking for a crime? Can't even last today's training. Don't stay here. Go back to your Special Forces and get ready to be discharged. And I wonder where this training is hurting you guys? Knives, bullets aside. You guys did nothing more than 100 push-ups. Hearing Swift Wolf's words and theirs, although the Special Forces wanted to retort, they couldn't really find a reason to do so for a while. On the surface they are more intimidating with this training. But in reality, after the whole training was done, they really didn't suffer a single injury. The bullets were close to them though. But when you think about it, bullets seem to pass them by every time. What are they going to say when they get back if they opt out here? The elite Special Forces of the various forces in the hall. When it comes down to it, it's because 100 push-ups were eliminated by someone else. Shame on you. Time waits for no one. Without waiting for them to decide whether to stay or go, the minute was down to the last 10 seconds. The final tens of seconds. 10. Seeing that some of the Special Forces soldiers were still hesitant, the Swift Wolf several people began to add more fuel to the fire. We have a rule here. You can't just quit and leave when you want to. Every day our chief instructor will pick out a fixed time for you to think about it. And only during this time can you quit. Otherwise, even if you want to, you can't. The only way to get out, and that's to be carried out lying down. If any of you die here today we can still take care of it. But if you sign a life and death contract tomorrow, we won't care about it. Those of you who have children at home or whose parents are in poor health, think about it. The words fell. Many of the Special Forces soldiers' hearts stuttered. Li Zhong continued to count down. Time. Come the last 5 seconds. Li Zhong pulled a long tone and shouted, 5, 4, 3. When Li Zhong counted to 3, it was as if those Special Forces felt as if time had been suspended with them. Quit, or stay. For the last few sounds, Li Zhong was pulling a long tone, giving them a lot of time to think about it. They had thought they could continue to hesitate for a while, but just then, Li Zhong, however, suddenly sped up and shouted, 2, 1, time. Crowd of Special Forces? Can this at all play a set with them? Seeing the imperceptible bad smile in the corner of Li Zhong's eyes, they suddenly had the feeling that they had entered a tiger's den. The countdown is over. Today, they couldn't quit even if they wanted to. Those who opted out come with me. The rest of you, back to the dorms. Li Zhong waved his hand and walked straight away. By the time the crowd of Special Forces returned to their dormitories, everyone, it's where they doubt life. Everyone was spent to the point of extreme physical exhaustion after this day. But after all this tossing and turning, their spirits were sort of completely enlivened. No, it seems to me that the instructors didn't look at us very favorably at first, and I always felt that they all wanted to get rid of us all. But what's wrong with them now? I was thinking of quitting at the last second, but he froze and didn't give me a chance to react at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I have the feeling that I'm in a distribution den? I must quit tomorrow when I get a chance. If I don't quit, I feel like I'm going to run out of chances in the future. The crowd of Special Forces spat at you and me. Since the facts could no longer be changed, they had no choice but to go against the grain. After taking off those thick coats, the Special Forces got under the covers and prepared to sleep once again. It's considered very warm inside the warehouse compared to outside, but just as they lay down not a minute out, suddenly, an extremely soft sound of metal pulling on a ring came. Tear gas canisters, in response, appeared in the center of the warehouse. Pust! The crowd of Special Forces soldiers spurted. Damn! Come again? Chapter 108, Crazy by the Emergency Assembly. What kind of emergency assembly is that? Is this killing people? After all this time I just got over that tear gas. And now this. His grandmother. There's no humanity at all. Inhuman. Inhuman. The crowd of Special Forces broke into a frenzy. They thought they were used to seeing this kind of drill, but now it seems that it is still their pattern that is small. What they thought was an emergency muster was to sleep for half an hour and muster once an hour. But here it is. They didn't even get half an hour's sleep. Even they had only just laid down when the emergency assembly came straight away. It's not even a matter of emergency assembly. Why do you throw a tear gas canister every time you assemble? But this time the special forces were also long in the tooth. Instead of running for the door in a panic, they held their breath and adjusted their attire at the first opportunity. From the time the tear gas fell to the time they got dressed and ran to the door. The whole time, it took less than half a minute. But just as they were about to run out, Yi Chen and the others were once again blocking the doorway. Come out with a special forces soldier and they'll just kick a special forces soldier. The special forces were once again confused. How fast they were going to assemble this time. Pick up a weapon and they are ready to go straight into battle. They clearly weren't at fault at all. So how come they're getting beat up now? The scent of tear gas was spreading fast inside. Snot, tears, drool, all unconsciously secreted. Everyone keeps coughing. It took a full minute for Yi Chen and the others to release the special forces. But this time, the special forces didn't question it first. Li Zhong is not here is Yi Chen's word. Yi Chen stood in front of the crowd of special forces soldiers and said with a black face, with each of you not sleeping, you froze from the warehouse to the training ground in nearly 2 minutes. Are you guys legless? Pust. The special forces almost didn't just pass out from anger. Why did they take nearly 2 minutes? Didn't Yi Chen have any points in his mind? Just now in front of the warehouse door it was Yi Chen who kicked the most joyfully. Is that even reasonable? Since you are slow to assemble, all of you will lie down, stand up again, and run 10 meters as fast as you can. Repeat that 100 times. When you're done, when you're off. The words fell. Even if the special forces were no matter how good-tempered they just couldn't help but open their mouths. Slow to assemble? Which one of your eyes sees that we are slow to assemble? We gathered clearly and quickly. And you're the ones who keep stopping us. If you hadn't stopped us, it wouldn't have taken us even half a minute to assemble on the training ground. You are being unreasonable. Words. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, unreasonable? No, we are most reasonable. After saying that, Yi Chen turned to ask the Swift Wolf crowd. Swift Wolf, did you see me block them? Didn't see it. Coyote, did you see me block them? Didn't see it. Thunder Falcon, did you see me block them? Didn't see it. And did any of you just go and stop them from coming out? No. Yi Chen helplessly spread his hands and turned to the crowd. See, I'm still reasonable. The special forces were full of black lines. You call that being reasonable? Collusion. Yi Chen looked at Zhuangyang with another smile and asked, did you just see which one of us blocked you from coming out? Zhuangyang's face went straight to green. What the hell does Yi Chen mean by this? Asking him that is pushing him straight into the fire. If he had said that Yi Chen and all 6 of them had blocked it, then he would definitely have gotten an extra penalty. But if he says they didn't block it, he's offending the rest of the special forces all over again. You? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing Yi Chen's expression. With Zhuangyang's understanding of him, it was highly likely that Yi Chen would flip a few times to punish himself in a while. Since Yi Chen had called them all out to deliberately block them, it proved that they would definitely have to take this punishment today. Yi Chen was determined to screw them, even if they could talk no matter what. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding special forces, Zhuangyang stiffly shouted, I didn't see it. It's us who are slow. Crowd of special forces. Yes, since you didn't even see it either. You were too slow to assemble. Lie down in place. Get up. And run 10 meters as fast as you can. Repeat 100 times. When you finish running, go back to bed. Do you understand me? The words fell. One of the special forces soldiers directly rose up in anger and shouted, Understand? Understand. My ass. You guys are too bullying. Even if I can't quit today I can quit tomorrow just the same. I'll quit practicing. What can you do to me? Having said that, the special forces soldier sat straight up and didn't move a muscle. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He looked at the special forces soldier with interest and said, No practice? Sure. Our chief instructor isn't very reasonable, but I'm a reasonable person. And you guys are totally free to stop practicing if you don't want to. Just catch up on that training when you feel like it. What's your name? My name is Snap. Yes. Is there anyone besides Snapdragon who wants to skip practice? As soon as Yi Chen gave his word, the special forces soldiers who had just tried to follow the resistance were a bit weak in their hearts. If Yi Chen was more hardened and rigid with them, and had to let them practice, the more they would instead resist. But now that Yi Chen suddenly went along with them letting them rest if they wanted to, and not practicing if they wanted to, they didn't dare to resist. Whoever they were didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in this gourd of Yi Chen's. Seeing that no one was fighting back with him, Snapdragon, who was sitting on the ground, also panicked a bit. He looked left and right. Everyone was standing still. not daring to move a muscle. Humph. A bunch of goons. In your condition, do you think you can last past tomorrow? How are you all quitting? Instead of suffering here, you should stay here for a while. Although Primrose said so at the top, he was already growing panicky in his mind, especially when the rest of the group had already done 20 or so sets. Primrose was even more flustered. He appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was panicking internally. Until after the rest of the group of 100. It was only then that Primrose was finally going to get up and try to follow the crowd back, but just as he was halfway up, suddenly, a great force pressed him down. Yi Chen's ghostly voice came from his ears. Since you want to rest, you can rest here for the rest of your life. Whenever you're done training, you can naturally go back. Chapter 109 here. My word is reason. Primrose's heart stuttered. The rest of the Special Forces soldiers saw this and got lucky, but where any of them had just been here with Snapdragon to protest. Now, Snapdragon wasn't the only one sitting here. Sitting here looks more comfortable on the surface, but in reality sitting here is actually the hardest part. The rest of the Special Forces were there running and getting up in various ways and moving around all the time, so they weren't particularly cold even if they were cold. Snapdragon, on the other hand, is a completely different story. Because of the lack of exercise, Primrose's body temperature is getting lower and lower. The wind that was blowing in the training ground was very strong, and by the time he got to the back, that wind stung on Snapdragon's face like a razor blade blowing through it. Ostensibly being punished there is suffering, but it's actually sitting here that's really suffering. Snapdragon still had a stiff upper lip and screamed, "What's to stop you from letting me go back? I'll make up the training tomorrow." Yi Chen looked at Snapdragon with a smile. Around here, my rules are the rules. Come on man, hold him down. If he doesn't finish 100 sets today, no one goes back to the dorm. The words fell. The Special Forces soldiers who were just trying to go back to their dormitories were filled with confusion. What does it matter to them if Primrose tops his mouth? Well, they were honestly punished. Feeling the gazes of countless Special Forces, even in the dead of winter, his face burned with panic. Yi Chen's few people didn't say anything, so they just watched Snapdragon in silence. To the back, Yi Chen detached all 5 of the swift wolves and watched here by himself. At first, Primrose was thinking of spending some time with them. Snapdragon could wear it out, but the other Special Forces couldn't. No, buddy, are you still practicing or not? You wreaked havoc on so many of us alone, okay? What do you think you're doing getting tough with the instructor? Look at the instructor's unreasonable demeanor. Can you touch him? It's no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Instructor, why don't you just eliminate him now? He doesn't want to rest, we still want to rest. The emotions of the crowd of Special Forces soldiers gradually rose. Yi Chen remained unmoved and said, I'm also following the chief instructor's rules. You guys can only choose to quit within a specified period of time every day. For the rest of the time, even if you wanted to quit, there's no door. At this point, the 5 Swift Wolf men who had just disappeared walked back in with their stuff. Generator, heater, folding chairs, folding dreidels, and a large tent. On top of that, they took a thermos and a couple buckets of instant noodles. The tent was quickly set up by Swift Wolf and the 5 of them. Since the tent wasn't very big, the heater quickly made the inside of the tent hot and steamy. The aroma of the bubbly noodles on the table was also emanating outwards. Yi Chen walked to the tent and picked up the bubble noodles and drank a mouthful of the hot soup, saying, You see, our chief instructor is not reasonable, but I am reasonable. Since Snapdragon doesn't want to train, I won't let him train. Even if he wants to train in an hour, I won't stop him. During the time he was speaking, Yi Chen's mouth was permeating outwardly with huffs of air. The stomachs of each of the Special Forces soldiers growled a few times in an indisputable manner. They haven't eaten a bite since they got here. Now that they've been training for so long, it's a wonder they're not hungry. Yi Chen pointed at the bucket of instant noodles left on the table and said, I'm a very reasonable person. This bucket of instant noodles is for you. If any of you want it, you can have it, but on one condition. Hear this. A brilliant light emerged from the eyes of the Special Forces. As long as the conditions aren't particularly excessive, it's considered a blessing to have a hot bucket of instant noodles on such a cold day. The bucket of bubbly goes to whoever completes another 100 sets of just training. There's only one bucket of bubbly, so you guys watch. After saying that, Yi Chen then continued to drink the hot soup again. The crowd of Special Forces looked at me and I looked at you. Although Yi Chen was pitiful, the credibility of Yi Chen's words was still very high. Instead of standing around freezing, I'd rather keep my body warm with another 100 sets of training. The 4 tanks knew Yi Chen best, so the moment Yi Chen had just finished saying this, all 4 of them started training with a tacit understanding. Even though this drill seems rather ridiculous, the 4 men take it very seriously, and the set moves in a fluid fashion. See the situation. The other Special Forces soldiers were in a hurry. Holy, You guys don't talk about martial arts. They're still sneaking around here? The other special forces quickly followed the training. See the others practicing again. Eventually, Primrose couldn't sit still. It was fine for him to sit here on his own, but if he held up the others, Snapdragon must have felt guilty in his mind. Compared to the others, Snapdragon had a greater stock of stamina, and he was considerably faster than the others. While eating the instant noodles, Swift Wolf secretly gave Yi-Chen a thumbs up and said, "You're not very old, but you're really good at practicing and holding people's hearts." The rest of the people also gave Yi-Chen thumbs up. The way things were going, Snap was definitely the first to do his training. Medium time. As long as Snap was a normal person with a little bit of brains, he would have distributed the bucket of noodles to the other special forces to make amends, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble between them. Not what they expected. Primrose was the first to do 100 sets of drills. Yi-Chen blew the whistle hanging on his chest and said loudly, "Snapdragon has done 100 sets of training. You may rest now." By the time Snapdragon had done his 90th set of training, Yi-Chen had already taken hot water for the bubbles. "Snapdragon, come and get the bucket of noodles." "Yes," Primrose responded loudly. Walking up to the tent, Primrose felt the warmth of the tent straight away. If he had just been consumed, I'm afraid that they would have all frozen into icicles and Yi-Chen's few people would still be fine. Continuing to spend time with Yi-Chen, then he was a little cutie. Seeing Snapdragon, who got the bubbly noodles, the rest of the special forces were more or less unbalanced. After all, Snapdragon had more stamina than they did, and it simply wasn't fair. However, Snapdragon, who had gotten the instant noodles, did not eat them himself, but said loudly, "Brothers, I was the one who was sorry to all of you just now. I'm not going to eat this instant noodles myself. Let's share it." Although there is only one bucket of instant noodles, if we share it amongst the 30 or so of us, we will all be able to have a small bite and a mouthful of hot soup. You guys eat first, I'll eat last. Having said that, Primrose then handed the bubbly noodles directly into the hands of one of the special forces. Seeing this, it was not good for the crowd to blame Primrose, because the bucket of noodles was won by Snapdragon. But Snapdragon said he'd eat it last, and when he said that, the other special forces would think that it wasn't good for them to eat too much. In the end there was actually quite a bit of bubbly left in Primrose's hands. Back to the dormitory again. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. This time, they could be considered mentally, physically, and doubly exhausted, but not before they took their clothes off. That sound of metal pulling on a ring. Again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's no end to this. Chapter 110, the special forces are crazy. I'm going to kill the instructor. This time everyone was long in the tooth. The first thing they did, they drilled straight for the door, but if they drilled a little slower, it was expected that they would be blocked by the instructors and beaten up again. It's a small thing to block the door. It's a small thing to get beaten up. The big thing is to throw in that tear gas that came inside. They shed tears, spit, and even snot, and it freezes solid outside. That's as hard as it gets. Seeing how quickly the special forces reacted, Yi-Chen simply threw the tear gas canisters elsewhere. Look at the crowd running out. Yi-Chen was puzzled and asked, "It's so late and you guys still aren't sleeping? Could it be that you haven't practiced enough?" Crowd of special forces, didn't you just pull the tear gas lever? One of you is making such a fuss. Grab some time and go back to rest. If you don't want to take a break, I don't mind taking you guys ahead to train. The crowd's mouths twitched. That's a good thing they reacted at least. If they hadn't reacted, I'm afraid they'd have to take the drills violently again by now. This time, back at the warehouse, some of the special forces simply planned to stay awake. Now, it's harder for them to sleep instead. You can't sleep for long before you have to be woken up immediately by Yi-Chen and the others. "Old Snap, you're really not sleeping," a special forces soldier asked to Snap. "How long can we sleep even if we do? They called us out just as we lay down. Do you believe that in a little while we won't be able to sleep for more than 10 minutes? Or just undress and lie down before we have to be mustered out? Kinda makes sense. Never mind. I'm not going to sleep either." The special forces chattered away. Both special forces, so they all have a lot to talk about with each other. Being in different troops and carrying out different tasks. This nagging they had nagged for more than half an hour. After they had nagged for 10 minutes, Yi-Chen and the others simply went straight to sleep. In the beginning everyone was very excited a lot of the time. Seeing those special forces who slept first, they were more or less contemptuous in their hearts. What's the point of having to sleep for a while when you can't sleep for much longer anyway? It doesn't fit in at all. But as time went on, these still awake special forces regretted it, as much as they chattered. In the end they couldn't resist the sleepiness that kept hitting their consciousness. Look at the special forces who are sleeping soundly. Eventually, those special forces soldiers who wanted to hold out until the next emergency rally also finally couldn't hold out. "I can't. Sleepy sleepy. Ha! Why are you sleeping? Aren't you guys afraid of another emergency rally suddenly? No, can't resist. If I don't sleep I'm afraid I'll be practiced to death there tomorrow. I have to sleep too. Sleepy as hell. I don't know when these guys are coming over. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were talking to each other, their voices getting lower and lower, and soon, the sound of grunts came out. But just as those Special Forces had just slept not 3 minutes, outside, another familiar sound of metal pulling on a ring came. Those Special Forces soldiers with sharper ears were directly startled and immediately stood up, shouting inside the house, "Get up! Get up! It's an emergency assembly! Run!" Those Special Forces soldiers who had just entered Dreamland were directly awakened, despite their endless sleepiness. But when they saw the tear gas being thrown in, they could only get up and run outside as fast as they could. But even then, they still ran out late. The faces of the Special Forces soldiers who had only just fallen asleep were as ugly as they could be. I was thinking of playing it smart and waiting until the end of the next emergency assembly to go to bed. And the result? Cleverness is not good enough. I wanted to respond to the emergency assembly as fast as possible, and hardened myself against sleep. But they couldn't wait half a day. Just when they thought there was no emergency rally ready for bed, the emergency rally suddenly came again. Sleeping didn't work and running didn't work. After another drill, the crowd of Special Forces returned to the warehouse full of fatigue. This time, they didn't even take off their clothes. They just collapsed onto the ground in a heap. The Special Forces that had just gone to sleep were okay now, but those who had played smart and not slept for a while looked as bad as they could. It's better to sleep for less than a minute than suddenly have to get up and assemble. Being assembled so many times in a row in one night. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were thinking that there shouldn't be any more emergency gatherings tonight. But again, when they were just about to fall asleep, outside the door, there was another shrill whistle. Emergency assembly. The moment. The Special Forces were completely falling apart inside. What's the point of having an emergency assembly? How many times a night do you want to get together? But in order not to be penalized, they could only charge outward. Now, Yi-Chen had set a time for them to get to the training ground without being punished as long as they could get there within half a minute. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers forced themselves against their sleepiness to go to the training ground to gather. Yi-Chen had his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd of Special Forces with a smile on his face. How's everyone sleeping? Still fitting in? The crowd's mouths twitched. He has the nerve to ask whether they slept well or not. Yi-Chen and the rest of them, the instructors, knew better than anyone else, right? Seeing that the crowd didn't reply, Yi-Chen's face directly darkened. Zhuang Yong winced as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Sleep very well." The rest of the group reacted quickly and followed with loud shouts, reporting to the instructor, "Sleeping very well, sleeping very well. The crowd was talking about you and me." Yi-Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you slept all right, then go back and continue sleeping. You have to continue training tomorrow. I'm a man with no other virtues. My greatest virtue is to be reasonable and sympathetic." The Special Forces dared to speak out. How can you call that empathetic? They were just about to fall asleep there when Yi-Chen directly called them out to ask if they had slept well. You call that empathetic? Back at the hostel, the Special Forces soldiers let out a long sigh. What beds and no beds? When they entered the warehouse, they found a place and just lay down. But again, about less than 5 minutes passed. Outside, once again, came that extremely shrill whistle. I'll kill these instructors at least. Let's not let anyone sleep anymore. Grass. I'll kill them. Big deal. One life for another. I'm not living. The warehouse door opens. The Special Forces soldier who rushed at the front was directly about to curse. But the words were not finished. Instead, they all froze. Yi-Chen wore a smile on his face and said, "Out. Seeing that you guys are so tired today and it's so cold, I specially arranged for someone to make you some instant noodles. I've added eggs to each instant noodle for you, so eat them while they're hot." Chapter 111, Special Forces. I was loud just now. The fire that the crowd of Special Forces soldiers were just about to send out was directly stifled. I had thought that Yi-Chen and the others were going to make some kind of demon again, but who would have thought that this time they were called out not to fix them, but to make them buckets of instant noodles. But even so, the Special Forces were a little afraid to go up and eat. Who knows what new tricks Yi-Chen is up to? If you don't eat it now it'll get cold in a while, and in this weather now, the bubbly noodles will turn into frozen noodles in a while. Just as the crowd hesitated, Tank rushes right up and catches a bucket of bubbly and goes straight for it. Who cares if there's a setup? Eat it first. Everyone else saw this and came forward to pick up the bubbly noodles and binge on them. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry about eating, there is no setup. After eating, sleep. Things are not necessary for you to clean up." As Yi-Chen said, this time Yi-Chen really didn't have any routine at all. They let them go back after they finished eating, and the things were all packed by the instructor team. As they walked outward, Swiftwolf and the others marveled. If I were to say that we should simply find the senior captain and apply for it, so that Yi Chen can be the chief instructor. Yeah, I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so good at practicing and messing with mindsets. The emotions that were about to erupt were stifled. Awesome. Too damn awesome. I'd hate to have to go right ahead and kill myself if I was in your shoes as an instructor. Speaking of which, Swiftwolf and the others began to sympathize with the special forces. Yi Chen had thought about gathering them a few more times, but after thinking about it later, he let it go. It wasn't that Yi Chen suddenly had a guilty conscience, but those of them who were instructors also had to sleep. The special forces did not wake up. They as instructors is to get up early to prepare a variety of training needs, as well as check the training site, planning routes and so on. Instructors seem to have it easy, but they don't have it easy, and there is a lot to worry about. Early morning, when the special forces soldiers assembled again and stood on the training ground, everyone had a black eye on top of their eyes. Li Zhong scanned the crowd. At ease. Attention. Translational. The special forces stood in unison. Yi Chen, take them to warm up. Yes. All hands, run and march. Under Yi Chen's leadership, the crowd arrived by the equipment room. In the beginning Li Zhong was still having a headache on how to lead these soldiers and how to practice, but after seeing Yi Chen's performance last night, Li Zhong's headache immediately got better. If Yi Chen had practiced all this time and practiced well, Li Zhong planned to directly ask Kong Jun to let Yi Chen be the chief instructor of this selection, fully armed and carrying an additional 20 kilograms. The special forces stared in disbelief. Weight training has been done, and they've done it in full gear, but with full armor and weights. Who the hell wants to die of exhaustion? Fully armed to say the least it would have to be 50 pounds to hit the bottom. Now add another 20 kilograms. They are the equivalent of carrying a lighter female training. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice. What? Do you have an opinion? No comment. No comment. The special forces rushed to reply. But if they say they have an opinion, I'm afraid the load will have to be changed more. After saying that, Yi Chen placed his gaze on the four Zhuangyons again. Song Feng, Zhuangyon, Monkey, Tank, you four step out. The moment he was named, Zhuangyon's heart trembled. The four men walked stiffly out of the line. Zhuangyon, Monkey, Tank, you're carrying 30 kilograms. Yes, the three shouted in unison. Even if they don't respond, what can they do? Since Yi Chen had named them to carry a weight of 30 kilograms, they would definitely not be able to run away. But what made them a bit puzzled was that Yi Chen only let the three of them carry extra weight, and did not let Song Feng carry extra weight. Just as the three were wondering, Yi Chen continued, Song Feng, load 40 kilograms. The other special forces all fell silent when they heard this. Fully armed plus 40 kilograms of weight. Is this crazy? 40 kilograms of dead weight alone is a full 80 pounds. On top of that, counting the full armor. This is having Song Feng training on the back of a grown man. It would be understandable if Song Feng was a man, but Song Feng is the only female soldier here. The others were surprised, but Song Feng himself wasn't surprised in the slightest. She has worked her way up from a civilian soldier to now knows how difficult it is for female soldiers. Trying to keep up with the male soldiers will require her to work twice as hard. When others run 5 kilometers, she runs 10. When others carry 10 kilograms, she carries 20. Not because of anything else, but precisely because she is a female soldier. Girls are inherently weaker than boys when it comes to physical fitness, let alone the fact that she's still in the special forces. Trying to keep up with the physical fitness of the male soldiers, she was putting in double the effort all the time. Yes, Pale Wind responded loudly. There was not a hint of resentment about that. After you've packed your things, go to the armory and collect your own weapons. Yes, the special forces responded in unison. A few minutes later, the crowd walked over to the armory. The arsenal here can be very different from that of a normal special forces unit. Look around. The special forces' eyes lit up. This arsenal is full of weapons large and small. Besides, there were many weapons that they had never seen before. The Swift Wolf few couldn't help but feel smug. They clasped their hands to their chests and said smugly, better weapons are yet to come. Special forces at our level are very different from what you're exposed to, and at the same level of combat power, our weapons can hang with people with normal weapons. Don't say it's the same level. Even if it's an ordinary person with our weapons, they can hang and hammer you. Really? It's so evil? A special forces soldier asked directly. Swiftwolf smiled mysteriously. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't officially entered the Ace Force yet, or else Swiftwolf really wanted to show those new weapons and equipment developed by Yi Chen to these special forces. If you can hold on to the back, you'll naturally see what I'm talking about. Fully armed and waited well after. Yi Chen stood in front of the crowd of special forces soldiers and said, everyone doesn't need to worry. Just now the chief instructor said that this training of ours is just a warm-up. This warm-up is easy. 10 kilometers of weight bearing in full gear, and it's not tiring at all. The special forces were full of black lines. 10 kilometers? Warming up? So what level would you guys have to be if you were running officially? Does it say 20 kilometers? If we let them run more, I'm afraid they'll be able to run to the next city in a day, right? In order to motivate you to train, I personally have a very good idea as well. Chapter 112, this is not practicing soldiering. This is practicing the 8 characters. The words fell. A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the crowd. You guys run ahead. I'll run behind. During the run I will still be shielding my eyes and firing live rounds at the back of your group. I think this method will certainly be effective in inspiring you and giving you more motivation to train. But this time, after all, it's a run, so my bullets may be more or less deflected. So I'll be running slower. As long as you're far away from me, you're safe. So there's nothing for anyone to worry about. Live ammunition. Again, it's live rounds. The special forces were green in the face. What exactly is this selection? Who is chosen to have the harder 8? Who can stand up to live fire here without moving? Swift Wolf leads the way. Yes. After Swift Wolf responded, he turned his head and shouted to the other special forces, "Take your positions and run." Led by Swift Wolf, the crowd of special forces started to run. In the back, Yi Chen also put on the same blindfold he wore yesterday. Every few steps forward, they turned their heads backward for a few moments. The push-up they did last night was pretty safe by comparison. Last night, Yi Chen was just shooting on a flat surface. Although Yi Chen's marksmanship might have been a bit off, it was good that none of them were injured. But today is different. Yi Chen was to run and shoot while covering his eyes. With Yi Chen's scanty marksmanship from last night, coupled with running and shooting without vision, the special forces could already imagine how disorganized the bullets would have to be this time. Brothers, run. The instructor covered his eyes. Should not be running particularly fast. As long as we pull away we should not be hit. It's just 10 kilometers. What can it be? 5 kilometers we run every day. 10 kilometers is just like that. Charge. Brothers at the back, remember to keep us informed. Always watch the instructor's position. Definitely. Don't worry. In the back the special forces soldier patted his chest in reassurance. As they ran, they looked back behind them. Just when they all thought Yi Chen would run very slowly, suddenly, the ready Yi Chen came at them at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The rear special forces were instantly confused. With both eyes covered, Yi Chen could still run so fast? Is this a ING monster? Or is it that he wasn't blindfolded at all, and that blindfold was specially treated? But no matter what, Yi Chen was now approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Yes. Brothers, run. The instructor is coming after us. Isn't he wearing an eye patch? He can't see anything and still run that fast? If you don't believe me, look behind you yourselves. Holy, it's still true. Bang! Yi Chen shot the first bullet. The round, which went straight through the special forces. Immediately after, a second, a third, and a fourth round struck, each one almost brushing against them. At this point, no special forces soldier bothered to wonder if that eye patch Yi Chen was wearing was fake or not. They only know one thing for sure. That is, the bullets Yi Chen shot out were real. If they were hit by a bullet, their little lives, absolutely, would have to be lost here. There was Yi Chen at his back, pressing on step by step. The special forces running rhythm was directly disrupted. Something like a 10-kilometer run of this magnitude. They have to control the pace. But now for them, the rhythm has been broken to pieces. The first kilometer they ran almost in a sprint, especially Pale Wind. Of all the special forces on the scene, Song Feng was the one who carried the most weight. In normal times, she wouldn't even be out of breath if she let Song Feng run for 5 kilometers. But put it in the present. After just 1 kilometer had passed, Song Feng was already panting heavily. Seeing Song Feng in this state, Tank stepped up his pace and ran to Song Feng's side. If we keep running at the rate we're going, I'm afraid it won't take long for Song Feng to go off the deep end. Tank was relatively strong, so these loads weren't particularly heavy for Tank, and he lifted Song Feng's backpack directly with one hand, wanting to take some of the burden off of Song Feng. Feeling the weight on his body suddenly change guns, Song Feng subconsciously glanced at the Tank. The two didn't speak. After Tank just gave a slight nod to Song Feng continued to run. But just as Tank had just held Song Feng's backpack for not a moment, a bullet that went straight through the Tank's cuff, Tank subconsciously burst out. And his hand jerked right back out of shock. Tank turned his head to look at Yi Chen. He had a very strong intuition. That was that the round was definitely not shot by Yi Chen indiscriminately, but only after Yi Chen had taken precise aim. And this bullet was the one used to deter him from helping Song Feng. When looking at Yi Chen, Tank always had the vague feeling that Yi Chen was observing himself, even though Yi Chen was running with his head down. but Tank always had the feeling of being gazed at by Yi-chan. To verify his thoughts, Tank reached under Pale Wind's backpack again and helped Pale Wind lift it. Just the next second, unsurprisingly for the tank, a round came again. This time, the bullet cut precisely across the surface of the tank's skin. But if the bullet had been deflected even a fraction of a second, the tank would have had to lose this arm on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How on earth did old Tatsu do that? Hearing Tank's words, Zhuan Yon, Song Feng, and Monkey all felt the same way. Yi-chen was covering his eyes though, but this eye patch didn't seem to be able to stop Yi-chen. It was time to shoot, time to run, and Yi-chen's marksmanship was ridiculously accurate. The tank could clearly feel that the round had been calculated by Yi-chen. The first bullet Yi-chen was pierced through his cuffs. The second bullet, on the other hand, grazed right up against his arm. Trying to do that, Yi-chen had so many things to consider that it was scary. Tanks are 4 at the top, so trying to hit a tank is an extremely difficult task. Yi-chen had to find an extremely short gap to make sure the bullets are not going to hit anyone. It's obviously almost impossible to do, but to Yi-chen, it was like a piece of cake. Song Feng, it looks like we can't help you. Tank laughed bitterly. It's okay, you guys run yourselves. If I can't keep up, you leave me alone. Aha. The 3 tanks nodded their heads. Yi-chen is very good at controlling their stamina. When they had enough stamina, Yi-chen ran fast, and when they didn't have much stamina, Yi-chen would make them run slower to slow them down. The more they ran, the more the special forces felt the slope increase, until the end. There was no longer a path in front of them, but a cliff that was close to 10 meters high. Chapter 113, Instructor lost in the middle of practice? How are we going to run? This cliff must be at least 10 meters? The crowd of special forces probed downward. Below the cliff is a frozen lake of ice. Seeing that all the special forces had stopped, Swift Wolf shouted, "What are you waiting for? Keep running, the end is just ahead." The crowd's mouths twitched. Run? What are they running with? Do they look like they can fly to you? There is no longer a road on either side. Is it hard for them to turn around and run backwards? Then running backwards, isn't that bumping into Yi-chan's gun? Swift Wolf cursed without any good humor and said, "It's so damn stupid. What would you do if you were actually in this situation on the battlefield? Wait to die?" After scolding these special forces, suddenly, the special forces shook on 3 shakes straight away. It wasn't because of anything else, but they heard the voice that had to wake them up in their dreams. Metal pull ring. Swift Wolf threw a grenade directly downward. A large crater was blown out of the ice lake directly from the grenade. Thanks for knowing you are now fully armed. What are all those grenades in your hands for? There's such a big frozen lake down there. And you guys are saying there's no road. Take a grenade to the frozen lake. Jump in. Won't there be a way out? Crowd? It was easy for him to say. Jumping into a frozen lake in this cold? You want them all to freeze to popsicles in there? What's more, this cliff had to be 10 meters at least, which was equivalent to a 10-meter high dive. If they don't jump well, they are highly likely to get hurt. If you can't jump into the water well, then climb down a bit first. You guys are at least special forces. Don't say you don't even know how to climb these skills. I've taught you all I can. And estimating the time, it shouldn't take them more than a minute to get here. The 4 tanks didn't hesitate. They took out their grenades and threw them down there as well. The frozen lake wasn't particularly deep, and a few more grenades would have blown it right through. Seeing as how much has been blown up down there, after briefly moving around, Swift Wolf said, "Bullets don't have eyes. It doesn't know if I'm an instructor or not, and I don't want to take a bullet. Getting shot is not that pleasant." Having said that, with everyone watching, Swift Wolf jumped off the cliff in a flash. Poof! There was a huge splash in the frozen lake. At first the special forces tried to protest, saying they jumped and the instructor didn't. But now what? The instructor jumped when he said he would, without a hint of hesitation. If they don't jump again, it only proves that they don't have the guts. The 3 tanks looked at me and I looked at you. It was a scene they were simply all too familiar with. They had experienced this training before when they were in the hunter intensive training, so they thought that having this kind of training today should also be Yi-chen's handiwork. Only compared to the hunter intensive training, the training here is even harder than the hunter intensive training is. All 3 tanks have experience. They looked to the monkey and said to him, "Monkey, climb down a short way first, and then dive in if you feel you just can't climb any further. Don't worry about anything after jumping into the water. Keep running forward." You see Yi-chen training so fiercely on the surface, but in reality he won't let anything happen to us. Trust him. Aha! Monkey nodded heavily. The 4 of them adjusted for a few moments before climbing straight down the cliff. But after all, they weren't particularly familiar with the place. So after just a short climb they fell into the water. The moment he entered the water, Zhuan Yong felt like he was almost freezing and pumping over. Song Feng's face was also extremely ugly. They female soldiers are not like the male soldiers. Even the most physically fit female soldiers have those few days each month in which they would not have been able to suffer cold things. Song Feng forced himself to endure the discomfort and swam quickly towards the ice. Although Yi Chen was still some distance away from the special forces, Yi Chen had actually been observing in secret. If there is one who jumps, there is another who jumps. What's more, now that the instructor had jumped, Tank and the four of them had jumped as well. It would be a bit of a stretch if they didn't jump again. The moment you enter the frozen lake, some of the Special Forces soldiers had never experienced such a cool sensation in their lives. A lot of the Special Forces here are from the south, and most places in the south are very warm, and in some places it's springtime all year round. How have they ever been in this situation? Seeing that some of them were in a bit of a bad situation after going into the water, those remaining Special Forces at the cliff edge flinched, looking at Yi Chen and the others who were gradually approaching them. It was neither right for them to jump nor wrong for them not to jump. Yi Chen bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for someone to send you down? Instructor, wait, you didn't wait for them to speak again." Yi Chen didn't even have the time to give them a chance to react, and directly kicked up with a square stomp. Help, poof. Yi Chen swept back to the other Special Forces. The hearts of these Special Forces soldiers tightened. I was thinking of pleading with Yi Chen to let them not jump so much today first, but now it seemed that Yi Chen would not give them a chance to plead for mercy. Without waiting for the others to make a decision, Yi Chen went up again and hit a square stomp. Yi Chen didn't even intend to give them a chance to make a decision. Seeing more and more people being kicked down, the rest of the Special Forces weren't stupid. Yi Chen's attitude was clear, and now there were only two choices placed in front of them. One was jumping down on his own initiative, and the other was being kicked down directly by Yi Chen with a square stomp. As long as one is a sane person, then one would certainly choose to go down on one's own accord. It's good to jump in yourself to at least make adjustments. If he was kicked down by Yi Chen, there would be no need to mention the adjustment. Even their ability to fall into the water without incident was in question. If they fell not into the water but directly smashed on the ice, even if their lives were as hard as they were, they would have to fall half dead. Coyote on the side of Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. "You're also bold enough. If I were me I wouldn't really dare to kick it." The rest of them nodded in response. At first Yi Chen was not that daring to kick, but to the back. Yi Chen, however, realized that he could also use the 100-shot skill when he kicked people. He could kick people wherever he wanted, so Yi Chen could have a very precise control when kicking people. Just as Yi Chen and the others were about to jump down to follow the large group as well, suddenly, Li Zhong's voice came through Yi Chen and the others' headphones. "Emergency assembly." Yes. Without waiting for the other Special Forces to react, the leading Swift Wolf, as well as Yi Chen and the others at the back directly disappeared. More than an hour had passed. Eventually, after the Special Forces had fumbled their way to the base on their own, they seemed to finally realize something. Halfway through practice, the instructor lost the practice? Chapter 114, Training? No. Extreme Survival. Sneeze. It's freezing. Air conditioning. Hurry up and turn the air conditioning to maximum. Who? Cold death of me, his grandmother. No. The instructors are really lost? The crowd of Special Forces looked east and west. They didn't even see a ghost the whole way back. When they went back inside the base again, there was no sign of activity in the base either. No. What kind of training is this? Is it training us to be self-aware? But no amount of training is going to make the instructors all run away. Yeah, didn't we just finish that workout? Forget it. Anyway, it is the instructors who first ran out of shadow in the first. Good big brothers, let me blow air conditioning. I'm going to freeze to death. Inside the warehouse, 30-odd Special Forces are here to hold the fort. And that hug lasted the entire morning. Inside the warehouse, since the air conditioning had been running and it wasn't particularly cold outside anymore, the Special Forces were even wearing only a thin undershirt. Even though they had eaten buckets of instant noodles last night, their stomachs were now starving. When are we going to eat? We're still having dinner. What are we going to have when the instructor is all mixed up and lost? What the hell is the instructor going to do? Here is also too strange. I enlisted in the army so many years. I have never seen such a pattern of training. Aren't you for the most familiar with the instructor? Do you guys know what the instructor went for? The four tanks were also filled with doubt in the face of the crowd's questions. Although we understand the instructors, we only understand one instructor, Instructor Yi Chen, and we don't understand the rest of the instructors. But I see them going a little too pale. They can't be off on some urgent mission. Not so much. What kind of person goes on a mission halfway through practice? At first, no one thought the claim was ridiculous, but it wasn't until the instructors disappeared for a full day that the claim gained credibility. To the end, the Special Forces don't care anymore if the instructors are there or not. But if they can survive here, all day long, not a drop of water, not a drop of rice. Guys, we need to go out and get something to eat now anyway. Yeah, if we don't eat we'll probably all starve to death here. The hell knows what kind of test this is. It can't be a starvation test. Whatever, didn't the instructors take out a lot of barrels of noodles yesterday? There should be some stock in this base. The crowd was talking about you and me. After rummaging around for quite some time, they turned out some bubbly, but the noodles were just enough for them to have a meal. Having not eaten for such a long time, a bucket of instant noodles was just enough for them to stuff their teeth. The special forces ate and then went back to the warehouse to lie down. I had thought that the instructors would be back early the next morning, but the truth is, early the next morning, there wasn't even a ghost in the base except for them. The special forces. The instructors disappeared for a good 4 days this time. In the meantime, the special forces are arguably going to have to survive here to the limit. The generators don't have enough fuel to generate electricity. The food is gone and so is the drink. To live, all they could do was hunt some game in the surrounding hills. It was a good thing that their guns had live ammunition. If they didn't it would have been harder than hell to catch their prey. After returning home from the mission, Li Zhong led the crowd to the base with a good batch of supplies. On the way back to the base, Swift Wolf couldn't help but worry. Those special forces won't GA in our base. Right. Those things left in our base are just enough for them to have a meal. Coyote blankly glanced at Swift Wolf and said, as elite special forces soldiers of various special forces, if they can't even hold on to this then they might as well just die. But at least there is Yi Chen this time. If there is no Yi Chen, I'm afraid we won't be able to return without 10 days and half a month. Yeah, since Yi Chen came to our unit, we don't have much of an experience going out on missions. Except running with Yi Chen is running with Yi Chen. Almost everyone who just showed their heads, or even didn't show their heads, was seconded by Yi Chen. At least Yi Chen developed those new equipments. Without that drone I'm afraid I can't even solve one person this time. The crowd was talking about you and me. Back at the base, Yi Chen opened the domain of command skill to first scan through all the special forces. Even though they were all elite special forces soldiers from various units, it was actually a bit difficult for them to stay here. For the sake of secrecy, this base where they are located is surrounded by mountains, and it snowed heavily for a long time the other day. Trying to find something to eat outside is very difficult. Do any of you have tear gas left in your hands? Yi Chen asked to Swift Wolf and the others. The crowd's mouths twitched. Is that even a question? What have we got to show for this operation other than barely grabbing a head start with our drones? Almost all of it was your own doing. Here, Swift Wolf had just taken the tear gas out when he asked suspiciously, what do you need tear gas for again? Yi Chen revealed a bad smile. At this point the special forces are nestled in the warehouse blowing air conditioning. It's not that they're lazy, it's that they want to maximize their stamina. The military vehicles will be parked here for now. Don't let them know we're back. Aha. After Thunder Falcon nodded, he parked the car 300 meters away. Yi Chen jumped out of the car. Even though Yi Chen was currently in a heavily armed state, this did not affect Yi Chen's speed in the slightest. At this point he looked less like a person and more like a cheetah. The crowd was numb at the sight of this. Compared to Yi Chen, they are completely at a grade school level. No matter what it was compared to, Yi Chen was able to completely hang them up and beat them. Let's just talk about the running attack aspect. It had become difficult for them to observe Yi Chen after he ran out more than 50 meters. Li Zhong let out a laugh and sighed. This kid, he's already made disguise a passive skill. If I were a few years older, I'm afraid I'd have to lose sight of where he is with these eyes. Inside the warehouse, the crowd of special forces leaned limply against the wall. It was the most laid-back time they'd had since they'd been special forces, bar none. And even this time it was a little scary how laid back they were. Ugh, what's all this about? We came all the way here to participate in the selection, but the instructor ran away halfway through the selection, and now we can't get out of the mountains because of the snow. Even if we could get out, we wouldn't be able to run far. We shouldn't starve to death here. Yeah, I'd drop a tear gas canister in a warehouse right now. The words fell. Shine. A familiar sound of metal pulling on a ring reached their ears. Chapter 115, the instructors are finally back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're such a ing asshole. Say what you want to say. Run. Emergency assembly. See this familiar tear gas. Although they cursed on their lips, for some reason they were a little touched to see this familiar tear gas. After being left behind for so long, today they were finally being thought of. Not half a minute short. The special forces got dressed and quickly ran to gather outside the warehouse. Seeing Yi Chen's figure, the special forces all felt like they got a type 99 in their eyes. All of you, run 10 laps around the base to warm up, and when you're done, let's eat. Yes, the specialists shouted in unison. When the instructor came back, they all got energized for running. After the special forces had all finished running, Yi Chen and the others had also prepared the food, although it was still just ordinary instant noodles, as well as an egg. This was already a mountain of flavor for the crowd of special forces. Ever since Yi Chen and the others had left, the special forces had basically had to make sure that the rest of their food was just enough to keep them from dying. In addition to the meal of instant noodles at the beginning, they are in the category of hungry, full, then hungry, 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 hungry. At first Yi Chen wanted to let them eat some broken ones to sharpen them, but thinking about them being left here for so many days, they should still be given something nice to eat. After so many days of not getting anything decent to eat, they'll have to run out of energy for training in the future. The crowd was once again assembled on the training ground. It was almost evening now. It was getting colder and the wind was blowing, but the special forces were all warm and fuzzy in their hearts. Looking at these bubbly noodles in front of them, they couldn't help but have tears running down the corners of their mouths. Li Zhong walked to the front of the crowd of special forces soldiers and said, "There are no rules for eating in our place. Eat within 3 minutes, and when you're done, gather back here." Yes, the special forces responded in unison. For them, eating this bucket of instant noodles is a casual matter of 1 minute, not to mention 3 minutes. After dinner, the crowd of special forces soldiers stood neatly on the training ground once again. Li Zhong's face was serious as he said in a deep voice, "Now, you guys have plenty of time to consider staying here or quitting. I guess the days we disappeared shouldn't be too hard to guess. Come on, what have we been up to the last couple days? Going on a mission?" the crowd said. Li Zhong nodded slightly. Fruity, the truth is as they suspected. The sudden disappearance of the instructor was, as it turned out, to go on a mission. But it also led them to wonder a bit. How short of men does this unit have to be to go on a mission in the middle of practicing? Or does this mission have to be carried out by them? You're not stupid. Each and every one of you is an adult of normal intelligence. So I guess you've guessed that this Special Forces unit is different. It's at a level that's far above Special Forces. The eyes of the Special Forces soldiers stared. They knew this selection they were running for was awesome, but they didn't know it was this awesome. The rank is far higher than Special Forces. On top of the Special Forces, there is such a mysterious unit? At first they were wondering. In addition to Yi Chen, Tank, Zhuan Yon, and Sang Feng were originally Special Forces soldiers that could be ranked in the entire army. So looking at the whole army up and down those particularly powerful instructors, powerful Special Forces, they had heard of them even if they had never seen them. But in front of him, Li Zhong, Swift Wolf and the others. Instead, they were completely unimpressed. Li Zhong might be on the older side, but Swift Wolf and the others weren't. They all looked to be in their early 20s. To be able to serve as an instructor in such a selection at just such a young age, one could imagine just how terrifying their strength was. As Special Forces, I'm sure you've all heard the saying, Special Forces are the soldiers without tomorrow. Speaking of which, at the back of the room, Swift Wolf and the others sighed and laughed. That's a true statement, but it's a much better one to make compared to their ace troopers. The missions we're going on tend to be the most difficult, the most elite. With your current strength, if you go with us, the odds are that you will only die. The expressions of the Special Forces were stony. What kind of mission puts even their lives in danger as Special Forces, and still a high probability of death? Li Zhong signaled to Dark Tiger. Dark Tiger took off his jacket, revealing his arm after it had been briefly bandaged. If you let Dark Tiger be your opponent, even 100 of you wouldn't be enough for him to fight alone. However, in the middle of a mission, he was almost given a cold shot by the enemy. If Yi Chen hadn't been the first to hit that enemy, the bullet that hit would have been his heart. Dark Tiger, what strength Special Forces do not have a clear concept, but their concept of what strength Yi Chen was too deep and profound. Similarly, both being in the instructor team with Yi Chen, his strength could never be worse. But that's the kind of person, in the course of a mission, but was nearly killed by a cold shot. The Special Forces couldn't help but shiver. They are all flesh and blood too. They have comrades in arms. They have family, friends, loved ones, and children. Everyone knows exactly what kind of path they are walking down right now. Today's day, you have the opportunity to opt out at any time. And besides, even if you don't, the probability is that you'll be eliminated at a later stage. We're not going to take any liberties with you in our selection. If all of you are not up to par, we will not want all of you, and it would be irresponsible for your lives to let you into us without being up to par in strength. Rest in place for 5 minutes and then resume training. Yes, the Special Forces soldiers responded loudly. The entire following night, the crowd of Special Forces soldiers were engaged in extremely intense physical training. But in this training, Yi Chen and the others didn't have to use any means, and they trained very seriously. Even if they couldn't hold on, They all had to fight to the last ounce of their strength. Warehouse door before bedtime. The special forces stood in formation in unison. Seeing that no one had the intention of wanting to quit, Li Zhong felt a little surprised. After just one night of training, they were already severely lacking in physical fitness, but even so they persisted. Now you still have the opportunity to opt out and we will not force you to stay. The special forces remained standing. In the beginning, some in the special forces did want to quit, but when you think about it, what was the reason they became special forces in the first place? Chapter 116, Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be reconciled. Did they become special forces for fear of death in the first place? If they're all running away, and who will protect the family, the loved ones, behind them? Since enlisting in the army, especially after becoming a special forces soldier, each of them had deeply understood one thing. That is, if you are for the big, you can't be for the little. And if you are for the little, you can't be for the big. But, only when there is a big family first can there be a small family. They were at least elite special forces soldiers from various special forces, but now if they ran away, what did they become? A special forces soldier has to be given silent protection by others. Report. I'm not quitting. Since I have chosen this path, I will keep going. Today I run away. Tomorrow he runs away. Then who will protect our country? Our people. I'll never quit unless I'm not capable enough. Report. I'm not quitting either. I'm an orphan, and my life is given to me by my country. Unless I go out sideways, I will never quit. The crowd shouted at you and me. At this point, it was only then that Li Zhong and Swift Wolf and the others violently realized the awareness of these people in front of them. In their eyes, there was little difference between these special forces and ordinary soldiers. There was a qualitative difference between the strength of an ordinary special forces soldier and ace special forces soldiers like Li Zhong and the others. But it had to be admitted that even as an ordinary special forces soldier, he had gone through all sorts of tests. In terms of psychological quality, these special forces are not too far behind them. Li Zhong nodded to Swift Wolf. Swift Wolf trotted along. When Swift Wolf returned again, he was holding many sheets of A4 paper as well as a ballpoint pen. Li Zhong once again looked at the crowd and said, trying to stick around here can't be done with determination. If you are not capable enough, you are likely to get injured during training, or your lives will be in danger. I understand the feelings of family and country in your hearts, and I understand the passion in your hearts, but what you need more than anything else right now is sanity. Think carefully before deciding whether or not you want to stay here, and the instructors will give each of you a pen and paper. Your lives could be in danger at any time later in your training. Some of you are young, some of you look like you should have families, and during the selection period no one knows when the unexpected will come, so prepare a suicide note and explain what you need to explain. If you want to stay here, write a suicide note and hand it in. If you don't want to stay here, don't bother with pen and paper. I'll take you to your normal dorms and we'll send you out after a day's rest. Having said that, Swift Wolf and the others then began to distribute the pen and paper. Everyone hesitates in front of the paper about what to write. Only Tank and the four of them stood motionless, not even bothering to write. The three Tanks and Yi Chen had long experienced this during the Hunter Intensive. Since they have become special forces, since they have come here to participate in the selection, they have long been ready to realize. Seeing the same unwritten monkey, Zhuan Yong was a bit surprised. Monkey, you don't write either? Didn't wait for the monkey to speak. On the side, Tank was laughing and said, him, what's he writing? To a ghost. Song Feng frowned slightly. Tank glanced at Monkey, who nodded, and Tank went on. Monkey is an orphan, fatherless and motherless, raised on 100 meals. Monkey also joked about his own life. If I wanted to give a proper account, I'm afraid I could publish a book. At first, all three stiffened when they heard Tank talk about the monkey's life, but when they saw how frank the monkey was, they just relaxed and laughed. Zhuan Yong smilingly patted Monkey's shoulder and said, then you kid are much better than us. The enemy would be more afraid of you if he faced the two of us, and you don't have much to hold on to behind your back. Monkey hemmed and hawed. Tank chimed in from the sidelines. You really guessed it right. According to the instructor, Monkey may not be the most talented in training, but he's definitely the hardest and most desperate. Swift Wolf and the others silently surveyed the special forces on the scene. Everyone is lifting a pen, but this pen, for a long time, cannot fall. The words Li Zhong had just said had indeed calmed them down. Seeing that someone was slow to put pen to paper, Li Zhong did not feel disappointed. After all, everyone is flesh and blood with feelings. Even if they do not want to continue to insist, Li Zhong will not force. There are a lot of people who haven't moved pen and paper, but when the time comes, those who didn't move pen and paper turned in that blank suicide note of their own accord. Li Zhong and the others couldn't help but have their eyes widen slightly. None of the 30 people remaining on the scene chose to withdraw. One of the Special Forces soldiers who looked a bit older said smilingly, "Instructor, I don't need to write this suicide note for mine. At first my family was against it when I was going to be a Special Forces soldier, but then they slowly all understood me. And when I was a Special Forces soldier, I had already accounted for everything that needed to be accounted for. So did all the rest of the Special Forces who turned in a blank sheet of paper, as their family. The moment they became Special Forces, they were all prepared. It was best to be discharged alive. And if he died on the battlefield, that was where he belonged. Ace Special Forces selection is hard, but with this energy, these sufferings are nothing. Not to mention that Yi Chen had the added benefit of the domain of command skill. Training will become more focused for any soldier who is within range of this skill. But the sickest thing about this skill isn't that it makes soldiers become focused. As long as a soldier who had passed through this hand of skill, Yi Chen could almost pass on all that he knew all. Marksmanship, various tactical skills, etc. Yi Chen could make them comprehend the essence in an instant through this skill. As long as they have survived their physical fitness, they will basically be able to stay here. But the physical fitness hurdle alone is hard enough to beat for a lot of people. Extreme physical training lasts for a month. During this time, they were only able to get 6 hours of sleep a day. And at any time during sleep they could be woken up by an emergency assembly. Wake up to endless training. A short month has passed. The place went from 30 at the beginning to 15 at the end. Compared to a month ago, everyone standing here is several times thinner than they were a month ago. 15 men stood in unison on the training field. In just a month's time, the aura on their bodies had undergone a qualitative change. Seeing that there were still 15 people left on the scene, Li Zhong and the others were so relieved in their hearts. Would have thought those special forces wouldn't even last the first month. I didn't realize that a month had passed and now there were still 15 people left. Li Zhong stood in front of the crowd and said loudly, "From today onwards, you will be solely under the responsibility of Instructor Yi alone." Chapter 117, the fourth squad is formed. The words fell. The crowd subconsciously placed their eyes on Yi Chen. This was the result of Li Zhong's discussion with Kong Jun. The manpower of their northern theater was not particularly sufficient right now, and if they directly moved out a squad to come here as an instructor, this would have an impact on the second and third squads. At first Yi Chen was worried that without himself, would they be very inefficient in their missions, or even suffer casualties. But this was actually Yi Chen thinking too much. Since the new equipment had been installed, there hadn't been any more deaths on their base. Just injuries. Awesome people with awesome equipment. It's a qualitative boost to their strength. During this 1-month period, Yi Chen had also demonstrated an outstanding ability to practice. Yi Chen himself was a hexagonal-type warrior, so it was not a problem to give all of these remaining 15 people to Yi Chen to practice alone. After Li Zhong gave a slight nod to Yi Chen, the 6 of them directly took a military vehicle and walked away. The special forces are used to seeing this, because during that month, their first squad went on 2 more missions. Yi Chen stood in front of the crowd of special forces soldiers and said, "Starting today, I will be in charge of your next training. From today onwards, you will have 7 hours of sleep a day, as well as 3 normal meals a day." Words. It would be a lie to say that the special forces aren't happy. During this month, they even had the luxury of normal sleep as well as 3 normal meals a day. As for their daily diet, Kong Jun would send over some ingredients and dried food. The rest of the training was almost anything but particularly stressful for Yi Chen, as well as for the special forces. In Yi Chen's hands, even if you were just an ordinary person, Yi Chen could turn you into a sharpshooter in just a week. But trying to get them in place can't be a matter of being a good shot. All sorts of miscellaneous knowledge and a long time to learn. Time passes quickly. The weather gradually warmed up, and Shaola also cut off her head of hair and embarked on the journey that Yi Chen had also embarked on. After Shara's new training was over, the 4th squad of the Northern War Area Ace Force was officially formed, with 15 men without a single elimination. To Yi Chen, practicing and going through the motions were almost no different. There are skills in, even if a dog came, Yi Chen would be able to train it to become the king of dogs. Under normal circumstances physical ability after passing it does not take a month. Yi Chen can actually practice them all. But thinking that this was, after all, the first soldier he had ever practiced, so Yi Chen still wanted to use his heart more. These people are now not a bit worse than the Ace Special Forces in any way except that they can't keep up with their physical abilities. The technical aspect of the acquired Yi Chen can completely teach, and there are skills in, technical aspects of their progress speed is like a rocket. But physical fitness is not something that can be brought up by skill. Everyone in the Ace Force has been practicing their physical fitness since they were young, and I'm afraid they'll be able to choke to catch up in their lifetime. While the 4th squad couldn't catch up on their physical fitness, they were definitely fit enough to do so now. After leading the team back to base, Xiao Zhanbo and the others had already been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanhua waved his hand to Yi Chen smilingly. Since this period, Xiao Zhanhua didn't worry much about Yi Chen's military rank, although Yi Chen was lacking in this aspect of his education. After all, Yi Chen was now the captain of the 4th Squad of the Northern Battlefield Ace Force. The ranks of those new Ace Special Forces soldiers who came in could be low, but Yi Chen's rank could not be low. Given that Yi Chen was rather special, his rank was also exceptionally mentioned straight to Major. Seeing Yi Chen who was walking towards him, Xiao Zhanhua that was more and more satisfied the more he looked at him. Little Chen, come, father-in-law, I'll personally give you a title. Before, Yi Chen was not particularly fond of this aspect of military ranks, but after learning that everyone in the Ace Force was at least a major, he was suddenly interested in the stuff. Yes, Yi Chen answered loudly. He stood upright, and Xiao Zhanhua smiled as he wore Yi Chen's rank. The members of the 4th Squad, who were at the back, were instantly confused. Although they didn't recognize Xiao Zhanhua, they could see the military rank on his shoulders. Seeing Xiao Zhanhua's military rank, their eyes almost didn't stare directly out. Golden bows. A gold star? A man of that caliber is here to personally honor their squad leader? And just now he claimed to be Yi Chen's father-in-law? What kind of background does their squad leader have? Seeing the Xiao Zhanhua in front of him, the tank was already more than familiar. The last time the hunter intensive training came back, the tank also thought that Xiao Zhanhua was personally come to pick him up, but did not know that Xiao Zhanhua was specially come to pick up his son-in-law. Tank subconsciously glanced at the rank in Xiao Zhanhua's hand. Didn't look okay. At this look, Tank was also confused. 2 bars and a star. How long has Yi Chen been enlisted? That's not even a year's worth of math. You've been a major since they were soldiers? Even if they were on a rocket, the rank wouldn't be able to rise so fast, would it? Looking at the rank of major on Yi Chen's shoulder, Xiao Zhanhua said with great satisfaction, this rank is only worthy of my great baby son-in-law. This ordination seems so humble, but in truth, the youngest major was born here today in the Northern War Area Ace Force Base. Tank and the others all subconsciously swept towards the crowd of the 1st Squad as well. They would have liked to see the rank of Swiftwolf and the others, but a closer look reveals that they have no rank on them at all. At the beginning of the crowd of Special Forces saw no rank on the instructor. There is a possibility that the relevant secrecy, but now it seems, they just don't seem to be in the habit of wearing military ranks at all. Moreover, the camouflage uniforms they were wearing were very strange. This camouflage uniform did not belong to any soldier, and it looked like a groundhog. And this is actually not without reason. After all, they are all Ace Special Forces. At any time, any place, any time, may be on a mission. And besides, the tasks they perform are to be very secretive, so they reveal as little about themselves as they can. If Swiftwolf and others are okay with it, they like to wear the rank. I'm afraid that Tank and the others will all be scared to death directly after entering the base. The lowest rank level on the entire base is Major. Since learning that Xiao La was going to enlist in the army, Yi Chen had also been estimating Xiao La's situation in the army. Seeing that the members of the 4th Squad were still standing there foolishly, Yi Chen beckoned to Zunwolf and said, Zunwolf, you guys have nothing to do in this base anyway, so take my team members to familiarize themselves with the equipment we have here. You're blending in pretty fast with this identity. Swiftwolf spat. Chapter 118, First in New Training. Xiao La's top talent. Spitting is spitting. Seeing that Yi Chen was able to become the captain of the 4th Squad, they were all happy for Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Swiftwolf waved his hand to the 4th Squad's crowd and said proudly, come with me. I'll show you the big treasure in our base. Up yours. During the selection period, they don't have access to all that new equipment, which is still in the secrecy stage even though a lot of it is being produced now. The crowd followed Swiftwolf all the way to the weapons vault. The exterior of this Ace Force base looks all very plain and even broken. But the moment the door to the armory was opened, Song Feng and the others' jaws almost didn't fall to the ground in shock. No wonder Swiftwolf and the others were so smug when they mentioned their equipment earlier. It would be strange if I didn't get a kick out of it. In the armory, more than a dozen robot dogs were neatly arranged there. Each robot dog has a different thing mounted on its back, some armed with rifles, others with artillery shells. Other than that, there is a room full of various types of drones and so on. The amount of equipment was so great that the tanks were outright dazzled by them. Swiftwolf casually picked up a helmet and threw it at Zhuangyong, who was walking at the front. Put it on and see. Getting permission, Zhuangyong directly threw off this ordinary helmet on his head for 800 meters. He couldn't wait to put on this new helmet. At first, the helmet was mediocre, but the moment the helmet is on, Zhuangyong subconsciously exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Instructor, are all the equipment you guys use this advanced? My old special forces are at least ranked number 1 in the Southern Theater of Operations. I thought the equipment we used was good enough, but now it looks like we're using some kind of old equipment. The rest of the special forces followed suit when they saw this. After all, what man could resist such weaponry? Coyote and the others couldn't stop looking smug. Seeing Zhuang Yong's reaction to them, the entirety of the first squad was as if they had seen themselves in the beginning. Swiftwolf put on his own helmet as well. He simply gestured with his right hand at a drone, which immediately responded by taking off. Following Swiftwolf's gestures, the drone makes a variety of movements. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The eyes of the crowd went straight wide. What kind of crap they were using before compared to the weaponry in the aces? What exactly is all the other tech here? Swiftwolf made another gesture with his left hand. In the next second, Zhuang Yong's field of vision was filled with images transmitted from the drone. Holy, this is too much. No one could see what Zhuang Yong saw, and the hearts of the crowd of Special Forces soldiers turned even more itchy all of a sudden. All of you come over to receive your equipment. Your captain has already gotten all your equipment ahead of time. Line up and come over to receive it. Don't be in a hurry. One by one. The equipment won't run away. Yes, the crowd of Special Forces shouted in excitement. The moment you put on your helmet, the Special Forces were surprised as if they had traveled decades into the future. To them, it's like future technology. Hearing a few surprise yells that came from the arsenal every now and then, Yi Chen and Xiao Zhanghua both laughed. Xiao Zhanghua sighed. I really couldn't imagine that your kid could still have talent in this area before. I know you've been thinking about Xiao La. You don't have to worry about Xiao La that way. She's having a good time in the army and is adapting well. I sent her to the Tigers Regiment as well. And in the new training test, even though she is a female soldier, she was number 1 in the new training test. And she also possesses a very high talent for shooting. The first time I shot a full ring straight out of live fire. After the new training, a commendation, a third-class merit. And you weren't even close to being the same back then. Listening to Xiao La's extremely heaven-defying performance in the army, Yi Chen did not have a particularly big reaction. If Xiao La didn't have a particularly heaven-defying talent, how could she have gotten into the first women's special operations team in the Northern War Zone? Seeing that Yi Chen didn't have much of a reaction, Xiao Zhanghua directly just gave Yi Chen's head a big brain crash. Hey, you brat, you as a fiancé aren't happy for your fiancé at all? Ouch. Father-in-law, what are you doing? It must be normal for Xiaoera to behave like this. What's so surprising? Xiao Zhanghua blacked down his face. Tiger fathers don't have sons. Xiao La is so powerful. She must have inherited your father-in-law's good genes. Words. Xiao Zhanghua's blackened face instantly cheered up. Count on your boy to talk. Even though you're in the ace force, I'll still try to place you and Xiaoera together as much as possible. And if Xiaoera's performance is really particularly outstanding in the future, it would be a good choice to place her in the ace force between now and then. But the first step for her to enter the ace troop is that she has to become a Special Forces soldier. From ordinary soldier to Special Forces soldier. From Special Forces soldier to ace Special Forces soldier. That's something that has to take a long time. Whether or not you can meet with Xiao La in advance depends on the 4th squad you've practiced. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, father-in-law, it seems you have the door? Xiao Zhanghua nodded his head and said, you've been in the ace force for such a long time. You should have some understanding of the ace force as well. Before, it was absolutely impossible for anyone out there to get into the ace force. And now it's different. As long as they're strong enough, people from outside can also get inside the ace force. When Xiao Zhanghua said this, Yi Chen already seemed to have guessed some of it. If the 4th squad you practiced really plays a huge role in future combat or has a very outstanding performance, then it will prove that you also possess a similarly high level of talent in this aspect of practicing. And between now and then, I will be able to arrange for you to become an instructor at the Kangwolf Special Warfare Base. Get it? Yi Chen nodded heavily. He's a cutie if he doesn't get it when it comes down to it. Now, be an instructor. Pick Special Forces. And where do all the Special Forces candidates come from? All from various forces. Of course, with the talent that Xiao La was showing now, it only needed Xiao Zhanghua to arrange it so that the two of them, him and Xiao La, could meet. Furthermore, Xiao Zhanghua hadn't just arranged this simply for the two of them to meet. Letting Yi Chen select Special Forces. Is that really selecting Special Forces? The surface is a selection of Special Forces, but in reality it's a selection of ace Special Forces. Now that I understand, I'll be on my way. I hope your 4th squad doesn't let me down. Yes. Yi Chen stood at attention and saluted. Before Xiao Zhanghua could ride on the military vehicle, inside the base, alarm bells were ringing loudly. It's as if it was all arranged by fate. Xiao Zhanghua patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said in a condensed voice, I'll wait for good news from your 4th squad. Chapter 119 Squad 4's first actual combat mission. Yes. Yi Chen answered loudly. Squad 1. Squad 4 stood in unison and assembled on the training field. Kong Jun swept over the crowd and said sternly, there's no need to wipe your ass. Someone will take care of it. Bring all the good guys with you. The first squad will be the main force, and the fourth squad will assist. Words. Swift Wolf and the others' eyes directly sprang out. No need to wipe your ass. Someone else will take care of it? It had been a long time since they had heard of such a mission. Seeing Swift Wolf and the others so excited, Tank and the others were a bit curious. Carrying out a mission is usually a serious and earnest matter, but how come they all look so happy? As the people were heading to the weapons depot, Kong Jun called out to Yi Chen and said, "The fourth squad is on their first mission after all. Pay more attention to them and don't have any accidents." "Yes," Yi Chen answered. Of course, Yi Chen was only dealing with it so superficially. Even though it was their first day as an Ace Special Forces soldier, and even though it was their first time on an Ace Force mission, Yi Chen wouldn't give them much care. Anymore, they're all Ace Special Forces. If they need protection even to go to war, what does the Ace Force need them for? The Aces want recruits who can hold their own on the battlefield, who can be close to the strength of other veterans, not a bunch of big babies. Upon arrival at the armory, Swift Wolf didn't even think about it and ran straight for the Grenade Sniper. He hugged Grenadier Sniper and kissed him hard straight away. "Mooah! This big baby of mine, I finally get to use you today. Drones, suicide drones, all of them. Blast 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 blast." Swift Wolf was as excited as if he had chicken blood. The corners of Thunder Falcon and the others' mouths twitched. You don't know how to collect yourself in front of a newcomer. Seeing how clueless Tank and the others looked, Dark Tiger said to the crowd, "We only need to be responsible for removing all the mission targets on this mission. Don't worry about concealment, exposure. After you've exterminated them all, someone will be there to take care of it." Missions like this are considered easy in our Ace Force, and compared to those that are more active and covert, this is the kind of mission where we can just take a large caliber sniper rifle, or some other more powerful weapon. That sniper in his hand is a Grenade Sniper. It's so powerful that a person will basically become a piece of meat if he gets hit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhuang Yong and the others' eyes widened. Grenade. Sniper? Is it possible to combine these two things? No wonder the barrel is so thick. The grenades are ING grenades. Swift Wolf smiled as he surveyed the sniper, and then proudly introduced it to Tank and the others. This sniper, those rifles, helmets, drones, robotic dogs, etc. Anyway, basically all of the weapons that are within your field of vision right now are all from your captain's hand. With a captain like that, you guys are kind of raking it in. Don't be surprised here. Get your weaponry and equipment and get on the plane first. You guys aren't too familiar with these weaponry right now. You'll just take one of those snipers first. This sniper is a highly sophisticated sniper rifle designed by your captain. It basically shoots wherever it's pointed, and won't deviate one iota at a range of 1,000 meters. The words fell. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were directly confused. Tank and the others even barely managed to drop their jaws to the floor in shock. All of these things were developed by Yi Chen? They don't understand this, but how easy is it to develop these things? They didn't understand it, but they were greatly shocked. At this point, it was as if Yi Chen's body all seemed to shine as if a ring of light had appeared. They all wanted to take all this good weaponry as well, but it was not something they were particularly familiar with yet, and even if they took it there it would be for nothing. After boarding the armed transportation helicopter, the people went straight to sleep, waking up from sleep after sleep. Upon waking up again and looking out the porthole, what appeared before them was a rainforest. Yi Chen also went and brought over a dozen camouflage uniforms. "Change all your clothes into these or you're going to be hot as hell in a few minutes." "Yes," the crowd responded loudly. While they were changing, Swift Wolf, the chatterbox, was here explaining, "We basically changed this camouflage uniform one at a time, so it's impossible for anyone to find out about us through this camouflage uniform. Just this crap can be bought anywhere in the world, and it's extremely cheap, making it a great choice for hiding your identity." Tank and the others took a closer look at the camouflage. As Zhuang Yong and the others said, "This camouflage clothing is really cheap. All the big threads, casually in a stall can be bought. Avoid exposing our tracks. We are now 20 kilometers away from our target location. Jogging to save some energy." "Yes," the crowd responded and then quickly moved towards the target location. With their current physical strength, running 20 kilometers would still not be a problem. What's more, this 20 kilometers they didn't have to rush at all. Not at all like before when they were in training. Run but a little slower and the bullets would have to catch up with them. They weren't running with themselves at that time. They were running with Hades. As they ran, Tank and the others observed the neighborhood. They had seen no signs of human activity along the way. It was only after the crowd had approached within 2 kilometers of the target site that they could barely see any traces of human activity. Yi Chen also immediately expanded his skills to detect the surrounding area. All of the surrounding situation was visible in Yi Chen's eyes. The moment the skill was unfolded, Yi Chen spotted several hidden outposts in this perimeter. The stare is quite strict. Yi Chen secretly said to himself, the difficulty of this mission is not very high. So in order to test the strength of the members of the fourth squad, Yi Chen did not intend to intervene now. Aside from the fact that their lives were in danger, even if they were injured, Yi Chen wouldn't bother. After gradually approaching the target point, the team began to spread out, finding cover while feeling their way forward. Thunder Falcon was the most observant, and he was usually the one at the forefront of detection. But just as the Thunder Falcon wanted to continue another step forward, suddenly, instead, a monkey's voice came from the helmet. There seems to be someone up ahead. The words fell. Thunder Falcon subconsciously ducked behind a tree. The rest of the group quickly took cover. As simple as the task could be, they had to take it seriously. They are ace special forces though, but then again, they are all flesh and blood. If they had taken a solid bullet, they would have died on the spot. To Swiftwolf and the others, these people were weak, but that was only to them. If it had come to ordinary special forces, I'm afraid that even the special forces can't get past a few moves in the hands of these people. Where are the people? Li Zhong immediately asked. Right in front of the front, directly in front of us. About 1,000 meters or so in a tree. Should be a dark sentry. Chapter 120, Haunted in Broad Daylight? Words. The crowd quickly took a closer look directly in front of them. Even the Thunder Falcon he had observed for more than half a minute before he found someone. The rest of us would have to use binoculars to see it. This sentry wasn't just any sentry. He was so well camouflaged that his camouflage was almost on the verge of blending in with the trees. In addition to his own camouflage, his guns are well camouflaged. Seeing this observational power of the monkey, Thunder Falcon couldn't help but ask, "When did you see that person?" Monkey replied truthfully, "I saw something wrong there a long time ago, and I didn't realize until now that it was a person." Thunder Falcon's eyes went directly wide. Saw someone there a long time ago? Thanks to himself, he was hailed as the strongest observer in the first squad. Li Zhong said in a deep voice, "It seems that this mission is not as simple as we thought. Release unmanned scout birds to probe the situation." "Yes," Swift Wolf immediately responded. The bionic bird began to flap its wings as soon as it was thrown into the air. The real-time feed from the bionic bird was displayed inside the helmets of all the people. The reason why Li Zhong was only releasing the bird now was because this bird's range was a bit short, and Yi Chen had thought about boosting this bird's range. But if he wanted to improve the range, then Yi Chen would have to go for a breakthrough in the existing battery technology. At that time Yi Chen felt it was unnecessary to get these. Now it seems that a breakthrough in technology is also necessary. Beyond that, Yi Chen also plans to break through the rest of the hardware technology in the future. Otherwise, by the time his equipment requirements are raised, I'm afraid that the existing hardware technology won't be able to support the functionality of his equipment. If it was a drone, that dark sentry would probably notice the anomaly straight away. But if it's a bird, this dark sentry is never going to notice. This place they were in was a tropical rainforest, and things like birds were simply not too common. Only with this dark sentry's powers of observation, he could still see a bird flying towards the base behind him, but that was all he could observe. There was almost no difference between this bird Yi Chen had built and a real bird, and since birds usually flew very fast, no one would notice that this bird was actually a scouting plane. The dark sentry wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even a damn bird is freer than me. I wish this one would just blow up the base if it could. I really don't know what could be the point of having a sentry here. Do those stupid asses think anyone can find this place? It's a struggle to transport supplies inside. So who else could have come here? Fark. Though this dark sentry cursed with a dirty mouth. His body, however, was more honest. He didn't know what was going on at the base. Could the current state of the base? The base should be getting something more confidential. Otherwise the perimeter would not have been strengthened with so many people. Though they've been here for a whole week with no anomalies. But fear not. Fear not. After this, they will have a better life in the future. If something really did attack because of their negligence, then they would have to shed their skin without dying afterwards. The shadowy sentry continued to stare. He could be patient, but the other dark sentries could not. In this dark sentry's headset came the calls from the other dark sentries. 07. How's it going? Want to go pee together? 07 frowned slightly and said, 03. You should know that the base has been very tense lately, and we can't afford any consequences caused if any of us leave without authorization at this juncture. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. On the other side of the tree, 03 hammed and hawed and said, we've all been watching this place for a whole week. If anyone was coming, they would have been here already. We're only going to be gone for a little while. It's not like we're going to do anything serious. Just when 07 wanted to seriously tell 03 to stop, 03 went on, I snuck out a few cigarettes for the sentry duty. Wait for you at the usual place. Heard there was a cigarette. 07 a gleam sprang from his eyes. If you have a cigarette, you should have said so. I'm wasting my breath with you. See you at the usual place. The two dark sentries jumped down from the tree quite nimbly. All of their movements were clearly seen by the bionic bird, and the supposed old haunts of these two secret posts were found by the monkey at a glance. A few minutes later, the two dark sentries saw each other's silhouettes. 03 had long ago been unable to resist pulling out a cigarette and taking a big drag to get over it. You guys, quickly throw me the cigarettes and the lighter. I feel like I'm going to lose my soul if I don't take a few more puffs. 03 laughed and tossed his cigarettes and lighter. The two walked side by side toward the tree they frequented. Phew, the dark sentry thing is really not a human job. I've been holding this pee for almost 3 hours and I feel like my bladder is going to explode if I don't spill it. Who says it isn't? I don't know what's gotten into the base lately. We were supposed to have the lightest job. Forget it. Finish peeing first. With that, the two were about to unbuckle their pants. But just as they were about to fly down the river, suddenly, the two felt a strange movement in their surroundings. 07 instantly alerted. Looks like something's up. Hearing 07's words, 03 was unmoved and even found it a bit funny. I mean man, we don't even have a ghost here. What could be going on? You are mentally straining too much. Put yourself silly. Urination is brewing. You and I say there is a situation in the periphery? Why? It's hard to believe that a couple of large living people could suddenly appear in our faces. But the words were not finished. Suddenly, a fist shadow quickly zoomed in front of 03's face. Don't eat the sour radish. Where did it come from? Didn't wait for 03 to finish his sentence. The punch, straight to the jaw. 07 isn't much better. Though he hadn't been hit, by now he was in the sights of more than 24 dark guns. But if he made the slightest movement, more than 20 bullets would instantly pierce him. Seeing the sudden appearance of people in the neighborhood, 07 even thought it was haunted in broad daylight. If these people were far away from them, then he had nothing to say. But these people were suddenly appearing in the trees above their heads, in the grass, and even at their feet. No matter how strong 07's mental quality was, he was still a little weak in the knees from this scene. To live, without the slightest dilly-dallying, 07 simply dropped the gun he was holding and raised his hands in the air. I surrender. I'll tell you everything I know if you spare my life. I've had enough of this damn organization for a long time. I'd like you to kill them all if you can. Oh, so self-conscious? Zhuan Yong was a bit surprised. Chapter 121, The Fourth Squad Strikes. Song Fong went straight up and said, before he wakes up, you tell us everything you know. When he wakes up, we'll check with him one by one. And if there's the slightest difference, I'll take both of your cheap lives immediately. Okay, I'll say it all. In order to stay alive, 07 told all he knew as fast as he could. After all was said and done, Tank lands another big right hand that slams 07 right out of the ring. That tank punch just landed a little too hard and 03 isn't waking up right now. Just as Tank and the others were thinking about what to do, suddenly, the usually smiling Swift Wolf suddenly drew his saber and violently stabbed at 03's palm. The intense pain woke 03 right up in a coma. My hand. Damn. Who are you guys? What have you done with 07? Seeing this, Tank and the others couldn't help but freeze. This kind of tactic is not too cruel, right? Swift Wolf laughed bashfully and said, these people of theirs, each one of them is estimated to have to carry an unknown number of human lives on their backs. That's light on them. Besides, doing so is the fastest way to pry their mouths open. The saber in Swift Wolf's hand was still dripping blood when he said this. See the full-faced 03. Swift Wolf interrogated. Tell me everything you know, or I won't mind stabbing you some more. 03 instantly panicked. These people in front of me don't look like they're going to be good people. Stabbing people when they say they're going to stab people. In order to stay alive, 03 also quickly told all he knew. There were 14 dark sentries around the perimeter of the base, and the sentries reported back to the base every hour for security. Aside from the hidden sentries outside, there were nearly 100 armed men inside the base. Counting the others, there were more than 150 people inside the base. In addition to the dark outposts around the base, there is a very dense minefield outside the base. The information provided by both men was identical. Since the intel is all consistent, Swift Wolf's hand rose and fell. Before he died, 03 was still wide-eyed. After a brief period of unconsciousness, 07's eyes snapped open. Seeing 03 dead in front of him, 07 shouted fiercely, have you forgotten that every hour we report to the base? There's no more than 10 minutes until the next debriefing, and if you kill us all, the base will surely notice the anomaly. If you kill me now, you are simply asking for death. I advise you not to. Whoosh! A saber stabbed 07 straight in the heart. Before he finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground. See the situation. None of the people in the fourth squad had their mouths slightly open. These two people, just killed? In just now, they even naively thought that Li Zhong and the others would let them live. Getting rid of them all was understandable to Tsung Feng and the others. This time they were given the task of taking care of everyone here. Besides, each and every one of these people was a bastard, not worth dying for. But Tsung Feng also had some questions in their minds. That is, the interrogation of these two people was just a little too smooth. What if the information they gave was tampered with in advance? Besides, it would soon be time for the Dark Sentries to report to the base. If these two didn't report, wouldn't the people in the base have noticed? Yi Chen back crouched on the ground to pull out his squat saber and said to the crowd, interrogating these people is the easiest. They have no loyalty to speak of. In order to stay alive, these people can do anything. Betraying an organization behind them is nothing. As for them reporting back to the base, within 10 minutes, take out all the hidden sentries and surround the base. Understood. The crowd moved quickly. The first squad wanted to go into action as well. Having been on missions with Yi Chen for a long time, even though Yi Chen was a member of the team, it was Yi Chen who assumed command in various operations. Seeing the crowd of the first squad running away, Yi Chen directly called their first squad to a halt. Captain 1, and all of you, have a good rest here. Just leave the rest to Squad 4. Words. Swift Wolf and the others were filled with questions. The fourth squad wasn't like their first squad that took so much high-tech equipment. It was true that the fourth squad was now equipped with drones, but they weren't very skillful in using them yet. So the fourth squad was now using a completely traditional mode of combat. Just 15 people have to take care of 150? At first Swift Wolf and the others thought that this time their target was just a dozen or 2 dozen people, holding out for a couple dozen. But when they came here they realized that there were so many targets in total this time. Even for Swift Wolf and the others this mission was considered a bit challenging. They are the soldiers I brought out. If they don't have the strength, I naturally won't let them take such a risk. Despite Yi Chen's words, Li Zhong insisted. I can give them the mission and let them act, but there's a prerequisite for that. Our first team must be in the shadows to ensure their safety. It would be too risky if we all stayed here and let them, the newcomers, act. Aha! Yi Chen didn't stop. Squad 4 was no more than a soldier he'd been carefully building with skill for months. Physical ability aside, the combined strength of the fourth squad had far surpassed that of the first squad, with the location of the hidden sentry provided by these two men. In less than 10 short minutes, all of the hidden sentries in various locations were secretly done away with. When Li Zhong and the others quickly ran according to the positioning in their helmets, they then realized with a jolt that some of the people in the fourth squad had already come directly to the entrance of the base. Seeing this, Swift Wolf sprayed on the spot. Damn it, do you all take yourselves as Yi Chen one by one? Just run inside. How many lives do you have? Li Zhong's face also sank instantly. It was rather like the soldiers Yi Chen had taught. The way they played was just too aggressive. The 15 people were divided into 5 squads of 3 people each. 3 of the squads raided the base. 2 squads were in sniper positions, ready to provide cover for 3 squads. Seeing this, Li Zhong urgently said, "What are you waiting for? Immediately support the 4th squad. Forcefully attack the base and send out suicide drones. Swarm drones." Yes, the team responded in unison. It was also the moment their words fell. Chongyong fires the first shot. The ground pattern within the base had long been mapped out by them, and with the sniper's report, there was little difference between them and having perspective on. Hearing such intense gunfire, Li Zhong was in a hurry, and Yi Chen's side was laid back. The current Yi Chen had even fantasized about what it would be like when he met with Xiao La. This mission is over. On the side of the mighty Tiger Regiment, they should be able to receive a notification from Xiao Zhanghua. Chapter 122, Returning to the Tigers. However, unbeknownst to him, while Yi Chen was pondering, the mighty Tiger Regiment's side had already received an advance notice from Xiao Zhanghua. Okay, this is going to do it. Zhou Changjiang agreed with a smile. The news spread quickly within the Tigers. This special forces selection takes 2 modes to select people. The first was the recommendation of each local troop, and the second was Yi Chen personally going down to the troops to select them. Of the 15 men now left in the aces, among them, 10 of them were personally picked out by Yi Chen, from which it could be seen that Yi Chen's vision in this aspect of choosing soldiers was very venomous. Yi Chen had already checked the perimeter. It was horribly remote, and there was no one around here at all except inside the base. Solely Yi Chen turned on his radar skill and squinted here for a while. If those in the 4th squad Yi Chen had only practiced for a month, then Yi Chen would definitely be on the front line now to command. But they have been crafted by themselves for so long. Yi Chen's heart was definitely able to be placed inside his stomach. Yi Chen woke up to the footsteps of Li Zhong and the others. Seeing the crowd all return, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows lightly and asked with a smile. This time, first captain is relieved, right? Li Zhong's mouth twitched. No wonder Yi Chen was so certain. The strength that the 4th squad had just shown, That was simply a living, breathing little Yi Chen. What kind of instructor trains what kind of soldier? Yi Chen didn't have any techniques when he was fighting. He was purely fighting with crushing strength. The same goes for the soldiers of the 4th squad. Their strength might not be able to catch up to half of Yi Chen's, but it was enough to use against those mission targets. The 15 people worked very well with each other, and it was like entering no man's land when they entered the base. If you see one, exterminate it. Besides, they're not hitting it out of the park. In order to prevent the people in the base from tipping off the outside, the generators in here were the first to be destroyed, and those who died first were those high-ranking officials inside the base. Li Zhong laughed bitterly and said, "It's because we were overly concerned." Seeing that the 4th squad had a full 15 people, Swift Wolf was a little bit greedy. If we give Yi Chen more good seedlings, I'm afraid Yi Chen has practiced a whole army of aces all by himself. Before Yi Chen had arrived, how long would the formation cycle of an ace force squad have to be? 10 years at the earliest, and if it's slower, it's all going to work out to almost 20 years. But what about Yi Chen here? Not even half a year had passed, and he froze these special forces into ace special forces. Besides, with their combined strength, this 4th squad of theirs, I'm afraid it's now the strongest squad in the Northern War Zone in terms of combat power. Swift Wolf walked over to Yi Chen and poked him a few times, saying, "Captain Yi, look at us as teammates for a while. Why don't you give us a few of your soldiers? Of all the squads in our northern theater, our 1st squad is the only one with a small number." Yi Chen gave Swift Wolf a blank look. After returning to the base, Kong Jun reported the news to Xiao Zhanguo at the first opportunity. Xiao Zhanguo was also the first to get up and set off to the ace force. With an engine roar, Xiao Zhanguo didn't even get out of the car before waving his hand directly to Yi Chen to get on the car. The players were all a bit unresponsive to the situation. And what are they going to do with this captain? Until the end. It was only after Kong Jun finished talking to them about what Yi Chen was going to do that the crowd of the 4th squad realized with a jolt. Your own captain is gone? The instructor suddenly disappeared during the selection. After the selection, the captain suddenly disappeared. Do all ace force guys like to disappear so much? Kong Jun looked at Song Feng and said to him, "Your captain said that you will be the acting captain during his absence." Me? Song Feng was a bit surprised. "Captain Yi thinks highly of you. Don't let him down." After saying that, Kong Jun was turning around and walking away. Military vehicles. Xiao Zhanguo also talked to Yi Chen about this special forces selection. "This time, I'll send you to the Kangwolf Special Operations Base." "The special forces that the tank is in?" Yi Chen asked. "Aha. If you hadn't gone to Hunter before, you would have spent some time at the Cthulhu Special Operations Base as well. The instructor's camp should be familiar this time as well. It's Su Ying, Lei Jiming and the others." The names of the two of them were naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Chen. This was Yi Chen's previous instructor during his participation in the Special Forces selection. "I didn't set you up with anyone else in the area of selecting people for the next unit. Just yourself. You have your own vision and you shouldn't need anyone else. Where do you want to go at the first stop? I'll let them know in advance." Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "Mighty Tiger Regiment." Xiao Zhanguo grinned. "You can guess it with your feet." Yi Chen would be damned if he didn't go to the Mighty Tiger Regiment for his first stop. After Xiao Zhanguo returned to his office, Xiaoli was acting as Yi Chen's driver. That afternoon, with the car slowing down gradually, the gate of the Mighty Tiger Regiment slowly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen had feelings for this place, but not much. It wasn't that he wasn't sentimental, but it was because it was true that he hadn't been in this place for very long. From the time he joined the army until now, Yi Chen has either been moving up or up, a little here, a little there. He even spent more time in the Hunter set than he did in the Tigers. Yi Chen was not particularly emotional, but Zhou Changjian was all different. The regiment has produced such a good soldier. Zhou Changjian wanted to have shallow feelings for Yi Chen that was difficult. At the entrance of the Mighty Tiger Regiment, Zhou Changjiang, as well as the battalion commanders of the Mighty Tiger Regiment were waiting. Seeing Yi Chen get off the bus, Zhou Changjiang smilingly jogged forward to welcome him. The 3 battalion commanders behind them were also all welcoming Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen stood at attention and saluted, saying loudly, "Good day, Captain." After greeting Zhou Changjiang, Yi Chen greeted the 3 battalion commanders behind him. After all, this time it's to select soldiers. That was why Yi Chen was dressed in a more formal manner, and the rank was naturally worn on his shoulder. Seeing the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder, the eyes of the 3 battalion commanders almost didn't glaze over. And Yi Chen's contemporaries are still listed soldiers. And him? Is this directly on the same level as yourself? You're not even 20 years old, and you're a major? Has he rocketed to this rank? Zhou Changjiang smilingly patted Yi Chen's shoulder and joked. According to your development, I'm afraid that not much longer. I'm afraid that even I will have to call out a chief when I see you. He. Chief is overstating it. Yi Chen was modest, but the 3 battalion commanders felt that what Zhou Changjiang had said was highly probable. Enlisted even a year did not reach the time directly in situ to major to go. If in the army a few more years. Hiss. They don't even dare to think about it. Without further ado, since you've come to our mighty Tiger Regiment for the purpose of selecting soldiers, then we won't make a whole lot of polite remarks. How do you want to pick up? Chapter 123, Shaola. Step forward. Choose battalion by battalion. Let's start by having the 1st battalion gather on the training grounds. My selection is simple. Have them run 3 kilometers. That's it? The 1st battalion commander asked. Yi Chen nodded, though they all felt that they might not be able to see anything at all with such a selection. But since Yi Chen said that, then there must be his reasoning. But where the one who came was not Yi Chen but an ordinary instructor, they would all refute this statement of his. Soon, the news instantly detonated the entire 1st battalion. I'll go. Special Forces selection? Can any of us go? Definitely. Why else would I be so excited? The first selection site is right here on our training grounds. Can you guess again who's coming to the selection this time? Someone who came to the selection? Who else would we know with our status? It's Yi Chen. Ah, Yi Chen, the new recruit from before? Who says it isn't? It was a new recruit before, but now people are coming straight here to pick us. Many of the recruits who were at the same time as Yi Chen were confused when they heard this news. Yi Chen, this is too damn scary, isn't it? Inside the dormitory of Shaira, those female soldiers were also thrilled to hear the news. Hurry up and pack up and go to the training ground. Someone is coming to our unit for the selection. If we're lucky we might all be able to go over and participate in the Special Forces selection. Have you heard who the selections are? Who? It's Yi Chen. I'll go. That's the same Yi Chen who broke the record during the new training? I heard later that he seems to have gone to participate in the Special Forces selection. At this point, Shaola also returned to the dormitory. Just now in the corridor she vaguely heard her roommates talking about Yi Chen. This was no longer a surprise to Shaira. During the new training period, the name of the person they had heard the most was Yi Chen. Yi Chen so-and-so, Yi Chen so-and-so. At this time, Yi Chen had already become the benchmark for all the new recruits of the mighty Tiger Regiment. What's the chatter? Shaira asked her roommates with a smile. Seeing her roommates packing up, Zora was slightly puzzled. The roommates were all asking for Shaola directly when they saw her return. Shaoira, didn't you say you were familiar with Yi Chen? And do you know what rank he is now? Shaola held her chin and pondered. Well, it should be a Special Forces soldier. The roommates looked incredulous. How? If he's a regular Special Forces soldier, then how can he come to our regiment to select people for the Special Forces selection? Yes. I heard that the regimental commander and the 3 battalion commanders of our regiment have personally greeted us this time. And the cards are so big. The words fell. Xiaola's eyes instantly widened. Yi Chen. Back to the Tigers? And this time, he went back to the Tigers in order to choose someone in their Tigers to go to the Special Forces selection? Say, Shaola, what exactly is the relationship between you and Yi Chen? I feel as if you know Yi Chen very well. You and Yi Chen are from the same city. You guys wouldn't have known each other before, right? Forget it, gossip about this and ask later. Hurry out and gather for the training ground. Now, Shaira asked. The roommates nodded in unison. As the soldiers of the 1st Battalion prepared to assemble, Yi Chen also planned to pay a visit to his old squad leader during the new training. I've been back, so I should take a look. If he didn't look at the squad leader, I'm afraid people would still spread gossip that he was looking down on the elderly now that he was in a higher position. Seeing Chen Bing who was walking towards him, Yi Chen stood upright and saluted. Hello squad leader. Facing Chen Bing, Yi Chen was still very respectful. Chen Bing laughed and scolded. You little brat. You're still pulling this with me. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Compared to when he had just joined the army, the aura on Yi Chen's body had changed drastically. Quite refreshed again. With this body, I'm afraid that even 10 of me wouldn't be enough to beat you up right now. While speaking, Chen Bing also sized up Yi Chen's rank. At first Chen Bing didn't look very closely, only knowing that Yi Chen's rank had changed. After looking it over, Chen Bing's eyes didn't directly stare out. He immediately exclaimed, asterisk. You this military rank? Really? Yi Chen smiled and nodded. He carefully sized up Yi Chen in front of him. Yi Chen wants age without age and education without education. How the hell did he get to be a major? The only explanation that can be given is that Yi Chen has made a ridiculously high war merit, and moreover, this kind of war merit is something that he can't even imagine in his dreams. Even if he was asked to make it up, he didn't know exactly what kind of war service would allow Yi Chen to work his way up from private to major. Although Chen Bing was curious, he knew what he could ask and what he couldn't. From now on we'll have to be called separately. You call me squad leader and I'll call you chief. After the shock, Chen Bing smiled again inside. After I was discharged from the army, I have all the material to blow awesome in my life. Soldiers who came out of my hands did not even use a year's time before they directly worked their way up to major. After chattering with Chen Bing here for some time, over at the training ground, the crowd of soldiers from the 1st Battalion stood neatly. Since joining the army until now, this military posture of theirs had never stood so straight. Hearing that this was a Special Forces selection, everyone was pumped up. For an ordinary soldier, Special Forces, a word that was out of their reach. Don't say it's for Special Forces. They wouldn't even make it to Special Forces selection. Most of the time, it is the good soldiers who are directly given notice by others to go to the Special Forces selection. How can they, the ordinary soldiers, have a chance? But not today. Every one of them had a chance to go to the draft. Do well this time and maybe you'll get a look in? While this was their fantasy, it was also true that this was the closest they had ever come to being Special Forces. With everyone watching, Yi Chen steadily walked to the crowd with his hands behind his back. In the 1st Battalion, Yi Chen saw many familiar faces. The most familiar to Yi Chen, it was the person that Yi Chen missed day and night. Shiara, Four Eyes. Even though they couldn't speak, they spoke like 1,000 words. Shola's roommates were going crazy with curiosity. Just the eye contact between the two of them, saying there wasn't something between the two of them. Hell no. Yi Chen faced the crowd and bellowed. Cross stand. Bang. The neat footsteps of over 400 warriors sounded like thunder. Domain of command skill is activated. When you look at the crowd, the talents of all these soldiers appear clearly. Yi Chen had thought that there would be a few S-class talents among these people, but in the end, it was still Yi Chen who thought too much. Except for Xiao La who had a huge S letter on her head, the rest of the clears were all CS, or even DS. B talents were in the minority, and A grade talents were extremely rare. After scanning, Yi Chen shouted, Xiao La, step out. Chapter 124, Xiao La, this big pig's hoof. The words fell. Xiao La's eyes widened slightly. What's the point of putting her on the line in front of all these people? Yi Chen shouldn't be directly naming her to participate in the selection of Special Forces, right? Although Xiao La didn't know what Yi Chen wanted to do, Xiao La still answered loudly. Yes. Xiao La trotted over to Yi Chen's side. Go to the equipment room and pick up 10 kilograms of weights. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. What the hell is going on here? Xiao La's roommates were also confused. I had thought that Yi Chen had called Xiao La out because he wanted to give Xiao La some special treatment. In hindsight, how is this special treatment? It's special targeting, right? Xiao La's roommates then associated it with the relationship between the two of them. Xiao La and Yi Chen. The two of them certainly know. But the relationship in this regard then, the two of them should not have any enmity, right? How else could Yi Chen have named Xiao La to carry the weight? If it wasn't for the large number of people at the scene, Xiao La really wanted to grab Yi Chen's ears and question why he added weight to himself alone. Didn't you hear what I said? Go add weights. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Xiao La's face was all of a sudden crooked with anger. She subconsciously had to raise her hand, but reason told her she couldn't do that. Xiao La gritted her teeth and answered, yes. As Xiao La went to collect the counterweights, Xiao La's mind was already thinking of 1,000 ways to slap Yi Chen's big mouth. After not thinking about it for such a long time, Xiao La was going crazy thinking about Yi Chen. But what about Yi Chen? After not seeing her for such a long time, the first thing Yi Chen said when he saw her was surprisingly asking her to add weight. In a nutshell, after all, it was a mistake to pay. This big pig's hooves. When Xiao La returned to the team, Yi Chen directly said loudly, the selection is very simple. There's no need to divide into any formation. Use your fastest speed to run through 3 kilometers. All. Run, go. The moment the words fell, those soldiers who reacted quickly just started running. Although Shiara was in a rage, her reaction was still there. Hundreds of people were running on the same track, and the scene, for a time, was chaotic. See this. The commander of the 1st Battalion, as well as the company commanders of each company, were somewhat incomprehensible. What do you get out of this? It was not good for the others to ask questions, but it was convenient for Zhou Changjiang to do so. He came to Yi Chen's side and asked, what is this looking at them? It's not like you can tell them particularly carefully based on physical ability and lap times, right? Yi Chen pointed out to Zhou Changjiang those who were at the back, and then pointed out to him those who were at the front. Depends on how attentive they are. Some of them run fast and some of them run slow. There are people who, even if they're up front, they're probably not putting it all together. There are people back there who yet may put up a good fight. I won't consider those who didn't put their best foot forward. I'll pick some of the better ones among those who did. So it is. Zhou Changjiang nodded slightly. What Yi Chen said was not false. This 3-kilometer test is not about their fitness, but an attitude and determination. If they didn't even have that, Even if they were allowed to participate in the selection process, they would still be the goods to be eliminated. Special Forces selection is no ordinary selection. I'm afraid an average person would have to go over there and not last even a week. There are skills in. Even with his eyes closed, Yi Chen could tell who had tried their best and who hadn't. The first lap down. Who could stay and who couldn't? Yi Chen already had a rough idea in his mind. When the 3 kilometers were finished, the soldiers gathered again. Seeing Yi Chen standing at the front of the queue, the soldiers' hearts were in their throats. First row, third column, second row, fourth column, fifth row, sixth column. Every time Yi Chen finished a sentence, the soldiers would quickly ponder whether the person named was themselves or not. After ordering there were 10 people. Yi Chen said loudly, "Step out." "Yes." The various soldiers shouted and trotted to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked these soldiers up and down. The eyes of every soldier were very excited. Except, of course, for Xiao La. The look in Shara's eyes was nothing but resentment and a desire to kill herself. Get ready for the selection. Yes. The 9 people couldn't help but be excited. Shara accepted again. Hearing that she could go to the Special Forces selection, Xiao La's heart was indeed more excited. Only this excitement couldn't overshadow her anger. When she was in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Yi Chen was so good and so nice to her, and now that she was engaged, Yi Chen even treated her this way when he saw her again. Yi Chen's heart was filled with helplessness. Facing so many people, Yi Chen couldn't explain to her right now. When the commander of the 1st Battalion saw that a total of 10 people had been picked out by Yi Chen, the corners of his mouth were grinning to the sky. 10 men out of a battalion can be selected for Special Forces, which is a very large number. By the 2nd Battalion commander's side, his face was more bitter than anything else. The overall strength of their 2nd Battalion was quite okay, but that 6th Company was the only one that caused the 2nd Battalion commander the most headaches. The 6th Company was the notoriously prickly company of the Tigers. Before that, the 6th Company of the 2nd Battalion was known as the existence of a heroic company. But now what? The 6th Company of the 2nd Battalion was an existence that he, the battalion commander, wanted to just tear the 6th Company apart by hand, on the basis that he was a bit of a force to be reckoned with and disobeyed. The 3rd Battalion commander was also waiting to see what the 6th Company would do. Although Yi Chen was from the Mighty Tiger Regiment, he knew relatively little about what happened in the Mighty Tiger Regiment, so he's not going to look at what the 6th Company winds up doing at all. As long as the talent was in place, Sensei's soldier, even if it was a Sao, Yi Chen would want it. While all the people in the 2nd Battalion arrived early at the training ground ready to assemble, the 6th Company was slow to move. See this? Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked Zhou Changjiang, who was at the side, as well as the 2nd Battalion commander, "What's going on with Company 6? Speaking of the 2nd Battalion's 6th Company, Zhou Changjiang let out a bitter smile, and the 2nd Battalion commander was also filled with helplessness. After explaining the situation with Yi Chen's face instantly darkened. On my watch, there would be no word for prick. 2nd Battalion commander, lead the way, go to 6th Company. Yes. The 2nd Battalion commander responded with some excitement. Listening to this tone of Yi Chen's, Yi Chen clearly wanted to intervene to manage the 6th Company. The old company commander of the 6th Company had been pissed off at them. The new company commander had just gotten here and was a little out of control of them. Upon arriving at the 6th Company dormitory area, the 6th Company commander was raging in the hallway. "I can't control you guys anymore. I told you to gather. Can't you hear me? Everyone else is here. What's so special about you guys? This is a Special Forces selection." However, a very unhappy voice came out from one of the dormitories, and he shouted back, "Aren't there still a few minutes left? Besides, so what if it's a Special Forces selection? You see who among us is capable of being a Special Forces soldier?" But didn't wait for the man to finish his sentence. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 125, Stingy 6th Company? Not waiting for him to respond, a slap that came violently at the right side of his face. Snap! The slap was crisp and terrifying. The moment he received this slap, the soldier fell straight to the ground. First, it felt like the right side of my face was on fire, and then I felt a sharp pain. He fell to the ground and covered the right side of his face, yelling at Yi Chen, "Who the hell are you? Believe it or not, The words were not finished. The soldier suddenly saw the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder. "Major, believe it or not believe it or not I'm going out to assembly right now. Brothers, hurry out and gather. What are you still milling about here? Roommates, is this still the boss they remember? The boss is not even afraid of the captain. Everyone else is a new officer. This new company commander of theirs came over, not to mention 3 fires, and he hasn't even burned a single fire now. The 6th Company was a notoriously prickly company, and those without some strength couldn't hold them down. That's why the regiment doesn't care much for them. Let's say they have some serious disciplinary issues. They really don't. These people are pricks, but they are not stupid. They never do anything that seriously violates the discipline. These people are simply disobedient. Boss, this isn't like you. Let's not go until the last second. If we're not afraid of the company commander, why should we be afraid of him? If we say when we're going to gather, we'll gather when we say we're going to gather. We won't be late. What are we afraid of? Yes, you kid. Which company? How dare you hit our boss? The soldiers' roommates yelled, as if they were about to beat Yi Chen up in the next second. Yi Chen had never been a grinder. The rest of the 2nd Battalion was still waiting on the training ground. For Yi Chen, it was simple to want to govern these soldiers well. Violence is not the best way to solve problems, but violence is definitely the fastest way to solve problems. Yi Chen violently dodged. He was so fast that it was like flashing to these soldiers. One punch, one. The hand Yi Chen laid down was not light. Inside the dormitory, there was a heartbreaking wail from the soldiers. These pricks weren't stupid, and Yi Chen was likewise not stupid. Yi Chen's hands were heavy, but he was hitting these people where their flesh was thick, and they would only feel intense pain without causing them very heavy damage. The soldier who had just been punched by Yi Chen at the beginning hurriedly shouted to the crowd, "Hurry up and go out to gather. What are you waiting for if you don't go out to gather now?" The rest of the dormitory was even less stupid. Even if they didn't see it, they all heard the miserable screams coming out of the dormitory Yi Chen was in. It was a scream that tore at his heart. 6th Company Commander, have them assemble in front of the dormitory. Good, the 6th Company Commander responded. The whole thing didn't take 10 minutes. The soldiers of the 6th Company inside the dormitory were all beaten out by Yi Chen. Outside the dormitory entrance, those soldiers who had taken a beating were moaning and wailing in pain of all kinds, and the queue stood in what could be described as pieces. Yi Chen's face was filled with black lines. The sight of these prickly soldiers made him angry. Do you want to stand up by yourselves, or do you want me to do it for you? These soldiers were already prickly and used to it. Now that he was given a direct beating out by Yi Chen, in the ranks, a soldier who had taken a beating directly shouted, "How am I supposed to stand well when I'm beaten by you like this?" Yi Chen bellowed, "Then I'll teach you how to stand properly." Having said that, with a dark face, Yi Chen took one step at a time and walked to the soldier. With each step, the soldier's heart stuttered. Having just taken a beating, he had a brief summary of Yi Chen. That is Yi Chen. This person cannot care what the 37 and 21 said to hit, that is really hit, and the hand is not light. Seeing Yi Chen getting closer and closer, it was only then that he finally saw the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder. Before they saw it, they thought Yi Chen was a new recruit from some company, but after seeing it, the soldier's heart instantly went cold. Just now, how two-armed is he? Surprisingly, he directly pissed off a major. Seeing Yi Chen about to make another move, the soldier suddenly stood up straight and shouted, "Reporting to the chief, I can stand well again." The rest of the soldiers all thought for a moment at the words, "Chief? He looks to be under 20. What kind of rank does he have to be called a chief?" Seeing this soldier in front of him, Yi Chen snorted coldly. Late. The moment the words fell, Yi Chen violently kicked towards his popliteal fossa. The soldier was kicked and instantly dropped to one knee. Immediately after, Yi Chen landed a square stomp, kicking him directly in the butt cheeks. Kicked out of the moment, the soldier suddenly felt what it was like to fly close to the ground. At the same time, he felt what it meant to be truly desperate. In front of Yi Chen, he could clearly feel that he himself did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. "Get your ass back here and stand still." "Yes, yes," the soldier responded as he endured the intense pain. "See this." The rest of the group dutifully stood in line. "When will you stand in line again if you don't stand in line at this point?" The 6th Company, which had always been prickly before, was now, each man standing straight, in a completely different mold from the previous 6th Company. The 6th Company commander was overwhelmed with emotion. Now it seems that he is still not ruthless enough. Yi Chen came here and ruled 6th Company into submission in less than 10 minutes. And him? 10 days here. And he hadn't even raised a drop of water among the soldiers of the 6th Company. From now on, I don't want to see any of you violate discipline any more than once. If you don't violate discipline again in the future, I will forget about it. But if I find any one of you violating any one of the disciplines, I will pursue it to the end, and deal with it emphatically. In serious cases, I will directly apply for your dismissal from the military. All of you, get your asses to the training ground. None of the soldiers of the 6th Company dared to say more. The once so prickly, so arrogant 6th Company, in front of Yi Chen, they are terribly meek. So much so that when the people at the scene saw the 6th Company, they all thought that the 6th Company in front of them looked like it had been switched. Before, if not assembled, the 6 companies walked as scattered as they could be. But today's 6th Company looked like they had taken the wrong medicine. Seeing this, Zhou Changjiang, the commander of the 1st Battalion, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, and the other soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were all confused. How long did it take? So the always prickly 6th Company was cleaned up so obediently by Yi Chen? Did Yi Chen use some kind of elixir? Zhou Changjiang couldn't help but step forward and ask Yi Chen, "How the hell did you do that?" Yi Chen did not answer Zhou Changjiang's words, but instead smiled and took out his own fist and swung it. Chapter 126, There are no pricks to be found in my place. What does that mean? My fist also has a little name, named Day. Speaking of which, Zhou Changjiang was still a bit unresponsive. Yi Chen smiled again and said, "Of course it's to convince people with virtue." The corners of Zhou Changjiang's mouth twitched. I thought that Yi Chen had used some kind of elixir, but I didn't expect that Yi Chen had hardened the 6th Company. Although Zhou Changjiang didn't know what had happened to the 6th Company. However, seeing the way those soldiers of the 6th Company were somewhat panicked at the sight of Yi Chen, they knew that Yi Chen's tactics just now were definitely not bad. The soldiers of the 6th Company were notoriously prickly and insubordinate, and now, they looked better than anyone else. All members of the 6th Company, 2nd Battalion, carry 10 kilograms of weight, run 5 kilometers, rest of 2nd Battalion, 3 kilometers. Any objections? The soldiers of the 6th Company were gnashing their back teeth, but thinking of the words Yi Chen had just said, and Yi Chen's crazy batch nature, they could only harden their heads and shout with the others. No objections. 6th Company Commander, lead the team to the equipment room. If I find out that anyone's weight is not in place, they will be dealt with severely. Yes, the 6th Company Commander answered loudly, with everyone watching. A crowd of soldiers from the 6th Company followed the 6th Company Commander towards the equipment room. The moment, the rest of the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, all just realized with a jolt. It turns out that people in Company 6 can walk normally? Besides, they can walk this way much more neatly than they can. Road. The faces of the soldiers of the 6th Company went black, but facing up to Yi Chen, they dared to be angry. Upon returning to the training ground, at Yi Chen's command, the people of the 2nd Battalion began to run. The domain of command skill is turned on again. Everyone's talents appeared in Yi Chen's mind. The soldiers in the 2nd Battalion were well-rounded, but only well-rounded, not many of them particularly outstanding. It's harder to find a few A-grade talent among all these people, but even then, here's a guy with S-class talent. This person is no one else. It was the soldier who had just received a fat beating from Yi Chen, Sun Hao. His performance was also as Yi Chen thought, much fiercer than the others. Everyone else was tired and winded after the 3-kilometer run. Sun Hao's fitness on the other hand is still top-notch. This kid is a bit interesting, Yi Chen muttered. He scrutinized Sun Hao, as well as the rest of the 6th Company. Most of the guys are used to being pricks, and they've all never run a 5K with weights before. Some of them simply just swing for the fences at the back of the line, and that running speed is barely different from walking speed. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Chief, can you lend me a rifle? The pistol is uncomfortable to use. Words. Zhou Changjiang was shocked. What do you need a gun for? Looking at the 6th Company on the runway, he also looked at Yi Chen, whose eyes were somewhat unkind. Zhou Changjiang seemed to have guessed what Yi Chen wanted to do. Seeing Zhou Changjiang reacting so greatly, Yi Chen also knew that doing so well seemed like something that wasn't quite right. Yi Chen then asked Zhou Changjiang, "Do we have any military dogs in the Fierce Tiger Regiment? It's fine to lend me a few military dogs. The sooner the better." "That's true. I'll have the handler bring the military dogs. How many do you want?" "The more the merrier." "Okay." After saying that, Zhou Changjiang made a phone call. Not even 3 minutes. The 7 handlers then came at a quick trot this way with their military dogs. Without waiting for the handlers to speak, Yi Chen said to the military dogs, "Go, chase them and bite them. Don't bite them to death. Just bite them to hurt them. I'll let your handlers give you extra chicken legs." Woof woof woof. The 7 military dogs heard this and immediately made a mad dash for the runway. See this scene. Zhou Changjiang, the 2nd Battalion commander, and the 7 trainers were all confused. Military dogs have always obeyed only their handlers' orders, and no one else's commands at all. But what's going on here? The military dog that he had tamed for such a long time, at Yi Chen's command, directly just ran away? The military dogs barked furiously as they ran toward the soldiers of the 6th Company on the training field. One of the handlers shouted, "Lightning, come back!" Lightning just glanced back before continuing to chase ahead. All 7 tamers were looking at Yi Chen with extremely bizarre eyes. Can't it be that what Yi Chen said can be understood by these military dogs? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. It seemed that skill the system had given him was still of some use, and it was dabbled in a bit of metaphysics. Yi Chen had thought that he would have to learn how to bark to talk to a military dog, but he didn't realize that he only needed to speak normally and the military dog would be able to understand him directly. and the barking of the military dog would be automatically translated by the system into words that Yi Chen could understand. The woof 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 just now didn't mean anything, it was just pure excitement. After the handlers greeted Zhou Changjiang as well as the 2nd Battalion commander, they turned their heads to Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen had experienced a lot and his aura was extremely oppressive, Yi Chen's looks were still relatively young after all. The handlers had wanted to ask Yi Chen directly what means he had used. However, after seeing the military rank on Yi Chen's shoulder, the words the 7 of them were about to say were directly stifled back into their stomachs. Even the way they looked at Yi Chen changed to instant respect. "Hello, Chief." "Aha." Yi Chen nodded slightly. This time, even if they wanted to ask Yi Chen what means he had used, they were not very good at asking. But without using them to ask, Yi Chen then continued. "In a while, when the military dogs are done with their mission, you guys go back and add a few more chicken legs for them. I just told them you'd give them extra chicken legs when it's done, so don't go back on your word." The 7 handlers gave a bitter laugh. The man in front of them was a major no matter what. Why was he here with a straight face talking nonsense? Even if a military dog was smart, it couldn't understand what Yi Chen said, could it? "Chief, don't make fun of us. Don't we know the dogs we've tamed ourselves? They're smart, but they're not that smart." Yi Chen laughed faintly, after which he said loudly to the military dogs, "Bite the roots of their hind feet. Bite hard. Woof woof woof." The military dogs woofed in response. Next, the military dogs made a lunge and took large bites at the soldiers' hind roots. Because the soldiers wore thicker shoes, biting them like that wouldn't hurt them, but it would hurt them. See this. Although the handlers didn't want to believe it, its military dogs did seem to understand what Yi Chen said to let them bite the back of their heels, and they bit the back of their heels. When training military dogs, they usually train them to bite arms, not feet. They are also not trained to bite their heels at all. All the signs were showing that those military dogs seemed to really understand what Yi Chen was saying. "Chief, do you know dog language?" Chapter 127. Yi Chen wants to take the 6th company away? Zhou Changjiang glared at the tamer. This handler waved his hand repeatedly and said, "That, Chief, I don't mean anything else. I mean, if you really know how to communicate with military dogs, can you teach us? If we can master this skill as well, we can get twice the results with half the effort in training." Yi Chen shook his head. "This is my talent. I can't teach others." If there were some technical aspects, Yi Chen could use the domain of command to teach them. But skills were something Yi Chen couldn't pass on. Yi Chen couldn't possibly pass on his skills to someone else, could he? While Yi Chen was talking on his side, on the runway, the soldiers of the 6th company could be quite miserable. The soldiers were wincing as the military dogs bit them. It is true that they could not run at the beginning, but when they saw that there were military dogs chasing behind them, it was difficult for them to think of not being able to run. It's a real bite if you don't run. Some of the soldiers just couldn't hold out trying to run outside and simply abandoned the run. Yi Chen shouted again, "Lightning, bite whoever comes out of the runway." "Woof woof," Lightning yelled in response. On the surface Yi Chen's expression was calm, but in reality Yi Chen's heart was still surprised and marvelous. Some dogs are intelligent and humane though, but even if they are smart, they are not so smart that they can just get to the point where they can understand what people are saying and do whatever they are told to do. Yi Chen felt as if the dogs would become smarter when he used this skill. Holy, do they still play like that? Who's a good man taming military dogs specifically to bite his comrades? "Chief, we were wrong. You just let us go. Just now it was our eyes that didn't recognize that we had bumped into you, so please don't take it personally." As he listened to the pleas for mercy from the soldiers of the 6th company, Yi Chen's brows furrowed. 6 companies' comprehensive strength and the Tiger Regiment can definitely rank in the forefront. According to reason they should be good soldiers, but who can think of their reality as this bird? Seeing these soldiers begging for mercy, Yi Chen's heart was annoyed. Even a load of 10 kilograms 5 kilometers cannot adhere to. If the real war, the troops can still count on them. What? Military dogs all come back. Woof woof. The military dogs quickly ran back to stand beside Yi Chen. As for the handlers around him, the military dog didn't even look at them. Crowd of handlers, is this a ing dog we trained or not? Just when the soldiers of the 6th company thought that Yi Chen had netted a favor, suddenly, Yi Chen fiercely drew the spear he carried with him. Bang! This is the King's Army special gun. Performance than the ordinary pistol to know how many times stronger, powerful, silent, and extremely accurate. The shot was fired as if the scene froze in time with it. In front of so many people, Yi Chen said to shoot just like that? Carrying a sidearm is for self-defense, not for aiming at your comrades. Yi Chen gazed at the soldier and stormed out with a black face. See how each of you still looks like a soldier. The bloodiness of a soldier has been lost by all of you. If you can't run this 5 kilometers today, the bullets will do it for you. The moment he was gazed on by Yi Chen, The soldier felt as if Yi Chen would pull out his gun and kill himself in the next second. His face was white with fear. The bullet had just grazed his cheek with precision. If it was a little crooked, I'm afraid that he would have to be killed here on the spot by Yi Chen. What are you waiting for? Want to get shot? The words fell. The soldiers of the 6th Company were frightened and ran away. Just now in the dormitory they felt that Yi Chen's personality was too grumpy. To say that Yi Chen is a madman, that is not too much. Without saying anything directly is to fight. And Yi Chen is not a fake fight. That is a real fight. Now compared to just now. Just now Yi Chen treated them that way in the dormitory, or Yi Chen's gentler side. Although the soldiers of the 6 companies dare to be sure in their hearts that Yi Chen absolutely does not dare to shoot them and can only scare them. But the person who dares to shoot directly in the face of so many people has what else he does not dare to do out of it. Yi Chen pulled out his belt and attacked the runway with great speed. The soldiers of the 6th Company were scared out of their wits. The hell knows what Yi Chen can do next. Yi Chen ran all the way to the last row of the 6th Company, and whoever was in the back. Yi Chen violently took his belt and went to make a strong whip. Snap. Hiss. Ah, Chief, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. See this scene. Zhou Changjiang, the 2nd Battalion commander, and all those who were there were dumbfounded. Just now, Zhou Changjiang wanted to angrily rebuke Yi Chen that this was a complete mess. Now it seemed that this Yi Chen kid really did have some tricks up his sleeve. How many soldiers who came out under Yi Chen's way could be disobedient? How many of them don't follow orders? See now, Zhou Changjiang even bloated a bit. A company like the 6th Company has to be ruled by someone like Yi Chen. Even if they were, no matter how prickly they were. Yi Chen was hardwired to be able to wipe their thorns into plains. 5 kilometers down, most of the 6th Company soldiers fell straight to the ground. Yi Chen's running speed was not slow, and they were hard pressed by Yi Chen to run for so long. Everyone felt like their throats were on the verge of white smoke. So much so that they couldn't even speak. And once they did, their throats had to be in excruciating pain. This time, Yi Chen didn't say who was going to participate in the Special Forces selection first. He stood still and asked Zhou Changjiang loudly, Chief, if you don't mind, can I take the 6th Company for a while? Zhou Changjiang was a bit confused. Take 6th Company away? What is this? The soldiers of the 6th Company instantly winced after hearing this. What else does Yi Chen want? The rest of the guys were running a normal 3 kilometers and they were waited for 5 kilometers. That's even so. This 5-kilometer run was again bitten by military dogs, was scared with bullets, and was chased by Yi Chen behind with a whip. After running those 5 kilometers, they felt like their souls were going to fly. But hasn't Yi Chen abused enough? I'll take them to our selection base for a few days of practice, and I'll send them back after I board them. Oh, Zhou Changjiang raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he was very interested in this matter. Before and after even less than an hour, the soldiers of the 6th Company were conditioned by Yi Chen to be clear. If the soldiers of the 6th Company were dragged to practice for a few days, the more he thought about it, the more Zhou Changjiang felt it was feasible. Even the 6th Company commander came over to fill in and said, If it's okay, Chief, can I go with you? I want to learn how you manage soldiers. Yi Chen nodded happily and said, Of course, Chief, you see? Zhou Changjiang nodded his head in agreement with great alacrity. The moment the soldiers of the 6th Company only felt that the sky had fallen. Chapter 128, Goodbye Suing. Think of it as taking 6th Company out for some experience. And that's fine. If it's no trouble, let 6th Company stay there longer. There's no hurry on our side. And by the way, let 6th Company's commander learn a good deal more from you how you lead your men. I'm not comfortable leaving it to anyone else, but I'm more comfortable leaving it to you than anyone else. Talking and laughing, Zhou Changjiang had then decided the fate of the soldiers of the 6th Company. Seeing Yi Chen, who was looking at them with a smile, the hearts of the soldiers of the 6th Company went cold. What if I go with Yi Chen? I'm afraid that they would all have to be practiced silly by Yi Chen directly there. Then, Yi Chen was talking about all the people in the 2nd Battalion who could participate in the Special Forces selection. There were only 4 in the 2nd Battalion that Yi Chen looked into. Seeing the 6th Company that could go with Yi Chen directly, the other soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were envious. That's going to participate in the Special Forces selection process. Even if they don't last, they'll still be able to gain a lot there. This is still a blessing in disguise for Company 6. After the 2nd Battalion was selected, then, the 3rd Battalion. In order to see Shaola earlier, Yi Chen tried to make picking people from the lower troops as fast as possible. After the Tigers chose someone on their side, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly got into the car and Shaoli headed towards the next house. Shaola had thought that Yi Chen would come to her after the selection, talk to her, and explain things to her. But who would have thought that this dead man would just run away? Seeing Shaole's face full of resentment, the roommates came forward to comfort Zora. Oops, big deal. We won't go to this selection. It's a small world. 2, and if you go there, your enemies will still be your instructors. That's right, that is to say, Shoara you and he before in the end would have a grudge he's so revenge you, naming you right in front of everyone and telling you to put on more weight. Bullies bully all the way home. The more Shoara thought about it, the angrier she became. Hearing the comforting words of her roommates, Xiaola grew more and more aggravated again. The roommates were even more anxious when they saw the corners of Xiaola's red eyes. Since Xiaola joined the army until now that has always been the character of a strong woman. But what's going on today? She is now more like a pissed-off little woman. Without waiting for her roommates to comfort her further, Xiaola whimpered and cursed. Yi Chen, this dog man, he doesn't even want me. Big pig's hooves, yuck. Don't try to kiss me next time we meet. The words fell. The roommates, momentarily confused. What's going on here? Yi Chen dog man, don't want to Xiaola? Big pig's hooves? Don't try to kiss her? Aren't the two of them enemies? So they're a couple? Forget about not saying hello. Forget about not saying you miss me. After all, there are so many people in the troop, yet he still puts weight on me alone. The roommates just snapped to attention as well. If the two of them were simply enemies, how could Xiaola know Yi Chen so well? Then he did go a bit overboard. Xiaoera, just go to the selection normally, and you can talk to him face to face then. Yeah, Yi Chen should have his reasons for doing this, right? It was only after her roommates continued to comfort her that Xiaola's emotions eased up a lot. For the next week, Yi Chen spent his time running around among the various troops, selecting people. Most of the time Yi Chen spent on catching up. After arriving at the troops everywhere, Yi Chen did not even let them run. All of them were selected at the fastest speed. The domain of command skill unfolds, and as long as it's taken away directly, regardless of the soldier's popularity among the troops. As long as he is an S, the rest of the soldiers will be recommended by the troops. Although there were very few S-ranked gifted soldiers in each unit, adding all of them together, Yi Chen had selected a full dozen S-ranked gifted soldiers as well, and there was a female soldier in addition to Xiaola. This time, Yi Chen was ostensibly selecting special forces, but in reality, he was selecting A's special forces, and the selection of special forces was nothing more than a front, counting the soldiers recommended by each troop, as well as those selected by Yi Chen himself. There were a full 200 soldiers who came to participate in the selection this time, counting another 100 men from the 6th company. The size of this selection was a full 300 men, equivalent to a battalion. Inside the Kangwolf Special Warfare Base, after Yi Chen greeted Senior Captain Zhao Guozheng, he was rushing all the way to the Special Forces selection base this time. The base is very simple, except for the training ground which looks more formal. The dormitory, the canteen, all of them are built with tents. Very simple. There were many selection bases inside the Tsang Wolf, but none of those places met Yi Chen's requirements, and the cost of remodeling was higher than even new construction. So the Captain Zhao Guozheng simply granted a piece of land to build a new temporary selection base. After the selection, the Special Forces soldiers were then brought inside the Kangwolf Special Operations Base. Although a full 200 soldiers had come here this time, it was a matter of whether or not they could hold out, and pitching a tent was the easiest and least laborious. As for those people from the 6th company, they probably won't be here for long, and will just find a place outside to fool around for a couple of nights and be done with it. The two of them, Suing and Lei Jiming, had waited for Yi Chen at the entrance of the base early. At first, Suing still felt a bit surprised to hear that the chief instructor of this selection was not himself. It wasn't that Suing was conceited, but in the Kangwolf Special Warfare Base, Suing was the most senior instructor, bar none. But when he heard that the chief instructor this time was Yi Chen, Suing released another smile. Lei Jiming sighed from the side. I thought that Yi Chen this kid would fly quite fast. I didn't expect that. Which is flying for him. People are riding rockets. As far as I can remember, it's as if he came to the Cthulhu selection or some days ago. In a flash people have become our superiors. Yeah, Suing nodded his head. In the Northern War Zone, the Crow Wolf could be called the strongest. Yi Chen since went to the hunter training is no longer moving. I think Yi Chen should be going to a higher level of troops. A troop that was even fiercer than the Special Forces. That was already something Suing and the others didn't dare to imagine. The two of them chatted with each other in the doorway. In the distance, a small silhouette gradually appeared before their eyes. There's someone over there? Lei's eyes narrowed slightly. Suing also looked into the distance, carefully so a survey. Suing fiercely realized that in the distance to their side running as if, is it Yi Chen? At first, both Suing and Lei Jiming felt a bit unbelievable, but it turned out that this person in the distance was indeed Yi Chen, because Yi Chen was about to run into their faces. This place was 20 kilometers away from Kangwolf's main base. Could Yi Chen not have run here just like that? But when I saw Yi Chen who didn't even take a breath, how the hell did he get here? But when they saw the rank on Yi Chen's shoulder, It was as if it no longer mattered how Yi-Chen came to be. Major. Chapter 129, Auxiliary Instructor to be practiced as well. Yi-Chen smiled and saluted both Su-Ying and Lei Jiming in greeting. Hello, instructor. Su-Ying and the two of them froze in place. They never dreamed that someone at the rank of major would salute and greet them, and would honor them with a mouthful of instructor. Su-Ying hastily waved his hand and laughed bitterly. Don't make fun of the two of us. Right now the two of us can't stand this level of military salute from you. How did you raise your rank so fast in just 1 year? Lei Jiming also looked at Yi-Chen with a face full of curiosity. Yi-Chen just smiled mysteriously and didn't respond to them directly. Seeing this reaction from Yi-Chen, Su-Ying and the two of them also reacted instantly. They naturally understand what they can and cannot ask. Lei Jiming grinned. I understand. We don't ask what we shouldn't ask. Inside the base we've done what you asked for. But what you've done is a little too scary, right? Did you really fix it on the Brigadier General's side? That could really kill someone if something happened. Yi-Chen patted his chest and said, It's done. These trainings are just dangerous to look at. But they are not safe at all. Not right, but they are very safe. Eagle Su. Ray. Yi-Chen had accidentally said his true feelings, hadn't he? I'm going to check over the base in a few minutes. And after that, you'll have all the other instructors gather at the training grounds. I still have to practice you guys before the official selection of special forces. Otherwise I don't feel comfortable. Su-Ying's two faces were filled with questions. They still have to be practiced? When they wanted to continue asking, Yi-Chen had already turned around and walked away. The two men looked at me and I looked at you. It was never them practicing others. And as for being practiced by others, that was how long ago it was. The other auxiliary instructors were full of questions when they heard the news. Although they were only auxiliary instructors, this auxiliary instructor could not be that good. They are the auxiliary instructors of the Coyote. There's no way you'd come here without some strength. Though somewhat reluctant, they came to the training ground to assemble. After all, this was the word from the chief instructor. Those of them who are auxiliary instructors can't go and defy the chief instructor. Moreover, their chief instructor was no one else but Yi-Chen. Other people say they are weak and want them to continue to train and train again. Then they may rebel. But Yi-Chen said this about them, and they had nothing to say. After all, Yi-Chen did have that qualification to say that they were weak. Seeing the crowd of auxiliary instructors who were already standing, Yi-Chen walked slowly to the crowd of instructors. None of these instructors are particularly gifted. In addition to Yi-Chen, because there were more people this time, Zhao Guozhang had equipped Yi-Chen with more auxiliary instructors. Counting himself, their team of instructors now totaled 10. Su-Ying and veteran instructors like Lei Jiming all have a talent. The rest of the auxiliary instructors' talents were all clear B. Although they were not particularly high, they were all relatively strong. But to Yi-Chen, they were not strong enough. Physical fitness and all that is trivial. It's the marksmanship that counts and all that. I don't ask much of you. Anything can be secondary if you want to do a good job as my auxiliary instructor. But the only thing you can't do is shoot. And you have to be good at it. I'll test your marksmanship once more in a moment. Go to the range. Yes. Su-Ying and the others answered loudly. The auxiliary instructors all looked Yi-Chen up and down when they saw him. It was hard for them to imagine that the chief instructor in front of them was the recruit who had previously participated in their Kangwolf selection. Especially when they saw the rank on Yi-Chen's shoulder. It was hard for them to believe what Yi-Chen had gone through to make him worthy of such a rank at such a young age. After all, the base is a temporary base. And trying to build a range is not that easy. So the range here doesn't look like a normal range. The entire range was just a small open space, more than 30 meters long and just over 2 meters wide. As for the targets, they were placed directly in the woods. Although the range is a bit Spartan, the inside of the range is full of all kinds of targets and is equipped with sporting targets at the far end. In addition to some of the things that their special forces could get, Yi-Chen also had the Institute send a number of drones for training purposes. After arriving at the target range, Yi-Chen controlled the moving target that was 200 meters away through the controller. The speed of the moving target was not particularly fast. It only simulated the normal running speed of the soldiers, and it was still relatively easy to hit it. What I'm asking of you is not particularly difficult. All you have to do is make 100 shots at a 200-meter moving target. Upon hearing this, the auxiliary instructors all smiled. Sporting target gun hits at this speed are totally trivial for them. 10 rings on the gun. The words fell. The auxiliary instructors' newly flashed smiles were put back. 200 meters of sporting targets shot 10 rings. That's a lot of difficulty. But it was good that Yi-Chen didn't ask for the speed and timing of the shot. A 200-meter sporting target can still be hit if you take more aim. Just when the crowd thought they could barely handle it with their strength, Yi-Chen took out his gun and fired rapidly at the target 200 meters away. The instructors have good eyesight. They could tell at a glance if the target was hit or not. Just now Yi Chen fired 10 shots in a row. The 10 shots were fired as if they were on full auto. Looking carefully towards the target, these 10 shots that Yi Chen had just fired, the shots had 10 rings. I don't ask you to do what you guys do like me, but you shouldn't shoot too slow either. The soldiers will come in a week. That's what I want from you for the first 3 days, and after 3 days, I will intensify the training until the soldiers get here. I don't ask much of you in terms of physical fitness, just simply practice with me every day. Su Ying and the others' hearts tightened. In the first 3 days, they had to be made to fight to the extent that Yi Chen had just done. Yi Chen was treating them as how great a marksman they were. Besides, Yi Chen was so outrageously demanding in terms of shooting. Physical fitness. Yi Chen mouth said simple that can be simple to wear? 3 kilometers is considered easy for them. But for Yi Chen? I'm afraid 3 kilometers is only a warm-up. Shooting isn't as hard as you think. Not all marksmen are born. Natural marksmen are in the minority. Most are fed by bullets. So don't worry on the ammo front. You can shoot as many as you want. I just asked the brigadier for tens of thousands of rounds in stock. These bullets are going to expire if you don't shoot them again. So you guys just let loose and I'll request another batch if there aren't enough bullets. During these 3 days, you aim to practice a few thousand rounds each. Chapter 130. The selection begins. Su Ying crowd? Trying to practice a few thousand rounds each? They're not eating? Do they do nothing but practice their guns every day? Practicing with a gun is completely different than squandering bullets. Squandering bullets for random shots is fine, whereas with gun practice, you have to concentrate on every shot. Just getting them to tighten up for a day, according to a day's worth of guns would be exhausting, let alone having to fire them for a day. It's not too late. Let's start practicing now. Bullets. Pack enough. The crowd of auxiliary instructors barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Chen was really serious about this. Lei Jiming laughed bitterly a few times and said, Chief Instructor, those of us who are instructors don't practice our marksmanship so fiercely. The most important responsibility on us should be to practice well. And in the meantime, I think we should refine the training program a little bit more or something like that. The other auxiliary instructors unanimously agreed with Lei. If you can't shoot, how are you going to keep up with my training program? Can an instructor who can't even keep up with the training program still be called an instructor? If you can't keep up with the training program, then how are you going to make the soldiers obey you? The words had been said to this point, and Lei Jiming and the others were considered completely mute. Yi Chen was right. If they who are instructors can't even keep up with the training program, what kind of instructors are they? Su Ying and the others began to train. If Yi Chen didn't have the skills, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let them practice such an unreasonable and seemingly impossible training. Having skills, however, is another matter entirely. After testing their marksmanship once, Yi Chen began to teach them one by one. There was the addition of the domain of command skill, plus the talent of these instructors as well as their extremely rich base. Later that night, they would have been able to meet Yi Chen's requirements for them. Even Su Ying and the others themselves were feeling a bit unbelievable. After all, they were all already at their level, and they knew their strength as well as their upper limit very well. They're definitely not that talented of a shooter. But it's not like they could have progressed so quickly today if they were said to have bad shooting talent. All signs are pointing to it. The vast majority of the credit for them progressing so quickly seemed to be due to Yi Chen's good teaching. Every time Yi Chen taught them, they felt like what Yi Chen said was naggingly etched into their minds. Pointing once, the strength of the crowd would follow. Since the shooting can barely keep up already, run with me to warm up. I'll bring you back tomorrow to continue practicing more. Yes, Su Ying and the others answered loudly. Having achieved so much in shooting, it was a day when their arms were not numb and their spirits were not tired. In terms of physical fitness, each of the 9 of them was a connoisseur, and each of them possessed very elite physical fitness. But it wasn't until after they finished warming up with Yi Chen. Again, they were extremely skeptical of their fitness. This so-called warm-up of Yi Chen was a full 10 kilometers. After the end of the 10 kilometers, all kinds of weights, physical training, almost about to Su Ying they tired to vomit blood. They never dreamed they'd have a day like this at their age. At first Su Ying and the others felt like they could still hold on for dear life, but only 3 days have passed. Su Ying and the others were already looking forward to the soldiers' arrival every day. All have been instructors, so they're generally a bit older. In the army, 30 is like a chasm. After 30 you're pretty good at keeping your fitness up, and it's hard as hell to get any better. Now at their age, they had to be practiced to death by Yi Chen every day. They were all afraid that someday their bodies would fall apart with them as they practiced. 7 days later, it was the day the soldiers arrived. Su Ying and the others had thought that they were finally ushering in the first morning of a light 20-kilometer pull without having to get up. But unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had delayed the arrival of the soldiers until the evening. During the daytime training Su Ying they did not miss a single one. It was completely dark by 7 in the evening. If it wasn't for the fact that the soldiers were going to be the first to be selected in a while, Suing and the others felt like they were going to be practiced for a while. The soldiers assembled 5 kilometers outside the base. 300 elites from various troops gathered together. It was quite a shocking scene. With everyone watching, the instructors' team arrived at the assembly site. Just after arriving at the scene, Yi Chen perceived a commotion at the scene, which was so big that the soldiers inside Yi Chen's car when they drove up could not hear the sound. Yi Chen frowned as he pushed his way into the crowd. The closer he walked, the more clearly Yi Chen heard a woman's voice cursing loudly and angrily there. Only this voice was not Xiao Lei's, but another female soldier. Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan was pointing at a male soldier's nose and was cursing. And what are we female soldiers? And what are you? You'll only be able to secretly talk about others behind their backs for the rest of your life. That's all you're going to get out of this. You're short, you're a runt, and you talk so badly. No girl will want you if you go out looking for a date in the future. What kind of person would have the bad luck to run into you? Just like you. It looks like you were not personally selected by the instructor. And you're worthy of discussing the two of us who were personally selected by the instructor? Rubbish. Rubbish, man. This male soldier wasn't in the right. After all, he was the one who talked about the two Lin Ruyan and Xiao La in the first place. However, it was because Lin Ruyan's curses were too unpleasant and there were so many people at the scene. The male soldier, red-faced, yanked his throat and choked back. You, a female soldier is a female soldier, whether you were chosen by the instructors or not. You women are naturally less strong than us men, and that's a fact. Lin Ruyan directly ripped her voice and cursed. I'll you up. If you have the guts to come and fight, I'll let you on one hand. Your aunt. Lin Ruyan, this face long really fit her name. Although no makeup, hair is also short hair, but still her looks are still very temperament. Even in the army, she reveals herself to be a lady of the house. Sure, aside from her looks, she doesn't match her name at all. What made Yi Chen a little surprised was that this time, Xiao Lei's combat power had also increased in a straight line. She stood beside Lin Ruyan and disliked her loudly. You don't even dare to answer the battle. I poo. Just like you. You're still here to choose the special forces. It's a joke to tell people. Just as the male soldier was about to return the favor, Yi Chen led the rest of the instructors to the center and angrily scolded. Alright, all shut up. See this. Everyone on the scene was obediently keeping their mouths shut. The male soldier who had just initiated the fight had closed his eyes. This special forces selection is probably completely out of the question. But just the next second, Yi Chen, however, suddenly shouted to Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Apologize to him. Chapter 131, Mad at Xiao La. When she first met Yi Chen, Xiao La had thought that if Yi Chen presided over the controversy for herself, then she could grudgingly forgive Yi Chen. But who would have thought that instead of Yi Chen, who was the chief instructor, not only did he not stand up for himself, but in turn, he had to ask them to apologize to the male soldier who had spoken out of turn. If they did something wrong, then they would absolutely apologize. But the thing is, they didn't do anything wrong. Is it wrong for them to talk back when they're told for no reason that they're not strong enough and that female soldiers are so and so? Lin Ruyan, this temper also burst, because Yi Chen did not speak out for himself. Xiao La, even how good-tempered, should be angry. This time, without waiting for Lin Ruyan to speak first, Xiao La directly ran up and grabbed Yi Chen's ear and cursed. Good eye you, Yi Chen. No wonder I've seen you floating so much lately. You've risen in rank. It's great to be promoted to major. Right? I apologize. What am I apologizing for? If he hadn't said that our female soldiers were no good for no reason, could we have scolded him, to pass judgment without even knowing the original cause of the incident? A major is a major. What an official authority. I can't straighten you out, so shall I press you with the general? The words fell. The scene, for a moment, was silent. Everyone was secretly giving Xiao La a thumbs up. Not bad for a woman. He pinched the chief instructor's ear in front of everyone and cursed the chief instructor outright, and threatened to use the general over him. It's amazing what you can say when you're angry. It was expected that Yi Chen would apologize to himself, but to her surprise, Yi Chen had directly knocked her hand down. Yi Chen bellowed. Stand still. 3 months of new training is how you learn to treat your superiors so well. If it was someone else doing this to herself, Xiao La would definitely be aggravated. But she was facing Yi Chen today. It's your boyfriend. And even more so, your fiancé. The more Xiao La thought about it, the more angry she became. She yelled right back. Where have you been? After being in the army for so long, you've learned to treat your fiancé so well. You're a big bully. The words fell. The scene was instantly quiet. So much for fiancés? What's the relationship between these two? Is it possible that Chief Instructor and Xiao La are an unmarried couple? Yi Chen was filled with helplessness, but he remained calm on the surface. After all, Yi Chen had already expected Xiao La to be like this. Private is private. And troops are troops. Today, even if your old man comes, it's useless. Yi Chen looked toward the male soldier. This male soldier was no one else but the soldier of the 6th Company, Sun Hao, who had been fatally beaten up by him that day. After seeing Yi Chen, Sun Hao would have been scared out of his mind. But I didn't expect that Yi Chen was helping Sun Hao to speak. And he was also in front of everyone. So to his fiancée, what are the others looking at? All of you get back in line. Sun Hao stays. The crowd quickly backed away. The chief instructor is in a rage. Who dares to disobey the chief instructor? Sun Hao stood in place. And for a moment, he didn't know exactly what Yi Chen was doing. Could it be that Yi Chen was trying to get himself in a different pattern? Yi Chen looked at Xiao La, Lin Ruyan, and bellowed. Apologize to that male soldier just now in front of everyone. Why should I apologize? Shira yelled. By virtue of him being right. You female soldiers are inherently weaker than male soldiers. Your physical abilities are no match for male soldiers. Your fighting is no match for male soldiers. And with your women's body structure, you are inherently weaker than male soldiers. Hearing these words, Xiao La was about to explode with anger. Because Xiao La was too angry. Lin Ruyan on the side was now a little too angry. Apologize. Otherwise, get the hell out of here where you came from. Hear this. Lin Ruyan's heart followed and tightened. She's here for a reason, she has to stick around. And Shira came up in a bullish mood. The more Yi Chen wanted to let herself go, the more she wouldn't go. Fine. I'll apologize. But you wait. I'll settle this battle with you sooner or later. When we pass this election. I don't believe my father won't come. If he does, you'll have to wait for him. Xiao La turned her head to look at Sun Hao. Seeing Xiao La's eyes, Sun Hao couldn't help but shiver. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Sun Hao would have died thousands of times by now. Lin Ruyan also turned her head to look at Sun Hao. Sorry, Xiao La shouted before going back to the middle of the queue. Lin Ruyan whispered an apology and also returned to the group with Xiao La. Just when Sun Hao thought it was okay, suddenly, a leg shadow zoomed violently in front of him. Bang! The huge impact caused Sun Hao to fly directly across the room. Sun Hao flew directly to smash the soldiers of the 6th Company standing in the front row. The huge impact caused Sun Hao to be in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Compared to Yi Chen when he was in the Mighty Tiger Regiment, Sun Hao could clearly feel that Yi Chen had collected his strength when he hit them in the Mighty Tiger Regiment. And with this kick, Yi Chen barely gathered his strength. Obviously, Yi Chen was enraged. Although Yi Chen was ostensibly striking his fiancée to help him. But in reality, Yi Chen definitely cared about Xiao La, or else Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to lay such a cruel hand on her. When the 6th Company commander on the side saw this scene, he instantly understood how Yi Chen had made the 6th Company obey him in a short period of time. One word. Hit. In the future, if I ever find out who's talking behind someone's back, there will be consequences. See this scene. Xiao La, Lin Ruyan and the two of them were also a bit surprised. Lin Ruyan secretly poked at Xiao La and asked, I see that your fiancé seems to care about you quite a bit, and I'm afraid that if that kick had been in the right place just now, it would have been able to directly kick someone to death. It's too late even if you don't care. Xiao La beamed. Yi Chen turned his head toward Suing. Suing immediately nodded his head and went up to organize the queue. After organizing the queue, Yi Chen greeted the 6th Company commander again and said, 6th Company commander, you'll be following our instructor team during this time. Yes, the 6th Company commander answered loudly. When the 6th Company commander came along, Lei also took down 11 very long plastic sticks from the military vehicle. After getting all the plastic sticks in his hands, Yi Chen also began to announce the rules of this selection. Following this road you can run to the base of this selection. This is a total of 5 kilometers away from the base. 5 kilometers is not difficult for you. The preliminary selection rules are also very simple. No matter what method you use, as long as you arrive at the base within 1 hour you will be considered to have passed the preliminary selection. I'm sure you've seen the clubs in our hands. During the run, our team of instructors will personally come down to catch you all. But even if you are caught, you still have a chance to resist. Remember, as long as you arrive at the base within an hour you are considered to have passed. Understand? There are no rules in this selection. Chapter 132, Being Targeted Crazily. After saying the rules, Yi Chen turned his gaze back to Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Looking at Yi Chen's gaze toward her, Xiao La's heart warmed. Humph. Now you know to look at my face, right? While Xiao La was still having a little bit of complacent arrogance in her heart, Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth. Xiao La, Lin Ruyan, you two carry 5 kilograms of weight. Words. Xiao La was instantly confused, and even the smile she was just about to raise slightly directly stiffened. On what grounds? You're treating us differently. Lin Ruyan's temper was ignited on the spot. We're the only ones who don't use it? Discriminate against us? Double it, 10 kilos. Yi Chen wouldn't give her that much of an explanation, but instead faintly continued to speak. Keep adding to the list if you have any more questions. Either accept it or get the hell out of here. Yi Chen didn't care at all about the whereabouts of these people of theirs. If you can stay, stay. If you can't, go. Where is the point? As for Xiaola, Yi Chen knew her well. The more deliberately angry she was, the more she wanted to prove herself. Sure enough, just as Lin Ruyan wanted to continue saying something, Xiaola had already silently put on her weighted bag. Xiara, that's not fair. Lin Ruyan's brows were almost wrinkled together as she anxiously advised Xiaola. I can kind of see that if we don't put up a fight, your boyfriend, he's only going to get worse. From the very beginning until now, Xiaola and Lin Ruyan seemed to have been treated in a special way. Lin Ruyan intended to protest to the end, trying to get Yi Chen to compromise, which Xiaola just stared silently at the ground in a daze, her mouth whispering a reminder to Lin Ruyan. Ruyan, I know his character. He says one thing but not another. We can't please ourselves if this goes on. The reason why Xiara said that was because she had already made up her mind. When her own father came here, she was going to sue in person. She was going to pour out all the grievances she had received, so that her old father would take the heat for her. Lin Ruyan had no choice but to follow Xiaola and equip her weight bag together. If it wasn't for the sake of staying, Lin Ruyan swore she would not have suffered this anger even if she had died. While the others looked at the two Xiaola, their hearts felt pity for the two of them for their bad luck. Sun Hao even put a smile on his face. The look was almost like setting off firecrackers to celebrate. He didn't have the slightest idea that Yi Chen had his eyes on him in the next second. Sun Hao, here, you're carrying 20 kilograms. Yes, not, Sun Hao was dumbfounded. You have to carry 20 kilos when you've done nothing yourself? He would have understood if he had only 10 kilograms of dead weight like Xiaola. After all, since meeting Yi Chen, the good things hadn't hitched a ride, and the bad things had backfired. But this doubling of bad things was something he couldn't understand and didn't want to understand. What? There's a problem? Yi Chen looked at Sun Hao with a smile on his face, and his words showed that he was waiting for Sun Hao to make a move. Sun Hao associated it with what Yi Chen had just said, doubling his words if there was any questioning, and hurriedly stood up straight with a jolt and reported loudly. No problem. He was afraid of Yi Chen. It's only 20 kilos now, and if I say one more fart in myself, he definitely wouldn't doubt that Yi Chen wouldn't double up on the 20 males in this base. Since everyone is okay with that, let's all start getting ready. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he began to weigh the plastic wooden stick in his hand in front of the crowd. Looking at the plastic stick in Yi Chen's hand, everyone's hearts tightened. They would never suspect that this seemingly light stick fell lightly even as it hit them. But what made everyone take a chance was that the soldiers present were a full 300 escapees, and there were only 11 pursuers on the instructor's side plus the commander of the 6th company. As long as you're not very unlucky, there's no worry at all about getting caught. Just as everyone was fantasizing about escape routes in their minds, no one noticed a meaningful smile on Yi Chen and the others' faces. Next, Yi Chen took the first move and began to strike at the nearest soldier. ********. The soldier's back was solidly hit by Yi Chen's stick, and he burst out a foul mouth in pain. At the same time, this scream instantly attracted everyone's attention. Before the soldier could react, Yi Chen tied him up with a rope in 3 or 2 strokes. Lei Jiming and the others weren't idle either, likewise pouncing on the unlucky soldiers as if they were wolves entering a flock of sheep. The soldier who had been tied up by Yi Chen only reacted at this moment, shouting loudly in defiance while trying to break free. Why should I be tied up? You haven't even said start. Yi Chen looked at him with a sneer and put another smothering blow on him. The enemy doesn't tell you when he's going to strike. The words just fell. The people around them all reacted and immediately scattered. Sun Hao, on the other hand, was in the midst of the crowd's commotion, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the truck that Yi Chen had just driven. Then a bold idea rose in his mind. The brave enjoy the world first. Brothers, I charge. Sun Hao murmured, then looked around to make sure no one had noticed him, and then sneakily approached the truck while it was still in disarray. Anyway, Yi Chen had just said that no matter what method was used, as long as he reached the base 5 kilometers away. When he got to the truck, his whole face flushed and his heart beat faster, and after looking around once more he quickly pulled open the door and got in. Hey, it looks like the first one to reach the finish line first will be me. Sun Hao was close to writing 4 big words of complacency on his face, and then he was ready to start this military truck and leave. But when he looked under the steering wheel, he couldn't help but burst out in surprise. *********. Where are the keys? In the military, the keys on military vehicles are usually never removed, making it easy to be able to get in and go in case of an emergency mission. At this time, Yi Chen was standing outside the military truck. Looking through the window at the car, Sun Hao's helpless appearance could not help but sigh. I told you, young minds are good, so quick to think of stealing a truck and leaving. Suing and Lei Jiming, on the other hand, both stood by the side, looking at Sun Hao with complex expressions. Just before getting out of the car again, Yi Chen also purposely explained that they had pulled out the key. The two of them even thought Yi Chen was making a bit of a fuss. After all, who in their right mind would dare to steal and drive a military truck without permission? Sun Hao here in the car was anxiously looking around for the car keys, and when he looked up, he saw Yi Chen smiling at him and shaking a key in his hand. His heart stuttered and he just wanted to escape. However, Lei Jiming pulled open the driver's door first, and Sun Hao's entire body was violently yanked out. Come down! Sun Hao, who had been yanked down, swung his fist at Lei as soon as his feet hit the ground. Lei Jiming did not anticipate that Sun Hao actually dared to fight back, and for a moment, he was unable to defend himself and was staggered back a few steps by even hitting him. The rules don't say you can't get your hands dirty. Whatever the means, just finish the job. Chapter 133, You want to leave after beating up my men? Sun Hao was afraid that Lei Jiming would retaliate against him afterward, and declared righteously. After saying his words, Sun Hao didn't dare to stay longer and turned around to escape, but he didn't expect that just as he turned around, a huge face came into his eyes. Without realizing it, Yi Chen had already arrived behind Sun Hao. You want to leave like that after beating up my man? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Hao in a nonchalant manner. The voice was not loud, but it made Sun Hao feel like falling into an ice cave. How about I apologize to him? Sun Hao awkwardly wore a smiling face and stumbled over his tone as he opened his mouth. Seeing Yi Chen nodding slightly, Sun Hao came to Lei Jiming as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. I'm sorry, Instructor Ray. I just sneaked up on you as me not being Marshall. Sun Hao's tone was as sincere as it could be. Fearing that he would receive a severe beating if he displeased Yi Chen, Lei stated with a grin and a wave of his hand. It's fine. Are you looking down on my belly? How could I take this little matter to heart? Listening to Lei Jiming's words, Sun Hao wanted to be relieved and look for a chance to escape, but he didn't expect Lei Jiming to quickly raise his leg and put a foot on him. Grass! Sun Hao fell to the ground in pain, his eyes looking angrily at Lei Jiming. Instructor Ray, I thought you said you didn't take it to heart. At this time, he really dared to be angry, and even to speak. He had to suppress his own temperament to avoid bursting into foul language. There was no other reason. That big devil Yi Chen was still watching the show from the side. Lei, on the other hand, spoke without blushing. Yeah, I take revenge on the spot when I have it and never take it to heart. That's what Instructor Yi taught me the other day. Damn! Sun Hao couldn't help but curse in his heart. He knew that nothing good would ever happen to anything that had anything to do with Yi Chen. When he was in the 6th company, even their squad leader couldn't control him as a prick. But now what? He was considered to have completely fallen into Yi Chen's hands, and Sun Hao was more or less unwilling in his heart. Tie them up and throw them in the truck. Yi Chen instructed Lei Jiming. Since Sun Hao likes to ride in trucks, we have to fulfill his wish. Lei smiled heatedly as he did so. Instructor Yi, you really sympathize with the soldiers. With an instructor like you, it won't be long before their happiness index will skyrocket. He. As Sun Hao on the side listened to the two of them conversing, his face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver. Whether or not the happiness index would spike he didn't know, but their blood pressure would surely spike in a straight line of terror. Is the life of a minion not a life? While they were doing this, a wail came from the snow not far away. Holy, who is so unethical to dig such a big hole here? Dude, hang in there, I'll be right there to save you. Grass, why is there one here too? Everyone, don't go any further. This place is full of traps. There's no way to live. Screaming and cursing, wailing sounds rang out in an endless stream, and the scene was once again a mess. Yi Chen looked to the snow not far away. There was already a large swath of people who had been hit, while the instructors were unhurriedly reaping the joy behind them. Ugh, I've told you all to follow this path to the selection base. Why do you all disbelieve me? Yi Chen sighed softly and murmured in mock regret. Sun Hao wondered for a moment if Yi Chen needed to see a psychiatrist. His mind was so damn dark that every practice was actually so perverted. Perverted with reason. Xiao La and Lin Ruyan did not rush to the front due to their weight. Instead, he watched everyone come to a quick stop after stepping into one big puddle after another. Xiao La, what should we do? This snow is full of traps. Should we continue on? Back when everyone had just dispersed, there were a number of people who thought they were smart enough to want to take the snowy road. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had already predicted everyone's thoughts in advance, and had let Su Ying and the others make all sorts of traps before they arrived. The traps were not dangerous enough to cause much physical harm, but the impact on those soldiers was tremendous. Xiao La observed the environment in front of her for a while and saw that there were still people who didn't believe in charging forward. The result was a predictable downfall. with more big puddles in the snow than could be counted. And one by one, they all collapsed under the snow. Then Shiera made a snap decision. Ruyan, let's go another way. Instead of giving in vain here in the snow, it would be better to arrive at the selection base together with a large crowd of troops. Yes. After Lin Ruyan answered, she and Xiaola mixed into the crowd with their weighted bags. In order to prevent continuing to be targeted by Yi Chen, the two of them even deliberately lowered their stance along the way to prevent being recognized by him. It didn't take long before everyone else, except for those who were tied up, had left the scene one after another and ran wildly towards the selection base. Lei Jiming, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen with some anxiety. Instructor Yi, the people have all run away, aren't we going to chase after them? Now Yi Chen was the chief instructor here and their superior. Everything acted on what Yi Chen prevailed to say. Even if Lei had the intention to go after them, they wouldn't act without permission until Yi Chen gave the word. Yi Chen, on the other hand, shifted to reveal the truck keys and spoke to a few people. There's no hurry, how can a two-legged one run as fast as a four-wheeled one? At this time, there were already quite a few people tied up to the vehicles. In order to make room for the next unlucky ones, Yi Chen ordered a few people to casually throw the tied-up soldiers to the side of the road before chasing after the crowd in his military truck. Along the way, when they find a lone soldier, they deliberately drive slow. After Lei and the others jumped out of the car and gave a stick to the man, they tied him to the back of the truck. Even some of those who had given up resisting, they took a stick as usual. Why are you hitting us when we're not even running? Yeah, shouldn't there be preferential treatment for prisoners? It hurts like hell. Who among you understands? I had my hands up in the air, ready to surrender, and the instructor just hit me with a stick out of nowhere. Which one of us in the room wasn't tied up like this? Brother, we understand you. Looking at the tied-up soldiers on the truck as you and I yacked and complained. Suing chided. Shut up. You're all too greedy and afraid of death to even put up a fight. This stick is to teach you a lesson. What about me? Why did I resist and get beat up worse than they did? A soldier whose nose was bruised and swollen, and who had already been beaten to the point of slurring his words, spoke weakly. Just now, precisely because he was the first to resist, Lei and the others subdued him with the plastic sticks in their hands according to the ruthlessness. Yi Chen casually said while observing the road. Treating someone as vicious as you requires the most violent and quickest solution. The soldier was dumbfounded and couldn't help but come up with a trifecta of doubts in his mind. A vicious man? Are you talking about me? Do I look like that to you? Chapter 134, I was so busy kicking her, I forgot to kick you. All the way. Yi Chen purposely explained that Lei Jiming and the others had excluded the 6th Company's men. After all, the men of the 6th Company he'd need to focus on a bit for the rest of the day. The men of the 6th Company were merely here for a period of training, and after taking the title of Prick Company off point they were told to get the hell back to where they came from. There's no point in wasting energy on a 6th Company guy at initial selection. Soon, Yi Chen spotted Xiao La's figure. Listening to the sound of trucks coming from behind him, Xiao La and Lin Ruyan's complexion immediately tensed up, and the pace on their feet quickened once again. Even some of the soldiers who weren't loaded with weights couldn't run as fast as the two Xiao La. They were deliberately avoiding Yi Chen. The devil. Xiao La, why do I feel as if Yi Chen has discovered us? Lin Ruyan asked Xiao La while running up and down, panting. The Yi Chen truck would still drive and stop when it was still some distance away from them, but now when they approached them they didn't stop again, but kept on following them, not too fast and not too slow. No need to feel. He's just playing us. Xiao La's eyes were firm, unquestioningly certain that Yi Chen was teasing them. They had been running for so long at this point and were carrying 10 kilograms of weight. If Yi Chen wanted to grab them, he would be able to do so easily at any time. That was exactly what happened. Yi Chen looked at the two Xiao La who were running ahead and instructed the driver to just follow. Shiera sped up, and the speed of that truck increased. Shiera slowed down and the truck traveled at a reduced speed. A discerning eye can see the difference. In the end, Xiao La was completely exhausted and couldn't run anymore. Ruyan, let's stop. Ha? Stop? But that bastard Yi Chen is right behind us. Although Lin Ruyan also wanted to stop and rest, she was more afraid of being caught by Yi Chen and thus being eliminated. Right. Let's stop and rest. He can do what he likes. I'm not playing with him. Xiao La's emotions had been pent up for a long time, and now she was quite ready to fight Yi Chen to the death. He'll eliminate me if he can. And what will he tell my father when I see it? Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, who had made up their minds, did not run, so they stopped in the middle of the road and looked at the truck that was slowly coming towards them. Not running? When the truck arrived in front of them, Yi Chen wore a playful smile as he jumped down from the vehicle. Run? Why would I run? Instead, Xiao La asked Yi Chen rhetorically, then sat on her ass and started swinging. Either you eliminate me, but you have to think about the consequences. Her tone was threatening. But what kind of person was Yi Chen? The last thing he was afraid of was being threatened. Only Yi Chen stepped forward and kicked Xiaola to the ground, looking at her coldly. If the enemy came after you with a gun, would you wait to die like that? Kicked to the ground. Shiera was ashamed and angry. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have thought anything of it. But the person who kicked her was her own fiancé, which made her face a little hard. Yi Chen, you've gone too far. How can I say that Xiaola is also your fiancé? No matter what, you can't treat her like this, right? Lin Ruyan couldn't watch and wanted to fight for Xiaola. Her words simultaneously woke Yi Chen up, causing him to wake up like a dream. Only Yi Chen looked at Lin Ruyan with a look of sudden realization. I was just so focused on kicking her, I forgot to kick you. Without waiting for Lin Ruyan to react, Yi Chen similarly kicked Lin Ruyan down next to Xiaola. Then he carefully surveyed the wretched two on the ground and said with satisfaction, "Well, that's neat and tidy." You. Lin Ruyan opened her small mouth and stared at Yi Chen angrily. Originally, it was just Xiaola alone who was angry and ashamed. Now it's good that there's another Lin Ruyan. And taking advantage of this gap, Xiaola quietly picked up a sharp stone from the ground and stuffed it back into her pocket. Only after doing this did Xiaola loudly and angrily rebuke Yi Chen. Yi Chen, can you stop staring at me all the time? I was unlucky to meet you. Yi Chen was not moved when he heard Xiaolei's words. Instead, he opened his mouth with a smile. Yeah, you've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to get the chance to meet me. You've been lucky in your life. Bah! Lin Ruyan spat viciously. How shameless. Yi Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore, but personally went forward to quickly tie up the two Xiaola. Then he was just about to throw Shiera in the back of the truck when he realized that the truck was already stacked with people. This caused Yi Chen to frown. Full so soon? Looks like it's time to clean up again. The words just fell. Lei Jiming and the others instantly understood the cleanup Yi Chen was talking about in his mouth. Immediately, they went up to the truck and dragged all the bound soldiers out of the truck and casually dumped them on the side of the road to wait for the selection to be completed. With his hands tied behind his back, Sun Hao sat in the far corner of the truck taunting everyone unmercifully. Hey, it makes room for me to move around again. The reason Sun Hao hadn't been thrown off the bus in the previous cleanups was that Yi Chen had to take him, a prick, all the way. It happened that Yi Chen came to the back of the truck at this time, and coincidentally listened to all of Sun Hao's words word for word. The loser on the far side. Throw it all together. Yi Chen said it so casually, as if he was talking about throwing a piece of trash. In his eyes, these people weren't really as strong as trash fighting. At least Yi Chen would deliberately take a detour when he passed by the garbage. As soon as he heard that he was also going to be thrown on the side of the road as garbage, Sun Hao's face turned blue at this moment, hating himself for how he had to be cheap for a moment. After emptying the truck carried Yi Chen as well as the auxiliary instructor to continue on the road to catch up with the others. Shortly after leaving, Suing curiously asked Yi Chen, "Instructor Yi, just now Xiaola hid a stone in her clothes. You didn't stop it?" Xiaolei's little move just now couldn't be hidden from them, and Suing knew that Yi Chen must have noticed it as well. Only Yi Chen didn't say it on the spot, and they knew better than to mention it. Yi Chen just laughed. These are not the people I want to eliminate. He had his own plans. Who was to be eliminated from this selection and who was not? Everything was under Yi Chen's control. The auxiliary instructors present looked at Yi Chen, secretly surprised in their hearts. Even something like selection could be used as a refining and passing in front of Yi Chen. Why hadn't they thought of that before? The other side. After confirming that Yi Chen and the others had walked away, Lin Ruyan was still complaining about what Yi Chen had just done. Did Yi Chen never learn the word compassion? Why are you so rough? It's deserved that he doesn't have a wife. Halfway through her sentence, Lin Ruyan realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained to the side of Xiaola. Xiaola, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying that Yi Chen is a straight man of steel. Xiaola, on the other hand, didn't say anything and ignored Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan thought she had said something wrong to make Xiaola unhappy. Just wanted to apologize when the corner of her eye glanced violently. Xiaola painstakingly pulled out a small sharp stone from her pocket, and then attempted to hand it to Lin Ruyan. Ruyan, use this to help me cut the rope. Chapter 135. A clown can't do anything funny. Lin Ruyan's hands were tied behind her back though, but by keeping her back to Shiera she was able to catch the stone. Surprised, Lin Ruyan asked Xiaola, Zora, when did you pick up the stone? Why don't I know? He had been next to Xiaola the entire time, and Lin Ruyan had never realized when she had picked up the stone. Just now, with anger, Xiaola said hatefully, I quietly stuffed it back into my pocket when that bastard Yi Chen kicked me to the ground. The stone was not far from where she had been kicked down, and if it had fallen at a little off distance it might have been able to pierce Zora's coat and lodge in the flesh. After Lin Ruyan picked the stone up after some attempts, she began to utilize the sharp parts to keep rubbing against the rope binding Xiaolei's hands. Over time, with a slight sound of snapping, The ropes binding Xiaolei's hands were finally separated. Shiera hurriedly moved her tingling hands, finally relieved. Dead Yi Chen. When I find a chance to make you look good, even after loosening the bonds of the rope. Xiaola didn't forget the hatred for Yi Chen in her heart. Then Xiaola came to the back of Lin Ruyan and reached out to untie the rope on Lin Ruyan's hand. But when she fixed her eyes on it, she couldn't help but explode again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Yi Chen is actually tied with a dead knot. There was no way around it. Xiaola could only use the stone again to continue to slowly grind off the ropes tied to Lin Ruyan's hands. Finally, both of them smiled triumphantly after freeing their hands in unison. Humph, that dead Yi Chen. I guess he couldn't imagine that we still have this trick, Xiaola said happily, even as her mind had begun to conjure up images of how Yi Chen's surprised gaze when he saw her. Xiaola, you're too good. We'll rush over there to scare that bastard Yi Chen silly. Lin Ruyan followed suit with a smile. Since Yi Chen wanted them to be eliminated, the less they wanted to be eliminated. It's to do the opposite of Yi Chen. This would make Lin Ruyan feel pleasant in her heart. Just as the two were about to leave, Sun Hao called Lin Ruyan to a halt. Hey, since you guys are relieved, shouldn't you help us too? We're comrades in arms now. Lin Ruyan turned her head back, revealing an undisguised expression of disgust. Just you? If it were anyone else I'd have helped. She hadn't forgotten how Sun Hao had looked down on their female soldiers before. Now even if Sun Hao begged her and apologized to her, Lin Ruyan didn't want to help Sun Hao untie himself. Seeing that the two were leaving, Sun Hao became anxious. Auntie, can I just be wrong? Just show some kindness and take pity on us. Sun Hao hadn't even noticed that since meeting Yi Chen he no longer had the high spirits he used to have, and his posture was lowering little by little. No save. Lin Ruyan decisively refused Sun Hao's request and pulled Xiaola to leave. Xiaola, let's go. Ignore them. But Xiaola didn't step away, but looked at the patches of tied-up male soldiers on the ground thoughtfully. After just a moment's thought, Xiaola made her decision. Ruyan, untie them. Why? Lin Ruyan was extremely reluctant and looked at Xiaola in disbelief. They were looking down on our female soldiers before, and now they want to untie them? Lin Ruyan recognized herself as no saintly mother, especially when it came to these self-righteous male soldiers. Although Yi Chen's later remark was quite reasonable, it was true that their female soldiers were generally weaker than their male counterparts in terms of their physical constitution. Still, she loathed the frivolous attitude of Sun Hao and the others. Seeing that Lin Ruyan was not happy, Xiaola patiently explained. Since Yi Chen wants these people eliminated, if we help them pass the selection, we'll definitely be able to diaphragm that pig's hoof Yi Chen. Sure enough, Lin Ruyan was reminded by Xiaola, and her eyes instantly glowed with interest. Row, Shiera, or you think better? Compared to that bastard Yi Chen, Lin Ruyan felt that Sun Hao wasn't so annoying, and was even a bit cute. If Xiaola hadn't said so, Lin Ruyan would have almost missed such a good opportunity to discuss Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was within Yi Chen's expectations. Xiaola and Lin Ruyan did as they said, and immediately helped the people present to untie themselves, and then together they headed towards the selection base. When they see people left by the side of the road on the way, they also give them a hand to fix them. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen was busy directing the auxiliary instructors on the truck at the moment. This one, just drop it here. This one, throw it far away from the back. Throw this one away too. Don't even dare to resist. Too unprofitable. Remember to beat it up first. Soon, only a small number of people arrived at the selection base successfully, and after Yi Chen and the others arrived at the base, they began to quietly wait for Xiaolei's arrival. It wasn't long before the two of them, Xiaola and Lin Ruyan, arrived at the selection base with a vast line of people. As soon as they met, Xiaola proudly looked at Yi Chen. See these guys? We rescued them all the way here. Lin Ruyan was equally pleased. Didn't you want to eliminate them? We still won't do what you want, angry or not. Originally, I imagined that Yi Chen would be infuriated by this, angrily scolding them or even taking action against them. That was why the two of them had distanced themselves from Yi Chen early on, lest Yi Chen, a thug, attack them. However, he did not expect that Yi Chen would just faintly sweep the circle, and then spit out a single word as if it was gold. Oh, Xiaola and Lin Ruyan were confused. Just one. Oh, that's not right, is it? Lin Ruyan even blurted out. You're not mad? What? Should I be mad? Yi Chen first showed a puzzled look, then quipped impatiently. I'm so angry. I'm so angry inside right now. Okay? That look was as perfunctory as it could be, which could make Lin Ruyan half dead. Then what do we count as rescuing so many male soldiers along the way? Count me as an idiot? At the moment, she really had the illusion that she couldn't do anything in front of Yi Chen like a clown. How could Xiaola and Lin Ruyan not have thought that Yi Chen hadn't even thought about eliminating so many people? If we really want to eliminate them, how can we play with no one at the back of this base? Line up. Yi Chen didn't continue to pay any more attention to them, but ordered the last person to arrive to enter the group. Xiao La and Lin Ruyan took a look at Yi Chen and saw that he really didn't care, so they could only sulk alone and return to the team. After counting, the original 300 whole eliminated 36 people. Now there are still 264 people left. Yi Chen then spoke with majesty. The selection just made was the foundation of the foundation. And starting today, 5 kilometers will be just routine for you. Brave people enjoy the world first, and only brave people can be recognized by him. Yi Chen. Chapter 136, Abusing Xiao La to the point of crying. Yi Chen swept his gaze around the circle before continuing to speak. You guys are still too weak in my eyes. Maybe in other places you're top-notch existences, but in my place, you don't have the weakest, only weaker. He struck the crowd unmercifully, washing away the joy they had felt when they had successfully arrived at the selection base. But someone on the scene was not convinced. Report. Speak. Only after receiving Yi Chen's permission did the man point his finger to the 6th company on the side and glared at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, why wasn't anyone from Company 6 eliminated? Although the man was asking for a likeness of Yi Chen, his words were everywhere revealing suspicion that Yi Chen was giving the people of the 6th company a small taste of his own medicine. This outburst instantly drew the displeasure of the others present. Exactly. Why is it that none of the men of the 6th company were caught? And if they were only let off with a stick. I've seen with my own eyes that anyone from the 6th company is let go by the instructors, and they don't get eliminated at all. Then what is it worth for us to come to the selection base this time in a desperate attempt? Where does it compare to someone else bailing out to the base? Many people had witnessed the instructors letting the soldiers of the 6th company go after catching them with just a smothering blow to the soldiers of the 6th company. The reason why so many people have a problem with it is because their comrades were more or less caught and eliminated. All that was said was in defense of his comrades. Sun Hao was instantly anxious when he heard that someone actually dared to question their 6th company. What are you screaming about? Our 6th company is just better than you guys. So what? Got a problem with that? He couldn't stand to see people talking about their 6th company. With the exception of Yi Chen, the 6th company was prickly, but they were unexpectedly united. Which Yi Chen just coldly looked at Sun Hao. Sun Hao, did you speak to beat the report? Yi Chen's tone was flat, but Sun Hao instantly broke into a cold sweat. He was so excited just now that he forgot to even type the report. All 6 companies, since you're still in such good spirits, keep running for 5 kilometers. If you're not tired, keep running. The 6th company crowd erupted. What the hell is it to them what Sun Hao said? Sun Hao, can you think of the big guy before you go out on a limb? We're all being victimized here by you alone. Yes, it doesn't matter if you're punished alone, but why should you punish our entire 6th company for doing something wrong? I've just been hit with a stick and now I have to run 5 kilometers. Won't it cost me half my life? Listening to the people around him whispering and complaining about themselves, Sun Hao inexplicably had a hard time. He is doing something wrong, but just now also all for the 6 companies out of the head. I did not expect good intentions but did a bad thing. After he finished speaking, Yi Chen then turned his head back to the soldier who had just raised the question. Why? When did I ever say the men of the 6th company were here for the draft? The soldier was dumbfounded when he heard Yi Chen's words. So what are they doing over here in Company 6? Yi Chen just smiled coldly and looked at the soldier, and then spoke bluntly in front of the crowd. Guess why there's a company in the Special Forces selection? Hearing this, the crowd reacted violently. Of the Tigers, the 6th company is a notoriously prickly company, and I brought them here just to see how prickly they really are. Of course, if any of you want to be pricks in the draft, I don't mind grinding you along for the ride. Grinding one is grinding anyway, as is grinding a group of people. For Yi Chen it was nothing more than a matter of passing. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone subconsciously scrunched their necks back, fearing that those who were chosen by him to follow the 6th company together would be ground. Just from his words, I could hear that in the future, the 6th company would definitely not be much better off than them. It was even possible that Yi Chen would be targeted as a key target. They are not stupid. It is said that those who know what they are doing are good at what they are doing. And so all the dissatisfaction and protests and questions that had just been raised disappeared at that moment. Sun Hao still wanted to try to bargain with Yi Chen for the fact that he hadn't made a report just now. And fawned. Instructor Yi, why don't we waive this 5 kilometers? I'll pay attention next time. Hey, you still want to negotiate with me? If you don't then double it. Yi Chen would not engage in nonsense with Sun Hao. It was to say one thing and not another to smooth out everyone's temperament in the 6th company. 6th company commander, lead 5 kilometers and move out. Yes, the 6th company commander responded loudly. The soldiers of the 6th company had no choice but to drag their already tired bodies to run again. After they finished the 5 kilometers, each of the soldiers of the 6th company held on to a strong breath while looking at Sun Hao with a sad look in their eyes. After running continuously for such a long time, everyone was almost on the verge of falling apart, and by the end of the day they couldn't even call it running, but rather a hard walk to finish. Once all the people from the 6th company had returned to the team, Yi Chen called Xiaola out. Xiaola, Lin Ruyan, step forward, here. Xiaola didn't understand what Yi Chen was calling herself out for at this time. Is it to commend them for their good style of not leaving their teammates behind? After the two of them stepped out, Yi Chen opened his mouth. Why did you help the others just now when you could have secured your own escape first? At this moment, Yi Chen's tone was unusually flat, making it impossible to hear his joy or anger. Xiaola replied without even thinking about it. Helping others is a virtue, and not leaving comrades behind is a style promoted by the troops. After Xiaola replied, Yi Chen turned his head to ask Lin Ruyan again. What about you? Lin Ruyan's answer was the same as Xiaola's, which was considered the best answer. But to his surprise, Yi Chen's face was once again cold as he loudly rebuked. Xiaola, Lin Ruyan, do you two realize what a mistake you've made? This sudden turn of events startled Xiaoera. May I ask Instructor Yi, what mistake did we make? Xiaola decided from the bottom of her heart that she was the one who had the upper hand this time, and similarly looked directly at Yi Chen with a cold face. Even her address became moderate. Yi Chen didn't explain first, but instead gave orders to the two. Xiaola, Lin Ruyan, 100 push-ups at the ready. Why? The corners of Xiaola's eyes contained tears, and there were hidden signs that she was about to shed a tear. She wanted to ask Yi Chen why she had to commit her for doing it wrong, and now she was insisting that she had done it wrong for doing it right. Yi Chen, however, didn't give her an explanation, but spoke bluntly. That's an order. 100 push-ups. I'll tell you why when you're done. Lin Ruyan couldn't stand it completely this time and cursed angrily at Yi Chen. With an indiscriminately blind instructor like you, this is a place we don't come to. After saying that, Lin Ruyan was about to pull Xiaola out of here. Unexpectedly, Xiaola was looking at Yi Chen with a choked tone. 100 push-ups, huh? Well, I'm going to do them, and I'd like to know where I went wrong. Xiaola then ignored Lin Ruyan's dissuasion and bent down on the ground and started doing push-ups. As he did so, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and in no time at all they dripped down at the floor. Chapter 137 Arrival of Xiao Zhanghua. At that time, if Yi Chen didn't give her a satisfactory answer, Xiaola decided to remove the identity of Yi Chen's fiancé. All of the grievances that she had been targeted by Yi Chen today were all about to explode out. Looking at Xiaola in this state, even Lin Ruyan was heartbroken. Yi Chen, can you just treat Xiaola as someone you don't know and stop targeting her? To say that Yi Chen didn't target them, Lin Ruyan wouldn't believe it to death. Whereas Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Ruyan indifferently. When have I ever targeted any of you? I've always treated everyone equally. Ha! Lin Ruyan was infuriated and laughed. No targeting? To kill Lin Ruyan she didn't believe it. Good. You want me to list the evidence, right? Why doesn't everyone else need weights but us? You call that equal treatment? Facing Lin Ruyan's questioning, Yi Chen nodded his head and admitted without blushing. Yes, that's equality. I'll make up for what you're lacking. Others don't have to. I didn't say fair weight. There is a big difference between equality and equity. Fairness means that you carry 5 kilometers. He carries 5 kilometers. And everyone carries 5 kilometers. And that is called fairness. And equal. You are in poor shape and need to work out more to catch up with others. Then more opportunities will be scheduled for you to work out. If you think this is directed at you, then isn't Comrade Sun Hao being bullied by me? Yi Chen immediately swept his gaze towards Sun Hao. Sun Hao, tell me if you feel that I'm targeting you? Sun Hao was startled by Yi Chen's intentional stare and hurriedly shouted out. Reporting to Instructor Yi. I don't feel that Instructor Yi is targeting me. On the contrary, I feel that everything Instructor Yi did was with his own intentions. A cultivation of me. It was important to know that Sun Hao was carrying 20 kilograms of weight, which was exactly twice as much as the two Xiaola and Lin Ruyan. But did Sun Hao just say he was targeted? Apparently not daring. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Lin Ruyan fell silent. She didn't understand why everything Yi Chen said seemed perverted yet felt reasonable. Lin Ruyan, if you're not willing to accept the punishment, then you'll be eliminated and leave. Yi Chen gave one last command to Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan was completely convinced. She just glanced at Yi Chen and ruthlessly put down a sentence. Good. I'm going to insist on staying. I'll see what you can do to me. After saying that, she came next to Xiaola to follow the punishment. She still didn't believe that as long as she stayed put, Yi Chen could still force her to leave? From today onwards, she was going to fight with Yi Chen and beat him to death to persevere, just to prove it to Yi Chen. When the two finished their push-ups, Xiaola got up and came to stare at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, I'm done with the rewards. Now can you tell us where we went wrong? At this time, Xiaola's face still retained traces of tears scratched. making people look so I see pity. She didn't forget to use the word reward as she spoke, as a way to try and disgust Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen corrected immediately and seriously first. This is a punishment for you, not a reward. There was a collective silence from the crowd in Company 6. What's the difference between this punishment and reward? Isn't it just a way to train them? After correcting Xiao La's words, Yi Chen then said to Xiao La with a serious tone, do you think you made the right choice by helping them today? Xiara didn't say anything, but she already knew the answer by the look in her eyes. Apparently she didn't think she was doing anything wrong and that helping her comrades was the right thing to do. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen's next words once again silenced both Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. In wartime, you are certainly comrades in arms, and even losing your lives to protect your comrades is encouraged. But now is not wartime, but the initial selection contest, where you are in a competitive relationship with anyone present. In this case, it was a very bad choice for you to help your competitor instead of securing your own arrival at the finish line to complete your mission. You never know if by helping your competitor, you will cause him to deprive you of the victory spot that should have been yours. Yi Chen spoke with a clear head, and this was what finally made everyone wake up. Yeah, in this case they didn't even think about the circumstances they were in. They belonged to the rivalry, the competition, with everyone present. Only after Yi Chen finished speaking did he turn his head to look at Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Now do you know what you did wrong? Xiao La's original pent-up anger, after hearing Yi Chen's words, most have dissipated without a trace, so she could only hang her head down and admit it weakly. Reporting to Instructor Yi, we understand. Looking at the two men's attitude of admitting their mistakes, Yi Chen revealed a pleased smile. Only Su Ying and the other auxiliary instructors looked at each other. This Yi Chen's debating skills are actually so strong? Black can be said to be white, and white can be said to be whiter. If they were in their place, they might have made the same mistake to help others in such an uninformed situation. Next, Yi Chen did not inform the crowd of his next plan. Instead, the crowd was made to stand straight at the large square of the base against the cold wind. The soldiers of the 6th Company were losing their souls to the cold wind, and a few of them even looked at Sun Hao. Sun Hao, why don't you ask Instructor Yi what we're waiting for here? They knew Sun Hao's character, and he was the most insubordinate in the 6th Company. If he took the initiative to open this up to Yi Chen, then no one would be surprised, and perhaps Yi Chen might even be able to answer Sun Hao's doubts. But Sun Hao was scared by Yi Chen's whole thing and turned his head to the side. I'm not asking. If you guys want to know, you can ask yourselves. The way you looked at me just now didn't seem like you were treating me like a brother. Just now, after the 6th Company had been rewarded by Yi Chen, Sun Hao had suffered the blank stares of the entire 6th Company. This kind of thankless thing, Sun Hao made up his mind that he wouldn't be a standout in the future. What's more, he was truly afraid of Yi Chen. That character of Instructor Yi can't be figured out by anyone. What if I open my mouth now and talk and reward me later? Seeing that Sun Hao would rather stand here and freeze than open this mouth, the members of the 6th Company each gave a surprised look. I didn't expect that Sun Hao, who had always been the most insubordinate to the force's enactments, had only just come into contact with Yi Chen not long before he had already been changed so much. Sun Hao didn't dare to ask, and the other members of the 6th Company naturally had even less guts to do so, and could only continue to wait in torment together. I don't know how much time has passed. Several military vehicles slowly approached from the distance, and the auxiliary instructors' hearts tightened as they watched the approaching vehicles. Here we go. Yi Chen, on the other hand, gazed into the distance and stood still to wait for the visitor. It wasn't hard to tell from the expressions on the instructors' faces. The people in the car are definitely not small. Chapter 138, Complain to Your Own Father. When the car door stopped in front of the crowd, and a majestic middle-aged man slowly stepped down from the car, Yi Chen immediately brought a group of auxiliary instructors to meet him. Chief. Yi Chen walked up and gave a military salute. The person who came was no other than Xiao Zhanghua. After Su Ying and the others also greeted Xiao Zhanghua, they turned their heads to look at the crowd. Welcome to the Army Chief's inspection. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud and neat ringing sound. Meanwhile, everyone's expression showed shock everywhere. They gathered here from various places, and the number of times an official of this level can be seen is limited. And even more so, they have not even seen it. And Xiao Zhanghua came here and actually inspected them? Many people began to secretly rejoice that they seemed to have come to some extraordinary place. Xiao La is the original expressionless face full of blood, excited to hold aside Lin Ruyan arm. My father is coming. My father is coming. It was not loud enough for only a few people around to hear. Their faces were more shocked than the others. Xiao La, Tube Army Chief called father? If this was true, then if Instructor Yi had abused Xiao La so much before, wouldn't she be in for a rude awakening if she complained later on? The smile on Lin Ruyan's face also began to slowly bloom. Xiao La, later on, we must report Yi Chen's abusive behavior to the military chief. She believed that even without the identity of Xiao La in, based on the fact that Yi Chen had randomly assaulted a soldier alone, he had already violated troop discipline. What's more, Yi Chen abused his fiancée, Xiao La, the biological daughter of the military commander of the Northern War Zone. Yi Chen, this asshole, never thinks about the consequences. I'll make him look good later. Lin Ruyan even pitied Yi Chen in her heart. This had all stacked the buffs to full capacity, and if Xiao Zhanghua knew about it, it would definitely not end well. Just then, Xiao La spoke out. Report. After Xiao La finished speaking, she looked at Yi Chen with a proud posture of a victor. She coldly grunted in her heart, "If I don't take you to task in front of my father won't be my real father today." Even Su Ying and the others became tense when they heard Xiao La shout a report. This is Xiao Zhanghua. The military commander's status is beyond doubt. If Xiao La added some more fuel to the fire in Su Jichen, Yi Chen might not be able to get away with it. And even they might be chastised along with it. But in front of so many people, ignoring Xiao La was obviously impossible. Yi Chen was not as flustered as Xiao La had imagined, but instead looked at her in an unusually calm manner. What is it? The chief doesn't have to hide anything here. Just say it. Lin Ruyan sneered in her heart when she heard Yi Chen's words. Straight up? If she didn't say it outright, her last name wouldn't be Xiao today. Not only does she have to say it straight, she has to say it loud and clear. After receiving Yi Chen's permission, Xiao La opened her mouth with an aggrieved accent and complained. Yi Chen, he just mistreated us. Not only looking down on us female soldiers but also deliberately targeting them. It's obvious that he doesn't want me to stay here. It's very unfair to me. Xiao Zhanghua listened patiently with a thoughtful expression. This scared Su Ying and the other group of auxiliary instructors. If any one of this list of offenses is substantiated, it will be enough for them to drink a pot of water. Only Yi Chen, cloudy and light appearance, accompanied by Xiao Zhanghua, next to listen to Xiao La's complaint. From his face, there wasn't even a hint of nervousness. Lin Ruyan felt a little surprised when she noticed this. Yi Chen is actually still pretending at the end of his life. In a little while, no matter how powerful Yi Chen was, he wouldn't be able to jump up. One thing was really guessed correctly by Lin Ruyan. Now Yi Chen is really to the head. Listening to Xiao La bara a whole lot of words, for some reason actually make him want to go to the toilet on a big one. After a moment, Xiao Zhanghua looked at Xiao La with a slightly angry face. Is that all? Well, Xiao La seemed to notice a hint of something wrong and gently nodded her head in response. Of course that's all. Can it be that Yi Chen has other egregious deeds? Lin Ruyan read the words and saw that Xiao Zhanggua's face was already showing signs of anger, so she decided to add a fire-up. Report. I'm willing to testify for Xiao La that everything she just said really happened, without mixing in any semblance of falsehood, including discriminating against us female soldiers. Seeing that Lin Ruyan also came out to testify, Xiao Zhanghua finally put his anger on his face completely. If you guys can't even stand this, why are you here as special forces? If you can't hold out, get the hell back. When these words came out, Xiao La and Lin Ruyan were both instantly confused. Xiao La even panicked for a moment and spoke incoherently. But Instructor Yi isn't training us at all. Instead he's abusing us. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen nodded his head and acknowledged it down with full concern. Reporting to the chief, everything Xiao La just said is what really happened. It's just that Xiao La is still young and misinterpreted my good intentions. Young? Misinterpretation? Good intentions? Xiao La was confused, and so were Su Ying and the others. They all recognized these words. How were they added together by Yi Chen, in turn making them feel strange? Xiao Zhanghua didn't rush to make a conclusion, but told everyone in front of everyone. You all thought that Instructor Yi was mistreating you, but how do you know that there is no such thing as the word mistreatment in the piece of training Special Forces, and that if you want to become a qualified Special Forces soldier, you have to undergo torment in training that is difficult for ordinary people to endure. If anyone can't accept it, they can always approach Instructor Yi to apply for withdrawal, and get the hell back from wherever they came from. Xiao Zhanghua was very supportive of everything Yi Chen did. What's the point of being a Special Forces soldier if you can't even take the pain? Seeing Xiao Zhanghua lashing out, the perennial pressure accumulated on him was also released at this moment. The atmosphere at the scene had frozen, and everyone didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Su Ying and the others even felt like they could hear their own heartbeats. Yi Chen was the only one who was unaffected from the beginning to the end, his face too calm to be calm. It was at this point that Yi Chen narrated to Xiao Zhanghua. Chief, the female soldier's body structure is different from the male soldier's. From the gender genetically it is much worse than the male soldiers, in order to treat them equally. That's why I purposely let Xiao La as well as Comrade Lin Ruyan increase the difficulty of the training, and at the same time also guaranteed in the range of what their body can withstand. This is the only way for them to rapidly improve in all aspects of physical fitness, thus closing the gap with the other male soldiers. This statement was made. It made Xiao La, who originally had a bottom line, change her face, sensing that things were about to depart from what she had in mind. Yi Chen, this asshole, is clearly abusing us, and now he's actually saying he's doing us a favor? Chapter 139, Xiaola, father, why are you talking towards him? Yi Chen knew that this alone could not be persuasive. He then continued to explain to Xiao Zhanghua. Also, as for Xiao La's comment about beating up soldiers, this is a severely prohibited behavior here, and as the chief instructor, I can't afford to make this mistake even more. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhanghua being here, Yi Chen wouldn't even bother to explain. Anyone who questioned it, he abused until that person didn't question it. When Lin Ruyan heard this, she immediately revealed an angry look. Yi Chen, you dare to deny that you didn't make a move on us? There are scars present on us. Which Yi Chen looked at Lin Ruyan and said righteously, I'm not beating, I'm teaching you fighting skills by word and example. Only that the difference between your strength and mine is too great, and you were accidentally injured by me by mistake. That's why I said that you guys are still young and misinterpreted my intentions. Such realization from you guys gives me chills. Sooner or later you'll understand my good intentions. At the end of the day, Yi Chen even revealed a look of being good for them, but they didn't appreciate it, and his pained expression made it even more obvious how wronged he was. Lin Ruyan was dumbfounded and continued undeterred. Based on your words alone, the army chief will not believe them. I believe that the army commander is perceptive and will definitely do us justice. Which Yi Chen was stunned to hear. When did I say it was my word alone? Then he innocently turned his head to look at the auxiliary instructors under the angry gazes of Lin Ruyan and Xiao La. Do you guys see a problem with what I'm doing? Su Ying and the others shook their heads in unison. Instructor Ye's way of educating is something that can be easily misunderstood. And it's normal for these two female soldiers to misunderstand Instructor Ye's good intentions. Army Commander, how much Instructor Yi has worried about the arrival of these soldiers? We've seen it all these days. I'd say Instructor Yi is the best instructor I've ever seen. Taking everything personally. Don't worry, Military Commander. We will definitely send someone to do a good job of thinking for the two female soldiers afterward, so that they can understand Instructor Ye's intentions. You say one thing and I say another, and we all say it honestly, with no sign of lying at all. And so it is. In order to wait for the crowd to arrive, Yi Chen had been leading them to dig large pits in the snow these days to prevent the crowd from playing smart and taking shortcuts. Xiao La and Lin Ruyan's emotional value was instantly filled by the words of the instructors. Obviously they were the victims. And under Yi Chen's lead they were instead branded as wrong-minded? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? One and the same. You're all one and the same. Lin Ruyan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted on the spot by Xiao Zhanghua. Alright. After a pause, Xiao Zhanghua then slowly spoke. Regarding the piece of training your special forces, you only have two choices. One is to listen to Instructor Yi, and the other choice is that you can quit now. His words were undoubtedly telling the crowd that whatever Yi Chen did was right. Xiao Zhanghua, as a veteran military commander, could he not know what kind of things would happen in the army? These people were all elites gathered from various places, and there was pride present in themselves. As long as everything Yi Chen did was not too much, Xiao Zhanghua was happy to support it, because this can wear down the arrogance in their body, more seriously towards the next various cruel training. Furthermore, Yi Chen had already come up with the justification, and Xiao Zhanghua felt satisfied with Yi Chen's change in his heart. Instructor Ye's strength is stronger than everyone here. It's normal for him to suffer a small injury when he teaches you by word and example. You shouldn't resent Instructor Yi because of this. When your strength reaches a level where you can spar with or even outperform Instructor Yi, I believe the one who will be injured will be Instructor Yi. Xiao Zhanghua's implication was that everyone should train hard. If they wanted to seek justice for today's events, they should wait for their strength to be able to fight against Yi Chen and then fight for this opportunity themselves. Shiara looked at her own father incredulously. Is this the same dear father who loved me since I was a child? Father, why are you talking to him? Am I not your daughter anymore? Incited by her emotions, Xiao La could no longer care about avoiding suspicion and roared at Xiao Zhanghua with anger. With this shout, the crowd's pupils dilated, and each face showed shock. The scene also instantly exploded once again. What? Xiao La is actually the military commander's own daughter? Holy, it's like I know some unimaginable secret. It's not going to kill us to silence us, is it? I was quite shocked when I just learned that Xiao La is Instructor Yi's fiancé. And then I saw that Instructor Yi was so hard on his fiancé. I admire him even more for treating everyone equally without mixing up relationships. Stop it. Now I admire Instructor Yi even more. Even the military chief's own daughter dared to hit so hard. Instructor Yi is being impartial with an iron face, isn't he? No matter who it is, they are all treated equally. Watch me snap a 6 with one hand. This commotion didn't last long before Yi Chen chided him. Quiet. Yi Chen's devilish image had been quietly implanted in the hearts of the crowd, subduing all the proud soldiers present with just 2 words. Watching the scene instantly quietened down with just one sentence from Yi Chen, Xiao Zhanguo was very satisfied. It seemed that Yi Chen really did have his own way of training soldiers. Xiao Zhanguo once again took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to Xiao La in front of the crowd. Xiao La, at home. You are certainly my own daughter, yes. But this is a troop. You are now just a soldier. You must unconditionally obey the orders of your superiors. Instructor Yi, as long as you don't violate troop discipline, I won't ask how to train you. Everything is up to Instructor Yi. If you try to get privileges in the army, even if you were my daughter, I'd break the father-daughter relationship with you. Xiao Zhanguo used the harshest tone. This wasn't just for Xiaoera. It was for everyone in the room. If you wanted to stay here, you had to obey Yi Chen unconditionally, and whoever Yi Chen told to get lost would get lost, even if it was his own daughter. Xiao La's eyes widened as she tried to restrain herself from letting the tears flow. First she was targeted by her own fiancé, Yi Chen, and now even her own father was on Yi Chen's side, even criticizing her for engaging in privilege in return. Ever since she was a child, she had never been aggravated like this. Thinking of this, she could no longer bear it, and her grievances turned into tears pouring out. Then Xiao La ran off into the distance, wanting to find a quiet place to settle down and think about whether or not she was wrong. Watching Xiao La leave in tears of anger, Lin Ruyan was a bit at a loss for words. Even she didn't expect the situation to actually develop to this point, and could only subconsciously look helplessly at Yi Chen, the asshole she hated. Yi Chen didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. After receiving Yi Chen's signal, Lin Ruyan chased after Xiao La in the direction she had left. The scene only left behind the confused crowd, the embarrassed auxiliary instructor, and the serious Xiao Zhanguo and the others. Of course, there was also a calm-faced Yi Chen. Chapter 140, I said I was resting, but I didn't say I was resting now. Looking at the direction Xiao La left, Xiao Zhanguo turned his head to Yi Chen and opened his mouth after sighing just a little in his heart. Yi Chen, Xiao La's character still needs to be sharpened. You take it easy in this regard. It was not loud enough for only the two of them to hear. Xiao Zhanguo knew that the tougher he was to Xiao La, the more self-protection he would be able to provide in case he encountered any dangerous tasks in the future. He'd rather his daughter suffer a little now than lose her life for good. Yi Chen gently nodded his head and assured Xiao Zhanguo, "Don't worry, father-in-law. I promise to let you see a different Xiaoera the next time we meet." In the end, Yi Chen was still very concerned about Xiao La. "Well, I'm more comfortable with you watching." Xiao Zhanguo did not hold much hope for Yi Chen's assurance. His own daughter's character he as a father knows better than anyone. As long as there can be some change, some is very good. Then Xiao Zhanguo hurriedly left the place again after inspecting it. When Xiao Zhanguo had just left with his front foot, Lin Ruyan brought Xiao La back to the group with her back foot. "Not going?" Yi Chen looked at Xiao La with a smirk. "Not going." Xiao La had completely calmed down after Yi Ruyan's persuasion. She decided she was going to stay here and find a way to get stronger together. Time back just now. Yi Ruyan found Xiao La who was squatting in a remote corner. "Lara, don't be sad. I know you're not feeling well mentally." Xiao La didn't even raise her head, and with a sobbing voice, she complained about the grievances in her heart. "Ruyan, do you also think I'm miserable? My fiancé abuses me, and my own father is still on my fiancé's side." As she spoke, Xiao La couldn't help but cry out again in her aggravated heart. Anyone who has been hit and kicked by their fiancé at the drop of a hat, after suing their own father to no avail, would be aggrieved to the core. It was only at this point that Xiao La was completely crushed in her mental defenses, and she was already considered to be very strong. Lin Ruyan looked at Xiao La crying with pearly blossoms. Her heart was not good either. "Lara, this is the army after all. You'll have to learn to adapt down. But I just can't accept my fiancé doing this to me. I wouldn't feel much differently if it were anyone else." "Then you can try treating that bastard Yi Chen as someone else." Hearing Lin Ruyan's words, Xiao La jerked her head straight up and froze. "Right, Ruyan, you're right. I can treat Yi Chen as someone else." Xiao La, who had discovered the blind spot, instantly snapped out of it. The reason she was so aggravated was because she was completely looking at Yi Chen as a fiancé. If Yi Chen was treated only as a normal instructor in the army, then even if Yi Chen beat and scolded her she wouldn't have such a hard time mentally. Figuring this out, Xiaoera stood up and wiped her tears. "Ruyan, let's go." "Where to?" "Go back and continue with your special forces training." Seeing that Xiaoera decided to stay, Yi Chen did not feel very surprised, but spoke with a calm face. "Xiao La, Lin Ruyan, return to the line." "Yes." Only after Xiao La and Lin Ruyan returned to the team did Yi Chen inform the crowd once again. "You are new to the city, and originally I had arranged a place for you to rest." Hearing the word rest, the crowd stared at Yi Chen with glowing eyes. In the daily routine of training, what every soldier looks forward to most is rest. Only a very small portion of people noticed the word originally in Yi Chen's mouth. But, because of Xiao La's unauthorized departure from the team, You guys have been dragged into this, so I decided to temporarily increase your physical training. If one person makes a mistake, all are penalized. Hearing the second half of Yi Chen's sentence, a wail resounded from the scene. The faces of the men of the sixth company were even more of a mask of pain. Just now Sun Hao alone had dragged all 6 of their companies down, and now that it wasn't one of their own they were even able to drag them down. The commander of the sixth company looked at the downcast appearance of his own man, and then he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Men of the sixth company, look at you. You have no talent. Do you want to go back after disgracing our sixth company? Listening to the sixth company commander's angry rebuke, Sun Hao and the others did not take it to heart. Instead they complained. Company commander, we want to perform hard too, but we're all exhausted now. Wanting the horse to run and not giving it a rest. We are living human beings. How can we withstand such intense training? Exactly. The production team's donkeys aren't as tired as we are. Listening to the complaining words of the soldiers of the sixth company, the commander of the sixth company was so angry that his face turned green and white. Seeing that the sixth company commander couldn't do much with them, Sun Hao was even more energized. Company commander, why don't you let us rest first, and then we'll train hard when we've rested enough. The words came out in droves and were echoed by all the soldiers of the sixth company. Right now they just wanted to rest. As for the training after the rest, they would talk about it then. It's hard to believe that the commander of the sixth company can still train them to death. Besides, they're not really here to be special forces anyway, so what's wrong with taking a break? If Sun Hao was the only one to protest, the commander of the sixth company would have been able to refute it without mercy, but now the entire company was complaining, which made him look at Yi Chen with some difficulty for a moment. Instructor Yi, why don't you give our sixth company a break? To be honest, just before coming here again, what the soldiers of the sixth company had experienced was already a day's worth of training intensity. Yi Chen looked at the unproductive appearance of the sixth company commander and finally realized why the sixth company had become a heck of a prickly company. So Yi Chen agreed to the sixth company commander's request. Could be. The soldiers of the sixth company cheered in unison below again, shouting that Instructor Yi was mighty. There were even some people who loudly gave Yi Chen a rainbow fart output, with Sun Hao taking the lead. They knew that as long as they made the instructor happy, then the difficulty of the training would go down a lot. Looking at the sixth company soldiers' joyful appearance, Yi Chen felt happy from the bottom of his heart and revealed an understanding smile. Others, however, eyed the sixth company. Why should they be able to rest? Strongly, we deserve the same. We need to rest too. We want rest too. We want rest too. It's too much. They can rest, we can't. What kind of world is this? The soldiers of the sixth company disliked the eye-catchers defiantly, saying that they were only jealous. The scene was instantly polarized and noisy. Sun Hao, on the other hand, smiled and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask Yi Chen, Instructor Yi, can we go back and rest first now? It's only been one morning, and already they feel their bodies running at capacity. If they were given a bed, Sun Hao would never doubt that he could fall back to sleep. However, Yi Chen frowned and looked at the people of the sixth company. I only said I'd give you a break. I didn't say it was now. Rest, sure, but not now. It could be later, or it could be at night. Chapter 141. Your fiancé's stamina is quite good. The crowd instantly fell silent, and all the men of the sixth company were dumbfounded. Even those who were red-eyed at first all wore a gloating expression. Ha! Sun Hao was even more incomparably confused as he looked at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, then when can we rest? Yi Chen just sneered. Depends on my mood. It was just 4 simple words, but they gave the crowd there a head start. They had never heard in their original unit that rest depended on the mood of the instructor. Just as they were about to say something else, Yi Chen directly opened his mouth and spoke to the crowd. All hands, 10 kilometers ready. The crowd had no choice but to start a day of physical training at this time, as they had to bow their heads under the roof. Finally, they managed to make it through the night before Yi Chen gave them a rest in place. After a day of physical training, every single person, including Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, was able to stand up from the ground. They were all lying with their backs to the ground and their faces to the sky. Exhausted, Lin Ruyan whacked her numb legs and complained. Xiao La, I feel like my feet don't belong to me anymore. Xiao La, however, tilted her head to the side, looking at Yi Chen's relaxed look in the distance, feeling surprised. During the physical training, Yi Chen was also following them around to supervise the whole process. But after practicing this for a day, even those auxiliary instructors had a tired look on their faces. Yi Chen was actually able to act like he was fine. Seeing that her fiancé was so strong, Xiao La felt a pang of inexplicable pride in her heart for some reason. Lin Ruyan noticed that Xiao La ignored herself and instead stared at Yi Chen. So they whispered and flirted with Shaira. Lara, your fiancé actually has such good stamina. He. Which knows that listening to Lin Ruyan's flirting, Xiao La's face immediately surfaced a scarlet red. Shyly and gently pounded Lin Ruyan. Ruyan, what are you babbling about? Looking at this shy appearance of Xiao La, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, Yi Chen slowly walked over when he noticed the commotion over here. Lin Ruyan, what's so funny? Share it so we can all laugh together? Yi Chen said this, drawing curious gazes from the surrounding people. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, was flustered and stammered for a long time. Yi Chen ordered as he waited with some impatience. Lin Ruyan, tell everyone what you just found funny. Lin Ruyan didn't know when she started to fear Yi Chen, and then subconsciously blurted out after hearing his serious tone with orders. Report! I was telling Shiera how physically fit you are. The words just fell. Everyone's gazes kept wandering back and forth between Yi Chen and Xiao La, and the associations kept coming. Xiao La felt everyone's strange gaze. Her face was even more blushing and silently lowered her head to keep quiet, itching to drill into the ground. Even Lei Jiming and the other auxiliary instructors were trying to stifle their laughter behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked at them with a calm face, and then opened his mouth to the crowd without changing his color. With a physique like yours, as weak as a vegetable chicken, just running 2 steps now every one of you is exhausted. What qualifications do you have to envy others with a good physique? When the crowd was reprimanded by Yi Chen like this, everyone lowered their heads once again to rest on their own. Sun Hao, on the other hand, shivered and spoke weakly to Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, this weather is too cold. This was in the middle of a northern winter and the daylight was barely acceptable, but at night it was ungodly cold. They were now tired and cold, and each of their bodies was shivering. Hearing Sun Hao's complaint, Yi Chen surprisingly didn't target him this time, but instead smiled faintly and said, Is it cold? With the previous experience, everyone didn't dare to speak, but all of them were nodding their heads frantically in response to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, continued gently to the crowd. Out of humane concern, I have prepared a special fire roasting activity to warm you up. When the crowd heard Yi Chen's words, all of them showed glowing faces and yelled, Great! I knew Instructor Yi was a good instructor. Whoever dares to question Instructor Yi in the future, I'll be the first to object. Instructor Yi, when do we start? The guys are so cold now that they're collapsing. It's finally warming up. Yi Chen looked at the happiness on everyone's faces and immediately decided to let everyone warm up as soon as possible, just by waving his hands. Su Ying, who was not far away, used a torch to ignite a preset mechanism. In an instant, a wall of fire rose from the ground into the sky. From afar, the wall of fire was visually more than a meter high, and its length was even more astonishing at several hundred meters. The crowd was dumbfounded as a horrible thought rose in their minds. Instructor Yi, you're not going to warm us up with this, are you? Looking at everyone's confused look, Yi Chen then continued, Aren't you guys cold? This 400-meter obstacle is for you guys to warm up. It's 400 meters long. I don't ask for much. As long as you can successfully reach the other end of this 400-meter wall of fire within 2 minutes, you will be considered able to complete it. At this point the crowd sort of reacted. This 400-meter obstacle turned out to be their training tonight. Sun Hao even stood up from the ground and inquired at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, is it true that as long as we finish this training, we can have a good rest tonight? It was only a 400-meter wall of fire, and in the eyes of the crowd it wasn't a difficult task. As long as you don't touch the firewalls on either side, you can barely make it through the center in 2 minutes with a quick sprint. Aha! Yi Chen broke the mold and agreed. The whole room cheered again, saying that this bit of difficulty was nothing to them. Lin Ruyan was equally slightly agitated as she pulled Xiao La. Xiao La, you can rest if you finish these 400 meters in 2 minutes. Xiao La didn't feel joy like the others, but stared at the wall of fire with a grave expression on her face. Ruyan, don't be too happy too early. With Instructor Ye's virtue, it would be strange if he really let us finish our training so easily. Sure enough, after Xiao La reminded her of this, Lin Ruyan also reacted, and her original joy was washed away once again by her words. All of them, with the exception of the 6th company, were the best of the best, selected from all over the world. If it was a simple 400 meters, it could be done in 2 minutes with some effort. However, they had overlooked the 400-meter obstacle that Yi Chen had just spoken of. Not just 400 meters. When Yi Chen led everyone to the firewall, the crowd froze once again. This is close enough to feel the blazing heat of the firewall, and the middle channel after some transformation of Yi Chen has become unusually narrow, can only allow 2 people to pass. That wasn't all. There seemed to be a flickering reflection of something mapped on the ground in the light of the flames. Sun Hao came forward to fix his eyes on it and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Those are shrapnel on the ground. Chapter 142, Instructor, can I not roast this fire? It turned out that those things that were reflected by the flame irradiation were all broken shrapnel that Yi Chen had prepared in advance. As far as the eye can see, The passage within this 400-meter firewall is densely and irregularly placed all over the ground. Such sharp broken shrapnel. As long as a person is not careful to step on it, even wearing shoes, paws will be slipped through and bleed. Sun Hao's voice shocked everyone here at the same time. They didn't expect that Yi Chen could play so hard with a simple 400-meter obstacle. As long as you all get through this wall of fire in 2 minutes, you can rest well tonight. Yi Chen made the rules clear, while he also found a red cloth and tied it in front of his eyes. Then, just as everyone was puzzled, Lei handed Yi Chen his gun. Yi Chen spoke to Sun Hao after receiving the gun. Sun Hao, go and give them a demonstration. Watching Yi Chen aim his gun at the passageway within the wall of fire, Sun Hao's bones creepily rose with a strong sense of bad foreboding. Yi instructor, why don't you just not let me do the demonstration? Sun Hao was afraid, even talking with trembling. What labor, what day cold are occupied by fear, all thrown in the back of the head root. Sun Hao, don't you usually love to show off in front of everyone? You don't want to give you a chance now? Yi Chen spoke coldly. Like to show off, like to be in the limelight. So I'll give you such a great opportunity, and in turn you'll have to thank me for it. Listening to Yi Chen's cold tone, and after glancing at the blackened muzzle of the gun in his hand, Sun Hao was on the verge of crying in fear. Instructor Yi, I'll never show off again. Please be generous and spare my little life. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be unmoved, but instead asked Sun Hao rhetorically, what do I need this life of yours for? When did I ever say I was going to kill you? He was only asking them to run a 400-meter obstacle course. He wasn't asking them to die. So why did he behave like this? And what do you mean by holding a gun? Hold it up for fun. Then why are you blindfolded? Where's all this nonsense coming from? If you don't act, I'll shoot you first. Yi Chen became impatient and urged Sun Hao. Under Yi Chen's coercion, Sun Hao apprehensively came to the firewall. Begin! With Yi Chen's command, Sun Hao began to run. He didn't dare to speed up due to the amount of broken shrapnel on the ground. Instead, he carefully dodged the shattering shrapnel on the ground while advancing as fast as he could toward the other end of the wall of fire. That wasn't all. The flames rising high on both sides made Sun Hao feel like he was being roasted on a fire rack. In only a few moments, Sun Hao, who had originally felt the coldness of this night, was even more roasted to the point where he was sweating furiously. He didn't doubt that if he stayed in here longer, he could probably be roasted to a crisp. Just then, Yi Chen, who was standing on the outside of the firewall, let out a furious cry. Sun Hao, did you not eat? Why are you running so slow? By the time you run over there it'll be overtime. Do the others still need to train? Listening to Yi Chen's series of angry curses, Sun Hao just wanted to retort a few words in aggravation. But the next second, Yi Chen's gun then aimed behind Sun Hao and pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. Accompanied by the sound of gunshots, the speeding bullets hit Sun Hao's back, and the dust splattered by the bullets even almost mesmerized his eyes. Sun Hao was scared out of his wits and cried out to Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, don't play with me like that. Bullets don't have eyes. Yi Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, but continued to chortle. Why don't you run faster if you know that bullets don't have eyes? I can't see clearly now that I'm blindfolded, so don't blame me if I accidentally injure you. After saying that, Yi Chen came back with a shuttle empty magazine technique. Where had Sun Hao ever seen such a scene? Driven by the desire to survive, he could only speed up again and charge ahead, even when his feet were scratched by broken shrapnel on the ground. Sun Hao ignored the pain and went all the way. In comparison to the probability of death from a scratched foot and being hit by Yi Chen at any time, a small injury is not even worth mentioning. Even the 6th Company commander and the others watching from the side were in a state of shock, fearing that Yi Chen would not be able to grasp the muzzle of his gun well enough to cause a fatality. Lei Jining and Su Ying, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief, seeing each other's doubts in their eyes. Isn't this too much fun for Instructor Yi? Finally, after some physical and mental torture, Sun Hao ended up crossing the 400-meter firewall in 3 minutes and 17 seconds to reach the other end. His 400-meter obstacle was much more than that, and the reason why he ran so slowly was because this 400-meter obstacle was specially modified, coupled with the fear in his heart. Just out of the firewall, Sun Hao's legs are soft, and his knees are rolling straight down to the ground, a lost soul murmuring in a small voice. Finally, made it out alive. At this moment, he was still afraid of what had just happened, and he had almost lost his life here today. At this time, Yi Chen walked up to him and looked at Sun Hao condescendingly. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Failing grade. Again. Obviously Sun Hao's result was very unsatisfactory to Yi Chen, and it was a far cry from the 2 minutes he had just set. Come again? Sun Hao raised his head fiercely in shock and looked at Yi Chen in instant fury. Instructor Yi, do you know that I almost died in there just now? When the other 6 companies saw this, they were even more supportive of Sun Hao. Instructor Yi, you can train us as hard as you want and torture us, but you can't joke with our lives. With all this shrapnel and you shooting from behind, it's impossible to complete this 400-meter obstacle course in 2 minutes. I'll bet there's no one here present who can accomplish that. Instructor Yi, your training difficulty is simply not humanly possible. Change your training method. We won't accept such training. Watching as someone began to vocally criticize Yi Chen, more and more people joined in, because they knew that if they didn't stop Yi Chen's ridiculous training methods, then Sun Hao's next victims would be them. Looking at the crowd that was about to turn into a mess, Yi Chen raised the muzzle of his gun above his head. Da-da-da-da. A series of loud noises startled the crowd into silence. It was only after that Yi Chen opened his mouth in an unhurried manner. I'm giving you 2 minutes is already easing the difficulty on you. While Sun Hao slowed down, he retorted unconvincingly. Instructor Yi, don't say it's too easy. If you can run through this 400-meter obstacle firewall in 2 minutes, then I'll accept your training too. He had just run for 3 minutes and 17 seconds under the threat of death, and he didn't believe that Yi Chen would be able to finish in 2 minutes. Realized that running can involve dodging broken shrapnel on the ground. The current Sun Hao's feet were still vaguely bleeding a bit. I thought Yi Chen would be as unreasonable as before, but I didn't expect him to put an odd. These pussy soldiers, keep your eyes open. After saying that, Yi Chen came to the firewall alone. Everyone's gazes were all focused on Yi Chen as well. Chapter 143, the 400-meter obstacle course. The flames that were burning were reflected on the side of Yi Chen's face. The interplay of light and darkness illuminated the side of Yi Chen's face with sharp angles. Lin Ruyan couldn't even help but murmur to Xiao La, who was to the side. Xiao La, your fiancé is so handsome. Yes. Xiao La also subconsciously nodded in agreement. Yi Chen's already handsome face was even more charming at this moment, making Lin Ruyan and Xiao La and the other female soldiers look as if they were mesmerized. But soon, Xiao La reacted and then hastily shook her head to remind herself. Now he's not my fiancé, but an instructor with no humanity at all. After she figured that out today, she worked hard and carefully through the rest of her training. This also made Yi Chen unable to pick Xiao La's faults for a moment. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen simply handed the stopwatch in his hand to Su Ying. Then after just a slight warm-up exercise, he ran into the 400-meter firewall with his legs open. From the moment Yi Chen entered the firewall, Su Ying simultaneously pressed down the stopwatch in his hand and started recording for Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen was seen as if he was a swift cheetah, slightly bowing his upper body quickly all the way forward. Even the broken shrapnel on the ground that was unevenly dispersed in rules, all of them could be easily bypassed by Yi Chen. Sun Hao's face was filled with shock as he looked at Yi Chen's speed that did not stop at all. How is it possible? No matter how strong Instructor Yi's physical fitness is, it's not as strong as this, right? He had experienced Yi Chen's strength and was well aware of Yi Chen's terror. And Sun Hao only thought that Yi Chen's talent was all above fighting and strength. For the piece of agility and speed, it shouldn't be Yi Chen's strong point. He didn't realize that Yi Chen hadn't even used his full strength against him in the first place. Otherwise, how could Sun Hao still be standing here properly today? At this moment, one of the soldiers from the 6th company heard Sun Hao muttering to himself, so he curiously came forward and asked, Sun Hao, what's impossible? Sun Hao, on the other hand, was filled with incredulity as he looked towards Yi Chen, who was running at a brisk pace. Is Instructor Yi really all-powerful? How was he able to easily avoid the dense shrapnel on the ground? He had just experienced this 400-meter wall of fire obstacle for himself. At the same time, it was also the best way to realize just how impossible it was for Yi Chen to be in there at this speed. If you walk slowly, you could easily avoid the sharp shrapnel on the ground if you were careful enough. But if the speed, the more you look, the flames on both sides not only bake one to death, but affect one's judgment and concentration. Also, shrapnel on the ground can be difficult to avoid as speed increases. However, the surrounding soldiers of the 6th company looked at Sun Hao's appearance, and all felt that he was acting too exaggeratedly. I say, Sun Hao, stop acting. This 400-meter obstacle might not be difficult at all. Yeah, look at how relaxed Instructor Yi is. Maybe you were just so scared that you accidentally stepped on shrapnel. Just adjust your mind. If you're a rookie, practice more. Is it hard to admit you're weak? But then again, this speed of Instructor Yi seems to be a bit fast. Much faster than we can run. Listening to the people around him bantering, Sun Hao lazily ignored them, and in his heart, he was laughing coldly. It's easy for them to say, you'll know the misery when they get up there. They haven't been up there and must not know what the experience is really like in there. It seems simple, but it's not simple at all. If that flame couldn't create any effect on them, Yi Chen wouldn't have purposely created this wall of fire. Wouldn't it have been better to just pull a couple of rails over? Soon, under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen passed through the 400-meter firewall obstacle with an easy face. Returning to the front of the crowd, Yi Chen didn't even breathe a single word to Su Ying. Instructor Su, tell them what my grade is? Suing glanced down at the numbers on the stopwatch before speaking slowly. 1 minute and 20 seconds. The crowd was dumbfounded at these words. Just now, when Yi Chen was traversing the 400-meter firewall obstacle, every single movement was so clean and without the slightest bit of redundancy. Add to that his handsome face and his toned body. From their point of view, every second and every frame is so enjoyable that it's like a visual feast. So it also made them forget the concept of time and even created the illusion that time was not fast. After hearing that Yi Chen's time was only 1 minute and 20 seconds, they all felt incredulous. That's still a poor grade. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen frowned slightly in front of the crowd with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. This instantly dumbfounded Sun Hao. What? A minute and 20 seconds? You're still not satisfied with this grade even though you're this good? Instructor Yi? Yi Chen's randomly spat out a sentence that created an illusion in the crowd's mind that I'm okay. However, they weren't stupid and knew that if it was their turn to go up and cross the 400-meter firewall obstacle, it would already be good enough to complete the test time given by Yi Chen. Then Yi Chen said disdainfully to the crowd, "Bunch of pussy soldiers. I'm not asking you to catch up with me. Just finish in 2 minutes and I'll count you as passing." From his tone alone, it wasn't hard for the crowd to hear that Yi Chen didn't even look at them squarely. This caused a hint of resistance in the hearts of the crowd, wanting to prove it to Yi Chen with practical actions. Report. I'd like to challenge first. A voice rang through the crowd. The others turned their heads to follow the sound, wanting to see whose men were actually so brave. They are also merely trying to prove themselves, but that's just thinking, not deciding. After all, Sun Hao is a lesson from the past. When everyone saw that the person who spoke was none other than Xiao La, they were all a little surprised. Yi Chen even changed from his usual self and threw a pleased look towards Xiao La. Looking at Yi Chen's gaze, Xiao La's heart then gained one more point. Bunch of losers, can't even match the courage of a female soldier. I'm ashamed of you all. After Yi Chen averted his gaze, he cursed angrily at the group of male soldiers. The male soldiers' faces became unusually embarrassed by Yi Chen's scolding. It was true that they didn't have the courage that Xiao La had. If Sun Hao, the prick, had continued to challenge, perhaps he would have fought this first battle. Unfortunately, now Sun Hao was sharp shrapnel-cut feet. It is estimated to slow down for a while to continue to challenge the immediate 400 meters of firewall obstacle training. Shiara, here, step out. Prepare for 400-meter obstacle course. Yes. Xiao La's eyes were firm as she slowly walked out of the group and came to the firewall. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, stood in the crowd, looking worried and quietly sweating for Xiao La in her heart. In 2 minutes, Yi Chen still maintained the 2-minute requirement. That's just considering it's their first training session, and that time will have to be shortened as they go along. Looking at the wall of fire in front of him, Xiao La decided to prove it to Yi Chen once with practical actions. She herself was not a vase that would only drag him down. Chapter 144, will nothing happen if we practice like this? Just stand in front of the wall of fire for a moment. Xiao La then had her face slightly heated by the roaring fire. She didn't even dare to imagine that if she were to enter this wall of fire, would she faint inside if she stayed too long? Just at the moment when Xiao La's retreat had just begun, those images of Yi Chen scolding her before surfaced in her mind again. If I'm strong enough, perhaps Yi Chen won't be so indifferent to me. She murmured something small and comforting to herself. Next, Xiao La didn't have any hesitation in rushing into the 400-meter firewall obstacle training. Yi Chen, on the other hand, raised the muzzle of his gun once again, aiming bullets at Xiao La's surroundings and tilting them frantically. Da. Yi Chen grasped each bullet with precision, so that the effect would only create a fearfulness in Xiao La, and would not injure her. But the uninformed Xiao La heard the gunshot and her heartbeat accelerated in a very short period of time. The original handsome little face is even more pale without the slightest blood color. Lin Ruyan took a look and instantly became anxious. Instructor Yi, she is your fiancée. In case you accidentally hit her, what if she has a long or short life? After saying that, Lin Ruyan rushed out of the crowd trying to stop Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen didn't stop his hand movements, but rather, after quickly shooting a round of bullets, he filled the ammunition while coldly speaking. Don't blame me for not warning you not to bother me when I'm shooting. There are absolutely no accidents if you don't bother me, but there are absolutely accidents if you do. When he finished speaking, he continued to aim his gun at Xiao La, who was running wildly, with a volley of shots. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Ruyan's hand that was stretched out in midair stopped at once, not daring to obstruct Yi Chen anymore. She was afraid that she would accidentally disturb Yi Chen's distraction, causing the gun in his hand to hit Xiao La. If it caused irreparable consequences, then Lin Ruyan would regret it for the rest of her life. Unable to do anything else, Lin Ruyan had no choice but to shout at Xiao La inside the firewall. Shiara, come on, run faster. Watch out for the bullets behind you. You can do it. Sun Hao looked at Lin Ruyan's foolish appearance and the word speechless hung on his face. This stupid. Who doesn't know to run faster? Do you need her to create anxiety here? Messing around it's not. The truth is just as Sunho said. Originally, Xiaola and the threat of death is only fear. Although temporarily not hit by a bullet is still going well. She could even feel the dust splattered by the bullet hitting her heel, slapping her raw at the base of her ankle. But after hearing Lin Ruyan's words, Xiaola was instantly nervous. Being overly nervous, she didn't pay attention for a moment to observe the sharp shrapnel at her feet. Hiss! Xiaola stepped on sharp shrapnel that pierced her shoes and dug into her flesh and blood, causing her to stifle a breath of cold air. But the good thing was that Xiaola only stayed for a little while. Then she forced herself to endure the pain and ran towards the finish line. Lin Ruyan also noticed that Xiao La's feet seemed to be injured, and her left and right foot paces were not coordinated, so she instantly felt so guilty that she stopped speaking. Finally, Xiaola managed to pass through the wall of fire to reach the other side. At the same time Yi Chen looked at the stopwatch time in his hand, and his expression showed unhidden displeasure. Lin Ruyan hurriedly went over to support Xiaola and apologized to Xiaola repeatedly. Zora, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interfere with you. It's all my fault. She was worried about Xiaola's safety, and in her momentary haste just now she didn't consider that her words would disturb Xiaola. Xiaola reluctantly squeezed out a smile and comforted Lin Ruyan instead. Ruyan, I'm not doing anything here. She only blamed her own mind for not being strong enough. If she was strong enough she wouldn't have been disturbed by others to affect her play. With Lin Ruyan's assistance, Xiaola then limped to Yi Chen. Report. 400-meter obstacle course completed. By completion, Xiaola meant that she had managed to successfully reach the other end from the end of the 400-meter firewall, but to his surprise, Yi Chen asked Xiaola back with a stern face. Finished? It was just two simple words, but it made Xiao La's heart thump, suddenly realizing that she had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, Yi Chen chopped his head off at Xiaola in the next second. I asked for the allotted 2 minutes to finish and you took 2 minutes and 45 seconds. You tell me where you finished? I'm only giving you 1 night of training. If you can't do it you're out of here. In Yi Chen's eyes, you don't call it done by successfully traversing a 400-meter obstacle. Rather, it was barely a pass, and only just. If you manage to get through the 400-meter wall of fire obstacle within 2 minutes, this 400-meter obstacle is not like a normal 400-meter obstacle, without the wall of fire. Any person could run it in under 2 minutes. Here they are tested most by nothing else but courage. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Xiaola felt a sense of grievance in her heart. Lin Ruyan couldn't help but be angry, when she still wanted to say something for Xiaola as usual. Instead, she pulled Lin Ruyan with one hand and turned her head to stare into Yi Chen's eyes and reported loudly. Report. I'll do my best to finish this 400-meter obstacle course tonight. I don't want to do my best. I want to be sure. Yi Chen corrected in a cold voice before turning his head to look at everyone else. Anyone who can't even do that, get the hell out of here. I'm not a waste collection center here, much less a garbage disposal station. Underneath his words, he was unflinchingly comparing the crowd to trash and garbage. Definitely. Xiaola held back her aggression and assured Yi Chen before returning to the group. Once Xiaola returned to the group, Yi Chen looked at Suing and the others. The auxiliary instructors understood and stepped forward to speak to the crowd. Everyone, catch up on your training. You guys don't want to rest, I want to rest. Their auxiliary instructor and not as strong as Yi Chen's physical quality. So a torment down even Suing and the others were a bit overwhelmed. Under the arrangement of Suing and the others, the next person was arranged to enter just before the previous one entered the firewall for a short distance. This speeds up the training process while still ensuring that everyone is able to train. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was blindfolded by a red cloth, and with his gun raised, he casually shot up inside. Da 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 da. Flaming muzzles, loud gunshots, and the agonizing wails of the crowd resounded endlessly across the scene. For those who don't know, they are being tortured in hell. Unbeknownst to them, if anyone else had asked, they would have seriously told that person. Here, it's worse than hell. Again, taking advantage of Yi Chen finishing a round of bullets, Lei Jiming asked in passing as he handed Yi Chen a new magazine. Instructor Yi, aren't you afraid that something will happen if you train like this? He believed in Yi Chen's shooting accuracy, but if he went on for such a long time Lei was worried that Yi Chen would injure the soldiers if he didn't pay attention. The whole thing was mind-blowing for them, the auxiliary instructors, to watch. Even the 6th Company commander originally wanted to follow Yi Chen to learn how to lead soldiers, but when he saw Yi Chen's training style like this, even if he gave the 6th Company commander the opportunity to imitate him, he wouldn't dare. Did he dare to fire real bullets at the back of the soldiers in bursts like Yi Chen did? He wouldn't dare. Chapter 145, After one bitterness there is no end to bitterness. Yi Chen told Lei Jiming and the others without looking back as he filled his bullets. It's about creating fear in them so that they can overcome their fear and be able to stay calm when they encounter dangerous things later. What Yi Chen said was not true at all. And this was also his original intention of training the crowd with real weapons. With more experience, even if they encountered an enemy pointing a gun at them in the future, they would be able to remain calm and analyze how to escape the situation. The commander of the 6th company, on the other hand, watched silently without making a sound. But in his heart, he kept thinking, it seems that I can't imitate Instructor Yi's training style, so I can only find a secondary method to replace it when the time comes. If he hadn't met Yi Chen before, the 6th company commander was confident in his marksmanship. But after meeting Yi Chen, especially after looking at the way Yi Chen was training now, the 6th company commander instantly felt that his own marksmanship was as bad as when compared to Yi Chen. Inside the 400-meter wall of fire, the crowd's training was still in full swing. Sun Hao's injured foot was limping, but he was still trying to rush forward as fast as he could. But the soldiers of the 6th company behind him were not happy and yelled and screamed at Sun Hao in front of them. Sun Hao, why don't you hurry up again? I was just about to get hit by a bullet. It's a lie to say you're not scared in the face of death threats. To make sure they were in a safe place, all they could do was urge the person in front of them to run faster. As soon as Sun Hao heard someone behind him urging him, he carefully stared at the obstacles on the ground to speed up while disliking the person behind him without looking back. See what you can do. Why don't you come run in front of me? Come on, you come in front of me. Let's see how fast you can run. Everyone is half-assed, not much different in caliber. Sun Hao didn't believe that if he ran faster, the person behind him would be able to keep up. Besides, doesn't he want to run faster? The training went on like this for who knows how long, until it was called off by Yi Chen. Everyone, take a temporary training break of 10 minutes to continue. Hearing this, everyone in the room, relieved, found a random open space and then sat down to rest. Each of them now had a little bit of color on their bodies, all because they had stepped on the broken shrapnel on the ground without concentrating. If it weren't for the thick soles of their shoes, crushing shrapnel would only scratch them at best. Otherwise they couldn't even get up and continue training. Looking at everyone with this look as if they had just taken a lay from the ghost gate, Yi Chen walked to them with a bad face. A 400-meter obstacle course training and you're all scared less? Even if you're a waste, you're still so timid, and you're still here to choose special forces in this condition. Go home and feed the pigs. Yi Chen naturally nakedly despised them for being such wimps, but the crowd hadn't yet recovered from the shock, and hearing Yi Chen mocking them without mercy, they couldn't hold back any longer. Instructor Yi, this isn't fair. There was no bullet interference at all during our training. I was just able to get through in the allotted time, and several times I purposely stopped to prevent bullets from hitting me. I'm the same way. If there were no bullets interfering, I'd have finished this 400-meter obstacle course training alone long ago. Instructor Yi, you didn't even have bullets interfering with you just now. I don't think that's fair to us at all. Yes. Instructor Yi, this isn't fair. It's too harsh for us. More and more people joined in the vocal denunciation, and they had not intended to use their mouths to revile Yi Chen. Rather, they wanted to use this to get Yi Chen to give up this act of interfering with them with real bullets. Most people thought they would have finished this 400-meter obstacle course long ago by now if there hadn't been any interference from the bullets, which Yi Chen was scanning around the crowd present before slowly opening his mouth. Fair? On a real battlefield, will the enemy speak to you of fairness? When you really go to war, the enemy won't stop killing you just because you don't have a weapon. Yi Chen directly disliked the people who were still complaining, and they all lowered their heads in silence. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone continued to start training. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd extremely reluctantly stood up from the ground and complained. How long has it been since we rested and we have to train again? I'm so tired. I suddenly miss the place I used to stay. It's heaven compared to here. Instructor Yi gives us too little rest time. I'm afraid we won't be able to last more than a few days of such intense training before we all collapse. Brothers, hang in there. It's a little bit more bitter and tiring now, but as long as we get through this time, even greater suffering awaits. Shut up if you can't talk. Complaints were complaints, but they were physically honest and continued to put in the training. After the crowd started a new round of intense training, Suing came to Yi Chen's side and worried. Instructor Yi, isn't this training intensity a bit too high? Suing knew that the process of training special forces was inherently difficult. A lot of intense training is required, but so far since morning, apart from some necessary necessities, Yi Chen hadn't given them much time to rest, except for training. Even Suing wondered if the intensity was too high, and tried to persuade Yi Chen to cycle through the soldiers gradually. It was evident that the crowd had just complained not without reason. Yi Chen, however, let out a light laugh. It's just that they need such intense training. How else can they be trained to be special forces? He didn't tell Suing that he had the domain of command in his possession, as long as there was still a breath. Then in front of Yi Chen as long as he didn't have his permission. He couldn't even die if he wanted to. Seeing Yi Chen repeatedly insisting on his approach, Su Ying wanted to persuade him again. He was just about to open his mouth but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Alright, if anything happens to them, I take full responsibility. Yi Chen knew in his heart what Su Ying and the others were worried about in their hearts. A large part of the reason is that they are afraid that something irreversible will happen and they will not be spared from being reprimanded. Although they believed in Yi Chen, as auxiliary instructors, they felt obligated and necessary to remind Yi Chen. Okay. In the end, Su Ying looked at Yi Chen's confident appearance finally compromised, clenched his teeth and decided to come down. Instructor Yi, I'm not afraid to take responsibility for the people. To really out of what happened I and you a shoulder. As an instructor, if they were able to produce excellent special forces soldiers, then not only would their face shine, but they would also receive the appropriate honor at the same time. After saying that, Su Ying's gaze turned to the people who were training, praying that they would become excellent special forces soldiers in the future. Only what he didn't know was that Yi Chen wasn't worried about that at all. It's easy to train good special forces if he wants to. It also just takes a little time. Chapter 146, A Joint Effort? It was finally midnight. Sleepiness swept over the crowd. At this time even Xiao La had finished her training. Yay! Shiera, you only used 1 minute and 56 seconds this time. Lin Ruyan excitedly celebrated for Xiao La. Xiao La was able to pass the 400-meter obstacle course, which made Lin Ruyan even more excited than she was. It was only because of an injury on my foot in the first training session that I was much slower than others to complete the session. Just then, the dozen or so people who hadn't yet reached the mark all sat down on the ground as if they had discussed it. Yi Chen slowly walked over and looked at the dozen or so people and angrily rebuked them. What's going on? Hearing Yi Chen's angry voice, the people around him who had completed their training all looked over curiously. If they don't finish their training, then no one else can go back to resting. Yi Chen said. They were a group. And even if only one person didn't finish the training, the others had to be patient and wait only until that person finished the training. The dozen or so people had turned their gazes to one man, all apparently waiting for him to speak. This caused Yi Chen to resist frowning, and his face was even colder suddenly. There can only be large collectives here, not small ones, not to mention private gangs. The man at the head clearly had his own backbone and was emboldened to face Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, all of us are sleepy. We definitely won't be able to finish today's training. Why don't you let all of us go back first and we'll make up for it tomorrow, okay? As he spoke, he even playfully looked like he didn't take his training seriously. They had been in and out of training and on the road since this morning and had long been physically and mentally exhausted. The man had never been able to get special treatment for special cases like this one in his previous unit. He just discussed it with the others who hadn't yet completed their 400-meter obstacle course. As long as they teamed up and swung for the fences, maybe Yi Chen would take a step back and let them pause their training to go back to rest in order to not make too much of a mess. But if they really thought so, then they could only say that they didn't understand Yi Chen too well. Only Yi Chen looked at the time. It was indeed time to let everyone go back to sleep point. So he beckoned Su Ying as well as Lei Jiming and the others over. Instructor Yi, what's wrong? Su Ying and the others leaned over before cautiously opening their mouths to inquire, looking at the dozen or so soldiers lying on the ground with a posh attitude. And in looking at Yi Chen's expressionless face, he vaguely felt that things were not right. Just then, Yi Chen pointed at the dozen soldiers on the ground and said to Su Ying, they want to go back and rest. Send them back. The tone of his voice was uneven, causing the face of the man at the head of the group to blush. Sure enough, their silent protests had an effect. Instructor Yi actually compromised with them. After a while, Lei, who had just left, returned to the scene again in a truck. Get in the car. Su Ying spoke in a bad tone to the dozen male soldiers, ordering them to get on the bus. At this point in the stupidity, the dozen or so male soldiers also reacted to the fact that something was wrong. What kind of break back to the dorms requires leaving in a truck? Instructor Yi, where are we being told to go? Isn't the dormitory prepared for us to go back and rest? One of them weakly opened his mouth to ask Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored them. Instead, Su Ying angrily cursed at the dozen or so male soldiers. Back to your balls you go. You're a bunch of losers who don't deserve to be here. Go back where you came from. There's no place for losers here. After saying that, Su Ying urged the dozen or so male soldiers to get on the bus quickly. Su Ying and the others understood the meaning of Yi Chen's words. You can be less talented than others, even less in every way. But if there wasn't a heart to work hard and get ahead, then even if he didn't open his mouth Yi Chen would definitely not let this kind of person stay. The dozen or so male soldiers finally reacted at this point. Instructor Yi is trying to eliminate them. They panicked at once. Instructor Yi, we're going to train now. I was so tired just now. We just wanted to take a break. And now I feel like I can hold on for a little while longer. Instructor Yi, don't worry. I will definitely finish my training tonight. Instructor Yi, you shouldn't kick us out. Before they came here, they were envied by everyone else. Many even threatened to go back only after some practice. If they were driven back to their original unit in the middle of the night, they couldn't afford to lose face, and they begged Yi Chen for mercy. What's the point? Get in the car or I'll shoot you all. Su-Ying had a big temper, and when he saw that Yi Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with him, he even cursed and started to drive the dozen or so male soldiers to the car. At this moment, the dozen or so male soldiers regretted it to the core, but they could only reluctantly get into the car under Su-Ying's angry glare. Just as the car was about to start, Yi Chen called Lei Jiming to a halt. Later, Yi Chen's voice immediately made the dozen or so male soldiers overjoyed, thinking that things were taking a turn for the better. Instructor Yi, I knew you wouldn't really kick us out. Don't worry, we will definitely perform well in the future. From now on, as long as it's a training arranged by you, Instructor Yi, I will strive to be the first to complete it. Instructor Yi, just as the dozen or so male soldiers were making their determination known, Yi Chen interrupted them and turned his head to Lei Jiming and continued indifferently. Just drop them off halfway and let them walk back on their own. Don't waste resources on goons. When the dozen male soldiers heard this, their faces instantly crossed, each with an expression as hard as eating. Lost in the middle of the road? Wouldn't we have to walk back? They no longer dared to imagine how long they would be ridiculed by their other comrades when they returned to the army. Okay, Lei answered and drove the truck carrying the dozen or so wastrels slowly towards the outside of the base. Only after doing this did Yi Chen come to turn his gaze to the crowd that had been watching the whole thing, sending away another group of wastes. I'd like to see how many wastes are left among you that are to be sent away. What he had just done was also to make an example of the others present to give a wake-up call in their hearts. Trying to bargain with him would be absolutely impossible. If one is in a bad mood, eliminate the people in the room at any time. Everyone's faces were aghast. Even the 6th company all nodded their heads obediently. They just want to hang on and go back with honor. Instead of being like the dozen or so unlucky people just now, they returned to their original unit in a sorry state without being able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. After Yi Chen finished speaking, his eyes intentionally swept over Sun Hao with a thoughtful face. Sun Hao's heart thumped, and he quickly stood up and patted his chest to assure him. Instructor Yi, don't worry, our 6th company hates those cowards the most. We in Company 6 will definitely persevere to the end. After the hiccup that had just occurred, all were also accommodated by the auxiliary instructors. The long-tired crowd simply packed up and drifted off to sleep. I don't know, more heavyweights are waiting for them tomorrow. Chapter 147 Death Waiver. Early the next morning, the crowd was then awakened by a sharp whistle. Immediately afterward the sound of the auxiliary instructors assembling could be heard from outside. Everyone, assemble. Sun Hao raised his head to look at the outer sky and was a bit confused. Asterisk. We slept all day? Only the sky outside was dark, making Sun Hao subconsciously think that they slept until the next night. But he always felt like he hadn't slept long, and even the sleepiness remained. After everyone had walked out and assembled well, Yi Chen's words made them instantly confused. All of you, cheer up. You've been asleep for 4 hours. Haven't you gotten enough sleep? As soon as the words fell, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Asterisk. I said how come it's dark when I go to bed, and it's still dark when I wake up. Turns out I've only been asleep for 4 hours. With such intense training, I can obviously sleep all day and night, only to wake up and realize that I've only slept for 4 hours? All the donkeys in the production team have more time off than we do. 4 hours and more than a nap. Looking at the crowd complaining, Yi Chen's face did not change. In my case, it's up to you to earn any more breaks you want. His daily training was already planned for the crowd. Want to take a longer break? You can. As long as you can finish your daily training content earlier, then you can rest earlier. Su-Ying, send the stuff down to them. Yes. After Su-Ying answered, the auxiliary instructors sent a sheet of paper printed with black characters down to the crowd as Yi Chen had instructed. Sun Hao and the others looked at this scene feeling puzzled. Lin Ruyan even whispered, Xiao La, do special forces still need an exam? On the side, Xiao La shook her head. I don't know. When the papers were all handed out, everyone's face turned strange. Yi Chen opened his mouth to speak at this time. Starting today, it's on to formal special forces training, but before the official training, you will have to put a death waiver in your hands if you want to continue to participate. The so-called death waiver is required to be signed by the army for some special cases or special missions. When you sign this so-called death waiver, then it means that even if there are casualties in the training next, Yi Chen can't be blamed. It was more of a disguised way of telling the crowd that there was a high possibility that there would be a fatal accident in the training in the future. And this was something that Yi Chen would not be able to guarantee the safety of their training. Sun Hao looked at some of the clauses on the top of the death waiver, which made him, a dang 6'8" man, couldn't help but let his tiger's body tremble. All kinds of sudden accidents in the middle of training, no matter whether it causes disability or even death, are born by themselves. During training, do whatever the instructors tell you to do and never back down. These bullying clauses are just one of many, and there is a dense list of all sorts of unequal treatment. Just by casually reading the first few entries, Sun Hao's brows had already wrinkled into a twisted shape. All the terms in here, none of them are in their favor, especially the striking final rule there at the very end of the page. Please confirm that you have given serious thought to agreeing to sign this death waiver. Once signed, you will no longer be able to quit at will for the rest of the training unless the instructor agrees or you are eliminated by the instructor. This made Sun Hao hesitate for a moment. The indecision began between getting stronger but dying at any moment and losing your life, or quitting now and going back to your original unit to be a safe coward. It's not just Sun Hao who is like this on the scene, it's the status quo for most people. They weren't stupid, although they weren't sure what the significance of Instructor Yi making them sign this death waiver was, but one can also vaguely guess that future training will pose a great threat to them. We thought that coming here was just a difficult training, but we didn't realize that there was a danger of losing our lives. Zola, are you sure you want to sign? Lin Ruyan looked at Xiaola, who already had the pen in her hand, and opened her mouth to remind her. This is a death waiver. If we sign it, that bastard Yi Chen might get worse. Last night's 400-meter firewall obstacle training, Yi Chen's blindfolded gun shooting at them randomly was still fresh in his mind, and they likewise saw the last entry. If you sign it, then if you want to quit training again in the future, it will be up to Yi Chen. If Yi Chen didn't approve it, then even if they couldn't hold on anymore and wanted to quit in the middle, they couldn't. Shiara merely hesitated for a moment. Ruyan, we came here to become stronger. If it's because we backed out here, I think I'll live in regret in the future. After saying that, Xiaola decisively signed her name on the death waiver. Seeing this, Lin Ruyan had no choice but to sign her name as well. Shiara, I'll be with you wherever you go. Since she couldn't persuade Xiaola, she might as well join in herself. As Shiara said, if she quit now, she might regret it for the rest of her life. On the other side, Sun Hao gritted his teeth and then drank low. Asterisk. It's just death. Fight it out. Besides, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll really die. He then signed his name as well. This scene played out over and over again on the field. At this point in time, there were still half of the people on the field who were still considering it, and all of these people were seen by Yi Chen, so Yi Chen decided to add to the fire. Think about it, there's no shame in quitting now. You're not necessarily wimps. It's just for your girlfriends, wives, and families. There's one thing he doesn't tell everyone. That is, even if they signed this death waiver, Yi Chen would still guarantee their safety. This death waiver is merely used to sharpen their minds and weed out the dissolute ones in the process. Listening to Yi Chen's words, the faces of the remaining people who hadn't signed the death waiver began to waver. Here they are, just a soldier, but out of the army. There are their families out there, people they care about and who care about them. If you die here, there will be more or less resentment in your heart. The atmosphere of the scene was shrouded in repression at this point. After half a dozen rings, many people signed their names after the hesitation session, and some watch others sign their names on impulse. In the end, only a few hesitated to sign their names. Report. I'm opting out. Me too. I'm opting out too. After those people opened their mouths and finished speaking, an easy smile appeared on their faces. One of them even looked at the crowd of people who had signed their names, and his face did not hide his mockery. They think that as long as their little lives are still alive, they will become stronger sooner or later. But if we lose here, even if we become strong, so what? And when the time comes to die, it all goes to zero. Unbeknownst to these few people who consider themselves sober, they do not realize at this point that they missed a major opportunity today. Chapter 148, Eating a Big Meal. A death waiver that was dispensable to Yi Chen eliminated some more dissolute people. After those people left, Yi Chen asked Suing to count how many people were left at the scene. After a moment, Suing reported, Instructor Yi, there are still 200 whole people left. Aha! Yi Chen wasn't surprised. The number was no more or less. Then he looked to the crowd. Now that you've signed the death waiver, I'll make an exception this morning and treat you to a rich meal. The words just fell. The crowd swept away the dull faces they had just worn and all became excited. There's a big meal. Getting up early is fine. So what if I sleep less as long as I have a big meal? I feel like I could eat a cow right now. I could eat 2 cows. I didn't even get to eat last night after training. And now I'm almost starving to death. After last night's intense training in the 400-meter obstacle course, they didn't even bother to eat, and went back to their residence and fell asleep. Now after Yi Chen said this, hunger instantly swept through his body. Yichen looked at everyone who was so impatient and said with a slight smile, "Don't worry, there's something for everyone, in large quantities." Then he clapped his hands, and the auxiliary instructors carried several large boxes and placed them in front of the crowd. The crowd looked at it with some uncertainty. "What's with the big boxes? Our breakfast isn't going to be in here, is it? A little disappointing. I was expecting hot food made on site." "Never mind, as long as I can eat, whatever hot food or cold food I can eat, I'll be full." "That's right, what's the point of picking when you can eat? It's better than going hungry." Though looking at the few boxes in front of us, one could conclude that the food inside was not freshly made. This was a slight disappointment to the crowd. What kind of meal is it if it's not freshly made? But the good thing was, Yichen had told them that they would be fed. The fact that it was piped in alone was enough to get the crowd excited. Immediately afterward, Suing and the others slowly opened the box in front of the crowd. The moment the box was fully opened, the faces of some of the closest male soldiers transformed into pallor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several people even began to dry heave. "Vomit. This, Instructor Yi, is it a mistake to take? Vomit. Vomit. This is our breakfast? I won't eat it even if it kills me." Sun Hao looked at the people in front of him who reacted so much and shouted in displeasure. "It's good to have food. What are you doing? If you don't want to eat, don't eat, leave it all to me." Who knew that when the people in front heard this, they turned back to look at Sun Hao in unison, staring Sun Hao in the back. "Why are you looking at me? Don't eat if you don't want to. No one is forcing you to eat." He then turned his head to look at Ji Chen. "Instructor Yi, since they don't want to eat, let me eat first. I eat things that are crunchy and flavorful." Sun Hao didn't notice in the slightest that those people in front of him looked at him with pity in their eyes. "Alright, Sun Hao, come up here. This time I'll make an exception and let you be the first to eat first." After receiving Yi Chen's approval, Sun Hao couldn't wait to rush forward and prepare to feast on a caddy. But when he went up to see the big meal in the box, his face that changed again and again. He thought about how the box might be filled with bread and milk or something. Again, a little compressed cookie or roughage would do. As long as you can eat, what can't you eat? But he'd beat himself to death, not realizing that the so-called feast was actually these. You can only see that the box is filled with all kinds of live snakes, insects, rodents and ants, and you can even see them crawling and wriggling continuously in the box. Sun Hao forced himself to hold back his nausea and uncertainly pointed at those contraptions in the box and said, "Instructor Yi, are you sure this is the big meal you're talking about?" At this point his stomach lurched. If he hadn't not eaten last night, maybe now Sun Hao can spit it out immediately. "What? Didn't you say you were going to be the first to eat it? Then you'll be the example and eat it for everyone." Yichen cast an encouraging glance at Sun Hao. That look was so close to opening his mouth to ask Sun Hao to eat quickly. But after taking a look at the still wriggling earthworm, Sun Hao swallowed his saliva and then said with a resistant face, "Instructor Yi, is there anything else? These may, perhaps, probably, not be very much to my liking." At this point he wanted to die. Had he known it was the case if these reptiles were in the box, he was too far away to avoid it, so how could he come forward? The other know-it-alls were looking at the hilarity with gloating faces, and even began to prod. "Sun Hao, didn't you say you wanted to eat? Hurry up and eat. Eat up. Everyone is waiting for you to set an example. Large quantities, manageable. You were just in front of the guys, saying that your food was crunchy, so we'd really like to see you eat live on air." Sun Hao looked back at the uproarious crowd, his eyes glazed over. "You guys didn't warn it was to eat these things. What? Don't want to eat again?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Hao as he faintly asked a rhetorical question. No matter how stupid Sun Hao was, he could hear the threatening implication in Yi Chen's tone. He didn't doubt that if he backtracked and said he wouldn't eat on the spot, Yi Chen would definitely have countless ways to make him regret it. No, Instructor Yi, I'm suddenly not hungry now. Can I save it for next time?" Sun Hao squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, just short of crying out. "Wimpy." Yi Chen opened his mouth in disgust and cursed, then turned his head to look at the crowd. "Here's your next meal. When you're done, when you have your next meal. Anyway, these boxes of protein are sitting here, so either you choose to starve to death alive or you choose to eat the stuff." Suing, on the other hand, was nonchalantly pinching a few termites from the box. He then slowly put it in his mouth in front of the crowd, showing enjoyment after a bit of chewing. Nice, crunchy chicken flavor. This could disgust the crowd, but they didn't dare to show it due to Su Ying's instructor status. After swallowing the termites, Su Ying then said slowly to the crowd, "This is the food that Instructor Yi has prepared for you. If you don't want to eat it, then you can wait to starve to death." At the end of his words, Su Ying continued to add, "If you want to be a qualified Special Forces soldier, if you can't even put your mouths on these, you don't even need the enemy to show up. You'll be able to starve yourselves to death." It is important to realize that most of the missions that special forces generally perform are behind enemy lines, and this execution will have to know how long to execute. A long time. Their own dry food will not be enough. It won't be that much better than wanting to live. As long as it was something that would go into their stomachs, then they would have to eat it. Everything is about getting the job done. In wartime, they can think of themselves entirely as a machine that just needs to be able to get energy and run without thinking about the way in which they get it. Chapter 149, So Good It Cries. Just as everyone was hesitating, a voice rang out. I'll do it. Immediately afterward, the crowd was surprised to see Xiaola walk out from the crowd. Staring at the box full of snakes and insects, his face showed a look of determination. Next, Xiaola then closed her eyes and casually grabbed an unknown reptile and slowly put it into her mouth. Since it was the first time, it would be impossible to say that I wasn't scared. Xiaola didn't even dare to chew like Suing did, but instead just gulped down the small reptile in one gulp. Aside from feeling psychologically nauseous, Xiaola was not in any other discomfort. Only then did Xiaola, who had done all this, open her eyes and look at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, that's right, isn't it? Well, you did a good job. Yi Chen gently nodded his head, praising Xiaola for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the others and opened his mouth to curse angrily. A bunch of big old men aren't even as good as a female soldier. What a bunch of losers. A group of male soldiers just stood there getting scolded, all the while grimacing. It's not that they don't want to be nice, but that's a variety of uncooked reptiles. Normal people would cry from fear if they even looked at them more than a few times, let alone eat them while they were alive. Seeing that the male soldiers didn't dare to let out a single fart, Yi Chen casually grabbed a reptile while placing it on his mouth and tearing it. This is your lunch. Eat it or starve to death. You're no better than a bucket of rice. Lei Jining even warned from the side with false kindness. Don't think that Instructor Yi won't see you starve to death. You just signed a death waiver. The crowd reacted instantly. They did just sign the death waiver. If Yi Chen really didn't give them anything else to eat, then it's not beyond the realm of possibility that they'll starve to death here today. Xiaola also began to persuade Lin Ruyan at this time. Ruyan, just think of these as normal food. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, looked at the maggot ants that were still squirming and crawling in the box, and her face went into a panic. I don't want it. These things scare me when I look at them. I don't want to eat them. As she spoke, resistance was even written slowly on Lin Ruyan's face. Xiaola put her hand on Lin Ruyan's hand and continued to comfort her at Lin Ruyan. Ruyan, don't you see that I just ate it too? You won't feel anything if you swallow it directly. Try it a few more times and you'll get used to the feeling. There's a first time for everything. You just have to do it a few times to get used to it. Lin Ruyan listened to Xiao Lei's words before she opened her eyes and mustered up the courage to look at the proteins in the box. Xiaola saw that there was something going on, so she reached in and pinched a few termites out and handed them to Lin Ruyan. Ruyan, try it. Lin Ruyan had just received the termite Xiaola handed over, and the marvelous sensation touched her skin. It made her shiver all over. No way. I can't. Lin Ruyan was still very resistant and had no desire to put it in her mouth. Looking at Lin Ruyan's appearance, Xiao Lei's heart sank, just as she was still thinking about how to help her best sister overcome this training obstacle. Next, Lin Ruyan obediently and violently put the termites into her mouth, and after chewing a few mouthfuls haphazardly, she directly swallowed them. Great, Ruyan, you did it! A surprised smile appeared on Xiao Lei's face. Happy for this brave move by Lin Ruyan, the scene was watched by the crowd. Sun Hao even gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and roared as he stood in place. Asterisk. How can we male soldiers lag behind? Aren't we even worse than a couple of pussies? He uttered the words, not just for the others. It's more about talking to yourself and cheering yourself up. After saying his words, Sun Hao didn't hesitate to aim at a larger reptile, and then he put it in his mouth to frantically tear it. All the while the mouth kept drawing out gaps to murmur, it's so delicious. Instructor Su was right. It does taste like chicken, whether it's chicken flavored or not. Perhaps only those who have eaten it will know. Looking at Sun Hao's crazy behavior, the others were not idle, rushing forward to grab a bite to eat. Only a very small number of people were left on the scene at this point, still frozen in the back watching. Others who had tried it began to kindly advise them up. Hey guys, don't stand back there. Come eat. It doesn't taste as disgusting as you guys think. Yeah, you look slippery. As tender as an octopus. Delicious. Instructor Yi but said that if you don't eat then you can only starve to death. Do you want to be starved to death? Come on guys, try them. They're still good if you fantasize about them as other cuisines. Besides, isn't steak a couple minutes rare? You guys are just going to pretend this is a 0% rare steak. Being so persuaded by everyone, those who were still on the fence then wheedled into action. Some people who are not mentally strong enough to eat for a while, throw up for a while, and then go back to eating afterward. This was better until it gradually adapted. Looking at the image of the crowd wolfing down their food, Yi Chen said to Su Ying and the others at the side, "Look how happy they are eating, and a couple of them are so good they're crying." Su Ying could only half joke as he looked at the image of Sun Hao's face distorted while shedding tears and wildly stuffing something into his mouth. "Instructor Yi, you can't eat such delicious food too often. Won't this be cheap for them?" When he said this, Su Ying was subliminally reminding Yi Chen. He was afraid that Yi Chen would take this kind of thing as everyone's daily meal, and if he really continued to train like this, his body would get sick sooner or later. It is important to realize that these are not suitable as a nutritious meal for people. Now it's also just a way to acclimatize them ahead of time to make sure they can survive in the wild without normal food, rather than starve to death alive. How could Yi Chen not know this? He just smiled faintly. It's true that they can't be cheap, but if any of them make a mistake in future training, they can be rewarded with a meal. Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it was heard by the crowd. The crowd, who were furiously stuffing things into their mouths, instantly shook their tigers. They even secretly swore in their hearts that they would definitely not make any mistakes in the future if they could. They don't want to enjoy this kind of raw food. It's just a double torture in heart and body. Only when all of them had eaten almost all of the snakes, insects and ants in the several large boxes did they stop eating. Looking at some leftovers left inside, Yi Chen grabbed a large chili bar without saying a word and placed it in his mouth to eat as a snack while opening his mouth. Enjoy your feast today. There will be many more days like this to come. Looking at Yi Chen, who was gnawing on a large chili bar in raw form, the crowd immediately had an illusion. This instructor Yi is afraid that he's not more satanic than Satan, right? I'm damned afraid the tattoo on Satan's back is ing Yi Chen. Chapter 150, practicing something as basic as according a gun? No wonder they say it's not the average person who makes it to special forces. Just based on this great meal alone, it would have been beyond the reach of the average person. After the crowd had enjoyed some delicious food, the group began a new day of training. Before training, Yi Chen issued a gun for each person. The crowd touched their long-lost guns and started blowing each other's awesome. I've been using this gun for a long time in the original army. I'm not bragging. I can hit anything within 200 meters. It's only 200 meters. I'm 300. Who doesn't know how to blow awesome? I can still hit an enemy 800 kilometers away. Do you believe me? Not convinced, are you? Come on, compare shooting. Let's see if I don't beat you up. At the same time, there was also speculation as to what Yi Chen meant by giving them guns so quickly. Instructor Yi issued the guns to us so quickly. Is it so we can start practicing shooting? What's the point of practicing this shooting? It's just like that when you hit it. It's good to practice shooting. Don't think I'm the weakest physically, but I'm a great shot. Let's see me show off my skills in front of Instructor Yi. Maybe Instructor Yi's eyes will light up when he sees my talent. Just as the crowd was getting excited, Yi Chen spoke. All of you. What I ask of you in practice today is simple. Just get good at the according gun. When the crowd heard this, each face was slightly displeased. I thought you had to go through some kind of special training to come here as a special forces soldier. So this is it? According to the gun, isn't this just a matter of having hands? I was just thinking about making a big show of it. What's so great about this practice according to the gun? Can't figure it out. The so-called gun retention is similar to standing in military posture. But unlike the military position, an extra gun is added to the hand. And the hand holding the gun must be smooth and steady again. At the same time, gun retention is the basic of the basics in shooting training. Which of the men who came here, except for the 6th Company, were not the original elite of the army? They really look down on this kind of basic training and even think that it is not needed at all. Yi Chen continued to open his mouth and snapped. Since all of you aren't very eager to practice holding your guns, we'll just do a token practice. Before the crowd could speak, Yi Chen spoke out the training requirements again this time. As long as you can hold still for 5 minutes according to your guns, then today's training will be completely finished, and you can go back to rest early after that. The words just fell. The crowd, who had originally scoffed, instantly perked up. Instructor Yi, I love to train according to the gun. Yeah, it would be nice to train like this every day. Only 5 minutes? Instructor Yi, don't look down on us. It's no problem to flip a few times in that amount of time. Come on. Instructor Yi, give us some intensity. I really don't care for these 5 minutes. A number of people even began to fantasize about spending 5 minutes training later. The rest of the day is definitely going to be spent getting a good night's sleep to make up for not getting enough sleep last night. Listening to the crowd speak out, Yi Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. But there is one rule. The moment one of you moves, then those 5 minutes are retimed. Yi Chen had already said his words to this point, but it was obvious that everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Sun Hao even opened his mouth proudly and shouted at the crowd. Brothers, this time we all need to hold together. Stick together for 5 minutes, I'm sure you'll all easily be able to do that and finish today's training early to end it early. The crowd nodded their heads and agreed in bite-sized chunks. Soon, everyone began to line up, in rows, with their guns raised gazing straight ahead, ready to begin the gun stand training. After seeing everyone ready, Yi Chen then gave a look to the auxiliary instructors. Su Ling and the others received the instruction and then started moving towards the crowd. Just when the crowd still didn't know what Yi Chen was up to, Su Ling pulled out a shell casing from his pocket and placed it right above Sun Hao's gun. Fixed. If the shells fall out, the clock resets. It then proceeded to put a shell in the muzzle of the next soldier's gun. With the auxiliary instructors in action, it didn't take long for everyone to have an empty shell casing at the muzzle of their guns. Yi Chen began to press down on the stopwatch at this point. Everyone, the 5-minute clock starts. 5 minutes wasn't a long time, and if they held on they would soon be done. Sun Hao even didn't take this according to the gun training seriously and began to cheer everyone up excitedly. Guys, hang in there, 5 minutes is going by quickly. In his eyes, that 5 minutes of training was nothing compared to an hour. I don't even know if it was to show off that he was able to do 2 things at once, but Sun Hao even boasted about it. It's only been 5 minutes, but I hold the record at 2 hours according to the gun. Back in the day. But before Sun Hao could finish his sentence, the shell casing at the muzzle of his gun fell to the ground with a crisp crash. Sun Hao, pick up the shell casings, and the clock will start again. Yi Chen coldly opened his mouth, even naming Sun Hao. This has caused some discontent among the people. Sun Hao, what are you up to? Still say you can last 2 hours. Don't stop here to brag. This is less than 10 seconds from the start and you failed. I said it's not good for you to train properly? Can you shut your mouth? Don't drag everyone down with you. That's right. You don't want a rest, we still do. When you finish your training you'll be here all day by yourself blowing off steam and no one will care. The good thing was that it had only just started for 10 seconds or so even if they were to recalculate the time, the crowd would be able to barely accept it. But Sun Hao was a bit confused. He didn't understand how he could just not but say a few words and the shell casings fell to the ground so easily. How was he to know that empty shell casings were being placed at the muzzle of the gun by the auxiliary instructors? Even if there is no noticeable shaking, with a casual movement, you are able to shake the shells off easily. This was why Yi Chen had added this cartridge case. Otherwise, in 5 minutes time, someone could not easily notice if the muzzle of a gun was quietly deflected. My bad, guys, I'll stop talking. Sun Hao was very sensible and knew that he couldn't afford to stir up the anger of the crowd. After hastily apologizing to everyone, he replaced the cartridge case on top of the muzzle with the help of Su Ling. 5 minutes. The clock starts. Yi Chen repressed the stopwatch, and then his gaze kept sweeping back and forth over the crowd. This time, no one spoke, and the scene was very quiet. Time also passed little by little as everyone tensed down. The time came to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as everyone was still holding their stance on the gun, a clear voice rang in their ears again. Snappy. Chapter 151, Can the 6th Company roll here? The sound of shell casings falling to the ground hammered the crowd. You know, just now Yi Chen said, as soon as one person can't hold out, then everyone's time is retimed. Obviously, their timing is going to start all over again. Following the sound, it was realized that this time it was a soldier from the 6th Company who had missed. How come it's you 6th Company guys again? You 6 companies aren't here to mess with the mind, are you? If you can't quit, don't torture us, okay? Can't even hold out for 5 minutes. That's all you 6th Company guys can do. If you ask me, the men of the 6th Company should train alone by themselves, or they'll just drag us all down with them. The people were complaining about their grievances and even suspected for a while that the 6th Company was a spy sent by Instructor Yi. If the 6 companies took turns making mistakes, they wouldn't be able to finish the training even if they trained for a day. The men of the 6th Company also knew that they were at a disadvantage, and listening to the group's complaints they didn't dare to retort, and could only cast the group an apologetic glance. Retiming. Yi Chen's face was expressionless, as if he had already anticipated such an outcome. Otherwise he wouldn't have made the difficulty as simple as 5 minutes. Others began to warn the 6th Company. You men of the 6th Company, make no more mistakes. Soon, the clock resumes. Everyone had gradually realized the seriousness of the problem by now, and always felt that the next training would not go smoothly. I don't know how much time has passed. The 5-minute long wait at the moment made everyone feel unusually tormented, fearing that another person would not be able to hold on. Just when everyone thought they were about to succeed, Yi Chen spoke again. Retiming. When these words came out, the crowd followed Yi Chen's gaze. It was found to be still soldiers of the 6th Company, so the long pent-up emotions exploded completely. I say you 6 companies, if you can't do it, get lost. What do you mean you're here to hurt us? If it weren't for you guys in Company 6, we'd have finished training a long time ago. Instructor Yi, We strongly request that the 6th company separate and train with us. What kind of fun colors are you guys? You're not even in the same league as us. Get out of here you guys. On the side of the 6th company, the first few times they were scolded by the crowd they put up with it. But now they are being scolded so harshly and even told to get lost. The men of the 6th company couldn't stand it and disliked them back. That's all we've got. If you don't like it, get lost yourselves. Why should we? Are you guys just great? Unsatisfied to come to do? With all that talk, it would be nice if your strength matched your mouths. We don't deserve it? We're not happy to train with you guys. 6th company is not like the others. The others were all from various units, selected by Yi Chen as elites, and had a bit of a strength base on them themselves. The men of the 6th company, on the other hand, were put into Yi Chen's place to hone their skills for a period of time because of their stinginess. The strength of the men on both sides was itself vastly different, and it was inevitable that the 6th company would frequently make mistakes in training. While watching the crowd bicker, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Since you guys like to argue so much, double the time from 5 minutes to 10. Once these words came out, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. 10 minutes? They couldn't even finish 5 minutes with the 6th company around. Wouldn't 10 minutes be harder? But Yi Chen didn't care about that much. If they continued to argue, Yi Chen wouldn't mind flipping this time again. Until they didn't dare to argue. Except for the 6th company. The others dared to be angry in their hearts at the moment. Even Lin Ruyan opened her mouth in a low voice to Xiao La on the side. Xiao La, why are the people of their 6th company such vegetables? Even if they are vegetables, they are still dragging us down. Apparently, Lin Ruyan was equally displeased with the people of the 6th company. Xiao La didn't support Lin Ruyan this time, but frowned and spoke. Since we're still training together now, there are comrades in arms, and arguing doesn't solve the problem. Xiao La was worthy of being Yi Chen's fiancé. Just by keeping a cool head and thinking about it, they can tell in a nutshell where they are right now. As Sha'era said, when you argue, it only affects the mindset of your comrades, which makes it difficult to meet the standard. Only by encouraging each other, cheering each other up, and holding together can we solve the difficult things we face. Yi Chen didn't care about the complaints of the crowd and ordered everyone to set up their guns before pressing the timer again. 10 minutes. Start. It was only at this moment that the crowd felt Yi Chen's terrifying presence. Even a basic hold fire drill can be played like this. But fortunately this time no one dared to complain, all staring straight ahead without moving. It's only 10 minutes. The men of the 6th company were no match for the others, but they could still barely make it if they got serious. But if they could successfully complete their training this early, then it would be too much of an underestimation of Yi Chen. After only seeing Yi Chen glance at the time on the stopwatch, he waved at Su Ying. Immediately after that, the crowd saw Su Ying actually handing his gun to Yi Chen. A bad premonition spread over the hearts of the crowd. And Sun Hao was in a cold sweat. Xiao La, Instructor Yi isn't going to shoot us with his gun, is he? Lin Ruyan was so close to Xiaoera that even whispering didn't affect the deflection of the gun in her hand. It's possible. Xiao La herself wasn't sure, but judging by Yi Chen's previous style of behavior, it was really possible. It seemed to be to verify Lin Ruyan's words. In the next second, Yi Chen raised his gun and aimed it at Sun Hao. Sun Hao was anxious and shouted in a hurry. Instructor Yi, don't shoot. One of our own. He was afraid that if he said it a second late, Yi Chen would shoot towards him, but also as soon as he shouted that, Sun Hao's hand couldn't stop shaking a little, and the shell casing placed on the muzzle of the gun fell down with it. The 10-minute clock resumes. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao was not convinced, and on the spot, he put down the gun in his hand and glared angrily at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, this doesn't count. You're pointing a gun at me. What if you shoot me if I don't speak? But Yi Chen asked in return. What does it have to do with you if I check my gun? It is under the meaning of words. I check my gun. You check yours. There is no correlation between the two. But you have to move because of that and cause the shells to fall out, then you have to retime. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Hao was naturally furious in his heart, but he could only break his teeth into his stomach and put down harsh words. Okay, Instructor Yi, this time I won't move a muscle no matter what you do, or I'll be a puppy. After saying that, Sun Hao then raised his gun back up, his determined eyes revealing that he seemed to be really moving next. Yi Chen looked at Sun Hao with such a confident look, and a faint smile pulled at the corner of his mouth, then slowly cocked the gun in front of him. Click! The crisp ringing sound made Sun Hao's heart thump, and his mouth even murmured. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Instructor Yi, you're not going to come for real, are you? In the next second, Yi Chen's gun was aimed in his direction, and at the same time, he also pulled the trigger on the gun. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and all those present were startled. Chapter 152. How can you be a special forces soldier with such a small guts? The moment the gunshot sounded, Bullets poured out from Yi Chen's muzzle. The crowd was so disturbed by the loud noise that even the movement of the evidence gun could not help but tremble, and the shells on it fell to the ground. Sun Hao, on the other hand, was even more scared, and his back had long been wet with sweat. Instructor Yi, why did you shoot me? After the fear, Sun Hao wanted to ask Yi Chen for an explanation. That bullet had just hit him right next to his side, scaring him so much that he could barely even hold the gun in his hand, which Yi Chen then asked back lightly. Did it hit you? Sun Hao was first stunned, then subconsciously shook his head. No. So what's the problem? Sun Hao looked at Yi Chen's unconcerned attitude and always felt that there was a bit of nuclear reasoning in the unreasonableness. Without waiting for Sun Hao to speak again, Yi Chen then turned his gaze to the crowd. If on the battlefield, the enemy's guns are aimed at you, would you not be able to hold your gun steady? That one sentence left the crowd speechless. Only then did Yi Chen continue to angrily scold everyone. I just fire a few shots to hear the sound, and all of you are so scared by the sound that you can't even hold your gun steady? At the end of his speech, Yi Chen even scoffed at the crowd. Each and every one of them is as cowardly as a rat, and they still want to be special forces? Simply a bunch of cowardly soldiers. The crowd hung their heads in shame at Yi Chen's words. Everyone, the clock starts again. Whenever you can hold your gun still for 10 minutes today, you can rest. Yi Chen huffed and looked at the crowd with a look of hatred. The crowd had to begin to continue training as well. For the rest of the time, Yi Chen shot at the feet of the people who were training from time to time. At first, everyone would be startled by the sudden gunfire, and the clock would start again, but slowly to the back. After a long period of acclimatization, no matter how much Yi Chen was shooting, the crowd was expressionless and indifferent. Seeing that the gunshots no longer scared them, Yi Chen sent the auxiliary instructors to interfere with them again. Sun Hao, on the other hand, was the most unlucky, and was immediately targeted by Lei Jiming. Only Lei Jiming came to Sun Hao. Just as Sun Hao was wondering in his mind what he was up to, Lei Jiming violently opened his hand into 5 claws and attacked Sun Hao's eyes. Hey! Accompanied by Lei's exclamation of surprise, Sun Hao was startled into taking a step back, and the shell casing on the muzzle of his gun fell to the ground. Can't take a little scare like that? Lei recovered his calm face and looked at Sun Hao contemptuously with his hands behind his back. Sun Hao was afraid of Yi Chen, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Lei Jiming. Being mocked by Lei Jiming in such a way, he immediately retorted in a disgruntled whisper. Instructor Lei, there's no way you can scare people like that. That hand is almost touching my eyes. He admitted that he was indeed startled by Lei's actions, but Sun Hao's heart was also very unconvinced. After all, a normal person would definitely subconsciously dodge when encountering such a situation, right? Nevertheless, Lei Jiming directly quoted Yi Chen's words and spoke to Sun Hao. Did my hand touch you? No. Then why are you backing up? Sun Hao was speechless. Originally, one Yi Chen was already annoying enough, but I didn't expect this Lei Jiming to learn to resemble Yi Chen 3 times. Since the shell casing on Sun Hao's gun fell off, Lei was immediately going to report it to Yi Chen, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was immediately pulled back by Sun Hao. Lei Jiming looked at Sun Hao in confusion, only to see Sun Hao licking a smiling face and folding his hands together to beg Lei Jiming bitterly. Instructor Lei, just don't tell Instructor Yi about this. Let us finish our training and rest properly, please, okay? Hey. When Lei heard this, he was happy in his heart. Raising an eyebrow, he asked rhetorically, are you bribing me? Upon hearing this, Sun Hao thought that there was something in it, so he hastened to change his words. I don't dare to dare. I'm not begging you. Just give us a quiet release once. We'll definitely train well in the future. Lei Jiming, however, waved his hand and spoke bluntly. And don't wait for later, just train now. One sentence completely sealed Sun Hao's desire to curry favor. Immediately after that, Lei shouted. 6 companies of Sun Hao shell casings dropped. The clock restarts. Seeing that the matter had been defeated, Sun Hao could only resentfully relying on his gun. At the same time he could feel the stares being thrown around him. If eyes could kill, Sun Hao would never suspect that he had died hundreds of times. Another time, Yi Chen similarly walked up to Xiao La and said nothing as he watched Xiao La's serious training. When Xiao La's eyes met Yi Chen's, Xiao La couldn't stand it any longer and opened her mouth to Yi Chen with a slight sobbing tone. Stinky man, now you finally remember that I'm your fiancé, right? Xiao La's heart was even more pleased. She thought that Yi Chen had specially come over to see her at this time. Yi Chen heard this, but he opened his mouth seriously. Xiao La, you're still too weak right now. You need to put in harder training than the others to make it work. This was Yi Chen's advice and exhortation to Xiao La. As for why he was doing this, only Yi Chen knew in his own heart. How could Xiao La not hear the concern in Yi Chen's words? Her heart was immediately warmed. It even felt like all the aggravation it had received before was worth it. I knew you stinkers wouldn't forget me. This complacency doesn't matter. What matters is that Xiaola also can't help but smile and laugh. This smile then caused her muzzleloader to fall to the ground again. Yi Chen saw this and immediately opened his mouth with a stern face. Shola shell casings dropped. The clock restarts. When these words came out, Xiao La's heart was suddenly furious. Good. Instructor Yi, you're actually fishing for law enforcement. If it wasn't for Yi Chen coming up and taking the initiative to talk to her and caring about her, she couldn't help but let the muzzle of the gun shift a little bit. When you go into battle, there are all sorts of factors that can affect you, and the only way to accomplish your mission better is to be unaffected. Yi Chen then asked Xiaola rhetorically, could it be that you will be compelled if the enemy uses the beauty trick on you in the future? No way. Xiaola was so angry that her teeth itched, and she firmly spoke, other than you, other men in this world can't compel me. Her heart for Yi Chen was visible in heaven and earth, dedicated and deeply in love. Even if Yi Chen had abused her so much when she first arrived, Xiaola had also never thought of completely severing her relationship with Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen corrected Xiaola, hesitate and you lose. Then Shola is soft on herself. Yi Chen preferred Xiaola to be independent and put her own safety as a priority. In my eyes, you are not anyone's fiancé now, but a soldier. At the same time, I also hope that no matter what kind of things I encounter in the future, even if the enemy I face is me, I will never be soft. Chapter 153, You're in love brain, you need to be cured. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Xiao La's heart was moved. When he saw a hesitant look on Xiao La's face, Yi Chen ignored it. After retiming the crowd's training time, he turned to his next victim. Yi Chen knew Shola needed some time to digest the implications of what he had just said. By the time Xiaola completely figured it out, she would no longer be able to rely too much on others. Others aren't so lucky. Under the rounds of fancy tactics by the crowd of instructors, people were constantly under the influence, which led to a retiming of the training time. Sun Hao even looked up to the sky after experiencing several auxiliary instructors taking turns taking care of him. Jesus, if I'm guilty, let the law take care of me instead of letting them instructors torture me. Lei Jiming watched Sun Hao's collapsing appearance not far away, and murmured with an even sneer, it's still early in your suffering, and you'll suffer even more when it's over. That's all. Under the prolonged torture, the crowd also finally understood why this training only had to last for 10 minutes. It turns out that from the very beginning, this argument training wasn't easy at all. Good on. After a long period of torture, the crowd slowly began to adapt. Even when the auxiliary instructors were making faces and trying to find ways to make them laugh, they didn't budge. Eventually, at the end of the night, Suing looked at the time of the stopwatch on his hand to press pause. 10 minutes is up. Congratulations on completing your training for today. Everyone can put their guns down and rest and relax. After Suing finished speaking, the crowd remained in the action of keeping their guns in place. The numb expression on everyone's face was enough to show that they had briefly lost the ability to think about today's training ordeal. Seeing that everyone didn't move, Yi Chen coldly scanned a circle of people. What? You guys don't want to rest? The words just fell. The numb crowd came back to their senses and put down the guns in their hands, and smiles gradually began to show on their faces. Holy, finally finished training. In the morning I was fantasizing about being able to go back and rest early, so it seems I was naive after all. My arm. I can't feel my arms anymore. When will I get over this kind of day? If I train like this every day, I want to die. Who says it isn't? Just pray that Instructor Yi is in a good mood one day and reduces the difficulty of our training. If I could take a day off, I'd be happier than winning the lottery jackpot. Suing looked at the relaxed appearance of the crowd and lamented in his heart that it was still Instructor Yi's words that were good. It seemed that everyone's fear of Yi Chen had been reflected to their body instincts. Do you guys think that training so hard every day is something that's not worth it? Yi Chen looked at everyone with an expression of not wanting to train, and opened his mouth with a serious expression and asked. The crowd didn't say anything, but it wasn't hard to tell from their expressions that they really didn't want to train so hard every day. Yi Chen then slowly spoke again. Don't think that these trainings are not worth it. When you stick with them for a while, no matter if you remain here or not, or where you go, you will have no regrets because of this time of training. You are not training this for me, but for yourselves. It is you who will become stronger. And even at some point down the road, perhaps your training today may save your lives. Listening to Yi Chen's serious words, it was only then that the crowd finally reacted. With the exception of Company 6, they would have been the cream of the crop in their original unit. Wasn't the reason for coming here just to become stronger and be everyone's pride? Even if it was the 6th company, they wanted to go back and no longer be looked down upon by the other companies, and even become the pride of the entire battalion, and even the entire regiment. Woken up by Yi Chen, everyone stopped complaining about the difficulty of the training. Instead, one by one, their eyes looked firmly towards Yi Chen. their instructor Yi, a man who could lead them on the road to becoming stronger. Yi Chen said these words, and it was only to remind everyone, the rewards of the grueling training were not his, but everyone's. Looking at the fatigue hidden in everyone's determined eyes, Yi Chen decided to stop talking nonsense. That's enough training for today. We'll continue tomorrow. The team was then dismissed and told to go back to rest in various ways. All the way, all the people's minds were filled with the words Yi Chen had said. Lin Ruyan even inquired to Xiaola curiously, Shiara, where do you want to go if you get stronger? Xiaola froze for a moment, then she responded seriously to Lin Ruyan. I want to stay by his side. Ha? Lin Ruyan looked at Xiaola incredulously. Xiaola, you really need to be cured of this love brain. What's so good about staying by his side? Which knew that Xiaola didn't take Lin Ruyan's words at face value. Right now the gap between my strength and Yi Chen's is too great. I'm not looking to surpass him. As long as I don't hold him back I'm already satisfied. The next few days of training. Still according to the gun. Yi Chen began to put the difficulty up. People are also gradually adapting under such conditions. During the day, they ate all kinds of snakes, insects and rats. After replenishing the rich protein throughout the day, it was back to face the auxiliary instructors to complete the gun according to the various scares. The time spent according to the gun is likewise increasing daily. Until the end, they even managed to hold the gun at the same time. Artillery fire whistling in the ears still do not change their faces and insist on a long time according to the gun. A few days later, looking at the glowing crowd, Suing and the others were a bit surprised. I didn't expect that in just a few days' time, that aura emanating from everyone had already completed its metamorphosis. The biggest surprise of all was the commander of the 6th company. He hadn't expected Yi Chen's set of methods for leading his troops. It was simply a wizard among wizards. All the while, he was secretly glad that he had brought all the men of the 6th company over here. The changes in everyone over the past few days are evident to all. When we get back to the army, just the changes in the 6th company over the past few days alone would have put a glow on his face as the commander of the 6th company. Sun Hao didn't even put the snakes, insects and ants in his eyes at this time, and his face was unperturbed as he said to the people around him, leave the long ones to me, and don't all of you grab them, that one's my favorite, smooth and fresh. This was the experience that Sun Hao had summarized over the past few days regarding eating. Snake meat, in particular, is most flavorful when the poisonous bile is removed, or at least it's the most flavorful food among the many reptiles out there. Which Yi Chen smiled faintly. Want some rice? When these words came out, the crowd first froze, and then revealed a look of disbelief. Instructor Yi, is there really rice to eat? Think. Want. I've dreamed of it. Even if there's no food, I can eat a big bowl with white rice. Can we finally eat human food? Woo woo. Chapter 154, finally have rice to eat? Granted. They were no longer very repulsed by the snakes and bugs as meals after a few days of acclimatization. But who wants to eat that awful stuff if there's normal food? Even a piece of bread was a top-notch delicacy that was unattainable in the eyes of the crowd at the moment. Looking at everyone's positive demeanor, Yi Chen then waved at Suing. Suing picked up a handful of stones randomly from the ground in front of the crowd. Then, Suing staged a throw towards the distance. Just as everyone was puzzled, Yi Chen quickly raised his gun and aimed it at mid-air. Bang! 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 After firing several shots in a row, the crowd clearly watched those stones that were originally thrown in midair by Suing were all accurately hit by Yi Chen before they landed on the ground. Asterisk. Instructor Ye's shooting level is so great? I thought Instructor Ye's physical ability was great before, but I didn't expect the shooting skills to be so counterintuitive. It seems like I was superficial before. That's it? Not that I'm bragging, I couldn't hit it with my eyes open, let alone hitting it. I couldn't even count how many rocks were in the sky just now if I had to. Do Instructor Ye's eyes still belong to the normal human fan Tao? Instructor Yi is awesome. Everyone was lamenting Yi Chen's unbelievable shooting skills. Even some of the arrogant soldiers who were already gifted in shooting sighed to themselves. Only after Yi Chen had done this did he open his mouth and address the crowd. You can have rice if you want. What I just demonstrated is your next training. Then, Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth while gesturing his fingers. For every stone you hit, you will receive 10 grams of rice for more work. If you guys want to eat a full meal, as long as you train well to successfully hit the rocks, then it's a breeze to get a full stomach. After Yi Chen finished talking about the rules again, their faces were filled with excitement. At this time all their ears heard was the news that they would be able to eat rice. Report! I demand to go first. Sun Hao can't wait to eat rice, this time actively offering to be the first to become a rice eater. Yi Chen didn't refuse. After letting Sun Hao out again, he casually grabbed a handful of large under uneven stones from the ground and weighed them in his hand. Sun Hao, on the other hand, aimed his gun in mid-air and eyed ahead with a stern look. Seeing that Sun Hao was ready, Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense. Throw it casually into mid-air. It looked like Yi Chen had thrown it into mid-air at random, but the speed at which the stone traveled through the air was very fast. Sun Hao hurriedly dropped his gun and tried to find a target in the air, but after he swung the gun from side to side in a circle, he could never manage to aim it. In the end, before he could fire a single shot, all those stones that Yi Chen had thrown into mid-air also smacked down on the ground. Sun Hao's move like this made the crowd boo. Cut. Sun Hao, you can't even hit this. Can you do it or not? Can't do it and you're still trying to be tough, and you're a vegetable and a fun lover. Come on down. Don't embarrass yourself up there. I'd be fine if it were me. That's right. How can you be so good as to go up and waste everyone's time? There are so many stones, and you can't even hit a single stone. If I were to do it, I wouldn't say I hit all of them. At least I wouldn't be able to hit a single one like you. Did you come up as the Joker in poker and actually manage to make everyone laugh? Listening to the mockery of everyone below you, Sun Hao blushed and retorted. You guys have a good mouth. Up and down a closed can blow flowers. You guys can do you come up so much nonsense. Just now Sun Hao was also holding the same thought, thinking that coming up and hitting a few randomly would be satisfying. One stone is able to get 10 grams of rice. Hit a few at a time. Practice a lot. And by the end of the evening you can put together a few bowls of rice anyhow. But when he actually came up and tried it he realized, fantasy is beautiful. Reality is cruel. Those stones themselves were small, and when they were thrown in mid-air, it was exceptionally difficult to catch the traces of the stones with the naked eye. Not to mention being able to utilize the gun in your hand to hit small rocks that move quickly through the air. Sure enough, the next second after Sun Hao finished his retort, one of the male soldiers didn't believe it and stepped forward on the spot. Sun Hao, you come down. Replace me up. Dish, just admit it. What good is a hard mouth to you? Buddy, pretend to believe even if. Don't fool yourself too. The male soldier just couldn't believe it. Was it so hard to hit a few rocks in a pile? Even if you close your eyes and fire a few random shots into a pile of rocks, you might get lucky and hit a few, right? It was impossible to be like Sun Hao, who didn't even have the reaction to shoot. Sun Hao didn't insist this time, but looked at the male soldier with a cold smile. Okay, if you can hit one, I'll write the word Sun Hao backwards. Sun Hao was well aware of how difficult this was, and had his own backbone to be able to say this. More confidence came from Yi Chen. He believed that the methods Yi Chen had them train in would only get harder and harder each time, and not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After saying his words, Sun Hao slowly returned to the group and coldly watched the male soldier walk up. The male soldier didn't take this training too seriously, but casually gunned up his muzzle and said to Yi Chen, Instructor Yi, I'm ready. Yi Chen nodded slightly and once again threw a handful of stones into midair. Sun Hao, on the other hand, stared at the male soldier, noticing that he went from a slack-jawed expression at the beginning, to gazing intently, and then to panic at the end. Little man, aren't you very capable? Go ahead, why don't you shoot? Sun Hao laughed coldly in his heart, waiting to see this male soldier's joke. When the stone in midair ran out of energy and began to descend towards the ground, the male soldier finally fired. Bang! 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 3 shots were fired in a row, followed by the stones all falling to the ground. The male soldier then turned his gaze towards Yi Chen and opened his mouth to inquire with a fluke in his heart. Instructor Yi, how many shots did I get? Yi Chen's face went cold as he slowly said, not a single shot. Others may be more or less blind to it, but Yi Chen's eyesight was extremely terrifying. The stones in midair and the speeding bullet trajectories were infinitely slowed down in his eyes. With just one glance, Yi Chen concluded that the male soldier had fired indiscriminately. For the ones that held a fluke like this, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't have a good face. After that male soldier heard Yi Chen's answer, he still pursued the question undeterred. Did you really miss a shot? Instructor Yi, is there a possibility that you looked blurry or didn't notice? He remembered that he had obviously fired his gun towards the pile of rocks, and he could have gotten away with hitting one, to say the least. Suing heard this from the sidelines and became enraged. Get the hell down. Disgraceful thing. Even if you missed yourself, how dare you question Instructor Yi here? The male soldier could only be described in his eyes in one idiom. Shameless. Chapter 155, If you're a vegetable, practice more. In the eyes of the auxiliary instructors, even they didn't dare to casually question Yi Chen. How dare he, a small male soldier? Lei Jiming even took a step forward and shouted angrily at the male soldier. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Is it possible that you have better eyesight than Instructor Yi? Did you see how many you hit? Although they were auxiliary instructors, their dynamic vision was also much worse than Yi Chen's. Of course, that was only compared to Yi Chen. They could still see the shots fired by the male soldier, none of which hit the gravel. The bullets were bigger than the rocks, so it was basically impossible to hit them by chance. The The male soldier's face rose to a pig's liver color when he was reprimanded like that, but he didn't dare to retort, so he slipped back into the crowd. There were also occasional whispers from the crowd, all mocking the male soldier's lack of self-importance. Just this? That's it? That's it? I thought I was so powerful. But I'm even worse than Sun Hao. Other people's Sun Hao didn't fire a single shot, but you can't even hit with 3 shots. You're even more of a vegetable than Sun Hao. Ha 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 ha. I thought I was going to show a big one, but I didn't realize I was pulling a big one. If you don't have the strength, don't learn from others who are in the limelight. You have to be scolded back by the instructor before you die, right? Instructor Ye's training specializes in treating every dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Sun Hao was in the crowd. How could he let go of this good time? If I remember correctly, the male soldier was the one who screamed the loudest at the time, so he put on an exaggerated expression and shouted derisively in the direction where the male soldier was. Yo, isn't this as good as having hands? Brother, why did you come down so quickly? Don't you want to show us your real strength? I know, this is not your real strength. Brother, you usually show the mountains and not show the water. We can't enjoy the blessing of this group of ordinary people. The male soldier knew he was in the wrong, so he could only keep his head down and not talk, letting the crowd taunt him, while murmuring small consoling words under his breath. Say what you want, you'll forget about it after a while anyway. After having Sun Hao and the male soldier's demonstration, Yi Chen next had them practice in their own teams. Lei then spoke slowly to the crowd about today's training. Today you practice with each other in groups of 2. When you think you are qualified, come to us for a challenge. 1 stone 10 grams of rice. It is up to you to decide if you can eat rice tonight. As long as they practiced with each other, they could approach Yi Chen or the auxiliary instructors to test them when they felt it was appropriate. You get 10 grams of rice for hitting 1 stone, 20 grams for hitting 2, and so on. Otherwise, if everyone came to Yi Chen for practice, I'm afraid the people in the back won't have a chance to eat rice a month from now. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, was undoubtedly grouped with Xiao La. Everyone started practicing intensely in full swing in the area Yi Chen had planned. Lin Ruyan said to Xiao La, Shiera, you practice first, and I'll throw the stone for you. Xiao La smiled gently and didn't push back. Good. It's the same for whoever practices first anyway, just a matter of before and after. When Xiao La was ready, Lin Ruyan even made a point of asking, Shiera, are you ready? Aha! Shiera nodded. Then, Lin Ruyan threw the stone up high. For her part, Xiao La was staring intently at the mid-air stone while holding her gun up in an attempt to aim. But when the stone fell, she never fired a single shot as Sun Hao had done before. Lin Ruyan worriedly came to Xiao La and inquired in confusion. Shiera, why didn't you just shoot? Lin Ruyan hadn't tried it before, so she naturally didn't know the difficulty of it. Xiao La, on the other hand, was seriously thinking, and then responded uncertainly to Lin Ruyan. The stone is too fast for me to catch its entire trajectory with my naked eye right now. In order to be sure of her suspicions, Xiao La said to Lin Ruyan, Lin Ruyan, try it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Ruyan to respond, he walked towards the distance, then grabbed a handful of stones randomly from the ground. Although Lin Ruyan was full of doubts, she still racked her gun to aim it in mid-air. As the stone was thrown into the air by Xiao La, and then the stone landed on the ground, Lin Ruyan didn't fire a single shot, but gradually understood Xiao La's intentions. She took the lead when Xiao La came back again. Before Xiao La could say anything, the stone is too fast. We can't even see the stone's trajectory in the air right now, let alone try to hit it with the gun in our hands. Ruyan, you think so too? Xiao La was pleasantly surprised to see that Lin Ruyan had found the key to the problem at once. It seems that his suspicions were not wrong. I don't think we should be thinking about hit the rocks right now. Zora spoke with certainty. She believes that the only way to better acclimatize to the speed of a rock in midair is to cycle through it, step by step, before she needs to start trying to shoot it next. Lin Ruyan was a bit puzzled and looked at Xiao La. If we don't practice shooting stones, then what do we practice? That was a difficult thing to say to Shiera. Only Xiao La stood in place and thought for half a minute before a sudden flash of light came to her mind. I know, Ruyan. We can practice seeing the number of stones first. How do you practice? We'll take turns practicing by grabbing a handful of rocks from the ground and tossing them in the air, memorizing the number of rocks before we hit the ground. Xiao La's words just fell. Lin Ruyan's eyes were bright, joyfully pulling Xiao La's small hand excitedly. Shiera, that's a great idea. I think we can try it. Say action. The two stopped talking nonsense and got down to business. This time, it was up to Shiera to travel to the far side and count the stones after grabbing a handful from the ground. 17. Ha! After confirming the number of stones, Xiao La then threw the stones into the distance in front of Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, put her gun aside and opened her eyes wide while staring at the stone in midair. while starting to count silently in her mind. After the stone hit the ground, Xiaoera inquired, Ruyan, how is it? Did you see how many stones it was? Lin Ruyan began to think back carefully, then replied uncertainly, 12. Hearing Lin Ruyan's answer, Xiao Lei's heart flashed with disappointment, but she still put on an encouraging face and said, Ruyan, the total number of stones I just threw up was 17, but your answer is pretty close. With more practice I guess it'll be fine. Lin Ruyan nodded, again only slightly disappointed. Mind you, they are still only making a preliminary attempt. When you find the right method, you will naturally not lag behind others in your training. Chapter 156. Xiao La is still smart. Just as the two of them, Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, started practicing throwing stones, Lei and the others noticed the movement over here. What are these two girls, Lin Ruyan, doing? How can they practice without even holding a gun? Lei frowned, his face full of confusion. These words similarly attracted the attention of Suing and Yi Chen. When Yi Chen looked at the two Xiao La, he guessed what they were doing with just a single glance. Although Suing was not as good as Yi Chen, he also understood the meaning of it after just a moment. These two, Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, are quite smart. Suing couldn't help but marvel in admiration, but he confused Lei Jiming. Smart? In the spirit of curiosity, Lei Jiming hurriedly hemmed and hawed and asked Suing after him. Old Su, why do you say they are smart? Tell me too? Suing blankly glanced at Lei Jiming before this revealed the mystery. Instructor Yi, this training, not simply training them to shoot, which also contains their dynamic vision training. Want to shoot the stone? Dynamic vision in this regard must first pass. It's only just begun training, and the two of them, Xiaoera, were able to find the key problem in it. This intelligence is already far beyond the others by a large margin. After hearing Su Ying's explanation, Lei came to a realization. As the saying goes, you should put on your socks before you put on your shoes. And if you want to hit a constantly moving rock in midair first, you have to be able to see the trajectory of a thumb-sized rock first. Dynamic vision training is at the same time a skill that special forces must be proficient in. Realize that on the battlefield the enemy will not stand still for you to fight. Even in some missions, the targets may often be more than just running people, fast-flying drones, and so on. If you can't pass this aspect of dynamic vision, you're not going to be able to shoot well. Yi Chen, on the other hand, gazed at Xiao La in the distance. Nice and grown up. There was perhaps no one present who wanted Xiao La to improve her strength more than Yi Chen. Lei looked at the reactions of both Suing and Yi Chen, obviously knowing that this contained dynamic training, and another doubt rose in his heart. Instructor Yi, then why don't you just tell them that they need to train their dynamic vision first, and wait for their dynamic vision to reach the standard before they start practicing their guns? Suing couldn't help but lightly curse when he saw how many questions Lei had. You're the only one with a lot of questions. Where do you get all the whys? Are you 100,000 whys? However, Suing wanted to know in his heart why Yi Chen didn't do what Lei Jiming said. Wouldn't we get through the training faster if we told everyone? Being scolded by Suing like this, Lei just wanted to shut up. In the next second, Suing then turned his head to look at Yi Chen again. Instructor Yi, just tell Lei Jiming what your intentions are in doing this, so that he can realize how much of a fool he is. Lei reacted on the spot as soon as he heard this. Good wow you, old Sui, it's obvious that you want to know yourself, and you're using me as an excuse. He had been with Suing for so long. Could he not understand what kind of character Suing had? It was obvious that Suing himself wanted to know, but he used him, an innocent person, as an excuse, just because he couldn't get in the way of asking Yi Chen directly. Shut up you, I'm not even trying to answer your questions? Suing glared fiercely at Lei Jiming, defending his face. Looking at the two quarreling and bickering, Yi Chen just opened his mouth indifferently. Know why I didn't tell them? I don't know. Suing and Lei Jiming and the others shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Yi Chen didn't intend to hide it from Suing and the others. Since they wanted to know, then it was fine to tell them. It was just a matter of smooth talking. Only Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth to tell the reason. Sometimes the process of finding a way to do that is a test for them. It dawned on the crowd. Only Lei Jiming seemed to understand as he looked at Yi Chen. Oh, so that's how it is. But, Instructor Yi, does this have anything to do with the reason you don't tell them the correct training methods? Suing looked at Lei Jiming's foolish appearance and became angry, only to see him slap a palm on the back of Lei Jiming's head, cursing lowly at him with hatred. Instructor Yi doesn't tell them because he wants them to find the right training method through their own efforts. Suing had just understood the intention the moment Yi Chen finished speaking. Yi Chen was nothing more than a test for the crowd. Sometimes it is necessary to know how to be flexible on the battlefield, rather than rigidly pursuing one path. It was as if they were now, with the exception of Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, who had both found the correct training method. The others are still trying to hit the rocks one after the other, which is simply not the most correct way to train. At the rate they were training, Perhaps after a long period of time it was possible to barely succeed. But ultimately, it didn't work as well as Xiao Lei's two men, who started training with dynamic vision first. That's how it works. Only after hearing Su Ying's explanation did Lei finally understand Yi Chen's good intentions. At the same time, he admired Yi Chen even more in his heart. I didn't expect Yi Chen's every move to be superfluous. No wonder it was possible to surpass them even in rank in such a period of time. The other side. Sun Hao was still training each other with the men of the 6th company. Finally, after another failure, Sun Hao shouted angrily at the soldiers of the 6th company who were training with him. Can you not throw it so fast? Are you trying to keep me from finishing my training? Who can hit it if you throw it so fast? The 6th company soldier who was scolded by Sun Hao were convinced and similarly disliked Sun Hao back. This is the speed I have. You love to practice or not? You can't even hit me with this speed. And you still want to pass instructor Ye's test? The soldier from the 6th company continued after a pause. Besides, my speed of throwing stones is much slower compared to instructor Yi. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to set the stone in midair for you without moving to aim? This dislike left Sun Hao speechless. The truth was just as the 6th company soldier had said. The speed he threw wasn't as fast as what instructor Yi had just thrown. But even so, Sun Hao still couldn't hit even one of the stones. This couldn't help but make Sun Hao's heart beat with anger with nowhere to vent it. Just then, the 6th company soldier who was training with him suddenly looked at one of the directions in a daze. This allowed Sun Hao to finally find a reason to give a scolding to that 6th company soldier. Hey, what are you looking at the others for? Do you want to train or not? If you don't want to train, let me do it. You don't want to eat rice, I still want to eat it. If you keep slacking off like this, I'm going to go and snitch on instructor Yi. But when Sun Hao said a whole bunch of things in a row, the 6th company soldier looked as if he hadn't heard them, and remained motionless as he looked into the distance. Out of curiosity, Sun Hao followed the soldier's gaze. Immediately afterward, he was equally baffled. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 157. How can you practice if you don't even hold a gun? The direction that Sun Hao and that 6th company soldier were looking, it was none other than Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Only to see that both Xiao La and Lin Ruyan had lowered their guns and took turns throwing small stones into the air, while the other one just watched without even lifting the muzzle of his gun. After looking at it for a while, Sun Hao returned to his senses nervously and opened his mouth to the 6th company soldiers on the side. These two stupid ES. They can't be training stupid, can they? The soldiers of the 6th company on the side also nodded their heads, looking at the two of them in the distance without even holding a gun. It didn't even conjure up the training piece. No. Sun Hao pondered for a moment before patting the 6th company soldier on the shoulder before continuing. I have to remind these two stupid ES not to waste their time like this. Although he had had an argument with Lin Ruyan before, but now that it is over, they are comrades in arms. Out of the goodness of his heart, Sun Hao felt obligated to remind his comrade. Pricks are pricks, but often such people are the most affectionate. When Sun Hao walked in front of the two Xiao La, Lin Ruyan stared at Sun Hao with bad eyes. Sun Hao, what are you doing here? Sun Hao looked at Lin Ruyan's vigilant appearance and forced down the displeasure in his heart. Hey, what's the point of you guys training like this? How can you hit a rock without even holding a gun? What's this got to do with you? Sun Hao, I'm telling you, don't be a nosy bastard like Wang Bao. We don't need you to tell us how to train here. Lin Ruyan could whisper to Xiao La, but don't forget that her own personality was rather spirited, and she immediately and pugnaciously continued to rage at Sun Hao. Dogs with rats mind their own business. If you've got nothing better to do, get off to the side and find some mud to play in. Don't get in our way here. Sun Hao was scolded by Lin Ruyan. It was only after a long time that he slowed down. His face flushed red as he huffed at Lin Ruyan. Train as much as you like. It's a dog's dinner. Sun Hao wasn't an illiterate person. Looking at Lin Ruyan scolding her with proverbs quoting scriptures here, Sun Hao naturally choked back in the same way. At the moment, he was really suffocating in his heart. Putting aside his previous prejudices himself, he took it upon himself to come and remind these two silly ES. I didn't realize that these two stupid ES in his eyes not only didn't appreciate it, but also opened the door to give him a scolding. Thinking of this, Sun Hao was so angry that he turned around and left on the spot, while opening his mouth very harshly. Kindly come over to remind you two not to train like this. Wasting time for nothing. Don't listen even if you still scold me. Good intentions are fed to the dogs. Listening to Sun Hao's self-talk, Lin Ruyan's anger came up in the same way, and she gave another output to Sun Hao's back. Who are you calling a dog? You're the dog. Aren't you the one who took the initiative to come up here and bark? I saw that you look like a human being, but I didn't expect that your mouth would be a dog's language, and that you would say something that people wouldn't understand. Lin Ruyan's fire was getting the better of her, completely ignoring the words from Sun Hao's mouth that he was coming to remind them. But Xiao La, who was silent on the sidelines, heard everything, and immediately called Sun Hao to a halt. Sun Hao, wait! When Xiaola shouted so, Sun Hao really stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the two of them without any good humor. Have a fart. Looking at Sun Hao's attitude like this, Lin Ruyan wanted to continue cursing twice. I say, why are you such a rude person? It's obviously you who came over to us. And now this attitude. What? We owe you ah. Or, before Lin Ruyan could finish her sentence, Xiaola pulled Lin Ruyan back. Ruyan, forget it. Only after Lin Ruyan didn't say anything did Xiaola take 2 steps forward to Sun Hao. You came over here to remind us that the way we train is a wasted effort? Xiaola looked at Sun Hao seriously and inquired in a gentle tone. Or what? Sun Hao raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Xiao Lei's attitude wasn't as impulsive as Lin Ruyan's, his tone softened. You guys don't even hold a gun like this. How can you train? Don't you want to eat rice? Looking at Sun Hao's appearance, how could Xiaola not understand? Sun Hao was kindly reminding them to come. Only Lin Ruyan's attitude was too impulsive. Plus he was in the way. That's why they just got into a fight. But this also made Xiao Lei's heart very funny, and even a little high on Lin Ruyan and Sun Hao. But Xiaola still told Sun Hao truthfully. Sun Hao, we're training like this too. Training? Sun Hao froze for a moment, then said with a face full of disbelief. How can it be training with you guys like this? Ghosts will believe you guys. Which knows that this simple sentence. But once again, Lin Ruyan can be annoyed. Coldly laughed and said, Xiaola, don't talk to him so much. He's stupid himself and still refuses to admit that others are smarter than him. After saying that, Lin Ruyan made a gesture that she was about to go forward and wrestle with Sun Hao again. Luckily, Xiaola was quick on her feet and separated the two with one hand. Enough! Do you want to cause everyone to be punished together? Xiao Lei's words managed to calm the two of them down, even with some fear. Luckily, Xiaola had just stopped them and didn't let the two fight. Otherwise, it would be like the last time. And the moment Yi Chen came over would be the moment they suffered together. Fighting and brawling with each other is a serious violation of military discipline in the army. After stopping the two, Xiaola then continued. Sun Hao, did you train with a gun for so long that you can hit a rock? No. Sun Hao looked at Xiaola with some surprise. I didn't realize that Xiaola actually knew about the fact that she had missed the stone. But next, Xiaola told the truth. Because your training with a gun was wrong from the start. Wrong? Sun Hao was dumbfounded and didn't understand why Xiaola said their training methods were wrong. But Yi Chen told them to train like this. Xiaola could tell at a glance that Sun Hao had doubts in his mind. Instructor Yi only said that we should hit the stone, but he didn't say how we should train to hit the stone. Did he? Sun Hao thought back and realized that it was really true, when he subconsciously nodded his head. Xiaola then only continued. That's right. In fact, our training methods have always been wrong. To hit a stone you have to start training by training to see the stones in mid-air. Like the two of us, Ruyan and I, we are training to be able to count how many stones have been thrown into the air. Only training to be able to clearly remember the number of each stone. In the back to be able to predict the trajectory of the stone. To do these 2 points, and then with some shooting skills, want to hit the stone is not a difficult task. Listening to Xiao Lei's analysis, Sun Hao suddenly woke up like a dream. From the beginning, he had thought that Xiaola and Lin Ruyan were too stupid, yes. But how could he not realize that after all, he had a small pattern? I didn't realize that the really stupid person was myself. So Sun Hao clasped his hands and thanked Xiaola. Chapter 158. Sun Hao doesn't seem to be that bad. Sun, will remember this favor. After saying that, he turned around and went back. Looking at Sun Hao's contented departure, Lin Ruyan was a bit puzzled. Turning her head, she inquired about Xiaola. Xiaola, why did you tell him about this? Wouldn't that be a cheap shot for that bastard Sun Hao? Xiaola, however, smiled and soothed Lin Ruyan's disgruntled emotions. Ruyan, I know you don't like Sun Hao, but think about it. Just now Sun Hao was kind enough to come over and remind us both. The fact that he can have this kind of heart shows that he's not a bad person. So telling him how to train next can be considered not owing him anything. Listening to Xiao Lei's words, Lin Ruyan then realized that Sun Hao did just come over to remind the two of them with good intentions. However, Lin Ruyan still gave a haughty cold snort, and then opened her mouth with her heart in her mouth. We don't need him to remind us. Forget it, don't bother with him, Zola, let's continue training. Aha! Xiaola answered, looking at Lin Ruyan's appearance. How could one not guess that Lin Ruyan had slowly begun to let go of her prejudice against Sun Hao in her heart? After the sisters sent Sun Hao away again, they continued to start training. Sun Hao sighed. When he returned to his original training position, the 6th Company soldiers looked at Sun Hao with a giggling look of curiosity. Hey, Sun Hao, what did you do in the past? Is it hard not to pick up a treasure? He had just watched Sun Hao walk over with his own eyes. And then he saw Lin Ruyan and Sun Hao's mouths keep opening and closing with unhappy faces. From a distance, although they couldn't hear what was going on between them, the soldiers of the 6th Company were able to conclude that the two men must have had an argument. Only what he didn't understand was how Sun Hao, who was originally arguing with the two 1 second, could come back with a giggle the next. Hearing the 6th Company soldiers' inquiry, Sun Hao subconsciously nodded his head. That's right, just picking up the slack. Ha ha! Having found the correct training method, this was undoubtedly picking up treasure for Sun Hao. What's the catch? Under the curious questioning of that 6th Company soldier, Sun Hao this told him all about the training methods he had gotten. As expected, the 6th Company soldier's eyes widened after hearing this, and the surprise that appeared on his face was the same as when Sun Hao returned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's train quickly. The 6th Company soldier even began to rush up Sun Hao, who wanted to eat hot rice earlier. However, Sun Hao was not in a hurry, but opened his mouth in a very sentimental manner. We've got to share this with the guys in 6th Company. We can't leave the rest of the brothers in the dark. When that 6th Company soldier heard that, he also reacted and nodded his head in agreement. Right. You can't forget your own brothers with such good news. The two then spread such training to the entire 6th Company. Company 6 is passing outward to the others. Some of the people who were still prejudiced against the 6th Company were all shocked and looked in the direction of the 6th Company after they learned that this news was coming from the 6th Company's side. Remorseful that they had been so hostile to the soldiers of the 6th Company earlier when they had been at gunpoint. Then everyone on the scene stopped holding a gun and just started practicing by counting the number of stones. This scene was also taken in by the auxiliary instructors supervising from afar. Lei Jiming instantly became anxious and pointed at the people who were training in the distance and said to Yi Chen, "Instructor Yi, that Sun Hao is too inhuman to spread the training methods." Lei Jiming was aware that Yi Chen was going to let them figure out their own training methods. However, Yi Chen's face was unchanged as he faintly spat out two words from his mouth. "It's okay." Hearing the words Yi Chen was fine, Lei Jiming was even more dumbfounded. "Instructor Yi, what is this about?" Yi Chen, however, wrapped his hands around his chest and opened his mouth like gold. "It's part of their training." "What?" Lei shook his head, confused. "Instructor Yi, what kind of training method is this?" He thought about it for half a day, but couldn't figure out how it related to training again. However, Suing was able to see the clues and immediately answered Lei's doubts. "Lei Jiming, you're still young. Do you understand what this is called?" "It's called teamwork." Hearing Suing pointing at himself, Lei also finally understood. The so-called teamwork is to share what you know with your comrades to achieve mutual help and win-win situation. Instead, everyone is hiding individually, and it's very difficult for a collective with no cooperation like that to go far. Lei Jiming's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Yi Chen at this moment. He couldn't figure out where exactly Yi Chen was a genius. It was as if every step was under Yi Chen's control. The time came in the afternoon. One by one, after a morning of dynamic vision training, the crowd began to try to pick up their guns and shoot the stones that were thrown in midair. Bang! 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 Shiera fired several shots at the stone in midair, only to frown tightly when it hit the ground. Lin Ruyan came next to Xiaola and said with a face full of congratulations, "Lara, you're great. Now you can hit 5 stones." Instead, Xiaola was displeased with her grades, pulling out a smile in a far-fetched manner. "But this score doesn't even shoot half of them." Or not. By now they had long been able to see with their naked eyes how many stones had been thrown in midair, and were even able to see how many they had hit. The pile of stones that Lin Ruyan had just thrown into the air was a full 13, and he himself only hit 5 of them. According to the rules set by Yi Chen, this was the only way to receive 50 grams of rice. How can you have a full meal when you don't even have enough to stuff your teeth? "Lara, let's practice again. Maybe we'll hit all the targets later." Lin Ruyan comforted Xiaola and then continued to encourage. "Look, right now, we're the only two with the top scores on the entire training ground, and some of the guys haven't even started practicing with their guns yet." But Xiaola was shaking her head. "Others are others. We are us. We can only compare upwards. We can't compare downwards. Otherwise we will only regress and never progress." Listening to Xiao La's words, Lin Ruyan felt that it also made quite a bit of sense and continued to train again. The time came to night. Yi Chen gathered everyone this together and slowly opened his mouth after scanning the crowd. "Want some rice?" "Yes," the crowd replied in unison, each expression carrying excitement. With the results of their training day, eating a bowl of rice would not be a problem. Sun Hao even threatened in the afternoon that he had practiced the skill of hitting 100 shots. Looking at everyone's high emotions, Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Thinking is useless. You must prove by your actions that you are qualified to eat rice." He then divided the people present into 11 groups, corresponding to each of the auxiliary instructors, including the 6th Company commander, who were responsible for testing the results of their training. The crowd all stood on guard, secretly praying that they would not be assigned to Yi Chen's group. There was no way around it. The power of fear Yi Chen brought to them was too great. Chapter 159 Good guns don't fall into the hands of trash. Unfortunately, Sun Hao was assigned to Yi Chen's group. Looking at Sun Hao, who wanted to hide in the back, Yi Chen immediately drank him down. Sun Hao, here, come here. You're the first to test. Yes. Sun Hao had no choice but to come before him with a bitter smile. When Sun Hao came to the front, he revealed a look of confidence as he heatedly smiled at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, throw more stones. I can hit 100 shots now. Let me have a big meal of rice. Oh, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly as he looked at the innocent Sun Hao in front of him. So confident? Sun Hao did not see the meaning of Yi Chen's words, but proudly puffed out his chest to continue boasting. Even if I didn't hit all of them, my hit rate is at least more than half. I'm going to eat this rice today. Seeing this, Yi Chen no longer engaged in too much nonsense with Sun Hao. Get ready. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao slightly tightened his smug face. The gun was then raised and aimed in midair. Yi Chen, on the other hand, casually grabbed a handful of small stones and threw them into midair. On the other hand, on Sun Hao's side, he raised his gun and took serious aim in midair. But the next moment, he realized a serious problem. It's nighttime. Even though the surroundings were illuminated by Yi Chen with a strong lamp, the vision at night was always limited and not as clear as it was during the day. When the stone was thrown into midair, even when Sun Hao put up his best effort, he could only vaguely catch some of the residual shadows left behind by the stone. Not daring to delay too much, Sun Hao opened his eyes wide and barely confirmed the trajectory of a few stones before raising his gun and firing rapidly. Bang bang bang! After firing several more shots, Sun Hao then lowered the muzzle of the gun in his hand with a tired face and inquired to Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, how many did I hit? Had it been daylight, he would have naturally been able to determine how many stones he had hit. But now, at night, he couldn't always even see, so he could only pray that he'd hit a few more rocks when he just fired at random. But Yi Chen was different. Even in the case of night, he was also able to bring the scene into view, seeing it more clearly than in daylight. Only Yi Chen taunted Sun Hao without mercy. Get lost and go over there and collect 20 grams of rice. I didn't think 20 grams of rice would fill you up. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Hao was dumbfounded. Only hit 2 rocks? He wanted to continue to ask questions, but after meeting Yi Chen's eyes, he could only obediently go to the side to receive 20 grams of rice. When Sun Hao received 20 grams of rice, he looked at the large white rice that was not yet as big as the palm of his hand. Sun Hao ate all of it in one bite with tears in his eyes and put it in his mouth to slowly savor the long-lost delicacy. Just when Sun Hao thought he was the worst off, a 6th Company soldier stood next to Sun Hao eyeing him. Sun Hao, is the rice good? As he spoke, the 6th Company soldier couldn't help but gulp. Sun Hao closed his eyes and slowly enjoyed himself while nodding without raising his head. Not bad, but unfortunately just a little less. He then ate the rice into his stomach before looking at the 6th Company soldier. Brother, how many grams of rice did you receive? This casual remark froze that 6th Company soldier in his tracks. Only then did that 6th Company soldier smile awkwardly against his will. I don't like that stuff. I just like to eat some meat for protein. He. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao instantly reacted and looked at the 6th Company soldier with contempt. If you miss, you miss. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say that? From that 6th Company soldier's mere words, Sun Hao guessed that he hadn't even hit a single stone. The so-called meat was nothing more than the snakes, insects and rats that Yi Chen had given them to manage. That stuff. Even if they've been able to accept it. But who in their right mind likes to eat that stuff if they have an alternative? Being broken down by Sun Hao like this, the 6th Company soldier's face became embarrassed and began to force himself to make excuses. If it wasn't so dark right now, I wouldn't be able to miss a shot. Sun Hao listened to the 6th Company soldier's complaints and nodded with deep concern. Right. If it hadn't been for the darkness, I wouldn't have received only these 20 grams of rice. At the moment, they can have a deep hatred for the darkness of the sky. Not only the 2 of them, but one after another. All the people who had completed the firing inspection at the instructor's place, more or less grumbled about the time. The night confused them. If they were put in daylight, they could have hit better. So a number of people began to grumble up at the instructors. Instructor, why did you put it at night to check our training results? It's not the same as during the day at all. I've been doing so well during the day that I was going to eat a big bowl of rice. The environment is so dark, you can't even see. How can you hit it? That's right. I just couldn't even see the rocks. I froze and didn't fire a single shot. So it looks like I'm going to have to eat those awful things raw again. Instructor, why don't we change the training to tomorrow? Listening to everyone's complaints, Yi Chen simply responded with a few words. No way. Suing even angrily scolded the crowd. What? You can't hit the enemy at night? Haven't you bunch of losers ever thought to look at yourselves for the problem? Being scolded by Suing. All of them lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to make another sound. The two with the best scores in the room were Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Both of them received a large bowl of rice each, and were envied by the people next to them. The next couple of days, the crowd's daily training routine consisted of hitting small rocks that were thrown into mid-air. Such boring days only stirred their numb hearts in the evening when they received their rice. Until after a while, each of them has reached a state of minor success with dynamic target capture. Yi Chen knew that their training was almost complete, and it was time for the next step. Early one morning, Yi Chen took out a new model sniper rifle and fiddled with it in front of the crowd. Looking at the dominating gun body and the high-precision sights on it, the crowd's eyes glazed over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of gun is this? How come I've never seen one before? Look at this sniper rifle. It's much more advanced than the ones we used to train with. I really want to try my hand at it. We're not just going to practice sniper rifles next, are we? Looks like I didn't come here for nothing. It was worth all the pain I suffered before. Yi Chen fiddled with it for a while in front of the crowd before speaking to them. It's a good gun, but a good gun should never be in the hands of trash. Chapter 160. Have the instructors lost it again? The crowd's faces were dry and hot, because they understood that the trash people Yi Chen was talking about were them. Before they had gone through some special training to become a qualified special forces soldier. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Only after watching everyone lower their heads in shame did Yi Chen continue. The next part of your training is simple. I'll be dropping some random targets within your firing range and you'll have to add a kilometer to your pull if you land a target. After saying that, he asked Suing and the others to distribute the sniper rifles. After waiting for people to hand a sniper rifle, Sun Hao touched the metal feeling pulled full of the gun body. His eyes are blooming. However, in order to understand the rules clearly, Sun Hao couldn't help but inquire. Instructor Yi, is it true that all of us shoot together and if we don't hit the target, we'll add a kilometer to the stretch? Right. Yi Chen gave them an affirmative answer. The crowd instantly cheered. This is not simple? There are so many of us. One of us can casually fire a shot easily enough to have a hand on it. It feels like this time, Instructor Yi is deliberately letting water off the hook for us. He. What's so hard about that? Let's get this straight. I'll hit the targets you can hit, and I'll hit the ones you can't. I've just seen this sniper rifle. The accuracy is so high that as long as you're not blind, it's easy to hit the target. Stop it. I can't wait to get started. There are so many of them. How many are the instructors? In their eyes, even if the instructors threw items in any direction at random, they only needed a small portion of them to be able to react, and hitting the target wasn't a difficult task. After Yi Chen finished talking about the rules, he arranged for the crowd to lie down in the demarcated area and warned them, you can only stay in this area. If you leave this area you are in violation. After getting assurances from everyone in droves that they would not go beyond this area, it was only then that Yi Chen stayed in the pre-dug trenches in the distance with the auxiliary instructors. According to Yi Chen and the auxiliary instructors would hide in the trenches and throw targets out from the inside from time to time. They just need to patiently watch and wait, and when the target appears they can shoot at will. If the target is not hit until it falls to the ground, it is subject to an additional kilometer of pulling afterwards. Seeing Yi Chen and the others had entered the trenches, the crowd was already rubbing their hands together, impatiently watching the snow. Sun Hao was even more excited. Brothers, let's work harder this time, but don't let anything go wrong again, which was countered by the others as soon as his words left his mouth. Sun Hao, don't chatter here. Which time was it not your sixth company that had the first problem? Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that you're comrades in arms, I wouldn't have been able to stand it. It doesn't matter. This time, even if you 6 companies don't shoot, we can still finish the training just the same. You 6 companies can just sleep on the side. You can't participate in such a scene. You 6th company men are dispensable, so I'm afraid you won't even get a chance to shoot later. The 6th company soldiers listened to the crowd's taunts, their faces green and white, but they can't refute it. After all, what the others had said was true. They had held everyone back many times over the course of so long a company. Seeing his own brother being looked down upon, Sun Hao tried not to affect the momentum of the soldiers of the 6th company. Then he opened his mouth and addressed the soldiers of the 6th company. Brothers of the 6th company, let's perform well this time and not let people look down on us again. As soon as this statement was made, it was immediately responded to by the soldiers of the 6th company. Right, let's compete for once this time. Don't let people look down on us. Brothers, show them that our 6th company has its own advantages. Asterisk. This time we, the 6th company, must take all the targets alone and not give them a chance. If you dare to look down on our 6th company, let's prove with real actions that our 6th company is not a liability. The group then lay down on the snowy hill, and after racking their guns they looked carefully through their scopes. All were pumped up and waiting for the instructors to throw their targets out of the trenches. This side of the trench. After only seeing Yi Chen arrive with the auxiliary instructors, he leaned against the slope of the trench and closed his eyes. Lei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Instructor Yi, aren't we training them? Aha! Yi Chen hummed lightly and adjusted a comfortable position before continuing to rest with his eyes closed. But this made Lei look puzzled. If it's a training exercise, why don't we throw out those bottles and cans? After saying that, Lei also pointed to one side, the various bottles and jars that were prepared. These empty bottles were used to train Sun Hao and the others. Yi Chen's initial plan was to throw these bottles and cans out to give the crowd a target to shoot at. Su Ying, on the other hand, impatiently told Lei to shut up. What are you yelling about? When it's time to lose it, Instructor Yi will naturally tell us. What's the hurry? It's not like we're training you. Hearing Su Ying's words, Lei shut his mouth on the spot. At the same time, his mind recalled those days before Sun Hao and the others came here, when they were trained by Yi Chen to the point of exhaustion every day. Thinking of this, Lei couldn't help but physically tremble twice. This was in the middle of a snowy day. With every bit of time that passes, the guys were on the ground, motionless, racking their guns. The originally black hair was covered with a thick layer of snow. To add insult to injury, frost began to build up at everyone's eyelashes. Lin Ruyan was so cold that she couldn't stand it, and while trying to restrain her body from shaking, she inquired in a low voice to Xiao La, who was at the side. Xiao La, did Instructor Yi forget that there is such a thing as training? I don't know. Xiao La was not sure at the moment. Her breath was weak and she could barely spit out 3 words from her mouth. The others were not much better off than the two of them. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen had warned them that they couldn't leave the position they were in without authorization, maybe they'd been hiding from the snow for a long time. On the side of the 6th Company, the soldiers were dumbfounded and wanted to go to the trenches to find out what was going on. How come Instructor Yi and the others haven't acted yet? Is there some kind of accident? Couldn't have fallen inside the trench and passed out. Could he? How is it possible? Can it be that 10 instructors including our company commander are unconscious at the same time? Then why isn't it moving? Didn't they say they were going to throw targets at us from the inside? In the end, it was Sun Hao who calmed everyone down. Everyone just be quiet and wait. There must be Instructor Ye's own arrangements for doing this. For some reason, Sun Hao vaguely guessed something. I don't know. At this time, the instructors, led by Yi Chen, were resting in the trenches. Chapter 161, firing indiscriminately without seeing the target. Toward evening, as the sun was about to set, the crowd had long since been frozen to stiffness one by this overwhelming snow and ice. If you looked close enough, you could see that each of them was breathing rhythmically. Only their eyes were tired from the long wait. Just then, Yi Chen opened his eyes and spoke to Su Ying and the others after looking at the sky. Action! Su Ying and the others received instructions and immediately manhandled the bottles and cans toward the rest of the trench. The whole trench was a kilometer long with some twists and turns in the middle. Doing so makes it convenient that none of the random locations the instructors appear in will be regular. Once everything was in place, Lei took the lead and pulled out an empty bottle, whispering to himself in a heated voice, "Little brats, the enemy is coming." When he finished speaking, he threw the bottle in his hand with great force toward the outside of the trench. Lei concluded that after such a long wait, perhaps the crowd outside had long since let their guard down, which would make it impossible to hit this sudden target. After 2 seconds, just as Lei was estimating how long it took for the bottle to fall, a loud gunshot rang out. Bang! It was followed by the sound of an empty bottle breaking. The sound of gunshots resonated throughout the environment, which brought the crowd to its senses. Who fired the shot? Sun Hao was almost sleepy enough to fall asleep when he was suddenly startled by the gunshot. Most of the congregation present were like Sun Hao, so they looked in the direction of the loud noise they had just made. Only Xiao La stared unblinkingly at the scope on the gun. Her determined eyes were enough to show that she had fired that shot just now. The crowd snapped to attention at this point. The instructors struck. Sun Hao let out a low gulp, then similarly looked through the scope, constantly observing the situation in the snowy ground in front of him. From time to time, bottles were thrown from various places on the snowy open snowfield. Sun Hao aimed at one of them and then fired after determining the trajectory. Bang! Having just fired a shot, Sun Hao was horrified to find that it didn't hit. So he rushed to load the gun and was about to add a second shot when he realized it was too late. Just had to watch the empty bottle fall to the ground like that. Done. The 1 mile pole fell to the ground. Sun Hao murmured. Those on the sidelines were a bit disgruntled. Sun Hao, what's wrong with you? Can't even hit this? Just as Sun Hao wanted to retort, empty bottles proceeded to appear in the field of vision. It was too late to mix things up, and he hastily lifted his gun to take full aim. Well, this one he managed to smash. As the frequency of Yi Chen and the others increased, The sound of gunshots at the scene also continued one after another. Some of the leaks went unnoticed and just let their targets fall to the ground. The sound of the rising and falling guns shook the crowd in the room with excitement, as if they were on the battlefield. Everyone is enjoying that thrill of the blow. It was not until nightfall had completely fallen that this hearty shooting exercise came to a satisfactory conclusion. Yi Chen told Lei to fire a flare. At the moment the flare went off, several shots rang out again. This couldn't help but make Lei start to admire Yi Chen while feeling a pang of fear. Instructor Yi, it's fortunate that you have this method, or else we would have been the ones who just got beaten up, long before this shooting practice began. Yi Chen then told everyone that firing a flare represented the termination of the training and that there was no need to shoot. And just now, the crowd, under high tension, saw the flare and didn't react for a moment, but still fired a few shots in the direction of the flare. It's not out of the realm of possibility that if the instructors were to probe out, they'd be beaten to a pulp. Then Lei once again fired 2 consecutive flares, confirming that there would be no more gunshots when. Only then did Yi Chen lead the group slowly out of the trench. Assemble! Yi Chen blew a whistle and yelled in the direction of the crowd to gather. Only, at this time, Yi Chen's tone carried a slight huff. When they heard the assembly whistle, all of them got up sharply and shook off the snow on their bodies, and then all of them ran all the way to the assembly place. One of the 6th Company soldiers patted Sun Hao on the shoulder and comforted him. It's fine, Sun Hao. You've gotten into trouble not once or twice anyway. It's not so bad this time. When he finished speaking, he too got up and hurried towards the meeting place. Only Sun Hao was left looking at that back with a panicked expression, cursing in a low voice. Asterisk. Don't say anything if you don't know how to talk. Apparently, one of those shots just now was fired by none other than Sun Hao. After the crowd had assembled, Yi Chen asked the instructors to check the condition of the scene to see how many bottles were unhit, and only then did he turn to the crowd with an angry face. Who fired those shots at the flare just now? It was the first time the crowd saw Yi Chen so angry, and they were all too scared to say anything. Seeing this, Yi Chen once again increased his tone. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Are you cowards? Once this was said, Sun Hao then braced himself and said, Report! There was a shot fired by me. Looking at Sun Hao's courageous attitude of admitting his mistake, Yi Chen revealed a smile. Very well, who else? The one who just shot. Step forward. Then, in addition to Sun Hao, several other people came out together to Yi Chen. After confirming that the number of people and the number of shots just fired were the same, without saying a word, Yi Chen went up to Cuckoo and gave each person a kick. Several people, including Sun Hao, had their entire bodies fly backwards a few meters after receiving a kick from Yi Chen. This was still the case where Yi Chen had collected his strength. Otherwise these few feet could make them unable to get out of bed for 10 days and half a month. Seeing several people lying on the ground and continuously wailing, Yi Chen then coldly and angrily rebuked the several people. You're addicted to shooting, aren't you? Can't tell friend from foe? Bunch of losers. Next time I'll shoot you all. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's foresight, those shots might have hit one of their own. The reason why Yi Chen was so angry was that a few of them shot indiscriminately without even looking at the target before firing. That's a big no-no on the battlefield. You know, if you don't give them a lesson, what if your teammates suddenly come out from a corner and accidentally injure yourself on the battlefield later? Lesser cases suffer a bit of gunfire resulting in various aftereffects, or a teammate dies on the spot. Sun Hao and the others knew how serious a mistake they had made, and even after being gassed by Yi Chen they could only lie on the ground and show their pain. Just then, the instructors all returned. Before the instructors could open their mouths, Yi Chen said to Su Ying several times, Go! Give each of them a kick in the ass to teach them a lesson. As soon as Su Ying and the others heard this, they came to Sun Hao. Su Ying then hit the head and took the lead to add another kick against Sun Hao. Mother asterisk. Shooting even your own people. Tweak the last one and then move on to the next one. I'll let you remember this for the rest of your lives today. Rubbish. The instructors, including the commander of the 6th Company, each took turns going up to give Sun Hao and the others a complimentary kick. The scene wailed and 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 then gradually died out. Chapter 162, 200 kilometers of exercise. At this moment, Sun Hao and the others were in severe pain, with only a faint breath left to prove that they were still alive. Yi Chen wasn't worried at all that they would be seriously injured. With him, multiple injuries can be recovered quickly. The crowd watched their misery and were secretly glad that they had reacted quickly enough not to shoot at the flares. Otherwise it would be them lying on the ground at this point. Only after doing this did Su Ying come to report in front of Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, there are 200 targets that weren't hit at the scene. Yi Chen's anger had mostly subsided at this point, and after hearing this news, his brows furrowed once again as he coldly swept a circle of the crowd. So many people, And you managed to let slip 200 targets? If it were the enemy, you'd be dead already. You know, Yi Chen had prepared thousands of empty bottles this time. Together with the commander of the 6th company, there were 11 men in all, and one man only threw about 100 targets out. Just like that, there were still 200 targets that hadn't been hit. This group of them are trained as special forces. In many cases, it was often the norm for dozens of people to take on thousands of enemies. Not to mention that this time the targets were nothing more than empty bottles that wouldn't fight back. Hearing Yi Chen's reprimand, the crowd was somewhat ashamed. They lacked coordination and tacit understanding, and often one target was being focused on by more than one person, which led to the 200 targets left that weren't being hit in mid-air. If Shaola hadn't been the first to realize that the target had appeared, they might have missed more targets in silence. 200-kilometer pull tomorrow. Yi Chen stopped talking nonsense and announced the results to the crowd. Everyone wanted to die when they heard that. What's 200 kilometers? I'm afraid that when they finish running, their legs will no longer be theirs. But it couldn't be helped. Yi Chen had told them before that they would run for as many kilometers as they missed the target by mistake. It's a 200-kilometer extreme stretch that they'll have to run tomorrow if they don't want to. After Yi Chen finished disbanding the team again, the crowd didn't know who was the first to speak up on the way back, causing the otherwise depressing atmosphere of the scene to liven up. Hey, didn't you guys in Company 6 say you were going to get all the targets this time? How come there are still 200 wrong targets? That simple phrase instantly stirred the emotions. That's right. I've heard you 6 companies laying down big words about how you're going to bag all the targets. Everything you 6 companies say is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You can say it but you can't do it. The guys in Company 6 just love to talk big, making me think at the time that this training was solid. I'll be a puppy if I believe a word you 6 companies say from now on. You 6th company guys are real tough talkers. You just like to brag, don't you? The others were all disgruntled with 6th company because of tomorrow's 200-kilometer extreme pull. So everyone didn't miss this chance to taunt the 6th company just to vent their frustrations. But the men of the 6th company were not accustomed to them, and immediately disliked them back. We admit that we, the 6th company, did say those things, didn't you? At the time, I was listening to you guys say that you didn't need our 6th company. What? Is this what you mean by not needing us? Without our 6th company, you'll be running more than 200 kilometers tomorrow. Right, we're the only 6 companies that love to talk big, and you guys haven't? Laugh it up. At least we in Company 6 aren't like you guys, always dumping the pot on someone else. What happened to our strength being close? But we don't dump or complain. Don't you guys have any problems complaining here with our 6th company afterward? If you have the guts, go complain to Instructor Yi. Ah, pussy. Being rebutted like that by 6th company, everyone fell silent once again. The truth is just as 6th company said. Everyone in the room is not off the hook for this 200-kilometer extreme stretch. It's just a matter of mixing things up here. Sun Hao was even worse, being held up by a few soldiers from the 6th company before he could walk on the road. This time he was surprisingly silent as well. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his face had swollen to the point where he couldn't even speak. Early the next morning, Yi Chen then gathered the crowd together. Once the crowd had assembled, Su Ying and the others also came back from the distance in their trucks at this time, and after getting out of the car, they went to Yi Chen's side and opened their mouths. Instructor Yi, everything is set. As they watched the instructors return from the outside, there was some confusion in the minds of the crowd. By the looks of it, I wonder what the instructors went out to do so early in the morning to get back to the base at this time. But a bad feeling had long risen in the hearts of the crowd. They knew that whatever the instructors had gone and done, all in all it was definitely not something good in their favor. Aha! Yi Chen nodded his head and hummed lightly, then looked at the crowd. All hands, target, 200-kilometer limit pull, go! Then it was under the leadership of Su Ying. All of them headed towards the route set by Yi Chen. The entire route is 200 kilometers round trip through deep forests. Moreover, Yi Chen only let Sun Hao's crowd carry a day's worth of dry food on them. Apparently this was intended to be an extreme stretch of 200 kilometers for them to complete in one day. The crowd was livid, but they could do nothing but do as they were told. At first, everyone had basically the same idea in mind. Since it was a 200-kilometer pull, it would be better to run as slow as possible in front of it, so as to save enough energy. But if it's really what they want, then it's not exactly extreme stretching. Not to mention, Yi Chen wouldn't even do what they wanted. Su Ying glanced back at the crowd that was jogging and couldn't help but turn back and curse angrily. Are you a bunch of cripples? Running so slow. All of you speed up for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for coming over and giving you a few kicks. Listening to Su Ying's angry scolding, the crowd slightly increased their speed, but only slightly. Sun Hao even hid in the crowd and whispered triumphantly, "Don't be afraid, everyone, It's hard to believe that Instructor Su will really give us all a kick. They were so many people. Even if one of them got a kick, the tired ones are definitely the instructors. As the saying goes, the law is not against them. They believe. As long as they were united, even Instructor Su couldn't do anything to them. That's what made the sixth company a prickly company. Seeing that the crowd had only increased their speed by that much, it was completely optional. Su Ying's fire came up on the spot and took out the killer. Instructor Yi. They're too slow. Since he couldn't control this group of people, Su Ying believed that Yi Chen could definitely control them. Sure enough, just as Su Ying had finished his report to Yi Chen loaded his gun while walking to the center of the group. Then, under the crowd's horrified gazes, Yi Chen aimed for the team's feet with a burst. Da 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 da. The bullets tilted out, startling the crowd. Chapter 163, Why are you shooting at nothing? As the shots rang out, the crowd was afraid that the bullets would hit them. Everyone's footwork has improved dramatically. After firing a barrage of bullets, Yi Chen then rushed at the team and shouted angrily, "Who else doesn't want to run fast? If you're slow, you'll stay and get shot." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd didn't dare to slow down in their speed, but ran as fast as they could. Looking at everyone's positive appearance, Su Ying was satisfied in his heart. It's still Instructor Yi's teaching style that works well. When the soldiers in the front row heard Su Ying's words, their hearts were speechless. Can it be bad? That bullet almost hit them. While the crowd was still running forward at their maximum speed, Yi Chen continued to say at the back, "Now, the practice is to simulate a wartime situation, and there will be all kinds of dangers waiting for you on the road. Not only do you have to arrive at your destination as fast as possible, but at the same time, you have to be constantly observant of your surroundings." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Hao snorted. "Where's the danger? Can a run kill us?" Only he spoke in a whisper, grumbling at best. If he had to be in front of Yi Chen, he wouldn't have dared to say those words. Everyone thinks the same as Sun Hao. They all think that it is only 200 kilometers of training. Where's the danger in that? Except that it could wear them out? But soon, they knew what the danger Yi Chen was referring to in his words. When the crowd arrived at the foot of a mountain, Su Ying led the crowd about to head up the mountain. "Next, you will go over this mountain." The crowd couldn't help but look at Su Ying in confusion just after he finished speaking. "Instructor Su, next to the road. Why don't you go this way from the road? We naturally don't have a problem with going over the mountain, but you see this mountain looks like it has a road. Besides, how dangerous the mountains are. What if you lose your footing and fall off a cliff? Instructor Su, I suggest you take us all around the side path and forget about it. There's no need to fight with this big mountain. Yeah, it's so cold now, and there are so many unknown dangers in the mountains. It's better to do less than less." "I agree. Head to the side road around this mountain and forget about it." Hearing everyone's words, Su Ying's face darkened and he was just about to snap. The gunshots rang out again. Da 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 da. After emptying the magazines, Yi Chen scanned the crowd with a cold face. "It's a time of mock war. Go whichever way you're told. What's with all the nonsense? If it really comes to wartime, taking the flat avenue is very easy to be ambushed by the enemy. Only in these deep forests is it relatively safer. However, even if it is a deep forest, it is very likely that it contains a crisis, and one should never let down one's guard." Forced to fear Yi Chen, the crowd had no choice but to follow Su Ying headlong into the deep mountains. On the way up the mountain, Sun Hao somehow sensed that the instructors seemed to be leaning toward the back of the group intentionally or unintentionally. Even Su Ying, who had led the way at the front at the beginning, had quietly come to the side of the team at this point. Sun Hao, who noticed something was wrong, whispered a reminder to the people around him. "Brothers, there is definitely danger in this mountain. Everyone be careful." However, the people around him were laughing at Sun Hao for being paranoid after hearing his kind reminder. "Sun Hao, it's just a mountain. What's so dangerous about it? See how scared you are. Come hide behind me. In case a mosquito flies out later and bites you, won't it kill you? Ha 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 ha. Sun Hao, why didn't I realize you were so funny before? Such black jokes can be told. It's hard to believe that you have a fear of heights. It's just a big mountain in the district. There are so many of us here. What are you afraid of? Even if a tiger shows up, we can fight it off." Sun Hao saw that his well-intentioned reminder was instead taken as a laughingstock by everyone. His face then reddened with anger, and he fiercely put down a sentence. "Suit yourselves. If you don't listen to your father, you'll suffer." Then he sulked alone and stopped talking. The others, however, did not take his words seriously, and continued to trot leisurely and quickly all the way forward. Soon, the crowd arrived in the middle of the mid-mountain. Just as the crowd was making their way forward, Yi Chen, who hadn't noticed the middle of the group in the slightest, slowly pulled out a controller. The moment Yi Chen pressed the controller, There were several figures moving quickly through the woods. Even the leaves on the big trees were covered with thick white snow in the deep mountains where the snow had just fallen. The sudden appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone be careful. There's something. Sun Hao opened his mouth and reminded the crowd. And they all stopped in their tracks with full concentration to stand on guard. When everyone saw that the fast-moving thing on either side was just a fast-moving target, it was all a false alarm. It's just a moving target that scared me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did there ever get a moving target around here? Oddly enough, I thought it was some kind of beast. False alarm. Where's Sun Hao? Hello, Sun Hao. Is this what you call danger? Ha 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 ha. I don't know who's so boring as to put a moving target here. Just as the crowd was discussing it, the gunfire resumed. Each shot was accompanied by a moving target being successfully knocked down. And the gunfire didn't stop until all the moving targets on either side of the perimeter had been knocked down. The crowd followed the sound of the gunshot and realized that it was actually the two of them, Lin Ruyan and Xiao La, who had fired the shots. So everyone blamed the two Xiao Las. You two female soldiers, what are you firing for good reason? I don't even know who owns this target. You guys are shooting without anyone's permission. What if they come after you? Even if you want to get addicted to guns, you can't just see a target on the road and shoot it. You two wait to be scolded by the instructors. You're in for a treat. Usually the ones who love the limelight are the first to suffer in these situations. Right at this moment, Yi Chen took the first step forward to kick a man who had just spoken. Boo! The man flew out backwards and fell to the ground innocently looking at Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, why did you kick me? I wasn't the one who fired the gun just now. Which Yi Chen, with a huff, angrily rebuked the soldier on the ground. Just because you didn't shoot, so you deserve to get your ass kicked. Afterward, Yi Chen waved towards the auxiliary instructors. They kicked at the crowd one by one at the same time. Everyone at the scene, except for Xiao La and Lin Ruyan, were kicked to the ground by Yi Chen and the others. It was also at this moment that Yi Chen opened his mouth. All of you made a very serious mistake. Instead of knocking down the enemy the first time it appeared, you stood still and watched the show. Bunch of losers. If it was a real enemy, you'd have all been killed in action at this moment. After cursing, it was then that the crowd finally reacted. It turns out that these moving targets were set up by the instructors. Chapter 164 Gambling with Your Life? Looking at the confused crowd on the ground, the anger on Yi Chen's face increased, and he kicked again at the nearest Sun Hao. Take what I say for a fart. Right now you are simulating wartime times and those are your enemies. The enemy he was talking about was the target that had just moved quickly. Sun Hao received a kick more than others for no reason, and his innocent expression showed no tears, but he didn't dare to say a single fart at this time, for fear of annoying Yi Chen who was in a rage. Only after scolding the crowd did Yi Chen turn his gaze to the two of them, Xiao La and Lin Ruyan. Xiao La's heart was delighted, and she was even mentally already waiting to receive Yi Chen's praise. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen just spoke faintly with an expressionless face. Xiao La and Lin Ruyan did the right thing, shooting at the enemy at the first opportunity. Not receiving Yi Chen's praise, Xiao La had a lost expression on her face, but soon, she reassured herself in her mind. What does it say about the two of them that everyone else has already gotten a kick in the pants but them? It showed that Yi Chen had her in his heart. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao La's face once again. Su Ying, on the other hand, impatiently urged up the crowd. Bunch of losers, get your asses up and move on. So the group moved on again. Along the way, moving targets popped up from time to time from both sides, and even some of them were mounted very stealthily in the trees. The good thing was that there were so many of them that there were several people watching in one direction. Even when appearing in a hidden position, they are always spotted and knocked down in time by the crowd. It lasted until they went over the hill and the moving target mechanism disappeared. The crowd walked for a long time after not seeing another moving target. Sun Hao then breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Finally no more. They had just come all the way here, but they had been maintaining a highly tense state, fearing that they would be reprimanded by Yi Chen if they were slow to fire. When the person next to him saw Sun Hao letting his guard down, he kindly reminded him, Sun Hao, now is not the time to let your guard down. Cheer up. Sun Hao, however, did not take it for granted and opened his mouth as he walked towards the front. I'm pretty sure there are no more targets here. If there were I'd. Before the words were finished, the soldiers of the 6th Company on the side immediately pulled Sun Hao with force, preventing him from moving on. Sun Hao's entire body leaned back when he was pulled so violently. If it wasn't for someone holding him back, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the ground. Immediately, anger surfaced on Sun Hao's face and he yelled at the man, What are you pulling me for? You're looking for trouble. Nevertheless, that 6th Company soldier did not pay any attention to Sun Hao, but slowly crouched down and carefully observed the ground. Due to the fact that 6th Company soldier stopped in his tracks, Coupled with the fact that Sun Hao was being yanked by him like that, the entire horde was blocked by the two of them, and for a moment they actually brought the group to a halt. Only, when they saw everyone stop, the instructors surprisingly didn't make a sound to scold them, but the people who were blocked were not happy about it. Fearing that they would be scolded by Yi Chen for delaying the trip, they yelled at the people in front of them. What's going on out front? Are we going or not? Get out of the way if you're not going. Don't block the road. Hey, why are you squatting down? You're not tying your shoes, are you? We don't have laces on these shoes. Hurry up and go. Grind it out. Wait for Instructor Ye's bullets to sweep our way. What kind of name? They do not go, still blocking everyone together cannot go. You kid looking for whippet? That 6th Company soldier ignored the constant urging coming from behind him, and instead, he stared and observed. After a while, when he confirmed what those were on the ground, his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly pulled Sun Hao back a few steps, while shouting from his mouth, "There are mines! Minefield ahead!" When these words came out, the crowd was instantly confused. What? A minefield? The instructors didn't plant it again, did they? There's no need to doubt that the instructors must have buried it. It's a good thing we didn't go forward, or else we'd be entering a minefield that wouldn't be a big, dead man? This time you guys from the 6th Company kind of saved our lives, and we'll never speak of your 6th Company again. I was quite optimistic about your 6th Company from the start, and sure enough, you 6th Company men didn't let me down. Sun Hao's back was even wet with cold sweat. Looking at the 6th Company soldier in horror, he apologized again and again. I'm sorry brother. I just misunderstood you. Brother, don't take it to heart. I'll apologize to you now. I'm sorry. If it wasn't for that 6th Company soldier, Sun Hao was afraid he would have stepped on a mine. He didn't want to gamble on whether those mines were real mines or not. It's fine if it's fake, but what if it's real? Sun Hao didn't want to lose his little life here. Just then, someone in the crowd said something. Fear what? Maybe all the mines in this minefield are fake. It's just to scare us. You know, landmines are no joke. They really didn't believe that the instructors would dare to lay real mines. If one of them had accidentally stepped on a landmine, they would have ended up with pieces of their people, if not dead. The others chimed in. That's right. What's so scary about fake mines? Let's just be careful when we cross this fake minefield. Even if we accidentally step on it, what can we do? Brothers, don't be afraid. Even if they're real mines, I'll go up and roll them with my body and drain them all for you. Ha 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 ha. Don't dawdle. Let's go. Sun Hao, you some fake mines, you afraid of what to be afraid of? And not really. Who would lay real mines here? Those targets just now were fake. Can it be that these mines would still be real? Go. Let's go. Don't delay. If we don't get back in time, we'll go hungry. Listening to the urging behind him, even Sun Hao, who had just felt backlash. At this point they all became hesitant, wondering if those on the ground were real or fake mines. Just then, Yi Chen walked to the front of the group and stared at Sun Hao as he coldly opened his mouth. Sun Hao, go! Bet your life on whether or not these mines are fake. Ha! Sun Hao first froze for a moment, then his body subconsciously wanted to use his feet to carry out what Yi Chen said. Next, Yi Chen picked up a stone and threw it with force not far away. The stone bounced on the ground with inertia a few times before touching one of the mines. Boo! Along with the sound of a huge explosion, sand and stones flew up in the sky at the scene. Sun Hao's one foot that had just stepped out immediately retracted, and he couldn't stop his forehead from sweating furiously. Suing also opened his mouth at the side and sneered at the crowd. Do you really think we don't dare to lay real mines? Don't forget you signed a death waiver. It was at this point that the crowd snapped to attention. They just signed the death waiver not too long ago. Chapter 165, that's a real mine. The crowd that was waking up as if from a dream looked at Yi Chen with fear in their gazes. Sun Hao was even more fearful and took a few steps back, looking at the mines not far from his feet in horror. Mines are actually real. Instructor Yi, playing so big, are you really not afraid of something happening to us? Sun Hao, who had survived the calamity, patted his chest while turning to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, frowned and asked Sun Hao in return. It's not like something happened to me, so what am I afraid of? Sun Hao was speechless at Yi Chen's rhetorical question. Thinking carefully, he realized that what Yi Chen said actually made some damn sense. Their instructors planted the mines and they know exactly where they can't go. But Sun Hao is different. If he's not careful, he'll step on a mine. After signing that death waiver, the instructors can't be held accountable for even dying here today. This was Special Forces training, not a greenhouse flower incubator. And deaths and injuries in the crowd were inevitable. The others in the group naturally noticed the scene that just exploded, and their faces changed drastically. Holy, it's a real mine. Where's the brother who just said he'd use his body to clear minds for us? Why don't you squeak at this point? That's right. Where's that brother? Where is he? Come out. Why can't we find him? Hey, I just saw with my own eyes that you said you were going to use your body to clear minds. Who are you looking for now? Isn't that what you said yourself? Nonsense you. You must have misheard that the one you saw was a half-brother who looks similar to me, right? Everyone watch out for the minefield ahead. I don't want to die here. Only the instructors knew that the minefield ahead hid a mystery. Some of the mines were fake, while some of the real mines needed to be operated by remote control in order to be detonated. This was what Yi Chen had specifically arranged, in order to prepare for everyone to practice their guts. Cut the crap and keep moving for me. Yi Chen crossed his eyes. After firing a few shots abruptly towards the sky, the crowd moved again, heading for the minefield. The front is headed by Sun Hao, he assured the man in the back. Brothers in the rear, follow me closely, don't fall on the wrong foot. The people in the back were staring nervously at the previous soldier's heels while constantly reminding Sun Hao, Sun Hao, our little lives depend on you, don't take us to our deaths. What bro said to you before was all a joke, don't take it to heart. If you have any grievances you speak up, bro apologizes to you. Sun Hao, do you know that one wrong step is one wrong step? Every step you have to be careful. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. The brothers are supporting you. Remember to tell the guys if something's not right. Don't let introversion get you in trouble. Listening to everyone ranting and raving after themselves, Sun Hao felt a pang of annoyance. Okay, you guys just shut up. If it affects my judgment, then I won't be responsible. Sun Hao's words were really good. The air, which was still noisy, instantly quieted down. All of them followed Sun Hao nervously. Every time Sun Hao landed a foot, the person behind him immediately followed, stepping on the same one. It's a good thing it's winter at this point, not long after the snow has fallen. Each of their footsteps makes a mark, making it easy for the person behind them to make sure they haven't gone to the wrong place. Just as the crowd came to the middle of the minefield with fear and trepidation, Yi Chen once again pressed the remote control in his hand. Boo! Not far from the group, a remote-controlled mine triggered to create an explosion. Fortunately, some people were merely caught by the shockwave and were not physically harmed. But this could have startled the crowd, could have been screaming and muttering. Holy, who messed with something to trigger the mine? Who the hell is it? Step forward, and get out of the line if you don't want to live. Don't jeopardize everyone. Lean north. Do you know this is scary? Is it too late to go back? I don't want to go forward. Don't let me find out who that man is, or I'll have his ass. Just as everyone mumbled. Yi Chen, on the other hand, called Lei Jiming over in a serious manner. Lei Jiming. Yes. Lei Jiming arrived in front of Yi Chen and looked at him with a confused expression as he inquired. Instructor Yi, you called me over here, yes? Yi Chen made a wink towards Lei Jiming. Then he spoke coldly. What's with the mines? Those timed mines I told you to plant. How come they exploded so fast? Listening to Yi Chen's reproachful tone, Lei Jiming instantly understood in seconds. Then he pretended to show a look of panic and stumbled towards Yi Chen. Timed mines? I thought all the mines you gave me were the same, so I just buried them randomly. After saying that, Lei Jiming even deliberately pulled his neck and raised his tone to ask for Yi Chen's forgiveness. Instructor Yi, I really didn't do it on purpose. I merely forgot. These words were actually addressed to Sun Hao and the others. As expected, after hearing Lei Jiming's words, the crowd exclaimed, Instructor Lei, you can't mess with us like this. Is our life not a life? You're actually wrong about this matter of human life. Why do I have a feeling that I'm afraid we're all going to be accounted for here today? Don't feel it. Just go. Every second longer you stay here is one more minute of danger. Yi Chen swept his gaze towards the team, instantly causing the entire team to shut their mouths. Only judging by their anxious faces, they were indeed in a hurry. Instructor Lei, how can you be wrong about something like this? Suing heard the commotion over here and came over to play along. Then he reprimanded Lei Jiming. Quickly think about where the timed mines are buried and dig them out quickly. Lei, however, shook his head in resignation. I don't know where those time mines are buried. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen quietly pressed down the remote control in his hand. A mine exploded again, drawing a gasp from the crowd. Yi Chen then frowned. Forget the mines for now. It's dangerous here. Let's evacuate. Yes, Lei answered. It was followed by the shocked gaze of the crowd. Yi Chen and the other group of auxiliary instructors quickly ran towards the front. Yi teach. Before Sun Hao could finish his words, the figures of the instructors had already disappeared from view. The big guy froze in place and stared at each other. Sun Hao, the instructors have run away. Why don't we return the same way? At this time, someone proposed to say. Sun Hao subconsciously nodded his head and muttered, Good idea. I agree. The crowd then turned around in unison. Just as they were about to return the same way, suddenly, he realized that the footprints he had just come from had disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Hao blurted out, staring at the white blanket of snowy mountains, not knowing how to put his foot down for a moment. Chapter 166. Youth is good. You can fall asleep right away. What can be done about it? The snow covered the tracks from which they had come. If you try to go back the way you came, you may step on a mine if you are not careful. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the instructors who had just evacuated were in the distance, watching the crowd through binoculars. Instructor Yi, your move is simply brilliant. Won't this scare them half to death? He. Lei hemmed and hawed. Yi Chen just responded without turning his head while observing the crowd with his binoculars. These guys are pussies, and they can't do it without practicing their guts first. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lei Ximing inquired curiously, Instructor Yi, what makes you so sure that they will continue onward instead of returning the same way? This time, before Yi Chen could open his mouth to speak, Su Ying, who was on the side, interjected, because I was just back there, smoothing out the trail as they came. It turned out that as early as when he entered the minefield, Yi Chen had Su Ying secretly walk behind the team. Along the way, the footprints of the crowd were smoothed out. The purpose was to prevent Sun Hao's group from becoming deserters. Listening to Su Ying's reply, Lei gave a silent thumbs up, and looking at the crowd still frozen in place, Yi Chen decided to give them a boost. Far away. At this time, Sun Hao and the others were still frozen in place and began to discuss whether they should go or return. Why don't we head back? We just need to be careful and we should be able to return safely by the route we remember. Sun Hao's words immediately gained the approval of the soldiers of the 6th Company. Right, with so many of us, it's not a problem to return to the foot of the mountain as long as we follow the memorized route. The road ahead is too dangerous. It would be better for us to go back. The big deal is that we will all be lectured by Instructor Yi together. Compared to losing my little life at any time, I'd rather be scolded by Instructor Yi. I don't want to die here. Brothers, let's go back together and get trained together. Seeing that the 6th Company had taken the lead, it had talked its way into a large portion of the population's support. Shaola couldn't help but frown and shouted to the crowd, to go back now is to be a deserter. Do you want to be deserters? Lin Ruyan also stood out at this time, supporting her good sister. It's a good thing you're still a big bunch of men. I'd think you were pussies if you didn't carry a handle. Wimps. The crowd was not happy to hear this. They can be talked down to by the instructors, but not by two pussies. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you two calling a wimp? Little master, I'll really walk for you today. It's just a minefield, isn't it? If you have legs, you can do it. If you're afraid of death, get out of the way. I'll take the lead. Brothers, we can't give a big old man a look down. Today I will die, but I will definitely not take a step back. Lin Ruyan's cry of contempt aroused everyone's good spirits, so it was a unanimous decision to continue forward and cross this minefield. And Sun Hao, who was at the front, somehow came to the back of the group, looking at everyone with a passion. Sun Hao just looked at them like they were little cuties, like looking at them. If you want to lose your little lives, go ahead. I won't serve you. After saying that, he was about to return the same way with the soldiers of the 6th Company. Just the moment they had taken a step away, another mine was detonated in front of Sun Hao, and the entire mountain forest echoed with the loud sound from the explosion. Even some of the mud and sand splashed Sun Hao's face, slapping it and branding it with pain. The mine detonated very close to Sun Hao. If Sun Hao had walked a meter further away, he would have definitely been caught by the landmine. The soldiers of the 6th Company behind them couldn't help but begin to admire Sun Hao's really strong psychological quality when they saw him standing still. But after half a day, Sun Hao still didn't move. A 6th Company soldier couldn't help himself and walked up and patted Sun Hao's shoulder. Sun Hao, do we return the original way back? As he spoke, the 6th Company soldier's hand was already at Sun Hao's shoulder. In the next second, Sun Hao straightened his body and fell straight down. This startled the crowd, and the surrounding people rushed forward to probe Sun Hao's nostrils. Still breathing, just temporarily unconscious. One of the 6th Company soldiers confirmed that Sun Hao was not seriously injured. Upon hearing this, the crowd's hanging hearts dropped. Lin Ruyan gave an even more contemptuous look and murmured, "It's good to be young and fall asleep." At this point the scene was in a dilemma. With an unconscious person in their group, it was logical to go back the way they came. But that mine explosion just now was a reminder to all. The way back may not be much safer than continuing on. But if he continued to move forward, dragging Sun Hao, an unconscious person, was more or less troublesome. Just as everyone was hesitating, Shaira stepped forward once again. "Guys, now that we're here, we can't quit halfway, can we? My personal advice is to keep going, cross this minefield, and prove it to the instructors." After saying that, Xiaola came to the front of the group and prepared to continue marching towards the front. The others looked at Xiaola's determined eyes and put their hearts together. Go! She's right, we can't do it halfway. With one person leading the way, more and more people are joining in. In the end, all of them unanimously decided to move on together. As for Sun Hao, who was still in a brief coma, he was naturally taken turns by the soldiers of the 6th company to take the road together. All the way. Whenever the crowd just wanted to slow down, Yi Chen would detonate the mines around the group from a distance. The frightened crowd didn't dare to stop along the way. While carefully observing where there were mines and where there weren't on the trail, the other side was picking up speed, trying to get out of this minefield quickly. Finally, after some heart-wrenching mental torture, Shira led the team successfully through the minefield. Just out, the crowd then saw the instructors, led by Yi Chen, standing not far away waiting for them. Lei Jiming took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but wonder when he saw Sun Hao in the middle of the group. Why are you guys still carrying a body? The 6th company soldier was just about to explain that Sun Hao had been stunned by the mine explosion. Yi Chen opened his mouth. A corpse, dragging it around is also a burden. Throwing him inside a minefield to clear it is also a waste of money. The words just fell. Sun Hao, who was still unconscious, instantly opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to explain. Wakey, wakey. Yi Chen looked at Sun Hao's slick appearance with a meaningful look in his eyes. He could tell that Sun Hao was pretending to be unconscious, which was why he had just deliberately said those words. However, this time Yi Chen didn't dismantle Sun Hao, but instead raised the muzzle of his gun up to burst 2 shots and bellowed at the team. Everyone, continue at full speed. If we let them slow down like a spring trip, how can we call it 200 kilometers of extreme stretching? Chapter 167, Encounter with Traffickers. Next, the crowd was urged by Yi Chen to finally complete half of the 200 kilometers of extreme stretching. The other half started back toward the base. The crowd had only rested for 10 minutes when Yi Chen spoke to everyone. That's enough. The production team's donkeys can't rest as well as you can. All of you get up and start the return trip. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone's faces were extremely reluctant. They ran 100 kilometers. The legs are about to give out. This is only 10 minutes of rest. Eat some of the dry food brought with them to replenish some energy to continue to rush back to the road. Instructor Yi, our legs are about to be ruined. Yeah, it's been a rush all the way, and now we're going back. And the production team's donkeys don't even work as hard as we do. Ah, is this the start of the return trip? It's not like we're being told to go back at full speed again, is it? I can't go any further. I'd rather die of exhaustion here if this is a return trip at full speed. My legs make me feel strange. The crowd grumbled in whispers, but they were still physically solid enough to get up and prepare for the return trip. At most, they complained and grumbled with their mouths, but they didn't dare to really disobey what Yi Chen said. Luckily, on the return journey Yi Chen did not let everyone rush at full speed as they had done on the way in. The way was basically in the form of a jog back down another spacious and well-traveled road. Halfway back, their procession passed through a village. Before passing through, Lei made a point of urging everyone, don't take a stitch from the masses, keep quiet, no loud noises, and pass quickly. When the troops are out, it's something that should never make too much of an impact, much less disturb the villagers under normal circumstances. Sun Hao and the others were well aware of this and kept their footsteps low as they passed through the village, passing quickly in an organized and disciplined manner. Just as they were halfway to the village, a group of ill-favored men were keeping a close eye on the passing party. Shira, why did those people look so wrong just now? Lin Ruyan inquired in a low voice to Xiaola after she walked away. With her intuition, she always had a feeling in her mind that a strange atmosphere pervaded this village. Unexpectedly, Xiaola also looked at Lin Ruyan in surprise. You felt it too? Xiaola just felt the same strange feeling in her heart, and now Lin Ruyan's words added to the doubts in her heart. So, Xiaola wanted to tell Yi Chen about it. Report, Xiaola's words had just been uttered when Yi Chen interrupted with a chorus of orders. Everyone, get through quickly, we must get back to base before dark. Being shouted at by Yi Chen, the crowd unconsciously accelerated their steps and quickly walked towards the outside of the village. On the contrary, Yi Chen sighed. The instructors exchanged a look with each other, and then just wanted to remind Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, quietly gestured to them, which made Suing put his heart down. It seemed like Yi Chen had seen that something was wrong a long time ago. They had been here a few times before, and each time they passed by there were some grandparents sitting on the side of the road chattering away. I'll even greet them after a while when I get acquainted. But today it was uncharacteristic, with more unfamiliar faces not to mention. Not even an old man or a child was to be seen, not to mention that it was still early in the evening. After walking for so long, not even the smoky smell of a family cooking had wafted out, so something was obviously very wrong. Soon, the crowd quickly left the village under Yi Chen's leadership. not long after he had just left the village. It was then that Jichen finally opened his mouth. Suing, take them and ambush them outside the village entrance and wait for orders. Yes, Suing answered. Then came to the front of the line waiting for action. The crowd looked at Suing with confused faces, and then they heard Suing giving them orders. Special situation, special mission, everyone, go to level 1 alert. When the crowd heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Didn't realize there was a windfall? There's an unexpected mission being carried out here. Ha, we're going to put on a good show. Instructor Sue, don't worry, we'll do whatever we're told. Were they the ones from the village just now? I've seen something wrong with them for a long time. What are we waiting for? Instructor Sue, let's kill our way back. There are so many of us. We promise to accomplish the mission with excellence. The crowd rubbed their hands together, and from their expressions it was easy to see how excited they were at that moment. In order to be able to make Suing take them along, they even became more obedient than ever. Suing, on the other hand, followed Yichen's instructions and led the crowd to the vicinity of the village to observe. Inside the village, a small, isolated courtyard somewhere was filled with villagers. The villagers were all squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, each face showing their anger, but they didn't dare to resist. And next to them was a group of people with guns staring right at them. Just then, a bearded, fierce-looking man walked in and spoke viciously to the villagers. Anyone who makes a sound, I'll send them to Hades first. A village woman with 2 tears in her eyes, her hands tightly embraced the bearded man's thighs and begged bitterly, "Brother, do me a favor and let the children go, please," which knows that the bearded man's conscience has long been eaten by dogs. A slap to shake off the village woman sneered. "Release the children? Then what will we, the brethren, eat?" Turns out they were a gang of vicious traffickers. This time he is going to do something big. Abduct all the children in the village and sell them for a large sum of money. Then he will leave the country and go far away. After mapping, they found the village to be mostly elderly women and children. Not only is it low risk, but this village is in a very remote location. As long as there were no surprises, they'd still have plenty of ample time to get out of here after they did everything. Just then, a man with eyes walked in sharply. "Brother, there's a large group of soldiers passing by outside." The bearded man was startled at first. "What? The military?" Then his face changed greatly as he looked at the villagers. "What the hell? Didn't I tell you not to call the police? Who called the police? I'll die with you all." After saying that, the bearded man drew a pistol from his waist and casually pointed it at the nearest villager about to pull the trigger. They had come here to seek wealth, and they didn't want to make a scene when they could do so without killing anyone. Otherwise, they would get into a lot of trouble, which would not be conducive to their future exodus. Just as bearded man was about to shoot, Eyes Quiet Man stopped bearded man just in time. "Brother, don't get excited yet. Those soldiers seem to be passing by." The bearded man heard this before he finally calmed down. At this point in their lives, they're doing all this child abduction stuff and their nerves are on edge. The slightest breeze can make the bearded man nervous. Did the soldiers get far? The bearded man continued to pursue the question uneasily. "I'm ready to win, and it would be hard if something went wrong at this point." Chapter 168 Blockade of an entire village. Look at the bearded man with a panicked look on his face. The eye man spoke up in a hurry. "Brother, don't worry, the soldiers are far away." "Didn't show them, did you?" "No, our brothers are well disguised. How can a bunch of soldiers in the area tell?" "Ha, that's good." Hearing this, the bearded man was relieved. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind the eye man, "Command down, try not to use the gun. It's not good to make too much noise and then attract those soldiers back." The bearded man was all but oblivious to one detail. The soldiers the eye man was talking about were a group, not a few. After ordering everything, the bearded man strides to another courtyard. The place was full of a group of children gathered in a corner in fear, while several criminals guarded the area around them. If anyone dared to make a sound, the criminals would roughly abuse the children. This caused the children to be so scared that they didn't even dare to cry out, but could only sob in whispers. The bearded man looked at the dozens of kids and the corners of his mouth were grinning behind his ears. 1, 2, 3, he excitedly counted in whispers while thinking in his head about how to sell these kids for a good price. He intends to ship it out of the country. There are a lot of rich people abroad, and a child can be sold for anywhere from hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's in US dollars. As he was finishing his count, the eye man approached as well. "Brother, it's ready. We can leave here anytime we want." What the eye man said about being properly prepared was that he had hidden all their communication devices. It would take some time for these villagers to break free as they left, and the police would need to go farther away to do so. This would be enough to set aside a large portion of time for them to get out of the area in a boat. Instead, the bearded man waved his head and said calmly, "Older brother, don't be in a hurry. It's not the right time yet. The soldiers had just passed by, and the bearded man was afraid that he might run into them again on the way out now. He would have evacuated by now if no soldiers had passed by. The eye man didn't get that point and asked the bearded man in confusion. Brother, why is this? It's dangerous to stay here any longer. The bearded man, however, looked like he was winning and confidently said, wait for those soldiers to go far away first. Besides, how long we stay here won't be found. What are you afraid of? You know, the whole village is under their control and this is in the middle of nowhere. I'm afraid that even if they slaughtered the entire village, no one would know for a while. Speaking of which, the bearded man even began to educate him. Older brother, you're still too young. When you experience more in the future, you'll be able to be as composed as I am when faced with these things. Listening to the bearded man's teachings, a hint of uneasiness somehow rose in the eye man's heart. Still, the eye man nodded his head and gave a thumbs up in agreement. Brother, this point little brother is not as good as you, but also brother you are calm. Little brother still need to learn more from you. The bearded man who was being patted on the back angled his head in triumph. A smile plastered on his face. It was only due to the fierce face of the bearded man that even a smile would give people the creeps. Outside, after some scouting, Suing came to whisper next to Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, there are indeed oddities inside. There are 2 courtyards that often have strong adult men coming in and out. Aha, Yi Chen answered. Then inquired, did you call the police? Suing nodded. Reported, but this side of the nearest police station. Estimates are required half an hour to arrive. It's remote, but the country is very safe. Every place is also in place, basically covering the whole country. But when Suing called the police, he said that the other party was armed and numerous. Obviously it's not a problem that can be solved by a single police station, and people need to be assembled from the headquarters side. This preparation alone is why it takes about half an hour. Su Ying's mind was still echoing with the reminder over the alarm phone at this moment. Please ensure your own safety by not getting into an argument with the thugs. At that time, he listened to this reminder and his face was as weird as it could be. Over 200 of them are here, each holding a muzzleloader. If it is not yet clear the situation inside, they would have rushed in to finish off those thugs. The only reason why the police were called was purely because it was a social security case and the police side needed to come over to wrap up the case. They have to go back to the base later. Yi Chen listened to Su Ying's words and looked at the village not far away with a gaze. Just in time to give those pussy soldiers a workout. And you have full authority to lead this mission. Yi Chen's strength wasn't what it used to be, and he alone was able to quietly take care of the thugs inside. But he still decided to give this mission to Sun Hao and the others to carry out. Work on their real-world experience. With Yi Chen watching from the sidelines, the thugs couldn't make much of a wave. Yes, Suing understood that Yi Chen was clearly also putting him to a test by letting himself lead the team. If he himself couldn't fulfill his mission with excellence, I was afraid that they, the instructors, would once again return to those days of being trained, not daring to have any slack. Suing returned to the team's crowd, started to order up the next combat arrangements. Instructor Yi said that this mission will be arranged by me. Next you will split into 10 squads, with the instructors as your captains, and surround the entire village. With Suing at the head, the team's 200 or so people followed each of the 10 instructors. In other words, one instructor, including the commander of the 6th company, will lead 20 men in command of this operation. Of course, besides Yi Chen, Suing was the chief commander of this operation. The commander of the 6th company, who was taking part in this kind of operation for the first time, said with some lack of confidence, Instructor Su, can I lead the team? The commander of the 6th company was usually training men, and had only a handful of finger-line missions like this one. He was afraid that if he was not careful, it would be bad if he made some kind of mission accident. Suing looked at the timid appearance of the commander of the 6th company and finally realized why the 6th company could be a prickly company, indecisive and not at all hard-headed. But right now, Suing couldn't say anything more, so he arranged for the commander of the 6th company. This way, you will lead 20 soldiers to guard the outside and not let any of the thugs leave. Can this task be accomplished? The commander of the 6th company nodded his head when he heard this. Thank you, Instructor Su. Don't worry. I promise I won't let a single thug get away from us. To speak of offense, he, the commander of the 6th company, was not much of a man, but to say guard outside to prevent any thugs from sneaking out, that's a little something the commander of the 6th company can still do. Chapter 169. After arranging for the commander of the 6th company, Suing then followed the general topography of the village again, started ordering the others around. Instructor Lei, you take 20 men and assault from the side. You, in order to prevent accidents, Suing had even considered very carefully, and had arranged a response to almost all aspects of what might happen. Even if at this time Suing had full certainty, when in order to be able to perform well in front of Yi Chen, he was still very carefully planning. When a lion gambles with a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. After making sure that every part of the process is organized, Suing gave an order. Action! The 200 then quickly dispersed into 10 well-trained teams under the leadership of the instructors and infiltrated the village. At this point in time, the armed gangs of traffickers don't know that they are ready to die, still fantasizing about making a fortune from this illegal criminal activity. Soon, under Su Ying's arrangement, the crowd has managed to infiltrate all corners of the village without the criminal gang's knowledge. Yi Chen also did not idle, head into the village to play the role of eyes, and told Suing where there are a few more people. Suing had just arrived at a corner with Sun Hao and the others when he heard footsteps coming. He immediately said a gesture to the crowd, and they complied by slumping against the wall to lower their breathing. Within moments, the footsteps stopped at the other wall, less than a meter away from them. Once someone appeared in their line of sight, Suing would absolutely not hesitate to subdue them at the first opportunity. Well, judging by the footsteps, there were only 2 people who seemed to be out for convenience. A moment later there was a sparse sound of sighing, resting on a piece of wall, the smell of urine all along the wind over. This couldn't help but make Sun Hao and the others frown, their faces pained. A conversation followed. After this job, we'll get paid, and when we get to a foreign country I want to get a foreign girl as a daughter-in-law. You still want a foreign girl as a daughter-in-law? How much money do you think we can share? Why are you so naive? Why don't we go solo so we can make more? Are you stupid? With just 2 knives in our hands? The boss has a gun. You want to go dark? Then what? Alright, don't let that get to the boss, or we won't be able to eat it. It's about time. Let's go back. At this point, the 2 ended their conversation. Sun Hao and the others listened to their conversation and laughed coldly in their hearts. Not bad for doing something unseemly. Even the internal disunity is so bad that they want to go black. Just as the 2 bandits stepped away and prepared to walk back, Suing waved to the crowd. Next, Suing led the way, scurrying silently out from around the corner and twisting hard at the neck of one of the bandits. There was a click. The bandit then fainted briefly and fell straight to the ground. When the other bandit saw his companion fall, he subconsciously opened his mouth to call out to his other companions. Suing couldn't free his hands for a moment, and he had the will but not the power to stop it if he wanted to. Just then, Sun Hao followed Su Ying's example and twisted the other bandit's head to the side. Since it was Sun Hao's first practice, he didn't have a good grasp of the force. The imagined click didn't come, and the other bandit didn't pass out from it. Instead, he looked at Sun Hao with a horrified expression. Well, the force that Sun Hao had just twisted hurt so much that the bandit couldn't speak. Seeing this, Suing hurriedly gently put the fainted bandit on the ground, and then he took out a dagger from his waist against another bandit's neck and whispered, "Make half a sound and I'll send you to hell." Bandits like them who have done all sorts of bad things only deserve to go to hell for eternity after death. The unlucky bandit could only blink frantically as a promise that he wouldn't make a sound. As for why he didn't nod, it wasn't that he didn't want to. Rather, it was because Su Ying's sharp dagger was resting against his neck, even causing the bandit to vaguely feel a chill. After seeing that the bandit didn't dare to squeak, Suing then gave Sun Hao a look. The crowd then quickly processed the scene and took the 2 bandits to an isolated area. As soon as he arrived at the remote place, Sun Hao stepped forward and kicked the bandit who was still clear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you have weak kidneys? Piss smells so bad. It was obvious that Sun Hao had been putting up with him for a long time. The bandit had an aggrieved look on his face and begged for mercy. Liberation. Before he could finish, Suing once again stepped forward and kicked hard. Keep your ing voice down, or I'll shoot you. After saying that, Suing made a gesture to draw his gun. This could scare the bandit out of a cold sweat, and after slapping his own mouth furiously for a while, he begged in a low voice, "Uncle Soldier, I know, I'll keep my voice down." If he hadn't just gone to the bathroom, I'm afraid he would have peed himself long ago by now. It was then that Suing interrogated the bandits in a stern voice. "Tell us about your situation here. If you dare to hide or lie." Suing flashed the sharp dagger in his hand. The meaning was already unclear. The bandit nodded frantically, and began to pour out a stream of words in order to save his life. "I'm a social loafer. I haven't worked since elementary school. All these years." Snap! Suing threw a slap onto the bandit's face with a crisp sound. "Get to the point." They didn't have time to be here to listen to the bandit talk from his birth. Sun Hao, who was on the side, even followed Su Ying's example and slapped the bandit again in order to show himself. Snap! Do you want to start from Pangu opening the sky and splitting the earth? Less ing nagging. Say how many of your people are here. Where are they respectively? And how many weapons do they have? The blindsided bandits wanted to cry, but the situation at hand was no match for them. He could only touch his face, which was red from being slapped, and spoke weakly. There are 10 of us here. Then the bandit requested after his report. Uncle Soldier, can you let me go? I was also coerced. I'm not in league with them. Snap. Sun Hao slapped the bandit in the face again, his anger rising. Call Uncle Chicken Hair. Are we that old? Su Ying, on the other hand, after listening to the bandit's message, he inquired into the end of the communication device. 2 bandits were captured here, and from their mouths we learned that there were 10 bandits in total. Su Ying passed on the words of the bandit just now as they were. This simple act, however, caused the bandit's heart to be shocked, and he subconsciously blurted out, "There are more of you?" From his panicked behavior, it was easy to tell that the news he had just said to Su Ying must be false. This is also that the bandit reported a fluke, thinking that he casually uttered a false information to deceive the past. He thought that the 20 or so soldiers in front of him were all there was. Chapter 170. Yi Chen got real. Yi Chen sighed. He had just sneaked into the village by himself, and he had quickly mapped out the situation in the village. It was finally confirmed that all the villagers of the village were under the control of the criminals. He guessed that the villagers were contained in 2 yards not far from each other. There are still a few criminals in the village still sweeping every corner of the village, trying to see if any of them have slipped through the cracks. Just then, Yi Chen's communication headset heard Su Ying's voice. Instructor Yi, we have captured 2 bandits here, and he said that this village also has a total of 10 of his accomplices. When Su Ying finished speaking, Yi Chen reminded Su Ying, he lied to you. There are no less than 30 of these bandits. From what Yi Chen had just lined up, this could be considered a small-scale gang crime, and it's the kind of deal where you do one job and eat for the rest of your life. That's why these people dare to be so crazy. Yi Chen, in order to verify the conjecture in his heart, only came quickly to one of the courtyards nearby. As soon as he got close, Yi Chen heard the sound of beating and cursing, which was also accompanied by some childish cries. Cry again and I'll kill you. All of you hold it back for us sake. Whoever cries again, I'll cut out his tongue first. The bearded man warned the children viciously. Those children were of different ages, and part of them understood the bearded man's words and held back their tears without daring to squeak, while others, who are younger, unleashed their natural crying. Seeing this, the bearded man immediately instructed the man at the side, take a couple of cloths and cover them, and tell these to keep their voices down, so the sound doesn't get out. At the same time the bearded man didn't forget to admonish them. Remember to be careful not to smother these boys, they won't fetch a good price if they do. After a while, those cries really became much quieter, apparently being covered with fabric to muffle the noise. Yi Chen listened to the movement inside and instantly understood. These criminals are people who are ready to rob an entire village of children and make a killing, and the people outside they have already contacted, so they have to do the job and immediately run away to enjoy a lifetime of glory and prosperity. This time, the Gold Master is not the same as before. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes instantly went cold. Well, some of the bandits were still scouring the rest of the villagers for any hidden children. It didn't look like they were going to leave for a while, so Yi Chen quietly left this and headed to another courtyard to explore. Su Ying sighed. When he learned from Yi Chen that these armed number organizations actually had 30 people, he looked at the bandit with eyes filled with anger. Did you just say there were only 10 of you total? The bandit knew that he had just lied and had been defeated, and instantly panicked. Hastily, he forced himself to explain. You must have just misheard me. I said 37 people. I have an accent. You misheard me. Can Su Ying not know whether or not he's heard the wrong thing? Besides, there was Sun Hao and the others here. Can so many people coincidentally listen to a digression at the same time? Immediately, Su Ying gave a look to Sun Hao. Sun Hao would understand and stepped forward to kick the bandit in the mouth. I'll reward you, little master. Let you learn a lesson. The bandit was caught off guard by the kick and his body fell backward through inertia. Then, not waiting for him to slow down, Sun Hao was again on the foot and kicked, while kicking and cursing in a low voice. Let you lie. Let you lie. Dare to lie to your grandpas. Looking for death? The men next to him rushed up as well, taking turns to unleash some punches and kicks on the bandit. Su Ying watched coldly from the side, without the slightest intention of trying to stop it. The way to deal with such bandits is to fight violence with violence, leaving irreparable damage to their psyche. If they don't learn their lesson, they'll soon forget and continue to do their unscrupulous deeds. As the bandit was beaten to death by the crowd, he even began to envy his unconscious accomplice on the side. If he had been the one in the coma, would he not have suffered these sins? Finally, looking at the bandit who still had a breath left, Su Ying called out to Sun Hao and the others this time. It's okay. Su Ying's words were like heavenly music in the ears of the bandits. Save your like. If not for the fact that he had already been beaten to the point of not being able to take care of himself, he would have wanted to kneel down on the spot and give Su Ying a few heavy rattles. Only after hearing Su Ying's words did the crowd let the bandits go with fondness. Sun Hao didn't forget to add a kick on his way out. Bah! You punk! If you dare to lie, I'll rip your head off and kick it as a soccer ball. Sun Hao's words once again sent a shiver down the bandit's spine. If he had known that this mission would meet this group of furies, he would not have dared to come to this muddy water even if he killed himself. Sun Hao was even more secretly happy in his heart. In the past, I was scolded by the instructors for being a waste of space, but now that it was my turn to experience it, I finally knew what it felt like. One word: cool. After the crowd dispersed to make way for an open space, Suing slowly walked forward and grabbed the bandit's collar and faintly inquired, I'm going to ask you one last time. Give me all the information about your accomplices and also the purpose of your visit here. The bandit had long been scared out of his wits and didn't dare to hide anything anymore. This time a brain all out, even volunteering to account for the fact that some of them had guns in their hands. After listening to the bandit's words, Suing slowly stood up. Okay, there's nothing for you here. He spoke to the bandit, causing the bandit's heart to rejoice. Could it be that the instructor-like man in front of him was planning to let him off the hook? But soon, he couldn't be happy. Only Suing stood up before kicking the bandit's body. 1, 2, 3. Suing kicked very measured. Know how to kick. With how much force? Where to kick in order to not let the bandit so quickly unconscious? I don't know how many times Suing kicked him, but the bandit eventually fainted due to the pain. Only then did Suing stop, and after straightening his sleeves, he frowned and murmured in dissatisfaction. Can't take it so soon? What a waste. Just now, after hearing that bandits say that the purpose of their coming here was to do a big job, when planning to abduct an entire village of children to sell for a large and unearned commission, Suing, who hadn't made a move, couldn't help himself and personally made the bandit feel the torture from hell. He hated this kind of brutalization of his fellow man very much. What's even more outrageous is that their targets were actually just a bunch of unarmed kids. If they hadn't just happened to be passing by and realized it in time, I am afraid that these bandits will have their way and how many families will be saddened. After solving the two bandits, Suing spoke to the others. Leave a few men to watch them, and the rest of you continue to advance with me. Afterwards, Suing hurriedly reported this to Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, they came here for the purpose of abducting children. Aha! I know, don't let any of them go. Yi Chen's cold voice came from the other side of the communication device. Suing, who knew Yi Chen, knew that Yi Chen was angry now. It wasn't hard to tell from his tone just now. Yi Chen moved for real. Chapter 171, I'll see who dares to come forward. Hearing Yi Chen's reply, Suing then put his heart down. If Yi Chen was serious, the possibility of these bandits escaping was almost zero. Almost at the same time, Yi Chen delivered the news to everyone. Attention all, this is a large child abduction case. Do not act rashly to avoid exposure and ensure the safety of the children and villagers. Understood. Roger that. Don't worry, Instructor Yi. We have absolutely zero tolerance for any criminal incidents. The instructors responded to Yi Chen. Even the commander of the 6th company, who was guarding the outside, spoke to the 20 or so men he had brought with him. You've heard it all, right? If any of the thugs escape from here today, it will be our gross negligence. The other side. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, was indignant, and was incredibly disgusted by human traffickers who wanted to abduct and sell children. At the same time, she also heard that Yi Chen's tone was different from the past, so she asked Xiao La in a low voice. Xiao La, Instructor Ye's tone seems different from before. How come I've never heard Instructor Ye's tone like this before? When Yi Chen spoke just now, I don't know if it was in the middle of winter or because of what. Lin Ruyan felt her body go a few degrees colder once again. In the past, as poorly trained as they were, they had never heard such a cold voice from Yi Chen. For her part, Shaira nodded with unparalleled certainty. Instructor Yi is angry. These thugs deserve to die. Soon, their team also entered the fortress, and the whole group began to keep quiet. Lin Ruyan and the two of them kept their mouths shut and began to move with the group. An eerie chill permeated the entire quiet village. Considering that the safety of the children was at stake, each team did not dare to delay too much. All of them accelerated their progress and mapped their way step by step towards the two courtyards given by Yi Chen. Along the way, when they saw bandits who were searching the villages, they would be led by the instructors, cleanly disposing of the bandits. He then continued on his way. They tacitly gave the bandits a life, and every time they caught them, they beat them half to death silently. Scum like this should be handed over to the law and spend the rest of their remorseful lives in prison. Getting them killed now would simply be cheaper for these thugs. Soon, most of the thugs were silently subdued by the instructors within the village. Everyone also surrounded both yards in a perimeter fashion. In the meantime, the bearded man in the yard was dreaming of getting rich, but then the glasses guy came over. Brother, why do I feel a bad vibe? There was a premonition in his mind just now that made him feel uneasy. This moment was even more intense. which came to the bearded man, trying to urge the bearded man to get out of this place quickly. The bearded man wasn't impressed and looked at the eye man calmly. Older brother, if you're so flustered, what great things can you do in the future? The glasses guy has been poor for most of his life and managed to befriend the bearded guy by chance. At first, the bearded man wanted to pull the glasses man into the gang and take this eye-catching little brother with him. Now looking at the glasses guy with a panicked look, his mind began to calculate whether he should kick the glasses guy out or not. Cowardly losers like this one. And at the same time, the bearded man hates them the most. As the saying goes, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he cower? This is a phrase adapted by the bearded man who has never read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and has suffered the loss of uneducation. This time, however, the man with the glasses didn't dare to retort as he had done in the past, but instead, he straightened up and prodded. Brother, why don't we just leave quickly? Leaving this place earlier will give us one more point of safety. Between the words, the man with the glasses had a pleading tone in his voice. For some reason, the group of military figures he had just passed kept popping into his mind. Even though Glasses Guy had lived a crap life, his instincts were very accurate, helped him through many crises, which was one of the reasons why the bearded man wanted to bring him along. Listening to the noisy voice of the man with the glasses, the bearded man was instantly impatient and shrugged it off. All right, go gather the brothers and let's retreat. Anyway, if these children are abducted and sold, the commission they get will be enough for their brothers to enjoy themselves for the rest of their lives. The uneasy expression on the glasses man's face didn't dissipate when he heard the bearded man agree to evacuate. He quickly headed for the front door, wanting to hurry up and round up the thugs patrolling outside. LOL. The gate opened slowly. The man with the glasses paused, staring out the front doorway in a daze, as if he had seen something that shocked him. A few seconds later, returning to his senses, the spectacled man tried to close the yard gate while shouting out of his mouth, "Brother, there's an enemy!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was roughly kicked a few meters away by Suing. The bearded man in the courtyard, on the other hand, was puzzled and turned around. And then he saw the old brother he recognized flying backwards and crashing towards him, unable to dodge. The bearded man was hit by the backwards flying glasses man and staggered to the ground. Older brother, what kind of gray machine are you messing with? You know. The bearded man's anger surged at once and he reprimanded the man with glasses. But in the middle of his words, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms, armed with fine equipment, barging in. And in the first place, he controlled the crowd in the courtyard. The bearded man had seen it all after all, and didn't freeze in place at this scene. Instead, they reacted quickly, pulling out a gun and holding a villager hostage. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." The bearded man let out a frantic yell, which was followed by this finally looking at the image in front of him, only to see more than 100 gun-toting soldiers, who were pointing their guns at him in unison. Some even filled the entire yard from climbing up the walls. ********. The bearded man subconsciously burst out a nationalist. How could he not have expected that his abduction and sale of a few children had actually attracted such a big battle? Even the armed police are out in force. It was just that the bearded man hadn't seen the light and recognized Suing and the others as armed police. If he only knew that this place is full of people from the army. Yi Chen handpicked the words of the elite group of troops to gather. I'm afraid the bearded man has long since begun to wonder if he's in a dream. Without much time to think, the bearded man pressed his gun against the hostage's head while stepping back. A yell escaped his lips. Anyone who takes another step forward, I will die with this hostage. The bearded man knew that if he was holding a hostage, there was room for negotiation even if he was surrounded. As expected, Suing gave orders to the crowd when he heard the bearded man's roar. Everyone, don't do anything rash and keep the hostages safe, even if it is a human life. Suing as a soldier has the vocation to protect the family and the country. Naturally will not cause casualties of innocent people at will. For a moment, the scene was at a standstill. Chapter 172 Traffickers Panic, pointed at by hundreds of guns? It was good that Suing was also an old instructor. Immediately, he began to direct the crowd. Lei, take control of these bandits and evacuate the people for safety. I'll go negotiate with him. Yes. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, Lei controlled the bandits while calming the villagers. Get out first, Moncler, and go this way, there are our men outside, and they will keep you safe. The bearded man holding the hostage was dumbfounded when he heard that there was someone else outside. It seemed like it would be incredibly difficult for him to escape this time, but luckily, he calmly thought of a countermeasure while taking a hostage and entering the house. The bearded man believed, as long as the other guy couldn't see what was going on in the house, then he wouldn't stay passive. Outside, Lei, who was evacuating the villagers, was suddenly pulled by a woman, pleading with tears in her eyes. Comrade, we still have children in the courtyard of the village headman's house. Please save the children. The children are the hope of the villagers. They would rather put themselves in danger than put their children in harm's way. Seeing this, Lei Jiming hurriedly pacified. Don't worry. Our people won't give up any innocent life. The children will be rescued soon. The bottom line of saying this came from Yi Chen. Lei believed that with Yi Chen's strength rescuing the child was no problem. And that's exactly what happened. Yi Chen had controlled the thugs in the other courtyard long before the others arrived. It was a good thing that the other yard was guarded by a bunch of kids, and the bearded man didn't have many men there to keep watch. After all, anyone would subconsciously think that a few adults trying to control a group of kids would be easy as pie. Instead, it is this courtyard where the villagers are being held for fear that they will fight to the death. The bearded man has put all his weight on this side. Hearing Lei's assurance, the village woman was visibly relieved. This is the trust in the military. This was then followed by the other villagers, who walked together towards the outside. Just then, one of the attitudes that had been controlled suddenly flared up and tried to hold a hostage like the bearded man in exchange for a chance at life. He realized how unconscionable what he had done was. He didn't want to spend his life in prison. Ah! The thug bellowed and was about to strike at one of the most advanced villagers. Just in the nick of time, Lei struck a counter kick, heavily kicking the thug. The thug was then instantly controlled by Sun Hao and the others the moment he was kicked to the ground. Really think I'm weak? Lei gave a disdainful glance at the attitude and sneered. In front of both Yi Chen and Su Ying, he was indeed a little weaker. But in the face of such thugs, he was completely crushed in a one-sided manner. After Sun Hao controlled the attitude that had just flared up, he kicked up a few feet again and cursed angrily. Be honest. Still want to get your ass kicked, don't you? If it weren't for the presence of other villagers, in order to preserve the image of the troops, Sun Hao would make that thug regret what he just did. Soon the villagers were evacuated. The thugs who were controlled were also escorted outside to an open area and tied up under Lei's command. When the thugs came outside and looked at a group of soldiers with guns in their hands, they were all dumbfounded. One of the thugs even muttered in a low voice, "Have we stabbed the army nest here?" If they had known this would happen today, they would have preferred to be poor for the rest of their lives rather than risk their lives for this job, even if they didn't get any money. Now they have to wait for the law with fear and trepidation in such a big scene that they may have seen only once in their life. As soon as they came out, the villagers threw smacks of various objects across the distance towards the group of bandits. Arrogant! Weren't you all arrogant just now? Now that the soldiers are here, can you still be arrogant? I just told you. You people are crazy and will be collected by others. This is all your retribution. Just now you guys actually bullied an old man like me. You've lost your conscience. You have no conscience. Comrade, you must not let these bad guys go. They are very capable of harming society. Lei and the others were indifferent on the sidelines, allowing the thugs to be smacked by the villagers. As long as someone dared to harm the villagers, they would definitely strike in time. But if the villagers hurt the thugs, then sorry, they didn't see it. Inside, Su Ying was still negotiating with the bearded man. Drop your weapon and you'll still be alive. Su Ying tries to persuade the bearded man to put down his weapon, but the bearded man has an iron head, and with the hostage in hand he is not afraid of Su Ying at all. I won't put it down. What can you do to me? If I really put down my weapon, I'm sure it won't end well for me. Bearded man is not stupid. Just the organization of terrorist activities, illegal possession of firearms, child abduction, hostage-taking and so on, these charges down. I'm afraid that when you go to prison, you'll start with a life sentence. Not to mention the fact that he has all sorts of previous convictions on him. If this falls through the net, the bearded man was lucky he wasn't summarily executed. Seeing that the bearded man does not eat hard, Su Ying began to follow the good advice. Listen to me. It's not too late for you to turn back. I'll fight for leniency if you release the hostages. And the so-called leniency in Su Ying's mouth. That is, according to a crime like yours, you were supposed to eat 3 peanuts, but in view of your good behavior, you will be rewarded with only 1 peanut. Of course, he wouldn't say that to the bearded man's face. Otherwise, if the bearded man is forced to rush and hurt the hostage, it will cause bad influence. Put your mother ****************** ing ass on the line. The bearded man was no longer a 3-year-old, so naturally he didn't believe Su Ying's words and instead cursed at him. Don't think that I don't know that if I don't leave here today, my life will be over. Don't fool me here. When he met such a horizontal bandit, Su Ying had a headache. Started calling up Yi Chen. Instructor Yi. Instructor Yi. There's a famous danger factor thug here holding a hostage. These words fell on the ears of the bearded man in the room, causing him to blush strangely. Extremely high risk factor? He thought to himself that he was no more dangerous than the group of soldiers with guns outside. Thinking back to just dozens of blackened guns aimed at him, that scene still makes the bearded man feel afraid. Soon after, Yi Chen answered back. Stabilize the thugs. I'm coming over now. For some reason, when he heard Yi Chen say that he was coming over, Su Ying's heart was much more relieved. He believed that Yi Chen would have a way to resolve such a situation. When Yi Chen arrived, Su Ying then quickly explained in detail what had just happened here. After understanding the causes and consequences, Yi Chen frowned and said to Su Ying, "You go ahead and take them back to base." Chapter 173, How Dare You Fool Me? Before entering the village, they had then called the police, who would soon be able to arrive. Plus the thugs were already under control at this point and couldn't make much of a splash at all, so there was no need for Su Ying and the others here anymore. Yes, Su Ying did not ask more questions, but walked out the door and then addressed the crowd. "Everyone, evacuate and return to base." The crowd was instantly confused. "What? Back to base? What about these thugs? Don't we care about the villagers here? The police haven't arrived yet. Why don't we wait until the police get here first? It won't take long anyway." Yes, what if these villagers are in danger again if we leave now? Even if Sun Hao and the others talked through the sky, Su Ying ignored them. He only knew to fulfill the orders that Yi Chen had given down. That's an order, not to be disobeyed. The reason why Yi Chen had let Su Ying lead the crowd away was because there were many secrecy bars involved in the army. It would be fine if it was an ordinary troop, but this was the existence of a special forces unit they had set up. The less you are in the public eye, the better, and the less trouble you can save. Besides, there was only one thug with a gun here who hadn't been subdued yet, so leaving Yi Chen alone would take care of it. Upon hearing this, the people could only follow Su Ying back into the troop unhappily. Before going back, they made a point of checking the subdued thugs inside and out all over their bodies. After ensuring that they would not be able to break free of their bonds, the villagers were instructed to wait for the arrival of the police and then left the area. Yard. The bearded man had naturally heard the words Yi Chen had just said for everyone to evacuate. Immediately, he was beyond confused. "Hey, what are you telling them to retreat for? Isn't that supposed to be the line I say? According to the process, shouldn't he, the hostage-taking thug, be the one to make the first offer to evacuate them all? How is it that the handsome-faced man in front of him had made his request to step ahead of him?" But the bearded man was happy about it. Since Yi Chen was so understanding, he could save himself a lot of heartache. "Hey, I'm taking a helicopter, and get me a speedboat near the open sea." The bearded man began to make his next demand and threatened viciously. "If you don't do what I say, then I'll kill this hostage, and we'll have a fish out of water." Before Yi Chen could say anything, the hostage preempted him and cried out, "Leave me alone. If I die, I die. You must make sure this bad man is brought to justice." Apparently, the villager who was being held hostage wanted to sacrifice himself and also wanted Yi Chen to catch the bearded man. "Shut up!" The bearded man shouted angrily for the villager to shut up, while hitting the hostage hard on the head with the handle of the knife in his hand. "It would be a lie to say that I didn't panic. The only leverage he has now is the hostage. I'm afraid the bearded man won't easily lay his hands on the hostages if he doesn't push him to the brink." Just then, Yi Chen, who was standing outside, spoke. "You think I'm going to agree to your demands?" Yi Chen coldly stared inside the room and asked the bearded man rhetorically. This was a great question for the bearded man to ask. Soon, the bearded man who reacted screamed at Yi Chen, "It's fine if you don't agree to my demands. Then I'll kill this hostage first." The bearded man then kept a gun to the hostage's head and a sharp knife in one hand against the neck of his neck. "You have to think clearly. Once the hostage in your hand has an accident, then I won't have any more worries," Yi Chen kindly reminded the bearded man. In this moment, he flexed his negotiation skills, turned passivity into initiative, which will facilitate the ensuing negotiations. "Just so you're clear, it's not the fact that you're holding a hostage that makes you free to make demands of me. It's the fact that you're holding a hostage that makes you qualified to negotiate with me." After saying this, Yi Chen paused his tone for a moment before continuing. "Besides, if anything happens to the hostage, then you won't even be qualified to negotiate with me next." Sure enough, when Yi Chen's words had just fallen, the bearded man then reacted, staring at Yi Chen through the window in a cold sweat. "Who the hell are you?" From Yi Chen's negotiation skills, the bearded man concluded that the person in front of him was by no means idle. The bearded man listened to Yi Chen's words and felt that he had a very good point. Once the hostage in his hand had a shortcoming, I was afraid that he would not even be qualified to negotiate. If only he had known that the man in front of him was sitting as a major at a young age. I'm afraid it could scare the bearded man into even more shock. "I don't care. I'm not releasing the hostages until you get my retreat route in order." The bearded man pulled his neck and continued shouting to Yi Chen outside. Only, his voice at the moment was a few points weaker in terms of momentum, and he couldn't compare to Yi Chen at all. Seeing that the bearded man did not see the rabbit, Yi Chen struck an impatient tone. "How do I know you'll actually release them after I give you a retreat route?" Yi Chen had no intention of agreeing to the bearded man's request at this point, and did all of this in order to stall for time and wait for the police to arrive. because he had just shot all the live rounds out of his handgun. Otherwise, with Yi Chen's nature, how could he be here to push the bearded man? I would have shot this asshole to save the people. The bearded man didn't know Yi Chen's true intentions, but instead felt that his request had a chance, so he hurriedly smiled at Yi Chen. Little brother, don't worry, we who come out to hang out. The most important thing is the word integrity. As long as you promise to arrange a retreat route for me, then I will also release the hostages back to you when I get to the high seas. Even he began to bait Yi Chen, trying to lull him, which knew that Yi Chen was not a bandit in his district who could be fooled. Great, then I'll believe you for once. Yi Chen pretended to believe it and turned a difficult expression. But I don't have a helicopter. As soon as the bearded man heard this, his original joyful mood sank to the bottom once again, and he cursed angrily at Yi Chen outside. How dare you trick me? Believe it or not, I'll kill the hostage. Judging from Yi Chen's dress, and the fact that those gun-toting Su Ying and the others had just listened to Yi Chen, the bearded man didn't believe that Yi Chen couldn't mobilize a helicopter. Taking a step back, even if Yi Chen really didn't have the power to mobilize the helicopter. But in this case where human lives are at stake, can't we apply to our superiors? So the bearded man immediately concluded that Yi Chen was playing him. It seemed to validate the bearded man's words. Yi Chen put his difficult expression away, then spoke seriously. That's right, I'm playing you. What can you do? Come and cut me to death? Come on, chop me up. Upon hearing this, the bearded man turned green with anger on the spot. If he could cut it, the bearded man would have gone out and cut him long ago. Chapter 170 For the police are coming. The reason why Yi Chen dared to say that was entirely because he had his own backbone. He merely kept testing the bearded man's bottom line. There was no worry at all that the bearded man would get angry and lay hands on the hostages just because of a few words from him. Yi Chen's vision's poisonous. Even though the bearded man at this moment was half pissed off by Yi Chen's attitude, he still didn't lay a hand on the hostage. The words that Yi Chen had just said were still constantly repeating in his mind. If anything happened to the hostages, he'd have no bargaining chips left. From the words Yi Chen uttered, to now deliberately irritating the bearded man, the entire process was within Yi Chen's calculations. Just as the bearded man was about to say something else, a sharp police bell sounded in the distance. Then, a large number of police cars could be seen rapidly coming this way. Don't you dare call the police! The bearded man roared at the outside in exasperation. Push me, and I'll have the hostages buried with me. When Yi Chen heard the bearded man's roar, he couldn't help but frown and spoke indifferently. Do you want to face 200 soldiers or 200 cops? The bearded man froze again. He had just momentarily forgotten one of the most important things. That's because the man outside is a soldier. If there was a choice between 200 armed soldiers and 200 policemen, the bearded man would certainly want to choose the latter. After all, soldiers have iron discipline and play with guns more professionally. If the police had surrounded him, he might have had a chance to escape. But if he were a soldier, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Once he thought that Yi Chen had a point, the bearded man didn't dwell on the police, but shouted at Yi Chen. I demand your negotiator come here. The bearded man has spent years on the knife's edge and has experience in facing negotiations. For some reason, Yi Chen gave him much more psychological pressure than those negotiators. That's why the bearded man asked for a negotiator to come over. While they were talking, a large number of police had arrived around the courtyard. The caller was heard saying that the assailants were a gang also armed with firearms. They rushed over as soon as they were in a hurry. As soon as the captain in charge stepped off the bus, he saw the villagers gathered in a circle, spitting from their mouths. Police business, get out of the way. A few officers evacuated the crowd, but were surprised to find a large group of grim-faced people lying on the ground in the middle of the crowd, with their hands and feet tied up in knots. What's going on, homeboy? The brigadier was a bit confused and inquired to a folk villager next to him. Didn't we say there was a large number of armed robbers? Why are they all lying on the ground with their hands and feet tied? Some of the weapons were even neatly set aside. The villagers here are honest, and no one would be tempted to hide weapons, much less take them away in plain sight. The villager who was being questioned glared fiercely at the fallen thugs on the ground before opening his mouth. Officer, a soldier just came to our rescue. Thank you, soldier. Then, seeming to remember something, he hastily pointed in the direction of the courtyard and opened his mouth again. There's another bandit in there who has captured people from our village. He's got a gun in his hand. There's a gun. After saying that, the villager even gestured a pistol with his hand. Upon hearing this, the first captain immediately broke out in a cold sweat. There were actually villagers being held at gunpoint by thugs. In order to prevent accidents, the brigadier greeted the policeman and touched towards the courtyard. Everyone, follow me in. Watch out for the robbers inside. Subsequently, led by the brigadier general, the police swarmed into the courtyard. When they arrived in the courtyard, They subconsciously aimed their guns at Yi Chen when they saw him alone. Listen, thugs in the front. You are surrounded. Now drop your weapons. Hold your head and crouch down and behave yourself. The first captain chided at Yi Chen. While looking at the camouflage clothes on Yi Chen's body and the guns in his hands, he felt that something was wrong. On second thought, the first captain's heart was instantly happy. It looks like the credit for this one can be added onto the list. Definitely a great credit. Posing as a soldier, wielding a gun, launching a terrorist attack, and so on. Even every officer that came in his head, started thinking of an acceptance speech. Nevertheless, Yi Chen, who was being pointed at by the gun, was not the least bit intimidated, but reminded the first captain without turning his head back. The robbers are in the house, holding a hostage. Once the first captain heard Yi Chen's words, he was skeptical. They didn't know who Yi Chen was. Before they could figure out the situation, they were not going to believe Yi Chen's side of the story. Don't move until we verify your identity. The first sergeant slowed his tone, and when he finished, he let a nearby officer out. You go and bring one of the villagers here and ask the villagers to confirm that his identity is suspicious. Yi Chen's face was a little displeased when he was questioned by the first captain. It had never been him pointing a gun at anyone. When had he ever been held at gunpoint like that? He was cooperative enough not to move though. Not out of fear. As long as Yi Chen wanted to, he was perfectly capable of dodging behind cover before these police officers opened fire. The reason why he didn't do so was because Yi Chen didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. A police officer went out and came in after a while with a villager. The villager had just entered the courtyard, and when he saw Yi Chen being pointed at by everyone with a gun, he was anxious. Ouch! Why are you aiming your guns at the soldiers? Put down your guns. Don't let them go off. As he spoke, the villagers were afraid that someone would shoot Yi Chen, so they hurriedly walked behind Yi Chen to block him. Yi Chen is the great benefactor of their village. If not for him, maybe by the time these police arrive, the thugs will have long since fled with the children of the entire village. Put the gun down. Put down the gun. Officer, he's a benefactor of our village. That village headman, seeing that the officers were unmoved, was so anxious that he shouted. All the officers turned their heads to the first sergeant, waiting for his instructions. Just then, the scoffing of the bearded man came from the side of the room. Ha 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 ha. Little brother, it's not nice to have a gun pointed at you when you don't even recognize one of your own, is it? Hearing that there was someone else inside, the first captain was shocked and reacted to the fact that Yi Chen was not an outlaw, so it was ordered. Everyone, drop your muzzles. As soon as the words fell, the police officers who had originally aimed their guns at Yi Chen then moved their guns down one after another. The first captain even stepped forward and first apologized to Yi Chen. Comrade, sorry for the bad misunderstanding. Yi Chen smiled faintly in understanding. It's okay, that vigilance is something to have at all times. Listening to Yi Chen's tone that seemed to be preachy, the first captain's face changed slightly, exuding obvious displeasure. Chapter 175, Police Gun Being Shot? Although he didn't understand Yi Chen's identity, but judging from his attire and the fact that the villagers had just taken a bite out of the military, the handsome man in front of him might just be a passing soldier. They were a family of military and police, and in essence perhaps the only person on the scene who had more authority was him, the first sergeant. But the lack of understanding of the situation just now led to a misunderstanding. Even though the first captain was a little displeased, he still politely opened his mouth and continued to Yi Chen. This comrade, it's dangerous here. Please get out first and don't get in the way. Yi Chen did not belong to the direct jurisdiction of the first captain, and he was afraid that Yi Chen would not listen to his command at that time and cause a big disaster. According to the process of law enforcement by the senior captain and the others, Yi Chen did not need to stay here. Hearing the first captain start to drive people away, Yi Chen did not move his feet, but kept thinking while speaking to the first captain. You guys go about your business. Don't mind me. Yi Chen carried his own majesty on his body, and the tone of his words were such that the first captain could not rise to refuse. Seeing as Yi Chen was a soldier, the brigadier general then did not continue to drive away. Instead, he focused on the thugs inside the house. Listen to the robbers inside. You release the hostages now, and everything is negotiable. The bearded man could not help but feel happy when he saw that he had been replaced by a rash man. In his eyes, as long as it wasn't Yi Chen negotiating with him, his mental pressure wouldn't be too great. So the bearded man cleared his throat and shouted at the first captain. I promise to release the hostages as soon as you have the helicopter ready for me, with only one pilot, and get me near the open sea, before putting a speedboat on me. After a pause at that, the bearded man continued, or I'll kill the hostage now. As soon as that first captain heard that the bandits wanted to move the hostages, a look of panic appeared on his face. He didn't want to enrage the bandits and cause irreversible casualties to the hostages. Everything is negotiable, except I'll need to apply to the top for the helicopter you want. The first captain, apparently comfortable with handling these things, began to use the usual well-tried delaying tactics. As long as the bandits are delayed, to the back step by step to break down the bandits' psychological defenses, so that the bandits obediently walk out can be wrapped up. But how could the first captain know that this time they had stumbled upon no ordinary bandits? Can the average bandit organize so many people and abduct an entire village? The bearded man was indeed no ordinary bandit, and recognized the first captain's delaying scheme at a glance. Don't nag at me about what can't be done. Don't do it if it's hard to do. I'll kill the hostage earlier and pull a burial. This time, the initiative that the bearded man had lost at Yi Chen's was once again taken back into his hands. The brigadier's heart sank when he saw that the bearded man wasn't going to eat it. Just as he was at a loss as to how to deal with this kind of overly psychologically strong bandit, Yi Chen, who was on the side, spoke up. You're surrounded. Don't you dare kill the hostages. Yi Chen spoke plainly, as if he was recounting a very ordinary thing. The first captain was in a hurry. This comrade, please don't make a mess. Are you tired of this place not being messy enough? In the eyes of the first captain, Yi Chen was just a soldier who knew nothing about negotiation skills. He thought that the words Yi Chen had just said were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. What if this pisses off the bandits? Then what if they come to blows with the hostages? Where did the senior captain know that Yi Chen had just concluded through his 3 words with the bearded man that the bearded man was sparing his life? Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to the first captain, but instead spoke in an indifferent tone to the first captain. Don't stop me if you want to save the hostages. Upon hearing this, the first captain, who had just been stifled by the demands made by the bearded man, became enraged. Nice one, don't stop him. Which army are you a soldier of? I will definitely report this to your superior afterwards so that he can punish you. With anger, the first captain looked up and stared at Yi Chen, still wanting to continue saying something. When he met Yi Chen's cold eyes, a trace of fear rose in the senior captain's heart for some reason, forcing him to not dare to push for more than half a sentence. Seeing that Yi Chen and the first captain had a big fight going on, the bearded man was secretly pleased in his heart. Let's make a noise. Let's make a noise. Let's make a noise as messy as possible so that he can reap the benefits. Even the bearded man's nerves, which had been taut, relaxed considerably at the thought that a fight was going on outside. Just then, with great speed, Yi Chen pulled his sidearm from the waist of the first captain and then aimed it at the window of the house. Bang! The whole process from grabbing the sidearm, to turning on the safety on the gun, and aiming it, Yi Chen did it all in one go, and the people present all failed to react. Then a scream was heard from inside. Yi Chen shoved the pistol into the first captain's arms and quickly rushed in. Then a sound of something heavy hitting an earthen wall came from inside, caused by Yi Chen's act of kicking the bearded man against the wall without leaving his hand. It was only then that the first captain reacted, his face already green beyond recognition. Just now, his own sidearm was actually snatched away by Yi Chen. In today's security environment, the gun was snatched but a light punishment, or his uniform cannot be guaranteed. After a while, the hostages inside came out with a look of fear. Immediately after that, Yi Chen was like dragging a dead dog, dragging out the bearded man with a swollen nose. Yi Chen then heaved the bearded man into the courtyard. The bearded man, who was still conscious at this time, as if he had just encountered something terrible, hurriedly braced himself for a breath and crawled over to the first captain, crying out, "I'm guilty. Put me in jail. I'm guilty. I deserve to die." And on the bearded man's right hand, there was a big bloody hole pierced by a bullet. While the first captain was still wondering what had happened to the bearded man inside, Yi Chen slowly walked towards the bearded man. Seeing Yi Chen leaning over, the bearded man's face became even more panicked, and he cried out as he backed away, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" When Yi Chen arrived in front of the bearded man and gave him a condescending look. Next, the bearded man's eyes rolled back in his head and he passed out. After resolving the trouble, Yi Chen then looked at the first captain and lectured, "Even your gun can be taken away from you. You're not alert enough." Upon hearing this, the first captain remembered that Yi Chen had just snatched his gun and glared angrily at him. "Do you realize that you've just casually grabbed a police officer's gun, which is already a serious violation of the law? I have every reason to take you into custody for interrogation now. It would be a lie to say that I'm not angry." The very act of grabbing his own sidearm and firing it scared the first sergeant so much that his heart went poof. If anything really happened, he, the captain, along with Yi Chen, would be chastised. Now Yi Chen actually had the face to lecture himself. How could this not infuriate the first sergeant? Chapter 176. Major? Interrogation? Hearing these words, Yi Chen felt amused. At that moment, he made a stern face and spoke coldly to the first captain. "Your firearms can be taken at random by someone else with suspicion of improper storage." The first captain was choked by Yi Chen's sentence, and for a moment he didn't know how to retort. As Yi Chen said, Yi Chen did not go through the consent to take his firearms is certainly wrong. Is the captain of his own custody of firearms improperly is not right? It is important to realize that as a police officer who carries a firearm, he or she is obligated to take care of the sidearm that is carried on the person. What's more, with Yi Chen's status, in this situation, not to mention grabbing the gun, even if he pressed the gun against the first captain's head, it would be fine. It was only that the poor brigadier didn't know Yi Chen's true identity. Hearing Yi Chen point the finger at himself, the first captain was not happy. What do you mean take it in passing? Watch your language. That's called snatching. What snatch? Did you just resist? Yi Chen said this, still looking at the first captain with a puzzled expression, and continued, since you didn't resist, what's with the word snatch? You. The first captain was so angry that he pointed his finger at Yi Chen, and his expression began to twist slightly, for big words were floating around in his mind at the moment. Strong words. Strong words. The constable on the sidelines couldn't look away and spoke to their first sergeant. Captain, what's the point of wasting words with him? Let's just take him to the station and have their superiors come and claim him. Won't we? This sentence caused the first captain to wake up as if from a dream, and turn to look at Yi Chen triumphantly. Comrade, please come back with us and investigate until we get this straight. The first captain didn't have much malice towards Yi Chen, only looking at Yi Chen's indifferent attitude made him a little upset. He planned to take Yi Chen back to the station and let his superior lead Yi Chen back. In this way, perhaps Yi Chen would be criticized by the troops, and it would be a way to grow a memory for him. But where did the first captain know that they were not qualified to imprison Yi Chen at all? Retrieve all those traffickers out there together and send them back to the station. Their weapons well documented and collected. Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to the first captain's remark and turned to leave after explaining some matters to the first captain. Now that the traffickers have all been apprehended, there's nothing left to do but some finishing touches. But he still had to go back and continue training Sun Hao and the others. So naturally he didn't have time to waste on this. Stop. Looking at Yi Chen about to leave, the first captain immediately drank him down and spoke forcefully. I hope you can cooperate with us. Otherwise, the first sergeant did not continue when he said this, but the meaning of his words was obvious. If they didn't cooperate with them to go back, then they might take strong measures to bring Yi Chen back. Yi Chen lightly glanced at the first captain and spat out 2 words from his mouth. No time. He then pulled an ID out of his pocket and held it against the first sergeant. Yo, I thought you soldiers were so cool. The captain looked at Yi Chen's attitude. His heart was very upset, and while opening his documents, he continued at Yi Chen. Today I don't care who you are. I'm going to take you back for an investigation. Even if you're some kind of company commander, battalion commander, I'll see you. Before the words were out of his mouth, the brigadier was dumbfounded as he looked at the simple information on his credentials. Major? The captain looked at the documents, and then looked at Yi Chen, and after looking at it several times over and over again the whole person was finished being silly. What's with the young major? Before the first captain could return to his senses, Yi Chen opened his mouth to interrupt the first captain's thoughts. Can I go now? The sound brought the first officer's thoughts back to reality. After coming back to his senses, the captain hurriedly closed the document and respectfully handed it back to Yi Chen, opening his mouth with an awkward smile. Can. The first captain at this moment was a far cry from what he had just been. The papers he checked and there was nothing wrong with them. What's more, no one dares to impersonate a major these days, judging from the gun on Yi Chen's body and that attire. The major was undoubtedly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and after receiving the documents, he intended to leave. Right. When he took 2 steps, he seemed to think of something and looked back at the first captain, kindly reminding him, next time, take care of the guns, and don't let someone else slip away so easily. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Oh, the brigadier nodded his head in response. Under his watchful eyes, Yi Chen gradually disappeared from their view. When Yi Chen had just left with his front foot, the police officer on the side looked at the first captain with some puzzlement. Captain, why did you just let him go? Won't you take him back to the station and let their superiors claim him? But the officer's casual inquiry was met with an angry look from the first sergeant. Back to the station? He's not taking us to the force anymore even if we've gone far. Do you guys know what he is? And you want Yi Chen's boss to come over and collect him? I'm afraid that supervisor is at the level of a chief. Even if the captain had the heart, he wouldn't have the guts. He knew very well what the major stood for. Even when the senior captain's superior came here, he had to give Yi Chen a military salute as respectfully as he did and kick a loud front step before he could walk. I don't know, Captain. What's that guy's deal? How dare even you be afraid? The officers shook their heads. In their eyes, the first captain was already the one who had the highest and absolute say in their place. Besides, the military and the police are supposed to be 2 different systems of people, and in general they should cooperate or have to cooperate. Could it be that the handsome young man just now was a company commander in the army? The brigadier gave the officers a blank look, then spoke slowly. That man just now was a major. Don't you dare keep him? This statement was made. The surrounding officers all sucked in a breath of cold air. Major. It was understandable why their first captain. The contrast between before and after was so great. So they stopped saying anything and started taking the villagers back with their pie sheets to make statements while holding the bandits captive in the car. Looking at the bearded man's collapsed on the ground, with blood still flowing from his hands. The brigadier then became angry and kicked the bearded man hard before turning to one of the officers. Dress his wounds, alcohol or something to go over them. No anesthetic. If it wasn't for the bearded man, an asshole, holding a hostage, how could he have just charged a major? Fortunately, Yi Chen was generous and did not bother with him. Otherwise, not to mention the fact that he didn't get any credit for this time, the mere fact that he didn't keep the gun safe would be enough to make him drink a pot of water. The other side. After Sun Hao and the others returned to the base, they waited left and right for Yi Chen to finally return. Instructor Yi. The crowd cheered Yi Chen, and a smug smile spread across everyone's face. The reason is that they have just eliminated an armed gang of human traffickers together. Chapter 177, Tropical Rainforest. The crowd placed all their gazes on Yi Chen's body, those eyes babbling as they waited for Yi Chen to praise them. For them, the image Yi Chen had given them during this time was nothing but indifference. Even verbally praising them is a supreme honor. When they saw that Yi Chen, who was approaching, had his usual indifference on his face, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in their hearts. Yi Chen first frowned and scanned the crowd before slowly speaking. In light of your performance, you'll be given an extra half day off today, so get back to it. As he finished, the crowd was still impassive, apparently not reacting. Rest? In their hearts, they had long since decided that it was impossible for Yi Chen to give them a break. So when Yi Chen said that he would give them even half a day's rest, it caused the crowd to feel incredulous. Seeing that everyone didn't move, Suing laughed and cursed at the crowd from the sidelines. What? You're not happy about giving you rookies a half day off? Next, the crowd reacted with ecstasy on their faces. Yay! Hooray for the instructors! Finally a break. It's been so long since I've had any extra time when both eyes are open for training and my eyes are closed for sleep. Happiness came so suddenly. I'm not dreaming, am I? To be able to rest for half a day. Of course I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep until I wake up naturally this time. Looking at everyone's excitement, Yi Chen waved his hand and then told the instructors to dismiss the team and go back to rest individually. As for the capture of the armed group of human traffickers, it was claimed that the police department was to blame. This made the senior captain secretly grateful to Yi Chen and the others in his heart. After all, Yi Chen and the others were going to create a special force in the future, and the less people knew about their existence, the better. Day 2. The crowd woke up from their beds refreshed, and even the assembly was more energized than ever. Everyone was glowing and waiting for another day of training. Yi Chen had asked the instructors to prepare the trucks to wait on the sidelines early on. Without saying much, Yi Chen simply informed the crowd. Next, I'm going to take you all elsewhere to train for a while. Suing then shouted from the sidelines. Everybody, get in the car. This mystified the crowd, wondering where they were being taken. But instead of asking more questions, they got into the car in a tense and orderly manner, and then they drove towards the outside of the base. After an unknown amount of time, the group's car entered a rainforest. Once they arrived at their destination, the instructors began to rush the crowd out of the car. Everyone, get out of the car and gather. After the crowd was driven off the bus, Yi Chen then said to them with a serious tone, this is where you will train next, and you will embark on a month-long training period here. A month was enough time for Yi Chen to train them to metamorphosis. The crowd looked at their surroundings and realized they were in the middle of a rainforest, somewhat confused. Instructor Yi, what are you training here? We're not going to be savages here, are we? These feel like a lot of mosquitoes. A month? That's too long. Instructor Yi, can we go back earlier? There's not even a bedpan here to sleep on at night. Listening to the complaints of the crowd, Suing looked at them with a face full of anger. Where's all this nonsense? If you don't want to train, get lost and walk back by yourself. When these words came out, the crowd all instantly quieted down and tightly shut their mouths. Walking back? It had just taken them most of the day to drive over, and that was at full speed with no stoplights or anything. If we walk back, I'm afraid we won't be able to get back to the base until we've walked for years. They didn't want to get lost in this place where they were calling the shots. After watching everyone quiet down, Yi Chen then told the crowd the purpose of coming here. You will have to find a way to survive in this jungle for a month, during which time you will have to defend yourselves not only against all kinds of dangers in the wilderness, but also against your enemies. Next, I will divide you into 10 groups of members scattered throughout this jungle. Yi Chen was concise and clear, stating the contents of this training. After the crowd heard the rules, Every face showed a surprised look. You know, before coming here, Suing had only prepared basic tools for them, as well as some dry food that was only enough for a few days. But now they were told that they had to survive here for a month while facing all kinds of dangers. This couldn't help but give the crowd a headache. Sun Hao typed up a report at this time and questioned Yi Chen suspiciously. Report, Instructor Yi. So what are we going to eat in the meantime? Since ancient times, people have been living on food, and as long as there is food they can survive anywhere. But if they ran out of food, they would die in the rainforest in a few days, not to mention a month. Eat what? Yi Chen sneered and looked at the crowd. You guys can eat whatever is available here. The words just fell. The crowd instantly associated it with the snakes, insects and rats they had eaten not long ago. After all, what is there to eat in this rainforest other than nature's wildlife? It's impossible to live on wild fruits every day. Not to mention whether or not they could find wild fruits. Even if they did, it wouldn't necessarily be enough for them to eat for a month. The unpleasant memories of looking back swept back into their minds. Every man drooped and complained in agonized flurry. Going to eat those again? Eating those things was a torture for me even mentally, and I thought I would never eat those things again in my life. Brothers, stop complaining. Let's face reality. Bear with it, a month will soon pass. Can I have the dry food you guys are carrying? I'll work as an ox for you all this month. I really don't want to eat that diaphragm stuff anymore. That's a nice thought. You'll come and work for you as a cow for me. Yi Chen didn't care how the crowd complained, but instead had the instructors divide them into 10 groups. Afterwards, Suing and the others took the 10 groups that had been divided up and all of them were taken away to be randomly dumped in a place in the rainforest. In less than a day's time, the original 200 or so people were scattered throughout this jungle in groups of 20. After doing all of this, Yi Chen along with the instructors were as if they had disappeared, never to be seen again. Sun Hao, on the other hand, was unfortunately assigned to a group with Lin Ruyan. Listening to the sounds of birds chirping in the distance from time to time, Sun Hao looked at Lin Ruyan with a bitter face. Crap. Assigned to the same group as you're stupid again. Upon hearing Sun Hao's casual complaint, Lin Ruyan's fiery temper was instantly ignited and she pointed at Sun Hao and cursed. You still dislike on my old lady? Do you think I want to be in a group with you? You're a liability. At one point the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 178. How come I'm grouped with you stupid? Xiaola felt a wave of headache as she watched the two men start a fight at the drop of a hat. To stop the tragedy, she had to step up and talk it out. Alright, you two stop arguing. Now we need to think about what we should do to accomplish the mission instead of arguing here. Xiao La's words were good, and only when she said so did the two stop arguing. Only Sun Hao clasped his hands on his chest and tilted his head to the side in a conspiratorial manner. Isn't that stupid good at what she does? Let her lead us to food. You're the stupid ing pussy. I'm more of a pussy than you guys are. Lin Ruyan disliked Sun Hao and continued. Just look for it, and if you find it, you don't eat it. Cut. If you could find us food, I wouldn't eat a bite of what you find. Sun Hao was full of disdain. He thought that how could Lin Ruyan, a girl, find food in this jungle? They were carrying dry food on them, but the crowd was not stupid. In the case of last resort, we'll not first use those dry food on the body. Otherwise the dry rations run out and the food source is nowhere to be found. Then the rest of the day will be nothing but starvation. Okay, Sun Hao, remember what you just said. Don't eat a single bite of the food I found. Lin Ruyan stared at Sun Hao, her eyes full of determination. She still didn't believe that if she found food, this Sun Hao would be able to hold back from eating it. The bet between the two that was not in black and white also formed silently at this time, to prove to Sun Hao that she could find food on her own. So he took advantage of the fact that everyone was settling down where they were, and headed off into the distance alone. Sun Hao, on the other hand, stood in place, staring blankly at Lin Ruyan who was walking away. Right at this moment, Xiaola did not appear since Weren stood next to Sun Hao and opened her mouth with a smile. What? If you want to go up there, go ahead. What's the holdup here? Xiaola had long since seen that Sun Hao was worried that Lin Ruyan would be in danger alone. What nonsense! How could I possibly want to follow? I'm not a trailing demented man. As if Sun Hao had been seen through Xiao La's small mind. His face flushed red. Only at this time, his mouth was still hard, and he never refused to admit that he was worried about Lin Ruyan's danger. So are you going to follow it or not? Xiaola looked at Sun Hao and then spoke. I can keep your secret. Deal. Sun Hao immediately uttered 2 words, then followed the direction Lin Ruyan left. Xiaola looked at Sun Hao's appearance and stood in place tooting twice and shaking her head. The other side. Yi Chen and the others did not leave this tropical rainforest. Instead, he was led by Yi Chen to an extremely remote place. Here, all sorts of high-tech equipment was displayed, and even each place was carefully camouflaged for a while, even if they were passing by. If they didn't look closely, No one would even realize that a secret base actually existed here. Lei checked the various instruments and confirmed that they were all functioning properly before coming to Yi Chen to report. Instructor Yi, everything is ready. Aha! Yi Chen answered. Then he inquired, have you prepared something? The words just fell. Lei then pulled out a realistic wolf's head mask from somewhere and hemmed and hawed. Instructor Yi, I've brought everything you asked me to prepare. When are we going to move? As soon as these words were uttered, the instructors, including Su Ying, all gathered around. Even the commander of the 6th company rubbed his hands together in excitement and thrill. It turned out that Yi Chen did not intend to let Sun Hao and the others spend a month so safely. They would disguise themselves as agile wolves in the jungle. Sneaking up on the groups, Yi Chen looked at the color of the sky, then turned to Su Ying and the others. There's no rush. We can move when it gets dark. Okay. Lei had the same excitement on his face. It's time to give them a bit of a hard time in the meantime. If Sun Hao and the others had appeared here, they would have been upset in their hearts when they heard what Lei Jining said. After all, they had been suffering all the time before they even arrived at the base. Sun Hao was still trailing behind Lin Ruyan at this moment. Watching Lin Ruyan walk and stop in front, he was slightly relieved and was about to leave. Suddenly there was a sudden cry of alarm from the front. Ah! Sun Hao hurriedly turned back and realized that Lin Ruyan had actually fallen into a large pit. It turned out that just now, after some searching, Lin Ruyan finally saw a tree full of unknown fruits. Look at that. It doesn't look like anything tasty, but it's barely edible. In her excitement, Lin Ruyan blithely didn't notice that there was a large pit in front of her. Moreover, after the site has been washed away by the rain, the soil around the big pit is extremely loose, and it is obviously impossible to climb up by one's own strength. Seeing this scene, Sun Hao was secretly glad that he had followed him, but he murmured a low curse as he did so. What a stupid! And she doesn't know how to watch where she's going. Still, his body was solid enough to walk over and rummage through his backpack for a rope to start trying to secure it to a nearby tree. Lin Ruyan, who was at the bottom, couldn't see the situation above at all, and could only vaguely hear rustling. It made her blush with fear. It's not going to be a beast, is it? A terrifying thought rose in Lin Ruyan's mind. Then she drew the dagger on her body and alerted upwards. This was the middle of nowhere, and if it was really a wild animal she would be in great danger alone. Just as she tensed her nerves and stared dead ahead over the large pit, suddenly a rope was thrown down from above, causing Lin Ruyan to be a bit surprised. Rope? Lin Ruyan walked up and pulled the rope experimentally, and couldn't help but rejoice after realizing that it was unusually sturdy. Then with the help of this rope, Lin Ruyan smoothly climbed to the top of the pit. Thanks a lot. As soon as she came up, she was just about to say thank you to the person who helped her. But before he finished speaking, he realized that the surroundings were empty, which couldn't help but make Lin Ruyan feel puzzled. Who was that guy just now? After thinking about it for half a day, Lin Ruyan thought that the most likely thing was that the instructors were secretly observing their every move to ensure their safety. So Lin Ruyan couldn't care less and happily picked a big bag of wild fruits and headed back towards a group of campsites. As soon as Sun Hao returned to a group of campsites, a number of people had already returned, having scouted out the surrounding terrain. Even where there was a water source was known. Even the makeshift facilities in the camp were set up. Sun Hao, why did you come back so soon? Xiaola noticed that Sun Hao had returned and looked behind him to find that there was no figure of Lin Ruyan, which couldn't help but make her a little puzzled. Where's Ruyan Lin? She didn't come back? Sun Hao shook his head, which made Xiaola even more puzzled. Chapter 179 1 Month of Extreme Survival. Just as Xiaola was about to continue to pursue the matter, Lin Ruyan's figure, holding the wild fruit, appeared in front. Seeing this, Sun Hao went to the side to sit silently by himself. Lin Ruyan came back and happily took out a large backpack of wild fruits and said to the crowd, I've picked some wild fruits. We'll have dinner tonight. As soon as the surrounding people heard that there were wild fruits, they all swarmed around. Being able to eat wild fruits is somehow better than going for those bugs and ants, isn't it? Lin Ruyan didn't mince words and opened her mouth while distributing them to everyone. Don't worry, everyone gets a share, one by one. Not enough to eat later, I'll pick some more. There's plenty more on that tree. Xiaola, on the other hand, came to Lin Ruyan's side. Looking at Lin Ruyan, who was distributing wild fruits for everyone covered in mud, she couldn't help but curiously inquire, Ruyan, what just happened to you? Why are your clothes so dirty? Being mentioned so by Xiaola, Lin Ruyan's hand movements didn't stop, but she casually replied while distributing the wild fruits. Don't mention it. I was so excited to see the wild fruits just now that I didn't notice a big pit in front of me, and I just fell down into it. Fortunately, someone threw a rope down from above, so I was able to get out. It's just that when I came up, I couldn't see that person. As Lin Ruyan spoke, she even rummaged the thick rope out of the innermost part of her bag and waved it in front of Xiaola. The rope was a big favor to her, so she came up and brought it back along with her. Looking at the rope in front of her, Shola daydreamed. It was also at this time that the people each received wild fruits to eat on the sidelines. And Lin Ruyan looked at the wild fruits that still had some left and glanced at Sun Hao triumphantly. Someone just said they wouldn't eat the food I found. These words were clearly addressed to Sun Hao, and even the tone of his voice carried the implication of showing off the spoils of war. Sun Hao snorted coldly and stood up to walk to Lin Ruyan. What? You also want to eat wild fruits? This girl is not someone who holds a grudge. As long as you are willing to admit your faults to me, it is not impossible for this girl to reward you with a few wild fruits to eat. Want to not? While Lin Ruyan was still talking smugly to herself, Sun Hao grabbed the rope in her hand. Then, under Lin Ruyan's shocked gaze, Sun Hao stuffed the rope back into his bag and then went back to sit on a pile of rocks. Even if Lin Ruyan was stupid, she had more or less reacted to something at this time. Xiao La, on the other hand, gently pushed Lin Ruyan's back from the side and reminded in a small voice. Ruyan, just after you left, Sun Hao was afraid that you would be in danger, but he left with you behind him, and this is all what I watched with my own eyes. Listening to Xiao La's reminder, Lin Ruyan's eyes were filled with incredulity, and a complicated expression surfaced on her face. She knew Shiera wouldn't lie to her, and just now Xiao La said that Sun Hao had been following her after she left, especially when Sun Hao took the rope away from herself. She was basically sure that Sun Hao was the one who had lent her a helping hand. But what about her? But because of a little bit of triviality before, he had to humiliate Sun Hao with wild fruits. This made Lin Ruyan feel incredibly guilty in her heart. Seeing Lin Ruyan still frozen in place, Xiao La couldn't help but push her again. Ruyan, what are you waiting for? Go apologize to Sun Hao. Being pushed by Xiao La like this, Lin Ruyan was also considered to have completely come back to her senses. Flustered, he clutched the remaining wild fruits in his hand and headed towards Sun Hao. When she came to Sun Hao, she squirmed and didn't know how to speak. What for? Sun Hao squinted his eyes at Lin Ruyan and said without any good humor. At this time, he was a little depressed in his heart, not to mention that he had saved Lin Ruyan. He had just been humiliated by Lin Ruyan in front of everyone. At the same time, his heart secretly swore that he, Sun Hao, would never take a bite of the wild fruit Lin Ruyan brought back today even if he starved to death and died here. Just as he was still making an ironclad vow in his heart, Lin Ruyan handed the wild fruit to Sun Hao at this time. Sun Hao, thank you. Lin Ruyan's tone was as stiff as it could be when she said this. Ha! Sun Hao looked up in a daze, looking at Lin Ruyan's handsome little face slightly out of focus. Lin Ruyan looked at Sun Hao's dumbfounded reaction and thought that he hadn't heard what he said clearly just now. So she gathered her courage and spoke again. I say, Sun Hao, thank you for saving me just now. After saying that, Lin Ruyan also sincerely handed over the wild fruits in her hand towards Sun Hao. This time it was Sun Hao's turn to be embarrassed, and subconsciously took the wild fruit and laughed foolishly. It's okay, you're okay. A bite of the wild fruit followed. Well, the wild fruit was bitter and bitter, but somehow Sun Hao felt sweet to his heart. Even the oath he had just made in his heart was all thrown to the roots of his mind. Sun Hao and Lin Ruyan had also cleared up their differences because of this incident today. Lin Ruyan even looked at Sun Hao more and more favorably, feeling that Sun Hao wasn't that annoying anymore. Toward evening, the group caught some fish from the river and sat around and chattered. Lin Ruyan sat next to Sun Hao and spoke to the crowd. If this keeps up, I think we'll still be able to survive in this jungle for a month. They had wild fruits if they wanted them, and they could go to the river and fish, so they didn't have to worry about food or drink at all. Sun Hao also nodded in agreement. Just think of this training as a vacation here. It's not that challenging anyway. He even stretched when he finished, yawning with a look of disbelief. Xiao La at this time looked at the lazy appearance of the crowd present, always felt that something was wrong. Lin Ruyan noticed Xiao La's frowning expression and inquired with concern. Shiera, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're not very happy? It was also at this moment that Xiao La seemed to think of something and jerked her head up. Lin Ruyan, count the number of people. The crowd was a bit confused when they heard Xiao La's words. Why the sudden head count? Do we have to train in the middle of the night? Although Lin Ruyan was also puzzled, she still followed what Xiao La said and started counting the number of people present. Xiao La and a small group of people were not idle, likewise counting silently. 15, 16, 17, 18, 18? After Lin Ruyan counted the number of people, there were actually only 18 people including herself. Each group was assigned 20 peoples. Xiao La similarly counted out that there were only 18 people and asked everyone in an anxious tone. Guys, who's missing from our team? The crowd looked at me. They were all transferred from various places and usually didn't have much contact other than training. Finally, at that moment, someone remembered something and spoke with a slap on the head. I know. It seems like Zhang San and Li Si and the two of them didn't come back. I have some impression of them. Chapter 180, Throwing Two People Away. When Xiaola heard this, she had a bad feeling in her heart. How long have the two of them been out? The man thought back carefully before this slowly opened his mouth to reply. Seems like they've been going for a while now. They're in charge of going out and surveying the neighborhood. Sun Hao was comforting the crowd's nervousness at this point. In case it's just gone too far and won't be back for a while, we can wait around and go out looking for someone if we don't see them later. Said this, Sun Hao afraid of the crowd worried and then said, besides, we are not ordinary people. Even if we really encountered any danger for a moment we'll not have anything. When Xiaola heard it, it felt very reasonable. When surveying the terrain, there was no way to tell if Zhang San Li Si had gone far away, which led to not coming back quickly. Furthermore, even if they encountered any danger, they would still be able to make a safe exit if they wanted to. Thinking of this, she planned to wait patiently for a while she began to formulate some rules in her mind, waiting for Zhang San and Li Si to say them together when the two of them returned. Rules like how long they go out for and how long they have to be back in and so on to make sure that all the members of their group make it through the month safely. The other side. As a matter of fact, Zhang San and Li Si did get a bit mesmerized as they explored the surrounding terrain, oblivious to the fact that they had already gone further and further away. Zhang San, you see this nature's air is just fine. Unlike the city which has so much haze. Li Si breathed in the earthy fragrance as he blew in the evening breeze. Zhang San, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. Yes, places as pristine as this are rare, and coming here makes me feel like I've gotten away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Right at this moment, Li Si jerked his head back and stared back dead in the face. What's wrong with you, Li Si? Zhang San looked at Li Si's constipation-like expression and was a bit puzzled. Li Si, who was fine just a moment ago, why was he suddenly so nervous? Li Si shook his head and whispered, Zhang San, why do I always feel a chill down my back, as if we're being watched by something? When Zhang San heard this, his heart thumped and he similarly whispered, it's not like there's a beast ambushing us nearby, is it? Zhang San then looked up at the sky, and only then did he notice that night was about to fall. Just to be on the safe side, he spoke to Li Si. Li Si, why don't we just go back first and continue to explore the terrain elsewhere tomorrow? The two of them carried weapons on them though, so they could boogie even if they met a beast, but if they attracted any large beasts, or wolf-like packs, it would still be very difficult for them to cope. Aha, I think it's okay, let's call it a day. Li Si nodded repeatedly. He had already wanted to hurry back a long time ago. For some reason, that uneasy feeling in his heart made him go crazy inside. After the two decided to return, as soon as Zhang San and Li Si turned around, the sound of wolves howling came from all around them. Ow! This wolf howl was extremely realistic, but it was actually imitated by Su Ying. It was also the plan of action that Yi Chen had formulated earlier. The moment they heard the wolf howl, Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other. They could both see a flash of panic in the other's eyes. After only a moment, Zhang San and Li Si both shouted in unison, "Run!" As soon as the words were out of their mouths, the two of them took off running back the way they had come. Yi Chen and the others had been waiting in the vicinity for a long time, so how could they possibly allow Zhang San and Li Si to escape? At that moment, Su Ying once again howled wolfishly, the sharp sound signifying the start of the operation. Next, dozens of black shadows sprang out from all directions around them, instantly encircling the retreat of Zhang San and Li Si. Zhang San, you run that way. I'll run this way. We'll run separately. Go back and get help. Before Li Si could see the black shadow that suddenly appeared, he subconsciously thought that it was a couple of wolves blocking their way. Immediately, he made a strategy towards Zhang San. When fighting with wolves, one must never get attached to the battle. Attachment is a big taboo. It is important to realize that wolves are never pack animals, and when you see one wolf, it means that there are many wolves waiting for you behind those few. Zhang San did not hesitate and turned around just as he was about to run when he realized that there were actually a few figures behind him as well. At this time, the sky was already dark, plus Yi Chen and the others were wearing realistic simulated wolf masks. This made Zhang San and Li Si think for a moment that the encircling ones were wolves. It's over. Li Si, we're surrounded, Zhang San said with his heart as if he was dead, while the two of them stared tightly at the surrounding figures with their backs to each other. Seeing that they were already surrounded, Li Si showed the same embarrassed expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and put his heart on the line, opening his mouth to Zhang San behind him. Zhang San, let us fight them. It's just a bunch of them. Maybe the two of us can still kill a way out. Just in time to eat these meat tonight. Zhang San nodded and responded to Li Si. Row. I'll be a hero who's not afraid of death even if I die today. Their voices were not loud, but they were able to fall into the ears of the instructors. This caused Lei Jiming and the others to blush strangely as they looked at these two foolish boys and silently mourned for them in their hearts. How dare they call them in front of Yi Chen? These two silly boys are definitely going to be in for some pain later. Spell it out. With a furious cry, Zhang San sprang into action, drawing his dagger from his waist and running straight in Lei Jiming's direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lei looked at the running Zhang San and couldn't help but let out a low, dark curse. It was a good thing that Zhang San was already overwhelmed by hot blood at this point and couldn't hear what Lei Jiming said. Lei didn't dare to relax and kept a close eye on Zhang San running towards him. Just as Zhang San was about to approach Lei, that was when Lei finally moved his hand, only to see Lei dodging Zhang San's dagger-wielding attack. Li Si, be careful, these will dodge. Zhang San was confused at the moment. How could he not have expected that the wolf in his eyes would actually be able to dodge skills? And it's so damn accurate to dodge. Taking advantage of Zhang San's confusion, Lei Jiming did not talk nonsense and stepped forward to turn his hand into a sword shape, ruthlessly slashing at the back of Zhang San's neck. Zhang San, who received this blow from Lei Jiming, instantly fainted on the ground with both eyes closed. In the moments before he passed out, his wide-open eyes were filled with incredulity. The wolf grows a hand. After resolving Zhang San, Lei looked over to Li Si's side, realizing that Su Ying had already chopped Li Si unconscious. He then kicked Zhang San, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and spat. Bah! Dare to call me a. Wake up and have a good time. Yi Chen did not feel the slightest surprise as he watched the two men already being taken care of, but instead faintly opened his mouth to command a few people, drag them back and move on to the next target. Chapter 181, They won't have any accidents, right? At Yi Chen's command, Su Ying and the others dragged away the two Zhang San and Li Si who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. The scene was also purposely cleared of traces by them so that no one could see that anyone had been here. If someone else was here, they would definitely be able to notice Yi Chen playing with a small, precise square in his hands. And the only other thing the little square does is block out signals from the surrounding area. This was done to prevent Zhang San and Li Si from utilizing their communication devices to call for help from the others in time. In a group of camps, all the members of a group couldn't help but worry when they saw that Zhang San and Li Si were still late in returning. Why aren't Zhang San and Li Si and the others back yet? Xiaola looked out into the distance of the intersection. How she wished she could see Zhang San and Li Si's figures appearing in the next second. If Yi Chen knew that two people had disappeared from their group on only the first day, I'm afraid that their entire group and even everyone who came to train in this rainforest will be chastised severely. At this time, Sun Hao and Lin Ruyan came next to Xiaola, their faces filled with anxiety. How's it going? Did you get in touch with Zhang San and Li Si? Both of them? Xiaola inquired to Lin Ruyan. They are all equipped with communication devices on them and can make contact as long as they are within a certain range. Sun Hao and Lin Ruyan shook their heads and sighed slowly. No contact yet. I'm afraid there's really been some kind of accident. They had set their communication channels to the same channel when they made their group assignments. As long as someone calls in the channel, the whole team will be able to hear it. Nowadays there are only a few possibilities when you can't contact someone. Either Zhang San Li Si has met with some kind of accident and the communication equipment is broken, or maybe it's beyond a certain range, causing the signal to fail to transmit. There is also the possibility that, hearing Lin Ruyan's reply, Xiaola frowned and decided immediately. All of you, split into two teams and search the neighborhood. Make sure you don't go too far away, and contact them in time if there are any accidents. After Xiaola went through a period of training, even doing things became more decisive than before. The reason why they were split into two teams was entirely because Xiaola had considered the unknown dangers that might be hidden in this jungle. Even when Zhang San and Li Si went out, the fact that the two didn't even have time to send back a message was proof enough that too few people weren't safe. Soon, under Xiao La's arrangement, a group of people split into two teams intending to search around for Zhang San and Li Si's whereabouts. Before she set off, Xiaola didn't forget to exhort the crowd. Everyone, don't go alone, and report back to the whole team as soon as you find something. After getting everyone's response, Xiaola then started searching around with an apprehensive heart. The other side, under Yi Chen's leadership, the instructors brought back one or two people from each squad more or less. They were then placed in cells prepared for them in advance and guarded by the commander of the 6th company himself. Yi Chen was holding a drawing at the moment and seemed to be studying something. Instructor Yi, maybe they've realized that there are less people in their squad now. What are we going to do next? Su Ying looked at Yi Chen and inquired curiously. Yi Chen never told them in advance what he was going to do, and they would never take the initiative to ask about it. Anyway, whatever Yi Chen told them to do, it was right for them to do it. It was also only after accomplishing what Yi Chen had explained that he would ask for the next instruction. Yi Chen closed the paper in his hand and said to Su Ying, "First, wake up Zhang San and Li Si and take them to the interrogation room." "Yes," Su Ying answered. Then put on the simulation of the wolf's head, shouted Lei Jiming to come to the poorly constructed cell, and dragged Zhang San and Li Si to the interrogation room. Yi Chen poured a pot of cool water onto Zhang San and Li Si, instantly waking them up from their stupor. Hiss! Zhang San was the first to wake up and was doused with cold water that was so penetrating that he couldn't even help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He then opened his eyes forcefully, and when he saw a few wolf heads in front of him, he snapped out of it much more awake, and shouted out of his mouth, Li Si! Li Si! Where are you people? I was caught by these. At this time, Zhang San had just woken up, and then when he saw Su Ying's several people wearing simulated wolf heads, then once they remembered that they seemed to have been attacked by wolves before they passed out, they mistakenly thought in their haste that they had been taken back to the den by the wolves. Li Si also opened his eyes at this time, and in his daze, he heard Zhang San shouting his name, so he weakly responded, Stop yelling, I'm here. At this moment, both of their hands and feet were tied, which made them unable to move at all. But once again, for no reason at all, Lei Jiming was scolded for being unable to help himself, and kicked the two men into the corner. Who are you calling? The simulated wolf's head was improved by Yi Chen himself, and there was a voice changer inside. Even if Lei spoke at this moment, there was absolutely no need to worry that Zhang San and Li Si would recognize him. This was Yi Chen's next training program, counter-interrogation training. Hearing human words coming from the wolf-like figure in front of them, it startled Zhang San and Li Si. It was only then that it became clear that the few people in front of them were nothing more than people wearing simulated wolf head masks, so the two men breathed a quiet sigh of relief in their minds. It was good that it wasn't a wolf. If it was, they wouldn't even have a chance to discuss it. After all, wolves can't understand human speech, and they don't speak wolf. Who are you guys? Why have you taken us here? With a bottomless air, Zhang San looked at the few people in front of him, glaring at them and questioning. Do you know that kidnapping is against the law? Put. Breaking the law? Then call the police to arrest me. When Suing heard Zhang San's words, it was as if he had heard something unbelievable. This is a tropical rainforest. I'm afraid they can't even call the police if they want to. Suing then once again kicked Zhang San's body hard and opened his mouth viciously at the two men. You don't need to know who we are, but tell me who you are and why you are here. The pained Zhang San looked up at Suing with a vague guess in his heart. Anyone who can operate in this area is highly likely to be a criminal in hiding. At a glance, he glanced at the guns by the wall, which made the two Zhang San even more sure of their suspicions. Zhang San then revealed a look of panic and stammered out, Please, big brother, let us go. We are only passing by, donkey friend. While speaking, Zhang San was still mentally trying to keep himself calm, thinking about his next countermeasures. Naturally, he would not tell these people in front of him of unknown origin that his true identity was a soldier. Zhang San and Li Si hadn't forgotten that before coming here again Yi Chen had specifically instructed them to keep the confidentiality agreement in mind. Not a single word about their identity should be divulged. Chapter 182, Counter-Interrogation Training. A donkey? Suing gave a puzzled cry, then sternly inquired to Zhang San and Li Si. Say, what's a donkey? Be honest. When Lei Jiming, who was at the side, heard this, his expression almost collapsed. It's a good thing he's wearing a simulated wolf hood that covers his entire face. How could Suing not know what a donkey friend was? But seeing as he was asking, it was obvious that he was deliberately teasing both Zhang San and Li Si. Sure enough, when Zhang San and Li Si heard that the person in front of them actually didn't even know what a donkey was, their eyes lit up. So Zhang San began his scheme of fooling around. Donkeys are usually friends who herd donkeys, and if we delay going back, there will be no one to feed the donkeys in the village, and then the police will definitely be called to look for us. After a pause in his tone, Zhang San continued to flirt with Suing. Now that Skynet is so powerful, if the village people call the police, they will definitely be able to find out that we were here, so it would be better to put us back earlier. Suing heard this and asked Li Si, who was beside him, in a half-hearted tone. Is it true what he said? Li Si nodded his head frantically and hummed when he heard that. It's true, as long as you let us go back. We promise not to tell anyone that there's anyone here, and you guys don't want to be found out, do you? Surface Li Si Bite repeatedly assured that he must go back to strictly guard the secret, but in his heart, he had already begun to secretly calculate that he would go back and gather the 200 or so brethren outside to sweep the place. Maybe we can crack another criminal gang and make a big achievement to get praise from Instructor Yi. After all, the person in front of him even spoke, and on first hearing, he could tell that he was using a voice changer. What kind of person can wear a mask with a voice changer? Of course it's an unseemly terrorist. At this moment, Zhang San and Li Si's hearts have long put fear behind them, and replaced it with a great credit. Suing was a little bit furious by the strange eyes of the two men, and then he kicked Zhang San once again. You ing play with me? I've heard of herding sheep and cattle, but this is the first time I've heard of herding donkeys. Boo! Zhang San was so kicked by suing that he straightened up and slammed into the wall again, making a loud noise. This could make Li Si's heart jump in fear, and he hurriedly looked at Suing with a supplicating gaze. You can't kick him, but you can't kick me. Yo! On the contrary, on Zhang San's side, he always felt that the kick he had just received was inexplicably familiar when he was kicked so hard. That force, that method, that long-lost taste, made Zhang San feel like deja vu. Before he could think about it much, Yi Chen came up on the side. I ask, you answer. Yi Chen, adhering to the principle of less nonsense, opened his mouth to Li Si, who had not been severely beaten for the time being. Although Yi Chen's tone was cool, Li Si thought that the man in front of him was not a ruthless character. The mind then began to think small thoughts. Big brother, you ask, and I'll know everything I need to know. Li Si's tone was as sincere as a sincere person could be. But what he didn't expect was that Li Si put on an honest appearance but seemed to be seen through by the people in front of him. Only Yi Chen kicked down Li Si and spoke indifferently. I said I asked you to answer. Did I just ask you? Yi Chen only needed Li Si to answer his question. And if he hadn't asked it yet, Li Si couldn't speak. Li Si was confused. Thinking back carefully, it seemed as if there wasn't really any. So he hastily closed his mouth tightly and waited for Yi Chen to ask. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen just slowly crouched down and stared at Li Si, who was curled up in the corner. A few seconds later, Yi Chen once again kicked at Li Si. Li Si was even more dumbfounded by Yi Chen's kick, and even his good temper was really feeling suffocated and angry at the moment. At that moment, he couldn't help but stare at Yi Chen. Why did you hit me? Didn't I just ask you? I asked and you answered. Is it hard to understand such a simple rule? Yi Chen stared Li Si to his heart's content. It was then that he finally reacted. It turned out that what Yi Chen said in his last mouth just asked you, surprisingly, is also a question and answer. Asked. I get it now. Li Si nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, hastily stating that he was clear about the rules. Good. You're very aware. Yi Chen was indifferent in his attitude one moment, and then he didn't mince his words of praise to Li Si. This caused Li Si's heart to label Yi Chen as temperamental. Who are you? Yi Chen continued to ask the next question, and the eyes revealed through the simulated mask made Li Si not dare to look directly at him. When Li Si was still hesitating, Yi Chen made a move to continue lifting his foot. We're here on an adventure. Seeing Yi Chen raise his foot, Li Si hurriedly shouted, fearing that if he said 1 second late, he would be kicked by Yi Chen again. Although he was afraid of being severely beaten by the few people in front of him, Li Si was able to keep his mental defenses up and refused to reveal his identity as a soldier. It's their professionalism as soldiers, and there's no way they're going to recant over some minor beatings or injuries. Even in the face of forced confessions comparable to the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty, it was difficult to pry useful information out of their mouths. When Li Si finished speaking, he was greeted with a kick from Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen kicked Li Si in the face impartially, even causing Li Si's face to distort for a time. And why is that? Didn't I answer your question? Li Si slurred and questioned Yi Chen. He couldn't figure out how he was going to get beaten if he didn't talk about it. You're going to get hit anyway, so you might as well take advantage of your own mouth by cursing a little more. It's obvious that you want to kick me, right? And you're looking for some grand excuse. Villain. Hypocrite. Yuck. Today I'm going to die, but I'm not going to answer half of your words again. After Li Si finished speaking with great backbone, he tilted his head to the side and swore darkly. Even if he died here today, he wouldn't be answering half of Yi Chen's words, which Yi Chen didn't even bother with him, but waved at Suing and Lei Jiming. Then, from the corner of his eye, Li Si glimpsed Suing and Lei Jiming, both carrying a stick, slowly walking towards him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking, but Li Si was still forcing his composure on the surface. When Zhang San, who was on the side, saw it, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly climbed up and shouted at Suing and the others. You bastards, come at me if you can. What's the point of hitting my brother? Punks, son of a. Zhang San tried to use words to stimulate them to turn their target to himself, thus giving to Li Si a chance to survive. Sure enough, as Zhang San cursed out, Suing and Lei Jiming stopped walking towards Li Si and glanced at each other. In the next second, the two walked towards Li Si and Zhang San respectively after making eye contact. Suing came in front of Li Si and slowly raised the stick in his hand before quickly dropping it again. Hiss! Li Si received such a blow that tears came out of his eyes from the pain. Chapter 183, Knocked Out. Zhang San's side was equally bad. Lei took the stick and dropped it again and again. Suing and Lei Jiming were very measured and didn't knock at the vitals. Instead, they were hitting at the meatiest, most resistant parts of the body. Soon the two men were beaten to death, sprawled on the ground with half-squinted eyes. In the whole process of being beaten, Suing and Lei Jiming may have said a word. let Zhang San and Li Si wail while angrily scolding them both. It was only when Zhang San and Li Si didn't have the strength to open their mouths to speak that Yi Chen walked over with a saber and threw it in front of the two. A donkey? Come here for an adventure? Yi Chen snorted coldly and continued at Zhang San and Li Si. I've given you guys a chance, and you still want to lie to me. Next time I'll directly take your lives. After saying that, he stepped on Zhang San's palm and kept crushing and spinning it with his foot. The immense pain caused Zhang San and Li Si to completely pass out. It was only moments before they passed out that they finally remembered too. Before they were captured here, they were carrying some basic equipment commonly used by soldiers. It turned out that the few people in front of them had already known what their true identities were. It was just a test to see if they would tell the truth. Unfortunately, it was too late to react now, and they eventually closed their eyes slowly. Seeing Zhang San and Li Si fainted to death, Suing then turned his head to look at Yi Chen, waiting for the next instruction. Throw them back in their cells and bring the other prisoners. Yi Chen waited patiently in the interrogation room after giving instructions. Throughout the night, the wailing in this interrogation room was almost uninterrupted. The commander of the 6th company, who was outside, only saw the people being trained unconscious being dragged in by Suing and Lei Jiming, and after a while the screams inside rang out, and then turned into a dead silence. There were also many of them who were soldiers of their 6th company, which made him, as the company commander, feel a pang of fear. The night passed quickly, and by early morning, all of those captured had long since been tortured until they passed out again. Early the next morning, first team side, Xiaola topped off her tired eyes and stared intently at the nearby terrain on the ground that was carved out of stone. It's a detailed record of where there are mountains around, where there is water, and where there are any landmarks, and there was a large blank space next to it, apparently reserved for exploring the terrain next. At this time, Lin Ruyan yawned and came over to Xiaola. Xiaola, don't look. Why don't you go and rest for a while too? Yesterday they searched until midnight and couldn't find Zhang San and Li Si. As a last resort, Xiaola then ordered all the members of the first team to return to the first team's camp to rest. Instead, she pondered where Zhang San and Li Si would have gone. Even if they were attacked by a wild animal, they should always leave traces of a fight, right? But their group, with a group of campsite rangers, kept searching outward all night, not to mention signs of a fight. Not even footprints were left intact. It's okay, I'm waiting, maybe Zhang San and Li Si and the others will be back later. Xiaola still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. At the same time she makes the worst possible plans. If Zhang San and Li Si were still missing when the sky was completely bright, she would report the situation here to Yi Chen, though she desperately didn't want to bring this to the attention of the instructors and let them know. A minor reprimand is not good enough, but if they delayed any longer, if they found Zhang San and Li Si a minute later, perhaps they would be in more danger. Ugh, Lin Ruyan sighed softly, with the same worried frown. Xiaola, why don't we just report this matter to Instructor Yi? Just as she finished her sentence, Sun Hao woke up at some point and came behind the two of them. Just then, he heard what Lin Ruyan had just said, and immediately took a few steps forward and said to the two, no way, if Instructor Yi finds out that our group has lost 2 members, he'll definitely make us suffer. Sun Hao thought he knew Yi Chen very well. Whenever they made a mistake, Sun Hao was always spared a severe beating. So many days to make Sun Hao honest and peaceful a lot, really should be the sentence does not fight not a weapon. Sun Hao, what time is it now? If you still care about being afraid of being chastised, then Zhang San and Li Si and the others will be in danger. It hadn't been long since he and Sun Hao had iced out their differences, and Lin Ruyan wasn't as impulsive as she used to be when she first spoke to him, only the tone of his voice still insisted on his idea, which was to report it to the instructors. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's face revealed a shaken expression. It was true that he was afraid that Yi Chen would know that their group had lost 2 people, but he was also worried that because they were delaying it, it would cause Zhang San and Li Si to be in one more point of danger. Just as Sun Hao was hesitating, Xiaola took one last deep look into the distance. Still no sign of Zhang San and Li Si returning. At this time of year, the sun is rising. The sunlight hit Xiaola and the others, seemingly telling them that it was already dawn. It was then that Xiaola made her decision. Can't wait any longer. We must report this matter to Instructor Yi immediately. After saying that, Xiaola switched her communication device to a dedicated channel and called Yi Chen. Instructor Yi, this is Group Xiaola. Reply received. Instructor Yi, this is Group Xiaola. Reply received. Instructor Yi, this is Group Xiaola. Reply received. Before putting them in the jungle, Yi Chen had instructed them not to contact him unless they encountered any special circumstances. Now that Xiaola was contacting Yi Chen, she had no choice but to do so. Looking at Xiaola, who was trying to call Yi Chen, Sun Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and resignedly prepared himself mentally to go back and be chastised. He also figured out that compared to facing Yi Chen's intimidatingly serious face, Being able to ensure the safety of Zhang San and Li Si was obviously more important compared to the latter. Soon, Yi Chen's cool voice came from the other side of the communication device. What is it? After hearing Yi Chen's reply with a faint indifference, Xiaola hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. Reporting to Instructor Yi, 2 members of our group disappeared last night, and we still have quite a lot of contact, so please ask Instructor Yi to send someone to help find them. After saying that, Xiaola seemed to have drawn out her last breath of strength, and her entire little face was tense. After a moment of silence over there, then Lei Jiming's voice came faintly from the side. Instructor Yi, it has been determined that there is an armed gang hiding in the jungle. Only now it is impossible to determine the location and whereabouts of where they are. Xiaola tensed up when she heard that. There is actually an armed gang hiding in this rainforest, in association with the delayed return of Zhang San and Li Si. Doesn't it mean that Zhang San and Li Si are really in danger? Chapter 184, It's okay to move us, but not our comrades. After Lei finished speaking, Yi Chen's voice also came from the inside. Okay. Only then did Yi Chen pick up the communication device and said to Xiaola, Shiara, after investigation there is a criminal gang hiding in the jungle. You need to locate the gang. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Xiaola had already reacted. According to Yi Chen's words, they had sent support to arrive. It only takes some time due to the remoteness of the place and the need to mobilize permissions and other troublesome procedures. So let Xiaola and the others find the location of the criminal gang and report back, while ensuring their own safety. In addition, if you accidentally fall into the hands of criminal gangs, make sure to keep your plans to take over strictly confidential to ensure that their support programs are running smoothly. Roger that. Xiaola answered and then turned her head to look at Sun Hao after ending the call. Sun Hao, gather everyone here. Although Sun Hao still didn't understand what had happened, but looking at Xiao La's grave expression, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to wake up the remaining dozen or so people in the first team. Only after everyone had been summoned over did Xiaola convey Yi Chen's words, as they were, to the crowd. Sure enough, the crowd was afraid that even their comrades, Zhang San and Li Si, were being held by criminal gangs after hearing that there were criminal gangs hiding in this rainforest. Each of them had a serious look on their faces, and each of them secretly vowed to save their brothers alive. So the crowd of one team began to gather up all the tools available to them and geared up to plan their next move. Yi Chen sighed. After ending the call with Xiaola again, Lei Jiming suddenly looked at Yi Chen with a hefty smile. Instructor Yi, do you think they'll guess that we're the criminal gang if we're so tidy? It turned out that the conversation between Yi Chen and Lei Jiming just now was all self-directed, and it was even more deliberate to let Xiaola hear it. In order to send a message to Xiaola and the others that the rainforest was not safe. Conversations like this one were acted out by Lei and Yi Chen several times in the morning. One by one, people from each group came to report their disappearance to him, and the reason given by Yi Chen was also very uniform, and that was to allow them to complete this special mission on their own. Yi Chen just glanced at Lei Jiming before this spoke. If there are so many of them and they can't even find our nest, what a bunch of losers. In Yi Chen's plan, he knew that given the situation of Xiaola and the others, it wouldn't take long for their groups and teams to coalesce, and then they would work with each other to conduct sweeping searches through this rainforest. The place Yi Chen and the others were in would eventually be discovered, and during this limited time, Yi Chen needed to have the instructors abduct more people for a wave of counter-interrogation training. If you want to be a qualified special forces soldier, you first have to get past the tight mouth. After all, most of the missions that the special forces were exposed to were of high secrecy level, and not even a single word about them could be leaked out. Instructor Yi, then what should we do next? Lei Jiming inquired to Yi Chen. Now put out the fake information and wait for Xiaola and the others to take the bait. And in the meantime, they may still need to do something. Yi Chen just casually said, bring Zhang San and Li Si here. Yes. As soon as Lei heard that, he turned around and went out. At the same time his heart silently pitied Zhang San Li Si for a moment. Soon, Zhang San and Li Si reappeared in the interrogation room. Another pot of cold water was poured in their faces. The waking Zhang San and Li Si didn't panic the first time, but quietly looked at the few people in front of them. Who the hell are you guys? Why did you kidnap us without any offense? Do you know how serious the consequences of kidnapping a soldier are? Moments before their last coma, Zhang San and Li Si had realized that their military identities were exposed. So this time, Zhang San and Li Si no longer hid their identities, but brought out their military identities in an attempt to make these armed men in front of them have a hint of fear, which knows that when Zhang San just finished his words, aside Suing picked up the wooden stick in his hand and smacked it down fiercely. Nonsense! How could I not know that you are soldiers? If I hadn't realized you were soldiers, I wouldn't have bothered to tie you up. Suing has interpreted the bad nature of a hooligan gangster to the fullest, and a word is a burst of poisonous beatings. This completely convinced Zhang San and Li Si that the people standing in front of them wearing simulated masks were vicious armed gangs. Facing this kind of person, Zhang San and Li Si swept away their previously feigned cowardice. Instead of begging for mercy after being hit with a stick, the soldier's bloody side is revealed. I advise you to better let us go, or there will be no good ending awaiting you. He fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. From the way a few people stood, he guessed that Yi Chen was perhaps the leader of the group. In the face of Zhang San's threat, Yi Chen looked at Zhang San with a smile instead of anger, and reached out his hand to slap Zhang Shang's face in a not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy manner. Since we chose to do this job, we are already making a living on the edge of a knife. It doesn't matter what you are. What matters is who sent you here. Yi Chen intended to start luring words out of Zhang San's mouth, and the movement of his hand slapping on Zhang San's face made the entire interrogation room snap. Nevertheless, Zhang San listened to Yi Chen's pressing questions and stared at him with a resolute and deadly face. We were just passing through here. No one sent us. Naturally, he would not tell the man in front of him that he had more than 100 other comrades who were also in this jungle. If they said it themselves, I'm afraid they'd think of a way to deal with it and involve the rest of their comrades. Yi Chen was obviously not satisfied with this answer, so he put the knife against Zhang San's neck and snorted coldly. Passing through? You think I'll believe that? Say, how many of your comrades besides you two came here? No, just the two of us. Zhang San bit out that it was just the two of them. And even with the dagger at his neck, he didn't give up anyone else. Ha! Yi Chen sneered and turned his head to look at Su Ying. How many have been captured? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang San and Li Si were first uncertain. How many of what? Catch what? But with Su Ying's reply, they were completely shocked. 19 such soldiers have been captured and are still being held elsewhere. Su Ying opened his mouth salty and replied. Next, Zhang San and Li Si's faces were horrified, their eyes staring at Su Ying with wide stares. It wasn't hard to hear from Su Ying's words that there were other comrades who had been captured along with them. Thinking of this, Zhang San and Li Si immediately cursed at Su Ying. Release them, or I'll make you look good. At this moment, Zhang San and Li Si were angry to the extreme. It's okay to move them, but not their comrades that they spend so much time with. Chapter 185, I'll fight you. Snap. Lei Jining's violent temper couldn't tolerate it and went forward to give Zhang San a big slap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After bursting out a foul mouth, Lei Jining continued to coldly look at Zhang Sandao. Don't you know what kind of situation you're in? You want us to look good. Come on, let me see what's good. Being humiliated so unmercifully by Lei, Zhang San was suddenly infuriated. So Zhang San braced himself against the pain in his body and surged to his feet to deliver a counter kick to Lei. Lei Jining did not expect Zhang San to resist, and could not dodge in time but could only block his hands in front of his chest, taking Zhang San's blow hard. Zhang San's face was shocked as he watched his sudden attack being blocked by Lei. Grass, how did you react so fast? You know, he was an elite in the army, and even more so, he was about to be groomed into the existence of special forces. Even a thug with a bit of martial arts background would not necessarily be able to react so quickly, much less catch a kick from him, before he could come back to his senses. Lei Jining burst into a rage and cursed angrily at Zhang San while making a counterattack. You trash! How dare you engage in a sneak attack? Looking for death. Lei punched his fists to the flesh, hitting Zhang San's body like a storm. And Zhang San, let alone fighting back, couldn't even try to fend off Lei Jining's attack. This couldn't help but make Zhang San somewhat skeptical of life. The strength of the person who was crushing him single-handedly in front of his eyes was so terrifying that it actually made it too late for him to even make a reaction to dodge. Under Lei Jining's beatings, Zhang San was completely honest this time, lying in the corner of the interrogation room and not daring to raise his head. Seeing that Zhang San's psychological defense was about to collapse, Yi Chen then signaled Lei Jining to stop. Enough. The moment Yi Chen made a sound, Lei Jining's fist that was about to smack into Zhang San's body also came to a hard stop. This strength of retracting and releasing control once again shocked Zhang San and Li Si. Only after seeing Lei Jining stop, did Yi Chen slowly come to Zhang San's front, pausing to wipe the blood on Zhang San's forehead, speaking softly in a gentle manner. Young man, just tell me what you're here for and how many others there are and I can get them to let you go. Yi Chen softened and hardened his words, following Lei Jining's advice. Typical slap on the wrist and a candy bar. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang San's hesitation was indeed evident in his eyes for a moment. He pondered in his mind whether or not what they were here for counted as classified or not. If the man in front of him really let him go, it wasn't as if he couldn't go back and call someone over to sweep the place. Seeing that Zhang San was moved, Yi Chen continued to throw out conditions and said, if you tell me, I'll not only let you go, I'll let those brothers of yours go. This sentence was undoubtedly the most lethal for Zhang San. It was important to realize that after all these days of training, he and the other brothers had long since developed a deep bond. It's even possible to disregard your own life and fight to take bullets for your comrades. Not to mention, in the conditions Yi Chen threw out at the moment, even Zhang San and his brothers could leave together. However, Zhang San was still uneasy and hesitantly looked at Yi Chen. How can I trust you? Zhang San was afraid that after he told Yi Chen everything, Yi Chen would backtrack and not let his brothers go. In this way, it loses both the wife and the army. Originally, Zhang San thought that when he said this Yi Chen would definitely increase his conditions, such as letting a section of people go first or something like that, but to his surprise, Yi Chen suddenly changed his previous gentle tone and opened his mouth with a snort. Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Although Yi Chen said this with a smile, his tone was filled with indifference. It was only then that Zhang San reacted that they really weren't qualified to negotiate. Even if people don't let them go, what can they do? So Zhang San once again spoke firmly. Then get me killed. I'm not going to tell you any information. After saying that, Zhang San's eyes were closed, and he looked like he wanted to kill or die. Zhang San knew what would happen to him if he said this, and there was a chance that he would annoy the armed gang in front of him. There's even a good chance of being killed in one shot. But he put his heart on the line, thinking that if he died, he would die, and in 18 years he would be a good man again and join the army once more. Yi Chen just glanced at him and then turned to Lei Jiming, who was at the side. Take him out. I want to interrogate the other one alone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Jiming immediately took action, dragging Zhang San to leave this interrogation room. As soon as Zhang San saw this, he panicked and tried hard to break away from Lei Jiming. If they were interrogated separately, he was afraid that Li Si would be subjected to inhuman torture. Let go of me. I told you to let go of me. I'm not going out. Zhang San shouted as he struggled. Instead of being moved, Lei kicked Zhang San hard. Bing honest. He then forcibly dragged Zhang San out of the interrogation room. Now Li Si was the only one left in the interrogation room. Looking at Yi Chen and suing in horror, he knew he would never end up well, but at the same time his mind began to make up its mind. Later on, no matter how the few people in front of him pressed themselves, they would probably be fine as long as they insisted on not letting go. As if Yi Chen had guessed his thoughts, he gestured at Suing with his eyes. Then Suing didn't ask a single question and started to give Li Si some torturous beatings that knocked Li Si off his feet. The armed gang in front of him actually did not follow the rules, and directly laid hands on him without even asking. Zhang San, on the other hand, was set up outside by Lei Jiming, listening to the constant screams coming from inside. Gradually, the screams gradually became smaller, and finally there was no movement. After a while, Yi Chen opened the door, and Zhang San then saw Suing dragging Li Si towards the outside. When he left the interrogation room, Yi Chen also made a point of explaining to Suing, dispose of it cleanly and bury it in a few extra layers of soil to save it from stinking and wafting out the smell. Then, he saw Suing nod and drag Li Si, who seemed to be dead, towards the distance. As soon as Zhang San saw this scene, his eyes instantly reddened. What have you done with my brother? Li Si, speak up, wake up, you mustn't be okay. But by the time Li Si was dragged away by Suing, Li Si couldn't even respond a word. This made Zhang San's heart completely die. A good brother that you have been with for a long time, a fresh life is just gone? Thinking of this, Zhang San turned his head towards Yi Chen, and immediately took advantage of Lei Jiming's lack of defense to break free from his restraints and rushed straight towards Yi Chen. I'll fight you. Zhang San made up his mind that even if he died today, he would pull a burial with him. When Zhang San arrived in front of Yi Chen, he was about to swing his fist. Yi Chen sidestepped and easily dodged Zhang San's attack, and due to inertia, Zhang San couldn't stop himself and plunged headlong into the interrogation room. Chapter 186, Threatening Your Life. Looking at Zhang San so knowledgeable, he zipped into the interrogation room. Outside, Lei cursed. Stupid. Then, Lei and Yi Chen entered the interrogation room, closing the door in the process. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, Zhang San leaned his back against the corner and stared at Yi Chen dead in the face. What did you guys just do to Li Si? As you can see, got him dead. Suing spoke indifferently. If you don't cooperate, he's what you'll end up with later. After hearing that Li Si was dead, the news was like a bolt from the blue hitting Zhang San's heart, shattering his psychological defenses, only to see Zhang San no longer putting up any resistance, but holding his head in agony. Bro, I can't do right by you. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Chen with reddened eyes. Brother, I'm coming to keep you company. After saying that, he rushed up to fight Yi Chen. He just wanted to provoke Yi Chen and give him a painful death. Li Si died in front of him, and even if Yi Chen and the others would release him, he wouldn't have the face to return to everyone. Yi Chen just stood impassively where he was and just coldly watched as Zhang San rushed towards him. Next, Suing took the lead and kicked Zhang San to the wall. Kid, With your three-legged kung fu, don't think about fighting people all day long. The dish has to buckle your feet. Zhang San, who had been kicked to the side by Su Ying, flushed red. Even if he couldn't beat them, at this moment, he was actually being verbally insulted. This made Zhang San ashamed and angry, and was about to kill himself to make a self-termination. Yi Chen opened his mouth. Take him with you and follow me. After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the outside. Su Ying, on the other hand, lifted up Zhang San and followed behind Yi Chen. When Yi Chen brought Zhang San to the place where everyone was being held, Zhang San was completely shocked, because there were a dozen people unconscious inside. Just a few glances alone recognized these familiar faces, the very same comrades who came with him to train in this rainforest. Brother! Zhang San opened his mouth and just wanted to shout to wake up his unconscious brothers on the ground to escape from here. Su Ying was prepared and stuffed a ball of foreign matter into Zhang San's mouth. This allowed Zhang San to only make whimpering, tiny sounds. After showing Zhang San such a scene, Yi Chen brought Zhang San back into the interrogation room. After returning to the interrogation room, Su Ying pulled off the foreign object in Zhang San's mouth and spoke condescendingly to him. Seeing how you reacted, you should recognize those people just now, right? Zhang San stifled a grunt and didn't answer a word, but it was already obvious that Zhang San knew those comrades. So Su Ying let out a laugh, then continued to Zhang San. Let's continue to play the game of you ask and I answer. And if I catch you lying or you don't answer, one question for one life. Su Ying no longer intended to continue babbling with Zhang San, but threatened him instead. You're not answering? That's fine. Just start with your dearest comrades and kill them one by one. As expected, Zhang San's face was embarrassed beyond belief when he heard Su Ying's words. He was considered to have been caught in a soft spot at the moment. It was neither right to answer nor wrong to not answer, putting him in a dilemma. Just as he was still in a tangle, Yi Chen, who was on the side, spoke up. What's your name? This was obviously Yi Chen's first question. Zhang San looked up at Yi Chen in surprise, incomprehension written all over his face. He didn't understand that Yi Chen was actually simply asking him his name. Disconcerted as he was, Zhang San still quickly replied, My name is Zhang San. Just now, Su Ying said that one question for one comrade's life. One more question he could answer would save one more comrade. Telling your name is not something that involves confidentiality anyway. Listening to Zhang San's reply, Yi Chen picked up a copy of the nameplate from the side and looked at it. They come here to train and each of them carries a nameplate symbolizing their identity with their name engraved on it. When Yi Chen did this, he was completely acting for Zhang San. How could he not know Zhang San's name? Only that he still pretended to look at the nameplate. After confirming that Zhang San was called by the name Zhang San, Yi Chen then gave him an encouraging look and complimented him. Good. You just managed to save one of your teammates with your answer. I hope you can keep it up. In the front, Yi Chen was asking painless questions. Are you a man or a woman? Male. Is your status military? Yes. Are you hungry now? Hungry. Zhang San answered the first few questions with ease and disbelief at the same time. These small questions, if Yi Chen wanted to know, he could even inform what size he wore in his pants fork. Then, Yi Chen continued to casually inquire, What is the purpose of your visit here? We came here to train. Halfway through his words, Zhang San reacted furiously and hastily shut his mouth to stop answering. So close. The first couple of answers were so used to getting him off the hook that this one almost made him say what they were here for. On the side, Su Ying still heard Zhang San's unfinished words, so he frowned at Zhang San. Come here to train for what? Looking at Zhang San's hesitant appearance, Su Ying did not forget to kindly remind him. You do realize that I just said that if you lie or don't answer, one of your brothers will die because of you. The image of Li Si being dragged out by them with his body is vivid in his mind. Facing these few armed men in front of him who regarded human life as grass, Zhang San had no doubt at the moment that they would really do it. So after much hesitation, he gave an account. We're here to train. After saying that, Zhang San still kept comforting himself in his mind. This shouldn't be considered anything that needs to be kept strictly confidential. Just coming here to train. After saying this again, Zhang San saw that the two people in front of him did not speak, but instead stared at themselves with a strange gaze. So he spoke up in a hurry. I'm telling the truth. We came here to train. Zhang San was afraid that Yi Chen and Su Ying would not believe what he said, causing a comrade to lose his life in vain because of him. How could he know that the reason Yi Chen and Su Ying didn't speak? It was entirely because Zhang San seemed to have reached his limit in this anti-interrogation training. Just a few threats with the lives of his comrades and he showed signs of relenting. This was not a good thing for Yi Chen and Su Ying. In order to continue to test the waters, Yi Chen then inquired, How many of you have come? This sentence, however, caused Zhang San to completely stop talking. Zhang San knew that they had already captured a dozen people, and now there were more than 100 who might not have been discovered by them yet. If this was revealed by himself, I'm afraid that he, Zhang San would have to become the sinner of the entire team. Chapter 187, Psychological Defense Collapses. But if he didn't say anything, Zhang San was afraid that the two men in front of him would kill a random comrade in front of him. Just as Zhang San was still hesitating, Su Ying was obviously impatient to wait and urged Zhang San, "How many of you have come? Speak up, or I'll kill your comrades outside." As soon as he heard Su Ying say that he wanted to get his comrades killed, Zhang San's psychological defense finally collapsed this time. "Come on, you come and kill me. I won't live." He stood up and angrily shouted at Yi Chen. This kind of issue had already involved the level of strict confidentiality, and there was no way Zhang San would have said anything about it. In that moment just now, he did want to speak up to save the lives of his other comrades and his own safety, but on second thought, with bad people like them who had no creditworthiness to speak of, they wouldn't necessarily be able to leave safely and alive even if they said so. So Zhang San would rather be a sinner who gets his comrades killed than betray other comrades who have yet to be discovered. Compared to these dozen or so people, the other 100 or so comrades who had not been found were more important. After yelling this sentence, Zhang San sat down limply on the ground, and tears began to flow from the corners of the eyes of a big, hallowed man. "Brothers, I am sorry for you. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be an ox for my brothers." At this moment, Zhang San thought that he was a sinner who had victimized a dozen of his comrades. Yi Chen and Su Ying glanced at each other, looking at Zhang San's crumbling appearance, knowing that they could no longer ask anything. So Su Ying slowly walked over to knock out Zhang San after he received Yi Chen's eye signals. Lei walked back at this time, just in time to see this scene. "Instructor Yi, did he explain?" Yi Chen shook his head, but instead, Su Ying sighed from the side. "This San's mouth is really hard. I almost forced him to say it, but it's a pity. In their minds, they don't really want to force anything out of their mouths. If he really revealed all the confidential things in his head without any backbone, it would instead make Yi Chen and Su Ying's faces gloomy. And just now, Li Si was merely knocked out and taken away, not really dead." Yi Chen opened his mouth and instructed Lei Jiming, who had returned, "Take Zhang San back and replace him with the next person. Since it's anti-interrogation training for them, naturally, everyone gets a piece of the action." One by one, Yi Chen wanted to see how many of their group could keep a secret as well as Zhang San. After all, people who hadn't gone through this kind of counter-interrogation training could easily be snookered by others. That's why there's counter-interrogation training. It's still just a basic version of training. To really get on the ball, there must be no shortage of brutal torture. The double torture of the body and the heart is not something that an ordinary person can endure. "Yes," Lei answered, then brought another person to the interrogation room. That's how busy he was after interrogating the dozen or so people he'd captured. Yi Chen also learned from the dozen or so of them that there were only 4 that couldn't withstand it and got out altogether. Such a result was still considered acceptable to Yi Chen. It's just that the ratio is still a bit large, so it looks like we need to train them more. Afterwards, Yi Chen gathered up the other instructors, put on the simulated wolf head hood, and headed off to continue capturing some people back for training. Other side, the members of the team Xiao La was in were searching through the rainforest like a carpet. Soon enough, they discovered the presence of the other squad members. "Shiera, there's a couple of guys over there hitting the water." Looking at a few people in camouflage uniforms by the river, the sharp-eyed Lin Ruyan warned. From a long distance away, Lin Ruyan knew that this must be a member of another squad coming over to fetch water. They were divided into 10 squads from the start, each separated by a considerable distance. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been out searching for a little over half a day, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to run into the members of the other squad. Xiaola then led the crowd and came to those few comrades who were fetching water. When those few people who were fetching water saw Xiaola bringing people over, they were immediately on guard. "What are you doing?" They naturally recognized Xiaola and the others. It was also because of the recognition. Looking at such a large group of them coming over, this revealed a wary expression. Worrying that Xiaola and the others were coming over to grab resources, Xiaola directly surfaced the purpose of her visit in order to avoid any misunderstanding. "Someone from our squad is missing. Have you seen both Zhang San and Li Si?" Though in their previous training, they usually didn't interact with each other very often, but everyone is also familiar with the faces of the others. If they had met Zhang San and Li Si, they would have been impressed. Nevertheless, the faces of those few people who were fetching water became strange when they heard it. "Someone from your group is missing too?" Hearing what the water beater said, Xiaola felt bad in her heart. "Two? Did someone from your group go missing too?" "Yeah, 2 missing, and our captain said he sent the others to look for them." The water beater nodded in response. Sun Hao recognized that they were members of the second team. Only he didn't know who their temporary captain was. "Who is your captain?" Sun Hao asked at them. From the time they were divided into 10 squads, The captains were all unanimously elected and recommended by the people in the squad. The water beater answered truthfully. Our captain is Deathstroke. Morning Sore. Full name is Chen Sanmiao. Everyone used to call him by his harmonic nickname, Morning Racer. As soon as Sun Hao heard that it was Morning Sore, he instantly understood. So he spoke to him. You're taking us to your camp to find Death Race. When those few members who were fetching water heard this, they didn't agree in one breath, but instead looked at Sun Hao and the others with a nervous expression. What's the point of looking for our captain? You first team guys aren't trying to steal territory, are you? Now that they had been divided into 10 squads, Yi Chen hadn't said that their 10 squads were comrades in arms. If a group of them came over to grab the food and water they had worked so hard to find, it wouldn't be leading the wolves into the house. So those few soldiers fetching water were very alert. Looking at their wolf-proof eyes, Sun Hao was on fire, but still patiently explained to them, now that a member of our team is missing, and a member of your team is missing as well, why don't we join forces to look for the missing members? There's strength in numbers. Only after hearing Sun Hao's explanation did those few members drop their guard. That the missing members are connected to a criminal gang hiding in the jungle has been rumored among every team. Some people went out in full teams to look for them, while others were conservative enough to send a small group to scout the area. Apparently, the second team under the command of Deathstroke was the latter. So a couple of water beaters, that's when they agreed to take them into the camp of the second team. Okay, you guys come with me? I'll take you. With that, he turned and headed for the second team's camp. Chapter 188, Criminal Gangs? Once the first team and others were taken to the second team, Shiera also met Morning Sore as she had hoped. Deathstroke was slightly surprised at first as he watched all the members of the first team arrive, but as Xiaola opened the door, he also finally understood why Xiaola had brought her entire team here. Morning Sore, I heard someone from your team went missing too? Xiaola continued before Morning Sore could speak. Now that all of our teams have people missing, I'm sure Instructor Yi has told you that this rainforest is harboring a criminal gang, right? I hope we can join forces and rescue our comrades. There is always a limit to what one team can do. Before the specifics of the enemy were known at the moment, Xiaola naturally hoped that these squads of theirs could join forces in order to get more certainty. Whereas, Morning Sore just bowed his head and contemplated for a long while before rejecting Xiaola. I don't think our second team needs to join forces with the others. You can rest assured that our second team will be able to rescue in their own comrades. Also, if we can, including your squad's people will rescue together if we meet them. And our people have already started to look for the enemy's base. Death Race was only able to be elected captain by the second team because he had a logical and clear plan underneath his big, burly exterior. Long before anyone in their group went missing, Morning Sore wasn't in a hurry to send out all of them. Instead, some pioneers were sent out to find the whereabouts of the missing members, while some were kept to watch over the makeshift camp. That way, it's not like you're going to get massacred by the enemy. At the same time, those sent out would report their position to the second team camp at regular intervals, and not reply once a certain interval had been exceeded. Then they can also know roughly where the missing bearings are. Watching Morning Sore reject Xiaola's offer to merge, Sun Hao seemed to have expected it. Morning Sore, this isn't some maneuver training. You can't gamble with the lives of your comrades. We all raised our heads during training on weekdays, and Sun Hao naturally knew Bereavement Soaring's character. The reason why Morning Sore wasn't going to join forces with them was undoubtedly because he wanted to rely on himself to prove to everyone that he, Morning Sore, was a person with outstanding abilities. That was why Sun Hao was reminding Morning Sore that this was about the lives of his comrades, not a time for him to come and show himself. Sure enough, after Sun Hao reminded Morning Sore, a moment of hesitation appeared on Morning Sore's face. The truth was just as Sun Hao had guessed in his mind, the reason why he hadn't joined forces with the others. It's about trying to find the enemy's location and free everyone just by their squad alone. At that time, not only would their second squad be worshipped by everyone, but as the captain of the second squad, his share of honor would rise even higher. It's just that Sun Hao has just said the same thing. It was a matter of the lives of other comrades, and even the highly expressive Deathstroke had to start thinking carefully. Looking at Morning Sore's hesitant and constant expression, Xiaola persuaded once again. Morning Sore, I know you want to prove yourself, but want to prove yourself does not have to be this time off. The future days are still long. There is plenty of time to be able to let you prove yourself. Now the priority is to find a way to determine where those missing comrades are now, and together to discuss the next plan. This rainforest is so big that it can't be explored in a short period of time by just one squad. We need to join forces. Not about our first and second squads. We'll have to find other squads to join together next. Xiaola's burst of sincere persuasion and analysis finally moved Morning Sore to speak. Well, then we'll join forces this time. Morning Sore loosens up and decides to merge with the first team. With the help of Deathstroke, their ranks grew once more. Then they went on through the rainforest and kept finding other squads. This inquiry was met with surprise to find a few missing from each team at one time or another. This couldn't help but make Sun Hao feel puzzled. How is it that every team here has less people? And when they do, it's just one or two less people. Strange. It stands to reason that if there really are armed gangs roaming this jungle, it's unlikely that there would be such a coincidence that just happens to be a few missing from each team. Unless this is a kidnapping scheme against us. Premeditated. Lin Ruyan spoke from the side. She guessed that they had been targeted by the gang of criminals from the moment they arrived in this rainforest. It's more like quietly kidnapping a couple members of each team when they first arrive. And what exactly are they doing this for? Sun Hao thought it wasn't impossible, but what he couldn't figure out was, they were just a bunch of soldiers in training who had never been to war, let alone had any enemies. Kidnapping is already a felony in this country, and kidnapping a bunch of soldiers is unthinkable. Undoubtedly, it's a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. Xiaola listened to the discussion of several people and began to analyze it silently with her head down. She always felt that nothing could be so coincidental. Thinking about it, Xiaola didn't come up with an explanation, so she had to give up the intention of thinking deeply. Still, she suggested another possibility in front of the crowd. Guys, is it possible that this time is a test for us from the Yi instructors? But as soon as Xiaola proposed it, it was immediately rejected by Morning Soar. How can that be? If the instructors were testing us, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't tell us. Surely they would have shown us their identity. Morning Soar thought he knew Yi Chen and the others well. He thought that if it was really Yi Chen's test for them, Yi Chen could have just staked out his identity as they grabbed the other soldiers, instead of deliberately making up a criminal enterprise that at this moment is not known to exist or not. But how could he know that the real identity of that criminal gang was Yi Chen and the others? The reason why Yi Chen didn't tell the crowd was solely because he wanted them to go all out. Otherwise, knowing that it was just a test training, most of them would not take it seriously, much less in a hurry. This will not achieve the effect of training them to be able to learn in training to have a heart that stays calm when they encounter big events. When Morning Soar said this, it temporarily dispelled the concerns in Xiao La's mind. They also thought, as Deathstroke did, that there was no way the instructors would make up a criminal gang for them to fight against, and so they continued on their way to find their comrades. For the sake of convenience, Xiaola also deliberately spread everyone out, keeping at a certain safe distance but also able to maximize the scope of the search of the rainforest. As soon as one of them is in danger, the others can quickly rush to support. Such a team gradually began to grow and grow under the leadership of Xiaola. Searched the entire rainforest in a sweeping motion, leaving no possible hiding place untouched. Chapter 189 Pre-operational instructions. Into the night. Since there were no lamps to light the way at night, it was only vaguely by the moonlight and the fire taken out of the drilled wood that one could barely see the path beneath one's feet, not to mention searching for people and dealing with the unknown dangers of beasts sneaking around. So the crowd had to stop for the time being and began to station themselves in place to rest up. Other side. Suing and the others brought back quite a few more people in one night. Instructor Yi, Xiaola is leading the group to slowly unite. I guess it won't take more than a few days for them to all gather together. Suing reported to Yi Chen. Early in the evening, they had encountered Xiaola and the others on several occasions. It was only because the instructor's perception was relatively sharp that they had quietly avoided hiding in the shadows and observing several times before Xiaola and the others had discovered them. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown as he listened to Su Ying's report. He didn't intend to let those 10 squads converge together. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to let them split into 10 squads from the beginning and bring them to various places in the rainforest. So Yi Chen just thought for a moment and then said to Su Ying, "Pack up and get ready for the next step in the program." Their coming together was within the plan that Yi Chen had anticipated. Only Yi Chen didn't expect Xiao La's leadership to actually bring everyone together so far in advance. Yes, Su Ying answered and turned around to go out to make arrangements. Those who were captured all in accordance with Yi Chen's instructions, with anesthetic stun to confirm that a short period of time to wake up not to come after. The instructors were gathered together with mock masks and guys in their hands. Lei Jiming turned his gaze to Yi Chen and inquired, "Instructor Yi, what are we going to do next?" "Wolves in the flock." Yi Chen just slowly uttered an idiom. Then he put on the simulated wolf head mask and led a group of instructors to leave in the dark. Along the way they were like ghosts in the night, marching quickly through this dark rainforest. After a long period of rushing, Yi Chen and the others then found the soldiers who were sitting around the fire. Watching a large group of people sitting around a couple of fires making small talk with people resting next to them and keeping watch, Yi Chen and the others then began to hide in the shadows, calculating how to act in a moment. On the way here, Yi Chen had told them, tonight's plan was to keep sneaking up on Xiaola and the others, breaking up their converged group. After waiting patiently for some time, Yi Chen gave Su Ying a look. Su Ying understood and mimicked the howling of a wolf with his voice changer. Ow! The sound was crisp and distant, resounding above the area. This made Xiaola and the others immediately go on guard. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What's with the wolf howls? There shouldn't be any wolves around. Should there? Sun Hao's face turned white as he stared at the direction from which the wolf's howl came out. Morning Sore with his a look of indifference to pull out the engineer's shovel. A face of ruthlessness looking ahead. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, I'm afraid that even if the wolves come, they won't be enough for us to fight. Their group at this point had gathered nearly 100 or so people. All of them have fighting skills and are physically tougher than normal. If it was really a wolf pack, one of them wouldn't have a problem with one. Not to mention the fact that the average wolf pack couldn't have hundreds of wolves at all. Hearing Morning Sore's words, Sun Hao also reacted at this time. Then he manipulated a stick and said excitedly, "It's just as well the wolves are here. We'll have roasted whole wolves tonight." He'd never tasted a wolf in all his life. While it was a criminal thing to catch wolves at random, it would be different if the wolves attacked them of their own accord. According to a certain well-known extra-legal fanatic, they call it self-preservation. Xiao La, on the other hand, had a bad feeling in her heart and warned the crowd, "Be careful. We have limited range of vision this night. Don't take it lightly." There was always a feeling in her mind that there seemed to be some connection between this wolf howl and those missing comrades from before. Whereas Morning Sore and the others didn't take Xiao La's words to heart. He was prejudiced against women himself. Since this journey, he didn't like to have too many words with Xiao La. If it wasn't for the fact that all the members of the first team looked up to Xiaoera, Morning Sore wouldn't have paid any attention to Xiaoera at all. "I'm bold as hell. Not a pussy. Even if the wolves come, I'm not afraid." Although Morning Sore didn't say it to Xiaoera, the meaning of his words was in yin and yang that Xiaoera was a daughter and did things in a fearful manner. How could the smart Xiao La not hear something in Morning Sore's words? Only now was not the time to dwell on this matter. She didn't choose to argue with Death Race, but instead turned her head and opened her mouth to Sun Hao. "Sun Hao, you wake up our first team and gather them all together, never too far away." Although Sun Hao somewhat agreed with Morning Sore in his heart, he was after all in a team at the moment and had to follow Xiao La's orders. Okay. Sun Hao responded twice with extreme reluctance, and then began to go wake up the members of the first team who were still asleep. And Morning Sore couldn't help but laugh out loud as he saw this from the sidelines. "Ha ha, Sun Hao, I didn't expect that you, a man, would actually be so cautious." Instead of praising Sun Hao, Morning Sore was sneering under his words. Sun Hao lowered his head, pretending that he didn't hear the taunts of the funeral pyre, and kept waking up a group of soldiers. Soon, all the soldiers in a group were woken up and gathered around staring nervously at their surroundings. In the event of any movement, they were all able to be the first to protect their teammates behind them. They will only give their backs to their own people and trust their comrades behind them. On the contrary, the other few teams, looking at the members of the first team as if they were on the verge of an enemy, each face was filled with disdain and disbelief. With the exception of the members of the first team, all the other soldiers were scattered around loitering, looking this way and that, excitedly waiting for the wolves to show up. For those who don't know, they think they're traveling here. The others began to scoff when they heard Morning Sore's words. They looked down on wimpy people the most. Unbeknownst to the members of the first team, led by Xiao La, such behavior was not called wimpy, but cautious. Just as the crowd's laughter continued, Sun Hao couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily at those who were laughing at their first team. "What are you laughing at? A bunch of ignorant people. Instructor Yi has said that even when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Our team's vigilance is better than yours, so be jealous." When Morning Sore saw Sun Hao's defiant expression, he became even more interested, as if he had heard some great joke, and his eyes were on the verge of laughing out of his eyes. "Jealous of you guys? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, just jealous of you guys. We're so jealous." As soon as the words fell, the instructors hiding in the shadows moved. That wolf's howl just now was a command before action. Next, a number of stones were constantly being thrown from all sides of the surrounding area. Chapter 190, he turned and ran, like he had made up his mind of some kind. Seeing the sudden situation, the crowd stopped laughing and collected their expressions as they looked around. "There's a hidden weapon. Everyone be careful." Morning Sore was the first to react, dodging and hurting the rocks that kept flying from the shadows while not forgetting to warn the crowd. Before he could figure out who was sneaking up on them, the fire that was originally surrounded by the crowd was making a poofing sound. Xiao La, who was already paying constant attention to her surroundings on the side, immediately realized something. Not good. They're trying to put out the fire. Watching the fire get smacked by the stones one by one, it began to dwindle while accompanied by the sound. Xiao La immediately realized where these stones were aimed at them. It's coming for the fire. You know, fires are extra important in these deserted places. One is the ability to make animals instinctively afraid to approach easily. The second is to be able to illuminate the surroundings so that one can better respond with various reactions. It is no exaggeration to say that knowing how to use fire was a huge step for human civilization. If these few fires in front of her were to be extinguished, Shiera didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the darkness. What worried Shiera even more was that the ones throwing rocks at them were so far unknown to be intelligent animals or humans. Hearing Xiao La's reminder, the crowd realized this at the same time. Morning Sore was even looking at the rocks that were about to fly and no longer making a move to avoid them. Watch me block these stones with my mortal body. After a few seconds, the stone hit Deathstroke and he wailed in pain. No way, no way. This is too painful. I can't block these rocks. Not only Morning Race, but the others tried to put out the fire with their bodies against the rocks at first. But when they tried it, they realized that these flying stones smacked on the body giant Pain. And after taking a few hits, they did not dare to use their bodies to resist. Taking advantage of this opening, Suing and the others hiding in the shadows increased their efforts. Several fires were soon smacked out of their embers by stones. In an instant, the entire scene went completely dark. Before everyone could adjust to the darkness, Suing continued to howl like a wolf. Ow. Next, Yichen took the lead and was the first to come out from the side, rushing into the crowd like a wolf into a flock of sheep, and began to randomly knock out a few lucky people. Screams and wails were heard all over the scene. Lei Jiming and the others also finally understood why Yichen had called this operation wolf into sheep. For their instructors, it was just like a wolf entering a flock of sheep casually pinching these soldiers, but also beat them without the ability to fight back. Xiaola looked at the scene that was in chaos and shouted at everyone, "Don't panic everyone, watch your surroundings." Their team was not so bad. With the preparations that Shiera had made earlier, all the members of the first team had their backs to each other, staring dead ahead, and were not in any danger for the time being. Only they could still hear the sounds of fighting and screaming coming from all around them. It was hard to see, but the members of their group knew it was someone launching a sneak attack on them. The others who had not prepared themselves beforehand were miserable, either knocked out or receiving so much as a blow to the back from time to time. They didn't even know how to dodge if they wanted to. After all, where can you hide when you can't even see anyone? It was a good thing Morning Sore was the first to react and shouted at the group. What attacked us was human. Everyone spread out. Don't stay here, and rejoin after tonight. With that said, Morning Sore dashed off in the dark in one direction. The others followed suit, not daring to stay where they were. With just a simple sneak attack, Yi Chen and the others had beaten the original team that had managed to coalesce with great difficulty to flee in all directions at the moment. Even some of those who were knocked out were dragged away and taken away by the instructors in passing. Xiaola saw that going on like this was not a solution, so she took advantage of the chaotic scene to pick up some wood from the ground that was still smoldering, and opened her mouth to the members of the first team. "Cover me while I get the fire going again." When the members of the first team heard this, they tightly surrounded Xiaola in the center. They knew that the only way to see what had just happened was to relight the fire at the moment. So under the cover of a team of members, Xiaola casually picked up some hay from the ground and quickly put the fire back up. The moment the firelight illuminated the scene, even Xiaola couldn't help but suck in a breath. Sun Hao looked at the miserable scene in front of him, and even when he wanted to say something he didn't know what to say. One could only see some soldiers lying on the ground with pain still showing on their faces, and even some of them had completely passed out. Instead, Shiera began to walk up and inspect them one by one. Thankfully, no one has been found dead yet, and the heaviest ones have only been beaten until they completely pass out and briefly lose consciousness. So under Xiao La's arrangement, the members of the first team were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and began to try to contact the others who had fled in all directions. When one of the second team members awakens, Sun Hao tells him to contact Death Race to come back. Sun Hao did not forget that just now the funeral Sore was the first to react the fastest and first to leave. Even if those unknown creatures that had just sneaked up on them went after them, Deathstroke was definitely all very safe. Sure enough, after a flurry of squad channel contact, Deathstroke's voice came from over there. "Those guys got away?" Morning Sore was a bit disbelieving. Although he had just run the fastest, he was vaguely able to see hands and feet growing underneath those wolf heads. Even more so, with the experience of getting punched in the face a few times myself, it was definitely humans that attacked them. Upon learning that those who had attacked them had already left, Morningsword then walked back while cursing darkly. "Terrible mother, dared to attack me. If I know who the sneak attacker is, you see if I don't arrest you guys and beat you up violently," he grumbled as he walked, not noticing a figure ahead of him waiting for him with his arms wrapped around his chest. As he approached, the hairs on his body suddenly exploded in sweat. Snapping his head up, Deathstroke saw a wolf standing in front of him. People wearing simulated wolf heads, to be precise. "Who are you?" "Ha!" Suing let out a cold smile, and instead of revealing his identity, he utilized the voice-changing device in his headgear to speak coldly to Death Race. "I'm the one you're after. Didn't you say you wanted to find me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Deathstroke's pupils dilated violently. It turned out that the person who had just sneaked up on them was standing right in front of him at the moment. At the thought, Deathstroke rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell to break in. I was just looking for you." Having said that, Morningsore was then the first to move, only to see Morningsore take a step forward after a false move. When Suing just took 2 steps back to try to dodge his attack first, Deathstroke made a sudden turn and ran in the opposite direction. Looking at the back of Funeral Soaring's departure, Suing was a bit confused, and for some reason remembered a terse phrase. He turned and ran, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Chapter 191. This instructor Yi is a little too ruthless, and the reason why Morningsore didn't go head-to-head with Suing wasn't that he was a wimp. On the contrary, Deathrace is a smart guy. He hadn't forgotten that when he had just been sneak attacked, those who had sneak attacked them had simply exchanged hands. Deathrace then immediately judged it to be no match for them. Perhaps the only way to beat them is to unite in a siege. So Deathstroke's first reaction was to think about how to escape. If he and the man in front of him were to fight head-on, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take many rounds for him to be violently beaten on the ground and cry out for his life. Watching the Funeral Soar escape in the opposite direction, Suing just stood still and didn't go after it. Instead, he watched the soon-to-be distant funeral pyre with a playful glint in his eye. Next, another figure appeared in front of Morningsore, blocking his back path as well. The visitor was none other than Lei Jiming. "Run? Where are you running?" Lei looked at Morningsore with a sneer. Now the front and back roads of the funeral pyre were blocked by the two of them, and there was no other way to go. As Lei spoke, Suing, who was behind Morningsore, slowly walked over. With no way out of his eyes, Morningsore gritted his teeth and swung his fist to smack at Lei in front of him. "Why should I run? I can beat both of you even by myself." Anyway, there was no way to run now, so it was better to let go and kill a way out. Morningsore didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if he fell into the hands of this group of people. But he's definitely not going to sit around and wait for it to happen. Morning Biao swung his fist over. Lei just took a small step back and Morning Biao's fist swung empty. When he tried to swing a second punch, Lei had already kicked forward, sending him to the ground. "You say you can beat both of us by yourself?" Morning Biao gritted his teeth and immediately got up, continuing his attack towards Lei. This movement and attack of his looked like child's play in Lei's eyes, and between dodges and turns, each of Funeral Biao's attacks fell short. Suing, who had already come up, punched Funeral Biao in the stomach. Flying out, Morning Biao only felt his bile coming out. "Well, stop playing around and hurry up and clean him up." Suing spoke coldly. The fallen Morning Biao Yuan had despaired. He knew that he was no match for the two men in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be light at the end of the tunnel in his position. The man who had been behind him became two people standing together after punching himself in the face. Realizing this, Funeral Biao immediately climbed up and ran backwards with his life. He even slipped and stumbled forward after climbing up because he was so excited. Funeral Biao didn't dare to turn back at all, and ran for a while before carefully glancing back and realizing that those two hadn't caught up with him. That's when he took a big breath. Luckily it's dark. He thought it was too dark to keep himself from being caught up. The other side, Lei Jiming and Suing scratched their heads as they walked back, somewhat puzzled. "Why do you think Instructor Yi told us to let them go? Knock them out and take them back for a good abuse? Will they soon be honest?" He really didn't quite get it. It was easy to train these pups. Catch them back and beat them twice and they'll know how bad they are. And they'll be harder to catch next time. Suing looked at the cutie with eyes at Lei Jiming. "You're not just merely abusing them. And what else? It's not just training." Lei bristled. "Instructor Lin can think much more than you." Suing spoke faintly. "Why do you think Instructor Lin wanted Zhang San and Li Si to reveal the whereabouts of their team? Sharpen their minds." Louis didn't hesitate to open his mouth. Say the word mindfulness. He suddenly froze. He knew what Instructor Lin was trying to do. The two walked back in silence. After the two parties had made contact, Funeral Biao still managed to make it back to the main group. The crowd had managed to get the fire up again and huddled together to keep a wary eye on the surrounding area. Xiao La's few people were extremely surprised to see Morning Biao in such a sorry state. "What's the matter with you? Getting like this?" Sun Hao opened his mouth and asked. Funeral Biao was indeed in a very sorry state at this time. His entire body was covered in fallen leaves and dirt, and the corners of his eyes still had tear marks scratched by the tears he had just been beaten out of. "Stop it. I just met two guys who looked like criminals and they came up and beat me up." "Criminals?" Shira exclaimed. When they had sent out a plea for help to Yi Chen earlier, they had heard Yi Chen tell them to find out the location of the criminals, and now they were surprised that Morning Biao had encountered them first. With that, a few people looked at each other a few more times, and they suddenly woke up in their hearts. Whoever attacked them last night was also definitely a criminal. A few people's faces became ugly. Listening to Funeral Biao's description coupled with their experience just now, they knew that the strength of this group of criminals was definitely much stronger than they thought. And they still don't know if the other side has any hot weapons on hand. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and spoke. No, Xiao La, let's ask Instructor Yi for help again. Our strength doesn't seem to be able to cope with this group. Lin Ruyan, who was usually spirited and combative, spoke up. Yes, we already lost so many brothers last night. I'm afraid we'll all have to sacrifice in the end. And I don't know how they're doing. Hearing this, Xiao La also decided that she wanted to launch another relief effort to Yi Chen. At least some people had to come and help them first, otherwise they really didn't know what to do. Thinking of this, Shiera found out her communication device and switched channels. The others had heard a few of them and either came up to the table or looked over with expectant eyes. Instructor Yi, this is Group Xiaola, please reply if you receive. Instructor Yi, this is Group Xiaola, please reply if you receive. It was repeated several times and finally connected. Xiaola immediately opened her mouth in surprise. Instructor Yi, we've encountered uncontrollable factors here, already powerful opponents that we can't cope with at all. After saying that, she was waiting for Yi Chen's reply. But what came out of the communication tool was not Yi Chen's voice at all. Copy that. One set of Shola. Received on this side. Xiao La was startled for a moment and immediately inquired. What's going on? Where is Instructor Yi? Where is Assistant Instructor Suing? How come you're the one replying to me? The unknown voice on the other end of the communication came again. Instructor Yi said that the criminals this time are very powerful, and they'll have to go over and fight in person. Xiao La was flabbergasted at her words. This criminal gang was so powerful that it needed Yi Chen and the others to take action. Your side should be a squad of criminals. Instructor Yi told you to keep yourselves safe. 2 words in a row made Xiao La not know what to say. Shola felt her voice a little astringent. Is there no support that can help us? Last night's experience had made her realize that they were truly incapable of defending themselves at all. I'm sorry, but I can only take care of your side once the criminal gangs have been cleared. Shola held up her communication tool dumbly without movement. She really didn't expect this outcome. In her opinion, even if Yi Chen didn't come over to protect them, Assistant Professor Suing and the others would still come over. But now all they can rely on is themselves. Do, sha 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 sha. The sound of an unconnected channel from the calm tool sobered Shola up. Chapter 192, Shola completely panicked. The teammates around him had already gathered in anticipation. Well, did Instructor Yi come over to us immediately? Are the rest of our comrades going to be rescued soon? The barrage of questions left Shiera unsure of what to answer. The look on Xiao Lei's face made the others sense that something was wrong. Lin Ruyan asked, what was said just now? Shiera? Zora took a deep breath before she spoke. We're not having any help. We can only rely on ourselves to defend ourselves now. What? What Xiao La said was undoubtedly a deep-sea torpedo that directly exploded the hearts of all the soldiers. Instructor Lin's side is facing the main force of criminals. Our side is a small team. Right now we can only defend ourselves first. Zora's hard voice came out, and the others didn't know what to say. And the other side. Lei Jiming looked at Yi Chen after he told a soldier to return his words. Then he fully realized what Yi Chen was up to. This Instructor Yi. It's just a little too ruthless. Suing nodded approvingly. In order to keep themselves safe, the soldiers of teams 1 and 2 switched places to build a fire. Around the fire, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd units had gotten the news that they had no reinforcements. Combined with what they had just experienced, all of them sat in a circle with a deadpan look on their faces. Their inner depression was all reflected on their faces, and everyone felt that they were about to be finished. No, we can't just sit around and wait. At this moment, Sun Hao suddenly stood up. With a resolute face, he said to the crowd, according to their behavior just now, they shouldn't be carrying hot weapons. As long as they don't have guns, we have a chance. Everyone looked at Sun Hao. Sun Hao continued to speak. Although we are not as strong as them, we can make some trap preparations in advance so that at least we won't die so suffocatingly. They all felt that their companions who had just been captured had suffered an untimely death, and Sun Hao's words made their faces look a little more ugly, seeing the others so dead in the water. Xiao La also stood up and spoke loudly. Sun Hao is right. We can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to at least do something to fight back. Otherwise it's just too ugly to be defeated like this. Lin Ruyan also stood up, and although she didn't say anything, everyone sensed her determination. The others saw that all 3 stood up and followed suit. That's right. We should make some preparations in case we win just by traps. Yes, we sit and wait for death as certain death. We make preparations as there is still hope. Maybe we can really wait until Instructor Yi and the others come. The crowd quickly looked around for something that could be made into a trap to complete it to protect themselves. Being prepared, everyone's mood relaxed a bit. They've done all they can do and try their best before anything else happens, and they're okay with that. The The Yi Chen few who were watching the crowd's movements clearly from the side nodded slightly. Lei whispered, "These people still have the guts to think about resisting. It's not bad. I thought our actions just now had broken their guts." Suing also said, "Although I know that everything they did was futile, this behavior of theirs is still good. Yes, all preparation is futile in the face of true strength." Yi Chen coldly spoke at this time. "Since the guts aren't broken, then we'll really break their guts this time. Depart." As soon as Yi Chen opened his mouth, everyone walked out from their hiding positions and headed towards the location of the fire. The soldiers of Team 1 and Team 2 were cautiously alerting their surroundings at this time, and the movement of Yi Chen and the others immediately caught their attention. Everyone maintained a vigilant posture looking in the direction of Yi Chen and the others. They didn't put the fire out this time, but walked straight out. Seeing the wolf head masks on their faces, Morning Biao said with a cold and somewhat frightened face, "That's them. They were the ones who attacked me just now." When Xiaola heard this, she took a deep breath and spoke to Yi Chen and the others. "You are the criminals here? I advise you that you'd better turn yourselves in quickly, or else." Before Xiaola could finish her words, Yi Chen raised his hand up to make a forward motion. The others with wolf heads charged straight up. Everyone's face changed, so they raised their hands to counterattack. Chapter 193, Can't Sit Around Waiting to Die. After a moment, Shiera slapped her face hard to clear her head, knowing that now was not the time to be depressed. One of his companions around him had disappeared, and he wondered if they had been taken by the criminals. The situation didn't allow her to think much. She pondered what she was going to do next when she suddenly heard a call. Xiaola hurriedly rummaged through her communication tools. "One group Shola. One group Shola. Please respond if you receive. Please respond if you receive. One group Shola. One group Shola. Please respond if you receive. Please respond if you receive." Xiaola hurriedly replied. "Xiaola receives. The criminals took your companion, but didn't find you just now because of circumstances, and now they're searching the neighborhood. You have now fallen into the encirclement. The plan we have discussed for you is to quickly go to Instructor Ye's side so that you will be safe. Please move to the criminal base immediately." Xiao Lei's face changed drastically at the words, and she immediately shook her head from side to side to look around vigilantly. Then he carefully hid behind a tree and returned. "Zola received. Please advise direction. With you at the center. Set off 5 kilometers to the west. Then move another 10 kilometers to the north." They had locator tools on them, and those located in the surveillance room could easily tell which direction they were in right now. Xiaola carefully memorized it and then immediately moved on. In addition to her, other soldiers were dropped off at various locations, and then the comms tool was used to point out locations for them to travel to. Moreover, under Yi Chen's instructions, the paths that the messenger had pointed out to them were all more difficult to travel, and the total distance was hundreds of kilometers, which was undoubtedly a huge test for Xiaola and the others. Lei was shocked in the monitoring room and said, "What a powerful move by Instructor Yi. Since we think they'll find us here soon, we might as well beat them up and throw them farther away before we show them the way to come to us. That's enough training for these pups all the way around." 2. He was really surprised that Yi Chen would directly put this, but it feels like it only makes it hard on the flesh. Suing stroked his chin. Yi Chen looked indifferently at the crowd of people with different expressions on the monitor. It's certainly not just physical training, and while hundreds of kilometers on the trail is a good way to train, the mindset on the road is even more of a bonus. After all, how can they be so comfortable when a month has just begun? The pitch blackness of the night made Xiaola feel a little scared in her heart, but she didn't dare to build a fire, because the headquarters site said that she had already fallen into the encirclement, and a number of criminals were looking for her. Starting a fire would undoubtedly be exposing herself plainly to the eyes of the enemy. She used the night sky to discern her bearings, and groped her way with the moonlight in the direction she had just calculated. On the other side, Sun Hao heard a similar order to Xiao Lei's upon waking up. At first he reacted with the same worry and fear as Xiaola and immediately found a bush to hide in. But something didn't feel right when he thought about it. He remembered that he was clearly exposed to the criminals before he was knocked out. How could he have been missed? The criminals' base was being attacked by Instructor Yi. Why did this group come to them instead of going back to guard their homes? Is it hard to give it away when the family doesn't want it? Or do they think home isn't much use? He mumbled as he hid in the bushes. This thought struck Sun Hao as absurd. Giving away his base just for a few of their little stragglers was completely impossible. The more Sun Hao thought about it, the more wrong it became, but he couldn't tell if his suspicions were true or not. Lei raised an eyebrow. "Yo, you really got this kid to think of that? Though I do think that's a bit of a stretch on our part." Suing smiled slightly. "It's fine. It's not like we're asking them to believe." Then he turned his eyes to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "That's right. We just have to make them do it." Chapter 194. Now is not the time to be depressed. But the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. The people on Xiao La's side were completely no match for Yi Chen's side, and the meeting between the two sides was just a split second. But within a few moves, Xiao La and the others had several soldiers fall to the ground and wail. Xiao La's face became ugly when she saw this scene and spoke. Don't be afraid. Plan number 1. They had discussed earlier in the day that there was a specific code word to use the trap. When they heard Xiao La's words, the crowd stopped fighting and immediately moved to run in one direction. Yi Chen and the others naturally chased after him. Seeing the wolf heads behind them who were clearly a level faster than them, Xiao La was anxious in her heart. Faster. Faster. Finally, they arrived at the location where the trap was. The crowd had put the trap here with research. It was out of the way of the fire. It was pitch black, and there was only one way out of here. Unless one knows there is a trap here, one is bound to fall for it. As soon as they arrived they found grass or bushes around them to hide in. Yi Chen and the others also arrived here very quickly. As if they felt that Xiao La and the others were still ahead, they continued to rush forward without decreasing their speed. The wolf-headed man was getting closer and closer to the location of the trap, and Xiao La and the others' faces gradually became surprised. But just as they neared the trap, Yi Chen and the others suddenly stopped. It left the crowd all stunned. How would they know? Through the blur of the night, Xiao La only felt the leading wolf-headed man looking towards her position. Immediately after that, the wolf heads immediately dispersed, as if they had radar on, and went wherever people were hiding. Pull out all the soldiers who were hiding and beat them violently. Hearing the screams of the crowd, Xiao La spoke loudly. Fight with those around you. There weren't many wolf heads, and they could fight a few of them. But at this point, Xiao La's heart was already filled with fear. How did they know about their trap? How did they suddenly stop? How come they're so powerful? Why haven't Instructor Yi and the others come yet? Several questions had been haunting Xiao La's heart, weighing her down to the point of incomparable despair. As soon as she was distracted, she was punched hard by Yi Chen on top of her stomach and fell to the ground, unable to catch her breath. Lin Ruyan, who was beside him, was also kicked down by Yi Chen and directly fainted. Other soldiers were also knocked down and knocked out by the wolf heads. The difference in strength between them was just too great. Xiao La lay on the ground supporting herself and trying to get up, only to be kicked over by Yi Chen once again. She still hadn't fainted by sheer will, but she lay on the ground unable to move. She could only watch as her comrades around her were dragged one by one by the wolf-headed men. She had the will to resist but didn't know what to do. As she was about to pass out when her consciousness was completely unsupportable, it was as if she saw the wolf-headed man who had just attacked her look at her and let out a sneer. Waking up again, only Sun Hao, Lin Ruyan and the others were left by Xiao La's side. She couldn't straighten out why she hadn't been dragged away, but she was desperate beyond words now. Physical pain, diminished comrades, support out of reach. One thing after another was about to crush her insides. She was afraid that the next person to be taken would be herself, and she worried about the sacrifice of her teammates who were taken. Xiao La glanced numbly at her scattered surroundings. She hadn't been afraid after all that had happened. This time she was really scared. Doing what? That's training. Of course. Sun Hao hesitated to contact the headquarters at this moment. Should I ask? Or should I not ask? If what I think is true then they shouldn't tell me the truth either. Sun Hao scratched his head. Better ask. Maybe they got it wrong too? Sun Hao was torn beyond measure at this time, and one of his most agonizing points was how he was so smart. Just then, a rustling sound came from the rear. The voice was small, but it was heard clearly by Sun Hao. Sun Hao's face changed dramatically. Damn. So it's not true, is it? Is there really someone who doesn't want a family? Not allowing him to think about it, he immediately shifted carefully. Just now, he didn't just daze off and think. He had already calculated the bearings and various routes in his mind. As soon as there's someone he'll be able to run away immediately. Like right now. Yi Chen looked at the ghostly Sun Hao and revealed a slightly disdainful smile. In order to make the play real, Yi Chen had already sent people to get ready. This step is to train Sun Hao and the others in camouflage and infiltration. The special forces sent out did not have surveillance and did not know the location of Sun Hao and the others. But as a special forces, the strength and other aspects are naturally more powerful. And the program for arranging searches is naturally different. As Sun Hao thought he was moving naturally and seamlessly, suddenly it was heard again coming through in front and to the left and right. The contraction search took Sun Hao by surprise. This group of people are so free not to go back to see the family. Put so many people to find me. At this point it could make Sun Hao anxious. With obstructed vision at night, he had some time to maneuver, but not much. Soon the special forces will see him here. From Sun Hao's perspective, he feels like he's about to be sacrificed. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Sun Hao looked left and right and didn't find a place to mix it up. The criminals were shrinking so tightly now that he felt he could spot himself trying to muddle through. He looked up at the thick, towering trunk of the tree beside him as well as its pliable-looking branches. Mud. Put up a fight. With that, he immediately climbed towards the tree. This tree-climbing commotion immediately attracted the attention of the special forces. Special forces from all directions immediately rushed over, but the torches in their hands shone at each other, and neither found anyone else. Did you guys see it? You guys heard the commotion too? The team's statement made them certain that there was someone near here, so they took their flashlights and started searching the area carefully. At this time Sun Hao on the tree let out a long breath. Fortunately he reacted quickly. Luckily, I've learned to climb trees with Instructor Yi before, or else I really wouldn't be able to climb up. The special forces searched the area and couldn't find anyone, so they went back to the side of the tree to exchange ideas. We must have heard right. It must be around here. They looked at each other, and in unison, the flashlights they raised shone up into the trees. Chapter 195, Poltergeist. They looked at the branches so high as well as the clean trunks, and in a moment they withdrew the light from their flashlights again. Really let him get away? How did he do it? A surprised voice came out. Forget about that for now. He was here just now. He can't run anywhere now. Let's go after him. After saying that, the special soldiers wearing wolf heads immediately dispersed in all directions. At this time Sun Hao, who was hiding in the leaves of a tree branch, had his face turned white with fear. He felt his heartbeat come to 180. He didn't realize that the group of criminals really searched so carefully. Even such a tall tree. Asterisk scared me. Tree daddy, you're like my regenerative parent. Without your lush foliage I might have really played it out. Sun Ho was so scared that he thanked the tree. Because it was so scary, he didn't get out of the tree for a while, but rested a little on it. But what happened afterward left him in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to get out of the tree, his foot halfway out, he heard the sound again. Immediately, he withdrew his foot. He looked downward in horror, seeing that the criminals who had seemingly chased them out earlier had returned. Well, notice anything wrong? No, it looks like he's really gone. I didn't think I'd really let him get away. This piece of conversation made Sun Hao's heartbeat go from 180 back to 80 and up to 200. He hadn't realized that the group had faked their way out, trying to trick him into showing up and then capturing him. Cunning villains. Surely criminals are no good. Sun Hao viciously stunk at the group of people under his feet in his heart. At the same time it's a bit of an afterthought. If he'd gotten out of the tree a little earlier, if he'd mumbled a little louder just now, if he hadn't wanted to rest, whichever happens, the end result is that he gets caught. The experience also taught him a lesson. It's a pity. This kid is still lucky. Lei spoke up. Sun Hao is indeed lucky to be captured here other than to know. Surely he must be beaten again. That should teach him something. 2. Suing also spoke. Sun Hao's heartbeat didn't drop even after the wolf-headed man left, and his body was even more afraid to drop. These guys aren't going to squat me a second time, are they? Is it hard to believe they didn't leave? That scene just now had almost made Sun Hao paranoid, and after another half hour in the tree he still hadn't gone down. He always had a voice telling him that when he wanted to go down. Don't go down. They're still there. Sun Hao's whole body was tense lying down in the leaves, thinking that it was okay to stay here a little longer, and that nothing would happen anyway. He then made peace with the fact that he would continue to stay here. I don't know how long it took, but Wolfshed returned once again. The second time they had searched the area. At this point, they already felt that Sun Hao had gone far away and that coming here was just a coincidence. But Sun Hao didn't know that. Asterisk. I knew the group was still here. I'm not surprised that family don't even want to do anything. You don't want home. I don't want time. Time for you. What's the use of time? Labor doesn't want it. Sun Hao was happy and excited, feeling that he had won the game. What is this stupid kid doing? Lei and the others watched Sun Hao hard in the surveillance for 2 hours in the tree. Suing was also a bit speechless. Is he used to sleeping on trees? Yi Chen knew what Sun Hao was thinking when he looked at his expression. Very breathlessly, he explained to Lei Jiming and Suing. This made Suing even more speechless. The 2 hours used for the run were long gone. On the other hand, Xiao La, who had been running continuously for 3 hours, did run far away. But again, it didn't go far. Why are they so shady? Shiera leaned against a tree trunk and breathed heavily. After running so far, the fear in her heart not only didn't diminish, but increased, because she always felt like she was always chasing someone behind her. And the person behind him doesn't follow very close, just keeps a very ambiguous distance. When she speeds up, those behind her speed up. When she slows down, those behind her slow down. Though Shiera didn't really notice anyone, but it also made Shiera panic inside. What the hell are they up to? Knowing she couldn't remain passive like this, Shiera found a place to hide and thought carefully. She pressed down the fear in her heart. This feeling of being watched by her enemies all the time was very unpleasant. Could they be trying to follow me like this so I can take them to Instructor Yi? Or do they want to know where our base is too? Xiaola thought of 10,000 possibilities in her mind. But she didn't think that this was a specific training that Yi Chen had produced for her. Counter-surveillance gets rid of it. Yi Chen wanted to see when Xiaola could get rid of the special forces she had sent out. Xiaola thought for a long time, and finally decided to start making changes on the next road. At least not to let the people behind her follow so comfortably. It seems to be there. Zora was sure that someone was following her when she heard the voice. Her speed was starting to get out of rhythm. The direction is also beginning to be figured out, often making turns in places where the vegetation is very thick, and often running into places that are not roads. It was a long run, and the irregularity of the action was a little too much for her body. Why haven't we lost them yet? Xiaola was terrified in her heart, and she was now even more afraid that the people behind her would come out and grab her. She knew that anyone who could keep up with her must be no weaker than she was, but she sure as hell wasn't going to give in is all. No! Xiaola took a deep breath. It continued to start its own operation. She used up all her stamina this time, often going to strange places. Along with this desperate running she was doing, Xiaola finally felt the sight behind her watching her disappear. She lay on the ground panting heavily, her eyes closed as she felt the exhaustion of her body, her legs feeling as if they weren't her own anymore. Finally, but the next instant she was all tense, for behind her came the sound of a leaf stomping off. Is it hard to follow again? Xiaola gritted her teeth. Her heart was very nervous. She wasn't afraid of being caught herself. She was afraid of her teammates. She stared at the only path with a deadly stare, thinking that she would show her enemy's weakness and immediately counterattack when the other party got close. Not a wide view at night. The figure slowly emerged. It's a hare. Phew! Xiaola slowly loosened the stone in her hand. The special forces following her were very surprised. He didn't expect Xiaola to suddenly have such a strong explosive power. A meal of disguise as well as speed change really made him unable to catch up, knowing that Xiaola had already run for more than 3 hours before. It was surprising that she could still have this kind of outburst now. Lei looked at Xiaola's performance and commented unevenly. It's okay. Suing nodded along. This kind of treatment was indeed okay. After all, the results had already stated that it was valid. Only Yi Chen shook his head feeling that it wasn't enough. It took so long to get rid of it, and I still had to continue special training afterward. Chapter 196, They Don't Want Us Dead? After running this nearly 40 kilometers, Xiaola then arrived at the indicated destination. She realized she was the first to arrive, and immediately ducked into cover to wait for the rest of her own teammates to arrive. After almost half an hour, the others arrived one after another. Sun Hao was the second person to come here. He looked in the empty direction in front of him and wondered, can it be that I'm going the wrong way? But here was a tree that was clearly thicker than any of the others, again making him think he hadn't been looking in the wrong place. Here! Sun Hao heard a small cry, but instead of responding, he immediately ran elsewhere, looking back as he did so. This made Xiaola look a little flabbergasted. Sun Hao realized that it was Xiaola after carefully identifying it, and then he walked back slowly. Opening his mouth, he said, "Why are you hiding here? I thought you were the one chasing me." Xiaola was a bit speechless. "You're really careful enough." The two waited for a while as the others arrived, looking like they had all had a very hard time on the road indeed. "Great, you guys weren't taken either." Lin Ruyan, who had just arrived, immediately saw Xiaola and Sun Hao and was surprised. The two were also very happy to see Lin Ruyan. After a while, Morning Biao and the others returned and arrived. Only after there were no silhouettes did Xiaola then count up the number of people. It didn't matter that there was no point. At this point, Xiaola violently realized that there were a few more people missing from the team. Xiaola instantly frowned. Why didn't this group of criminals take all of us away? But only a few people? The others frowned and thought as well, but couldn't come up with anything. I thought it was strange too. I thought about it on the way over just now. It's as if the enemy didn't think to kill us, but to drive us away or capture us. Those words brought Xiaola to her senses. She'd thought it was weird before. No wonder we didn't appear to die every time we were attacked. It looked like the enemy knew who they were and didn't dare mess with them. Thinking of this, Xiaola and Sun Hao were slightly more relieved, which meant that there would be no deaths of their companions who had been taken away as well. In that case, their purpose in taking the others was to leave the hostages behind? This explanation makes sense. The others then nodded in agreement. Previously, Xiao Lei's judgment was that the criminals had a premeditated kidnapping of them, but after what had happened, the crowd decided that this guess was the most reasonable. Their conversation made Lei, who was watching the surveillance, laugh a little. It seems that these boys have already rounded up the past for us on their own, so we don't have to worry about them suspecting us. Suing nodded. He hadn't expected this to happen either. Yi Chen spoke faintly. Begin the next step of the plan. Lei Jiming and Suing were instantly serious and nodded their heads. Xiaola and the others raised a fire a little away. The night without light was indeed frightening. At this point the crowd was about to open their mouths to discuss what to do next. Since they're not in danger, should we go and get them out? Lin Ruyan opened her mouth. Xiaola shook her head. We just need to keep ourselves safe. Sun Hao nodded at his words. The difference in strength between them and the enemy was simply too great, and since they knew that their companions wouldn't be in too much danger, it would be better to wait for Yi Chen to defeat the enemy and save their companions. Xiao La's words just fell. The familiar sound of wolves howling was heard again. The crowd's faces changed, immediately understanding that this was a signal for the enemy to attack. Instantly, they formed a circle to alert their surroundings. Lei Jiming and Suing appeared in the crowd's view with a few people. Changing his voice, he said, "You guys really don't know what's good for you. Obviously we let you off a few horses, and now you want to come and get involved with us." Louis's move was simple. Since Xiaola and the others had misunderstood, let them misunderstand to the end. As expected, Xiaola and the others immediately felt that their guesses were correct upon hearing this. Since you don't want to go, then you all stay. Lei Jiming and the others immediately rushed towards the crowd. Xiaola looked at the smaller number of opponents and immediately ordered, counterattack together. Spreading out and running will only be broken one by one. It is better to take advantage of the opponent's small number of people to make a difference in the number of people. Everyone immediately hugged and counterattacked, but they had underestimated the strength of Lei and the others too much. Even if only the small number of people came, it still made Xiaola and the others unable to return the favor. Mud, this group is really a bit too strong. Sun Hao cursed. He shook his whacked arm and felt a numbness, and the other man came out towards him again like it was nothing. Sun Hao had no choice but to dodge. Lin Ruyan at her side tried to make a sidestep, but the moment she threw a punch, the wolf-headed man in front of her threw a punch at an even faster speed. Give it a knockout. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Lin Ruyan fly out without a response, Sun Hao was angry, immediately closing and trying to lock up Lei in front of him. Lei smiled coldly in his heart as he watched Sun Hao's movements. He had taught Sun Hao a lot of moves, and he knew what Sun Hao was going to fart when he puckered his butt. In the end, Sun Hao didn't even get close to Lei Jiming before he was knocked out. Seeing that his teammates couldn't hold out any longer, Morning Biao thought about escaping, thinking, at the very least, we have to leave a spark behind. It's too dangerous if you get caught in a net. He consoled himself with this in his mind. Then he looked for a chance to escape while exchanging blows with the wolf-headed man in front of him. After pestering him for a while, he saw an angle from which he could rush out and acted at once. But just as he turned around, another wolf-headed man not far away punched the man in front of him to avoid him, and immediately kicked in the direction of Funeral Puma. Morning Biao, who had his back turned, was kicked straight out of the air, and the wolf-headed man he was engaging with stunned him with a handshake. I also heard this before I passed out. The boss said you were always thinking about running away. And it's true. Xiaola felt bad as she watched her companions being knocked out one by one, but she was no match for herself and was similarly knocked out. Before she fainted, Xiaola vaguely heard the wolf-headed man say, "It's too late. Hurry up and go to support that side. Take a little bit of people as hostages first, and talk about the rest afterward." She then passed out. Xiaola, Sun Hao, and Lin Ruyan were the first to get up, immediately eyeing their surroundings and breathing a sigh of relief when they realized they hadn't been taken away. The others were still passed out, and they tried to wake everyone else up, but realized they couldn't. The three immediately moved everyone elsewhere. Then the fire was raised. The light of the fire in the darkness brought them some sense of security. The night still hadn't passed, and the three were silent, their faces different. Xiaola was now confused in her mind. She felt like a monkey, being tricked. One by one, her companions around her became fewer and fewer, which added to her guilt and insecurity. We should be thinking about what to do next now. Shiera broke the silence, her voice heavy. The number of soldiers was nearly half as low, and the rainforest training seemed to be ending just as it had begun. Chapter 197. Sun Hao pursed his lips and spoke. We still don't know if the enemy will come back. One should be prepared for defense. Saying this, Sun Hao suddenly closed his mouth as if he thought of something. Lin Ruyan spoke. Just now, we couldn't stop them even with the traps we made, not to mention the fact that we're still half our number, making it even harder to stop them. The conversation came to an abrupt end and the atmosphere lapsed back into silence. Lin Ruyan was absolutely right. The resistance just now seemed to have been their last fight back. Zora took a deep breath. Either way, we can't just sit around and wait for them to come over. It seemed like a dead end when they had to train and the enemy tried to run and capture them, but they couldn't fight the enemy. Xiaola said in her heart, what are we going to do like this? At this time, Xiao La's eyes lit up. In that case, we might be able to take the initiative. Before, there was no need for them to make a move, but hearing that the enemy was going to capture them all, and the words they heard before they passed out made Xiaola make this suggestion. Taking the initiative? Are you unaware of the strength of the enemy? Sun Hao interrupted her without mercy. Lin Ruyan also nodded bitterly beside her. Shiera then told what she had heard before she passed out. Something seems to have happened on the enemy side, and they couldn't care less about us, so it should be appropriate for us to strike now. This made Sun Hao and Lin Ruyan happy, but the next second, Lin Ruyan lowered her head again. But we don't even know where the enemy is. Those words silenced the three again. Suddenly, as if Xiaola noticed something, she walked over to Lin Ruyan and wrapped her hand around Lin Ruyan's waist, lifting her up. Sun Hao gulped as he watched the scene and felt some envy in his heart. Lin Ruyan's face slightly reddened and she snapped. What are you doing, Xiaola? Xiaola ignored her rant and instead looked at where she was sitting after scooping her up and pointed out with her hand. Do you guys see if this place has been pressed? Sun Hao was a bit helpless. You just who was sitting here just now? Shiera shook her head. Look at this seat. Shiera couldn't sit here just now. Lin Ruyan looked in the direction of Xiao Lei's finger and realized that the grass there was crushed. It's been stepped on. Lin Ruyan came to a realization. Sun Hao also understood at this time, and he searched the neighborhood after taking a closer look. Xiaola and Lin Ruyan also separated to look on the other side. Here, there are signs of being crushed again. Sun Hao's surprised voice came. Yes, this is the trail left by the enemy when they left. Xiaola was also very uplifted at this time. Just now, because of the darkness, the criminals could not completely hide the traces when they left, as represented by the grass they stepped on along the way. And the three of them, Xiaola, found this out. That gives us a chance to find their hideout. Shiera flashed a smile. Sun Hao was also excited. That's right. At least this way we're not so passive. In any case, being proactive must be more forgiving than being reactive. The three sat down next to the fire and began to discuss their strategy. There must be no sloppiness on the way to find the enemy. While they were discussing, the knocked-out soldiers gradually woke up. The others weren't as physically fit as Xiao Lei's trio, so it took them longer to wake up. Everyone was scared and shocked to see the sudden decrease in numbers. Shiera, what's going on? How come we're the only ones left? Yeah, did that group of criminals just take the others, leaving only us behind? Why did they leave us behind? Is it hard to believe that they will come and keep taking us away? Xiaola seriously talked to them about the speculations and opinions of the three of them just now. This was followed by a statement of the plan they had decided to take the initiative on. It was questioned. Is this going to work? You know, just now they beat us as easily as a father beating his son. Even if there were only a few of them, they might be able to beat us. Aren't we just giving away food by going over there like this? Why don't we find a place to hide first? This is at least safer. The questioning raised by these people made many people instantly fall into an ice cave, as if they were seeing the scene where they were just beaten up without the ability to fight back again. Xiaola spoke after a moment of silence. I have no problem with you guys wanting to stay. Sun Hao was a little anxious when he heard this. Their numbers were already small. Leaving some more behind the plan really wouldn't work, but you have to realize that we've already changed positions once just now, but we're still being pinpointed. So we can't guarantee our own safety even if we change positions again. We might as well take the initiative when the enemy hasn't reacted yet. At least this way the fate is in our own hands. Shiera spoke gravely. Those who objected were silent when they heard this. Shiera was right. When you take the initiative, your fate is in your own hands. Staying put and waiting is just waiting for someone else to beat them up. Then we'll take the initiative. Once the people had unified their decision, they began to pack up their belongings and take the fire with them, slowly searching for the traces left by the enemy, following them all the way. At this point, Morning Biao is being fatally beaten by Suing. Are any of you there besides those guys? Say no. Suing punched Funeral Biao in the stomach. Morning Biao just felt his bile coming out, but his hands and feet were firmly locked, so he couldn't even dodge, let alone fight back. He begged frantically, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Suing looked at Funeral Biao through his wolf head mask. His eyes did not show, but Funeral Biao felt sharp. In his heart, he wailed, "Marred! What the hell are these people? I can't even return the favor. Want me to stop? Then tell me if you have anyone else around." Su Ying's altered voice issued. Morning Biao immediately revealed a bitter face and spoke. I'll say. This caused Su Ying to reveal a contemptuous smile behind the wolf's head. Of all the people caught in, Morning Biao was the first one to try to give out information about the others. The wolf's head approached Morning Biao's face, and an icy, emotionless voice emitted. Say it, and you won't get beaten up if you say it. As the wolf's head approached, Morning Biao's face instantly changed from bitter and curt to disdain and a sneer. He spat towards the wolf's head. I think you're out of your mind if you want Little Master to reveal information about his own companions. Don't you know that Little Master is a soldier? I may be battle shy occasionally, but I'm not a coward. You big dummy, waiting for our instructor Yi to you into tears. Hit me. Beat me to death if you dare. Morning Biao had been cursing madly at Suing. Suing immediately slapped Morning Biao, smote his face until it swelled up. I think you're looking for death. Punch after punch was sent at Funeral Puma, knocking him so hard that his consciousness began to blur a bit. As I said, if you have the guts, you'll beat my little master to death, or else when the time comes, you'll see if I collect you. Realization began to blur as Morning Biao continued to beat his mouth. Suing glanced at him and twisted his head to leave this confinement room. He came to Yi Chen's side and spoke. None of it was said. Chapter 198. Yi Chen nodded at his words. Just now, Suing and Lei Jiming had beaten up the soldiers they had just captured. However, their performance made the two Suing very satisfied, and none of them revealed information about the others. Lei looked at the soldiers covered in wounds on the monitor and spoke. This hurdle of their mouths is considered a pass. Suing sneered. If you can't pass this hurdle, don't become a soldier. Suing said don't be a soldier, not don't be a special forces soldier. In his eyes, anyone who could backstab a teammate didn't deserve to be a soldier. After saying that, he glanced at the monitor again and blandly said, the main course is just coming up. The soldiers who were carefully being rushed in the surveillance were Xiaola and the others. They are following the trail left by the criminals and are about to find this place. The two men turned their heads to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the surveillance indifferently. The sheep are attracted to the grass. Prepare to close the net. Xiaola and the others had tracked the grass from where it had been crushed, and that was indeed true. Lei Jiming and Suing had serious expressions. Yes, even though this was just a training exercise, Lei Jiming and Suing treated Xiaola and the others with 100% attitude. What Xiaola and the others didn't know was that the traces they had found were entirely those that Yi Chen had asked Lei Jiming and the others to leave for them on purpose. How could a special forces soldier of Yi Chen's caliber make such a mistake? This was also a test that Yi Chen had left behind for Xiaola. If this could not be discovered, then Yi Chen would let Xiaola deeply realize this flaw in herself. Xiaola passed Yi Chen's test, and the final point of the test was being caught in a net. At this point, Xiaola and the others were completely unaware of this. Xiaola looked at this building in front of her and guessed in her heart that there must be someone inside. Secretly, he said, it seems like this kidnapping was really just a coincidence. We just happened to be here to train and they had to do something else before they grabbed us. She was sure of it when she saw the building. Premeditated kidnappings don't build a special building to house them, and it's hard for criminals to know when they're coming to train. All of this can only be described as coincidence. Xiaola, who figured this out, not only didn't relax, but was more careful. Ask a criminal who fixes buildings in the deep woods what he's going to do. Shiara didn't know, but she guessed it had to be a big deal. All hands on deck. Put out the torches. Shiara twisted her head toward the crowd behind her and gave orders. All did so at once. Morning Biao and the others should be inside. Let's split up and find the entrance. Remember, be careful, Shiara said to the crowd. Yes, everyone immediately spread out, looking for entrances that would allow them to get inside the building. If they are truly covert, this method does greatly improve efficiency. However, they were completely exposed to Yi Chen and the others. As soon as they dispersed, Yi Chen immediately ordered, reel in the net. Lei Jiming and Suing then took their men and prepared to go and arrest the people one by one. Shiara felt along the edges of the building, trying to find an entrance or a secret passage. She searched for a long time but couldn't find anywhere to enter. The mind is very puzzled. There was a sudden, very small movement behind her. It sounds like stepping on fallen leaves unintentionally. Xiao Lei's face changed and she immediately reacted with a back-swinging leg towards the place where the sound was made. But the person behind her was much stronger than her, and her back-swing leg was easily blocked, even as her leg was held in a death grip by a hand. But Xiao Lei's reaction was also very quick. Not only did she not think about breaking free of her leg, instead, she used her remaining leg to power up, glaring upwards and coming towards her enemy's head in the air. The man with the wolf's head had a look of appreciation in his eyes, but it's also just appreciated. Xiao Lei's attack was very fast, but the wolf-headed man's reaction was even faster. With just a simple bow of her head, Shara's attack fell short. Losing her balance, Xiaola no longer had the power to fight back, knocked out by Wolfshed with an easy right-hand strike. In the second before she passed out, Xiao Lei's heart could only be empty of anxiety. Yi Chen's figure emerged in his mind. Yi Chen, you must come and save me. What she didn't know was that the one who knocked her out was none other than Yi Chen, who was the last thing on her mind. Yi Chen had deliberately made a commotion just now just to see how Xiaola would respond. Xiao Lei's reaction made Yi Chen more satisfied. If it was a simple special forces soldier, the victory or defeat of this encounter should have been reversed. Yi Chen carried Xiaola back inside the building and left her in a random cell. When he arrived at the monitoring room, Suing and Lei Jiming were already waiting for him there. Lei said to Yi Chen, all sheep have been arrested. Yi Chen nodded indifferently. All he had to do at this point was to wait for the sheep to wake up. I don't know if it's because I've fainted too many times. Shiera knew she wouldn't wake up until the next day. Slowly waking up, Xiaola first froze, then immediately checked her clothes. It was a relief to find no sign of having been stripped. With that, he began to frown and survey his surroundings. A cell that's too Spartan to be a cell. Nothing. She moved closer to the cell door and looked at the lock. Not something she could get out of the way with brute force. And there were no tools of any kind here. And she couldn't do the lock picking. Finally, he could only resign himself to sitting in the corner of the room. She sighed inwardly. I ended up getting caught up in this. Instead of sitting around expecting rescue, Shiera pondered how to escape. When someone comes by later, can I make a move to defeat him and then escape? How dare they arrest soldiers? Are they not afraid, or are they not aware of the seriousness of the matter? She was mulling over the reasons. The cell door in front of him suddenly sounded unlocked. Xiaola, who had prepared for this, immediately closed in towards the cell door and vigorously punched out towards the person who was about to enter. But the man easily grabbed her wrist, and with one fold, dislocated her hand. Ah! Xiaola exclaimed in pain, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her head. After the wolf-headed man broke her hand out of its socket, he went straight for a punch towards her stomach, knocking her to the ground. She covered her dislocated hand and groaned. The wolf-headed man kept pace, yanking the bottomed-out Shola up from the ground and knocking her to the ground with another punch, repeated several times. Xiaola's had become too painful to stand up. It was then that the head wolf who came and said his first words icily. I advise you to be honest. Xiaola gritted her teeth and looked at the wolf-headed man. Even though her body was in pain, the expression on her face was still angry and fierce. Where have you taken my teammates? Yi Chen instantly kicked Xiaola's body again, and Xiaola was kicked and rolled back a few times. Didn't I tell you to be honest? When he saw that Xiaola was honest, the wolf-headed man opened his mouth to ask questions. Do you have anyone else in the neighborhood? All you have to do is nod or shake your head. Shiera covered her arm and didn't move, as if she hadn't heard the wolf-headed man. The wolf-headed man didn't hesitate to dislocate Shola's other hand again. Yes, or no? Chapter 199, Xiao Zhengguo's personal visit. Ah! Xiaola finally couldn't help but shout out. Because of the pain, her body had been twitching and both of her arms were no longer under her control. The eyes also shed physiological tears. At this moment, the eyes of an old man with a serious expression and majestic temperament in the monitoring room narrowed slightly. A trace of intolerance surfaced, but it passed in an instant. This is Xiao Zhenggua, Shara's father. The wolf-headed man spoke. Dumb? Xiaola gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure the pain in her body and spoke. You're dreaming. The comment seemed to annoy the wolf-headed man. A fist whacked Xiaola in the face, sending Xiaola's nose bleeding. Xiao Zhengguo's face sank, and his body exuded some icy coldness. The other soldiers in the monitoring room were a little trembling. They dared not make a move, much less speak. One is their chief and the other is their boss's orders. They can't afford to mess with anyone. Xiaola's face swelled up in a big circle directly under Yi Chen's punch. Her whimpering, slurred voice came out again. Didn't you eat? Both hands dislocated, face swollen, nosebleed and tears flow together. This wretched appearance to say such words but very mocking. The irritation struck at the wolf-headed man's heart, making him seethe with rage. The wolf-headed man once again landed around on the other side of Shara's face, both cheeks swelling in perfect symmetry. He choked Xiaola's neck and spoke. You'd better be able to keep your mouth shut like that. Xiaola's eyes were already almost out of focus as she narrowed her eyes at the wolf-headed man, the mocking color in her eyes unabated. Xiao Zhengguo's expression became even more gloomy as he looked at this scene, and the atmosphere in the surveillance room became even colder. Lei had just returned from a cell at this time, and just as he entered the door he felt his body a little cold. At the first glance he saw the expression on Xiao Zhengguo's face, followed by the image from the surveillance. Lei Jiming was immediately a little afraid. Secretly said, ********. The head said that he came to test our training effect today, and I didn't expect to really let him test to the point. Zora felt the wolf head's hand keep firing, and she could barely catch her breath. She was growing alarmed inside. It wasn't that Xiao La was afraid of dying, but she didn't want to die so suffocated. The body struggled hard, but looked like it was convulsing from the disembowelment. Xiao La's consciousness began to blur, and the fear and unwillingness in her heart grew. I'm not going to die like this, am I? I haven't proved myself to that big pig of a man Yi Chen. I can't. Xiao La's body went limp and stopped moving. Xiao Zhengguo's body trembled as if he had thought of something, trying to move but not moving. The wolf-headed man looked at Xiaoera, restored her hands, placed them casually on the floor, and walked out of the cell door. Just as he left, the wolf-headed man's mood instantly changed from anger to flatness. A very quick change. The wolf-headed man had just returned to the monitoring room when he heard an authoritative voice. Yi Chen, Yi Chen was naturally the wolf-headed man. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Zhanghua, hemmed and hawed, and said, "Father-in-law, it's here." Xiao Zhanggua's expression trembled as he frowned and asked, "Xiao La, it's okay, can't die, just unconscious." Just now, Yi Chen's movements looked like he had laid down a deadly hand, and Xiao La's movements also looked like she was dead. This scared Xiao Zhanghua for a moment. However, Yi Chen held his strength very well and only made Xiao La unconscious. Xiao Zhanggua's expression remained unchanged, but in reality, he was relieved in his heart. After all, Xiao La was his daughter, and the scene just now was indeed rather scary. He was still very worried about his daughter. Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Zhanghua and did not speak. He naturally knew what Xiao Zhanghua was thinking, but that doesn't mean he won't do it. Training is training. Even if the god of heaven comes, he'll have to be trained by him, and Xiao Zhanghua naturally knew that, so he didn't say much. Lei Jiming and Suing looked at Xiao Zhanghua and then at Yi Chen. In their hearts, they all admired Yi Chen to the extreme. To violently beat up his daughter in front of the chief, in their place they would never dare to do it, and punched so hard. They could only give Yi Chen a thumbs up in their hearts. When Xiao La woke up, she realized that her hands had been restored to their original shape, with only a slight pain, but her stomach and face still hurt, especially the face, which was directly swollen into a pig's head. She mentally judged the current situation. It seems that these criminals are really afraid to kill us. Being that she hadn't died even after being hit so hard confirmed her thoughts. It was a relief to her. She wondered if her teammates had been captured. After knowing full well that she wouldn't die, she was even less likely to reveal information about the others. She now only expected the others to wait until Instructor Yi came over to save her. Just as he finished his thought, the door to the cell opened again. Xiao La immediately assumed a guard position and spoke, "Don't waste your efforts. I won't say anything even if you beat me up." The wolf-headed man ignored her words and simply stepped forward to easily subdue her, escorting her towards the outside of the cell. Defeated once again, Xiao La felt very frustrated and hard. A random crime syndicate member could appear and overpower her, leaving her with the feeling that she'd studied hard in the cold but hadn't passed her exams, and the wolf-headed man's moves were very lean and dry, and deadly against her. It added to the feeling that she had a heart. It's as if it's going to be defeated anyway. As she was escorted on her way out, Shola was a little nervous and scared. "What are you going to do? I'm warning you again. Our troops will find this place soon, and then you'll be guilty as charged. Why don't you just ambush yourself right now and turn yourself in with some chance of mitigating the crime?" Although she couldn't beat the wolf-headed man, Xiao La was still opening her mouth to interfere with the wolf-headed man's heart. "Don't want to miss a single opportunity." Xiao Zhanghua, who was watching the surveillance, nodded slightly. He could see that his daughter had grown a lot. Whether it was the fight with Yi Chen just now or the way he spoke now, it was completely different from before. It's a world of difference. The wolf-headed man remained indifferent, and no matter what Xiao La said, his feet remained steadfast as he walked forward. "I'm serious. I can still put in a word for you if you turn yourself in now. I'm also past the issue of you hitting me before." Ah! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he was met with a knee to the stomach by the wolf-headed man. Shaara looked at the wolf-headed man with a face full of anger. "You talk too much crap," the wolf-headed man coldly said, followed by escorting Xiao La forward again. Shaara kept her mouth shut despite the anger and fear in her heart. She had also found out along the way that this wolf-headed man's softness was completely uneaten. Even if she had said as much, he didn't even have much of a mood swing, let alone a reaction. Like a robot, if it comes hard, it can't come. Shaara can't harden herself against a wolf-headed man. As the two walked further and further outside, they had come inside the jungle. Finding himself being led further and further out of the way, he was already surrounded by trees and various plants. This added to the fear in Xiao La's heart. Chapter 200 Xiao La's despair. Though she knew she wouldn't die, but other things still happen. It's like a good example of a man and a woman. Thinking of this, the fear in Xiao La's heart had spread all over her body, and her body began to stiffen. How is one's innocence to be preserved? She began to struggle frantically, struggling and cursing angrily at the same time. "What did you bring me here for? You get off me." Yi Chen looked at the struggling Xiao La first, gave her another knee jerk, toppling Xiao La to dry heave. Xiao La's sudden resistance came straight to an abrupt end. This caused Shaara to show a miserable smile. She was completely unable to resist, but for the sake of her own innocence, Xiao La still didn't give up. Just thinking about how to escape in a while, Yi Chen lowered his head and glanced at Xiao La, and her expression instantly made Yi Chen understand what she was thinking. Since this was the case, then Yi Chen decided to go along with this program as well. He hadn't originally thought of this hand. After all, the soldiers in training were still mostly male, and he'd almost forgotten that Zora was female. Yi Chen brought Xiao La to a more secluded corner. Xiao Zhanghua hadn't left at this point and inquired with a frown. What's going on? What can be done here? Suing shook his head and replied, reporting to the chief. We also don't have a straight answer as to what instructor you wants. This caused Xiao Zhanggua's frown to deepen. Suing and Lei Jiming were equally unaware of Yi Chen's reason for arriving here, and at this moment, the two of them looked at each other a few times with a confused expression. That's not on the plan either. Upon arriving, Yi Chen went into action. He doesn't ink either. With a direct hand, he began to undress Xiao La. Xiao Zhanggua's face instantly sank 5 degrees when he saw the scene. Anger began to well up in his eyes. Suing and Lei Jiming even dared not release a single breath, looked at Xiao Zhanghua, and slowly moved to the corner. This action of Yi Chen made Xiao La startled, secretly saying that it was just as she thought. She was still confident in her looks. With a twinkle in her eye, Xiao La had an idea in her mind. Geez, you wanted this, you didn't say so. As long as you don't hit me, I'm all for it. Saying that, he even grabbed Yi Chen's wrist with his hand. Shiera looked at the wolf-headed man for a moment, as if she hadn't expected her to say that. Heartfelt joy. The hand then went towards the wolf-headed man's face. As the hand drew closer and closer, the moment it was at the edge of the wolf-headed man's face, it suddenly became faster. This punch used all of Xiao La's strength. If it hit, it could definitely kill an adult straight away. With such a close range, it's almost a sure shot. Xiao La was ecstatic in her heart. She didn't expect that because of this wolf-headed man's lust he had a chance to escape. But not for long. The next moment she felt her fist surrounded by a slap. A twist ensued. At the same time that Xiao La was in pain, her body was also broken from the front by Yi Chen directly into a back facing him. Yi Chen's body was close to Xiao La, and without even saying a word, he directly started to take off Xiao La's jacket. Xiao La immediately panicked. Without stopping to slap Yi Chen's body and arms with his hands, he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" The fear in his voice was very obvious, but these movements couldn't stop Yi Chen at all. As Yi Chen continued his movements while speaking, "You're so good looking. I've wanted to taste it for a long time." This sentence made Xiao Zhanghua speak directly. Asshole. The voice carried suppressed anger to the extreme. Lei Jiming and Su Ying's necks shrank and they hid deeper. Yi Chen's words caused Xiao La's face to turn white and she struggled even more frantically. But it was all for nothing. The jacket she was wearing had been removed, revealing short sleeves underneath. Yi Chen grabbed one of Xiao La's arms, and Xiao La only felt like she had been bitten by a snake. Disgusting and painful. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Xiao La gradually broke down a bit. She had despaired in her heart. Is her innocence going to be accounted for here? After Yi Chen undressed Xiao La, he began to remove his own clothes as well. This action made Shiera even more desperate. The inner panic had all but shown on his face. You get out. You stay away from me. Yi Chen's body was once again close to Xiao La, and Xiao La's heart had completely collapsed. At this time, Xiao Chen continued to ask, "It's very simple. As long as you tell the information, how about it?" Those words sobered Shiera up a bit. Flipping and flopping, the wolf-headed man was just there for the intel on his own teammates. Xiao La laughed miserably and cursed. "You're a ing at $$. The voice went on and on, swearing every expletive she could think of in her life. At the same time tears flowed. With uncertainty and helplessness, Xiao Zhanggua's hand cupped into a circle when he saw the scene, and his eyes didn't know what he was thinking. The crowd knew that this scene represented Shayla's willingness to give up her innocence for the sake of her teammates' information. Even though this was training, a tinge of respect welled up in them. It is important to realize that the most important thing for a woman is not necessarily her life. Innocence is more important to them. This is why so many women in ancient times chose to kill themselves because of their innocence. Xiao La tried everything she could think of, but she still couldn't think of how she could escape from this wolf-headed man in front of her. She also wouldn't do something like bite her tongue to kill herself, because she knows that biting her tongue won't kill her. It will only hurt her. As if resigned to her fate, Shiera closed her eyes. Yi Chen was very satisfied with her performance. In 3 tries, he put her coat on. Once again, she was held in a vice-like grip and led on. Opening his mouth, he said, "You're not worthy." This series of transformations made Xiao La react and just walk on the road dumbfounded. It took her a while to realize that the wolf-headed man was using everything he had to get himself to give out information about his teammates. It made her guess that her teammates hadn't been captured, and she was happy and determined that she should never give it away. Xiao Zhangua's face hadn't stretched from the moment the two arrived at the corner. The others in the monitoring room were too trembling to make any major moves. His heart was very angry indeed. Especially that last sentence of Yi Chen's made him even more upset. If he didn't know that this was a training exercise, he would have grabbed Yi Chen and angrily scolded him. Yi Chen escorted Xiao La to a place with a foul odor. Shiera frowned, not understanding why this place smelled so bad. Upon getting closer, Shiera realized that this was a septic tank. She didn't understand what Ji Chen was trying to do by bringing her here, but she understood that Ji Chen was doing it for the information that came out of her mouth. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Say it, or jump." Xiao La's face changed. The septic tank in front of us had obviously been piled up for a long time, and it was full of all sorts of fecal matter of who knows what, and it looked disgusting as hell. Meanwhile, the smell of the septic tank is top-notch. Xiao La could smell the stench of the place from 50 meters away. His face changed rapidly, and half a word popped out of his mouth. It was obvious that Shiera wouldn't give out the information, but she didn't dare to refuse either.